Chapter 1. The blind eyes of Da, Su Yuntao in the Douluo Continent. To the southwest of the Qiando Empire lies the Fasnuo province, specifically the quaint village of Holy Soul. Luban, you need not toil in the fields today. Take this time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's awakening ceremony. The village chief, Old Jack, affectionately ruffled the hair of a child no more than 5 or 6 years of age. Luban was an abandoned infant that Old Jack had discovered by the roadside 6 years prior, just a month old and crying out in hunger. Moved by compassion, he took Luban into his home to care for him. Over the years, the bond between the two flourished, growing exceptionally deep. Luban not only possessed a remarkable intellect, but also exceptionally sensible for his age, often assisted with various tasks, filling Old Jack with pride. You and Tang San are the two prodigies of our Holy Soul village. I firmly believe that both of you will awaken extraordinary martial souls and become soul masters. Old Jack. Encouraged in his previous life, Luban was the top sharpshooter of the national server in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. His untimely demise from sudden heart attack while gaming led to his reincarnation in the Douluo Continent. He was taken in by Old Jack and became Tang San's childhood companion. When Luban regained consciousness, he was utterly astonished to think my brother is a gaming prodigy. The more he pondered, the heavier the pressure weighed upon him. For years, he had silently called upon the system for assistance, yet there had been no response. Where was the benefit of being a transmigrator? Tomorrow was the day of the martial soul awakening ceremony. His final glimmer of hope rest assured. Grandpa Jack, I shall become a soul master, Luban declared confidently, raising his small hand and tilting his head, though internally he was a bundle of nerves. In the Douluo Continent, every individual possesses their own martial soul, and at around the age of 6, they must undergo the awakening ceremony. Most people awaken useless martial souls, devoid of soul power, rendering them incapable of cultivation. Those who awaken exceptional martial souls and achieve the status of soul masters are exceedingly rare. Old Jack nodded with a smile before departing to inform other villagers with children of suitable age. The following morning, under Old Jack's guidance, Luban was flanked by 2 children as they made their way to the central martial soul hall of the village. The so-called martial soul hall was merely a larger wooden structure. This year, 9 children from Holy Soul Village were to undergo the martial soul awakening. Upon Old Jack's arrival with Luban and Tang San, the other 7 children were already waiting in the hall inside the martial soul hall. Aside from village chief Old Jack and the 9 children, there was also a young man present. Luban looked up to find a striking figure with sword-like brows and bright eyes, exceptionally handsome, clad in a white outfit and draped in a gray cloak. A soul character, about the size of a fist, was embroidered at the center of his chest. On his left chest, he bore a badge etched with a long sword, featuring 3 intercrossed small swords. Signifying his rank as a soul master, he exuded an air of grandeur and authority. Esteemed master of battle souls, we must trouble you once more for this occasion. Old Jack bowed respectfully. The young man nodded slightly. I do not have much time. Let us begin promptly. Understood. Old Jack nodded in agreement, then turned to the children behind him, advising them. This gentleman is a master of battle spirits from Nodding City. You must cooperate with him diligently for your martial soul awakening. Grandfather hopes you can awaken formidable martial souls and restore the glory of our sacred soul village. Upon hearing this, the young man waved his hand impatiently. Enough. You recite the same phrases every year. Becoming a soul master is not as simple as you imagine. Yesterday, in the 8 villages I traversed, not a single child possessed a martial soul, let alone an outstanding one. Alas. Old Jack sighed at these words, retreating to a corner, his face filled with despondency. It is indeed exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to become soul masters. Children, my name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 great soul master. I shall now conduct your martial soul awakening one by onis. He spoke. Su Yuntao retrieved 6 black spherical stones and a radiant blue crystal ball from his satchel. He arranged the 6 stones on the ground in a hexagonal shape with a diameter of approximately 2 meters, gesturing for one child to stand in the center. Then he commanded sharply, Lone Wolf, manifest. In that instant, the originally handsome Su Yuntao's eyes turned a haunting green, shimmering with a cold light, as his brown hair transformed to gray. His physique swelled more than double its size, straining his clothing, while claws emerged from his fingertips, glimmering ominously. The children were frightened, screaming in unison, Do not be afraid. This is my martial soul, the Lone Wolf. The current manifestation is a unique ability of soul masters. Su Yuntao's authoritative voice quelled the children's restless anxiety. Subsequently, he unleashed 6 streams of soul power, infusing them into the 6 black stones on the ground. Instantly, layers of golden rippling waves appeared, swiftly forming a faint golden hemispherical light shield. Is this the martial soul awakening ceremony? Is this the power of a soul master? In the grand hall, feeling the immense pressure radiating from Su Yuntao, Luban's eyes burned with fervor, his heart racing with excitement. Two soul rings, one white and one yellow, shimmered brilliantly beneath Su Yuntao's feet. These symbolized the soul master and their strength, and Luban gazed upon them with envy, beginning to dream of his own martial soul. Beside him, Tang San was equally captivated by the scene, his demeanor eager and ready. Extend your right hand. Su Yuntao instructed the young boy enveloped by the hexagram formation. The 6-year-old boy, initially in a state of shock, instinctively extended his right hand upon hearing Su Yuntao's command. Suddenly, a burst of golden light surged into the boy's body. In an instant, a scythe materialized. Your martial soul is a scythe, an armament-type martial soul. Retract your martial soul with your mind. Then place your right hand on the crystal ball with the martial soul awakening complete. Su Yuntao began the soul power assessment. The young boy, clumsily retracting the scythe martial soul, followed the instructions and placed his hand on the blue crystal ball held by Su Yuntao. Moments later, Su Yuntao shook his head with a sigh, saying, "Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master." Next, the awakening ceremony continued. Your martial soul is a tool martial soul. Without soul power, you cannot become a soul master. Next, with each subsequent child awakening their martial soul, they manifested only the most rudimentary tool martial souls, none possessing innate soul power. Watching the awakening ceremony from the side, Elder Jack, the village chief, shook his head in disappointment. It seemed this year would see another total failure. The Holy Soul village had not produced a soul master in many years. Soon, it was the turn of the 7th little girl to awaken her martial soul. Standing in the center of the hexagram, golden flecks of light converge around her, and in an instant, a delicate blue blade of grass appeared in her right hand. Waste martial soul, blue silver grass. You may step down. Su Yuntao, somewhat fatigued, shook his head, signaling the girl to retreat, too weary to conduct a soul power test. A common weed like blue silver grass, found everywhere on the continent, was inferior even to farming tools and could not possibly possess soul power. Following the little girl, it was Tang San's turn to step forward. Yet another waste martial soul, blue silver grass. Next, Chapter 2. Innate full soul power. When Tang San awakened his martial soul, the gathering golden light around him was significantly more abundant than that of the previous. Children Su Yuntao's eyes widened with joy as he fixated on Tang San's right hand, but when he beheld that familiar pale blue figure, his excitement dissipated in an instant. It was yet again the waste martial soul, blue silver, grass-wadded disappointment. As an ordinary deacon of the Martial Soul Hall, awakening a child with a powerful martial soul and bringing them into the hall would yield considerable rewards. The stark contrast of expectation and reality left Su Yuntao feeling quite disgruntled. Elder Jack, observing the awakening ceremony from the sidelines, looked even more dejected. If Tang San possessed the waste martial soul of blue silver grass, what of Luban? He likely wouldn't fare any better. At this moment, Elder Jack began contemplating how to console the children. His hard uncle, "May I please conduct a soul power test?" Upon hearing that he had awakened a waste martial soul, Tang San clenched his fists and implored with visible reluctance. However, Su Yuntao paid him no heed. After awakening so many martial souls, he felt utterly drained, with little soul power remaining. Irritated, he replied, "There's no need for a test. I've never seen anyone with soul power emerge from a standard waste martial soul like blue silver grass." He waved his hand, signaling the last child from Holy Soul Village, Luban, to step forward for his martial soul awakening uncle. "Please let little San try. I believe his blue silver grass is extraordinary, with the potential for divinity." Ofthe. Seeing Luban's resolute little eyes, Su Yuntao couldn't help but chuckle. These two children were increasingly audacious, truly exceptional in their own way. Come here. Testing it out wouldn't deplete his soul power. Su Yuntao smiled and nodded, considering it a way to satisfy the children's curiosity. As they approached, Tang San discovered that the blue crystal ball possessed 10 distinct scales. The moment he activated the Shantian skill, his internal energy surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam. 1 scale, 2 scales, 3 scales. As his energy poured out, the crystal ball used for testing soul power grew, increasingly luminous, ultimately dazzling the onlookers to the point of squinting. Heavens! Full soul power at 10 scales. At that moment, Su Yuntao was utterly astounded. He murmured, "How is this possible? Is innate full soul power?" The old village chief beside him was equally stunned. His beard tugged at in disbelief. Encountering a waste martial soul like Blue Silver with innate full soul power was a first for him. It was truly a sight to behold. Indeed, it was a dual martial soul. Unlike Su Yuntao and the other's astonishment, Luban, standing behind Tang San, quickly noticed the black hammer that emerged from Tang San's left hand behind his back. Despite the brief moment, he clearly discerned the silhouette of the Haotian hammer. I will explain later the next one. Please. Seeing Tang San's puzzled expression, Su Yuntao shook his head and gestured for Luban to step forward, taking his place in the center of the hexagram formation to continue. Presiding over the martial soul awakening ceremony. Relax. Do not be anxious. Once Luban stood firm, he felt golden specks of light continuously streaming towards him from the surrounding air, piquing his curiosity. Moreover, as the light points entered his body, he felt increasingly warm and at ease, as if the shackles binding him were being released. No, insufficient soul power. Su Yuntao, noticing the suddenly flickering hexagram formation, exclaimed and hastily channeled his soul power into the 6 black stones on the ground, replenishing the formations. Energy. He exerted his soul power to its limits to maintain the formation's operation. What is happening? However, once the awakening array stabilized, Su Yuntao felt a potent suction force emerge, making it impossible for him to cease the flow of soul power. His own soul power was being drained, and soon the fundamental soul power from his dantian began to be extracted. Alas, in that moment, Su Yuntao was close to tears, consumed by dread. His rank as a 26th level soul master plummeted to 25 in an instant, and the suction force from the formation showed no signs of abating. 24, 23 stopped this at once. 20 only when it reached the 20th level did the suction finally cease. At that moment, Su Yuntao collapsed to the ground, his body succumbing to exhaustion. His dilated pupils revealed his profound terror, and the color of the yellow soul ring beneath him had noticeably dimmed. Meanwhile, Luban within the hexagram formation was in an exceptionally good state, feeling warm all over, until he suddenly sensed the shackles dissolving and a diminutive figure, half a meter tall, appeared in his right hand. The little dwarf possessed a pair of striking, large eyes, with 2 bun-like hairstyles on either side of his head, clad in a soft yellow outfit, and carrying a petite red backpack in his left hand. He wielded a dragon-shaped gun, while in his right, a shark-mouthed cannon. He emitted taunting phrases. Come at me. You cannot hit me. Upon witnessing the awakening of his martial soul, Luban was momentarily struck with astonishment, his mouth agape, utterly flabbergasted. Isn't this Luban 7? Simultaneously, a system panel emerged before Luban. Host: Luban. Martial Soul: Luban 7. Martial Soul Talent: Archer Domain Resist Aura. Invincible Shark Cannon, 3000 Thunderfalls. Qualification: Innate Full Soul. Power: Jungle Level Up. Soul Power: 20-100. Soul Rings: None. Soul Bones: None. Soul Skills: None. Items: Beginner's Gift Pack. Wow. The astonishing Luban 7. Not only did he possess a gifted domain, but he also boasted an innate full soul power of 20. This meant he could immediately absorb 2 soul rings at the outset, becoming a grand soul master. Seeing his personal information, Luban was overwhelmed with exhilaration. His talent and qualifications were undoubtedly unmatched in the Douluo Continent, surpassing Tang San's dual martial souls and Xian Rengshu's innate full soul power of 20. Impossible! How could it be a useless martial soul dwarf? On the other side, Su Yuntao was rendered speechless upon seeing Luban 7. He could hardly believe that the martial soul he had awakened after expending so much soul power turned out to be a useless one. This was difficult for him to accept. It is well known that Blue Silver is the standard form of a useless weapon soul, while the little dwarf epitomizes a typical example of a useless beast soul. In Su Yuntao's memory, these 2 martial souls were akin to each other, but he never anticipated encountering both today. What a calamity! Sigh. Why is it another useless martial soul? The observing village chief, Old Jack, initially felt exhilarated by the commotion caused by Luban, but upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, his emotions plummeted like a roller coaster, spiraling down to despair. He clearly understood what a useless martial soul entailed. A useless martial soul? After the awakening of his martial soul, Luban's senses, including hearing and sight, were significantly heightened, allowing him to clearly hear Su Yuntao and Old Jack's hushed lamentations. Luban's lips quivered, and he inwardly scoffed. Such a dwarf, truly deserving of the title of the blind Deluncle. May I test my soul power? Chapter 3. Beginner's Gift Pack. Su Yuntao glanced at the exquisitely chiseled short-haired boy before him and nodded, subsequently handing over the blue crystal ball. His demeanor was markedly different from how he had treated Tang San. After all, This was the martial soul awakened after absorbing his 6th level soul power, and even if it was recognized as a useless martial soul by the soul master community, he was curious to see how the soul power would manifest. Luban extended his small hand and pressed it against the blue crystal ball, which was roughly the size of his head. With a focused intention, the soul power surged towards his right. Almost the first wisp of soul energy was infused. The testing crystal ball awakened like a ferocious beast, its gaping maw voraciously absorbing the energy. The soul power within Luban surged uncontrollably, drawn into the crystal sphere. 1 segment, 2 segments, as 10 segments filled. A resplendent blue sun once again emerged at the center of the grand hall, blinding all in its brilliance. Hiss! Su Yuntao inhaled sharply. Another instance of innate, full soul power. He felt on the verge of madness. Why was it always a useless martial soul? The immense disparity from before left him in a state of torment, helplessly watching the wave of unimaginable fortune slip away from him. Uncle, what is innate full soul power? As soon as Luban's soul power test concluded, Tang San hurriedly approached, eager to inquire. The innate soul power level determines the cultivation speed of soul power later on. After the completion of the martial soul awakening ceremony, Su Yuntao tidied up the equipment, calmed his emotions, and briefly explained some basic knowledge about martial souls. The strength of a soul master depends on 2 aspects: the martial soul and the soul power level. For similar or identical martial souls, the higher the soul power level, the greater the attribute bonuses for the soul master, thus making them stronger. At the same time, the innate soul power level also determines a soul master's potential. Those with an innate soul power lower than level 7 will never reach the rank of title Douluo, and those below level 1 will never hope to break through level 30 as a soul elder in their lifetime. As for having full innate soul power, that is the dream of all soul masters, representing the highest soul power achievable after the awakening of the martial soul. Moreover, it is said that there are no bottlenecks in later cultivation. Alas, what a pity if only you two had not been born with waste martial souls. Even a low-grade weapon or beast martial soul would have limitless potential. Saying this, Su Yuntao shook his head and sighed. He took out the stamp of the martial soul hall from his bag and pressed it on 2 pieces of paper, the content of which he had already written during the explanation. All right, the proof from the martial soul hall is ready, and the martial soul awakening ceremony is now concluded. Children, remember, my name is Su Yuntao, and I am your guide on the path of soul masters. With that, Su Yuntao shouldered his bag and left with a forlorn expression. What a bad day. Not only did he fail to discover any talent, but his soul power also inexplicably regressed by 6 levels. Who could he complain to about this? Master, can blue silver grass and a little dwarf really not cultivate? Just as Su Yuntao stepped out of the door of the martial soul hall in Holy Soul Village, he heard the anxious questioning of the village chief, Old Jack, from behind. Hearing this, Su Yuntao turned back and smiled bitterly. What do you think a piece of grass can cultivate into? Can a little dwarf evolve into a titan great ape? Awakening is the peak. What a pity. After the awakening ceremony, village chief Old Jack asked Luban to go home first. He wanted to see Tang San off. Their home was right next to the martial soul hall in the center of the village, while Tang San's home was at the west end of the village, quite far away. Old Jack was worried about letting a 6-year-old child like Tang San move around alone. After saying goodbye to Luban, Old Jack soon returned home. He summoned the personal system panel again and began to examine it carefully. Host, Luban Martial Soul. Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Full Innate Soul Power, Wild Level Up, Soul Power, 20-100, Soul Rings, None Soul Bones, None Soul Skills, None Items, Beginner's Gift Pack this time. The talent domain awakened by the martial soul surprisingly possesses 3 super powerful domain skills. Resist Aura. After the skill is activated, a golden elastic shield instantly forms around the user, which can resist skill attacks and also rebound against nearby enemies. Enemies hit by the resist aura will be knocked back and enter a state of dizziness for 1 second, with their attack, defense, speed, and strength halved for 5 seconds. The skill lasts for 20 seconds, and its duration and effect time will increase as the host's level rises. Invincible Shark Cannon. After the skill is activated, the Shark Cannon on the right hand of Luban number 7 will fire a fiery red soul power cannonball, dealing explosive damage to any enemy within the shooter domain. The attack effect deals double the damage of the current level's attack power. 3000 Thunderfalls. After the skill is activated, 9 waves of divine thunder will continuously fall within the shooter domain, launching single target or group attacks on enemies. The initial attack effect is 10% of the current level's attack power. The second wave of Divine Thunder will double the attack effect, and the subsequent 7 waves will continue to double the effect from the previous wave. The skill lasts for 9 minutes, with 1 wave of Divine Thunder attacking every minute. After reading about the domain skills, Luban was extremely excited and couldn't help but activate his shooter domain. The current shooter domain is centered around his body, with a coverage radius of 20 meters. Moreover, within the shooter domain, his attack, defense, speed, and strength are all boosted to an astonishing 2 times. After understanding the domain skills, Luban focused his mind and opened the Novice Gift Pack. Novice Gift Pack, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet, and Gamerboy Skin, etc. He clicked to view the system panel information. Jungle Knife. Artifact. When hunting soul beasts, attack power is doubled, with armor-piercing effects that ignore all soul beast defenses. During continuous attacks, the critical hit rate is 20, with the maximum critical hit effect being 10 times the current level's attack power. Gamerboy Skin. Artifact after use. Can change the appearance and form of the martial soul, increasing attack power by 1 time. After reading the item descriptions, Luban focused his mind, and an ancient-looking black storage bracelet instantly appeared on his right wrist. Wow, such a large space like a small mountain. Luban's mind reached into the storage bracelet to explore, and he was shocked by the vast space inside, thinking to himself that this must also be an artifact. At this moment, a 3-foot gray curved sword quietly lay in a corner inside the storage bracelet. Luban focused his mind, and the curved sword instantly appeared in his hand, looking ancient and understated. Is this the legendary jungle knife? Looking at the serrated blade and the grayish surface of the knife, Luban couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If he hadn't seen the introduction earlier, he would have thought it was an abandoned pig slaughtering knife. After checking the beginner's gift pack, Luban began to explore his martial soul. Lobon Kuiho, manifest. To unleash the extraordinary power beyond mortals, a soul master must activate their martial soul. Soul masters with beast martial souls must undergo martial soul manifestation. After the manifestation was successful, since he temporarily had no soul skills, Luban attempted a normal attack. Chapter 4. Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. An attack range of 20 meters, the same as the coverage area of a sharpshooter. At this moment, the trunk of a sycamore tree, as thick as an adult's waist, was continuously pierced by soul power energy balls the size of a fist. Luban held the dragon mouth gun in his left hand, spitting fire tongues, firing a soul power energy ball every second, and after 5 shots, he left 5 holes in the trunk. Hiss! Such strong power, such a long distance. If you remember correctly, Ma Hongjuan's first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, had an attack range of only 5 meters. Now, after manifesting his martial soul, the range of his normal attack had already surpassed most soul masters' first soul skill attack range. In the future, as his soul power increased and soul rings were added, the attack range would definitely be even greater. Isn't this just the template of a previous life marksman? Back to his old profession, Luban was overjoyed. In front of the marksman of his country, Wang Tang San didn't even have a chance to get close. Tremble, control system of the Douluo Continent's dual king. In front of his extreme output style, the control system was destined to become a joke. The initial attack range and attack power of Luban's 7th Spirit Ring were strong enough, and in the future, adding soul rings would make single target attacks efficient. The soul power light ball he just used was the strongest attack he could unleash with his level 20 soul power, stronger than bullets from his previous life. One shot was enough to take an ordinary person's life. Moreover, the power of normal attacks and the marksman domain could be adjusted freely. The smaller the power of the soul power light ball, the less soul power it consumed. The smaller the coverage of the marksman domain, the same would greatly reduce soul power consumption. After a series of experiments, Luban gained a clear understanding of his spirit. Oh wow, this appearance is too eye-catching. After the experiment, Luban went to a copper mirror and looked at his appearance after the spirit possession, feeling a wave of slight embarrassment. Left-hand dragon mouth gun, right-hand shark mouth cannon, and a red backpack on his back. He was still small now, so it didn't seem too impactful, even a bit cute. But later, when he grows up, if he still looks like this, it would be more embarrassing than the Shrek's poop green uniform. Fortunately, after possessing the 7th spirit, his height had not shrunk. Using the arcade kid skin, Luban willed it, and the god-level item spirit skin was instantly equipped. According to the system panel description, god-level skins could change the appearance of the spirit. So Luban hurriedly tried it out. Transform into a descendant. A handsome warrior in full golden armor, holding a sun-shooting bow appeared. Transform into a light, feathered Douluo. An old child with long silver hair, a left eye of ice and snow, holding a light feather bow emerged. Hiss! It can actually disguise. This is too amazing. After a series of attempts, Luban was extremely excited. With a god-level skin disguise, he would be much safer in his future actions. Otherwise, with Luban's seventh spirit being so eye-catching, it would be impossible to keep a low profile, bringing him endless trouble. Grandpa is back. After the spirit possession, Luban's spiritual awareness and mental power greatly increased, detecting that old Jack was not far from home. Retracting his spirit, Luban returned to his past innocent appearance. Seeing old Jack bend over, walking unsteadily into the house, Luban ran over with his short legs. Grandpa Jack. Old Jack, seeing this, was full of joy. Luban, Grandpa has decided to send you to the Soul Master Academy to study. Are you willing? As long as it makes Grandpa happy, I will do whatever Grandpa asks me to do. Luban raised his little head and said seriously. Old Jack rubbed his eyes. Good boy. As long as you obtain a soul ring, you can become a soul master. Grandpa and the Holy Soul Village are waiting to benefit from your glory. Hearing this, Luban, holding his tender little novel, confidently assured, Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely become the pride of the whole village. Old Jack couldn't help but laugh at Luban's little adult demeanor. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. It was the day for the new students to enroll in the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. Early in the morning, old Jack drove the carriage, taking Luban and Tang San to Notting City. Grandpa Jack, thank you for giving me the only work-study position available in Shanghan Village. Tang San said sincerely on the carriage, filled with gratitude. Attending the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy costs at least 10 gold soul coins each year, which is an expense that ordinary families cannot afford. However, Shanghan Village has a work-study position available every year due to the past presence of a soul sage, allowing one student to be exempt from tuition and accommodation fees. This time, the village chief old Jack gave the work-study student quota to himself. As a result, Luban could only enroll as a self-study student. Xiao San, don't be polite. Grandpa still has a bit of savings, so supporting Luban's education for a few years is manageable. Sighing, he continued, alas, it's tough for you having such an irresponsible alcoholic father. You will suffer again in these years. Thinking of the drunkard Tang Hao, old Jack felt very heartbroken. Don't worry, Grandpa Jack. Once I become a soul master, there will be plenty of ways to earn money, Tang San confidently said, holding Luban's small hand. When we are at the academy, I will definitely take good care of Luban and not let him be bullied. Good. You and Luban grew up together, so you must help each other when you get to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Seeing how sensible Tang San was, old Jack was extremely happy. Beside him, Luban also showed a happy expression, bumping fists with Tang San. It was much safer to stand behind Tang San, as he had an incredibly powerful title Douluo secretly protecting him. In the Douluo Continent, if one had no background, showing extraordinary talent could lead to a tragic end. Even Pope Bibi Dong couldn't escape such a fate, let alone someone like him with no background. Back then, Bibi Dong was accepted as a disciple by Qin Xuanji because of her twin martial soul's exceptional talent. And later she was forced to give birth to offspring for the angel lineage, having no freedom at all. If he were to show astonishing talent without a backer, his fate would definitely be worse than Bibi Dong's. The best case scenario would be to be taken away by a big family or sect for breeding. And the worst would be to be suffocated in the cradle. After living 2 lives, Luban understood human nature very well. Shanghan Village was right next to Notting City, just a short distance away. Old Jack drove the cart and arrived at the entrance of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy in half a day. Although Notting City wasn't very large, the Soul Master Academy was quite majestic. The archway, 30 meters wide, and the 3-meter-high courtyard walls were all made of high-quality granite. A rectangular wooden sign, made of precious red sandalwood, was hanging next to the archway, engraved with the words Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Just from the entrance, one could see the noble status of soul masters on the continent. Stop! Who are you bunch of country bumpkins? Is this a place you can come to? As old Jack brought Luban and Tang San to the entrance, they were stopped by the gatekeeper. Little brother, I brought the children to register. This is a proof issued by Master Su Yun Tao, an elder of the Wuhuan Hall in Notting City. Old Jack knew that the people in the city were proud, and he didn't mind the gatekeeper's rudeness. He took out 2 pieces of animal skin paper from his pocket and handed them over. Umph. The gatekeeper took the proof with disdain, glanced at it, and immediately smirked with sarcasm. Shanghan Village? Martial soul blue silver grass? Since when can a useless martial soul like blue silvergrass be considered innate full soul power? A blue silvergrass and a little dwarf? I say, old man. You have some nerve to bring a scam to the Soul Master Academy. Saying that, the gatekeeper directly threw the proof on the ground with a face full of disdain, telling them to roll away. He had been a gatekeeper for many years and had never seen blue silvergrass or a little dwarf exhibit soul power. You. Old Jack was so angry that his face turned red, and he couldn't contain his fury. It's black and white on paper, and it even has the seal of the Wuhuan Hall's elder. You're clearly making things difficult on purpose. We will go to the Wuhuan Hall and find Elder Su Yuntao to seek justice. Haha, this is really laughable, a bunch of country bumpkins. Do you really think the Wuhuan Hall is a place anyone can just enter? Seeing this, the gatekeeper spat heavily on the ground and sneered, an old scammer. Bringing two little scammers, what a joke. You little brat, who are you calling a scammer? Village Chief Old Jack, leaning on his cane, trembled as he questioned. What? Old man, are you looking for a fight? Before the gatekeeper's mocking words had even fallen, a tender fist suddenly came flying towards him. The fist was small, but exceptionally powerful, looking like a piece of natural jade upon closer inspection. Boom! At this moment, Tang San activated his Xian jade hand and punched the gatekeeper in the stomach, sending him flying. He had already silently recited the essence of the Tang sex, Xian Tian Bao Lu, knowing that there was no need to show mercy to an enemy with the intent to kill. Whoosh! 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 Being knocked away by a child made the gatekeeper extremely furious, and he quickly blew the whistle hanging around his neck to call for help. Who dares to cause trouble in front of the Soul Master Academy? Soon, the captain of the guards arrived with a group of subordinates. Seeing their comrade beaten, he was filled with rage. Captain, it's them. That old man brought a forged proof from the Wuhuan Hall to sneak into the academy. I stopped him, and they took the opportunity to attack. The gatekeeper said to the captain with a series of gestures. The bald-headed captain immediately understood. A 5 or 6-year-old child could take down an adult, which clearly indicated that he had awakened his martial soul and possessed soul power. However, they didn't quite understand the academy's unwritten rules. Not knowing to offer bribes at the entrance had led to the current situation. Damn it, they're bullying our Soul Master Academy. Capture them. The dignity of the guard team couldn't be lost. Otherwise, how would they collect tolls in the future? Saying that, the bald captain shouted and decisively activated his martial soul, instantly producing a dark red brick in his hand. His 7 or 8 subordinates followed suit, also activating their martial souls. In an instant, the brick squad appeared, charging aggressively toward Old Jack and the other two. Although a brick was also a useless martial soul, it was very imposing and sufficient to scare people, especially to intimidate those commoners. Xiao San, come back and hide behind Grandpa. Seeing the group of fierce men approaching, Old Jack was extremely worried and quickly called Tang San back, fearing for his safety. At this moment, however, Tang San stood firmly in place, frowning without any sign of retreat. He raised his right hand slightly, and the silent sleeve arrow was ready to fire. The last one, Luban, also frowned with anger, feeling that this group of watchdogs was truly excessive. It was time to teach them a lesson. If Tang San made a move, this group of people would definitely be injured or worse. After awakening his martial soul, Luban's vision and hearing had greatly improved, and he was keenly aware of Tang San's every move. He had already heard the sound of the silent sleeve arrow being loaded. Xiao San, watch me. At the critical moment, Luban stepped out from behind Old Jack and directly activated his martial soul. With a sudden flash, the dragon's mouth gun in his left hand lit up. Seeing this, Tang San halted the activation of the silent sleeve arrow and stepped aside to observe. It was his first time seeing Luban use his martial soul to attack, and he was very curious. His blue silver grass martial soul was a weapon martial soul and couldn't be used to fight yet, so he wanted to see how the beast martial soul performed. Did the useless martial soul of the little dwarf have some special attack method? Without calling back Tang San, Luban darted out from behind. Old Jack was startled and worried upon seeing this. He wanted to step forward to stop him, but realized it was too late. Da-da-da-da. One by one, soul power orbs erupted from Luban's left-hand dragon mouth gun, charging towards the guards with lightning speed. The bald captain and his group of lackeys hadn't reacted before they were blasted away by the powerful impact of the soul power orbs. They flew several meters away before crashing to the ground. In front of the primary Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, there was an immediate chorus of wails. This was still Luban deliberately lowering the firing speed of the soul power orbs, reducing their attack power. Otherwise, they could have pierced through the bodies of the guards in an instant. It should be noted that Luban was now a full innate level 20 soul power user. and the physical attribute increase brought by his martial soul awakening far exceeded that of ordinary people. In his previous life, it would be equivalent to possessing the top-level inner strength of 20 years, dealing with a group of utterly weak opponents without any inner strength. It was an absolute, overpowering situation with no chance of accidents. Hiss! What a strong attack power! Is this really a waste martial soul? At this moment, little Tang San's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned by Lu Ban's thunderous attack. At the same time, a hint of envy appeared in his gaze. The more he looked at the blue silver grass in his hand, the more he felt it was trash. No wonder everyone said beast martial souls were stronger than tool martial souls. Judging by Lu Ban's performance today, it was indeed the case. The soul power orbs Lu Ban fired just now gave him a sense of deadly threat. What's going on? The commotion near the academy gate caught the attention of some people inside. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with short black hair rushed over upon hearing the noise. Although the man had a face full of stubble and an ordinary appearance, he exuded an air of authority, resembling a leader of the academy. Hello, this teacher. I am the village head of Holy Soul Village, and I brought 2 children who awakened their martial souls to register. Old Jack, having been a village head for a lifetime, still had keen insight. Seeing the guards in a state of panic, he knew the identity of a newcomer was certainly not simple, so he quickly explained the events leading up to this moment. Sir, may I see the 2 certificates from the Martial Soul Hall? Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, Old Jack had already shoved the certificates into his hand. Martial Soul Blue Silver Grass, full innate soul power? Martial Soul Dwarf, full innate soul power? Huh. Upon seeing the certificates from the Martial Soul Hall, the middle-aged man's breathing immediately quickened. His excited heart, trembling hands, and the exhilaration on his face were impossible to suppress. A waste martial soul with full innate soul power? According to his theory of the top 10 core competitive powers of martial souls, he knew very well what this meant. These 2 certificates from the Martial Soul Hall were genuine. Sir, I apologize to you on behalf of the Academy for the previous incident. Please hand these 2 children over to me. After reading the certificates, the middle-aged man approached Old Jack and slightly bent his body to express his apology. Seeing this, the gloomy expression on Old Jack's face instantly disappeared, replaced by joy. He waved his hands repeatedly. It's no trouble at all, teacher. I'll trouble you with these 2 children. Old Jack handed Lu Ban and Tang San over to the middle-aged man, and after some reminders, he happily left. You all go to the Academic Affairs office to receive your punishment. The middle-aged man coldly glanced at the guards and said blandly. The guards were so frightened that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they nodded repeatedly, helping each other as they ran towards the Academic Affairs office. They could not afford to offend this person. Not only was he a great soul master, but he was also a friend of the dean. Seeing the middle-aged man standing with a righteous demeanor, Tang San spoke up, Teacher, thank you. Looking at the 2 sensible and obedient children in front of him, the middle-aged man shook his head with a wry smile and stated that he was not a teacher here. Upon hearing this, little Tang San was taken aback. Since he represented the academy, he was either a teacher or a leader. However, the middle-aged man shook his head repeatedly, revealing a sense of melancholy between his brows. Looking like someone whose ambitions had not been fulfilled. At a glance, it was clear he was a man with a story. Blue silver grass, dwarf, typical waste martial souls, yet possessing full innate soul power. How superficial and short-sighted the world's view is, only believing in what they think they know, unaware of the brilliant genius standing before them. Dual martial souls. Apart from the 2 of you, there have only been 2 others on the entire continent in the past century. Hearing the middle-aged man mention dual martial souls, both Tang San and Lu Ban were astonished. Tang San clenched his tender hands tightly, silently reciting the essence of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record. Master, you already have a path to death. Reborn in a different world, Tang San was quite wary of strangers and had a heavy murderous intent. Meanwhile, Lu Ban was surprised, but was also inwardly scoffing. The master was indeed a master. His theories were invincible, but it was a pity he encountered someone like him who was different. He, master, that set of theories does not work on him. Don't be surprised. I've spent my life researching martial soul-related knowledge and am referred to as a master in the industry. According to the first principle of my theory of the top 10 core competitive powers of martial souls, the size of innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul. It is clearly impossible for the recognized waste martial souls, blue silver grass and dwarf, to bear such a large innate soul power. Therefore, I am certain that besides blue, silver, grass, and dwarf, you have another martial soul, an extremely powerful martial soul. As the master spoke, he showed excitement. His theory of the top 10 core competitive powers of martial souls was his greatest pride in life. Nothing is absolute. Could we not be an exception? Upon hearing the master's explanation, Tang San's tense expression gradually relaxed. Fortunately, the master was only making a hypothesis. However, even if it was a theoretical assumption, the master had already gained his acknowledgement. At this moment, what surprised Tang San even more was that he did not expect Luban to also have a dual martial soul. Seeing Tang San and the two children with vigilant expressions, the master couldn't help but want to laugh. There are indeed exceptions, but such an exception absolutely would not happen with blue, silver, grass, and dwarf. In nearly 100 years, there have been a total of 19 individuals with full innate soul power on the continent, and none of them were not the most powerful beings in their respective fields. Powerful martial souls, apart from family inheritance, can also be obtained through extremely low probability mutations. Among those 19 individuals with full innate soul power, 5 were in this situation. Over the past few decades, I have investigated 647 individuals who awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul, and none of them had any mutations occur. The same goes for the dwarf martial soul. Among the 520 individuals I investigated who awakened the dwarf martial soul, there was not a single case of mutation. The master confidently explained, gesturing grandly. When it comes to the theory of martial souls, it's a strong suit, and he could talk about it for years without stopping. Luban listened with great interest. He had recently awakened the unique martial soul, Luban number 7, and was still puzzled about how to cultivate it and how to attach soul rings. According to his thoughts and personality, he definitely wanted to maximize attack power. However, he was still unclear about what type of soul beast could provide the highest attack attributes. The combination of martial soul attributes and soul ring attributes is quite intricate. With a renowned master guiding him, things would go much smoother. Otherwise, if the soul rings were attached incorrectly, he would lose the chance to change his fate for life, affecting him forever. From what he understood from his previous life, the master was incredibly kind to his students, akin to a caretaker on the path of cultivation, providing immense help to Tang San in the early stages. This laid the most solid foundation for Tang San's later breakthroughs. While Luban was deep in thought, Tang San had already spoken up first. Please accept us as your disciples. You really want to be my students? The master asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Excitement barely contained in the depths of his gaze. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, he found it nearly impossible to break through level 30 in his lifetime and could only engage in theoretical research. He had been mocked for the mutation of the most powerful beast martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, into the 3 canon. Although he believed his theories were invincible and greatly helpful to soul masters, no one was willing to try them. Just imagine, who would recognize a theory proposed by a waste? It was truly a regretful thing that the results of his lifetime of hard work went unrecognized. But now, with the appearance of Tang San and Luban, 2 super geniuses, the master saw a glimmer of hope. A hope that one day his 10 core competitiveness theories in martial souls would be esteemed in the soul master community. Yes, teacher, your extensive knowledge is unparalleled. I believe there is no other theoretical master as outstanding as you in the entire Notting Academy. Hearing the praises and recognition from little Tang San, the master's eyes became warm. All right, from now on, you 2 will be my direct disciples. The master affectionately rubbed Tang San's and Luban's heads. He then took them to the Academic Affairs Office to complete their enrollment procedures. In Holy Spirit Village, Tang San, martial soul blue silver grass, innate full soul power. In Holy Spirit Village, Luban, martial soul dwarf, innate full soul power. Hiss, both kids have innate full soul power? When Director Su saw the proof from the martial soul hall, he exclaimed in shock. What? Innate full soul power? The other teachers in the office immediately jumped up from their seats. Chapter 7. The Boss of Dormitory 6. Innate full soul power is an existence that only exists in legends. Today they encountered it, and 2 at once. When the teachers gathered around, Director Su shook his head and sighed. What a pity. One is blue silver grass and the other is a little dwarf. Both are useless martial souls. Hiss, how could this be? In the office, several teachers exchanged the proof, each showing expressions of regret. The line between genius and waste is truly thin. Director Su, Tang San and Luban are my disciples. Could you please help them with the enrollment procedures? The master said lightly, not noticing how the other teachers looked at him. He then turned to Tang San and Luban. instructing, "You two go ahead and complete the enrollment procedures, familiarize yourselves with the academy environment, and I will find you later." After saying this, the master left with his hands behind his back. Huh. Hearing this, all the teachers in the office, including Director Su, looked astonished and strange. "You actually worship the master as your teacher? Is that not allowed?" Tang San frowned in confusion. Seeing Director Su's signaling gaze, the other teachers hesitated, swallowing their words. Tang San, Holy Spirit Village work-study student, tuition and accommodation free, dormitory building room 7. Luban, Holy Spirit Village self-study student, tuition and accommodation fee, a total of 10 gold soul coins, dormitory building room 6. After completing the enrollment procedures, Director Su also handed a set of uniforms to Tang San and Luban each. Once registered, from now on, you are first-year students at Nodding City Junior Soulmaster Academy. You can go to the backyard to complete the accommodation procedures. There are dedicated teachers in charge there. As soon as Tang San and Luban stepped out of the academic affairs office, they heard the mocking voices of the professors inside. No wonder they're useless martial souls. They actually worship a waste as their teacher. Yes, the master is just a joke in the soul master community. How can anyone take it seriously? Ofthe. He can only fool the little kids from the countryside. Haha, starting today, our academy will add 2 more little wastes. The master's theory of waste will have successors. With the awakening of their martial souls and innate full soul power, Tang San and Luban's physical attributes were significantly enhanced. As they walked far from the academic affairs office, they could still clearly hear the ridicule from inside. "Luban, don't mind what those people say. Trust my choice," Tang San comforted, patting Luban's shoulder. He had a strong mental resilience from his 2 lifetimes and would not be swayed by the outside noise. He just feared that Luban's young heart would be hurt. "Little San, I trust you." Luban nodded firmly. The two walked out of the teaching building, crossed the playground, and arrived at the dormitory building in the backyard. The dormitory building had 3 floors and was quite impressive from the outside, easy to find. The first floor was the office for dormitory management. The second floor was for student dormitories, and the third floor was for teachers' dormitories. Tang San and Luban went to the office on the first floor to complete their accommodation registration. The teacher in charge of accommodation provided them with a detailed introduction about the dormitory situation. There were a total of 7 student dormitories in the whole academy. Each year had its own self-study dormitory, and the last one was a work-study dormitory, where all work-study students from grades 1 to 6 mixed together regardless of age. After understanding the situation, Luban and Tang San left the office to find their beds. "Little San, I've arrived. See you later." Luban said goodbye as he reached the door of room 6. Tang San nodded and headed straight for room 7. Room 6 housed first-year students who had just awakened their martial souls. The entire dormitory was extremely spacious, with 30 single beds, each 1 meter wide, arranged in 2 rows from the outside in. The bedding was brand new, and the environment was excellent. As soon as Luban walked into room 6, he heard the cheerful laughter of children playing inside. A group of children around 6 years old surrounded a chubby little boy in a fancy robe, boasting loudly. "Boss Xiao is mighty." Luban ignored them and went directly to his bed. "Number 30. This is the bed number assigned to him by the dormitory manager. The bedding is complete and quite nice." Luban placed his luggage on the bed and was just about to tidy up when he heard a childish shout. "Hey, new kid, aren't you going to come over and pay your respects to Boss Xiao?" Luban glanced at the group nearby, but remained silent and continued to organize his bed. Where did this wild kid come from? He really doesn't understand any rules. Seeing this, Boss Xiao raised an eyebrow, showing his displeasure. "Kid, I'll count to 10. If you don't come over to greet me, I'll make sure your mother doesn't recognize you. 1, 2, boys, go get him." By the time he counted to 10, without seeing Luban take any action, Boss Xiao's face turned ashen with anger. He waved his chubby little hand, commanding his underlings to beat Luban. Just as 7 or 8 little boys rushed forward a few steps, a dragon's roar echoed, and a dazzling blue giant dragon appeared. The dragon was 3 to 4 meters high, circling around Luban and spiraling up to the ceiling. The pressure generated by a level 20 soul power was enormous for a 6-year-old child who had just awakened their martial soul and had soul power under level 10. At this moment, a group of children in the dormitory, including Boss Xiao, were so frightened that they sat trembling on the ground. Seeing this, Luban couldn't help but smile, feeling extremely pleased. As expected of a divine-level skin, the video game kid's disguise was quite intimidating. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus? How is that possible? Are you from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family? Boss Xiao exclaimed, his face turning pale at the sudden appearance of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family was a powerhouse among the 3 sects on the continent, and they were not something the small Xiao family could provoke. Kid, you're not old, but you're quite knowledgeable. Putting away his martial soul, Luban brushed off the dust from his clothes and casually walked up to Boss Xiao. What do you want? I'll tell you not to act recklessly. My father is the Lord of Nodding City, and my brother is the chief boss of the entire academy. Seeing Luban approach with a fierce expression, Boss Xiao was almost scared to tears. Oh, no wonder you're so arrogant. Do you think I would be afraid of your Xiao family? Luban walked up to Boss Xiao and lightly patted his face a few times, disdainfully saying, You're the boss of the 6th dormitory? Hearing this, Boss Xiao instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head in denial. That was in the past. From now on, you're the boss of our dormitory. Boss Xiao stood up, his face flushed, and said begrudgingly, looking quite obsequious, Do you have any objections? Seeing Boss Xiao concede, Luban turned to the other students in the 6th dormitory and asked casually. The others shook their heads and answered in unison, No objections. Very well, from now on I, Luban, am the boss of the 6th dormitory. Since I'm a boss, what kind of respect should you show? At that moment, Luban's aura surged, exuding dominance. The students of the 6th dormitory lined up on both sides and bowed in unison. Greetings, boss. Chapter 8. What's so great about the 2nd floor being the boss certainly has its perks. Luban looked around and said to everyone, starting with Boss Xiao, Let's all introduce ourselves. Boss, my name is Xiao Qinyang. My martial soul is a wolf. My innate soul power is level 2. And I'm from the Xiao family in Nodding City. After Xiao Qinyang finished his introduction, the others followed suit. Luban nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Everyone from Nodding City will receive 1 gold soul coin as a greeting gift. Xiao Qinyang, you get 2. Huh? This. Upon hearing Luban demand a meeting gift, the members of the 6th dorm exchanged glances, stunned. They couldn't help but mutter in their hearts, Does the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family really lack this little money? What? Do you have any thoughts? Luban raised his right hand, clenched into a fist, and lightly blew on it, questioning casually. Xiao Qinyang was so frightened that he shivered all over, quickly touched his chest, and took out 2 shiny gold soul coins from his inner pocket. He bent down and handed them to Luban. Taking the lead, the other students from Nodding City, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly followed suit and took out their gold soul coins. With the gold soul coins in hand, it was already past noon, time for lunch. Luban had someone lead the way straight to the academy cafeteria. The cafeteria of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy is located next to the dormitory building, in a separate 2-story building divided into upper and lower floors. The first floor sells cheap meal sets, a gathering place for working students. The second floor is a place for individual orders, relatively expensive, usually where the noble students of Nodding City and academy teachers dine. Just as Luban arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria, he heard a chaotic noise inside and a bout of arguing. Oh, ISNT, that the poor ghost from Wang Sheng's group of working students? Ha! They'll only ever eat on the first floor. What is so great about the second floor? When Luban walked into the cafeteria, he saw a little girl in a blue school uniform, with rabbit ear decorations on her head and a scorpion tail braid, waving her fists at the second floor, looking fierce, as if she was about to rush up and hit someone. Although her appearance was fierce, her round and chubby face was exceptionally cute. At that moment, the little girl was being pulled back by Tang San. Otherwise, she would have definitely charged up to the second floor to fight. The senior student named Wang Sheng leaned down to whisper in the little girl's ear, Sister Xiao Wu, the second floor is a place for individual orders. It's very expensive. We really can't afford it. Tang San comforted from behind. Xiao Wu, forget it. Don't argue with them. Xiao San. So you're really scared. Xiao Wu muttered unhappily, feeling very displeased at being mocked by those senior students on the second floor. It's just a meal. How expensive can it be? Sister Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. If you don't have a gold soul coin, don't go to the second floor. If you're not careful, the meal cost will exceed the limit. Wang Sheng continued to advise. Gold soul coins? What are those? Hearing this, Xiao Wu frowned and asked. The other working students nearby exchanged glances, not even knowing what gold soul coins are. How poor must Xiao Wu's family be? Xiao San. Just then Luban arrived, followed by a group of first-year little brothers, exuding an impressive aura. Luban, you're here. Seeing his village mate, Tang San showed a happy expression. Xiao San, what are you standing here for? Let us go to the second floor for lunch. I'll treat you. Luban waved his hand casually, showing off his wealthy demeanor. Really? Tang San hadn't reacted yet when Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, was already beaming with joy. Xiao San, he is your friend? Xiao Wu looked at Luban, who was about the same height as her her beautiful eyes sparkling, thinking this kid is really handsome. His looks are much better than Tang San's. Yes, this is my childhood playmate, Luban. Facing her inquiry, Tang San nodded. Luban, this is our 6th dorm leader, Xiao Wu. Behind Xiao Wu stood all of Tang San's roommates from his 6th dorm. Tang San briefly introduced everyone to Luban. Hello. Luban smiled and nodded in greeting. Since he asked Xiao San's friend, then he asked my friend too. Xiao Wu skipped over to Luban, naturally patted his shoulder, and said, if anyone bullies you, tell me. Sister Xiao will stand up for you. Let's go to the 2nd floor. I want to see what is so great about it. Xiao Wu turned her head and glanced at the onlookers on the 2nd floor, snorting coldly. Luban rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to be so familiar. 2nd floor, Luban this? Tang San asked with a puzzled expression. He knew the situation at village chief Old Jack's home very well and knew they weren't wealthy enough for Luban to be so extravagant. Seeing Tang San's doubt, Luban smiled calmly and turned his head to give a signal to the little brothers behind him. Boss, you're new here. You shouldn't be the one to treat everyone. Since we're all going to the 2nd floor for lunch, today's meal will be covered by me, Xiao Qinyang. Xiao Qinyang said to Tang San and Xiao Wu's group of working students, as if this little meal money was nothing to him. Seeing this, Tang San no longer declined and followed Luban to the 2nd floor. What is going on? The working students' poor ghosts are going to the 2nd floor? Crazy. Are they really going to confront Boss Xiao? Didn't Wang Sheng just get beaten up a few days ago? Where did the working students get the guts to challenge Boss Xiao's authority? Haha, it seems that the poor ghosts among the working students are getting restless again. Hey, Boss Xiao, someone thinks he's tough again. As soon as they reached the 2nd floor, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the other working students from the 6th dorm were met with many pointing fingers. The Boss Xiao who had mocked them earlier led people over. Oh, feeling tough today? Wang Sheng, planning to live on dirt for the next few days? Boss Xiao's words instantly caused a burst of laughter on the 2nd floor. With the working students' background, eating one meal on the 2nd floor would equal them eating on the 1st floor for an entire semester. Xiao Qinyang, you're well informed. Tell me who this barking dog in front of us is? Surrounded by a group of people pointing fingers, Luban was completely unbothered, remaining very calm. However, the one he named, Xiao Qinyang, had his head lowered like a bean sprout, looking very guilty. Quietly, he said behind Luban, Boss. He our Nodding Academy's top boss, Xiao Qinyu, a 6th-year student. Xiao Qinyu? Isn't that Xiao Qinyang's brother? No wonder when Boss Xiao appeared. Xiao Qinyang quietly hid behind him, not daring to show his face. At this moment, Luban suddenly realized, Brother, why are you hanging out with this group of work-study students? The Soul Master's hearing is exceptionally sensitive. As soon as Xiao Qinyang spoke, he was discovered by his brother, Xiao Qinyu. Speak the truth. Luban turned around and warned indifferently. Hearing this, Xiao Qinyang was scared and nodded, weakly stepping forward. Brother, this is our 6th dormitory's boss, Luban. Chapter 9. Show your 2nd martial soul. What did you say? Upon hearing his brother recognize Luban as the boss, the arrogance on Xiao Qinyu's face disappeared instantly, turning pale with anger. A member of the prestigious Xiao family, from the first family in Nodding City, actually acknowledges an unknown little brat as his boss. This is truly embarrassing. Brother, I'll explain it to you when we get back. Xiao Qinyang scratched his head, looking helpless. What could he do? Not only could he not win, but he also couldn't afford to offend them. Before school started, his city lord repeatedly instructed him not to provoke the children from big families, and Xiao Qinyang clearly remembered that. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family empire wouldn't dare to provoke them, let alone their small Xiao family. Little Qinzi, considering he's your brother, let today's incident go. Luban, dressed in a blue school uniform, waved his hand, exuding a big boss demeanor that shocked the surrounding students. They began to whisper among themselves, who is this guy? Damn, how can he be so impressive? Lead the way, let us eat. Luban said casually with his small hands behind his back. Xiao Qinyang immediately understood and hurried to lead the way. Next, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and a group of work-study students followed Luban to the 2nd floor to feast, infuriating Xiao Qinyu and the other noble children in the city. Luban, you were so cool just now. At the dining table, Xiao Wu chewed on a carrot, continuously praising him. Looking at Luban, her eyes sparkled with admiration. You are the boss of the 6th dormitory, and I am the boss of the 7th dormitory. We should spar sometime. Huh? Upon hearing this, Luban's mouth twitched, and he inwardly complained. Truly a violent little rabbit. After lunch, the master found Tang San and Luban and took them back to his residence. The master lived on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building, in a teacher's apartment that belonged to him. It had 3 rooms and 2 halls, and the area was not small. It was also equipped with a study. And although the decoration was not luxurious, it was very clean and elegant, filled with a scholarly atmosphere. Release your second martial soul. Let me see. Tang San, you go first. After the master finished speaking, Tang San extended his left hand, activated the Xiantian skill, and gathered soul power towards his left hand. Soon, a dark hammer with purple gold stripes appeared. The handle was 3 feet long, and the head resembled a forging hammer in a standard cylindrical shape. Its exterior looked ancient and understated, yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. With just one glance, the master immediately recognized it as the Haotian hammer, the top-ranked weapon martial soul. All right, put it away. The master suppressed his excitement and said with a face full of enthusiasm, remember, don't use your second martial soul in front of others unless absolutely necessary. Why? What's the name of my second martial soul? Is there something taboo about it? Tang San asked, puzzled. That hammer is called the Haotian hammer, the most powerful existence among weapon martial souls. As for the rest, it's not time for you to know yet. Remember, everything your teacher does is for your own good. Now, tell me about your family situation. The Haotian hammer? Seeing the master remain silent about the Haotian hammer, Tang San stopped pressing for answers. He then told the master about living with his father in Holy Soul Village for the past few years, to which the master had a look of as expected. He never imagined that his idol would become so destitute. He really wanted to know what happened back then, but unfortunately, he didn't have that qualification. Luban, release your second martial soul. After understanding Tang San's martial soul, the master turned his attention to Luban. Teacher, actually, I only have one martial soul. Luban scratched his head, awkwardly saying. He had wanted to clarify earlier, but unfortunately, the master hadn't given him the chance to speak. Impossible. My theory cannot be wrong. Upon hearing Luban insist that he only had one martial soul, the master decisively denied it. Release your little dwarf martial soul. Let me see. Then he thought that a 6-year-old child shouldn't lie, and the master secretly wondered if there had been a misjudgment during the Soul Hall's verification of martial souls. This situation has happened before. In the study, Luban began to meditate, using his mind to direct his soul power to gather in his right hand. Soon, the Luban No. 7 martial spirit appeared again. It stood at the height of an adult's knee, holding a dragon's mouth gun in its left hand and a shark's mouth cannon in its right hand, with a small red backpack on its back. Its large Castellan eyes blinked cutely, making it exceptionally adorable. Seeing this, the master showed a look of surprise. This indeed looks very much like a dwarf martial soul, but it is slightly different. Luban No. 7 is dressed too exquisitely and is holding a toy. Such a funny dwarf martial soul is something the master has never encountered in his life. Luban, are you really sure you have only awakened one martial soul? The master finally asked. Luban nodded sincerely yes. It shouldn't be. At this moment, the master scratched his head, expressing his confusion. Teacher, could it be the mutated martial soul you mentioned before? Tang San reminded from the side. The master shook his head upon hearing this. Currently, it can indeed only be explained as a mutated martial soul, but it is almost impossible for a waste martial soul to suddenly mutate into a top-tier innate, full soul power martial soul. The probability of a mutated martial soul appearing is already quite low, not to mention suddenly becoming such a powerful top martial soul. What is happening to Luban is truly incredible. Teacher, could it be that the martial soul I awakened is a brand new martial soul that is not recorded in the continent's historical materials? Luban pretended to ask. The probability of such an occurrence is extremely low, almost impossible. The master then explained to Luban and Tang San the reasons behind the emergence of martial souls. For most people, the emergence of a martial soul is either inherited from the father or from a mother. In addition, there's also the previously mentioned extremely low probability of mutated martial souls. However, even mutated martial souls are derived from one of the parents' martial souls and cannot appear as a new species out of thin air. According to historical records, Douluo Continent has been around for hundreds of thousands of years, and in such a long time, the existing martial souls have almost all been recorded. From nearly 10,000 years of historical records, no new martial souls have been discovered. Luban, how could you think that the martial soul you awakened is a new martial soul? The master was puzzled and finally subconsciously asked. Luban did not answer directly, but instead asked back, Teacher, is the highest innate full soul power only level 10? Yes, one soul power reaches level 10. It will hit a bottleneck, at which point it is necessary to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings to continue the cultivation. The master took the opportunity to give Luban and Tang San a brief introduction to soul rings. But why do I feel that my soul power exceeds level 10? Huh? Luban asked again, catching the master off guard. He thought to himself, why does this child have so many strange questions? This disciple of mine is a bit peculiar. Could it really be a mutated martial soul? He is well aware that some mutated martial souls can make a person become an idiot. At this moment, Luban's intelligence clearly seems to be a bit off. Chapter 10. Extreme output flow impossible, according to the continent's historical records. No one with innate, full soul power has ever exceeded level 10. The master shook his head and smiled wryly, his attitude firmly rejecting the idea. Such an irregular thing was fundamentally impossible in his eyes. Teacher, does the academy have a device to test soul power? I want to test my soul power level. It's time to show my talent. Otherwise, how can I convince the master? Since you want to test your soul power, then follow me. The master said with a calm smile. The academy certainly had soul tools for testing soul power. It would be a hassle to conduct the test anyway. So it was just to satisfy the child's curiosity. Thus, the master took Luban and Tang San to the academy's laboratory. The laboratory could be said to be the most precious place in the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, housing a set of soul tools that could test soul power levels, capable of measuring up to level 30. Xiao San, you go test first. Upon arriving at the laboratory, the master gestured for Tang San to go first. Following the master's instructions, Tang San walked to the center of a circular platform in the laboratory, which had a diameter of about 2 meters and was tiered. At the top stood a 1-meter-high, cylindrical jade pillar, with a blue crystal ball the size of basketball on top. Tang San walked up to the top of the steps, and his small hand barely reached the crystal ball, like he did previously at the Spirit Hall in Holy Soul Village to test his soul power. He extended his right hand and gently pressed it against the testing crystal ball. As it absorbed Tang San's soul power, the crystal ball suddenly brightened, and the numbers on the display device below soared. 1, 2, 3. It stopped just short of 10. Did you see that? Innate full soul power is level 10. The master said, rubbing Luban's head with a confident smile. He then gestured for Luban to come up for the test. Luban, with his short legs, stepped up the stairs, reached the top of the testing platform, and placed his small hand on the blue crystal ball. The crystal ball glowed brightly again, and the numbers on the display screen surged. 1, 2, 3, 10. Under the watchful eyes of the master and Tang San, the numbers on the display screen soared again. 11, 12. Hiss! The master gasped in shock. Tang San beside him also stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Teacher, what's going on? The master ignored Tang San's question, staring intently at the display screen without blinking. 20 level? My God, how is that possible? When he saw the final test value displayed on the screen, the master was already so shocked that he didn't know what to say. A miracle. He had witnessed a miracle in the soul master world today. My goodness, innate full soul power at level 20. This is like a dream. The master rubbed his eyes and shook his head, realizing that everything before him was real and not an illusion. His theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls would have to add another point from now on, because the current situation could not be explained by mutated martial souls. It was most likely that a new martial soul had appeared in the soul master world, and he was the witness. After the test was completed, the master took Luban and Tang San back to his residence. Along the way, his heart was racing with excitement. His two disciples were each more extraordinary than the other. If the dual martial souls were considered peerless talents, then the unheard-of innate, full soul power at level 20 was undoubtedly a peerless prodigy that overshadowed an entire era. The matter of testing soul power today must not be leaked to anyone. Back in the study, the master looked seriously at his two disciples and warned them. Luban, never reveal your soul power in front of outsiders when you don't have the ability to protect yourself. Tang San has dual martial souls, even if outsiders find out. Given his background, the safety issue is not significant. But Luban is different. He has no powerful background. If other major families or the Spirit Hall learns of his monstrous talent, he will be in danger. Either he will be wooed and lose his freedom, or he'll be snuffed out. Understood. Luban and Tang San nodded in agreement. Very good. The master felt gratified and happy to see his two disciples so obedient and sensible. Teacher, is there a difference between innate full soul power at level 20 and level 10? Luban looked up and asked, his big eyes sparkling with curiosity. Of course, there is a difference, and it's quite significant. The master suppressed his excitement and explained. According to my theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, Innate soul power not only determines the cultivation speed in later stages, but also has a significant impact on the addition of soul rings. The higher the innate soul power level, the faster the cultivation speed, and the higher the years of the first soul ring that can be added. According to my previous experiments, the maximum age for a soul master to obtain their first soul ring by hunting soul beasts is 423 years. If it exceeds this limit, they won't be able to absorb it. Otherwise, they will die from explosion. After the soul ring is added, in addition to providing a soul skill for the soul master, it also enhances the physical attributes. The stronger the physical attributes, the greater the years of soul rings obtained from hunting soul beasts. With innate full soul power at level 10, the maximum age for the first soul ring is 423 years. I dare to predict that with innate full soul power at level 20, the maximum age for the first soul ring will undoubtedly increase exponentially. The master continuously explained the basic knowledge about soul masters to Luban and Tang San. Tang San listened with envy, realizing that Luban's talent was even better than his as a transmigrator. Xiao San, you don't need to be discouraged. Your dual martial soul talent is not much worse than Luban's. Although Luban's soul ring years are higher than yours, your second martial soul can still continue to add soul rings, so your overall strength won't be lacking. The master noticed a change in Tang San's expression and comforted him. It's perfectly normal for children to compare themselves with each other. All right, now let me talk to you about the development direction of martial souls. The master continued his lecture. The Junior Soul Master Academy is specifically for teaching the basic knowledge of martial souls. Mastering the foundational theories is essential to avoid detours, which is very important for the future development of soul masters. Soul masters can generally be divided into two types: beast martial souls and tool martial souls. For example, Xiao San's blue silver grass plant martial soul belongs to the tool martial soul category. When using beast martial souls, they draw upon the power of the beast to enhance their own abilities. In contrast, tool martial souls operate externally. Thus, various development directions for soul masters have evolved based on beast and tool martial souls, such as control, combat, healing, reconnaissance, and food systems, etc. Before adding a soul ring, a soul master must first decide on the future development direction of their martial soul, so they can develop in a specific direction and maximize their martial soul's potential. After finishing his lecture, the master offered his opinion. Xiao San, your blue silver grass martial soul, as a plant martial soul, is best suited for the control system. As for Luban, Thinking of Luban, the master suddenly looked embarrassed. He had been so busy testing soul power that he forgot to investigate Luban's martial soul abilities. Chapter 11. Four-Eyed Cat, Eagle Flanders. Luban, your martial soul is quite special. I believe it should be a newly emerged martial soul on the continent. As a new martial soul, since there are no precedents to refer to, one must be very cautious when choosing a development direction. The master expressed his thoughts. His brow furrowed. With Luban's talent being so good, if the wrong martial soul development direction is chosen, it would be troublesome. Next, I need to study this carefully. Teacher, I want to pursue an extreme output build. Just when a master was feeling troubled about Luban's future development direction, Luban decisively expressed his thoughts. With the system panel present, he was very clear about his martial soul. What is extreme output flow? Where did you hear that? The master was taken aback when he suddenly heard Luban mention a new term, filled with curiosity. Where could a 6-year-old child have heard such a strange phrase? Teacher, when my martial soul awakened, I silently awakened some knowledge about martial souls in my mind. The so-called extreme output flow means focusing all points on attack, following the extreme attack route. In the future, the attributes of the attached soul rings will also lean towards the attack direction. After Luban explained, the master was astonished, his eyes wide open. He didn't expect Luban's martial soul to be so magical with its own explanation. As far as he knew, the extreme flow had only appeared in one sect on the continent, which was the Haotian sect. All disciples of the Haotian sect have the Haotian hammer as their martial soul, and many of them follow the pure power extreme attack route. These secrets were discovered in the documents he once collected at the Spirit Hall. It took a tremendous cost for the Spirit Hall to investigate them. Yet unexpectedly, a 6-year-old child like Luban could casually utter such astonishing words. Suddenly, the master thought of something else, his breathing heavy, and said with concern, Luban, the extreme output flow has significant drawbacks. I suggest you pursue a balanced development direction. The extreme output flow is exceptionally difficult for soul masters. Take the disciples of the Haotian sect, who pursue extreme power. Very few succeed, just a handful. The requirements for extreme output are too high for soul beasts. Other soul masters focus on soul skills when hunting soul beasts for soul rings, but the extreme output flow is different. They emphasize extreme attribute bonuses. The disciples of the Haotian sect who pursue extreme power must specifically seek out pure power-type soul beasts for hunting. They value the power attribute bonuses provided by the soul rings, not the soul skills. However, such extreme attribute soul beasts are exceedingly rare and difficult to find, especially the high-level pure extreme power soul beasts, which are nearly extinct on the continent. This greatly restricts the disciples of the Haotian sect who pursue extreme output. While most soul masters spend their time cultivating, those disciples are either searching for soul beasts or on their way to find them. A significant part of their future achievements depends on luck. If they are unfortunate and cannot find suitable soul beasts, then the extreme output flow becomes useless. The risk of pursuing the extreme output flow is too high. The master expressed his concerns, stating that the types of soul beasts with pure attack attributes are not only few, but also extremely hard to find. Time is particularly precious for soul masters before the age of 20. We cannot waste time searching for soul beasts. By the way, summon your martial soul. I want to see its attack capability. Upon hearing the master's words, Luban released his martial soul, Luban number 7, and began a simple demonstration. Master, the greatest feature of my martial soul is its long attack range. Even without a soul ring, the attack range can reach 20 meters. Tap, 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 tap. Saying this, Luban manifested his martial soul, moved to the window of the study, and began to shoot at a large tree outside. With his left-handed dragon mouth gun continuously firing, a group of sparrows perched on the tree were instantly hit from about 20 meters away. The master and Tang San were left dumbfounded, utterly shocked. Oh my god, this attack range is incredible. Even without a soul ring, it's this far. If you had a soul ring, the scene would be unimaginable. In future battles, you could just output crazily from the back, and the enemy's health will drop drastically, without even seeing who attacked them. I understand now why you want to pursue the extreme output flow. At this moment, the master finally recognized the terrifying potential of extreme output flow. So do you agree? Luban asked, looking up. This matter must gain the recognition and guidance of the master. After all, he currently has no ability to hunt soul beasts, let alone the extremely rare pure attack attribute soul beasts. You two should go back first. Wait for my message. I need to study this thoroughly in the next couple of days. After Luban and Tang San left, the master stood by the window, thinking for a long time. He sighed from time to time, saying, "Old friend, I'm going to trouble you again this time." If it weren't for the appearance of Luban and Tang San, the master had already planned to live in seclusion at the Nodding City Intermediate Soul Master Academy to end his remaining life. The arrival of these two genius disciples changed everything, rekindling the cold ashes of his frozen heart. After coming to a realization, the master walked down from a dormitory building and headed towards the Nodding City post office. In Soto City, at the Shrek Soul Tool specialty store, a middle-aged man in his 50s was lying on a rocking chair, reading a magazine, when he suddenly heard someone shouting at the door. "Is Mr. Flender here? There's an urgent letter for you." Upon hearing about the urgent letter, Flender got up and walked out, taking the letter from the postman. "Who is this?" Flender adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, looking puzzled. It had been many years. He never expected someone would still send him a letter. After opening the letter, Flender was momentarily stunned. "Ah, Xiaogang, you finally thought to contact me." Seeing the handwriting of Yu Xiaogang, Flender was quite moved. The beautiful memories of his youth with Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong traveling across the continent instantly flooded his mind. Fastno Province, Nodding City. "I can't believe you've gone to such a remote place." Upon receiving the letter, Flender wasted no time. He summoned his martial spirit and rushed to Nodding City. Flender's martial spirit is the four-eyed cat eagle, a flying type beast spirit, and he is extremely fast. It only took him half a day to arrive in Nodding City that evening and meet the master. At the full customer fragrance restaurant in Nodding City, in a VIP box on the second floor, Yu Xiaogang hosted a banquet for Flender and informed him of his intentions. Upon hearing this, Flender shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Xiaogang, I thought you had figured things out. It turns out you have taken in 2 disciples. What kind of disciples are so important to you? Besides, is it really necessary for a soul sage like me to help you obtain the first soul ring?" Hearing that the master wanted him to assist in hunting soul beasts, Flender was extremely surprised. Helping a 6-year-old child hunt soul beasts? Isn't that using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You do realize I'm a level 78 soul sage, right? These 2 disciples I've taken in are not ordinary. They both possess innate full soul power. What? Innate full soul power? Or are there 2? Flender was stunned upon hearing this. wondering when innate full soul power became so common. But even with innate full soul power, you should be able to handle it at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, right? Chapter 12. A small test of skills. After Flender's shock, he calmed down, looking puzzled. Hunting a soul beast to obtain the first soul ring. With Master S strength at 29 and the help of the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy, should be sufficient. After all, the age of the soul beast for the first soul ring is only a few hundred years at most. No. Hearing this, Master shook his head and explained. The soul beast I plan to hunt has an age of around 800 years. It would be very difficult to accomplish without the entire faculty of Nodding Academy participating. The most important thing is that we can't do that. Otherwise, the talents of my two disciples would be exposed. What? 800 years? Flender's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Master S' words. Are you crazy? An 800-year soul beast has already surpassed the limit for a soul master of level 20 to absorb a soul ring. Xiaogang, what are you talking about? 800 years? Facing Flender's doubts, Master waved his hand and continued. Have you ever seen innate full soul power at level 20? One of my two disciples has a twin martial soul, and the other has innate full soul power at level 20. As Master spoke, his face also showed shock. He had never thought there would be anything on the continent that could stir his emotions until he met the two prodigies, Luban and Tang San, today. His twin martial souls? Innate full soul power at level 20? Flender was almost left speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Having spent so much time with Master, he knew Master was not someone who spoke nonsense, but he simply couldn't believe such a monstrous thing could exist. Master nodded and said, to be honest, at first I found it hard to believe just like you. Even after I personally verified it, I felt lightheaded, as if in a dream. Then what are we waiting for? Go call those two kids out. Let me see them. Flender suddenly stood up, unable to suppress his excitement. Shrek Academy hadn't recruited students in 2 years, and the teachers were all getting restless. What's the rush? It's so late. Let us talk about it tomorrow. The next morning, as dawn broke, Luban and Tang San were called up by Master. The two followed Master to the forest behind the academy, where a figure was already waiting. Let me introduce you. This is my good friend Flender. Hello, Uncle Flender. Upon hearing that he was Master S' friend, Luban and Tang San politely greeted him. Flender smiled broadly and nodded, looking at Luban and Tang San with sparkling eyes, like he was looking at treasures, filled with joy. Hello, Luban. Release your martial soul and attack me with all your strength. Flender said to Luban with a calm smile. Luban was taken aback, thinking that Flender was going to test him right away. Master must have told him about his innate full soul power at level 20. Master nodded to Luban, signaling him that it was fine to go all out. Luban number 7, embody. Without hesitation, Luban activated his martial soul. Upon hearing the name, Luban no. 7, Master couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Goodness, the name his disciple chose is indeed grand. He never expected someone would dare to name their martial soul after themselves. Haha. Is this the new martial soul born in the Soul Master world that Master mentioned? Looks pretty good. Flender couldn't help but burst into laughter as he watched Luban summon Luban number 7. This new martial soul looks quite ridiculous and cute, but I wonder how its attack power is. Before Flender's laughter could fade, the opponent, Luban, launched an attack. The Master and Tang San stood quietly watching from the side. Taking advantage of this exchange, the Master wanted to understand Luban's martial soul, so he could guide Luban's training in the future. The basic attack range is 20 meters. The soul power orbs are fired 1 per second, with full firepower, directly aimed at Flender. Goodness, seeing such a long attack range, Flender, standing opposite, was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a martial soul. Just relying on basic attacks without using soul skills can reach such a distance. It's truly impressive. His first soul skill couldn't achieve such range. Flender used his soul power to form a protective barrier in front of him, and through the sensation transmitted by the shield, he could clearly feel the intensity of Luban's attack. The Master was right. This level of attack intensity was indeed not something a level 10 soul master could produce. Without using any soul skills, such tremendous power indicates that the soul power must be at least level 20. Luban, is that all your martial soul can do? Don't you have any other powerful talents? Flender said with a smile, trying to provoke him. He always felt that having innate full soul power at level 20 was not so simple. Not just him, but the Master, who was watching from the side, was also eager to see just how great Luban's martial soul potential truly was. Luban, don't hold back. Attack with all your might. Hearing what Flender and the Master said, Luban nodded. He silently chanted in his heart, "Video Game Boy skin attached." The Video Game Boy skin not only changes the form and appearance of the martial soul, but also doubles the attack power. After successfully attaching the skin, Lu Ban's appearance changed drastically, transforming from a youthful cutie into a ghostly fire youth. Da. With the dragon mouth gun in his left hand, he unleashed a series of 5 consecutive attacks, shocking Flander, the Master, and Tang San. They clearly saw that the protective shield released by Flander actually caused ripples. It was evident that this attack's power was at least double that of the previous one. Not bad. Feel free to use any other tricks you have. The more potential Lu Ban displayed, the happier Flander became, continuing to provoke him. Martial Soul Domain activated. Lu Ban decisively activated his talent domain, and in an instant, all his attributes doubled again, and his attack power increased once more. The soul power orbs fired from the dragon mouth gun greatly increased in power again. Just as Flander and the others were in shock, Lu Ban retracted the dragon mouth gun, aimed the shark mouth cannon gently forward, and suddenly gathered energy. Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. Lu Ban activated the domain skill, and a fire-red soul power orb the size of a basin shot out with a whoosh, directly aimed at Flander. Boom! When the soul power orb hit the protective shield, it exploded suddenly, and this attack power had increased yet again by double. This is a domain skill. Seeing Lu Ban use a domain skill for the first time, the Master was stunned. Flander was equally shocked. Wow, Lu Ban's martial soul is incredible. It even has a domain skill. Teacher, what is a domain skill? Seeing the Master and Flander so astonished, Tang San asked. Skills are generally divided into single-target skills and group skills. Besides these 2 types of soul skills, there are also more powerful domain skills. Generally, a soul master can only obtain a domain skill with a very small probability upon reaching the title Douluo level. Once a domain skill is activated, the increase it brings is often tremendously significant, comparable to a 100,000-year soul ring. Martial souls that naturally come with a domain are extremely rare and powerful on the continent. Chapter 13. Departing for Soto City, Tang San was deeply moved by the Master's explanation and was shocked. Although he didn't fully understand, he knew it was very impressive. Good. At this moment, Flander was stunned, waves of surprises washing over him. Innate full soul power at level 20. Possessing a domain skill. Lu Ban's talent is truly extraordinary. He is the most talented person Flander has seen in all these years. 3,000 Thunderfalls. Just as Flander and the others were in shock, Lu Ban activated his domain skill again. A large portion of his internal soul power was instantly drained. 3,000 Thunderfalls, as a big move, consumes a lot of soul power, and with his current level of soul power, he could only use it once at most. Boom! At this moment, a sudden gust of wind howled through the woods in the backyard, with flying sand and gravel, and the sky changed drastically. Soon, a dense layer of dark clouds appeared above Flander and the others. Upon closer inspection, this cloud had a radius of about 20 meters, completely overlapping with the range of Lu Ban No. 7's domain. Crackle. Then, a lightning bolt as thick as a finger struck down directly at Flander. The speed was so fast that Flander was caught off guard, unable to dodge, and was directly hit. Oh. The first lightning strike had only 1/10 of Lu Ban's highest attack power. Although it hit, it didn't cause much harm to Flander. It felt just like static electricity, quite harmless. Good boy. You really gave me a huge surprise today. Lu Ban didn't have a soul ring, and in this situation, it was clear that this was a talent skill that came with his martial soul. A martial soul with 2 innate skills was something Flander had never heard of or seen before. Another innate skill. This newly appeared martial soul was a bit absurdly powerful. At this moment, the Master, who was watching from the side, gasped as Lu Ban used another domain skill. Truly a level 20 with innate full soul power. Despite having previously emphasized Lu Ban No. 7's talent, he was still shocked. The talent displayed by Lu Ban No. 7's martial soul was unparalleled on the continent. Crackle. Just as Flander was excited, the second thunderbolt fell. He didn't dodge, but instead felt the power of Lu Ban's skill. He discovered that this wave of thunder was twice as powerful as the previous one. Of course, this change did not escape the Master's eyes, and he took it all in. Lu Ban, how many waves of this thunder can you produce? The Master asked excitedly, his eyes unable to hide the fiery excitement. Damn it, this skill that can change celestial phenomena has truly opened his eyes. Teacher, this skill has a total of 9 waves of divine thunder, and each wave's attack power multiplies based on the previous one. What? 9 waves of divine thunder? Upon hearing Luban's introduction, Flander and the master were both stunned. They quickly began to calculate in their minds. Wow, if this continues, how many times will the attack increase in the end? Hiss! With 9 waves of divine thunder, the final attack power could increase by about 25 times. My God, what kind of skill is this? At that moment, the master and Flander exchanged a glance. Their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. If Luban becomes a titled Douluo in the future, who on the continent could possibly be his opponent? Good. The martial soul comes with a talent domain and 2 additional skills. It's truly unimaginable. At this moment, the master was so excited that he couldn't help but dance around. Luban, remember, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use this domain skill in front of outsiders. After the excitement, the master calmed down again. The talent that Luban was showing was simply too extraordinary. If others saw it and spread the word, he would become an enemy to all soul masters on the continent. Hee. Teacher, actually I have 3 talent skills, but the other skill is specifically for defense. Huh, 3 domain skills? Hearing this, both the master and Flander shuddered, almost falling over. Goodness, is this still a human? Shocked. My disciple is comparable to a deity. Soon, the experiment ended, and the master gained a comprehensive and profound understanding of Luban 7. Luban, with such a great talent, wouldn't it be better to develop in a balanced way? Why are you always thinking about extreme output? In the forest behind the mountain, the master patted Luban's little head and tried to persuade him. Indeed, extreme output soul beasts are hard to find and can easily affect your cultivation speed. Flanders also began to persuade him. They had great doubts about Luban's decision to pursue a full attack route, not wanting him to take such big risks. Teacher, Uncle Flanders, pursuing extreme output is what I believe my martial soul needs. I think only this way can it reach its maximum potential. Luban's tender little face showed determination, looking quite resolute. Seeing this, the master shook his head with a wry smile and nodded. Since you were so persistent, the teacher won't persuade you any further. Luban, you have your own ideas. The teacher supports you. Seeing that Luban was so unwilling to listen to advice, Tang San, who was nearby, secretly felt jealous. Teacher, if Luban doesn't take the balanced route, I will, and I will prove your theory. Tang San stepped forward and spoke confidently to the master. This made Flanders laugh heartily. These 2 little guys are truly interesting. Xiaogang, this is good too. Luban and Tang San are taking 1 extreme output route and 1 balance control route. Your theory can be mutually verified. The master nodded in agreement, increasingly satisfied with his 2 new disciples. All right, since you've decided on the direction of your martial soul's development, the next step is to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. You all go back and pack up. We're heading to Soto City. There are no purely attack-type soul beasts near Notting City, so the master decided to inquire in the big city of Soto. After all, it is Flanders' base, and he is more familiar with it. It will be more convenient to act there. At noon that day, Luban and Tang San packed their luggage and hurriedly left the academy. The master hired a carriage in Notting City, and the 4 of them headed straight for Soto City. Along the way, the master did not stop teaching, continuously explaining the basics of soul power to Luban and Tang San. The 2 listened with great interest. What they lacked the most now was theory. After this soul hunting, you should bring these 2 kids to my Shrek Academy. Although the facilities at Shrek Academy cannot compare to those of the Empire's top advanced soul master academies, they are still much better than the primary soul master academy in Notting City. On the carriage, Flinder kept persuading. The 2 kids were easy to convince, but he feared the master would disagree. With Luban and Tang San's extraordinary talents, they should come to Shrek Academy for better education. The master listened to Flinder's persuasion, his expression serious, and his dazed gaze clearly indicated he had entered a state of contemplation. Good. After a moment of thought, the master finally spoke, and just 1 word made Flinder incredibly excited. Wonderful. The master finally came around. Luban, from now on, you'll be the big brother of Shrek Academy. And Tang San, you'll be the second brother. Chapter 14. The Arena. Hearing this, Luban's mouth twitched. A 6-year-old big brother, Flinder really knows how to joke. It seems that at this point, Shrek Academy probably hadn't recruited any students yet. Luban understood these things due to his experiences from his previous life. But Tang San beside him looked confused, his brows tightly furrowed, not understanding at all. Uncle Flinder, what about the others at Shrek Academy? Tang San came from the Tang sect in his previous life and knew all the meanings of big brother and second brother. This is within the door, and he is a leading figure among the disciples. Ahem. Seeing Tang San's doubt, Flinder felt quite embarrassed. His mind raced to find a way to persuade him. These 2 talented treasures were hard to come by, and he had to convince them to join Shrek Academy no matter what. Little San, our Shrek Academy does not accept just anyone. We only recruit monsters, only those with exceptional talent. The last genius student just graduated, and currently, there are no others in the academy. However, from now on, everything will change. You and Luban will be the representatives of Shrek Academy. Thus, along the way, Flender continuously instilled the greatness of Shrek Academy in Luban and Tang San. Soto City is one of the two major cities of the Barak Kingdom. Located in the southwest of the Heaven-Do Empire, bordering the Fasno province, and not far from Notting City, only 500 kilometers away. If traveling by carriage, it would take 2 days to reach. At noon that day, Luban and his group finally arrived safely at Soto City. Soto City is much larger than Notting City, with a constant flow of people and bustling traffic, exceptionally prosperous. Upon entering the city, Flander drove the carriage straight to a location. It was the best place to inquire about soul beast information. All right, we're here. Get down. Stepping off the carriage, Luban looked up and saw a massive building. It was impossible to see the entire structure with the naked eye. However, from the arch components at the front, it was clear that it was a circular building. The building stood at least 20 to 30 meters high, appearing extraordinarily majestic from the outside. A huge plaque hung above the golden arched entrance, reading, Soto City Arena. This is the arena, a place where soul masters battle soul beasts. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Luban and Tang San's faces, the master explained the origin of the arena. In the Douluo Continent, there are numerous types of soul beasts, and every soul master should grasp the basic knowledge of each soul beast's characteristics and skills. Otherwise, encountering a soul beast in the wild later could pose a life-threatening danger. The arena is the most direct and quickest place for soul masters to learn about soul beasts. Hurry up, I heard the Yaiwa team is going to challenge the Firefox again. Hiss, is it that Firefox with nearly 800 years of cultivation? That's right. That team called Yaiwa has challenged it 7 times already. My gosh, how brave. The Firefox is a dominant presence on the first floor. I can't believe there are still those unafraid of death willing to challenge it. Indeed, the teams that previously challenged the Firefox either ended up dead or severely injured. Their fate was quite tragic. As soon as they entered the arena, Luban heard the audience passing by discussing a team challenging the Firefox. Xiaogang, take Luban and Tang San to see the beast fights. Let them broaden their horizons while I go gather some information. The internal space of the arena was much larger than it appeared from the outside, and Luban was shocked to discover that the arena was actually underground, while the high building above was used for office space. The scale is truly astonishing. Saying goodbye to Flander, the master leads Luban and Tang San through the first floor. The ground floor of the arena is where the soul masters team up and communicate. As they walk, the master introduces the situation of the arena to Luban and Tang San. After crossing the first floor, they arrive at the entrance to the basement level, with the master continuing to lead the way. Through a spiral staircase, the three quickly reach the underground level. At the entrance stands a 3-meter-high arched gate, flanked by 4 soul master guards. The master approaches the gate, presents a credential, and leads Luban and Tang San inside. Although it's called the first floor, the height is at least several meters, and the space is extraordinarily large, resembling an underground palace. As soon as they enter, the cheers from the audience erupt. The underground arena features a main arena in the center, surrounded by 8 sub-arenas. Each arena is bustling with activity, and the circular stands resemble those of a football field. The main arena is twice the size of the sub-arenas, with an overall structure and shape almost identical. The master takes Luban and Tang San to the ticket booth at the entrance of the main arena on the first floor. Hello, sir. How many tickets would you like to buy? Are there discounts for children? Yes, children under 2 meters can enter for free. Thank you, 1 ticket will be fine. After purchasing the tickets, the master leads Luban and Tang San into the arena. Dear audience friends, I am the host of this arena, Dodo, and I warmly welcome everyone here. There are 10 minutes left until the battle begins. Please be patient. Just as they find their seats, Luban sees a short-haired beauty standing in the center of the arena, introducing the event. Challenging the nearly 800-year-old Firefox, the team called Yaiwa is indeed brave. Luban, Tang San, watch closely. They have challenged 7 times without any casualties. I dare say that the members of the Yaiwa team are absolutely super geniuses. The master calmly remarks while watching the arena. The Firefox is a soul beast that excels in charm, with formidable attack power and the ability to control as well as attack, making it quite troublesome. Its 800 years of cultivation is even more terrifying than other 1,000-year soul beasts. Otherwise, it wouldn't remain the dominant presence in the first floor arena for so long. A Soul Master team brave enough to challenge, it must possess considerable strength. Only a Soul Master above level 40 can single-handedly defeat an 800-year-old firefox, generally. Those around level 30 would have to flee if they encountered it. According to arena rules, the soul power level of Soul Masters in the first floor arena cannot exceed level 20, meaning challengers can only be at most level 20 and cannot have a second soul ring. Teams can be formed with a maximum of 7 members. However, 7 Soul Masters without a second soul ring are like easy prey for the nearly 800-year-old firefox. It would be effortless to slaughter them. The Soto City Arena places the firefox on the first floor simply to maintain its reputation and impress the crowd. They never expected a Soul Master team would actually challenge it. During the Master's explanation, 10 minutes quickly passed. When the challenge time arrived, the host announced, "Now, please welcome the 7 members of the Yayua team." As soon as the time was up, the host Odo announced loudly with a microphone. "Ah!" Instantly, the audience erupted into a chorus of screams. The arena is cylindrical in layout, with the bottom being the place where Soul Masters fight soul beasts. And above are the tiers of audience seating. At this moment, as the members of the Yayua team arrive, the entire arena is in an uproar. Chapter 15. First encounter with Yu-Xiaogang is also infected by the high spirits of the audience. Looking around, he sees 7 young boys and girls around 11 or 12 years old walking confidently into the arena. Leading the group is a girl with short golden hair. Although she is young, her figure is already nearly perfect. Those big, watery eyes, when they blink, stir the heart. Long, straight legs move gracefully as if a fairy is dancing. Every move exudes a noble aura, combining beauty with elegance, charm without losing dignity. Yayua team. Captain, Hulaina. Martial Soul, Demon Fox, level 20 control type, Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Xiaoyu. Martial Soul, Moonblade, level 20 attack type, Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Yin. Martial Soul, Flame Lord, level 20 attack type, Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Zhang Ping. Martial Soul, Golden Way Swallow, level 20 agility type, Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Sun Chuantao. Martial Soul, Circular Giant Blade, level 20 attack type, Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Su Yu. Martial Soul, Radiant Golden Scepter, level 19 support type, Weapon Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Li Kai. Martial Soul, Blackhorn Dragon Pig, level 20 defense type, Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. After the arena, host Dodo announces the members of the Yayua team. The audience once again erupts into cheers. Oh my god, where did these geniuses from the Yayua team come from? Their talent is simply astonishing. Wow, looking at their age, they're at most 11 or 12 years old. Yet their soul power has reached level 20. Are they even human? Indeed, it's obvious they must be direct descendants of some major sect out training. It's unbelievable that they dare to challenge the Fire Fox at such a young age. Go Yayua team. The appearance of such a monstrous young team in Soto City has caused a huge sensation. During the time the Yayua team is challenging the Fire Fox, more and more people are paying attention to them, although they failed 7 times before. The fact that the entire team has not suffered any casualties is already impressive and astonishing. The Demon Fox, Moonblade, Flame Lord, and the martial souls of these 7 youths are all top-tier existences. It seems their background is not simple. The Master is also shocked by the strength and talent of the Yayua team. To suddenly find 7 such extraordinary geniuses, the power behind them is unimaginable. With such a lineup, the Master estimated that it wouldn't be easy for the royal family of the Tiando Empire to assemble. Teacher, do you think they can succeed in this challenge? Luban asked curiously. He had very little knowledge about soul beasts and found it difficult to judge. The formation of the Yayua team was quite complete, with offense, control, defense, and support, making it easy for them to achieve victory against other teams. However, this time they were facing a soul beast with nearly 800 years of cultivation, which was also extremely skilled in control, making victory almost impossible. The Master shook his head in denial. While analyzing, he didn't forget to explain relevant knowledge about team battles to Luban and Tang San. Looking at Luban, the Master suddenly smiled, saying that if the Yayua team had a ranged damage dealer like him, they might have a chance to win. Hearing the Master's praise, Luban felt a bit proud. Of course, he was a national server marksman, and his strength was undeniable. As the Master and his 3 disciples conversed, the challenge in the Beast Arena officially began. Now I declare, the challenge begins. As the host's voice fell, the audience instantly fell silent. Their gazes focused on the beast fighting stage below. The 7 members of the Yaoyue team had all activated their martial souls, with yellow soul rings swirling around their feet, creating a spectacular sight. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the heavy iron gate on the other side of the beast arena opened, and a fox, entirely fiery red like the blazing sun, entered the arena. Whoosh! The battle was about to begin, and at that moment, the audience held their breath, filled with tension. Those sitting in the front row, closest to the fighting stage, felt their hearts racing uncontrollably. Even through the protective barrier, they could sense the intense pressure emanating from the fire fox. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 800-year-old fire fox had developed considerable intelligence. Upon seeing the Yaoyue team, its beastly instincts surged, and its face was filled with fury. This group of little brats is truly relentless, constantly provoking its authority. How much can one endure? They must be dealt with. At that moment, the fire fox let out a long howl, sounding the battle horn and baring its teeth. Defend! Seeing the fire fox suddenly lose its form, Captain Hulaina shouted urgently. If the fire fox succeeded in a surprise attack, the team members would be in danger. The fire fox could easily crush them with a single slap. Fortunately, after 7 previous battles, the team members were quite familiar with the fire fox's tactics. Hearing Hulaina's command, the defensive soul master Li Kai, in perfect sync, immediately activated his first soul skill, Dragon Armor Shield. The 7 members of the Demon Moon team gathered together, surrounded by a shield made of black scales. Li Kai's first soul ring was obtained from hunting a 400-year-old black-horned armor dragon, providing extremely strong defensive capabilities. It was enough to withstand the fire fox's normal attacks. Boom! The fire fox's claws struck the shield, creating ripples and causing the 7 members of the Demon Moon team inside to stagger back. Charge! Seeing the fire fox reveal itself, Captain Hulaina issued another command. The agile attacker Zhang Ping, embodying the Golden Way Swallow, sprouted black wings from her back and quickly flew out of the shield to launch an active attack on the fire fox. First soul skill, Falling Goose on the Sand. Whoosh! Zhang Ping's speed increased again, with a layer of soul power scales covering her feet, resembling dragon claws, as she kicked in a circle towards the fire fox. Strong attack. The agile attacker Zhang Ping could only entangle the fire fox, limiting its speed but not inflicting significant damage. Seeing this, Hulaina indeed issued a command. In an instant, 3 strong attack soul masters from the Demon Moon team moved simultaneously and unleashed their respective first soul skills. Xiaoyu, Crescent Moon Slash. Yen, Regional Lava Surge. Sun Chuantao, Whirlwind Kill. Support. At the moment, the strong attack team members launched their attacks. Captain Hulaina signaled for the support soul skills to follow. Upon hearing this, support soul master Suyu activated his martial soul, the Brilliant Gold Staff, and decisively unleashed his first soul skill. Group support skill, Brilliant Gold Staff, Attack 1. As the skill was activated, 3 beams of light shot out, landing on the strong attack soul master Xiaoyu, Yin, and Sun Chuantao, greatly enhancing their attack power. The team members all took action, and, as captain, Hulaina certainly did not remain idle. As a control-type soul master, her role was to restrict the fire fox's movements. First soul skill, Foxfire Command. Hulaina shouted, embodying the demon fox, and 2 blood-red demon flames appeared in her hands. Then, with a gentle push of her hands, each fireball was launched towards the fire fox. The demon flames were extremely hot and could corrode mental power, significantly reducing the opponent's state and affecting their actions. Chapter 16. Flandra is under control. As soon as they spotted the fire fox, the Demon Moon team launched a full-scale attack under Captain Hulaina's command. At this moment, the entire audience held their breath, captivated and filled with excitement. The beast battle was truly thrilling. The fire fox was the first to launch an attack, but was quickly entangled by Zhang Ping, the agile attack type soul master of the Yaoyue team, significantly reducing its speed. At the same time, the control skills of the captain, Hulaina, followed closely behind. Once the foxfire was unleashed, all the demon flames surrendered. The fireballs bombarded the fire fox, further diminishing its movement speed. The combination of restriction and control completely suppressed the speed advantage of the fire fox. As the saying goes, take advantage of the situation. At the moment the fire fox was controlled, the strongest strikes from the 3 powerful attack-type soul masters, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Sun Chuantao, arrived. The The moon blade slash was unleashed, with the moon blade striking the fire fox repeatedly, each slash stronger than the last. Yan's first soul skill, Hell Lava Charge, was equally relentless, transforming into a sea of hellfire due to the special effect of the Flame Lord, launching a fierce attack on the fire fox. Sun Chuantao's whirlwind kill increased the speed of the circular giant blade, making the attack resemble a tornado, with a momentum that could destroy a parking lot. The three powerful attack-type Soul Masters, with the assistance of the support Soul Master skills, reached their peak attacking power. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Under the fierce assault of the Yao Yu team, the fire fox let out a chilling scream. From the sound, it was clear how strong the attacks it was enduring were, and at this moment, the keen-eyed audience could clearly see the injuries appearing on the fire fox. See, this is teamwork, this is cooperation. The master explained to Luban and Tang San as he watched. The cooperation of the Yao Yu team could be described as quite tacit, truly embodying what a real team is. No matter which development path a Soul Master takes, they cannot be perfect in every aspect. Remember, there are no perfect Soul Masters, only a perfect team. Teacher, the fire fox is clearly at a disadvantage. How could you say the Yao Yu team would not succeed? Tang San questioned, observing the fierce offensive of the Yao Yu team. That's because Soul Beasts also possess skills, similar to Soul Master soul skills. Most Soul Beasts awaken bloodline skills after reaching a certain age. The Master explained that although the fire fox is currently at a disadvantage, it hasn't even unleashed a single skill, indicating it hasn't truly exerted its power. Just as the Master's words fell, the situation in the arena suddenly changed. The fire fox, surrounded by the Yao Yu team, let out a series of piercing screams. The call of the fox is enchanting. Once heard, it can make one's heart flutter and plunge them into a trance of intoxication and dreams. Fortunately, after several previous battles with the fire fox, the members of the Demon Moon team have found a way to counter the fire fox's seductive sound. As soon as the fire fox lets out a scream, everyone quickly channels their soul power to block their hearing. They were not caught off guard. Although the fire fox's enchanting sound was shielded, it still caused a brief pause in the actions of the Demon Moon team, giving the fox a chance to escape. Retreat. The fire fox's escape signified the end of the first wave of attacks, and Helena decisively commanded the team members to fall back and defend. Whether it's between Soul Masters and Soul Beasts, or Soul Masters against each other, battles are generally turn-based. Each side has different skills, and unless one side can directly overpower the other from the start, they will ultimately engage in a back-and-forth attrition battle. Currently, the situation between the Demon Moon team and the Fire Fox is just that. Defend. Seeing the Fire Fox glowing red like fire, Helena quickly ordered a defense. This state is another skill of the Fire Fox, similar to Hulaiina's Demon Fire Order. It can be both offensive and defensive, making it exceptionally tricky. After enduring a fierce attack as a soul beast, how could the Fire Fox with its short temper hold back? Naturally, it seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of attacks. At this moment, the Fire Fox opened its mouth wide, spewing out fireballs the size of fists, which struck the dragon armor shield, causing waves of disturbance. Thus, both sides fell into a turn-based war of attrition. The outcome was evident. The Demon Moon team failed the challenge again. After a fierce battle lasting an hour, the 7 members of the Demon Moon team had almost exhausted their soul power and had no choice but to give up. Sister, given our current lineup, it is impossible to kill that Fire Fox. I think you don't need to be so persistent. Let the higher-ups handle it, said Xiaoyu. After the challenge ended, the members of the Demon Moon team walked out of the underground arena with faces full of disappointment. Xiaoyu knew his sister Hulaiina's strong-willed personality during this outing. She didn't want to rely on the power of the Spirit Hall. However, this Fire Fox, which had been cultivated for nearly 800 years, was the most suitable for her second soul ring, almost tailor-made for her. If she gave up now, it would be nearly impossible to find such a perfect soul beast again. Just a few failed challenges, and you guys are already bowing to setbacks? Hulaiina rolled her eyes at her brother Xiaoyu and stubbornly retorted, "Haven't you noticed that our team's cooperation is becoming more and more skilled and tacit? I'm the captain. Listen to me. Let's continue the challenge." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face fell, feeling helpless. Continuing to fail will affect our morale. Among the Demon Moon team, apart from Xiaoyu, no one dared to oppose Hulaiina, which contributed to her domineering personality. Sister, the key is that we don't even have enough money to eat now. No money? It's simple. Let's go find some easy tasks to take on. Hulaiina waved her hand nonchalantly and led the way to the task area on the second floor of the arena. The second floor of the arena is where soul masters publish and receive tasks. Tasks like finding people, treasure hunting, and searching for rare items are plentiful and varied. As long as the price is right, one could find out anything, even the mole on the city lord's wife's backside. After bidding farewell to the master, Flander came here to gather information about offensive limit attribute soul beasts. Unfortunately, after inquiring for so long, he had nothing to show for it. In the end, he was forced to post a bounty task. After the task was posted, just as Flander stepped out of the task hall, he was called back by the staff, who informed him that the task had been accepted. Upon hearing this, Flander was overjoyed. It was truly unexpected that there would be progress in such a short time. The task hall on the second floor was exceptionally spacious. Apart from the counter for publishing and receiving tasks at the innermost part, the surrounding space was filled with sofas and conference tables for discussions. At this moment, Flander was seated at one side of a conference table, facing 7 boys and girls around 11 or 12 years old. Leading them was a girl with short golden hair. If Master and Tang San were present, they would immediately recognize this group of young boys and girls. Indeed, they were the members of the Demon Moon team, led by Yu Xiaogang. I do know of a pure offensive soul beast, but the bounty amount you offered is too low to satisfy me, Yu Xiaogang said, crossing her legs and speaking nonchalantly, exuding an air of authority despite her young age. 10 gold soul coins is not a small amount, kid. Flander adjusted his glasses and replied leisurely. It's just one piece of information. You should know that on the continent, 1 gold soul coin is enough for an ordinary family's expenses for 3 months. 10 gold soul coins for information about a soul beast is already quite generous in my opinion. However, what he didn't know was that the group sitting across from him had grown up in Spirit City and had seen all kinds of big scenes. Uncle, although we are young, we are not foolish. Yu Xiaogang shook a glass of fruit wine in her hand and smiled lightly. If the soul beast you are inquiring about is a common one, I wouldn't say much. But for the rarest pure offensive limit attribute soul beast, 10 gold soul coins are far from enough. If I am not mistaken, you must have descendants developing in the extreme flow direction. Yu Xiaogang's words greatly surprised Flander. He had not expected this 11 or 12-year-old girl to have such broad knowledge. She immediately grasped the rhythm of the negotiation and had him in her grasp. Truly formidable youth. Then how much do you want? 10 times 100 gold soul coins. Hi, young man. You really don't know how expensive rice and firewood are when you're not in charge. Do you know how much wealth 100 gold soul coins represent? Besides, I still don't know the specifics of the soul beast you have. I know of a pure offensive soul beast that has been cultivated for around 800 years. A soul beast that is less than 1,000 years old, and you're asking for 100 gold soul coins? Do you take me for a fool? Farewell. After the negotiation failed, Flander stood up to leave, feeling regretful as he walked out of the task hall on the second floor. The soul beast mentioned by that golden-haired girl was just right for being the first soul ring for Luban, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough gold soul coins. So he could only pretend that the negotiation fell through and leave for now. He needed to go back and discuss it with the master. On the first floor of the arena, in the rest area, when Flander returned, the master and the other 2 had been waiting for a long time. How'd it go? Did you find out anything? As soon as Flander returned, the master hurriedly inquired. Flander recounted the previous negotiation with Yu Xiaogang. There is indeed news, but the money is not enough. An 800-year-old pure offensive soul beast? That's fantastic. It will be perfect as Luban's first soul ring. After hearing Flander finish, the master was visibly excited. The reason he opposed Luban pursuing the extreme output flow was that suitable soul beasts were too hard to find. Now that he finally had news, no matter the cost, they had to find out. Xiaogang, I think we should wait a few days before proceeding. Maybe in a few days, those kids will lower their price. Flander lamented his financial situation. Shrek Academy hadn't taken in students for several years, and he was now poor as a church mouse. Every year, the salaries of the teachers in the academy still had to be paid, putting immense pressure on him. No, what if those kids leave? Where will we find them? The master shook his head decisively, disagreeing. So many years have passed, but Flander's greedy nature has not changed at all. First, go to the money exchange and borrow 100 gold soul coins. Let's get the information first. As soon as the master finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang and the members of the Moonlight team came down from the second floor. Upon seeing this, Flander pointed at Yu Xiaogang and said, "Look, that girl is the one I was negotiating with earlier." The master, Luban, and Tang San followed Flander's finger and saw the members of the Moonlight team. "It's them?" The master exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence." "Do you know them?" Flander asked. The master nodded and briefly recounted the events from when they watched the Beast Battle Challenge on the first floor. No wonder. Flander confirmed his suspicions at that moment. With such talent, she must be a direct descendant cultivated by a superpower. He had already felt her extraordinary nature from her speech earlier. Seeing Flinder and the master troubled over money, Luban stepped forward. After all, this was all for the sake of his hunt for the soul beast. Teacher, Dean Flinder, I can help the Moonlight team kill the Firefox. So we won't have to spend 100 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, the master quickly shook his head in opposition. No, that way your talent will be exposed. Absolutely not. That's right, Luban. As for the money, Xiaogang and I will think of a way. So you don't need to worry about it. Flinder also expressed his disapproval. At 6 years old, level 20, if Luban is exposed, the entire beast arena would be turned upside down. Luban understood the concerns of the master and Flinder and continued to explain, Teacher, actually my martial soul can change its form, so it won't be exposed. Saying this, Luban directly activated his martial soul, and his figure suddenly grew taller, transforming into an adult appearance. 2 yellow soul rings appear beneath his feet. This kind of transformation consumes a lot of soul power. Once the soul power is exhausted, the disguise will disappear. However, lasting through one challenge would be completely sufficient. Seeing Luban's martial soul transformation, the master and Flinder were both shocked. What kind of martial soul is this? It can actually change its form, disguise itself, and even fake soul rings. This is simply outrageous. Tang San, standing beside, was equally astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Luban's talent once again surpassed his understanding. Well, since that's the case, let's go meet the Demon Moon Squad. After witnessing Luban's disguised state, the master agreed to Luban's request. The disguised state of Luban's martial soul was truly perfect, with no flaws to be found. So there was no need to worry about exposure. With no worries behind him, what was there to fear? Let's just do it. Next, for the sake of convenience and negotiations, the master had Luban's martial soul possess him, transforming him into a boy of about 15 years old. At 15, with a soul power of level 20, this talent was considered average among soul masters. In the Soto City Arena, on the second floor task hall, the master took the disguised Luban and Tang San to find a vacant seat. Soon, Flinder brought Hulaina and the others over. The negotiations resumed. Hey, old man, I heard you can help me complete the challenge of hunting the Firefox. Hulaina sat down opposite the master, her face full of disbelief. Wrong, it's not me. It's my disciple here. The master shook his head with a calm smile, pointing at Luban beside him. At this moment, Luban had already disguised himself to look like Ho-E, a tall figure of about 1.8 meters, clad in shining golden armor, quite eye-catching. I watched your previous battle with the Firefox, and it's obvious that your attack power is insufficient. If the Demon Moon Squad replaces the agile attack type members with my disciple, they will definitely succeed in killing that Firefox. Haha. Upon hearing this, the members of the Demon Moon Squad couldn't help but burst into laughter. They glanced at Luban and shook their heads. This old man really didn't understand the strength and foundation of their Demon Moon Squad. Chapter 18, Agile Attack Type versus Output Type. Did he really think that just anyone could replace the members of the Demon Moon Squad? Ridiculous. Take the Agile Attack Type member, Zhang Ping, for example. Her golden waist flying swallow martial soul had its first soul ring obtained from hunting a soul beast with 400 years of cultivation. The attack attribute boost from this extreme spirit ring is even stronger than that of an ordinary assault type spirit master. It's important to note that on the Douluo Continent, reaching the maximum age limit for each spirit ring is not something an average spirit master can accomplish. More accurately, only super large families and sects have the conditions to do so. However, today, an old man suddenly appeared out of nowhere and had the audacity to claim that his disciple is stronger than the agile attack spirit masters of the Iowa team, which was quite amusing to Hu Hui and the others. Looking again at Luban, Hu Hui couldn't help but shake her head. It seems that at 15 or 16 years old, he hasn't even broken through level 20. His talent is really lacking. If you don't believe it, you can give it a try. The master said lightly, not angry at the rudeness of this group of young people. If your agile attack team members can defeat my disciple, I will unconditionally offer you 100 gold soul coins. All right, it's a deal. When it came to gold soul coins, Hu Hui immediately agreed. It's truly hard to make a hero out of a penny. If it weren't for coming out to hone her skills, she wouldn't have known how important gold soul coins are. Now, being in a situation where she can't even afford a meal is quite embarrassing. After both sides agreed to the contest, they left the second floor mission hall and headed straight for the third floor. The third floor of the Beast Arena has trial rooms for spirit masters to battle. Zhang Ping, Martial Soul, Golden Waist Flying Swallow, Level 20 Agile Attack Spirit Master. Upon ascending the stage, Both sides are required to voluntarily announce their cultivation levels to show mutual respect, as is the custom in the Spirit Master world. Tang Air, Martial Soul, Sun Shooting Bow, Level 20 Output Type Spirit Master. After Zhang Ping announced her identity, Luban followed suit. Ofthe, Output Type, what the heck? Upon hearing Luban's introduction, the members of the Yaoyue team below burst into laughter. They had heard of Assault Type and Agile Attack types, but this was the first time they had heard of an Output Type. It felt like a joke to them. On the other side, the Master and the others twitched their lips. They hadn't realized that Luban was quite cautious. It's just that the name is a bit casual. Xiao San, who is older. You or Luban? Friend asked instinctively. Luban is a few days older than me. Upon hearing this, Friend nodded. No wonder he is called Tang Air. If he were a few days younger, wouldn't he be Tang Si? They had previously witnessed the incredible abilities of Luban's martial soul. Therefore, the Master and the others were not worried about this contest at all. Output type? Just flashy. Let you see the power of Agile Attack Spirit Masters. After both sides announced their identities, they released their martial souls. Zhang Ping snorted coldly and immediately launched an attack. First soul skill, Falling Wild Goose in the Sand. Kid, remember, being defeated by me, Zhang Ping, is enough for you to be proud of. The Golden Waist Flying Swallow martial soul activated, and Zhang Ping sprouted wings from her back, moving at incredible speed, her toes like blades, kicking towards Luban. On the other side of the stage, Luban also simulated a yellow soul ring beneath his feet using the digital kid skin. His left-hand dragon mouth gun transformed into a golden bow. First soul skill, 3000 Thunderfalls. The contest stage is a circular arena with a diameter of 70 to 80 meters, while Luban's 7-number domain only has a radius of 20 meters. At the beginning, both sides stood on opposite ends of the stage, and Luban couldn't reach with his attack. However, as Zhang Ping used her soul skill and charged forward, she immediately entered his domain's coverage. At this moment, Luban drew his bow and shot an arrow, his whole body crackling with electricity, resembling a thunder god bathed in lightning. Above the arena, a dark cloud suddenly appeared. Even the members of the Yaoyue team, who had seen many grand scenes, were left dumbfounded. Their mouths opened wide in disbelief. Wow, is this really a first soul skill? Does it have to be that exaggerated? Goodness, whose first soul skill is this spectacular? On the stage, as Zhang Ping rapidly approached Luban, she stepped into the domain and immediately felt tremendous pressure. She sensed an indescribable sense of crisis. Then, with Luban's shout, the first bolt of lightning struck down. However, at this time, the lightning didn't fall vertically from the sky. Instead, Luban drew it into his hand, transforming it into a lightning arrow and shot out. Whoosh! The lightning arrow was as fast as lightning, almost instantaneous, and much quicker than Zhang Ping. Zzzz. Zhang Ping couldn't dodge in time. More accurately, she couldn't dodge at all. Once she entered Luban's 7-number domain, even a god would be struck by the lightning. She was directly hit by the lightning, her whole body tingling, and she fell from the sky in a rather embarrassing manner. However, she did not fall off the stage, and the contest continued. So this is the extent of your power. After being thwarted in her first attack, Zhang Ping felt humiliated and angry, realizing that the power of Luban's lightning arrows was quite small and posed no real threat to her. The reason she was so embarrassed before was that she accidentally got hit and fell from the sky. If she flew close to the ground, even if hit, it wouldn't matter much. The members of the Yaoyue team were seasoned fighters. After Zhang Ping's setback, she quickly found a way to respond. She launched another attack. Second arrow. As Zhang Ping entered Luban's 7-number domain again, Luban decisively shot off the second lightning arrow. Zzzz. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Ping was hit again, and the recoil from the lightning arrow sent her flying again. Third arrow. Following that, every attack by Zhang Ping ended in a miserable defeat. Luban's bizarre attack methods left Hu Hui and the others watching in stunned silence. Hiss! Is this what output types are like? Hu Hui exclaimed in shock, her beautiful eyes wide open, nearly popping out of their sockets. How can this contest continue when Zhang Ping can't even get close? Hu Hui's brother, Xieyu, was equally shocked. At this moment, on the stage, Luban had already shot 6 lightning arrows. Moreover, each lightning arrow was clearly much stronger than the last. The members of the Yaoyue team, standing below, could clearly feel the strength of the lightning arrows based on Zhang Ping's state after being hit. Wow, a 12-year-old little girl like Zhang Ping was directly overwhelmed. She had never been so embarrassed in her life. Tang Air, if you have the ability, don't use the bow and arrow. Let's settle it with fists and feet. Upon hearing this, Luban frowned, looking awkward, and shook his head. No way. Output types are all about long-range attacks. I admit I can't beat you up close. You jerk. I'll kill you. Seeing that Luban wouldn't agree, Zhang Ping cried and launched another attack. I advise you to surrender. The power of the 7th arrow is very strong, and you will be seriously injured. Luban advised, but Zhang Ping was too angry to listen. Luban could only adjust the aim of the lightning arrow to target Zhang Ping's feet. After the previous skirmishes, he clearly felt that her feet were the strongest defense on her body. Chapter 19. New Yaiwa team we concede. At a critical moment, Hulaina spoke up from the audience. She sensed a deadly threat from the 7th arrow of Luban. If this arrow were to hit, Zhang Ping would likely not be able to withstand it. The goodwill gesture from Luban was also noticed by the members of the Demon Moon team. At the moment Luban adjusted the arrowhead, they accepted this new teammate who was about to join the challenge from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, as a sensitive attack soul master, Zhang Ping's feet were her most important assets. Wings were used for acceleration, referred to as sensitive. Feet were used for offense, referred to as attack. Only when both combined could one be a top-tier, sensitive attack player. Otherwise, if her feet were rendered useless, Zhang Ping's life would be over. The Demon Moon team could neither afford to gamble nor to lose. At this moment, although Hulaina admitted defeat, the 7th thunder arrow in Luban's hand had already been shot and could not be recalled. Fueled by anger, Zhang Ping did not hold back and unleashed her first soul skill, falling sands and wild geese, re-entering the attack range. It was only then that she truly felt what it meant to be in a life-and-death crisis. This is a feeling of being battle-hardened. She is sure that she won't be able to catch this arrow in front of her. This feeling cannot be wrong. Moreover, the part targeted by the lightning arrow is precisely her most valued legs. At that moment, Zhang Ping's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. Her face turned pale. The sense of helplessness surged within her. It's over. Her beautiful legs are going to be ruined. The moment the lightning arrow was shot, Luban had already closed his eyes, knowing that Zhang Ping would definitely be unable to withstand it. All he could hope for now was that her leg's defense would be strong enough to minimize the damage as much as possible. The attack power of the 7th lightning arrow was no joke. He believed that apart from the defensive soul masters in the Yaiwa team, the others would not be able to withstand it. It's worth noting that his soul power was at level 20, which meant a base attack power of 20. In the archer's domain, the attack doubled, turning the base attack into 40. The first lightning arrow represented 10% of the attack power, and it multiplied subsequently. So by the 7th arrow, the attack power had become 6.4 times the base attack power. That was over 250 points of attack power, which no agile attack soul master with just one soul ring could withstand. Although Zhang Ping's first soul ring was a nearly limit of 400 years. Most of that 400 points attribute boost was allocated to speed and attack attributes. The defense attribute was lucky to reach 50 points. One must ask, how could a defense value of 50 possibly withstand over 250 points of attack? Without a doubt, the outcome was destined for disaster. Dragon Armor Shield. Just at the moment when Captain Hulaina recognized it, the defensive soul master of the Yaiwa team, Li Kai, leaped onto the platform and immediately activated his martial soul, unleashing his soul skill. This is the tacit understanding among team members. The higher the level of tacit understanding within a team, the stronger their overall strength will naturally be. After a period of external training, the tacit understanding among the 7 members of the Demon Moon team has been honed to perfection. The Dragon Armor Shield was activated, and a Dragon Armor Barrier appeared instantly in front of Zhang Ping. Boom! The lightning arrow struck the Dragon Armor, creating a storm of soul power on the arena that took a long time to dissipate. Ultimately, the Dragon Armor Shield became the barrier that blocked the 7th lightning arrow from Luban, protecting Zhang Ping. Wonderful! After the match, Flandra led the applause. The Master's face flushed with excitement. What an outstanding disciple Luban is. This child truly possesses extraordinary talent, and at such a young age has already displayed an invincible stance. Tang San, you need to work hard too. Your talent is not inferior to Luban's. The master praised Luban and did not forget to encourage Tang San. Don't worry, teacher, I will. Tang San nodded. You brat. Do you understand the value of cherishing a girl? Seeing the 7th lightning arrow blocked by the Dragon Armor Shield, Zhang Ping patted her chest, feeling a surge of fear, then looked up at Luban and began to scold him. Do you know how important a girl's legs are? Where are you aiming with that broken bow just now? Hearing this, Luban touched his nose, feeling a bit speechless. He thought, I didn't hit your face. Shouldn't you be grateful? Girls really have a unique way of thinking. However, Luban did not retort. At this moment, Zhang Ping had her hands on her hips and rolled up her sleeves, looking ready to scratch if they didn't get along. I can't provoke you. I can't provoke you. He knew the background of this group of people, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. There must be powerful protectors from the Spirit Hall behind them. If a conflict arose, even Flandra and the other three together wouldn't be enough to withstand their beatings. Ping ping. Enough with the unreasonable trouble. Tang Air was clearly being merciful before. Hulaina pressed down on Zhang Ping, preventing her from causing a scene. The 7 members of the Demon Moon team all had impressive backgrounds, with significant figures supporting them in the Spirit Hall, so Hulaina couldn't say much. Can we talk now? The master said lightly, with an arrogant expression, as if to say, look at how impressive my disciple is. Hulaina nodded, and everyone quickly returned to the task hall on the 2nd floor. You have seen my disciple's strength. With him joining, you will definitely succeed in challenging the Firefox. Upon hearing the master's familiar words, the members of the Demon Moon team did not mock him like last time, but instead fell into deep thought. They occasionally glanced at Luban, surprised to find that the continent was truly full of extraordinary talents and events. If it weren't for this external training, they wouldn't have known that there were output-type soul masters. Uncle, can you explain to us what an output-type soul master is? Unlike last time when she was arrogant, this time Hulaina lowered her head and directly asked. The shock brought to them by the battle between Luban and Zhang Ping was simply immense. If the Demon Moon team were to have another output-type soul master like Luban in the future, it was unimaginable how terrifying their combat power would be. Sure, take my disciple as an example. He specializes in extreme output. Next, the master used Luban as an example to roughly explain the concept of extreme output. The master had never seen a pure attack extreme output soul master like Luban on the continent before. Previous records had no documentation of such a thing, so he couldn't go into too much detail. After listening to the master's explanation, Hulaina and the others were quite shocked. All attributes focused on attack? Wow, that's a crazy idea. Now I finally understand why you were looking for pure attack soul beasts. Hulaina sighed, her eyes scanning Luban without leaving him. She didn't expect that there would be such a peculiar soul master on the continent. With the endorsement of the Soto City Arena, both parties quickly reached an agreement. The master learned about the coveted soul beast's whereabouts, and on Hulaina's side, with Luban temporarily joining, the new Demon Moon team was established. They issued a challenge to the Firefox once more. Once the news spread, the Soto City Arena was in an uproar. Chapter 20. Strong output type. Oh my god. Have you heard? The Demon Moon team is going to challenge the Firefox again. Really? No way. They're truly tenacious. It's true. The time is tonight. And it seems the team members have changed. Ha! The Demon Moon team isn't thinking of defeating the Firefox by changing their lineup, are they? That is indeed a bit unrealistic. The Firefox, with nearly 800 years of cultivation, was bought to showcase the arena. How did the Demon Moon team end up fighting the Firefox? Their previous lineup was arguably the strongest. Changing it won't make much difference. Sigh. These children from powerful families clearly have never faced setbacks. This time they are bound to suffer a huge loss. The Demon Moon team challenging the Firefox. The soul beast overlord of the underground arena became a topic of great interest and spectacle, quickly attracting widespread attention. That night, the prominent young nobles of Soto City gathered in the main arena of the underground. They came together to watch the challenge of the new Demon Moon team. Dear audience friends, good evening. Tonight, I am your arena host, Dodo. Thank you for watching tonight's battle. Now, let us welcome the challengers. As the host Dodo's introduction came to an end, the 7 members of the new Demon Moon team, led by Captain Hulaina, confidently walked into the arena. Next, the host continued to introduce the lineup. The lineup of the Demon Moon team has undergone adjustments compared to before. They have replaced a member with a new output type, Soul Master. Team member, Tang Air, Martial Soul, Sun Shooting Bow, level 20 output type, Soul Master. After the host finished introducing the lineup, the audience erupted into discussions. Output type? What the hell? What? Where did this output type, Soul Master come from? Seriously, is there even an output type in Martial Souls? This is the first time I've heard of an output type, Soul Master. What a ridiculous lineup change. Without our, this challenge is bound to end in disaster. Luban replacing Zhang Ping on stage raised quite a few doubts. No one in the audience had ever heard of an output type, especially those Soul Masters, who were quite indignant and felt sorry for Zhang Ping, disparaging Luban. I declare the challenge officially begins. As the host's words fell, the discussions in the audience gradually faded away, and the Firefox was released into the arena as everyone watched the challenge in silence. Whoosh! Seeing the members of the Demon Moon team again, the Firefox was thoroughly enraged. This group of people is really relentless. They have been coming to provoke it almost every day during this time. This time, they must take her down. The firefox let out a sharp scream and initiated an attack again. As before, Hulaina commanded her team to defend. Defense. The defensive soul master Li Kai immediately used his first soul skill, the group defense skill Dragon Scale Shield. The 7 members of the Yao Yu team huddled together, forming a protective barrier of soul power resembling dragon scales around them. Bang, bang, bang. They successfully withstood the firefox's first wave of attacks. Without any agility-type soul masters to restrict them, Hulaina, a control-type soul master, took the initiative to attack first. Seeing the firefox approaching, she decisively unleashed her first soul skill, Fox Fire Command. Waves of fireballs of soul power shot directly at the firefox, and at the same time, the support-type soul master in the team also activated their support. Attack. The firefox's speed was halved, and Hulaina signaled the assault-type members to strike. Unlike the passive approach last time, the audience noticed that the new Yao Yu team was much more aggressive. They chose to actively engage the firefox, chasing after her to attack. This method of play consumed a lot of soul power and wouldn't last long. The 3 assault-type soul masters, Xie, Yin, and Sun Chuantao, surrounded the firefox. Just like last time, with the power of their 3 moves, they managed to inflict some light injuries on the firefox at the beginning, but couldn't deal any effective damage afterward. They also had to be wary of the firefox's counterattacks. Over time, their attacking power would quickly weaken. Just as the audience began to worry for the Yao Yu team, Luban finally found the opportunity to strike. At this point, the firefox had been cornered to the edge of the arena, perfectly entering his shooting range. It was impossible for her to escape in a short period. Brilliant Night, Thunder Paths, 9 Absolutes. Luban began to unleash his first soul skill. At this moment, the descendant formed from the transformation of the gaming character. Clad in shining golden armor, bathed in thunder and lightning, looked like a deity emerging from a sea of thunder. Above the arena, the winds and clouds gathered, and an unusual phenomenon occurred as a massive thundercloud took shape. First arrow. Luban drew the sun-shooting bow in his hands, aimed at the firefox, and shot out thunder arrows in quick succession. Second arrow. 1 arrow struck, reducing the firefox's speed by 10%, causing it to scream. At this moment, within the domain, it sensed a lethal crisis. It had to escape this thundercloud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The firefox, at this moment, lost its previous calm demeanor. No longer holding back, desperately attempting to break free. No longer willing to fight, it repelled the strong attackers from the Demon Moon team and immediately fled. 7th arrow. This arrow had an attack power of over 250 points, directly hitting the firefox and causing it to spit out blood. Although the firefox had nearly 800 years of cultivation, not many of those 800 attribute points were invested in defense, as it was not a defensive soul beast. Therefore, the 7th arrow shot by Luban dealt significant damage to it. Fortunately, at this moment, the firefox sensed the life-threatening danger and did not hold back, activating the Demon Fire Shield, making its entire body glow red like fire, capable of withstanding both physical attacks and soul skill attacks. This is to avoid serious injury. Tangair, can you shoot the arrows a bit faster? Seeing that the firefox was about to break free from the siege, Hulaina was extremely anxious. If the firefox managed to escape this siege, they would no longer be able to attack and would only be able to passively defend, falling into the same situation as before. Right now, the key to success lay with Luban. As long as he shot the 8th arrow, Hulaina believed the firefox would definitely be unable to defend against it. However, Luban's arrow shooting speed was too slow, taking forever to aim for each shot. Hearing Hulaina's complaint, Luban looked embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to be faster, but the skills in this domain worked like this. Only 1 wave of divine thunder could be unleashed per minute. Even if he wanted to speed up, he couldn't. 8th arrow. As Luban prepared to shoot the 8th thunder arrow, the firefox's eyes turned red, completely going mad. It sensed the breath of death from the thunder arrows coming from the other side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The firefox released its charm skill, launching a final counterattack. Defense. Seeing the firefox like this, Hulaina issued orders again, signaling everyone to pay attention. The members of the Yaoyue team understood that this was the firefox's most powerful charm skill. They quickly sealed their hearing with soul power and avoided looking into the firefox's eyes. The entire beast-fighting arena wasn't very large, and despite everyone's quick reactions, they were still charmed for a brief moment. By the time they regained their senses, the firefox had already escaped the siege. One of its feet had already stepped beyond the coverage area of the shooter domain. Chapter 21. Frozen forest chase it. Seeing this, Luban hurriedly shouted. He signaled the Yaoyue team to pursue. Otherwise, if the Firefox escaped the shooter domain, all their previous preparations would be in vain. However, Luban's words did not receive a response from others. It was known that the Yaoyue team always followed Hulaina's commands. No one listened to Luban's instructions. A team can only have one voice, especially during battle. Hearing Luban shout, Hulaina shot him a glance, feeling quite speechless. There were currently no agile attack-type soul masters in their team to pursue. Their speed simply couldn't match that of the Firefox. Fortunately, the Firefox was seriously injured now, and its speed had decreased significantly. Otherwise, they would only be left watching as the Firefox disappeared from sight. Support. At this moment, within the entire team, only Hulaina was the fastest. She directly carried Luban on her back and chased after the Firefox. Although the first soul skill of the support type, Suyu, was to increase attack power, his martial soul, the brilliant golden staff, had a small amount of acceleration attributes. Don't underestimate this small boost. At this moment, it was extremely important, because Hulaina had to carry Luban while chasing the Firefox. Having an extra person on her back would definitely affect her speed. At this moment, the support just happened to offset Luban's weight consumption. One fleeing and one chasing. The speeds on both sides were surprisingly consistent, preventing the Firefox from completely escaping the archer's domain. The 8th arrow. After chasing for about 2 meters, the 8th lightning arrow finally completed its charge and shot out with a whoosh under the tense gaze of the audience. It was as fast as lightning and as swift as thunder, almost instantly piercing through the Firefox's abdomen. A final mournful cry echoed from the Firefox in the arena. With a serious injury from one arrow, the Firefox was left with just one last breath lying on the platform. Since Soul Masters must personally hunt Soul Beasts to obtain Soul Rings, Luban did not aim for the Firefox's head. Otherwise, it would have certainly been a one-hit kill. It's done. Seeing the Firefox in such a state, Hulaina shouted excitedly. They had finally succeeded in their challenge. The second soul ring she had longed for was about to be within her grasp. Hulaina set Luban down and jumped in front of the Firefox, delivering a fatal blow. A yellow soul ring appeared in the arena, causing the audience to erupt in screams. Success in the challenge meant that the soul ring obtained from hunting the soul beast belonged to the challenger, a rule that could not be broken in any arena on Douluo Continent. Hulaina sat cross-legged, releasing her martial soul and using telekinesis to draw the soul ring onto her martial soul. Poof! Ha! Luban couldn't help but laugh at Hulaina's appearance. The other members of the Demon Moon team were also stifling their laughter, because she had been carrying Luban while chasing the Firefox. Hulaina was naturally drenched in the baptism of lightning. At this moment, her golden short hair was standing fully upright, resembling an explosive round ball hairstyle. Smoke occasionally billowed from her hair, making it exceedingly funny. Oof, what are you laughing at? After absorbing the soul ring, Hulaina, seeing Luban's attitude, said angrily. No one had dared to mock her like this before. Luban did not explain. The challenge was over, and he quickly jumped off the platform and dashed away. Not long after, he heard Hulaina scream behind him, Tang San, I will kill you. The news of the Soul Beast Overlord Firefox being killed in the Soto City arena quickly spread throughout the entire arena, causing a sensation. My goodness, the Demon Moon team actually killed the Firefox. It's truly unbelievable. The battle scene was quite intense. You wouldn't know unless you were there. Let me tell you, output-type Soul Masters are the most impressive. This challenge truly opened my eyes. I didn't expect there to be output-type Soul Masters in this world. Yes, the Demon Moon team was able to kill the Firefox thanks to that output-type Soul Master. Incredible. That battle was the most exciting match I have ever seen. Unforgettable for life. The task was completed. Although Master and the others left the arena, the legend of output-type Soul Masters spread wider and wider. As a result, for a period of time afterward, teachers from various Soul Master academies in Soto City had their heads spinning. Every day, students would ask them to explain what output-type Soul Masters are and how to develop in that direction. In the imperial city of the Heaven-Do Empire, 400 miles northwest, there was a vast forest, named the Frozen Forest by the Snow Knight Emperor. It was the place where the royal family of the Heaven-Do Empire raised soul beasts. At this moment, Master Flander and the others finally arrived after 3 days and nights of travel. Hulaina mentioned that she had seen a group of pure attack-type blood-sucking mosquitoes in the core area of the Frozen Forest. The leader of that group seemed to be a soul beast with 800 years of cultivation. Pure attack-type soul beasts have tremendous attack power without needing to use soul skills. For instance, the blood-sucking mosquitoes have no skills at all. They are extremely fast and have strong concealment abilities. Once they choose a target, their rock-solid proboscis can almost break through any animal's defenses. After feeding, they immediately escape. Soul beasts like the blood-sucking mosquito, which have no skills, are quite useless to other soul masters but are perfect for Lu Ban's martial soul. Therefore, upon hearing about the blood-sucking mosquitoes that day, Master was exceptionally excited, greatly boosting his confidence in Lu Ban's extreme output flow. Teacher, why is it so lively at the outskirts of the frozen forest? As they entered the frozen forest, Lu Ban was amazed by the scene before him. The outskirts were filled with buildings and vendors, bustling with prosperity. Of course, soul masters are the richest profession on the entire continent, Master replied with a calm smile. He then took out a hand order. After showing it, the soldiers guarding the outskirts let them pass. Master Flander and the others walked into the frozen forest. In places like the frozen forest, where the Empire raises soul beasts, one needs a hand order issued by the Spirit Hall to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Along the way, Master explained a lot of knowledge about the hunting soul forest to Lu Ban and Tang San. There were no 10,000-year soul beasts in the frozen forest. And with Flander, a rank 78 soul sage, their safety was basically assured. After walking for 2 hours, they finally reached the core area of the frozen forest. Shoo! Master signaled everyone to be quiet, and they began to search cautiously. The core area of the frozen forest was about 5 miles in diameter, although not very large. The ground was overgrown with weeds, and there were bushes and thorns everywhere, making it very difficult to navigate. The ancient trees towered, blocking most of the sunlight, resulting in poor lighting. Such a sinister environment was indeed the favorite place of the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Not long after the four arrived at the center, they encountered a large number of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Most of the blood-sucking mosquitoes were very young, and 10 years old was already quite impressive. Reaching 100 years was extremely rare, let alone 800 years. If what Hulaina said was true, they would make a huge profit this time. Chapter 22. The first soul ring Master Flander and the others continued to search forward. The number of blood-sucking mosquitoes was increasing. That 800-year-old blood-sucking mosquito should be nearby. The core area of the frozen forest was exceptionally dark, making it extremely difficult to actively find it. Fortunately, having received news in advance, Master was well prepared. Soon, when everyone found a flat piece of ground, Master took out a mosquito lure incense from his storage soul guide and lit it. The mosquito lure incense could emit a fragrance to attract blood-sucking mosquitoes, a temptation that was almost impossible to resist. After lighting the mosquito lure incense, Master lit another 5 poisons incense. Once the 5 poisons incense was lit, it formed a green smoke that enveloped the mosquito lure incense. This was done to drive away the lower-level blood-sucking mosquitoes. Sure enough, once the mosquito lure incense was lit, the core area became restless in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The buzzing sounds from all directions grew closer and closer, and soon Lu Ban saw a dense swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes appear. They surrounded the green smoke from the 5 poisons incense, forming a thick black barrier, but they could not cross it. Once they touched the poisonous mist, the blood-sucking mosquitoes would die instantly. It should be noted that the blood-sucking mosquito is a purely offensive soul beast with no poison resistance. Even those over 100 years old would not survive. Touching it would mean death. Soon, outside the poisonous mist, the bodies of blood-sucking mosquitoes piled up like a mountain. In large clusters, this most instinctive temptation, knowing it leads to death, they cannot refuse, just like flying towards the fire while trying to pass through the poisonous mist. After about an hour, with a huge rumbling sound, a strong wind slowly formed around the edge of the poisonous mist, attempting to disperse it. Such a wise action surely indicated the appearance of the blood-sucking demon mosquito leader. It has appeared, ready. At this moment, the master and the other 3 were already sitting cross-legged on the ancient tree trunk, waiting for a long time. As soon as the blood-sucking demon mosquito leader appeared, the master hurriedly reminded Flanders. 7th soul skill, Cat Eagle True Body. Prompted, Flanders immediately activated his martial soul and unleashed his martial soul's true form. In the state of martial soul true form, all attributes receive a significant boost. Flanders' gaze was sharp, and he quickly spotted the blood-sucking demon mosquito with 800 years of cultivation. Found it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Quickly launching an attack. The speed advantage of the agile attack type, Soul Master, burst forth completely. At level 78, Flanders was significantly faster than the blood-sucking demon mosquito leader. with his cat paw extended. He flew slightly low and grabbed the blood-sucking demon mosquito leader into the air, following it up with a violent output. With Flanders successful, the master, along with Luban and Tang San, began to run towards the outer edge of the frozen forest along Flanders' flight trajectory. Soon, they successfully regrouped in an open area at the outskirts. "We're the Guardians, Luban. Hurry and absorb the soul ring." Hearing President Flanders' words, Luban nodded. Approaching the blood-sucking demon mosquito, he pulled out a dagger and swiftly ended its life. Immediately, a yellow 100-year soul ring began to condense from the blood-sucking demon mosquito's body. The soul ring can only remain for an hour at most. "Luban, focus your mind, concentrate on your martial soul, and hurry to absorb it." Seeing Luban staring blankly at the soul ring, the master reminded him. Luban sat cross-legged, released his Luban number 7 martial soul, and used his soul power to draw the soul ring onto his martial soul. He began to absorb the soul ring. During the absorption process, Luban's body experienced intense energy impacts. Fortunately, he had a full innate soul power of level 20, so absorbing the 800-year soul ring was quite easy for him. Soon, after about half an hour, Luban let out a light sigh. The feeling of heaviness disappeared, and he became incredibly light. He successfully completed the soul ring absorption. He opened the system personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul. Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. 3000 Thunder Strikes, Qualification, Full Innate Soul Power, Jungle Level Up, Soul Power, 20-400100, Soul Ring, Yellow Soul Bone, None Soul Skill, Attack, 700, Items, Gamer Skin. Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. The first soul skill directly brought a 700-point increase to his basic attack. The other 100 tribute points enhanced his other attributes. The boost is incredible. Seeing the introduction of the first soul skill, Luban was shocked. Now, even without activating the Archer Domain, his basic attack had reached an astonishing 724 points. The attack damage is incredible. If I were to challenge the nearly 800-year-old Fire Fox in the Soto City Arena with my current strength, I could easily take it down with just one basic attack. Xiao San, what is your first soul skill? Xiao San, hurry up and release your soul skill, so I can see it. Just as I got up after absorbing the soul ring, Flander and the master surrounded me, looking at me with extreme excitement as if I were treasure. Teacher, Dean Flander, my first soul skill adds 700 points to my basic attack. A basic attack bonus? Upon hearing this, the master nodded, as this was within his expectations. Something they had thought of before hunting the blood-sucking mosquito. After all, that was a soul beast with pure attack attributes and no skills of its own. A 700-point attack bonus? But when they heard the number of the attack bonus, both the master and Flander were stunned. They gasped in unison. Gulping, they looked utterly incredulous. Teacher, is it a 700-point bonus strong? Tang San, who was beside them, didn't he understand these things and curiously asked why the master and Flander were acting so out of character. Who? The master took a deep breath to steady himself and began to explain. Not only is it strong, it's exceptionally outrageous. One should know that the attribute bonuses a soul beast gives to a soul master are often balanced, even when hunting specialized series of soul beasts. The obtained attribute bonuses cannot differ greatly. Take a strong attack-type soul master, for example. Even if they hunt a soul beast with an 800-year cultivation, the maximum attack bonus they could get would be around 500 points. Someone like Luban could be said to be a miracle in the entire soul master world. At least, there has never been a record of such a thing on the continent. Moreover, let us not forget that this is only his first soul ring. Other soul masters' second soul ring bonuses from soul beasts are at most 764 years, far from reaching Luban's attack power. Hearing the master's explanation, Tang San finally felt what a gap truly meant and the pressure Luban brought. Strong, it's just too strong. Luban's first soul skill can sweep away any opponent of a 30th level soul ancestor. One could say that in battle, it would be a complete crush. The master and Flander were so excited at this moment that they were dancing around, as happy as children. Extreme output flow. One extreme output flow. Luban, it seems your choice is correct. Yes, if the first soul ring is so outrageous, if all future ones are of this type of bonus, I dare say that in single combat across the continent, no one will be Luban's opponent. Luban successfully obtained his first soul ring, and Flander and the master were even happier than he was. Chapter 23. The Royal Combat Team. The Frozen Forest is a place where the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire raises soul beasts, so naturally. They couldn't leave so easily after coming here. After Luban successfully obtained his first soul ring, the four of them began searching again. On one hand, they were looking for suitable soul beasts for Tang San, and on the other hand, they were hoping to strike it lucky and see if they could encounter a pure attack-type soul beast with 500 years of cultivation. After all, Luban is a naturally full soul power level of 20, meaning he can directly add a second soul ring without needing to cultivate. Moreover, the cultivation year limit of the soul beast added to the second soul ring must be twice that of an ordinary soul master. Through practical experience with Luban, the master's theory of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls has changed quite a bit. The cultivation year limit added by the soul ring is one of the very important points. Luban's success validated his speculation that a soul master with a naturally full soul power of level 20 has a soul ring addition year limit that is twice that of other soul masters whose maximum natural full soul power is only level 10. After that, the four of them stayed in the frozen forest for 2 days before leaving. During this time, they did not find another type of pure attack soul beast, but they helped Tang San hunt a mandala snake, allowing him to successfully obtain his first soul ring. It's too difficult to obtain soul beasts while pursuing a pure extreme attribute development direction. No wonder there are so few such soul masters on the continent today. On the way back, Flander complained, "Damn it, we almost turned the frozen forest inside out and still didn't find a second type of pure attack soul beast." Upon hearing this, the master smiled wryly and shook his head, saying that in this regard, soul masters and soul beasts are actually quite similar. Pure extreme flow soul masters are extremely difficult to emerge, and pure extreme flow soul beasts are similarly hard to find. They have too high environmental survival requirements. Indeed, if the extreme flow development direction were easy to follow, there wouldn't be so few seen on the continent. For what he heard, only the world's #1 sect, the Haoyan sect, has produced pure power-type extreme flow battle soul masters. Other forces and academies in the Heaven Do Empire that pursue extreme flow have not succeeded. The most famous was the Five Elements Academy. They initially wanted to pursue pure extreme flow, but ended up with not a single success. Consequently, they had to abandon extreme flow and what they pursued in terms of attributes, while appearing to be single attribute, still fundamentally followed a balanced flow development direction. In the Heaven Do Empire's royal city, Heaven Do City, the master, Flander, and the four of them walked along the spacious streets, allowing Luban and Tang San to experience the splendor of the imperial capital. As a capital city, the prosperity of Heaven Do City is naturally incomparable to those smaller cities below. One street here is more prosperous than the city of Notting, the arena of Tiando City. The layout of the outer area is similar to that of the Soto City arena, but the scale is several times larger. From the outside, you can at least see the outline of a circular building in the Soto City arena. However, in the Tiando City arena, you can only see the curvature. From the front of the main entrance, you definitely can't tell that this was originally a super large circular building. Xiaogang, take the kids to the underground arena to have a look, and I will go upstairs to the mission hall to gather some information. Just like last time, as soon as they entered the arena, Flanders bid them farewell and went to gather information about soul beasts. Meanwhile, Master took Luban and Tang San to the underground floor to watch the beast fighting challenge. In the main arena on the underground floor, when Master and the others entered, the audience seats were almost filled and everyone was discussing the details of the challenge. The Royal Battle Team is really brave. This is already their 7th challenge against the Thunderstorm Dragon, right? Wrong. It's the 8th time. It's not just bravery. It's practically reckless. Indeed, every challenge has resulted in serious injuries to team members. In the 3rd challenge, a swift attack, Soul Master died directly, and they still dare to challenge a Layer Overlord. This time I heard they have a very powerful support Soul Master, so maybe they can win. Not likely. That's a Thunderstorm Dragon with nearly 800 years of cultivation. The Royal Battle Team should consider themselves lucky to retreat safely this time. Soon, with 3 minutes left until the challenge time, the host appeared. Welcome everyone to this beast fighting challenge. I'm the host of this challenge, Yaya. Now, please welcome the challengers, the members of the Royal Battle Team. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience erupted in cheers, shaking the arena. On the arena stage, below the circular stands, the 7 members of the Royal Battle Team, led by their captain, walked into the arena together. The host then introduced the team lineup. Royal Battle Team. Captain, Yu Xiaogang. Martial Soul, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, level 20 attack type, Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Vice Captain, Duguyen, Martial Soul, Emerald Python, level 20 control type, Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, level 20 defense type Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Shihu, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle. Level 20 defense type Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Yu Feng, Martial Soul, Wind Bell Bird. Level 20 agile attack type Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Adbo, Martial Soul, Ghost Leopard. Level 20 agile attack type Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Team member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. Level 20 support type Tool Soul Master. Soul Ring, 1 yellow. Compared to the lineup from the last challenge, the new support type Soul Master, Yi Lingling, has attracted a lot of attention. Master, does the Royal Battle Team's lineup have a chance to defeat the Thunderstorm Dragon? Luban asked. Hearing this, Master shook his head. They can't win. They can only tie. Thea? Where did this old man come from a boast like this? Exactly. You must not know how powerful the Thunderstorm Dragon is, right? Please, can you listen carefully? That is a Thunderstorm Dragon with nearly 800 years of cultivation. The Royal Battle Team will definitely fail. Just as Master finished speaking, he was overheard by the audience next to him, who began to mock him. The Thunderstorm Dragon has ruled the underground layer for many years. How could the Royal Battle Team, without a second Soul Ring, succeed in the challenge? It's not even possible to tie. In the previous 7 challenges, which time wasn't the Thunderstorm Dragon beating them to a pulp? Master frowned, not wanting to explain much to them. He continued speaking to satisfy his students' curiosity. The Thunderstorm Dragon is a soul beast with strong attack and defense. A Thunderstorm Dragon with nearly 800 years of cultivation will form a very strong defensive thunder armor on its exterior. Of course, this defense is not granted by skills, but is a talent, which is quite rare. Compared to its high defense, the Thunderstorm Dragon's attack power is the most terrifying. It is one of the soul beasts with the strongest attack power among beast martial souls. The Thunderstorm Dragon with nearly 800 years of cultivation has an extremely powerful thunderstorm output skill called Thunderbolt, which has a very strong attack power. And very few soul masters of the same rank can defend against it. Hearing Master explain, Luban and Tang San nodded repeatedly, gaining a lot. The audience members who had mocked earlier were taken aback, not expecting this middle-aged man to actually understand the Thunderstorm Dragon. I said a tie because of the support Soul Master from the Royal Battle Team. Master continued explaining. The 9-Heart Begonia Martial Soul is an extremely rare support martial soul, known as the Undying Martial Soul. With her around, as long as her soul power is not exhausted, it will be difficult for her teammates to die. Huh? Upon hearing Master's words, the audience members next to them were stunned. They thought to themselves, is the 9-Heart Begonia that powerful? However, seeing that Master didn't seem like someone who was just talking nonsense, everyone started to look forward to this battle. As the Royal Battle Team entered the arena, the host announced the start of the match. Release your martial souls. With the Captain Yu Tianheng's command, the 7 members instantly released their martial souls, with yellow soul rings entwining around their feet, creating a spectacular scene. Boom! At this moment, the gate on the other side of the Colosseum opened wide, and the Thunderstorm Dragon was released into the arena, causing the audience to scream repeatedly. The Thunderstorm Dragon, with nearly 800 years of cultivation, stood about 10 meters tall, resembling a dinosaur and having an exceptionally large physique. Upon entering the arena and seeing the 7 members of the Royal Fighting Team, it immediately became furious. This group of guys actually came to challenge the authority of the underground layer's overlord again. How? The Thunderstorm Dragon went berserk and launched the first attack. Its 3-meter-long tail swept across. Defense. Seeing this, Yu Qianheng roared loudly. The 2 defensive team members of the Imperial Battle Team immediately activated their first soul skills. Shimo, Guardian of the Xian Turtle. Shihua, Guardian of the Earth. With 2 layers of defensive soul skills, they successfully blocked the Thunderstorm Dragon's attack. The Thunderstorm Dragon's tail was obstructed, causing it to stagger back repeatedly, its body unstable. Charge! Seeing this, Yu Qianheng decisively seized the opportunity and ordered his agile attack teammates to strike. Yu Feng and Adbo unleashed their first soul skills, launching the first wave of attacks. Windblade. Leopard Shadow Assault. Yu Feng transformed into a Wind Bell Bird, while Adbo transformed into a Ghost Leopard, both attacking the Thunderstorm Dragon. Wind Wings turned into blades, and the Ghost Leopard's steel claws unleashed a flurry of attacks on the Thunderstorm Dragon. Clang, clang, clang. Although the fighting scene looked intense, they didn't even break through the Thunderstorm Dragon's thunder armor. They merely limited its movement with their speed. Control. Yu Qianheng issued another command. Vice Captain Duge Yin activated her first soul skill, Phosphorescent Red Poison. The Bilan serpent is a rare beast martial soul carrying potent venom. Its toxicity is even more formidable than that of a mandala snake, making it something everyone in the Soul Master world fears. However, her phosphorescent red poison is a boon for teammates, increasing speed and attack power by 20%. For enemies, however, it is quite the opposite. Yu Xiaogang and Douluo have always worked well together. After the phosphorescent red poison was released, Yu Xiaogang decisively activated his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. At that moment, the entire beast fighting arena echoed with the roar of a dragon. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, as the strongest attacking beast martial soul, has formidable power. Yu Xiaogang's attack power alone reached an astonishing 300 points. Coupled with Douluo's support and the 20% boost, the Imperial Battle Team unleashed their strongest attack. Over 360 points of super strong soul skill struck the Thunderstorm Dragon. It directly broke through its defense and with one claw strike, left a new wound on the Thunderstorm Dragon. How? Although the Imperial Battle Team's attack did not deal fatal damage, continuous injuries would weaken its physical state. The Thunderstorm Dragon, furious, launched a deadly strike. With its mouth wide open and thunder gathering all over its body, it was as if another sun had appeared on the stage. Defense. The Thunderstorm Dragon's attack skill, Thunderstorm Strike, was unleashed, shooting out a lightning bolt as thick as a person's waist, directly targeting the members of the Imperial Battle Team. With 800 years of cultivation, this strike had at least 600 attack points, breaking through both the Shin Turtle Guardian and Earth Guardian defenses. It slammed into Yu Xiaogang and the others. Support. This strike directly caused serious injuries to the two agility-type soul masters with weaker defenses. The flowers drift away. The water flows. Fortunately, Yi Lingling decisively activated her healing ability, and the Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul transformed in beautiful pink and white gradients, providing surprisingly effective healing. The agility-type soul masters of the Royal Fighting Team, who were severely injured, instantly recovered. The audience in the arena was extremely excited. Many were stunned, exclaiming how amazing the Nine Hearts Begonia was. With a Nine Hearts Begonia support soul master around, it was hard to get injured. Lingling, well done. Yu Xiaogang praised his new teammate, feeling exceptionally satisfied. The Royal Fighting Team finally changed the situation where someone was injured and had to leave the arena in every match. Charge. The Thunderstorm Dragon launched a deadly strike, momentarily weakening its physical state, and Yu Xiaogang seized the opportunity to organize another attack. The following situation was almost exactly as the master had predicted. Both sides fell into a stalemate. The Royal Fighting Team only had their captain, Yu Xiaogang, as a strong attack-type soul master, and their attack power was insufficient to deal fatal damage to the Thunderstorm Dragon. We admit defeat. When the auxiliary soul master Yi Lingling was about to exhaust her soul power, Yu Xiaogang decisively chose to concede. Continuing the battle would certainly lead to casualties. He couldn't be so selfish as to let his teammates get seriously injured for the sake of his second soul ring, especially given the potential this new team had displayed. He was surprised. He believed that there was no other soul master team in the entire Tiando Royal Academy that was as outstanding as this one. He absolutely could not let such excellent teammates be lost, not to mention there were classmates who had fought alongside him for so long. Upon Yu Xiaogang's concession, a level 60 Soul Emperor stepped forward at the edge of the arena, controlling the Thunderstorm Dragon and leading the Royal Fighting Team off the field. Xiaogang, why not have the Academy step in to buy that Thunderstorm Dragon? Douluo said with a frown. That Thunderstorm Dragon was too important for Yu Xiaogang. Its nearly 800 years of cultivation was simply the perfect second soul ring for him. They had tried so many times without success, and, given their current strength, they certainly wouldn't be able to complete the challenge. In that case, it would be best to have the Academy step in to buy the Thunderstorm Dragon. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's face turned bitter. Buying a Thunderstorm Dragon would require a lot of gold soul coins, and he didn't want to ask his family for it. Sigh. It seems I'll have to do some tasks for a while to earn gold soul coins. With a sigh, Yu Xiaogang walked towards the task hall on the second floor. There is no need for the captain to feel this way. That Thunderstorm Dragon is not something a soul master team can capture. Yu Feng was right. The Thunderstorm Dragon was originally meant to showcase the arena, and even if they failed, there was no need to be disheartened. Indeed, I dare say there isn't a soul master team on the entire continent that could defeat that Thunderstorm Dragon. Why are these young people so dispirited? At this moment, Flander, who was searching for information in the mission hall, saw the Royal Fighting Team and frowned. Kids, it's just a Thunderstorm Dragon, nothing to worry about. Don't be discouraged by failure. Think carefully about your strategy, and maybe you'll succeed next time. Chapter 25. Battle again with the attack system. Seeing Flander come over with a lecturing demeanor, the members of the royal fighting team were taken aback. Who is this old man? Does he not fear being struck dumb with his big talk? At first glance, it's obvious he lacks experience. Do they really not know what kind of existence the thunderstorm dragon is? Uncle, that's a thunderstorm dragon, not a thunderstorm bug. If you don't understand, don't come out and make a fuss. Exactly. Who does he think he is, challenging a thunderstorm dragon with nearly 800 years of cultivation in the underground layer? It's truly laughable. He might fool those inexperienced kids, but in front of us, it's just showing off. Seeing a bunch of kids who haven't even grown all their hair, yet babbling with him, Flinder's temper flared up. Who is Flinder? If he can't handle a group of little brats, how can he be the principal? Whether it's a thunderstorm dragon or a thunderstorm bug, in our Shrek Academy, they're just soul rings. One of our academy's disciples has only one soul ring, and last time in the Soto Arena, he single-handedly took down an 800-year-old firefox. Ofthe. Ha ha ha. Uncle, you really can brag. Hearing Flinder's words, Yu Xiaogang and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Forget it. Why bother talking to you? With people like you, you're at the bottom of our academy. Flinder waved his hand, speaking casually. Seeing Yu Xiaogang and the others' dark expressions, he was extremely pleased. Hee kids. Just afraid of comparisons. To be honest, when Flinder said this, Yu Xiaogang's 7 companions all changed their expressions. They're the most outstanding students of the Tiando Royal Academy. And now they become the bottom feeders in others' mouths. Who wouldn't be angry? Bragging is not to be taken lightly. We haven't even heard of Shrek Academy. If you're capable, let your students come and compete with us. Douluo Yin snorted coldly. Little girl, I'm still looking for a pure, offensive soul beast, and I have no time to waste with you on this. Flinder turned to leave, but was stopped by Yu Xiaogang. What kind of pure, offensive soul beast are you looking for? Seeing Yu Xiaogang ask this, Flinder's eyes widened, feeling hopeful. Around 1,500 years would be fine. Isn't that a coincidence? I happen to know of a pure, offensive soul beast that has exactly that amount of cultivation. Who? Upon hearing this, Flinder's breathing immediately became rapid, and he no longer had the joking demeanor. He seriously confirmed, Little friend, you're not joking, are you? If what you say is true, I can not only let my students compete with you, but also help you hunt that thunderstorm dragon. With the arena's guarantee, how could I possibly speak carelessly? Yu Xiaogang smiled, and his demeanor made it clear that he was of noble birth. In the resting area on the first floor of the arena, after watching the royal battle teams match, the master was waiting there with Luban and Tang San. Soon, Flinder came down from the second floor, his face full of joy, which surprised the master. It's known that Flinder usually doesn't smile, wearing large black glasses, looking quite serious to outsiders. Did you get some news? Flinder nodded, thinking about how to explain. The master jumped up, his face full of excitement, almost in disbelief. Pure offensive soul beasts are so hard to find. Could it be that they found one so quickly? This time, like last time, it would require Luban's intervention. Flinder organized his words and shared the agreement with the royal battle team. Hunt the thunderstorm dragon? Flinder, did you encounter the royal battle team? Flinder hadn't watched the previous battles in the arena, so he shook his head, indicating he didn't know. The master continued. Is there a girl in that team with purple hair and green eyes? Upon hearing this description, Flinder nodded repeatedly. That girl was too distinctive. He remembered her at a glance. Great. Everything is falling into place, making things easier. Next, the master had Luban transform back into his descendant form. And then they all went to the second floor task hall. There. As soon as they entered the hall, Flinder pointed to where the royal battle team members were sitting. Then he walked over and sat across from them. These are the students from our Shrek Academy, he said, referring to Luban. Upon hearing Flinder's introduction, Yu Xiaogang and his 7 companions all turned to look at Luban. Luban stood at 1 meter 80, wearing golden armor, looking quite imposing. Uncle, are you sure he can do it? Yu Xiaogang questioned, looking at Luban, who appeared to be at least 15 years old. It was hard to believe he obtained his second soul ring at such an age. What kind of poor aptitude must he have? To call him a genius? That would be a joke. Douluo Yin and the others thought the same, looking at Luban with quivering mouths. What a great talent from Shrek Academy. Claiming to have killed an 800-year-old fire fox, he really can boast. We'll find out by trying. Next, both sides went to the third-floor testing room as agreed. The Royal Battle Team's agile attack member, Yu Feng, leaped onto the stage to battle Luban. Yu Feng, with the wind bellbird as his martial soul, was a level 21st ring agile attack soul master. Before the battle, both sides introduced themselves out of respect. Tang Air, martial soul, sun, shooting bow. Level 21st ring output soul master. Output type? What the heck is that? Is there such a development direction for martial souls? Why haven't they heard of it? Upon hearing Luban announce his output type, not only was Yu Feng on stage dumbfounded, but also Yu Qianheng, Yin, and the others in the audience were completely confused. At this moment, a yellow 100-year soul ring circled around Luban's feet. In terms of soul ring matching, it was indeed acceptable. Make your move, remember. You only have one chance to attack. On the stage, Luban said to Yu Feng calmly. Right now, his basic attack was over 700 points. Hitting Yu Feng was like stepping on an ant. He only needed one hit to take his life. Fortunately, his soul power energy ball could control its power. Otherwise, there would be no point in this competition. What a boast. On the stage, Yu Feng was completely enraged by Luban's words. With Flinder and this boy in front of him, how could they be so arrogant? At this moment, not only Yu Feng, but even the other members of the royal battle team were fuming after hearing Luban's words. Yin was so angry she laughed. How dare they underestimate us? Yu Feng, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson. Below the stage, Yin had her hands on her hips, looking like a little chili pepper, her mouth babbling nonstop. It looked like she was itching to go up and scratch Luban. Kid, remember, the one who defeats you is called Yu Feng. After saying his boastful words, Yu Feng directly released his first soul ring, Windblade. The Wind Bell, Bird Marshal's soul activated, sprouting wings on his back, which transformed into wind blades that shot straight at Luban. Whoosh! At this moment, Luban drew the Sunstrike Bow. Chapter 26, The Emperor's Battle Team. Letting a sensitive attack, Soul Master get close. Should I say you are arrogant or foolish? As Yu Feng flapped his wings, just 3 steps away from Luban, seeing that he had not yet released his arrow, he smirked mockingly. When Yu Feng's wind blades arrived right in front of Luban's face, the Emperor's battle team erupted in shouts. They were still seething from Luban's earlier arrogant remarks and would naturally seize the opportunity to mock him. Allowing a sensitive attack Soul Master to get close in battle is a major taboo. Don't laugh. My disciple is just adjusting his attack power to avoid hurting you. The master calmly explained as he saw Luban aim for a long time without shooting. Haha, I see. It turns out the strongest skill of Shrek Academy is boasting. First it was Flander, then Luban, and now the master. These people in front of them just kept appearing, each one more boastful than the last. The members of the Emperor's battle team couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey kid, why are you shaking your head? At this moment, Yin saw a 1-meter-tall boy with short blue-black hair standing next to the master, shaking his head while looking at the stage, and joked. He thought, don't tell me this little brat is going to act cool too. You sensitive attack soul masters are really idiots. You don't even know how to position yourselves. Charging in a straight line like that make you a live target in the air. Tang San shook his head and sighed. Huh. Upon hearing this, the members of the Emperor's battle team were stunned for a moment, not expecting a 5- or 6-year-old child to dare to speak so shamelessly in front of them. Damn, Shrek Academy really opened their eyes. This was the first time they had seen such a boastful academy, where boasting starts from a young age. However, just as Tang San finished speaking, Luban released his arrow. At this point, Yu Feng's wings were almost at his nose, and he could clearly feel the pain from the wind blades hitting his face. Whoosh! The Sunstrike Bow moved, and a soul power arrow shot out. As swift as thunder and as fast as lightning. At such a short distance, it could be said to have been instantaneous. The powerful impact directly blew Yu Feng from one side of the stage to the other, spanning the 100-meter diameter of the arena, and before he could stabilize himself, the immense force from the soul power arrow still hadn't subsided. Boom! Yu Feng was slammed against the wall of the trial room. He fainted. With just a simple weakened basic attack, Luban rendered him utterly defenseless. Hiss! At this moment, everyone in the Emperor's battle team, including their captain Yu Qianheng, was stunned by the scene before them. They all gasped in disbelief. Is an output-type battle Soul Master really this powerful? They clearly saw from below the stage that Luban's strike had not used any soul skills. It was just a simple, casual basic attack. Yet, even so, Yu Feng, who was one of the top sensitive attack Soul Masters among his peers in the Tiando Royal Academy, was sent flying by his opponent while using his first soul skill. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes today, they wouldn't believe what was happening in front of them, even if they were killed. How are you kids doing? Uncle didn't lie to you, right? Flander waved his hand at the members of the Emperor's battle team, smiling. You all hurry up and prepare, recover your soul power well, and challenge the Thunderstorm Dragon as soon as possible. We are quite busy over here and can't waste too much time. Luban's casual strike completely shattered the proud mindset of the Emperor's battle team, allowing them to experience fear for the very first time. Such a strong attack power is something they have never seen in their lives. It is truly incredible. At that moment, Yu Xiaogang and Flander completed the task signing in the presence of the arena. Yu Xiaogang informed Flander about the whereabouts of the purely offensive soul beasts. And Flander helped Yu Xiaogang defeat the Thunderstorm Dragon. Oh my gosh, have you heard? The Emperor Battle Team is going to challenge the Thunderstorm Dragon again. What? Didn't they just challenge it today? It's absolutely true. I've heard that the Emperor Battle Team has changed their lineup again. Wow. Are there really that many talented youngsters now? They could just change like that? Yes, even at 11 or 12 years old. Having a soul power of level 20 is something that even the strongest families in Tiando City would have trouble finding. The last challenge against the Nine Hearts Begonia Spirit Master was already surprising enough, and this time the Emperor Battle Team might bring even more surprises. I've heard they have brought in a powerful attack type Soul Master. Let's wait and see. That night, the underground level of the Heavenly Arena was once again in an uproar. The Royal Fighting Team was the star team here. Especially for those young noble heirs, the geniuses of the Royal Fighting Team were their idols. Naturally, they had to watch their challenges. In the main arena on the underground level, at this moment, the streets are empty with all 60,000 seats sold out. And even the standing areas on both sides are filled with spectators. Even those who bought standing tickets are eager to watch this much-anticipated beast fighting challenge. Welcome to the Tiando Beast Arena. I am your host, Iya, and now let's welcome the challengers, the Emperor Do team, to enter the arena. As soon as the host finishes speaking, under the cheers of the audience, the new Emperor Do team members enter the arena led by their captain, Yu Xiaogang. During their entrance, the host does not rest and introduces the lineup of the Emperor Do team to the audience. This time, the Emperor Do team has replaced the Agility-type Soul Master, Yu Feng, with the Output-type Battle Soul Master, Tang San. Hearing the host mention the Output type, the audience is momentarily confused. What is this Output type? They have never heard of it before. Yes, you heard it right. It is the Output-type Battle Soul Master. As per the information provided by the Emperor Do team, which has been certified by the seniors of the Beast Arena, the host gives a brief explanation. And as for what an Output type is, let's wait and see. Now I declare, the challenge begins. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. With Yu Xiaogang shout, the 7 team members activate their martial souls together. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, the Emerald Python, the Xuanwu Tortoise, the Nine-Heart Begonia, the Ghost Leopard, and the Sun-Shooting Bao all make their appearances, each member standing on a 100-year yellow soul ring. The momentum is grand, and the scene is spectacular. Oh my, look, that boy in golden armor is the Output-type Soul Master. That Output-type Soul Master is so handsome. What did he eat to grow up like that? How did he become so handsome? A bunch of infatuated fools. Soul Masters value strength. Being handsome is useless. Exactly. Can being handsome defeat the Thunderstorm Dragon? Can being handsome earn the favor of the Spirit Hall? Indeed. What is this Output-type Battle Soul Master? Can he be as powerful as an Agility-type Soul Master? That Output-type Soul Master's martial soul is actually a Bao. Come on, if he can't shoot far, he must be an Output type. Shallow. Shooting far is useless. Can he kill the Thunderstorm Dragon? It's over. The Emperor Do team has no hope for this challenge. I've never heard of a powerful Bao martial soul on the continent. Archers are indeed weak. Back in the day, I could take on 3 opponents alone. The Emperor Do team is used to losing. We all just have to get used to it. Chapter 27. This arrow caught us off guard. Woo. Boom. As the gate on the other side of the Beast Arena opens, the Thunderstorm Dragon slowly walks into the arena, shaking the ground, making the audience feel as if their seats are swaying. It feels like an earthquake. The pressure from a more than 10-meter-tall Thunderstorm Dragon is immense, making it feel like a prehistoric giant beast to those spectators who are not Soul Masters. Oh, whoa. Damn it, it's you guys again. Upon seeing the Emperor Do team again, the Thunderstorm Dragon's temper flares up immediately. Dragging its 3-meter-long tail, it charges forward. Defense. Captain Yu Xiaogang shouts, and Shimo and Shihua decisively use their first soul skills. Xuanwu Guardian. Earth Guardian. A circle of protective shields in the shape of a tortoise shell forms around the Emperor Do team members. In front of the tortoise shell protective shield, there's a 1-foot-thick wall of earth that tributes soul power, standing tall. The Thunderstorm Dragon is utterly furious. This attack is different from the previous playful ones. It channels its thunderous might, and its 3-meter-long tail suddenly strikes with a thunderous crack, resembling a giant electric rod. A layer of thunder dances on it, exuding an exceptionally strong power. At this moment, the stands were silent. The audience held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment, staring at the Thunderstorm Dragon's earth-shattering strike. Boom! Just as the Thunderstorm Dragon's tail was about to collide with the Earth Guardian, The thunderstorm dragon fell to the ground with a loud thud. Its lantern-sized crimson eyes were filled with fear. Hiss! At this moment, the entire audience collectively gasped, each rubbing their eyes, trying to understand what had happened. Seeing the thunderstorm dragon fall to the ground, the members of the Emperor battle team were all filled with shock. They knew it was Luban who had made the move, but the key was that they hadn't seen how Luban did it. They didn't even catch a glimpse of the lightning arrows shot from the sunshot bow. However, the large wound the size of a bowl in the thunderstorm dragon's chest was undeniable. What are you still dawdling for? If the thunderstorm dragon dies, you won't be able to absorb the soul ring. On the arena, Luban stood tall and said calmly, snapping everyone back to their senses. Yu Xiaogang quickly stepped forward to kill the thunderstorm dragon and obtain the soul ring. One of the conditions for obtaining a soul ring is that the soul master must personally kill the soul beast. Tang Er, how fast is your arrow, really? Dugu Yin turned to Luban and asked, the shock in her eyes lingering for a long time. My arrow, you can't keep up with it. Before you even feel it, I've already shot it. In the audience, Yu Feng, who had been replaced by Luban, trembled all over, cold sweat continuously pouring from his back. Throughout the entire battle, he had been focusing all his attention on Luban. Yet, even so, he only saw Luban draw the bow, not even catching a glimpse of the arrow's trajectory. That previous arrow from Luban could be said to have come in an instant. By the time he shifted his gaze to the thunderstorm dragon, a large hole had already appeared in its chest. Hiss! This arrow is comparable to the speed of light. In the previous competition, the opponent not only held back, but from the current situation, it can be said that they basically didn't even make a move. Watching Luban's tall figure, my breathing became heavier with the wind. Feeling like I was facing death itself, the pressure was immense. The thunderstorm dragon fell, and in an instant, the entire beast-fighting arena erupted in excitement. The audience rubbed their eyes one by one, their mouths agape in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. What the heck just happened? How did the thunderstorm dragon fall? I don't know, I didn't see clearly. It feels like I'm in a hallucination right now. Goodness. Someone slap me and tell me this isn't a dream. Damn it. How did the wound on the thunderstorm dragon's chest appear? Output system? Oh my god. It must have been that output system soul master who made a move earlier. I saw it too, but unfortunately, I only saw him draw the bow. I didn't see when he actually shot. Oh my gosh, is the output system soul master really that amazing? It's definitely ridiculously strong, making the other members of the Emperor's battle team look like they're just tagging along. Ugh, so damn cool. So cool that I'm bleeding from my nose. I want to give that output system soul master a monkey. In the commercial street of Heavendo City, at midnight, it is still lit up with neon lights, resembling daytime. This soul guide device can only be afforded by large cities like the capital of the Heavendo Empire. After coming out of the Colosseum, Master Flander.Luban, Tang San, and the others began to purchase daily necessities. In the next period, they would head to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts. The pure, offensive soul beast with a cultivation age of 1,500 years mentioned by Yu Xiaogang was located near a certain mountain in the Sunset Forest. Yu Xiaogang drew a simple map for them. It was impossible to create a detailed one because the terrain of the Sunset Forest was too complex, with mountains and hills everywhere. Therefore, they needed to prepare enough rations for the hunt. Luban, your battle just now was fantastic, reminding me of my younger days roaming the continent. During the shopping process, Flander couldn't help but reminisce. He talked about his experiences with Master. While regarding the other member of the Golden Triangle, he refrained from saying much upon seeing Master S frown. Luban, we should spar when we get the chance. Tang San, with his small fists clenched, looked eager to try. All right, Xiao San, I'll let you use one arm then. No need. Seeing Luban and Tang San bickering, Flander and Master burst into laughter. Upon seeing Tang San's mischievous expression, Luban rolled his eyes at him. What level are you to dare provoke him? If he didn't hold back, a single invincible shark cannon could turn Tang San into dust. Soon, after finishing their shopping, Flander and the others found an inn to stay overnight in preparation for their departure at dawn. On the other side, at the Heavendo Coliseum, not long after Luban and the others left, rumors about the output-type Battle Soul Masters began to spread wildly. Who? I did it. On the arena of the Coliseum, after absorbing the Thunderstorm Dragon's soul ring, Yu Xiaogang was filled with excitement. The second soul skill, Thunderbolt, was a powerful killing move that fully unleashed the attack power of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The other members of the Royal Battle Team came forward to congratulate Yu Xiaogang. Then Yu Xiaogang thought of something. Where are Tang Er and the others? They left. As soon as the challenge was over, they disappeared. Why didn't anyone stop them? Hearing this, everyone's mouths twitched. How could they stop them? The attack power of an output-type Battle Soul Master was no joke. Output type is just too powerful. Our royal battle team needs to have an output type too, Yu Xiaogang murmured. Subsequently, the happenings at the Colosseum spread from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, becoming more and more exaggerated. Eventually, it caused a stir throughout the entire Heaven-Do city. Everyone began to seek out the path of output-type soul masters, trying to understand what exactly was going on. This even left the teachers at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy baffled. Where did this output type come from? Get the hell out of here. Stop studying these strange paths and focus on learning properly. Chapter 28. The cunning gold-devouring mouse. The next day, at dawn, Flander and the others took a carriage and left Heaven-Do city, heading towards the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest is located in the central part of the Heaven-Do Empire, specifically east of Heaven-Do city and west of the Tiandu Empire. It borders most of the Star Luo Empire, but is not adjacent to any of the main cities of any empire. The Sunset Forest got its name from its unique natural environment. Every time the sun sets, the forest emits a faint golden glow, as if the entire forest is enveloped in the afterglow of the sunset. Unlike the soul-hunting forests where soul beasts are raised in other empires, the interior of the Sunset Forest has a complex terrain with dense trees, thorns, and swamps, but there are also many clear streams and lakes. These water bodies are habitats for many aquatic soul beasts, making it one of the 3 famous places on the Douluo Continent where wild soul beasts appear. Every day, many adventurers and soul masters venture into the Sunset Forest to explore and hunt soul beasts. Sitting in the carriage heading to the Sunset Forest, the scenery outside flew by quickly. Master continuously shared his experiences from the continent with Luban and Tang San. This is a fundamental course that every soul master must understand. Cultural classes at junior soul master academies on the continent are essential. Understanding the wilderness survival environment can help soul masters escape from difficult situations. The basic knowledge I just mentioned should be firmly remembered, as it may save your lives when you venture out in the future, the master said. Luban and Tang San nodded repeatedly. Soon, a day passed. The next day at dawn, the carriage finally arrived at the edge of the Sunset Forest. After Flanders and the others got off, they took a deep breath of fresh air. They had finally arrived. Then the 4 of them plunged into the Sunset Forest. Flanders took out a simple map drawn by Yu Xiaogang and led the way. The forest was filled with a faint mist, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating mottled shadows on the ground. They walked on the damp soil, carefully avoiding thorns and vines with every step. Flanders held a long sword, his gaze vigilantly observing the surroundings. His face was filled with determination, clearly prepared for any unexpected situations. Behind him, Luban and Tang San closely followed, with the master bringing up the rear. The Sunset Forest is different from other hunting forests in the Empire. There are many high-level soul beasts here. Every step must be taken with extreme caution. The 4 of them groped around, and after half a day, finally arrived at the location indicated on the map. At this moment, Flanders and the others saw an abandoned metal mine appear before them. It should be here. Everyone be careful and stay close behind me. Flanders took out a lighting soul guide device and was the first to enter the mine. According to the information given by Yu Xiaogang, there is a 500-year-old golden devouring rat near this mine. The golden devouring rat is extremely rare. Most soul masters have never even heard of it. As a purely offensive soul beast, the golden devouring rat, like the previous blood-sucking mosquito, does not possess any skills and relies solely on its extreme attribute attack. The blood-sucking mosquito survives by using its steel-like proboscis to suck blood, while the golden devouring rat survives with its steel golden teeth that can swallow gold and stones. The reason pure, offensive extreme attribute soul beasts are hard to find is that they lack skills, making it extremely difficult to survive in harsh environments. This time, it was truly fortunate to unexpectedly learn about the whereabouts of the gold-devouring rat. The fact that the timeline matched up even left Flander and the master in utter shock. They secretly complained. Could it be that this little Luban is the child of fate? The interior of the mine was arched, with the top and sides covered in sparkling golden ore, resembling a brilliant golden ocean. These ores not only provided concealment and protection for the gold-devouring rats, but also offered them a rich source of food. After winding through the mine, Flander and the others arrived at an abandoned stone cave, where milky white liquid remained, clearly formed naturally. This is it. Upon reaching the cave, Flander and Luban's group stopped. It should be noted that the mine's interior was winding and endless. They couldn't keep searching indefinitely. However, the gold-devouring rat, which survives by devouring metals, is particularly sensitive to various rare metals. Therefore, they had made preparations in Heavendo City. At this moment, Flander took out a basketball-sized piece of purple gold metal from his storage soul guide and placed it on a massive rock inside the cave. Then, the four found a half-height rock to hide behind and quietly waited. The gold-devouring rat is extremely sensitive. Once it appears, they must strike with precision and not hold back. Otherwise, if it escapes, finding it again would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Almost impossible. The master quietly arranged the tactics. This time, the main force for hunting the gold-devouring rat was not Flander, but Luban. At a distance of 20 meters, Luban's attack could be said to be instantaneous, much faster than Flander. Moreover, now that he had obtained his first soul ring, Luban's attack power of over 700 points doubled under the bonus of the marksman domain, reaching nearly 1,500 points, which the gold-devouring rat could not withstand. Hearing the master's arrangement, Luban nodded to indicate he understood. Regarding the second soul ring, he would not hold back. Don't worry, even in the mine the four-eyed cat Eagle Flander can move swiftly. Xiao San, use your blue-silver entanglement according to the situation. Even if it can hold the gold-devouring rat for just 1 second, it will be enough. Teacher, I understand. Tang San nodded. Soon, the tactical arrangements were completed, and the four stopped talking. The entire cave was silent, waiting for the prey to appear. Chirp, chirp, chirp. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. And, just as everyone was getting anxious, a chirping sound came from afar. Luban and the others were overjoyed upon hearing it. Soon, a medium-sized soul beast appeared before them. This soul beast was about 2 feet long, with its fur displaying a light golden color, looking delicate and smooth, as if made of pure gold, with 2 eyes sparkling with dazzling light. Seeing this, the master was overjoyed and gestured to Luban, signaling him that it was indeed the gold-devouring rat. Luban instantly released his Luban number 7 martial soul, activating the marksman domain. The dragon mouth gun in his left hand was tightly aimed at the purple gold stone. On the other side, before entering the cave, the gold-devouring rat had perked up its ears and, upon finding no abnormalities inside, slowly walked into the cave. Upon seeing the purple gold stone in the cave, the gold-devouring rat's eyes sparkled, revealing a sharp and cunning gaze, exuding a wild alertness. Then, with a swoosh, it leaped onto the giant rock, grabbed the purple gold stone, and prepared to flee. However, at that moment, a thunder arrow had already shot forth, and before the gold-devouring rat could react, it was struck through the head by an arrow. The gold-devouring rat's speed and reaction shouldn't be this slow. Luban hit the target, and while the master was delighted, he was also puzzled. Upon inspecting, they discovered that the gold-devouring rat actually had an injury on its foot. So that was it. Chapter 29. First encounter with Qian Rinxue. Luban quickly absorbed the soul ring, and they protected him. Next, Luban sat cross-legged, focused and calm, channeling his martial soul, and began to absorb the second soul ring. However, at the same time, another soul hunting team in the Sunset Forest was in a state of great anxiety. This hunting team consisted of only 3 people, 2 old men and a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Damn it, I didn't expect the gold-devouring rat to be so sensitive to the smell of the perfume, the girl said regretfully at this moment. She had been searching for the gold-devouring rat in the Sunset Forest for 3 days, and just as success was within reach, she never expected that at the last moment, the gold-devouring rat would catch the inexplicable scent in the air. The gold-devouring rat turned and ran. They chased after it frantically, but ultimately let it escape. So cunning. Miss, there's no need to blame yourself. The gold-devouring rat is rare, and there are very few records of it on the continent. It's inevitable that we were careless. Yes, miss. You don't have to choose the gold-devouring rat for your 3rd soul ring. The girl nodded, realizing that continuing to track it was not a solution. Once the gold-devouring rat escaped, finding it again would be nearly impossible. Miss, look over there, there's an abandoned mine. Hearing this, the girl showed a look of joy and hurried forward to check. Upon seeing it was a metal mine, she became even more excited. This is likely the lair of the gold-eating rat. Let's go in and take a look. Once we spot that gold-eating rat, you all must act with full force. 2 old men behind the girl moved forward to clear the way as they entered the mine tunnel. As they walked, they soon saw a natural cave about the size of a small square ahead. Miss, look quickly, it's the gold-eating rat. In the girls' team, an old man skilled in eye techniques, with excellent vision, recognized the gold-eating rat from 100 meters away. Hearing this, the 3 girls hurriedly quickened their pace, afraid that the gold-eating rat would escape again. However, when they entered the cave, they were instantly dumbfounded. The gold-eating rat lay motionless on the ground, completely stiff. Beside it sat a little boy who looked about 5 or 6 years old, just getting up after absorbing the soul ring. Standing next to the boy were 2 middle-aged men and another child of similar age. "Did you absorb my soul ring?" the girl asked in a daze, feeling both anger and surprise. The gold-eating rat before her had an age of about 1,500 years, and it was absorbed by a child? She wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. The 2 old men behind the girl also showed expressions of shock, looking as if they had seen a ghost, equally astonished. "Little girl, how can you speak like that? What do you mean by your soul ring?" Upon noticing that Luban's talent had been discovered by outsiders, Flander and the master immediately became alert. Flander felt a surge of killing intent within him, his eyes scanning the 2 old men behind the girl. The girl had long, smooth golden hair that reached her waist, slightly curled and shimmering with a faint luster. Her hair was like moonlight, irresistibly attractive. Her deep blue eyes resembled the blue sea and sky. Her skin was fair and delicate, like porcelain. With a tall nose and a slender figure, she wore a light golden long dress, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. "Hiss, isn't this Qianrenxue?" Luban immediately recognized the identity of the girl in front of him, feeling quite surprised. He didn't expect to encounter the Pope's daughter from the Spirit Hall in this place. The master stepped forward and pressed down on Flander's shoulder, signaling him not to act recklessly. The 2 old men behind the girl were dressed unusually. In his impression, only a cardinal wore such attire, and Spirit Hall's cardinals all had cultivation levels above 70. If a conflict were to break out now, it would be their side that suffers. The names of Flanders and the master as the Golden Iron Triangle were not given for nothing. The 2 had a strong tacit understanding. With a simple gesture from the master, Flanders understood the underlying meaning. He immediately retracted the killing intent in his eyes and put on an expression of ignorance. Although Flanders' killing intent flashed by, it was still caught by the 2 cardinals behind Qianrenxue. The 2 old men did not waste words and directly activated their spirit rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. They were clearly ready for a fight at the slightest disagreement. Qianrenxue's status in the Spirit Hall was too important to allow for any mistakes, and the 2 cardinals looked at Flanders with vigilance, fearing he might attack Qianrenxue. "Oof. We have been chasing this golden devouring mouse for 3 days. The injuries on its feet are from us." Upon hearing this, Flanders and the master exchanged glances, not expecting the situation to be so coincidental. However, now that the spirit ring had been absorbed, there was no point in arguing about the ownership of the spirit beast. "Sister, the golden devouring mouse has no injuries on its feet. We can still hunt it." Seeing that Qianrenxue was unwilling to let it go, Luban felt a surge of resentment in his heart. "Goodness, this isn't how it's done. There are no such rules on the continent. The spirit beast doesn't belong to whoever finds it first. Little brat, what are you pretending for? Acting like this golden devouring mouse was your kill?" Seeing a 5 or 6-year-old child in front of her acting so arrogantly, Qianrenxue immediately became displeased. She was the Pope's daughter, the number 1 among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Even Hulaina had to call her sister, and no one dared to act so arrogantly in front of her, not even a 5 or 6-year-old child. She represented the dignity and face of the Spirit Hall, and her dignity could not be challenged. "You guessed it right. The golden devouring mouse was indeed killed by me." Upon hearing this, Luban touched his nose and spread his hands. It really wasn't him showing off. His strength was evident. Since his talent had been revealed, there was nothing wrong with showing off a bit of strength. "Oof. At such a young age, you already know how to put on airs. Since that's the case, do you dare to compete with me? Since you could hunt the golden devouring mouse, you wouldn't dare to fight me, would you?" Qianrenxue challenged him, wanting to see just how capable this kid was. She was puzzled as to how someone of such young age could absorb a 1,500-year spirit ring. It should be known that on the continent, there are certain limits to absorbing spirit rings. Generally, the maximum limit for the first spirit ring is around 400 years. And for the second spirit ring, it's around 700 years. Only the third spirit ring can absorb a ring of around 1,500 years. Could it be that this kid was already level 30? Just as this thought arose in Qianrenxue's mind, she immediately suppressed it. She thought it was impossible. Even if she had innate full spirit power at level 20, her cultivation speed couldn't be that monstrous. She did not believe there was any spirit quality on the continent that could surpass her 6-winged angel spirit. Hearing that Qianrenxue wanted to challenge Luban, both Flanders and the master turned to look at Luban. Their eyes were filled with questions. They still didn't know the attribute enhancement of Luban's second spirit skill and didn't want him to recklessly accept the challenge. Luban gave a reassuring glance to the master and Flanders, indicating that it was all under control, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 30. Qianren is at a disadvantage at this moment. Luban had already summoned his personal information panel from the system. Host, Luban Spirit. Luban No. 7 Spirit Talent. Archer Domain. Resist Aura. Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls. Qualification. Innate Full Spirit Power. Level up by hunting. Spirit Power. 28, 0-100. Spirit Ring. Yellow-Purple Spirit Bone. None Spirit Skills. Attack, 700. Attack, 1350. Items. Gamer Boy Skin. Jungle Knife. Storage Bracelet. After absorbing the second Spirit Ring, Luban's Spirit Power level had now reached 28. Previously, after absorbing the blood-sucking Mosquito Spirit Ring, his Spirit Power had increased by 4 levels. At that time, due to not having a second Spirit Ring added, although his Spirit Power had increased, it was suppressed at level 20. Now, with the second Spirit Ring, the previously stored Spirit Power was instantly released. And combined with the Spirit Power increase from the Golden Devouring Mouse Spirit Ring, Luban's Spirit Power skyrocketed to 28. At 6 years old and at level 28, such a monstrous qualification would cause the entire continent to boil if it were to be known. No wonder it was a pure attack-type extreme attribute Spirit Beast. The 1,500-year Golden Devouring Mouse directly increased Luban's normal attack by 1350 points. Adding the attack bonus from the first Spirit Ring, Luban's normal attack now dealt 2078 points of damage. With such a powerful attack, dealing with Qianren in front of him was a piece of cake. Although Qianren also had innate full Spirit Power at level 20 due to a lack of theoretical guidance. The Spirit Rings she possessed were the same as those of other innate full Spirit Power users in terms of years. According to the Master's theory of the top 10 core competitive abilities of Spirit Masters, the upper limit of Spirit Rings for innate full Spirit Power at level 20 would increase exponentially. For instance, for the second Spirit Ring, other innate full Spirit Power users could not exceed 764 years, but Luban could directly absorb a 1,500-year Spirit Ring. This is thanks to the Master's theoretical guidance. Otherwise, it would be like Qianren, who wasted her immense talent, with her second soul ring only adding over 700 years. The gap is obvious when comparing the two. In the Sunset Forest, at the outskirts of an abandoned mine, 2 groups of people stood facing each other. On one side were Qianren and 2 red-robed bishops behind her. On the other side were 4 members of the Luban group. A competition is fine, but if you lose, you must not pursue us any further. And what happens today must not be disclosed. It is only for those present to know. Luban agreed to compete with Qianren and proposed his own conditions. Of course, Qianren didn't take the conditions of a 6-year-old seriously and immediately agreed. Luban, with a martial spirit, Luban number 7, is a level 28 output-type battle spirit master. According to the rules of the competition, Luban first announced his title to show respect. What? Level 28? When Qianren saw the 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, at Luban's feet, she was completely stunned. The 2 red-robed bishops behind her were also shocked, their mouths agape, and they didn't even know how many beard hairs they had pulled out. A purple 1,000-year soul ring? An output-type battle spirit master? Every word from Luban struck directly at Qianren's young heart, leaving her in shock. Her round mouth could fit her small fist, and her light blue eyes were wide open, feeling like they could pop out of their sockets at any moment. At this moment, not just Qianren and her group, but even Master Flander and Tang San behind her were greatly shaken. Absorbing 2 soul rings actually raised his soul power by 8 levels. Wow, this is truly something unprecedented. Is this really a human? Luban's talent has once again been infinitely elevated in their hearts. I'm really looking forward to how much this kid can grow in the future. How long has it been since the awakening of the martial soul? It has repeatedly broken records that have stood for tens of thousands of years on the continent. 6 years old, level 28, with a 2,000-year soul ring. Extreme output flow. Each record is enough to make one tremble. Are you really only 6 years old? Qianren couldn't help but ask, her face full of disbelief. I'll be 7 next year. Luban nodded, not denying it. Qianren, martial soul, 6-winged angel, level 30 strong attack system battle soul master. Qianren bit her lip and stated her name for the first time as a sign of respect. In previous competitions, she never announced her number. The reason is simple. As a naturally born soul power of level 20, she was invincible among her peers and had never encountered an opponent. However, this record has now been broken by the 6-year-old boy in front of her. When facing her peers, or rather, it would be more accurate to say the next generation, Qianren became serious. She knew that her defeat was already determined today, but even so, she could not tarnish the name of the angel god. She must fight fiercely. Qian Renxue unleashed her six-winged angel martial soul, and 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings appear behind her, shimmering with holy white light, looking both imposing and sacred. 2 yellow century soul rings coiled around her feet. The gap between century soul rings and thousand-year soul rings was too great. Qian Renxue knew she had no chance of winning. Now, she could only showcase the strength of her angel martial soul as much as possible to uphold the dignity of the angel god. Second soul skill, angel wings. First soul skill, angel charge. Qian Renxue initiated the attack first, unleashing her full power without holding back. Using angel wings, Qian Renshue's speed doubled, and the 3 pairs of angel wings fluttered in the wind, leaving behind trails of illusions in the air. With angel charge activated, Qian Renshue's right arm instantly turned to jade, increasing her attack power by 30%, and her jade fist struck directly at Luban's face. To capture Qian Renshue's flight trajectory, Luban activated his archer domain. Within the archer domain, he could sense any disturbance in the wind or grass immediately. Truly, as the top-level beast martial soul, the 6-winged angel flew without making a sound. Luban silently marveled. Here it comes. Soon, as Qian Renxue flew into the archer domain, Luban's left-hand dragon mouth gun quickly fired a soul power energy ball. The light sphere projectile only has 500 attack power, which is enough to deal with Qian Renxue. If it were any stronger, Qian Renxue wouldn't be able to handle it. With Qian Renshue's current soul ring level, a light shot could easily kill her. The dragon mouth gun activated, and Luban No. 7's automatic taunt voice rang out. Come me. You can't hurt me. Boom. The soul power light sphere collided with the angel's transformed jade arm, and Qian Renxue was directly blasted away, breaking many branches of the great trees in the sunsetting forest. Miss. The 2 red-clad bishops were startled and quickly rushed over to check the situation. They saw Qian Renxue in tattered clothes, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. I'm fine, just a recoil, Qian Renxue said with a bitter expression. I lost, and it was a crushing defeat. She clearly saw that her opponent didn't even activate their martial soul. It was just a simple casual strike that easily defeated her. The number 1 among the younger generation of the Spear Hall. This is such a blow to the spirit. Even Qian Renxue, with her good character, can't help but feel like cursing. Chapter 31. Stun Zhao Wujia. Being defeated by a 6-year-old child. This is really quite a blow. Talp. Qian Renxue readjusted her attire and walked gracefully in front of Luban. Luban, would you like to join the Spirit Hall? Qian Renxue looked at Luban with anticipation and said, as long as you join the Spirit Hall, I promise to provide you with the best training resources. Huh. At this time, going to the Spirit Hall is just like the old birthday star hanging himself, asking for a longer life. Upon hearing this, Luban quickly shook his head and hurriedly hid behind the master, like a frightened little baby. At this moment, Flander had already activated his spirit, standing on 7 great spirit rings, showcasing his strength, fearing that Qian Renxue and the others might cause trouble. I'm sorry. Luban is still young and not suitable for joining the Spirit Hall. As for the future, it all depends on his own thoughts. The master stepped forward to politely decline Qian Renshue's invitation for Luban. Then he gave Flander a knowing glance, and took Luban and Tang San to quickly leave the sunset forest. Without stopping, they ran quickly, fearing that the people from the Spirit Hall would chase after them. Uncle Oreo, what is an output-type battle spirit master? Inside the sunset forest, after Luban and his group left, Qian Renxue couldn't help but ask. She hadn't asked before, fearing she would embarrass herself in front of Master Luban and other outsiders. As the daughter of the Pope, if she had to ask about some basic knowledge and others saw it, it would be quite humiliating. Deep down, Qian Renxue was a very proud person and naturally cared about her image. I haven't heard of it either. However, the subsequent QA between the 2 red-cloaked cardinals left Qian Renxue completely dumbfounded. After a round of questioning, she found out that no one knew what an output-type battle spirit master was. If she had known, she would have asked earlier. Miss, you really shouldn't have let them go. If we had teamed up just now, we would have had an 80 chance of keeping those 4. At worst, we could have killed that Luban. Keeping him is simply leaving a ticking time bomb for the Spirit Hall and even the entire continent's spirit master community. After Luban and the others left, the 2 red-cloaked cardinals sighed. Qian Renxue quietly watched in the direction Luban left, without saying a word. She never regretted the choices she made. 2 days later, Luban, Flander, and the others returned from the Sunset Forest to Swatoa City. Luban, Tang San. You two follow Flander to report directly to Shrek Academy. I still need to return to Notting City and say goodbye to an old friend there, the master arranged. Teacher, I also want to go back to Notting Academy, Tang San said, raising his head. Following that, the master took Tang San back to Notting Academy. Meanwhile, Luban followed Flander to report to Shrek Academy outside the city. Shrek Academy is located in a small village with only 100 households. On the way to Shrek Academy, Principal Flander told Luban about the situation of the academy. All right, everyone, let's get to work. As soon as they arrived, Flander shouted excitedly at the village. Unable to hide his excitement, after 3 years, Shrek Academy had finally recruited students. Shrek Academy only recruits monsters, not ordinary people. And now they had finally received a little monster. Oh no, to be more precise, a super invincible little monster. Luban's talent was something he had never seen in his life. Other monsters had boundless futures, while Luban's future was unimaginable. Next, Flander took Luban into the village, passing by several households before arriving at Shrek Academy. Flander, where have you been for so long? Don't forget that the teacher's salary hasn't been paid this month. Huh, who is this little guy? Upon hearing Flander's voice, Vice Principal Zhao Wujia immediately walked out from the academy, complaining. Ah, old Zhao, don't mention those troublesome things. Come, let me introduce you. This is my newly recruited student. Luban. Flander interrupted Zhao Wujia's discussion about the salary and introduced Luban. Newly recruited student? Upon hearing Flander's words, Zhao Wujia immediately became interested and surrounded Luban to look him over. The little boy in front of him, about 1 meter tall with short black-brown hair, was probably no more than 6 years old. Flander, are you joking? Zhao Wujia frowned and said, Our Shrek Academy has always only recruited monsters. We can't lower our standards just because we couldn't recruit students, nor can we accept just anyone for money. Zhao Wujia thought Flander must have recruited some useless noble kid for money and immediately became unhappy. Hearing this, Flander adjusted his black glasses and smiled slyly. Old Zhao, don't speak so absolutely. Be careful not to get slapped in the face. Oomph, as if you brought in a genius student. Seeing Flander's smirk, Zhao Wujia crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Shrek Academy had standards for enrollment. No one over 13 years old, and soul power below level 20 was not accepted. He didn't believe this little boy in front of him had soul power that exceeded level 20. Luban, activate your spirit ring. Lord Director Zhao, take a look. Flander said with a serious pretense. He was already starting to laugh inside, imagining Zhao Wujia's surprised expression. Luban nodded and began to activate his martial spirit. Soon, 1 yellow and 1 purple spirit ring appeared one after another. 2 spirit rings? A purple 1,000-year spirit ring? At this moment, seeing the 2 soul rings swirling under Luban's feet, Zhao Wujia was completely dumbfounded. His mouth gaped open, and his eyes bulged like copper bells. He rubbed his eyes frantically, his face filled with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could this child be so young and have such a high soul power level? How could the 2nd soul ring be a 1,000-year soul ring? Innate full soul power? No, it's not right. Even with innate full soul power, it's impossible for someone so small to have 2 soul rings. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's face was filled with question marks. Looking back at Luban, the previous indifference was gone, and his eyes were filled with heat. Kid, how old are you? All right, old Zhao, don't scare the child. Seeing Zhao Wujia staring with wide eyes, examining him, Flanders quickly stopped him. Without waiting for Luban to respond, he roughly recounted the events of the past few days. Hearing this, Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled, and he kept gasping in amazement. Innate full soul power at level 20? An output type battle soul master? Killing an 800-year-old fire fox and a thunderstorm dragon? My god, is this even human? Saying this, Zhao Wujia rubbed his hands together, looking eager to try. Little Luban, let's have a spar. Let me old Zhao feel what extreme output feels like. Don't worry, I 1TU soul skills. You don't need to hold back. Attack me with all your strength. Zhao Wujia pounded his chest with his fists, speaking boldly. It was the first time he had met a purely offensive soul master and wanted to experience Luban's super strong attack power. Chapter 32. The 3 teachers are stunned. Hey, old Zhao, who are you going to spar with this time? Just as Zhao Wujia finished saying he wanted to witness Luban's output type battle soul master's attack power, 3 more teachers walked out from inside Shrek Academy. Currently, there are only 5 teachers at Shrek Academy, and they were all present. Old Zhao, let me introduce you. This little guy is Flanders' newly recruited disciple. Zhao Wujia introduced casually. He then introduced Lu Ban to the three teachers before him. Xiao Xian, Martial Soul Jelly Bean, Level 71 Food System Weapon Soul Saint. Lu Qi Bean, Martial Soul Starry Chess. Level 66 Control System Battle Soul Emperor. Li Yusong, Martial Soul Dragon Mark Staff, Level 63 Strong Attack System Battle Soul Emperor. Hello, teachers. Lu Ban greeted with his head down. Hearing about the new recruit, Xiao Xian and the others were astonished and a bit incredulous. How could this little guy, who seemed to be at most 5 or 6 years old, be recruited into the academy? All right, let us not chat too much. Step aside. I want to spar with little Lu Ban. Zhao Wujia led Lu Ban to the small square at the center of the academy. It was spacious there and more suitable for a fight. Upon arriving at the small square, Flanders gave Lu Ban a charming smile and said, Lu Ban, don't hold back. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the mighty golden bear with extremely strong defense. Don't worry, you can't hurt him right now. Hearing Flanders say this, Xiao Xian, Li Yusong, and the others couldn't help but tremble at the corners of their mouths, thinking to themselves, what does this mean? It's as if there's a lot of trouble waiting for this little boy with Zhao Wujia. This age should be just after the awakening of his martial soul, right? Flander, it seems you're quite confident in little Lu Ban. How about this? As long as he can use his soul skills better than I can, this match will count as his win. How about that? Hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Xiao Xian and the other three teachers were left dumbfounded. What are Flander and Zhao Wujia up to? Is it really necessary to be so cautious with a little boy who just awakened his martial soul? Come on, you're a level 76 powerful attack type soul master, the renowned immovable king. Even without using soul skills, you could easily knock back a level 50 soul king with one punch. It's a bit exaggerated to act this way in front of a child whose martial soul has just awakened. Haha, all right, old Zhao, don't cry later. Flander laughed heartily and made a gesture to Lu Ban, signaling to start. Lu Ban immediately summoned Lu Ban number 7. His martial soul manifested, and the marksman domain opened up, enveloping Zhao Wujia. Then he activated his soul power, releasing his soul rings. One yellow and one purple swirling at his feet, incredibly dazzling. What? 2 soul rings? A purple 1,000-year soul ring? My goodness, this can't be real. The 3 teachers of Xiao Xian were shocked, their mouths agape, with expressions of disbelief. Once they regained their composure, they all gasped in unison. Is this still human? Seeing this, Flander raised his head proudly, looking quite pleased. That expression seemed to say, look at how extraordinary my recruited disciples are. He waved his hand, signaling the 3 teachers to remain silent and quietly watch the sparring. At this moment, seeing the 2 soul rings on Lu Ban's body again, Zhao Wuji was still extremely shocked. Come on, little Lu Ban, let me old Zhao. See what an ultimate output soul master is. All right, teacher Zhao, if you feel any danger later, just quickly release your soul skills. I'll move very fast to avoid hurting you, Lu Ban reminded, and then launched his attack. Seeing this, the corners of the mouths of the 3 teachers, including Xiao Xian, twitched. Goodness, he actually wants to injure the immovable king. They really didn't know where this little guy got his confidence. Top, 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 top. Lu Ban's left-handed dragon mouth gun carried out a probing attack first. His current basic attack was over 2,000 points, which was already very strong. Zhao Wuji, now at level 76, had 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. As a strong attack type soul master, his soul ring attribute points were mostly allocated to attack and defense. Due to his martial soul being the great strength diamond bear, his soul skills were mainly offensive, while the attribute points added by the soul rings were primarily focused on defense. The defensive point bonus from just 3 10,000-year soul rings exceeded 30,000 points. This does not even account for the attribute bonuses brought by the first 4 spirit rings. In other words, with an attack power not exceeding 30,000 points, Zhao Wujia's physical body can withstand it without needing to use any spirit skills. What does 30,000 points of defense mean? It's simply akin to a turtle shell. Even if a strong attack system Spirit Emperor at over 60 levels unleashes their full power, the vast majority cannot break through Zhao Wujia's physical defense. This is also the reason why the 3 teachers, Xiao Xian, were so shocked earlier. Well, that's right, increase the attack power. When a soul power light ball with over 2,000 attack points hit him, Zhao Wuji felt a slight itch. Quite satisfactory. The attack power is indeed absurdly strong, to the point that it even made his skin feel something. Archer's Domain. Another basic attack was unleashed, this time with a domain bonus, doubling the attack power. For 1,000 damage hit Zhao Wuji. Very good, continue. Feeling a sense of pressure on the surface of his skin, Zhao Wuji was extremely astonished. Is this the ultimate output stream? It's just too damn powerful. Invincible Shark Cannon. In the next attack, Luban switched to his right hand and unleashed the second skill of the marksman domain, Invincible Shark Cannon. The attack power doubled again. An 8,000-point attack power soul energy orb slammed into Zhao Wuji's body. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but groan, feeling extremely comfortable. It was like a massage. Good kid. Your attack power is the strongest I've ever seen at this level. Teacher Zhao, should we continue? Luban scratched his head and asked if it goes on like this, he would have to use his ultimate move. What? Your attack power can still be enhanced. Hearing Luban's question, Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in shock. That's great, kid. Keep going. Use any killing move you have. Upon hearing this, Luban no longer hesitated. He immediately used the third skill of the marksman domain, 3,000 Thunderfalls. As the domain skill activated, a storm brewed above Luban and Zhao Wuji, and the sky changed dramatically. Thunder rumbled in the sky. 3,000 Thunderfalls. First shot. A minute later, Luban guided the first Divine Thunder down, using the Shark Cannon in his right hand to strike the Divine Thunder Shell at Zhao Wuji. Second shot. Soon, when Luban fired the sixth shot, Zhao Wuji was completely stunned. This shot increased the attack power by 2 times from 4,000 points, skyrocketing to 13,000 points. Such attack power had already made Zhao Wuji feel a strong sense of pressure. Although he didn't break through his defenses, he was still shaken inside, feeling a mix of emotions, as if a storm was raging within him. He staggered back a few steps. Hiss! Upon seeing this, the 3 teachers watching from his side, including Xiao Xian, were stunned. My God, a 6-year-old child actually repelled the immovable king. If this gets out, the entire continent will be turned upside down. Chapter 33. Shui Bing arrest doubt. Cough cough. After being repelled by little Luban, Zhao Wuji showed an awkward expression and took a few steps forward. Seventh cannon. The power doubled again, with a super strong attack power of 26,000 points, making Zhao Wuji feel the threat of death. Damn, no more pretending. If I don't use my soul skills, I might lose my life. Luban wasn't just talking big. His skill speed is really damn fast. It can almost be said to be instantaneous, and Zhao Wuji deeply felt this at the moment. Immutable King Body. Before Luban fired his first shot, Zhao Wuji decisively used his first soul skill. In an instant, a strong golden light enveloped him, increasing his defense while rebounding Luban's attack. Seeing Zhao Wuji use his soul skill, Luban quickly retracted his skill, withdrew his martial soul, and ended the sparring. Little Luban, what kind of soul skill was that at the end? It's too damn perverse. Zhao Wuji was full of disbelief at this moment. It was the first time he encountered a soul skill that multiplied attack power. It's too damn evil. Whoever encounters it is unlucky. How many waves can your divine thunder trigger? 9 waves. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but shiver all over. This is 2 against the heavens. If the attack power quadruples again, even using his strongest defensive soul skill wouldn't be able to withstand it. In other words, the 6-year-old Luban already has the ability to kill him. Teachers Xiao Xian, Li Yusong, and the others were already stunned, not knowing what to say for a moment. Ha ha ha. Flinder couldn't help but laugh at the astonished expressions of everyone. Stop being dazed. Hurry up and introduce our academy's new disciple Luban to the specifics of the academy. After the recent sparring, Luban completely gained the recognition of the teachers at Shrek Academy, and it was the kind of recognition that wanted to hold onto his leg. Now, even if Luban wanted to leave, they wouldn't let him go. Holding onto his legs, it would be impossible for him to leave. It had been many years since they had seen a disciple with such a monstrous talent. Thus, Luban successfully entered Shrek Academy to study. In the following days while Master was away, Flinder, Zhao Wuji, and the other 5 teachers took turns to teach him. Xiao Xian. Food system soul masters are quite important in a team. Luban. Teacher Xiao, could you please talk about the knowledge regarding attack system soul masters? Little Luban. You're still young. You must not be too ambitious. Let us start with the food system first. As soon as the class ended here, Flinder came over there, chattering nonstop. The agility-type soul masters are different from the attack-type soul masters. In a soul master team, the fastest member is definitely the agility-type soul master. Luban said, Principal, could you please talk about the issues related to pure attack-type soul masters? Upon hearing this, Flinder straightened his face and pretended to be serious, saying, Little Luban, whether in cultivation or studying, one must not be impatient for success. Don't be anxious. Now, let's continue discussing the basic knowledge of agility-type soul masters. Thus, for a period of time, regardless of whether Luban was willing or not, the 5 teachers were extremely serious in their lessons. Many times, Luban fell asleep while listening, and the teachers had to pry his eyes open with their hands before continuing the lecture. Time passed quickly, and soon a month had gone by. During this time, Luban's life and studies have been incredibly fulfilling. He has gained a comprehensive understanding of the basic knowledge of martial souls. However, his cultivation has not increased at all. He opened the system personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul. Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible, Shark Mouth Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Upgrade, Soul Power. 28-0100 Soul Rings. Yellow-Purple Soul Bones. None Soul Skills. Attack, 700. Attack, 1350. Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Luban looked over and over again, his eyes almost going blurry. His soul power had not increased at all. It seems that the jungle upgrade written on his qualification is not just for show. The system even equipped him with a jungle knife, further validating this point. His soul power upgrade does not rely on cultivation, but on jungling. Realizing this, Luban went to the principal's office and explained the situation to Flender. Principal, I feel like I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation and want to go out for some training. Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. I want to fight against soul beasts to increase my practical experience. Hearing Luban say this, Flender nodded in satisfaction. All right, then let's first go to the Soto Arena. In front of the Soto City Arena, a luxurious convoy came to a stop. Then, a group of little girls got down from the carriage one after another. A group of little girls, all wearing blue uniforms, appeared to be just over 10 years old. The one leading them had blue long hair and looked slightly younger than the other girls. Uncle San, you didn't lie to me, did you? Is it true that someone at level 20 could kill a fire fox that is cultivated for nearly 800 years with just one soul ring? Shui Binger raised her little head, looking incredulous. Binger, Uncle Sam was there at that challenge match. How could he be mistaken? I don't believe anyone's talent is better than mine, Shui Binger. Shui Binger said proudly, as the direct daughter of the Shui family. One of the 10 great families on the continent, she possessed the top-tier ice attribute martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, with full innate soul power. She had never seen anyone her age with better talent than hers. That person's age looks like they're around 15 or 16. Naturally, their talent can't compare to our Binger. I just wanted you to experience the talents outside and broaden your horizons. Uncle San affectionately patted Shui Binger's head. You should know that there are all kinds of soul masters on the continent. Seeing a so-called output-type battle soul master will greatly benefit you in the future. Hearing Uncle San say this, the other little girls from the Tianshui battle team eagerly began to ask questions. Uncle, are output-type battle soul masters really as amazing as you say? Shui Binger's older sister, Shui Yuer, asked curiously. Uncle, what is an output-type soul master? Yeah, our academy teachers have never talked about output-type battle soul masters. Hearing this, Shui Luobin shook his head and said, it's not your teacher's fault. Before this, I also encountered an output-type battle soul master for the first time. As he spoke, after the Shui family team parked, Shui Luobin led Shui Binger and the others into the Soto Arena. They went straight to the second-floor task hall to inquire about Luban's personal information. Unfortunately, they couldn't find out much. However, they did learn that Luban and his team were looking for purely attacking soul beasts. Speaking of pure attacking soul beasts, Shui Luobin's eyes suddenly lit up. He happened to know the whereabouts of a pure attacking soul beast. Immediately, he posted a bounty task in the arena's task hall, hoping to find Luban. Chapter 34. First encounter with Shui Binger to level up in the wild, Luban, accompanied by Flender, returned to the Soto Arena. With his martial soul activated, Luban transformed his appearance using the video game character skin into that of a descendant clad in golden armor. Upon entering the arena, Luban suggested they first check the second-floor task hall, which made Flender shake his head and smile wryly. Little Luban, you really need to change this impatient habit of yours. Cultivation requires a calm mind and a step-by-step approach. If pure attacking soul beasts were that easy to find, how could there be only one extreme output-type soul master like you on the continent? All the way, Flender continued to educate him. He noticed that Luban was eager to achieve results too quickly. Pure attacking soul beasts are not easy to find. Our golden iron triangle has traveled the continent for so many years and has hardly heard of a few. The second-floor task hall was as bustling as ever. When Flender and Luban arrived, every reception window was filled with long lines. Whether it was for posting tasks or claiming tasks, it was overcrowded. The two of them waited in line for an hour before it was their turn. Hello, sir, what type of task would you like to claim? I would like to inquire about the whereabouts of pure attacking soul beasts, Flinders said lazily, pushing up his glasses. Okay, please wait a moment. As soon as Flinders finished speaking, the staff began searching for information on the soul guide. A minute later, they found a bounty task regarding the whereabouts of a pure attacking soul beast. Sir, you two arrived at just the right time. A related task was just posted an hour ago. What? I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat it? Flinders felt as if he was hearing things. How could they be so lucky to encounter the whereabouts of a pure attacking soul beast as soon as they stepped out? An hour ago, a customer posted a bounty task regarding the whereabouts of a pure attacking extreme attribute soul beast. Principal, you heard correctly. My third soul ring has a lead. Flinders' mouth quivered, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the information. Yes, we will take this task. No matter the conditions, let us accept the task first. Soon, the staff completed the task transfer procedures. On the other side, after accepting the task and seeing the requirements proposed by the benefactor, Flinders was stunned. He kept looking at Luban. Wow. Don't even mention finding pure attacking extreme attribute soul beasts. Even finding other extreme attribute soul beasts. Most soul masters might not encounter one for many years. But Luban, just a casual outing, and he can discover one. Is this the embodiment of the European emperor, the child of luck? This bounty task is as difficult as climbing to the sky for others, but for them, it's like a meal delivered to their door. The requirements from the benefactor are simple: to seek out the whereabouts of Luban. You're incredibly lucky. This soul ring is practically knocking on your door. Luban scratched his head and chuckled. He really hadn't expected this. In the main arena of the Soto Coliseum's underground level, a team of 7 soul masters was challenging a 200-year-old netherwolf. After a prolonged assault, the team ended up with 1 dead and 1 injured. Those people are such wastes. The noble youths of Soto City are as useless as they come. Hee, it's truly hard to watch. 7 soul masters can't even handle a 200-year-old netherwolf. It's hilarious, considering they're supposedly the best team from Soto City's Intermediate Soul Master Academy. It's utterly embarrassing. Indeed, their coordination is quite stiff. If it were us, we could finish the battle in just 3 rounds. Is this really a place where talent abounds, as my third uncle said? It doesn't look like it. Shui bingar, shui yar? And the 7 little girls began to chatter away without any reservations, drawing the attention of those around them. To openly mock the local nobles in Soto City is quite bold. Any noble who overheard would surely stand up to refute it. However, when they saw the large wave-shaped family emblem pinned to Shui Binger's blue uniform, they were instantly terrified. They quickly turned away, fearing any sign of dissatisfaction with the Shui family. The Shui family is one of the 10 great families of the continent, with power comparable to the 7 most famous sections. The overall strength of the Shui family is terrifyingly formidable, not at all inferior to the top 3 sections. They're not something these little nobles from Soto City can provoke. Even if these little ancestors went to Balak City and insulted the royal family, no one would dare to say anything. You little girls shouldn't be so proud. Shui Luoban shook his head and smiled wryly. He could hear the doubts in Shui Binger and the others' words. The first time he saw the Yayua team in Soto City, he was shocked by Hulaina and the 7 of them. The Yayua team can be said to be the most talented combat team he has ever seen. So for the next few days, Shui Luoban kept an eye on their performance. Until a few days later, when another team member, Tang Air, appeared. He still vividly remembers the battle where Tang Air killed the Fire Fox. It left a deep impression on him. So when he returned to Tinshui City, Shui Luoban told Shui Binger and the others about these events. The overall strength of the Tinshui team, composed of Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and the others, is quite inferior to the Yayua team, not to mention comparing to Tang Air, that output-type soul master. Children love to compare, and upon hearing Shui Luoban say this, Shui Binger and the others naturally became unwilling. They immediately insisted that he take them to see the Yayua team and to meet Tang Air, that output-type soul master. Ugh. Seeing Shui Luoban adopt the teaching posture again, Shui Binger stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Got it, third uncle. Are you going to say something like there's always someone better out there next? Upon hearing this, Shui Luoban shook his head and sighed. He really had no way to deal with these mischievous little girls. Unless they suffer a significant loss, they surely won't learn their lesson. Hello, are you Mr. Shui Luoban? After watching the challenge, as Shui Luoban and the group were just leaving the main arena on the underground level, they were called by a staff member. Their Shui family attire was so obvious that it was hard not to recognize them. Luoban nodded. That's me. Is there something wrong? The staff then explained that his bounty task had been claimed by someone. Upon hearing this, Luoban was overjoyed. Let us go. Take me to see them. In the reception area of the task hall, after Flander and Luban claimed their task, it wasn't long before they saw the benefactor arrive. A middle-aged man, around 40 to 50 years old, appeared accompanied by 7 little girls dressed in blue uniforms. These 7 girls, although not very old, have developed well. They are about 10 years old and have already taken on curvy shapes, starting to show their potential. Chapter 35. The water team is in a bind. Upon seeing the golden battle attire, Luoban instantly recognized Luban. He didn't expect to find the main character in such a short time. It's great to see you all. Shui family, Luoban. Shrek Academy, Flender, Tang Air. After the two sides exchanged greetings, they began to converse. Tang, little brother, before I tell you about the location of the purely offensive extreme soul beast, could you please give me some pointers on these younger generations beside me? Luoban said with a faint smile, speaking elegantly and exuding a noble demeanor. Uncle, if I'm not mistaken, these 7 little girls should be for combat, right? You want them to experience the output-type Battle Soul Master, don't you? Upon hearing this, Luoban smiled and nodded. When we spar later, little brother Tang must hold back. Each of them is a treasure of the family. If they get hurt, I might not be able to come back home. Uncle, don't worry. I know how to control my strength, Luban said boldly. Sparring with these 7 little girls from the water team is like punching little kids. One should know that his current strongest attack can even threaten Zhao Wuji. Kid, you're an output-type Battle Soul Master, right? Don't cry when we spar later. Upon hearing Luban's exaggeration, Shui Binger immediately became displeased. The other 6 girls from the water team also looked unhappy. You little guy named Tang. We'll show you the power of our water team later. Yeah, we'll make you call us sisters. That's right. We'll make it so your mother won't even recognize you. The crowd chattered, each adding their own words, leaving Luban with a headache. They say 3 women make a drama. These 7 little girls together can drive anyone crazy. Soto Arena, 3rd floor trial room. The layout here is similar to that of the Great Soul Arena, except there are no spectator seats. Only the arena where soul masters can spar. At this moment, Luban and the 7 members of the Heavenly Water Team all stepped onto the stage, standing face to face. Sisters, unleash your martial souls. With the Captain Shui Binger's command, the members of the Heavenly Water Team summoned their martial souls and activated them. Under their feet, they all stood on a yellow century-old soul ring. Luban pretended to release his martial soul, and soon a golden great bow appeared in his hands, the sun-shooting bow. With the sun-shooting bow in hand, he looked extraordinarily formidable. Seeing this, Shueyuer's beautiful eyes shimmered, instantly becoming infatuated. Tang looks so handsome when he releases his martial soul. Yuer, put away your infatuation. This is a competition. It concerns the honor of our Heavenly Water Team. You mustn't go easy. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Below the arena, Flander and Luoban were chatting casually. Little Luban, don't be too harsh. Spend some time playing with those beauties on the other side. You might even bring back a wife. As the sparring began, Flander laughed heartily and gave some instructions. Egg? Did you just call Tang egg? Luoban questioned. Slip of the tongue. Realizing he accidentally revealed a secret, Flander wished he could slap himself. I misspoke. Tang nickname is Egg. Just look at his big round face. He resembles a large egg. Hearing Flander's explanation, Luoban burst into laughter. On the arena, Luban stood with 2 yellow soul rings beneath him. To hide his strength, he disguised his purple soul ring. Seeing that Luban only had 2 soul rings, the members of the Heavenly Water Team all smiled with satisfaction. This time we must properly give that arrogant kid on the opposite side a good beating. Tang, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, once we make our move, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Shui Binger raised her head and said proudly, this line is just for you, 7 beauties on the opposite side. If you have any means, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, once I, Tang make my move, you will only be left to passively take the hits. Luban, holding the sun-shooting bow, said calmly. He exuded an air of dominance, but to Shui Binger and the others, Luban's little expression seemed quite punchable. Sisters, get him, Shui Binger said as she directly unleashed her first soul skill, Ice Seal. Ice Seal is an instant skill, and before Luban could react, he was restricted. His entire body was encased in ice, frozen in place. Kid, now you know my power, right? Seeing Luban instantly frozen, Shui Binger was extremely pleased. Support. Determined to teach Lu Ban a lesson, Shui Bing'er commanded, continuing to direct her team in battle. The vice captain, Shui Wu, received the order and immediately released her soul skill. First soul skill, Dark Cloud. As the words fell, a thick dark cloud appeared above Lu Ban's head. Under the dark cloud, Lu Ban felt his overall status reduced by 10%. Charge. Taking advantage of the ice seal and the status reduction, Shui Bing'er sent out agile attack-type soul masters. Upon hearing this, Shui Yu'er and Gu Qingba immediately unleashed their soul skills and quickly charged towards Lu Ban. First soul skill, Cold Ice Rain. First soul skill, Fish Wave Rising. Shui Yu'er's martial soul, Crystal Dolphin, unleashed Cold Ice Rain, her entire body leaping through the sea like a dolphin, speed greatly increased, and mist surrounding her transformed into falling, icy raindrops. Once she got close to the target, the icy rain would explode violently. Gu Qingba's martial soul, Azure Flagfish, unleashed Fish Wave Rising. Speed also increased dramatically, moving like a fish flowing with the current, incredibly fast and invisible. This move relies on explosive speed to unleash a powerful close-range attack. Success. When Shui Yu'er and Gu Qingba were just 2 meters away from Lu Ban, Shui Bing'er and the others were filled with joy. Once they were hit by the combined attack of the icy rain and the fish wave soul skills, Lu Ban would surely be injured. Next, they only needed to send out a strong attack-type soul master to finish him off. After all, Lu Ban was not a defensive-type battle soul master. So at the beginning, Shui Bing'er did not send out the strongest attack-type soul master. Instead, she chose to let the agile attack-type battle soul master take action. Kid, take this. However, as soon as Gu Qingba finished speaking, 2 lightning arrows shot out, striking her and Shui Yu'er. Boom. The 2 were directly knocked back a long distance before stopping. Seeing Lu Ban escape, Shui Bing'er prepared to unleash her first soul skill again. Unfortunately, Lu Ban did not give her the chance and shot her out of the arena with a single arrow, as her presence as a control-type battle soul master with instant skills posed too great a threat. Without Shui Bing'er, Shui Yu'er and Shui Wu, along with the other 6 girls, were beaten by Lu Ban and fled in panic. They had skills, but they definitely couldn't use them against Lu Ban. His attack power far exceeded theirs, so they could only passively take hits. Come on, hit me. You can't touch me. The weapon spirit Lu Ban number 7 occasionally taunted, infuriating Shui Bing'er below the stage. Chapter 36. Entering Tinshui City. Alright, little egg, it's time to stop. Quickly end the sparring. I wanted you to have some fun with them, not for you to be so ruthless. Seeing the tragic state of the Tinshui team on the stage, it was truly hard to watch, and Flander hurriedly reminded Lu Ban to end the battle. This guy really doesn't know how to cherish the ladies. He beat up a group of young girls so badly, and still didn't forget to mock them a few times. He's really asking for a beating. Upon hearing this, Lu Ban shot out 6 lightning arrows in quick succession, knocking the remaining 6 girls of the Tinshui battle team off the stage. He waved his hand at Flandra and Shui Bin, looking innocent. He had already gone easy on them, but unfortunately, the Tinshui battle team was just too weak. Moreover, the mocking words were part of Lu Ban's 7th soul ring's built-in voice. To outsiders, it seemed like Lu Ban was intentionally mocking them, but in reality, he didn't say those words. Some things are hard to explain, and even if they are explained, no one would believe them. Bing'er, now you know what it means to have mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. After the sparring session, Shui Luobin smiled and said. He nodded to Lu Ban, showing no sign of blame, but rather an expression of appreciation. At this moment, Shui Luobin was overjoyed. The girls, including Shui Bing'er, relied on their good talents and often acted like troublemakers at the Tinshui Academy, frequently causing issues. Now that someone had stepped in to teach them a lesson, he couldn't be happier. Moreover, this would greatly benefit the growth of Shui Bing'er and her group in the future. After all, flowers in a greenhouse don't grow strong. Kid, don't get too proud. When I grow up to your size, we'll have another sparring session, Lu Ban said angrily as she stepped down from the stage, causing Shui Luobin to facepalm in embarrassment. Goodness, when you grow up, you won't be different from others. What kind of logic does this girl have? She must be really frustrated. Hearing this, Flander couldn't help but twitch his lips. In a few years, he felt speechless about Shui Bing'er's words. In a few years, their Tinshui team might not even have the chance to make Lu Ban take action. After the sparring was completed, they returned to the mission hall. As agreed, Shui Luobin told Lu Ban about a pure offensive limit attribute soul beast drop he knew of. Tinshui City, 6-winged frost centipede, a 10,000-year soul beast? Upon hearing about the soul beast drop, Flander was instantly stunned. Goodness, a 10,000-year soul beast cultivation age far exceeds the limit that Luban's third soul ring can accommodate. According to the Master S theory of the 10 core competitiveness of martial souls, the maximum age that a soul master's third soul ring can reach is generally 760 years. For someone like Luban, who has innate full soul power at level 20, he could at most absorb a soul beast with a cultivation age of 500 years. A 10,000-year soul beast is still far away for him. After leaving the mission hall, Luban told Flander that he wanted to train in Theintricacies City, which shocked Flander. This is not a louse on a bald man's head. It's obvious. Luban has taken a liking to that 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede. Luban, you're still so young. Don't be anxious in your cultivation. 10,000 years is not something you can absorb at the moment. Don't worry, apart from you, there is no other extreme output soul master on the continent, and that six-winged frost centipede in Theintricacies City should not be disturbed in the short term. Hearing that Luban was going to Theintricacies City, Flander quickly spoke to comfort him. Such a good student, he certainly doesn't want any accidents to happen. Principal, do you know about the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls proposed by the teacher? Luban asked, bringing up the master's theory in an attempt to persuade Flander. Of course, I'm very clear about Xiaogang's theory. He often babbled in my ear during my travels on the continent back in the day. As soon as Flander finished speaking, Luban expressed his thoughts. According to the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, there's a situation where one can ignore level restrictions and perfectly absorb soul rings. That is to make the soul beast willingly sacrifice itself. Now that he has finally encountered a pure attack type extreme attribute soul beast, he decided to give it a try. Luban, do you know how difficult it is to make a soul beast voluntarily sacrifice itself? Upon hearing Luban's explanation, Flander was taken aback, not expecting Luban to come up with such an idea. A voluntarily sacrificing soul beast can not only perfectly absorb without level restrictions, but also produce soul bones. Do you know how rare soul bones are on the continent? Let me put it this way. Throughout the nearly 10,000 years of historical records on the continent, I have not found a single case of a soul beast voluntarily sacrificing itself. Flander said with a serious expression. This theory can only be theoretical. No one has ever seen it. To take risks for such an elusive theory is, in Flander's view, not worth it. Principal, I still want to give it a try. I'm still young, with plenty of time to make mistakes and correct them. Luban said earnestly, if I can succeed, my strength will surely improve greatly. I don't want to miss this opportunity. The determination in Luban's eyes moved Flander. Yes, youth is an asset. I didn't expect Luban to understand so much. Since he knows how to walk the path of the future, Flander decided not to say more. Let us go to Theintricacies City. Theintricacies City is located in the northeastern part of the continent, very close to the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. It is situated on the largest island in Theintricacies Lake and is one of the most prosperous cities on the continent, surrounded by clear lake waters. Theintricacies City is like a brilliant pearl embedded in the rippling Theintricacies Lake. Flander and Luban took a carriage and traveled north for 2 days before finally arriving. Upon entering Theintricacies City, they saw shops lining the streets, filled with all kinds of goods, and merchants and tourists from all corners of the continent bustling about. The crowds were dense, and the atmosphere was extraordinary. Beautiful women could often be seen in the streets and alleys. Even Flander couldn't help but praise. By the time Luban and Flander arrived, night had fallen. The streets were still brightly lit, resembling a sea of stars. The towering buildings looked even more magnificent under the illumination, and the shops along the streets were adorned with various lanterns, exuding a traditional vibe. Do the two distinguished guests need any services? Our ladies are the brightest on this street. Cough, cough. Just when Flander and Luban found a hotel to check in, they were suddenly bombarded with recommendations from the staff, making Flander feel awkward. Really now, can't you see there's a little child beside me? Although Luban now appeared as an adult descendant, such vulgar words will be detrimental to his future growth. Flander quickly waved his hand to send them away. Let us rest well. Tomorrow we will go to the Theintricacies arena. This time, Flanders considered it a good opportunity to accompany Luban for training. He knew that Luban couldn't possibly succeed, and thought it would be good to temper Luban's arrogance during this experience. Recently, Luban had shown a somewhat impatient mentality, which could be detrimental to his future cultivation and could easily lead him astray. Chapter 37. Initial trial of the wild blade. The next day, at dawn, Flanders took Luban into the Theintricacies beast arena. Upon entering, he noticed the scrutinizing gaze of the welcoming maid at the entrance, which puzzled him. Little Luban, have I become more handsome recently? Flanders shook his head, striking a pose. Huh, principal, could it be that they're looking at me? However, as soon as Luban finished speaking, Flanders gave him a light slap on the back of the head. You little rascal, how can you look down on my looks? Back in the day on the continent, Flanders was quite the handsome guy. The two of them bickered as they made their way. Not long after they entered the Tianshui Beast Arena, news of their appearance reached the Shui family. That kid really came. Shui Luobin was exceptionally pleased to learn of Luban's arrival. It would be great if such a talented young man could be recruited into their Shui family. Third uncle. I heard that Tang Air has come to our Tianshui city. Shui Binger rushed into Shui Luobin's door, followed by Shui Yuer, Shui Wu, and others from the Tianshui battle team. What's up? Why are you suddenly so concerned about Tang Air? You wouldn't have a crush on him, would you? Shui Luobin teased, provoking Shui Binger to blush with anger. Third uncle, if you keep talking nonsense, we won't pay attention to you anymore. Hearing this, Shui Luobin shook his head and laughed. Tang Air's talent is not lower than yours. Third uncle, you're just boosting someone else's confidence. Don't forget, I have innate full soul power. Irritated by Shui Luobin's comparison, Shui Binger huffed, her face filled with indignation. My instincts have always been accurate. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Beast Arena to watch his challenge. He should be there for quite a while. The Tianshui Beast Arena was more than twice the size of the Suodo Beast Arena, grand and magnificent, with an equally impressive internal environment. Flanders took Luban to the registration area on the underground floor for challenges. The soul beasts on this floor had a maximum cultivation of no more than 800 years, which was like cutting vegetables for Luban. The reason he came to challenge on this floor was to test the wild blade and verify his talent for hunting. The beast challenge could be done individually or in groups. 4 group challenges, the maximum number of participants was 7, and there couldn't be 2 soul masters with soul rings in the team. For individual challenges, as long as the cultivation level did not exceed level 30 and had a 3rd soul ring, it was fine. Currently, Luban's soul power level just met the requirements. Hello, we would like to register for a challenge. Flanders took Luban to the service hall on the underground floor and quickly completed the registration procedures. Luban's first challenge was against a 300-year-old netherwolf. Welcome everyone to the 8th division of the Underground Beast Arena for tonight's challenge. Now, let us welcome tonight's challenger. Tangya, the host on the beast fighting stage, holding a soul guidance device microphone, announced loudly, his face filled with excitement. Individual challenges were not as popular as team challenges, and at this time, there were only a sparse few spectators in the 10,000 seats above the fighting stage. Looking around, there were less than 1,000 people, but among them, the host spotted Shui Luobin, Shui Binger, and other direct descendants of the Shui family, feeling delighted. After all, the Tianshui Beast Arena was owned by the Shui family, and if they valued him, he would definitely get a promotion and a raise. As soon as the host finished speaking, Luban walked onto the fighting stage from the side entrance. Tang Air, Martial Soul, Sun Shooting Bow, Level 28 Output Type Battle Soul Master. Output Type? Hearing the host's introduction, the audience was bewildered. They had never even heard of an Output Type Battle Soul Master. Level 28. Upon hearing the host announce Luban's soul power level, Shui Luobin was left dumbfounded. When Luban had competed against Shui Binger and the others earlier, he thought Luban had just obtained his 2nd soul ring and was only level 21. This is freaking scary to suddenly have a level 28. The speed of this upgrade is astonishing. Third uncle, is there something wrong? Seeing Shui Luobin's shocked expression, Shui Binger turned her head and asked. Shui Luobin shook his head, signaling that everything was fine. He didn't say anything to Shui Binger. Even if he did, these girls definitely wouldn't believe him. If he were in their shoes, he wouldn't believe it either if an outsider said it. Why would such a powerful guy challenge a 300-year-old netherwolf? Shui Binger continued to ask in confusion. Shui Luobin shook his head again. He wasn't quite sure what was going on either. Now I announce the challenge begins. As the host's voice fell, the gate on the other side of the arena opened with a bang, and a bull-sized netherwolf walked onto the arena. When the netherwolf entered, the audience didn't see Luban use the sun shooting bow. Instead, he took out a grayish curved blade from his storage soul guide. The curved blade was about 3 feet long, with a serrated edge, looking somewhat ancient. To outsiders, it didn't look very impressive, even a bit ugly, almost like a broken tooth knife. Hey, why isn't Tang Air releasing his martial soul and just using a broken knife? As soon as the netherwolf appeared, it revealed its mouth full of sharp fangs and pounced on Luban. Yet Luban only took out a broken knife, which puzzled Shui Binger. I got it. Shui Binger thought for a moment and seemed to have discovered a clue. Tang Air must have noticed we were here, and he wanted to show off for us. Ofthe. Upon hearing this, Shui Luobin spat out a mouthful of hot tea and coughed repeatedly. I don't know where this girl got her confidence. As soon as Shui Binger finished speaking, the girls from the Tianshui battle team immediately chimed in. The captain is right. Tang Er must want to attract our attention. Tang Er is so shy, expressing his feelings for us in this way. Hee, I wonder which one of us he actually likes. Indeed, I see that he is not using soul skills just to perform for us. A 300-year-old netherwolf is no joke, being so arrogant. Tang Er is bound to suffer a big loss. On the ring, the moment he took out the jungle knife, Luban glanced at its system description again. After all, it was his first time using it, and he was a bit unfamiliar with the jungle knife. Jungle knife, divine artifact, attacks double when hunting soul beasts with armor-piercing effect, ignoring all soul beast defenses. When attacking consecutively, the critical hit rate is 20, and the maximum critical hit effect is 10 times the current level's attack power. Hiss, it really is an extraordinary artifact. A tenfold critical hit is almost comparable to the attack power of the 8th Divine Thunderstrike of 3,000 Thunders. Luban's current level normal attack is 2,078 points, so with a tenfold critical hit, it would be over 20,000 points. Don't mention a 300-year-old netherwolf. He could even kill a 10,000-year-old one. This challenge tests Luban's talent, wanting to see how to level up while jungling. Therefore, he chose a 300-year-old netherwolf as the minimum opponent. At this moment, the netherwolf attacked, and Luban made no unnecessary movements. He simply swung his knife forward. Chapter 38, Talent in Jungling. With a swift motion, the seemingly unremarkable jungling knife split the netherwolf in half with one strike. The audience was collectively stunned. Shui Binger and the other girls from the Tianshui team were silenced, their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Gulp. They swallowed hard, secretly thinking how strong he was. Without even activating his martial soul, he managed to kill the netherwolf with a single blow. After the challenge ended, Luban checked his personal information panel and found that his cultivation had not changed. Shaking his head in frustration, he concluded that it was due to the low level of the soul beast. Exiting the beast fighting arena, Luban and Flanders returned to the reception hall on the first floor to continue signing up for challenges. This time, Luban challenged a Qing Yo Wang, Green Bull King, with a cultivation of 500 years. The challenge took place at the previous 8th Beast Fighting Arena. As in the previous battle, it was quick and decisive, with a single strike finishing off the Qing Yo Wang. Opening the personal information panel. Host, Luban. Martial Soul, Luban number 7, Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3,000 Thunderfalls, Aptitude. Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Level Up, Soul Power. 28 1100 Soul Rings. Yellow and Purple Soul Bones. None Soul Skills. Attack, 700. Attack, 1350. Items, Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. In the Soul Power level section, there was finally a change. It went from 0 to 1 point, gaining 1 experience point from defeating the 500-year cultivation Qing Yo Wang. This made Luban feel overjoyed. The feeling of being trapped within him instantly disappeared. His soul power finally had a boost. So this is what is called the Wild Upgrade Talent. It means that his soul power improvement relies not on cultivation, but on killing soul beasts. After successfully challenging again, Luban walked out of the beast fighting platform and went to the reception hall on the underground level to sign up for the challenge, leaving the staff astonished. Who the hell is this, challenging so quickly? This is their first time. Most soul masters can only challenge once a day at most, and only a few exceptionally gifted geniuses might be able to challenge consecutively. Moreover, completing 2 challenges is about the limit for a great soul master. I didn't expect them to encounter such an unusual one today. This time, Luban is challenging the underground level 1 overlord, the Mandala Snake, which has nearly 800 years of cultivation. My goodness, I heard someone was going to face that nearly 800-year-old Mandala Snake one-on-one. That's right. The arena even specially placed the challenge in the main arena. Hiss, challenging the underground level 1 overlord one-on-one. That's just too brave. It's crazy. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Indeed, even the strongest team from the Tianshui Intermediate Academy couldn't succeed in a challenge before. And now someone wants to take on the Mandala Snake one-on-one. It's truly ridiculous. When the news of Luban challenging the Mandala Snake spread, it instantly caused an uproar in the arena. A great soul master facing a soul beast with nearly 800 years of cultivation. This is the first time they've seen it. Even on the entire continent, there hasn't been any news about it. Now, it's just right that they encountered it, truly something to see in their lifetime. Isn't this just asking for trouble? The audience is not optimistic about Luban's challenge this time. The mandala snake is extremely venomous and exceptionally troublesome. Among soul beasts of the same level, it is one of the most difficult to deal with. Moreover, it's a nearly 800-year-old mandala, and asking a soul master without a third soul ring to challenge, it is almost like feeding it. Welcome everyone to the first level of the main beast fighting arena. I am your host ofthe for tonight's beast fight, and now let's welcome the challenger to the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, Luban walked up to the beast fighting platform. He took out his wild hunting knife again. Hiss! Seeing the scene, Shui Binger was dumbfounded. The women of the Tianshui team were collectively shocked. No way! Is he really going to use that broken knife to deal with an 800-year-old mandala? At this moment, even Shui Luobin had a serious expression on his face, feeling very puzzled. He had never heard of any great soul master on the continent being able to single-handedly take on a soul beast of nearly 800 years, especially the mandala snake, which is a king among soul beasts. If Luban were to use his martial soul, he might think there was a glimmer of hope. But looking at the current situation, it seems he has no intention of using his martial soul at all. This made Shui Luobin worried. Luban was a genius he had high hopes for, and he didn't want to see him fall like this. Tang Air, with a martial spirit sun shooting bow, was a level 28 output type soul master. Hearing the host's introduction, the audience was even more confused, completely not understanding what an output type soul master was. They whispered to each other, inquiring around, and found that no one knew anything about it. Instantly, they were even more astonished and clueless. Now I announce the challenge begins. As the host's voice fell, the large door on one side of the beast fighting arena opened, and an 8-meter-long, adult thigh-thick mandrake snake entered the arena. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood-red tongue, scarlet eyes, triangular head, and emerald green skin, every part of its body made people feel a tingling sensation at the scalp. It's over. Seeing the mandrake snake attacking Luban, many couldn't help but sigh. They thought the jungle knife in Luban's hand was his martial spirit. With that imposing manner, how could he possibly be a match for the mandrake snake? At the moment the mandrake snake opened its huge blood-filled mouth, Shui Binger was so scared that she directly covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to look directly. She only peeked through the gaps. The other girls from the Tianshui team were also greatly frightened by the terrifying appearance of the mandrake snake. Even they, the Tianshui team, didn't dare to challenge this overlord. Shui Luobin clenched his hands tightly, ready to make a move for rescue. However, at this moment, Luban still appeared calm. Seeing the mandrake snake coming, he made the same move. With a swift motion, he slashed down with his knife. Crack! In one stroke, the mandrake snake's body was cut in half. It was severed at the 7-inch mark, dying peacefully. Hiss! The challenge ended, and the entire audience collectively gasped in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. One by one, they rubbed their eyes, feeling as if they were dreaming. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, and the other 5 had their mouths agape, eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Shui Luobin's trembling hands and excited heart were truly indescribable. A genius, oh no, a monster. The potential of this boy before him was unimaginable. After killing the mandrake snake, Luban glanced at his personal information panel again and found that his soul power level had increased a bit. Damn, why is the experience gained from an 800-year-old soul beast the same as that from a 500-year-old one? What the hell? Shouldn't it be that the higher the soul beast cultivation, the more soul power points one gains? At this moment, Luban realized that the increase in soul power level was different from what he had imagined. Luban felt a bit unwilling and decided to try again. So, he went to the second underground level with Fran and registered for another challenge task in the reception hall. This time, the challenge is a human-faced demon spider with a cultivation level of 1,500 years. The news spread, causing another wave of shock in the Tianshui beast fighting arena. Chapter 39, Six-Winged Frost Centipede. Crazy, completely crazy. This world is truly crazy. I can hardly understand it. Are young people today really this extraordinary? A 2-ring soul master under level 30 actually wants to challenge a 500-year-old faceless spider. Before the challenge began, Shui Luobin even specially sought out Luban to persuade him, but it didn't change anything. Luban was determined to take on the challenge. Just like before with a swift strike, he ended the fight in one blow. It directly stunned the entire audience. Wow, the citizens of Tianshui City were left in shock, their scalps tingling. Incredible. Amazing, my goodness. What the hell? Is it really something a soul master under level 30 can achieve? Are output type soul masters that amazing? After completing this challenge, Luban shook his head in disappointment, realizing that his soul power level had only increased a little. It seems that it really has nothing to do with the cultivation of hunting soul beasts. Currently, as long as the soul beast hunted has a cultivation of over 500 years, the soul power level can be increased. Moreover, each soul beast hunted can increase it by 1 point. In the days that followed, Flanders and Luban stayed in Theintricacies City. Luban would go to the Theintricacies arena every day to hunt soul beasts. At first, he was hunting those with 500 years of cultivation. It was like cutting vegetables. He killed 12 in one day. If it weren't for the 1-hour interval between each challenge in the arena, he could have continued killing. Due to Luban's crazy performance, he successfully became famous in the arena and was well known among the crowd. He gained a large number of fans and was revered by those female fans as the Little Prince of Battles. On this day, Flinder brought Luban to the underground reception hall to sign up for the challenge again. "Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, but you were restricted," he said. Hearing this, Luban was bewildered and quickly asked what was going on. After some inquiries, he learned that he had hunted too many soul beasts in the past few days, making it difficult for the arena to keep up with the supply, so they had placed a limit on him. He could only challenge once a day. After completing the challenge, Luban walked out of the arena looking dejected. "Principal, why don't we just go to the Douluo Forest to hunt soul beasts?" Flinder's eyes widened in disbelief as he shot Luban a fierce glare and slapped him on the head. "Do you think soul beasts with over 500 years of cultivation are like cabbages? Just hunting one 500-year soul beast in a day in the Douluo Forest is already pretty good. Even if we could find one, it wouldn't allow you to keep hunting continuously. There's a forest king guarding the Douluo Forest." Flinder then educated Luban on the knowledge related to hunting soul beasts. While it is convenient to hunt soul beasts in the Douluo Forest, if too many are killed, they would face attacks from the beast kings inside. With their current strength, they were not capable of handling that. If they were chased by a 100,000-year soul beast, they would be done for. After listening to Flinder's analysis, Luban nodded in understanding. Staying in Theintricacies City was indeed the best choice for now. Thus, Luban and Flinder stayed in Theintricacies City for 6 months. During this time, after completing the challenge every day, Luban was dragged by Flinder to attend a 6-month course on basic cultural knowledge. In half a year, he had basically mastered the 6-year cultural curriculum of a junior soul master academy. Opening his personal information panel, host, Luban martial soul, Luban no. 7 martial soul talent. Archer domain, resist aura, invincible shark mouth cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls qualification, innate full soul power, wild level up, soul power, 30, 0100 soul rings, yellow, purple soul bones, none soul skills, attack, 700. Attack, 1350, items, video Game Boy skin, wild knife, storage bracelet. Moreover, his soul power level had also reached level 30. "Luban, are you really determined to do this?" Luban nodded. He was set on challenging the 10,000-year pure attack type extreme attribute soul beast, the 6-winged frost centipede. To make the 6-winged frost centipede voluntarily sacrifice itself, Luban was prepared for a long battle. He would keep challenging until the 6-winged frost centipede wanted to die on its own. After more than 200 challenges over the past 6 months, he discovered that the wild knife could damage the souls of soul beasts, which was quite miraculous. With this, he was even more confident that he could make the 6-winged frost centipede voluntarily sacrifice itself. Theintricacies Arena. Look, the little prince of the arena is here to challenge again. Oh my, I wonder which soul beast will be unlucky this time. Let's follow him and see. As soon as Luban entered the arena, it caused quite a stir. He was instantly surrounded by a group of little fans who followed him, heading toward the underground arena. In the past 6 months, Luban has become accustomed to such scenes. After all, with strength on display, having a few fans is quite normal. "Mr. Tang, you're quite punctual." Seeing Luban and friend arrive, the reception hall staff had already gotten used to it. "May I ask which soul beast you will challenge this time?" The challenge is the underground level 2 overlord, the 6-winged frost centipede. All right, challenging the 6-winged frost centipede. What? The 6-winged frost centipede? Just as the staff was about to record the challenge on the soul guide recorder, they suddenly remembered something and were startled. Hiss! Damn it! There is only one 6-winged frost centipede in the entire beast arena, and it's a 10,000-year cultivation level, the overlord of the underground level 2. A great soul master challenging a 10,000-year soul beast? The staff felt dizzy. Well, you heard it right. It's that 6-winged frost centipede. The challenge registration was completed, and the news that Luban was going to challenge the underground level 2 overlord, the 6-winged frost centipede, quickly spread throughout the entire beast arena. Suddenly, there was an uproar. "My God, he has gone crazy. That kid Tang has lost his mind. No way. A great soul master is going to challenge a 10,000-year soul beast? Hiss. Let us go see what is going on. The little prince of beast fighting has floated away. What kind of stimulation has he received? Damn. Does Tang Air have some misunderstanding about 10,000-year soul beasts? In the Shui mansion, after hearing that Luban was going to challenge the six-winged frost centipede, Shui-Luobin activated his martial soul and rushed straight to the beast arena. The news about the six-winged frost centipede was something he had disclosed to Luban, as it had been discovered by the Shui family elders accidentally in the extreme north half a year ago. It took 6 soul Douluo elders from the Shui family to successfully capture it. It was placed in the Tianshui beast arena as a display. He didn't expect that Luban would be unable to hold back so soon and wanted to challenge the six-winged frost centipede. He originally thought that Luban would only take action when he was about to obtain his 5th soul ring. A great soul master challenging a 10,000-year soul beast. What a joke. Isn't that just seeking death? No matter how talented he is, it's impossible to succeed. On the other side, at Tianshui Academy. Captain, major news. That kid Tang Air's gone crazy. Upon hearing this, Shui Bing looked astonished. What is going on? He wants to challenge the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede in the underground level of the beast arena. What? Shui Bing was instantly stunned and said, hurry. Notify all members of the battle team to assemble. Damn it, that kid Tang Air seems to be tired of living. After learning the news, Shui Bing, Shui Yu and the 7 girls of the Tianshui battle team hurriedly ran towards the beast arena. Chapter 40. The first encounter, Tianshui Beast Arena, Underground Level 2. There are 8 sub-arenas and 1 main arena, with the highest soul beast limit being 10,000-year soul beasts. The main beast arena is packed today, with all 60,000 seats sold out. A great soul master is about to challenge the Level 2 Overlord, the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede. If it were any other great soul master, everyone would be too lazy to watch. But with the challenger being Luban, it's different. In the past 6 months, Luban's reputation in the beast arena has been surprisingly high, with no defeats, and he has to take on a challenge every day. Moreover, it is said that the arena has specifically issued a limit order for him. The output-type battle soul masters, and so on, have gathered too many halos and legends around Luban. Welcome everyone to tonight's Beast Challenge. I'm the host Odo, and now let's invite the challenger Tang Air to the stage. The host, holding the soul guide microphone, began to announce loudly. Tang Air, Martial Soul, Sun Shooting Bow, Level 30. 2-ring output type, Battle, Soul Master. He has not faced defeat in the Beast Challenge for half a year and has been dubbed the Little Prince of Beast Fighting by fans. As Luban entered, the host continuously introduced his glorious deeds to increase the audience's discussion. As expected, as soon as the host's voice fell, the audience erupted in excitement, whispering and discussing among themselves. Why did you agree to let him challenge the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede? On the stands, Shui-Luobin asked Flandre beside him. That kid is very stubborn. Once he decides on something, even 10 horses can't pull him back. Flandre shook his head and smiled bitterly. He actually didn't want Luban to challenge the six-winged frost centipede so early. It's just that he couldn't be persuaded otherwise, so he had no choice but to agree. Nonsense. As an elder, are you just going to watch your junior go to his death? Shui-Luobin's face flushed with anger. Don't worry, that kid won't die. I can guarantee that. Hearing this, Shui-Luobin was stunned for a moment, looking speechless. Guarantee? What are you guaranteeing that with? Come on, that's a 10,000-year soul beast. And it's one of the rarest pure, offensive, ultimate soul beasts. Even a 60th level soul emperor would have to run far away upon seeing it. Uncle, where does your confidence come from? Shui Binger, who was beside them, couldn't help but retort, pouting, just wait. It'll be the old-haired sending the black-haired one. Let's see how calm you can still be then. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Luban once again took out the wild knife from his storage soul guide. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body. Now I announce the challenge begins. With a host command, a large door on one side of the beast arena opened, and a powerful chill immediately swept through the venue, causing many ordinary people to shiver. Fortunately, the arena had decisively reinforced the formation to block this cold wave. Boom! The ground trembled, and a huge snow-white figure appeared on the beast arena. The 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede was massive, at least 10 meters long and as thick as an adult's waist. Its body was thick and curved, resembling a giant python. The rows of small legs growing on it made people's scalps tingle. Moreover, its entire body was covered with silver-white scales, each shimmering with a cold light, as if made of ice crystals. In the snow, It almost blends in with the ice and snow, making it extremely difficult to be discovered. The most striking feature of the six-winged frost centipede is the six huge wings on its back. The wings are translucent ice blue, as if covered with a thin layer of frost. The wings are adorned with intricate patterns, resembling carvings of ice crystals, each wing a work of art. The six-winged frost centipede enters, and upon seeing the opposing Luban, its eyes flash with a cold light, its body twisting as it swiftly launches an attack. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Kid, you're asking for death. The six-winged frost centipede suddenly spreads its 6 pairs of wings and takes flight. A spectacular sight, as if a blizzard is dancing wildly in the air, leaving the audience in awe. The attack speed of the six-winged frost centipede is extremely fast, not due to skills, but because of its uniquely large 6 pairs of wings. As a purely offensive extreme attribute soul beast, the six-winged frost centipede has no skills. Its immense attack power is reflected in its ice attribute attacks. Its body emits a powerful chill, and soul masters below level 30 will be frostbitten if they come too close. If it bites, even a level 60 soul emperor would instantly freeze. In a short time, bodily functions would fail, leading to loss of life. This extreme attribute attack is exceptionally fierce. Anyone who has heard of the six-winged frost centipede will be terrified. On the beast fighting stage, Luban has already activated the archer domain. His current cultivation level is only 30, which is a significant gap compared to the six-winged frost centipede. Without the martial soul domain, he wouldn't have dared to take on today's challenge. The six-winged frost centipede is incredibly fast, appearing as an illusion to ordinary people, making it nearly impossible to capture. Even a level 50 soul king would have difficulty seeing it. Now, Luban can only perceive the movement trajectory of the six-winged frost centipede thanks to the archer domain. Suddenly, a massive cold wave surged from behind. Luban quickly turned around and swung his wild knife. Boom! A loud sound erupted as the wild knife struck the head of the six-winged frost centipede, sending Luban flying. The head of the six-winged frost centipede is also quite unique, featuring a long, pointed mouth with a row of slender teeth, as if it could crush any hard object. At this moment, it was blocked by a broken knife, and several of its teeth were knocked out, enraging the six-winged frost centipede. Its eyes instantly turned a deep blue, as if it were about to spit fire. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Adjusting its position, it launched another attack at Luban. Relying on the strong perception of the archer domain, Luban entered a stalemate with the six-winged frost centipede. Although he was constantly in a passive position, he was already very satisfied to reach this level in their first encounter. What is going on? How did Tang Air manage to detect the attack trajectory of the six-winged frost centipede? It's baffling. Even I, a level 42 soul master, can't see it. So how did he figure it out? It's indeed hard to understand. Did that kid Tang Air practice some kind of eye technique? This, incredible. Tang Air actually withstood the attack of the 10,000-year six-winged frost centipede. My God, what material is that broken knife made of? It's so hard that it can even injure the six-winged frost centipede. At this moment, not only the other spectators, but also Shui Luobin and Shui Binger were stunned. Each of them had their mouths wide open, rubbing their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. How could Tang Air possibly withstand the cold from the six-winged frost centipede? And what is up with that knife in his hand? It's too powerful, capable of breaking through the frost centipede's icy armor. Oh my, it turns out Tang Air is this formidable. The girls from the Heavenly Water Battle team were all shocked by Luban's performance today. While they might have felt a bit resentful before, after today, they had to admit that Luban's strength far exceeded their expectations. They couldn't help but admire him. Chapter 41. Please let me die. Meanwhile, Flinder, seeing the shocked expressions of Shui Luobin and others, wore a proud look. With his head held high, he exuded an air of arrogance, as if to say, "See that kid down there? He's my student." No one among the audience knew why Luban could withstand the cold from the six-winged frost centipede, but he was fully aware. That was Luban's domain skill. 3,000 Thunderfalls. When activated, it channels lightning into his body, granting Luban significant attribute immunity. Not just against ice, but against fire as well. The fifth Divine Thunder. As the six-winged frost centipede attacked again, Luban channeled Divine Thunder into his wild knife and struck at the six-winged frost centipede. Boom! Oh no! It triggered a 5-fold critical hit with a wild knife. His base attack was 2,078 points, which, combined with the archer domain, doubled to over 4,000 points. This 5-fold critical hit would result in over 20,000 points of attack power. If it struck the six-winged frost centipede, it would definitely be cleaved in two, and it would surely die. But that couldn't happen. If the six-winged frost centipede died, that 10,000-year soul ring would be wasted. The The time duration was too long for him to absorb it. What he needed to do now was force the six-winged frost centipede to sacrifice itself. Realizing it was a bad idea, Luban quickly aimed the wild knife slightly away from the six-winged frost centipede's head. At that moment, the six-winged frost centipede sensed the threat of death and, frightened, flapped its 6 pairs of wings wildly, reaching its maximum speed to evade this fatal blow. Boom! Fortunately, it dodged in time, and Luban's strike hit nothing but the beast fighting stage, creating a massive chasm on the ground. The six-winged frost centipede was so frightened that it flew toward the edge of the beast fighting stage, escaping the range of the archer domain. The sudden series of changes left the entire audience dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. What just happened? It seemed like the six-winged frost centipede was scared off. I saw it too. It felt like a dream. If you hadn't said anything, I would have thought I was seeing things. Damn it, how could this be happening? The six-winged frost centipede is actually afraid of a two-ringed soul beast. What the hell is going on? Why does the six-winged frost centipede look so scared? This is outrageous. If I say this out loud, people will definitely think I'm bragging. Amidst the shock of the audience, Luban raised his hand to the host, signaling his surrender. He acknowledged defeat and ended the challenge. Huh, is it over just like that? At this moment, Luoban and Shui Binger, who had previously thought Luban was doomed, were now shocked that the six-winged frost centipede had been scared off. They were still wanting more when suddenly it was announced that the challenge was over. Tang Air, why in the challenge? That six-winged frost centipede clearly showed a flaw. Shui Luoban asked in confusion, wondering if they might actually find an opportunity to kill it. As he said this, even he found it hard to believe. If it were before, he wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. But now, after witnessing the challenge, he had a strange illusion that Luban could kill the six-winged frost centipede. Why kill it now? They can't absorb the soul ring anyway. Hearing this, Flender shook his head and smiled mysteriously, too lazy to explain. Meanwhile, Shui Binger and the other girls from the Tinshui team were left speechless, thinking that it sounded like Luban could actually slay the six-winged frost centipede. Soon, Luban's challenge spread throughout Tinshui City, causing a huge sensation. A two-ring great soul master battling evenly with a 10,000-year soul beast? Who would believe that? Although there were quite a few spectators that day, it was still too few compared to the millions of people in Tinshui City, so naturally, there was skepticism. However, as time went on, people's attitudes gradually changed. More and more spectators witnessed the scene. Luban challenged the six-winged frost centipede every day on the second underground level, with the audience bursting at the seams each time. As more people spread the word, Luban's fame skyrocketed in Tinshui City. Work is over. Let us go watch the Beast Tamer Little Prince's challenge together. Dear, it's the weekend. Let us go to the arena to watch the challenge. I'm looking for a partner. Whoever can take me to see the Beast Tamer Little Prince's challenge. I'll marry them. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year went by. Going to the Tinshui Beast Arena daily to watch Luban battle the six-winged frost centipede became a must-do for the nobles of Tinshui City. Couples would be laughed at if they hadn't seen Luban's challenge. During this period, many high-ranking nobles approached Flanders to propose marriage for Luban, and as time went on, the number of proposals increased. These girls holding hands could circle around the city of Tinshui. Shui Mansion. Binger, what do you think about having that kid Tang Air as our Shui family's son-in-law? Shui Binger's father, Shui Luotian, the current head of the Shui family, asked with a smile in the main hall. Dad, he's still young. Why are you saying this? Upon hearing this, Shui Binger instantly blushed, her face turning red all the way to her neck, feeling both shy and angry. I'm not asking you to get married right away. What are you worried about? I personally checked on that kid Tang Air, and whether it's talent or looks, he is worthy of you. Although his background is a bit lacking, we spirit masters don't care about that. Talent is much more important than background. Shui Luotian kept saying. His talent is just average, right? At 15 or 16. He was only at level 30. If I were at that age, I would at least be a level 40 soul master. Daughter, if you knew how hard it is to find a pure attack-type ultimate soul beast, you wouldn't say that. Shui Luotian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knew that Shui Binger didn't understand the significance of an ultimate damage output. Of course, he had only recently figured it out himself after much effort. He had invited Flender and Luban to the Shui mansion several times during this period. Let's talk about it later, Dad. I have things to do, so I'm leaving first. As soon as she finished speaking, Shui Binger had already vanished without a trace. Shui Luotian smiled with satisfaction, shaking his head as he pointed at Shui Binger's disappearing figure. You say no, but you're just going to watch him challenge again. Shui Luotian looked up at the clock hanging on the wall, and then followed suit out of the Shui mansion. Luban's challenge time on the second underground level was basically fixed at this time every day. Welcome everyone to tonight's Beast Fighting Challenge. Now, let's invite Challenger Tang Air to the stage. As Luban entered, the host continued to introduce his basic information. Although the audience was already well aware, the necessary procedures could not be skipped. Now I declare the challenge to begin. After the host announced the start, he quickly got up and flew away from the beast fighting stage. On the beast fighting stage, Luban took out his jungle knife, resting it on his shoulder, humming a little tune, waiting for the six-winged frost centipede to enter. The gate opened, and, after a long time, the audience finally saw a severely injured six-winged frost centipede slowly enter, looking as if it had lost the will to live. Its expression seemed to say, "Please let me die." Chapter 42. Third Soul Ring. This is ridiculous. Who can handle being challenged once a day? The key is that each time it ends up getting beaten up badly. At first, the six-winged frost centipede could hold its ground against Luban for a while. But as Luban became more familiar with its attack patterns, it could only get completely thrashed. Moreover, every time Luban would stop just short of killing it, leaving the six-winged frost centipede utterly speechless. It has developed a psychological shadow from the beatings. Now, upon seeing Luban, it has no thought of resistance at all. It just wants to die quickly and escape this suffering. Six-winged frost centipede, take this blade. When the six-winged frost centipede stepped onto the stage, Luban raised his jungle knife and rushed over. While attacking, he shouted loudly, "Hiss!" This time, the six-winged frost centipede simply gave up, not even trying to fight back, coiling up in the arena and letting Luban chop at it. The audience watched in stunned silence. Despair. They felt an extremely strong sense of despair from the six-winged frost centipede. Six-winged frost centipede, do you want to end this suffering? Luban, holding the knife, stood in front of the six-winged frost centipede and said. The slovenly six-winged frost centipede actually nodded in response, leaving the entire audience with twitching mouths. Goodness, are you a devil? Very well, since that's the case, I have a suggestion for you. Luban stroked his chin, pretending to be thoughtful. You can actively sacrifice. Oh my. Upon hearing this, the audience was left in shock. Listen, does that even sound like human words? The path has been pointed out to you. Whether to go or not is your own choice. Saying this, Luban picked up his jungle knife and continued to chop away. Just then, a chill suddenly swept across the beast fighting arena, and Luban couldn't help but shiver. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and the cold wind was biting. The howling wind sounded eerily like a lament, making one feel a sense of sorrow. Death turned out to be a form of liberation. Sometimes, living is worse than dying. Then, to the astonishment of the entire audience, a circle of black soul rings slowly floated up from the six-winged frost centipede. At this moment, the six-winged frost centipede seemed to have lost all signs of life. Active sacrifice, unlike soul rings obtained by killing soul beasts, does not require effort to absorb and can be perfectly integrated directly. At this point, after the black 10,000-year soul ring formed, it automatically floated towards Luban's body, slowly completing the fusion. The process was very easy, without any obstacles. It ended in just a minute. Successfully obtaining the soul ring, Luban was filled with excitement. He then opened his personal information panel to check. Host, Luban Soul. Luban number, 7 soul talent. Archer domain, resist aura, invincible shark mouth cannon. 3000 thunderfalls, qualification. Innate full soul power, jungle level up, soul power. 35, 0, 100, soul rings. Yellow, purple, black soul bones. None soul skills. Attack, 700, attack, 1350. Attack, 9,000. Items, Game Boy skin, jungle knife, storage bracelet hiss. His soul power level directly increased by 5 levels, and a third soul ring added 9,000 attack power. That means his base normal attack now exceeds 11,000 points. Incredible. At this moment, even Luban felt he was truly amazing. He was only 8 years old and already this powerful. Who else on the entire continent could compare? Boom! Just as Luban finished checking his personal information, the entire arena erupted in excitement. What was going on? It felt like an earthquake. Was it really that big of a deal to kill the six-winged frost centipede? Just as Luban was startled by the crowd's reaction, a dazzling light appeared on the battle platform. In the spot where the six-winged frost centipede had died, a small six-winged frost centipede, about a foot long, appeared. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the skeletal remains of the six-winged frost centipede. Hiss! At this moment, Luban finally thought of something. Soul bones, it's soul bones. Luban slapped his forehead, secretly wondering how he could have forgotten about this. According to the theory of the 10 core competitive abilities of martial souls by the master, soul beasts that actively sacrifice themselves can give birth to soul bones. The six-winged frost centipede in front of him would naturally be no exception. This challenge just happened to validate the master's theory. Moreover, the soul bone that was revealed this time is the most precious and rarest among the 6 major soul bone parts, the torso bone. No wonder the audience reacted so intensely. Soul bone, oh my look, that's a soul bone. Hiss. So this is what a soul bone looks like. After 50 years, this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. It's unbelievable a soul bone actually appeared. How is it possible? The torso bone? It's actually the rarest torso bone. Surbon, my surbon. At this moment, even the high-ranking nobles who were used to seeing the world were shocked, their eyes revealing a fervent intensity that was completely unmasked. Gulp! Shui Binger saw the 6-winged frost centipede torso bone flashing with cold light on the beast fighting stage and swallowed hard. As the legitimate young lady of the Shui family, she knew well the value of a soul bone. Even she did not have the qualification to possess one. The entire Shui family had less than 5 soul bones. The women of the Tianshui battle team had their mouths agape, their eyes wide open like copper bells, their faces filled with disbelief. The head of the Shui family, Shui Luotian, who held a high position, also had an incredibly fervent gaze at this moment. After all, this was a 10,000-year soul bone. No one could remain indifferent. At this moment, seeing the crowd's hungry eyes, Flinder felt a chill down his back while sitting on the platform. Given the current situation, if they were to take this soul bone, they would be lucky to walk out of Tianshui City alive. Mr. Flinder, may I invite you and Tang San to our Shui residence for a discussion? Shui Luotian beside Flinder said with a calm smile. Flinder nodded in agreement. Then, when everyone saw Luban being taken away with the soul bone by the Shui family, those who had designs on the soul bone instantly lost their enthusiasm. The Shui family is a colossal entity across the continent, a force not to be trifled with. In the main hall of the Shui residence, Shui Luotian, the head of the Shui family, sat in the main seat, while Flinder, Luban, Shui Luobin, Shui Binger, and others sat on both sides below. Shui Luotian got straight to the point and said, "The 6-winged frost centipede torso bone just happens to match our Shui family's attributes. We want to buy it. I wonder if you two could part with it? Dad, how is this any different from outright robbery?" Hearing that Shui Luotian wanted to buy the 6-winged frost centipede torso bone, Shui Binger advised him. Such a precious soul bone, any normal person would not sell it. Shui Luobin glanced at Shui Binger with a twinkle in his eye and gave her a big thumbs up. However, due to the Shui family's rules, he didn't dare to directly question the family head. He actually didn't want the Shui family to offend Luban over a soul bone. Luban's potential was limitless, and his future was immeasurable. They shouldn't make enemies with him. Shut up. Everyone, speak, and the children should not interrupt, Shui Luotian reprimanded loudly, lifting his teacup to slowly sip his tea while waiting for Flander and Luban's response. Flander had long anticipated that Shui Luotian would act this way, and at this moment, his brows were tightly furrowed, caught in a dilemma. Chapter 43. First encounter with Ho Wu Little Egg. You decide on this matter yourself. Flander sighed. Such a valuable item was beyond his authority to decide for Luban. As long as Luban was unwilling to sell, he would take him away from Tianshui City at the first opportunity. It's just a 10,000-year soul bone. I don't even want it, Luban said. Principal Flander, you're the best at negotiating prices. Please discuss this with Uncle Shui on behalf of the student. Hush. Silence fell over the room upon hearing Luban's words. Shui Bingya, Shui Luobin, and the others were all stunned, not expecting Luban to be willing to sell the 6-winged frost centipede soul bone. And his tone clearly indicated he looked down on it. How arrogant. If someone else had said this, they would have thought the person was assessing the situation and had no choice but to sell, but coming from Luban, they had no doubts. After such a long time of contact, they understood Luban's character well. Since he said so, it meant he truly didn't value the 6-winged frost centipede's soul bone. Clap, clap, clap. Shui Luotian started applauding, his face full of admiration for Luban. He never expected this young boy to have such vision and arrogance at such a young age. It was truly unprecedented in his life. Little Egg, do you really want to sell this soul bone? Flander asked again upon hearing this. Luban nodded, indicating he had thought it through. Subsequently, the Shui family held a grand banquet to entertain Flander and Luban. During the banquet, Flander and Shui Luotian engaged in negotiations back and forth. The two old foxes were at odds, engaging in a war of words, testing each other. How many gold soul coins, how many soul guide devices, and the matter of the Shui family's favors, etc. Of course, the main focus was still on finding pure attack-type extreme attribute soul beasts. The waters of Shui Luotian each provided satisfactory answers. At the end of the banquet, they directly called Shui Binger to Lu Ban's side, intending to arrange a betrothal, which startled Lu Ban. What the heck? She's only 8 years old. Seeing Lu Ban's awkward expression, Flander laughed uncontrollably and casually found an excuse to decline. After selling the six-winged frost centipede's body to the Shui family, Lu Ban and Flander rested for a few more days in Tianshui City. They then set off from Tianshui City, embarking on the road to the Tagore Desert. The Tagore Desert is located in the northwest corner of the continent, at the junction of the Yidfu province and the northern province. According to the information obtained from Shui Luotian, there are soul beasts with pure, offensive extreme attribute shadows there. Next, the two took a carriage and headed northwest towards the desert. They first passed through an endless grassland. Then they crossed the grassland and entered a desolate mountainous area. The peaks were steep with exposed rocks, resembling the ancient bones of the earth. After crossing the mountainous region, 3 days later, they finally arrived at the edge of the Tagore Desert. The sight before them was breathtaking. The boundless sea of sand shimmered with golden light under the sun, resembling an endless ocean. The sand dunes undulated, forming magnificent landscapes. The atmosphere of the desert was filled with mystery and ancient feelings. Flander took out a map and began searching for human cities. Before dark, they finally found a small city built of sand and stone, named Shimo City. The small city was not large and could not be compared to the steel giants of inland Tianshui City. It resembled a small town, with an additional layer of walls on the outskirts. The Tagore Desert was not peaceful. Many soul beasts roamed within it, and many small cities like Shimo City were located on its periphery. There were many mercenary organizations within the city that frequently entered the desert to hunt soul beasts. After arriving at Shimo City, Flander and Lu Ban found a small shop to rest for the night. The next day, they prepared to explore the desert. The position given by Shui Luotian was not clear, so they could only explore slowly. For the next 3 days, they found nothing. They were extremely tired. Every day, they emerged from the desert as if they had been roasted by fire, their bodies covered in dark burns. The desert environment was extremely harsh, with the scorching sun pouring down from the sky, baking the sand beneath their feet until it steamed. The heat rose slowly, causing their vision to distort and blur. Moreover, the desert's climate was unpredictable, with storms often erupting without warning, making it very dangerous. Lu Ban and Flander nearly got buried alive. Luban, I think we should stop exploring on our own and team up with those familiar with the terrain. As dusk fell that day, Flanders bent over, panting from exhaustion. Luban nodded in agreement. The next day, at dawn, Luban and Flanders began to wander around Stone Desert City, gathering information. Soon they entered a small square in the center of Stone Desert City, setting up a stall for 10 gold soul coins a day. Upon entering, they heard the staff shouting at the entrance. Setting up a stall means that one can buy and sell goods, exchange information, form teams freely, and so on. They strolled around, inquiring, but did not gather any effective information. Then, Flanders paid 10 gold soul coins and set up a stall with Luban, looking for the whereabouts of pure offensive soul beasts, negotiable prices. Just a short while after setting up, Luban heard the stall owner next to them exclaiming, "Everyone be careful. The Death God team is here to recruit again." Hiss, who would dare to team up with them these days? Indeed, in the half year since they arrived in Stone Desert City, none of the soul masters who teamed up with them had returned alive. Hee, let us see which fool will be recruited this time. Oh no, they're coming towards us. As the chatter faded, Luban saw a group of people walk up to their stall. At the front of the line was a girl with an exceptionally hot figure, seemingly around 11 or 12 years old. Her dark red, wavy long hair fell to her waist. Her face was fair, her features delicate, and her large eyes sparkled with a faint silver light. She wore a tight, red short skirt, the hem swaying gently with her steps, accentuating her long, beautiful legs. The material of the skirt was thin, revealing glimpses of her skin with her movements, evoking imagination. On top, she wore a black crop top, showcasing her slender waist. With heavy eyeliner and red lips, her eyes exuded confidence and a hint of pride. Every move she made was full of vitality, as if she were a burning flame. "I know the information you need. Shall we talk somewhere else?" The red-haired girl looked at Luban and Flanders with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, both Flanders and Luban showed joy on their faces. After being in the Tagore Desert for so long, they finally had news of pure, offensive soul beasts. They quickly packed up and followed the girl away. Behind them, A group of people expressed their regret, but they paid no attention. It's over. Two fools have been tricked into sending their heads. Those two are newcomers, deliberately enchanted by the pretty girl and harboring ulterior motives. Sigh, truly a knife over the character's sex. Brothers, let us keep the 2 words of abstinence high. Chapter 44. The Land of the Fire Clan's Inheritance, Stone Desert City, Ulin. On the 2nd floor, in a VIP room, Flanders, Luban, and Huowu sat across from each other, starting a conversation. I believe you have heard of our Death God team's reputation. I won't beat around the bush, Huowu said lightly, detailing the dangers they were about to face. It turned out that the Death God team had been forming teams to challenge a secret realm, and each time they failed, someone had to sacrifice their life. Otherwise, no one could leave alive. Moreover, that secret realm was covered by a formation that did not restrict age but did limit strength. Soul masters entering the secret realm for challenges, regardless of their strength, even if they were titled Douluo, would have their strength instantly restricted upon entry. Hearing Huowu's account, both Flanders and Luban were shocked, not expecting such a miraculous place to exist on the continent. No wonder the stall owners previously said that the soul masters recruited by the Death God team had not returned alive from the Tagore Desert. Upon hearing this now, the situation indeed seemed dire. However, contrary to what those stall owners said, participating in the Death God team's challenges was not a deception, as they had already informed them of the dangers of the secret realm in advance. This means that the members of the Death God squad did not intend to harm anyone. Hearing this, Flander glanced at Luban and gave him a look, asking if he was willing to take the risk. Luban nodded, indicating that it was fine with his current strength. There were not many soul masters who could take his life. Understanding what Luban was thinking, Flander continued to discuss with Huowu. We are still willing to take this little risk. Flander pushed up his glasses and said, what about the location of the soul beast? Seeing that Huowu was not mentioning the location of the soul beast, Flander pressed further. You will know when you arrive at the location. Rest assured, with the reputation of our fire clan, we won't deceive you, Huowu explained, indicating that they could only tell them once they reached their target. Flander thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. In the core area of the Tagore Desert, there are many small desert areas enclosed by iron fences. Just like raising soul beasts in the forest inland, many large families and sects have land here for breeding soul beasts. After all, there are many types of soul beasts living in the desert on the continent. On this day, the Fire Clan claimed their territory, and some members of Luban rode on camels. Due to the loose gravel on the surface of the core area of the desert and the solid foundation underground, the Fire Clan had built many structures beneath the desert for habitation. As Huowu and others entered the territory, Luban was astonished, not expecting such scenery underground. Above was a sea of sand, and below was a small human town. It was truly magical. Next, Luban and Flanders followed Huowu towards a large courtyard in the center of the town. Upon entering the courtyard, they saw many fully armed spirit master guards on the perimeter, and inside there was a tall building resembling a church. The entrance of the building was adorned with the Fire Clan's emblem, a cluster of blazing flames. This is the place of inheritance for our Fire Clan. Along the way, Huowu introduced relevant information to Luban and Flanders. It turned out that the so-called secret realm was the Fire Clan's place of inheritance. Upon entering the building, the interior was completely different from what they had imagined. It was simple and rough, with only a large underground cave the size of a room. Huowu led the way, and Luban and Flanders followed her into the cave. As they ventured deeper underground, a strange sight came into view. The temperature in the cave was extremely high, as if they were in a furnace. The surrounding walls were glowing red from the heat, and they could even see magma flowing on the stone walls. Stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cave, and each droplet of water instantly turned into steam in the high temperature. They quickly reached the bottom. At this moment, they saw a massive fire pool in the center of the cave, with crimson magma churning within. Above the magma, there was an inverted, bowl-shaped red protective cover. Now can you tell us where the spirit beast fell? Flanders inquired upon reaching their destination. Huowu smiled lightly at his words and pointed to the giant fire pool in the center. The spirit beasts you need are right there. The mysterious aspect of our Fire Clan's place of inheritance is that anyone who successfully challenges it can obtain a spirit ring perfectly suited to themselves. You want a pure attack-type spirit beast for the sake of obtaining a spirit ring, right? As long as you can successfully challenge it, that's all that matters. Upon hearing Huowu explain the mysterious situation of the place of inheritance, Flanders and Luban were stunned. They were shocked to discover such a magical place existed on the continent. Unlike Flanders, Luban, being someone who had crossed over, knew even more. yet he was still greatly shocked. Because in his memory, the Fire Clan on Douluo Continent did not have such a place of inheritance. This secret realm was somewhat similar to Sea God Island and Douluo Hall, yet very different. Have you made up your minds? Huwu asked finally. Let's begin. Flanders nodded in agreement. All right, since that's the case, let's get to know each other so we can cooperate later. Huwu, Martial Soul, Fire Shadow, level 20 control type, Great Spirit Master. Yu Xiaogang, Martial Soul, Unicorn Fire Violent Dragon. Level 22 Ring Assault type, Great Spirit Master. Next, Huwu introduced 5 more Spirit Masters. Tang Air, Martial Soul, Sun Shooting Bow, level 35 output type Battle Spirit Master. Hearing Luban announce his spirit power level, Huwu's expression brightened. They had finally found a genius for their team. Previously, they had only encountered some subpar candidates. And even when they occasionally met a few geniuses, they immediately retreated upon hearing there was a life-threatening danger. At 15 or 16 years old, being level 35 was already considered quite good on the entire continent. Output type Battle Spirit Master? However, upon hearing Luban's martial soul development direction, Huwu and the others were instantly bewildered. What on earth is an output type? Forget it. Anyway, he's just here to fill the numbers. Although Huwu and the others were puzzled, they did not ask further. After all, the main force for the upcoming challenge would be their Blaze Battle team members. And for Luban, he was just there as a sacrificial offering in case of failure. Because the difficulty of the upcoming challenge was extremely high. They had been trying for over a year, and over 100 Spirit Masters had died without success. The chances of success this time are also not great. Huwu and the others are well aware of this. It is already quite good for the entire Fire Clan to have one person pass the assessment of the inheritance land every 100 years. Previously, Huwu's brother, Yu Xiaogang, had also challenged it before obtaining his second spirit ring, and after 2 years of attempts, he ultimately had to give up. Now, it is Huwu's turn to challenge. And after a year of attempts, there is still no progress. In fact, everyone is mentally prepared for failure. However, Huwu continues to grit her teeth and persevere. Given her current situation, she can hold on for at most another 6 months. If she cannot pass the assessment of the inheritance land within that time, she will have to give up and revert to the old path of hunting spirit beasts to obtain spirit rings. Chapter 45. Azure Lotus Demon Fire, aren't you participating? After Luban reported his identity and saw that Flanders was silent, Huwu asked in confusion. Having one of my students participate is enough? At my age, what do I need to join in with you young folks for? Flanders waved his hand and declined with a smile. This drew disdain from Huwu, Yu Xiaogang, and others. Truly shameless, making fear of death sound so fresh and refined. In their view, since one's strength would be sealed during the assessment, Flanders must be scared to participate. With Flanders not participating, Huwu had no choice but to arrange for another person from their side to go on stage. Soon, a 7-member battle team was formed, and as the challenge approached, the entire Fire Clan was in an uproar. Many people came to watch the assessment of the inheritance land. Let's go quick. To see the inheritance land. I heard Huwu has brought in 2 more to die. Didn't 2 just die a few days ago? So, soon they found new people? Wrong. The latest news is that a Soul Master around level 30 to 50 is participating. My goodness, that Soul Master looks so handsome. But too bad he's about to die. It has been 100 years since anyone from our Fire Clan passed the assessment. This lineup definitely won't make it. Yeah, they even have an output type Battle Soul Master. I've lived so long and never heard of such a Soul Master. Isn't this nonsense? Indeed, it feels like they're just playing around. If this lineup can pass the assessment, I'll eat sand. Amidst the discussions of the Fire Clan, Huwu led the way and jumped into the central fire pool. As Huwu and Luban's 7 members entered the fire pool, the scene inside the magma lake changed instantly, transforming into a circular arena. In the center of the arena appeared a cluster of azure flames. Upon seeing the 7 members, the azure fire morphed into a humanoid demon fire figure, clad in azure armor, looking quite majestic. The battle was about to begin. Outside the fire pool, the Fire Clan had gathered to watch. Everyone held their breath, watching intently. Wow, so amazing. As soon as he jumped into the fire pool, Luban found that he only had 1 yellow spirit ring beneath his feet. The other 2 spirit rings could not be released. It seems what Huwu said before was true. Any soul master with more than 2 spirit rings would be sealed and unable to use their soul skills. However, his attacks do not rely on soul skills. His spirit rings only serve to enhance his basic attacks. So this limitation has no effect on him. At this moment, Luban was extremely excited. Now that he knows the whereabouts of the 4th spirit ring, He just needs to hunt spirit beasts to raise his spirit power level to 40. Then, he can come back to challenge the inheritance land and obtain his spirit ring. Attack! The Blaze battle team, commanded by Huowu, launched an assault on the Azure Demon figure at her command. Fire Dragon Bullet. Team leader Huo Wuxuang shouted, summoning the uniquely horned Fire Violent Dragon, instantly activating his first soul skill. Fire Rain. Fire Arrow. The 3 attack-type soul masters of the Blaze battle team unleashed their first soul skills at once, launching the most ferocious attacks on the Azure Demon figure. Support. At the moment the attack-type soul master struck, Huowu signaled the support-type soul masters to take action. Fire Light descends, a day of attack. As the support-type soul master acted, the attack power of the 3 attack-type soul masters surged by 20%. The Blaze battle team launched their most intense offensive right from the start. Since the assessment of the inheritance land follows a certain pattern, at the beginning, the Azure Demon figure would not attack much and would only defend. If it cannot be taken down in 3 rounds, it would initiate its first counterattack. After that, it would rest and defend for another 3 rounds, and if it was still alive, it would launch a second counterattack. Moreover, each round of counterattack would be stronger than the last. In the past, Huowu and the others could only last until the 3rd round of counterattacks from the Azure Demon figure. Huo Wuxuang and the other 2 attack-type soul masters from the Blaze battle team operated with fierce intensity, but the result was 0 to 5. The Azure Demon figure had hardly taken any damage, and its Azure armor remained intact. Soon, the 3 rounds ended, and the Azure Demon figure began to move. Defense, Huowu shouted, and the defensive soul masters immediately activated their first soul skill. Fire Armor descends. The group defense skill was activated, and Huowu and the others gained an additional layer of fiery red armor. Binding Fire Ring. At a critical moment, Huowu decisively used her first soul skill, a control restriction skill. A fire-red circular ring, resembling a hula hoop, appeared around the Azure Demon figure, tightening more and more, binding its legs and arms, causing its movement speed to slow down until it could no longer move. The Azure Demon figure's first counterattack was rendered ineffective, and the Blaze battle team was met with their second round of attacks. Attack! With Huowu's command, Huo Wuxuang and the other 3 attack-type soul masters once again unleashed their first soul skills, launching their most ferocious attacks. Support. Meanwhile, the support-type soul masters released their support skills to enhance their power. Unfortunately, they still failed to break through the Azure Demon figure's defense. Then came the Azure Demon figure's second round of counterattacks, doubled in intensity. Defense. As Huowu's voice fell, the defensive soul masters of the Blaze battle team immediately activated their soul skills, forming fiery red armor on each person. Binding Light Ring. Huowu once again used her control restriction skill to bind the Azure Demon figure's counterattack. As a massive fire ring approached, the Azure Demon figure's speed gradually slowed down. Crack! 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 However, the second counterattack was much stronger than the first. This time, the Azure Demon figure broke free from the Binding Light Ring and charged toward the Blaze battle team. Charge! At a critical moment, Huowu commanded the Agile attack type, Soul Masters, to engage. Fire Cloud Charge. The Agile attack type, Soul Master, Fire Cloud, unleashed his first soul skill, stepping onto a fiery red cloud. Swift as the wind, racing toward the Azure Demon figure at lightning speed. Support. With the support skills from the support-type soul masters, Fire Cloud managed to restrain the Azure Demon figure's second round of counterattack. Next, the Blaze battle team would face their third round of attacks, which would also be their last attack as in the past. Attack. With a command from Huowu, the entire Chihua battle team put all their attacking power into the final fight. 3 powerful attack-type soul masters, along with a swift attack-type soul master. Even the defensive soul master charged forward. With the support of the auxiliary soul masters, they exerted all their strength, unleashing all their skills together towards the green demon. At this moment, outside the fire pool, the onlookers from the Fire Clan were all extremely tense. If the defense cannot be breached this time, failure is inevitable. However, given the current situation, this challenge will definitely fail because there is an idle person in the arena who is not contributing and just watching. This has caused the members of the Fire Clan to grumble among themselves. What kind of person is this, really? They must be here to deliver a head. It's probably a dead apostle that Huowu spent a lot of money to hire from somewhere, specializing in dying, responsible for failure, and for sacrifices. Chapter 46. The Blazing Fire Team is stunned. The members of the Fire Clan look at Luban, their faces filled with disdain. What kind of output-type battle soul master is this? Really trash. I really don't know how he got a 35 soul power. In the fire pool, Luban cannot see the mockery of the Fire Clan members, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Right now, he is observing the defense level of the blue demon in the arena to gauge the strength of his shot. If he accidentally uses too much force and shoots the blue demon dead with one arrow, it would be a problem. This timing is hard to master. We must investigate thoroughly. Boom! The Blaze team's third attack still failed to break through the blue demon's defense, and Huo Wu's face turned pale. She knew it was over. This challenge was going to fail again. Defense. Seeing the blue demon's third counterattack about to come, everyone in the Blaze team looked unusually tense. Based on past experience, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this counterattack. Huo Wu and the other 5 members of Fire Wuxuang quickly gathered together. Tangya, I really don't know how you reached level 35. Huo Wu glared angrily at Luban not far behind her. This guy is just here to watch the show. Captain Huo Wuxuang sighed beside him, realizing that this was the output-type soul master. What a disappointment. Huo Wuxuang's face was full of disappointment, knowing that after the challenge failed, Luban would have to sacrifice his life, so he didn't say much more. The expressions of the other members of the Chihua team were similarly complicated, knowing that the person in front of them would soon be gone, and they didn't say anything further. Binding Fire Ring. Charge. Next, Huo Wu hurriedly commanded the members of the Chihua team to fend off the third counterattack from the blue demon. Control and restriction skills were used to limit the blue demon. Then, the agile attack type, Soul Master, charged in, using their speed advantage to entangle the blue demon, minimizing its counterattack power. Boom! The blue demon's third counterattack was exceptionally powerful, and the Binding Fire Ring was directly burst apart after just 1 second of restriction. It then directly replicated Huo Wuxuang's first soul skill, Fire Dragon Ball. A massive fire-red soul power sphere the size of a soccer ball smashed toward the members of the Chihua team. That's right. This attack from the blue demon was a group attack, far more powerful than Huo Wuxuang's single target attack. Since it replicated Huo Wuxuang's skill, its power was just the same. Be careful. The Fire Dragon Ball was extremely fast, and the agile attack type Soul Master was too close to the blue demon to react in time, getting knocked away. Fortunately, they had the fire armor. Otherwise, this hit would have either killed them or severely injured them. Boom! As the Fire Dragon Ball approached, all 6 members of the Chihua team suffered varying degrees of injury, making it even harder to organize another full-force attack. This challenge has once again declared failure. At this moment, the members of the Fire Clan outside the fire pit have already begun to sigh. Huo Wuxuang gave Huo Wu a look, signaling her to surrender. Now, as long as one person's life is sacrificed, this assessment can be ended. Huo Wu's expression was complicated, biting her lip, indecisive. Then, she couldn't help but glance back at Luban. After all, another Soul Master was about to lose their life because of her, and she felt somewhat guilty. However, when she saw Luban, she was instantly shocked. Her mouth fell open, unable to believe it. Hiss! How is this possible? At this moment, Luban has no injuries at all. This is very unscientific. The other members of the Blazing Fire Squad noticed that Huo Wu was stunned and followed her gaze to look at Luban. Demon Fire, you finally made your move. Luban pointed at the Cyan demon and started cursing. Just now, after breaking the Fire Dragon bullet with a single strike, he finally grasped the extent of his power. I've been waiting for you to make your move for a long time. Hearing Luban's words, the 6 members of Huo Wu couldn't help but twitch their mouths. This is so ridiculous. After standing around for half a day without doing anything, now you come out acting all tough. I am speechless. However, under the attention of the 6 members of the Fire Dance and Fire Wuxuang, Luban picked up the sun shooting bow and finally launched his first attack since entering the arena. With a whoosh, the basic attack was unleashed, dealing over 11,000 points of damage. This strike was like a roar from hell, accompanied by a trail of lightning and thunder, moving so fast that it was almost impossible for the eyes to capture it, almost instantaneous. It slammed into the blue-skinned demon. Boom! At that moment, the entire arena erupted with a sky full of blue sparks. The blue-skinned demon was directly shattered by Luban's arrow, leaving only a faint flame the size of a pinky finger in the center of the arena, almost extinguishable with a single breath. Hiss! Upon seeing this scene, Huo Wu and the rest of the Blaze team were instantly stunned, collectively gasping in shock. It worked. Oh my god, it feels like a dream. One arrow broke through the defense. So amazing, my goodness. Come hit me once. Let me feel the warmth from the human world. Huo Wu's eyes widened, her mouth agape. As she pinched herself, feeling the pain, she realized that everything happening before her was real, not an illusion. What are you still dazed for? If you take any longer, that spark will go out. Luban put away his sun-shooting bow and smiled faintly at Huowu. That smile was like the blazing sun in the cold winter, instantly melting Huowu's frozen heart. Huowu felt a bit shy under Luban's gaze. Her face flushed. After regaining her composure, she quickly walked to the blue flame and extinguished it with a punch. The moment the blue demon fire disappeared, a yellow soul ring appeared, slowly floating toward Huowu. Assessment passed. Huowu obtained her second perfect ring. Gudu. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang and the others looked at the nearly 800-year-old soul ring, swallowing hard and filled with envy. Since it was a perfect match, they believed that Huowu's second soul skill would definitely be perfectly suited for her development as a control-type battle soul master. The onlookers from the whole clan outside the fire pool had gone completely crazy, erupting in excitement and shouting. Did they succeed? They actually passed the inheritance assessment. My goodness. After 100 years, our Hua clan finally has a perfect soul ring. Unbelievable. That last attack from Tang San was truly unimaginable. Can you believe it? Is this what an output-type battle soul master is like? Damn, is it really this powerful in the Stardew Forest? Seeing the excited expressions of the Hua clan members, Flandra held his head high, looking quite proud. They really had never seen the world. Sir, how should I address you? At this moment, a group of Hua clan members surrounded Flandra, asking questions nonstop, their eyes filled with respect, completely contrasting with their previous disdainful demeanor. Everyone. There's no need to be polite, just call me Flandra. Tang San is my student. Mr. Flandra, what exactly is an output-type battle soul master? Please enlighten us. Following that, the elders of the Hua clan pulled Flandra into a lively conversation, their relationship seeming as if they were old friends chatting after decades. Tang San, thank you. We misunderstood you before. After absorbing the soul ring, Huowu came to Luban's side to express her gratitude. Brother Tang San, I'm sorry. I spoke carelessly before. I apologize to you. I didn't expect an output-type battle soul master to be so reckless. The other members of the Blaze Fire team also came to Luban to express their apologies. Chapter 47. Second assessment. Luban waved his hand, indicating it was no problem. The misunderstanding about extreme output types stemmed from people's lack of understanding. He believed that as he rose to prominence, the extreme output type would surely shock the entire continent and become a nightmare of all soul masters. Congratulations on passing the first assessment. The second assessment passage has opened. Just as Luban exchanged a few words with Huowu and the others, a loud voice suddenly rang out. At this moment, the onlookers from the fire pool also heard it, instantly stunned. Oh my God, what is going on? How can there be a second assessment for the inheritance? Hiss, did you hear that voice just now? I thought I was hallucinating. That's right, it was indeed the voice from the inheritance fire pool. What is happening? This is unbelievable. Hurry, summon the clan elder in charge here to see what is going on. As soon as the voice from the fire pool fell, a black vortex appeared in the center of the arena, looking extremely eerie. Second assessment? Luban was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? How can there be another assessment? He glanced at Huowu and the others, finding them even more shocked than himself. And without asking, he knew they were also unaware of the specifics. Why don't you all go out first? Luban scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He wanted to continue challenging and see what was going on. Hearing this, Huowu and the others were once again astonished. You want to challenge the second assessment by yourself? Luban nodded. The second assessment must be extraordinary. With your current strength, you shouldn't participate yet. Huowu and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other, both appearing indecisive. In fact, they were also thinking about challenging the second round of the assessment. Yu Xiaogang, all 6 of you come out. However, at that moment, the clan elder responsible for this area arrived. Your strength will only lead you to death in the second round of the assessment. We can just watch Tang air challenge from the outside. At this moment, the whole clan elder was equally unsettled and excited. After so many years, he could finally see the second round of the inheritance assessment with his own eyes. Previously, he had only seen it in the top secret records passed down within the clan. The clan elder spoke, and Huowu and the others dared not disobey, quickly jumping out of the fire pool. After successfully passing the first assessment, the protective barrier no longer restricted them, and they could leave without sacrificing their lives. After Huowu and the others left, Luban glanced at Flinder on the platform and gave him a reassuring look, indicating that everything was fine. Flinder nodded. He was well aware of Luban's strength and believed there would be no problem. Then, Luban stepped into the black vortex, and, after a moment of dizziness, he arrived at the second round of the assessment. At this time, the onlookers outside the fire pool noticed that Luban had arrived at a new arena. Although he was still in the fire pool, the environment had changed, but from the outside, it appeared as if Lu Ban had not moved at all and remained inside the fire pool. They could see everything clearly from outside the fire pool. However, Lu Ban, who was in the second round, felt a distinct difference. In the first round, the Cyan Demon Fire was located in the center of the arena, but now in the second round of the inheritance assessment, the Cyan Demon Fire was positioned at the edge of the arena. Moreover, it wasn't just one flame. There were a total of 7 Cyan Demon Fires surrounding the entire circular arena. In contrast, Lu Ban found himself in the center of the arena, becoming the target of the siege. The following scene was almost identical to the first round, but the procedures were exactly reversed. The 7 Cyan Demon Fires transformed into 7 humanoid figures, combining to launch an attack on Lu Ban. Binding Fire Ring. Just as Lu Ban released 3 soul rings, he was attacked. Instantly, he was restrained by one of the control-type soul masters among the Cyan Demon figures. Be careful. It's dangerous. It's over. He's been restrained. As they saw the Cyan Demon figures make their move, Hu Shuang, and the others outside the fire pool were all extremely nervous, as if they were the ones challenging. Now that Lu Ban had been restrained after just one confrontation, it was definitely over for him. If they had challenged as a team, his teammates could have saved him, but right now, Lu Ban was alone, and once restrained, he would surely face the Cyan Demon figure's onslaught. The Hoa clan elder glanced at Flinder beside him, and noticed he showed no signs of worry, which surprised him. It seemed that Tang Air must have a skill to break the control. On the arena, as soon as Lu Ban was restrained, he immediately activated his domain skill. His 3 soul rings did not have any control-breaking skills. Only the archer domain did. Moreover, this was his first time using it in battle after so long. After all, he had to deal with 7 Cyan Demon figures, and each of them was certainly stronger than the one in the first round. Repulsion Halo. The first domain skill, Repulsion Halo, was activated in an instant. A golden elastic light shield formed around Lu Ban's body and suddenly expanded outward, instantly bursting the binding fire ring. With the control broken, Lu Ban no longer hesitated. He drew his sun's shooting bow and shot out 7 lightning arrows in quick succession. The lightning arrows were swift as the wind, instantly hitting the 7 Cyan Demon figures. In an instant, 6 of the Cyan Demon figures had their armor shattered and were severely injured, while only one remained completely unscathed, clearly a defensive soul master. Lu Ban's archer domain currently had a coverage radius of only 35 meters, while the entire arena had a radius of about 100 meters. His domain power could not cover the Cyan Demon figures at all. He could only fight while moving forward. The first target he chose to attack was the 2 control-type soul masters among the Cyan Demon figures. At this moment on the arena, Lu Ban had completely transformed into a god of archery, continuously firing lightning arrows from his sun's shooting bow, single-handedly suppressing the combined attack of the 7 Cyan Demon figures. The spectators outside the fire pool were left in awe. My god, is this what an output-type soul master is like? So damn cool. Indeed, one person was suppressing an entire team. It was incredibly impressive. Wow, so powerful. It's unbelievable that even a regular attack is this strong. This attack power was off the charts. A regular arrow actually required soul skills to defend against. It was too incredible. Seeing this, Tang Air's skills were off the charts. At this moment, Hu and Hu Shuang's blazing team watched Lu Ban showcase his true power on the arena, trembling with excitement. So this was his real strength. Looking back, their previous challenge with him seemed trivial, as he hadn't even exerted himself. On the arena, Lu Ban continued to suppress the attacks of the Cyan Demon figures with basic attacks, and quickly approached their control-type soul masters. Soon, the coverage area of the archer domain enveloped them. With the support of the archer domain, Lu Ban's basic attack power doubled in an instant. Whoosh! Lu Ban shot 2 arrows in quick succession, and the 2 control-type soul masters among the opposing Cyan Demon figures were instantly killed. With the control-type soul masters eliminated, Lu Ban had nothing to worry about on the platform. The battle below was as swift and decisive as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, and it quickly concluded the second round of the assessment. Chapter 48. Infinite Resurrection. 7 Cyan Demon figures fell on the arena, and soon another black vortex formed. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the second round of the assessment. The third round's passage is now open. As Lu Ban walked confidently into the third round, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd outside the fire pool. Heavens! Look, that kid Tang Air hasn't come out. He's gone to the third round of the assessment. Wow, if the second round was this difficult, I can't imagine how tough the subsequent assessments will be. Indeed, Tang Air was confused. Wasn't this just a death wish? Such a genius was about to fall today, what a pity. So amazing. I never expected there to be a third round of assessment in the inheritance site. Seeing Lu Ban enter the third round, Huowu clenched her fists tightly, feeling anxious. She wanted to call him back, but unfortunately, due to the existence of the barrier, no matter how loudly they shouted from outside the fire pool, the challenger inside couldn't hear them. Mr. Flender, why are you not worried at all? The third round will definitely be much more difficult than the second. The Hua clan elder smiled faintly, asking. He was equally shocked by Lu Ban's entry into the third round. At this moment, news about this place was being rapidly relayed back to the Hua clan, and soon the elders of the Hua clan would all arrive together. I have great confidence in Tang Heir's strength. The third round shouldn't be a problem for him. Hearing Flender's words, the surrounding Hua clan members couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Wow, where does your confidence come from? Even a soul master at level 35 has its limits. The current situation is very clear, according to everyone's observations. The next assessment clearly targets genius soul masters below level 60. It is a huge risk to let a level 35 soul master take on the challenge. Although Luban performed exceptionally well before, the members of the Fire Clan do not believe he can pass the third round. Next, under everyone's watchful gaze, Luban stepped into the third round. At this moment, the arena scene changed again. It expanded to twice the size of before, and like the first round, there was also an altar in the center of the arena, upon which rested a very strange blue flame. Compared to the second round, this blue flame was now clearly 10 times larger. The moment Luban appeared, the blue flame began to change form, quickly transforming into a blue demon. Hiss! It attacked. Seeing the blue demon launch an attack, everyone outside the fire pool gasped in unison. Binding Fire Ring, Fire Dragon Bullet, Fire Cloud Assault. My God, what are they seeing? It can control, it can launch strong attacks, and it possesses the speed of a sensitive attack type. This blue demon before them is a composite of an entire battle team's abilities. It is incredibly terrifying. To have the capabilities of the entire team in one being is truly astonishing and unimaginable. This is so incredible. At this moment, Luban was also shocked by the strange attack abilities of the green demon. He didn't expect to encounter a hybrid monster as an output type soul master. The thing he feared the most was being controlled, so Luban no longer held back and decisively activated the archer's domain, releasing his first skill. Resistance. With a thunderous boom, the binding fire ring was shattered. Just as the green demon's attack was about to reach him, Luban launched his counterattack. The sun-shooting bow was drawn back, and in the archer's domain, his normal attack doubled, hitting the green demon with an attack power of over 22,000. This time, it was a full-force basic attack. Even though the blue demon had the defensive capabilities of a defensive soul master, it still suffered significant damage. This was because Luban's attack came almost instantaneously, and the blue demon had no time to react before getting hit. Therefore, the blue demon immediately learned from the experience and activated its defensive skill before launching an attack on Luban. Luban's subsequent basic attacks found it difficult to inflict damage on the blue demon, and most pushing it back a short distance. Invincible Shark Cannon. At the critical moment, Luban decisively unleashed his second domain skill. His attack power doubled again, dealing over 44,000 points of damage to the blue demon. The blue demon's defenses were instantly breached, pierced by the lightning arrow, and turned into a tiny flame the size of a fingertip. Is it still alive? Such strong defensive ability, over 40,000 points of attack couldn't kill the blue demon, which left Luban astonished. With such attack power, even an average level 70 soul sage could be killed. It was truly incredible that it couldn't kill the blue demon in front of him. However, before Luban's surprise could fade, even more bizarre things happened. The blue demon instantly resurrected, returning to perfect condition without a single injury. It can still resurrect? After a series of tests, Luban finally confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the blue demon in front of him could resurrect. This should be the special ability of the Cyan Demon to gather auxiliary system soul masters. How amazing! At the moment, unless killed in one hit, the Cyan Demon will infinitely resurrect. Luban thought to himself, subconsciously glancing at his personal information panel, and was instantly stunned. Host, Luban Soul. Luban number 7 Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resistance, Aura. Invincible, Shark Mouth Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification. Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Level Up, Soul Power. 35, 2100 Soul Rings. Yellow, Purple, Black Soul Bones. None Soul Skills. Attack, 700. Attack, 1350. Attack, 9000. Items, Game Boy skin, jungle knife, storage bracelet. No doubt his soul power level had actually increased by 2 points. Killing the cyan demon in front of him could actually increase his soul power level like hunting soul beasts. Wow, that's fantastic. Luban confirmed repeatedly and found that his soul power level had indeed increased, feeling extremely excited. Oh my god, if he kept grinding here, wouldn't his cultivation soar up? However, the following challenge told Luban that he was thinking too much. After killing the cyan demon 5 times, a loud prompt sounded. Challenge time is up. The third round assessment ended in a tie, not passed. As soon as the voice of the fire pool fell, Luban was wrapped in a mysterious force and thrown out of the fire pool. The entire audience of the Fire Clan was shocked. What the hell, a tie? Tang Air is too amazing. Wow. Indeed impressive. Is she even human? Oh my god. Is Tang Air really a level 35 soul master? I would believe it if you told me she was a soul sage. Unbelievable. When did such a monster appear on the continent? It's just too hard to believe. Shocking. Shocking for 100 years. Truly a formidable younger generation. After being thrown out of the fire pool, Luban approached Wu, scratched his head, and somewhat shyly asked, can I still continue to enter the place of inheritance and participate in the assessment? Upon hearing this, Hu Shuang, and the rest of the Blaze battle team were instantly dumbfounded. Good gracious, how did he get addicted to challenges? Those who didn't know would think the assessment in the place of inheritance was that simple. The place of inheritance can only be opened for a challenge every 7 days. Just then, the elder of the Fire Clan walked over and smiled as he answered. Chapter 49, Level 40. Hearing this, Luban nodded slightly with regret. It seems that the time for grinding experience would be extended significantly. However, being able to challenge once a week and kill the Cyan Demon 5 times each time is still pretty good. On average, he could kill a soul beast corresponding to his cultivation level every day. As everyone knows, the higher the cultivation level of the soul beast, the harder it is to find. Right now, the place of inheritance of the Fire Clan is indeed the best place to grind experience. Cultivation should not be rushed. Take it slowly, you are still young. Flanders stepped forward to comfort him, seeing the look of disappointment on Luban's face. After all, he was only a little over 8 years old, and Luban's progress could be said to be unprecedented. Following that, Luban and Flander were surrounded by the people of the Fire Clan as they left the place of inheritance. Luban had now become a precious treasure in the eyes of the Fire Clan. Goodness, you should know that following him could easily get through the first 2 rounds of assessments and obtain a perfect soul ring. Thinking of this, the eyes of the Fire Clan members looking at Luban were increasingly fervent, especially those young women of the Fire Clan who surrounded Luban and frequently shot him flirtatious glances. They almost wanted to deliver food to Luban's mouth for him to bite. Next, they still had to grind experience for challenges. So Luban and Flanders stayed in the Tagore Desert Fire Clan territory. On the other side, the Fire Clan's headquarters, Blaze City. After receiving the message from the elder about the territory, the Fire Clan leader convened an emergency meeting overnight to announce the relevant situation. Hearing this, the Fire Clan elders were shocked, their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could a level 35 soul master pass the assessment in the place of inheritance and enter the 3rd round? It really seems unlikely, but so many clan members witnessed it firsthand. It should be true, right? Tomorrow, let us go take a look together. I can't believe a soul master can pass the assessment in the place of inheritance. I don't believe it either. Don't mention the 3rd round. No one has passed the 1st round in 100 years. The elder wouldn't joke about such things. We'll go together to the place of inheritance tomorrow. Thus, the Fire Clan leader Huowudi led the elders directly to the Tagore Desert in the northwest the next day. After 2 days, they arrived and met Luban and Flander. Confirming that Luban's cultivation was indeed correct, they saw Huowu's 2nd soul skill, and Huowudi and the others were all shocked. Even when the truth was laid out before their eyes, they still couldn't believe it. It wasn't until a few days later that Luban re-entered the place of inheritance for another challenge. In the 1st round of assessment, this time Luban did not hold back at all, effortlessly shooting 7 thunder arrows and smoothly passing. In the 2nd round of assessment, he wasted a few more minutes. After killing the control-type soul master within the Cyan Demon team, he ended the battle with just 5 more thunder arrows. As for the 3rd round of assessment, it was even more jaw-dropping. Just like the previous result, after killing the Cyan Demon 5 times, Luban was deemed time's up and then thrown out of the fire pool. The entire audience, including Huowudi and the other elders of the Fire Clan, were left dumbfounded, completely high energy, their mouths almost dropping to the ground. They rubbed their eyes one by one, their faces filled with disbelief. Damn it, when did the heritage land assessment become so easy? It feels like I'm dreaming. In this challenge, Luban's soul power increased by another 5 points, and he was overjoyed. Tang, isn't it boring to challenge like this? Why don't you bring a few of our Fire Clan disciples with you next time to help them gain some soul rings? After the challenge, the Fire Clan leader, Huowudi, excitedly walked up to Luban, put his arm around his shoulder, and spoke to him as if he were family. This left Huowu and Huowushuang feeling quite awkward. Grandpa, how old is Tang? If you keep doing this, the generations will get all mixed up. Huowu pouted and complained in front of Huowudi. Haha, look, Grandpa was just so happy that he forgot about that. Huowudi deliberately coughed to ease the awkwardness after hearing his granddaughter's reminder. Mr. Flander, what do you think of my suggestion just now? Hearing Huowudi say this, Flander, who had been the principal for many years, smoothly agreed. After all, this was their territory, and offending them could lead to the Fire Clan easily finding an excuse to drive them away. Thus, for some time afterward, whenever Luban participated in the assessment at the Land of Inheritance, he would conveniently bring along some talented members of the Fire Clan. In the first 2 rounds, he would always take action to severely injure the green monsters, and then the talented members of the Fire Clan would take care of the final harvest, obtaining perfect soul rings. After that, Luban would enter the 3rd round to grind for experience. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by. Luban was now 10 years old, and his cultivation had naturally reached level 40. During these 2 years, he would go to the Land of Inheritance every week to participate in challenges and gain experience. With Luban as the backbone, the Fire Clan had seen a surge of talent over the past 2 years, with soul skills becoming increasingly extraordinary and various rare soul skills emerging one after another. Huowu, Huowushuang, and the rest of the Blaze team also obtained perfect 3rd soul rings. Huowu had grown 2 years older, her figure more voluptuous and alluring. Her youthful innocence gradually faded away, and her femininity became more pronounced. She often sought out Luban for sparring, but each time, she returned defeated. The defeat here is not just Fire Dance alone, but the entire Blaze team. Now, when Fire Dance and others talk about output-type soul masters, they can't help but tremble in their hearts. For this reason, the Blaze team specifically imitated Luban and found an archer to serve as their output-type soul master. Although they are far inferior to Luban, their overall strength has improved significantly compared to before. You won't have to suffer anymore. After I challenge the Inheritance Land tomorrow, I will leave. After the sparring, seeing the bitter expressions on the faces of the Blaze team members, Luban smiled and comforted them. Upon hearing this, everyone looked a bit confused. Do you have confidence in passing the 3rd level assessment? Fire Dance furrowed her brows and asked anxiously, feeling very reluctant. Absolutely. Luban nodded with a smile, looking full of confidence. Brother Tang, if you succeed in the challenge, we really won't want you to leave. The captain of the Blaze team, Fire Wushuang, stepped forward and patted Luban's shoulder, saying, my sister will probably miss you even more. Brother? Upon hearing this, Fire Dance's pretty face turned red instantly. Feeling quite shy, after 2 years of getting along, her heart has indeed been occupied by Luban. She had never thought that one day she would meet such a handsome and powerful soul master like Luban, who is Tang, stepped forward for a fight. However, just as everyone was chatting happily, a group from the Feng family crossed the Taggart Desert and arrived at the Fire Clan's territory. At this moment, as soon as they entered the underground town, a young man from the Feng family shouted, and his voice reached everyone's ears. That's right, the newcomer is Feng Xiaotian, a direct descendant of the Feng family. Feng Xiaotian has always liked Fire Dance, and since childhood, he often came to Blaze City to play with her, making them childhood companions. However, in the past 2 years, he has noticed that Fire Dance has been increasingly distant from him, which has made him quite frustrated. Later, after some inquiries, he found out that Fire Dance had been seduced by a soul master named Tang. How can this be tolerated? Chapter 50. Feng Xiaotian is being restrained. Feng Xiaotian, who allowed you to shout here? Seeing the newcomer, Huowu angrily walked up and gave a scolding. Upon hearing this, the previously arrogant Feng Xiaotian immediately cooled down, came in front of Huowu, and smiled. Sister Huowu, long time no see. I came to see you. I heard that you're getting close to a kid named Tang. I want to see what kind of person can catch your eye. Then, following Huowu's gaze, Feng Xiaotian noticed a boy dressed in golden attire not far away, looking about 15 or 16 years old, and he actually looked quite handsome. Even though Feng Xiaotian considered himself charming, he had to concede in terms of looks. Feng Xiaotian, don't cause trouble. Seeing Feng Xiaotian walking towards Luban, Huowu hurriedly shouted from behind. However, Feng Xiaoyan's temper flared up, and he insisted on challenging Lu Ban. "You are Tang Heir?" Lu Ban saw a young boy dressed in blue with a mask approaching him, his eyes filled with provocation. "What is the matter?" Lu Ban nodded and said lightly, "Tang Heir, let us have a one-on-one match today. If you lose, you can't associate with Huowu anymore. How about it? Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Feng Xiaotian waved his fists, pretending to spar. This made Huowu Shuang, and the members of the Fire War team all twitch their mouths, thinking to themselves, "What courage do you have to challenge this formidable opponent in front of you? You really look like someone who has never seen the world." "I don't accept that reason," Lu Ban said calmly. "If you want to spar with me, you need to offer something I want in return." "Ha, kid, I see you're just scared and don't dare to spar with our young master. You're just a coward. You're not a man. Indeed, if you have guts, fight Feng Xiaoya fairly." Feng Xiaoyan's followers, seeing Lu Ban's words, thought he was looking for excuses to avoid battle, and they all laughed and taunted. Feng Xiaotian crossed his arms, smiling, and looked on as if assessing the situation. If he doesn't accept the challenge today, he will definitely be seen as cowardly by Huowu, and he was quite pleased to see that. However, he still had to say some formalities. "Just say what you want, my Feng family, as one of the top 10 families in the continent, is not short of gold soul coins." Feng Xiaotian smiled indifferently, looking like a rich man. "It's simple. As long as you can tell me the whereabouts of a purely aggressive soul beast, I will accept your challenge," Lu Ban said casually, not wanting to entangle with Feng Xiaotian and his group any longer. These little kids are so young, yet they're fighting over jealousy, affecting his cultivation. Who would have thought that upon hearing his words, Feng Xiaotian actually burst into laughter. "If you were looking for other soul beasts, I might still have to put in some effort, but as for pure attack-type soul beasts, I already know." "Huh." Hearing this, Lu Ban's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. Could it be that coincidental? This guy Feng Xiaotian actually knows such hidden information? Huowu and the others can testify. "As long as what you said is true, I can spar with you." Lu Ban smiled lightly, the corners of his mouth lifting. Seeing this, Feng Xiaotian immediately stopped holding back and directly told Lu Ban that there was a pure attack-type soul beast in their Feng family's ancestral land. What Feng Xiaotian said shouldn't need any confirmation. All 5 major elemental families have their own places of inheritance, and it's very likely that the Feng family really does have a pure attack-type ultimate attribute soul beast. Seeing Lu Ban hesitate, Huowu enthusiastically explained. Feng Xiaotian even patted his chest, guaranteeing with his integrity, saying a lot, and even swearing. This dispelled Lu Ban's doubts. "Well, how do you want to spar?" Unexpectedly obtaining a purely offensive limit attribute soul beast, Lu Ban was overjoyed. Sparring with a rookie like Feng Xiaotian didn't require any effort at all. Considering your age, around 15 or 16, your soul power level should be close to level 20. That way, I won't bully you. I won't use my second soul ring when we spar. Upon hearing Lu Ban agree to spar with him, Feng Xiaotian was instantly elated. Hearing Feng Xiaotian boast, Huowu and others were choked and kept coughing. Where does this confidence come from? Feng Xiaotian, martial soul, Gale double-headed wolf, a level 22nd ring assault-type soul master. Feng Xiaotian introduced himself, and then unleashed his martial soul. 2 yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body. With his arms crossed and a proud expression, he looked quite smug. He possesses innate full soul power, and at such a young age to have such cultivation will surely shock Tang Heir. Shocked, my opponent actually has innate full soul power. Feng Xiaotian was grinning on the outside, feeling pleased on the inside. Seeing Lu Ban in a daze, a group of his little followers behind Feng Xiaotian shouted out, "Kid, don't be afraid. Our young master Feng only uses his first soul ring." Haha, shocked, right? Let me tell you, our young master has innate full soul power. That's right, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Otherwise, it will be even more embarrassing later. Hearing the shouts from some people of the Feng family, Huowu Shuang, and others quickly turned their heads away, unable to bear to look. What a bunch of fools. Don't say we know you. Seeing Huowu and the others turn their faces away, Feng Xiaotian's smile grew even wider. He thought that Huowu and the others didn't want to see Tang Heir embarrass himself. However, at that moment on the opposite side, Lu Ban also revealed his martial spirit. At that moment, a dazzling golden longbow appeared in front of Lu Ban, with 3 soul rings swirling beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Tang Heir, martial spirit, sun shooting bow, level 40, 3-ringed output-type battle soul sect. Hiss! The moment Feng Xiaotian and the others saw Lu Ban's soul rings appear, they all gasped in disbelief. Their faces were filled with incredulity. Feng Xiaotian rubbed his eyes frantically, confirming again and again, realizing it was not an illusion. Suddenly, his mouth dropped open, shocked and speechless. Oh my, level 40 soul sect. What the hell is there to spar about? Someone just unleashed a millennium soul skill, and we're completely done for, with no chance to even fight back. Is there still a need to spar? Luban asked calmly, looking at Feng Xiaotian, who was stunned. Currently, his soul rings have been disguised with the divine skin of a video game character. If Feng Xiaotian and the others saw the real configuration of one yellow, one purple, and one black soul ring, they would probably be shocked beyond belief. Spow. They're already at level 40. What is the point of sparring? Goodbye. Feng Xiaotian cupped his fists and quickly led his team away, not wanting to stay in the Fire Clan territory any longer. This time, she really embarrassed herself to the point of reaching her grandmother's house. She must go back and practice hard, and wait a few more years to reclaim her pride. Looking at the departing figures of Feng Xiaotian and his group, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang couldn't stop laughing. It was so funny. It was the first time they had seen Feng Xiaotian in such an awkward situation. Once the incident was over, the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. It was once again the day for Luban to challenge the Fire Clan's inheritance site. On this day, the streets were empty, with Huo Wudi gathering the elders of the Fire Clan. Chapter 51, Assessment Pass. This challenge is different from the past. It's said to be Luban's last challenge. After 2 years of honing, everyone is eager to see how far Luban can go. What did you get students like Flander and Tang San? Do you have any more? Our Blaze Academy would also like to recruit a few, said the Fire Clan leader, Huo Wudi, with a smile outside the fire pool of the Heritage Land. This made Flander twitch at the corners of his mouth. How could they recruit more? A talent like Luban is truly a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. He had only seen such a thing once in his life, cultivating by hunting soul beasts, and Luban calling it breaking through in battle. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who could believe it? It's one thing to have monstrous talent, but even the way of leveling up is so against the norm, leaving no chance for other soul masters to catch up. As Flander and Huo Wudi chatted, Luban had already jumped into the fire pool, starting the final assessment of the Heritage Land. The first assessment was a breeze. Whoosh, 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 7 lightning arrows broke through. The second assessment had no delays. He first took down a control-type Battle Soul Master, and then finished the fight with a few more arrows. Soon, they arrived at the highly anticipated third assessment. Everyone wants to see how Luban deals with this infinitely resurrecting teal demon. The cyan demon embodies the entire team's abilities, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure for the spectators around the fire pit, making it difficult to breathe. Only Luban can handle it easily. Otherwise, anyone else would be lucky to survive 3 rounds. Ching, after 2 years of grinding experience with me, to be honest, I feel a bit reluctant to kill you. As Luban reached the 3rd stage and saw the demon transform from the cyan demon fire, he expressed his regret. Remember, to die under my arrow is something to be proud of. Saying this, Luban no longer held back. The archer's domain was activated, and his attack power instantly doubled. Invincible Shark Cannon. The second domain skill was unleashed, doubling his attack power once more. In an instant, a lightning arrow with over 44,000 attack power shot towards the cyan demon. This time, the green demon did not resurrect, but disappeared directly. Luban's attack power was maxed out, leaving the green demon no chance to revive. He didn't leave a single drop of blood, instantly killing it with 1 strike. Congratulations on passing the 3rd level assessment. Now the 4th level assessment is open. Challengers can choose to continue the challenge or receive a perfect soul ring and exit. A loud voice resonated from the fire pit, and the crowd outside erupted in astonishment. The surrounding mountain walls trembled. Oh my god, Tang Air really succeeded in the challenge. My goodness, that is terrifying. How'd he do it? It's indeed frightening. Tang Air's strength is truly unimaginable. A perfect soul ring, the perfect soul ring from the 3rd level. At least a 10,000-year soul ring. Indeed, I'm so envious I could cry. A perfect 10,000-year soul ring. I dream of obtaining it. The members of the Fire Dance and Fire Wushuang teams shouted excitedly, praising Luban's prowess. The elders of the Fire Clan, like Huo Wudi, were dumbfounded, their beards trembling in shock. They saw Luban not accepting the reward from the 3rd level assessment, but directly walking towards the 4th level. The 4th level assessment arena was twice the size of the 3rd level. The formation was similar to the 2nd level, and it transformed into a team of 7 green demons to face Luban. To conserve soul power, Luban did not use the invincible shark cannon this time, but instead took out a jungle knife to deal with them. with the jungle knife in hand. The world is mine. The attack doubles, with armor-breaking effects that ignore all soul beast defenses. During consecutive attacks, the critical hit rate is 20, with the maximum critical hit effect being 10 times the current level's attack power. Luban swung the jungle knife, causing the green demons to tremble in fear. For the first time, they felt fear from him. It turned out that the green demon fire was sentient. At this moment, Luban was extremely surprised. Holding a broken knife, he wildly swung it on the 4th level arena, leaving the spectators outside dumbfounded, their mouths agape. Hey, come on, this is an assessment. Can you show some respect? Look at how terrified the 7 green demon babies have become. Soon, another loud voice rang out. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 4th level assessment. The 5th level assessment is now open. Upon hearing this, Luban showed no hesitation and stepped into the passage, entering the 5th level arena. Based on his experience, the soul rings obtained later must be better. The 5th level transformed into a single green demon, but this one was clearly different from the previous ones. The green on her was incredibly pure, more beautiful than any green Luban had ever seen. At this moment, Luban truly felt pressure. This green demon's strength was likely at the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. He dare not hold back any longer. Although his attack power was formidable, his defense was weak. If the green demon found a flaw, just one strike could endanger his life. At a critical moment, Luban released the archer's domain again, unleashing his ultimate skill, the 3rd domain skill, 3,000 Thunderfalls. At that moment, in the center of the 5th level arena, the sky changed dramatically, and a thick layer of dark clouds formed above Luban's head. First arrow. At this moment, Luban transformed into the god of thunder, with each arrow becoming a true thunder arrow. They shot out instantly, hitting their mark without fail. Second arrow. 2 times the base attack power. Over 2,000 points of attack power hit the green demon, bouncing off directly. Hiss. At this moment, the crowd surrounding the fire pit was extremely tense. In the 5th round of the assessment, everyone present felt the pressure. Even the Fire Clan leader, Huowu, was sweating profusely, seeing that Luban's attack power had weakened. Huowu frowned and became extremely worried. The 3rd arrow. As each arrow grew stronger, she finally let out a gentle sigh of relief. Previously, she had thought that Luban was injured, which caused his attack power to decrease. It now seemed to be some kind of special skill. The other members of the Flame team internally exclaimed how strong Luban was. They had never seen such a scene before and were surprised that Luban had so many hidden methods. They truly did not know how strong his real abilities were. The 7th arrow. His soul power was already running low, and he could only shoot 2 more arrows at most before exhausting it completely. With an attack power of 6. 4 times, nearly 70,000 points of attack power struck, and the blue demon finally began to show signs of injury. Flandra clenched his fists tightly, feeling nervous because the next 2 arrows from Luban were crucial. If he ran out of arrows or allowed the blue demon to escape the shooter's domain, it would be over. Fortunately, Luban was now engaging in psychological warfare, deliberately pretending to be on the verge of failure, which kept the blue demon from making any moves to escape the shooter's domain. At this moment, the 8th arrow's charge was finally complete. With a 12, 8 times attack power boost, over 130,000 points of super strong attack power, the lightning arrow was shot out, causing the entire arena to tremble. The Cyan demon sensed a life and death crisis and tried to escape, but it was too late. Chapter 52. 4th Spirit Ring in the Realm of Archers. The 3rd domain skill, 3,000 lightning strikes, was instantaneous. The Cyan demon naturally could not escape. The 8th lightning arrow struck him with lightning speed. Instantly, the arena was filled with flashes of lightning, sparks flying, and the Cyan demon vanished in an instant. In the center of the arena, the Cyan demon fire was also slowly dissipating, followed by the formation of an astonishing red spirit ring, floating towards Luban's body. Hiss! A 100,000-year spirit ring. Upon seeing that the reward for Luban's 5th challenge was a 100,000-year spirit ring, the members of the Fire Clan collectively gasped, their eyes wide open, stunned in disbelief. My God, how is this possible? The reward for the 5th challenge is actually a perfect 100,000-year spirit ring. This is too crazy. Only title Douluo can absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. Hiss. Fortunately, it's a perfect spirit ring rewarded by the inheritance land. Otherwise, Tang wouldn't be able to absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring. My goodness, Tang Er's fourth spirit ring is actually a 100,000 year spirit ring. It's against the heavens. My eyes are about to explode. This is the most precious perfect 100,000 year spirit ring. Tang Er is incredibly lucky. Seeing Luban obtain the 100,000 year red spirit ring, Huowudi and the elders of the Fire Clan were so excited that their old faces turned red, trembling all over. They were witnessing a miracle today. Huowu's face was even more flushed, her hands tightly clenched, her heart pounding fiercely. At this moment, Tang Er was comparable to a war god in her heart. Huowu Shuang and the other members of the Blaze battle team were all shocked beyond belief. The fourth spirit ring was actually a 100,000 year spirit ring. They had never heard of such a thing in the entire continent. It was too outrageous. At this moment, even Flander was extremely excited. He kept mumbling to himself, a 100,000 year spirit ring. That's a 100,000 year spirit ring. Even title Douluo dream of having a 100,000 year spirit ring. Now Luban's fourth spirit ring has already been achieved. My God, Flander felt like he was dreaming. However, even more shocking events were about to unfold. Just as Luban was absorbing the 100,000 year spirit ring, a dazzling spirit bone appeared after the Cyan Lotus demon fire completely dissipated. From its size, it was clearly the most precious type among the 6 major spirit bones, the torso bone. Who? At this moment, the members of the Fire Clan were breathing heavily, their eyes filled with intense heat. That was a 100,000 year soul bone. They knew that 100,000 year soul bones were the most precious, something they had only heard of but never seen. Even Huowudi was extremely excited. As the clan leader, it was his first time seeing a 100,000 year soul bone. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. My goodness, if it weren't for the fire pool barrier still being active, they would have rushed up to grab it. At this moment, many elders of the Fire Clan had fiery eyes. Huh? Only Flandra looked utterly astonished. Another soul bone, and a 100,000 year one? Oh my, what should I do? If the Fire Clan coveted it, he and Luban would be in danger. Wait, not right. Once Luban absorbed this 100,000 year soul ring, his attack power would be ridiculously high, and he wouldn't have to fear the Fire Clan at all. By then, with Luban's strength, the number of titled Douluos he could defeat on the entire continent would be few and far between. He wouldn't be afraid at all. Thinking of this, Flandra's excitement returned, and he couldn't stop smiling, completely ignoring the covetous gazes of the Fire Clan members. In the center of the fire pool, Luban focused his mind and quickly completed the absorption of the 100,000 year soul ring. He opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul, Luban No. 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. 3,000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Level Up in the Wild, Soul Power. 50,000 Soul Rings. Yellow, Purple, Black. Red Soul Bones. None Soul Skills. Attack 700. Attack 1350. Attack 9,000. Fire Attack 100,000. Items: Game Boy Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet Hiss. Looking at his personal information, Luban was shocked. His soul power level had actually increased by 10 levels all of a sudden. This was so exaggerated. Moreover, the 4th soul ring skill increased his normal attack by 100,000 points and added a fire attribute burning effect. He never expected to obtain a 100,000 year soul ring in the Fire Clan's inheritance ground. Luban calmed his emotions and looked at the fire attribute 100,000 year torso bone in the center of the arena. Feeling very complicated. If it were in the past, he might have absorbed it directly. After all, this was a 100,000 year soul bone, far stronger than the 6-winged frost centipede torso bone he had encountered in Tianshui City. According to Master S theory of the top 10 core competitive powers of martial souls, a 100,000 year soul bone generally possessed 2 skills. The more Luban thought about it, the more intense the heat in his eyes became. He strolled slowly closer and reached out to touch the soul bone. In the end, he still withdrew his hand, dismissing the thought of merging with the soul bone. After obtaining the 100,000 year soul ring, he felt increasingly bright in his heart, always sensing a rejection of this soul bone, as if he found it very distasteful. As his strength grew stronger, Luban became more convinced of this feeling in his heart. He believed he would definitely have even stronger soul bones in the future. Luban stored the soul bone in his storage soul guide and prepared to leave the fire pool. However, at that moment, as Luban finished absorbing the soul ring and took away the soul bone, the fire pool slowly extinguished, and soon, the entire inheritance ground disappeared without a trace. The place where the fire pool originally was turned into a rocky pit. Seeing this, Luban couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Wow, how did they manage to make the inheritance ground disappear? This is troublesome. After all, this is the ancestral land guarded by the Fire Clan for countless generations. Luban quickly jumped out of the deep pit. At that moment, the members of the Fire Clan finally reacted from their previous shock, seeing the fire pool disappear. Their faces changed dramatically. Quick, where did the inheritance land go? What is going on? The inheritance land actually disappeared. Oh my gosh, don't scare me. Without the inheritance land, where will I get the perfect spirit rings in the future? Disappeared? Impossible, it must be an illusion. Yes, definitely an illusion. Ooh, our Fire Clan's inheritance land has really vanished. Luban felt extremely awkward seeing the hungry eyes of the Fire Clan members. The disappearance of the inheritance land seemed to have a slight connection to him. Tang Air, what happened to the inheritance fire pool? How did it disappear? Wu stepped forward, full of questions. Luban scratched his head. I'm not too sure either. Then he was invited over by Wudi. Surrounded closely by the members of the Fire Clan, Soul Douluos, afraid that the two of them would disappear like the fire pool right in front of their eyes. In the Taggart Desert, within the territory of the Fire Clan, there was a luxurious hall underground. Wudi sat at the main seat, while Flinder and Luban sat on his left side. Tang Air, you made our Fire Clan's inheritance land disappear. How do you plan to compensate for this? Hearing this, Flinder's face trembled and his mouth twitched. He knew exactly what these old fellows were plotting. They just wanted that 100,000-year-old blue lotus demon fire spirit bone. They were all beating around the bush like they were trying to reason with him. Fire Clan Chief, the disappearance of the inheritance fire pool was witnessed by us. What does it have to do with Tang Air? Flinder retorted, that is a 100,000-year spirit bone. We can't just let it go. Flinder, what do you mean by that? If Tang Air hadn't entered the inheritance land to take the assessment, would the fire pool have disappeared? Exactly, in my opinion. This matter not only relates to Tang Air, but also has significant implications. Agreed, it's very likely that the inheritance land disappeared because Tang Air passed the inheritance assessment. That's right. The inheritance fire pool is the foundation of our Fire Clan, and now all the benefits have been taken by you. Flinder's rebuttal was met with a furious response from the elders of the Fire Clan. Those guys had such vivid expressions of anger. They looked like they wanted to scratch Flinder. Seeing the tension escalating on both sides, Luban quickly spoke up to clarify his stance. I'm not interested in that 100,000-year spirit bone. Upon hearing this, Flinder's brows furrowed tightly, his face anxious. Are you sure? Luban nodded. Principal, please trust my choice. Flinder sighed, opened his tightly clenched hands, and understood Luban's meaning. Since Luban had made his stance clear, the negotiations naturally fell to him. It was a joke to think they could take a 100,000-year spirit bone for Flinder without any cost. Even if the Pope of the Spirit Hall came, he would still have to peel off a layer of skin. Hearing Luban back down, Wudi felt delighted, and the elders of the Fire Clan were equally excited, their eyes shining with eagerness. It had been over 100 years since a descendant had occasionally obtained a perfect spirit ring, and the influence of the inheritance land was dwindling. If they could obtain a 100,000-year spirit bone because of it, that would be quite good. After all, spirit bones could be passed down through generations. With a 100,000-year spirit bone, the high-end combat power of their Fire Clan would surely improve significantly. It was at least certain that a title Douluo was about to be born. Soon, both sides began negotiations. After the negotiations ended, Flinder and Luban made quite a profit. They stayed in the Fire Clan's territory for a night and left the Taggart Desert at dawn the next day. As they were leaving, Wu looked reluctant to part, and while Luban was paying attention, she secretly kissed him and told him she would come to Shrek Academy to find him in the future. Time passed, and 2 days flew by. Luban and Flinder made their way back from the northwest to the Central Plains. They soon arrived at their destination this time, Shinkong City. Shinkong City was not far from the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire and was the main city of the Feng family, one of the 10 great families of the continent. Unlike Tianshui City, which was built on lake islands, Shinkong City was located at the peak of a large mountain. Shinkong City was constantly windy throughout the year, and just by seeing the dressed-up pedestrians on the road, one could feel the harsh environment here. At this moment, Luban and Flinder were wearing headscarves and masks, completely wrapped up like Zongzi. The crowds in Shinkong City were bustling, and this attire made Luban feel as if he had stepped into the ancient western regions. After walking along the central street for half an hour, they finally found the Feng family's courtyard. Please inform Feng Xiaotian that friend from the Fire Clan have come a visit. Upon hearing that it was someone from the Fire Clan, the gatekeeper naturally didn't dare to be negligent and ran off to report to the inner courtyard. Soon, Feng Xiaotian came out dressed in blue. May I ask which friend from the Fire Clan has come? Luban pulled down his mask, revealing his white front teeth, and smiled. Brother Feng, long time no see, it's me, Tang Air. Seeing Tang Air, Feng Xiaotian's mouth twitched. Goodness, you really dare to come knocking. However, due to the noble's face and rules, he very gentlemanly invited Luban and Flinder into the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Luban got straight to the point. Brother Feng, you promised me before that I could hunt soul beasts in the Feng family's ancestral land. You haven't forgotten this, have you? Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaotian showed a troubled expression and hesitated a bit. Brother Tang, you need to think carefully. My Feng family's ancestral land is quite dangerous. There was once a title Douluo who went in to investigate and never came out again. Feng Xiaotian had only informed Luban about the locations of extremely aggressive soul beasts but hadn't told him about the dangers. Thinking back on it these days, I realized that my actions in the ancestral land of the Fire Tribe were indeed a bit reckless. Fortunately, Luban didn't publicly humiliate him. He just made him retreat in the face of difficulty, which made him feel that Luban was quite decent. He didn't want to watch him walk to his death with his eyes wide open. Feng Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to explain the dangers of Shenfeng Valley, hoping that Luban could retreat in the face of difficulty. One must know that even when the Feng family enters Shenfeng Valley to hunt wind-type soul beasts, it requires a group of elders at the soul, Douluo level to lead the way, and they still dare not linger inside for too long. After all, there are far too many soul masters buried in the Feng family's ancestral land of Shenfeng Valley. You don't need to worry about safety, Brother Feng. I still have some confidence in my self-preservation. Luban smiled calmly, not expecting that Feng Xiaotian was someone with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Previously, he regarded him as a rival in love and hated him to the bone, yet now he couldn't bear to see him walk to his death. The kid's temperament is not too bad. Seeing Luban's attitude so firm, Feng Xiaotian couldn't stop him any longer and had no choice but to take them to the Feng family's ancestral land, the Divine Wind Valley. Entering the Divine Wind Valley requires a Feng family token, which of course is not a challenge for Feng Xiaotian. As a direct descendant and talented disciple of the Feng family, he practices wind system soul techniques at the edge of the Divine Wind Valley every day. Not only him, but other Feng family disciples do the same. The interior of the Divine Wind Valley not only has a large number of wind system soul beasts, but is also constantly buffeted by strong winds throughout the year, which is very helpful for honing soul techniques. Soon, under Feng Xiaotian's lead, Luban and Flanders arrived at the Feng family's ancestral land, the Divine Wind Valley. Surrounding the Divine Wind Valley are towering mountains that pierce the clouds, with peaks stacked upon one another, exuding a majestic aura. The mountains are shrouded in mist, as if a layer of light gauze is enveloping the valley, giving the Divine Wind Valley a sense of mystery. Inside the valley is a vast storm grassland, where fierce storms blow year-round, with extremely strong winds. Moreover, the storms contain powerful elemental forces, as if they are the essence of heaven and earth. When Luban entered the Divine Wind Valley, he noticed many young people near the valley entrance preparing to practice, which surprised him greatly. The wind system spiritual energy here is extremely rich, and for wind system soul masters, practicing here will be twice as fast as outside. As they walked along, Feng Xiaotian introduced the general situation of the Divine Wind Valley to Luban. Luban nodded and then remembered what Master often said about the soul martial soul mimicry training environment. It turns out that the Divine Wind Valley is the best training place for the Feng family disciples. It seems that each of the 10 great families on the continent is not simple. Chapter 54. Hunting soul beasts in the Divine Wind Valley. Not long after entering the Divine Wind Valley, Luban saw a group of people waving at him not far away. It was obvious they were looking for Feng Xiaotian. Xiaotian, weren't you in closed-door training? Why are you out here? Soon, a little girl in a purple skirt ran over to Feng Xiaotian, looking a bit annoyed. Ahem. Feng Xiaotian felt a bit awkward upon seeing this. He had indeed been in closed-door training, but hurried out upon hearing that a friend from the Fire Clan was visiting. He didn't expect it was Luban who had come, which was a bit of a letdown. I brought a friend from the Fire Clan to hunt a wind system soul beast. Feng Xiaotian briefly introduced Lu Ban and Flanders to Feng Yu, but he didn't dare mention that letting them enter the Divine Wind Valley was a bet he lost. Feng Yu is quite the loudmouth in the Divine Wind team. If she found out, his glorious deeds would soon spread throughout the Divine Wind Academy. Perfect, let's go together then. I also need to hunt a soul beast to obtain my second soul ring. Feng Yu glanced at Lu Ban and the others, smiled lightly, her proud demeanor particularly evident. Among the younger generation of the Feng family, only Feng Xiaotian had slightly better talent than her, and Feng Yu's words were filled with a sense of superiority. Soon, other members of the Divine Wind team approached and greeted their captain, Feng Xiaotian, while Lu Ban and Flanders were naturally ignored by them. Anyone who could come to their Feng family's ancestral land was clearly someone brought in through connections from other major families, and the members of the Divine Wind team, including Feng Yu, looked down upon them in their hearts. They just didn't show it because Feng Xiaotian was accompanying them. After all the members of the Divine Wind team had gathered, shortly after, a group of elderly men who appeared to be in their 60s or 70s arrived. And from their attire, it was obvious they were from the Feng family. Moreover, judging by the respectful expressions of Feng Xiaotian and the others, it was clear that this group held a significant position within the Feng family, likely the Elder Council. Feng Xiaotian had mentioned before that the Divine Wind Valley was quite dangerous, and younger generations hunting soul beasts would have elders guarding them. Looking at the current lineup, it was evident that Feng Xiaotian's words were not false. To merely obtain a second soul ring, so many experts had been mobilized, indicating that the interior of the Divine Wind Valley was indeed not safe. Xiaotian, who are they? One of the Feng family elders noticed two unfamiliar faces in the team and immediately showed a puzzled expression. Before Feng Xiaotian could answer, other members of the Divine Wind team jumped in. Third Grandpa, they're from a fire clan and are also hunting soul beasts. What hunting soul beasts? They just want us to help. The members of the Divine Wind team chimed in, their words dripping with sarcasm. You guys shut up, don't speak recklessly. These two are esteemed guests from the fire clan. Feng Xiaotian quickly interrupted his teammates' mockery, as this guy in front of them was a level 40 soul master. And this group of teammates really looked down on anyone. All right, everyone, stop arguing, let's set out. A Feng family elder waved his hand to interrupt everyone, signaling them to follow. These young kids, around 11 or 12 years old, were chattering away, making so much noise that it was giving them headaches. Feng Xiaotian noticed that Lu Ban was unfazed by the words of his teammates and smiled at him, his eyes showing a hint of apology. Lu Ban shook his head, signaling that it was fine. After all, he had faced plenty of ridicule along the way. If he paid attention to what others said every time, he would have been depressed a long time ago. Following that, Lu Ban and his group, under the guidance of the elder of the Feng family, advanced deeper into the Xinfeng Valley. This time, their main goal was to help Feng Yu hunt a risk spirit beast that was around 500 years old, so she could obtain her second spirit ring. For this operation, the Feng family dispatched 4 elders, indicating that they valued Feng Yu quite a lot. The terrain of the Godwind Valley resembled a gourd. The further one went in, the narrower the storm plains became, and the wind grew stronger. Lu Ban discovered that the soil here was exceptionally hard, which explained why it could remain intact under such a hurricane and not be blown away. Moreover, the plants in the storm plains were very lush, swaying in the wind as if cheering. Seeing Lu Ban's curiosity, Feng Xiaotian told him that these were all wind-type spiritual herbs, soft yet resilient, unafraid of the wind. Oh, after walking inward for about half an hour, everyone suddenly heard a wolf howl. The elders of the Feng family were delighted upon hearing it. It was a wind wolf. Let us chase after it. Soon, they found a pack of wolves in a thicket, and the Wolf King appeared to be as large as a calf. The Feng family elders quickly determined that it was a 600-year-old wind wolf based on the length of its tail, making it perfect for Feng Yu's second spirit ring. Then, the 4 Feng family elders worked together skillfully. First, the control-type Battle Soul Master used skills to control it, and then the agility-type Battle Soul Master moved in to inflict injury. The actions were seamless, and they easily subdued the Wind Wolf King, helping Feng Yu obtain her second spirit ring. Kid, among that pack of wind wolves, there are a few that are 300 to 400 years old. Pick one. Once the soul ring absorption was completed, the elder of the Feng family looked at Lu Ban and said, Third Grandfather, you are mistaken. Brother Tang is aiming to obtain the 4th soul ring. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Feng Xiaotian hurriedly explained, fearing that the Feng family's reputation would be tarnished. What? The 4th soul ring? Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian's words, everyone from the Feng family turned their gaze towards Lu Ban, scrutinizing him up and down without pause. So young and already a level 40 soul master? How is that possible? Brother Xiaotian, are you mistaken? That kid is a soul master? Feng Yue had just obtained his second soul ring and was looking quite pleased with himself when he suddenly heard Feng Xiaotian say that Luban was about to obtain his fourth soul ring. And he was immediately shocked. At that moment, even the four elders of the Feng family looked at Luban with changed expressions. My God, to have such cultivation at 15 or 16 years old, his talent is on par with Feng Xiaotian and Feng Wei. When did such a prodigy emerge from the Fire Clan? How come I didn't know? Just as Feng Xiaotian was about to explain, Luban cut to the chase, directly activating his martial soul, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Sorry, everyone, but this time I'm going for the 5th soul ring. Luban shrugged and smiled slightly. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent, with only the sound of the wind mixed with the heavy breathing of the Feng family members. Feng Xiaotian, Feng Wei, and the others from the Shenfeng battle team were all stunned, their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. A level 50 soul king? A soul king at 15 or 16 years old. Hiss. Even the 4 elders of the Feng family were shocked, their eyes wide, collectively gasping in surprise. What the hell is this monster? Even Feng Xiaotian, with his innate full soul power, would find it hard to reach such a heaven-defying level. A 4-ring soul king? How is that possible? Brother Tang, weren't you a 3-ring soul master before? After the shock, Feng Xiaotian was left confused, his face full of astonishment. When he saw Luban in the Tagore Desert Fire Clan territory, he clearly had 3 soul rings. How could he become a level 50 soul king in just a few short days? This is not scientific. At this time, Tang Air should be around level 41 or 42. Chapter 55, The Rending Wind Beast. This involves the secrets of the Fire Clan, and I cannot disclose the specific reasons. Please forgive me. Luban shook his head and smiled, refusing to answer Feng Xiaotian's question under the pretext of Fire Clan secrets. Feng Xiaotian nodded, indicating his understanding. After all, each of the 5 elemental clans has its own family secrets. Are you planning to hunt soul beasts with pure attack limit attributes that have a cultivation level of over 10,000 years? Feng Xiaotian inquired. Luban nodded. The higher the cultivation level, the better. Upon hearing this, the members of the Feng family were taken aback. One of them couldn't help but twitch his mouth, exclaiming, "Wow, you have quite the audacity. A purely offensive soul beast with over 10,000 years of cultivation." Hearing the conversation between Feng Xiaotian and Luban, several elders of the Feng family were a bit confused. Xiaotian, who told you that there are purely offensive soul beasts in the Divine Wind Valley? This kid is so full of himself. Limited tribute soul beasts are already extremely rare, and he just casually says it's above universal cultivation. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the Feng family elders, Luban was instantly dumbfounded. Brother Feng, you weren't joking with me that day, were you? The more Luban thought about it, the more he felt that Feng Xiaotian was somewhat unreliable, especially after spending more time with him. This feeling grew stronger. Ahem. Seeing the elders dismantling his story, Feng Xiaotian's little face turned red, and he felt a bit embarrassed as he said, "I heard this from my grandpa. He always scares me by saying not to run around in the Divine Wind Valley because there's a soul beast that can spit out hurricanes. He also said that this soul beast is purely offensive, very strong, and specifically preys on soul masters, especially those with high talent." Upon hearing Feng Xiaotian say this, the several elders of the Feng family instantly turned dark. If it weren't for the outsiders present, they would really want to give Feng Xiaotian a beating. This is obviously meant to scare these kids, and this guy actually took it seriously. Why don't we go take a look? Seeing everyone's awkward expressions, Flander chuckled. He was also speechless inside, but now that they had come this far, leaving like this would be too much of a joke. Luban clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. Who would have thought he would be toyed with one day, especially by a kid around 11 or 12? Luban secretly noted down Feng Xiaotian's name in his little notebook, thinking that if they didn't find a purely offensive soul beast on this trip, he would definitely make it pay later. Next, the group continued deeper into the Shenfeng Valley. They had been walking for more than half a day without any discoveries. They encountered quite a few soul beasts along the way, but none of the purely offensive soul beasts that Feng Xiaotian had mentioned. As the wind grew stronger and they were just a step away from the core area of Shenfeng Valley, the elder of the Feng family called for a stop. They couldn't go any further. The valley ahead was so dangerous that even a titled Douluo couldn't ensure their safety. The third elder of the Feng family said solemnly that according to the historical records of the Feng family, there was once a titled Douluo who did not believe in danger and forcibly entered the depths of Shenfeng Valley, and as a result, he never came out again. Thank you all for bringing us here. You can head back now, and we will explore further inside. Absolutely not. Upon hearing that Flander and Luban wanted to continue into the depths of Xinfeng Valley, the four elders of the Feng family changed their expressions dramatically. This young man has such extraordinary talent and surely holds a high status in the Fire Clan. They could not let anything happen to him on Feng family's territory. Sinyo, I understand your concerns. This is the Fire Clan leader's token. If anything happens to us in Xinfeng Valley, it has nothing to do with your Feng family. Luban handed the leader's token given to him by Huowudi to the elder of the Feng family, and then, amidst the stunned expressions of the Feng family members, he stepped into the depths of Xinfeng Valley. At this moment, the area of the stormy plain shrank a bit further inward, resembling the first bulge of a gourd shape. They should be close to the gourd's mouth now. The wind force here is several times greater than before, and an ordinary person simply can't stand. Flender, with his martial soul activated, slowly moved forward with Luban. This Xunkong Valley is really eerie. The higher you go, the stronger the wind. Flender complained, and with his four-eyed cat eagle martial soul activated, he intended to fly up to scout, but found the wind power overwhelming. It reduced his speed by more than 3 times and increased his soul power consumption threefold. Principal, let's just explore slowly along the storm plain, Flender nodded. With Luban by his side, he felt completely unafraid. Given Luban's current strength, very few on the continent could pose a direct threat to him. Unless they could kill him in one hit, there wouldn't be a second chance for the opponent once Luban struck back. Meow. As Flender and Luban walked, they suddenly heard a howl that sounded like a mix of a cat and a tiger, instantly becoming alert. After continuing against the wind for a quarter of an hour, they spotted a small black soul beast about 3 feet tall in a bush. Its appearance was very similar to that of a tabby cat, except it had a golden horn resembling a bull's on its head, looking quite cute and silly. Having never seen such a soul beast before, both Flender and Luban were surprised and couldn't determine its cultivation age. Meow. Hello. Luban imitated a cat's meow and greeted the small soul beast not far away. Meow. To their surprise, the little black soul beast rolled its round body, stretched lazily, and gave Luban a disdainful eye roll. That contemptuous look was exceptionally clear and quite anthropomorphic, leaving Flender and Luban stunned. Is this being despised? It has a pair of big eyes, like 2 crystal-clear gems, with a very expressive face. Its pointy ears resemble 2 small maple leaves, playfully matching its facial expressions. It should be a wind-type spirit beast. Let's walk around it and continue exploring the valley. Flender took a glance and analyzed. Nowadays, any spirit beast that can survive in this area must have at least 10,000 years of cultivation. This spirit beast in front of us is a bit strange. It's understandable that Luban, being young, hasn't seen it before, but even Flender, who has roamed the continent for half his life, can't name it. That's too odd. Luban named. And the two kept a distance from the little black spirit beast as they continued their search deeper inside. However, after taking just a few steps, they heard 2 howls. The little black cat opened its mouth wide towards them and gently exhaled. Then, something that shocked Luban and Flender happened. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, and the wind force increased by more than 10 times. Not good. Flender shouted, quickly grabbing Luban and flying into the air to dodge. This hurricane is extremely powerful. Both Luban and Flanders felt a chilling sense of tearing on their skin while staying on the outskirts. If they were hit by the hurricane just now, they would be covered in wounds at the very least, or worse, be sliced into pieces. They didn't sense any soul power fluctuations from the little black cat, which means that the attack just now was simply an ordinary strike. Hiss! At this moment, both Luban and Flanders suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in unison. It's that purely offensive soul beast. Feng Xiaotian didn't lie to them. It turns out the legend was true. Chapter 56. Extreme tugging relying on the wind power attack. What a bizarre soul beast. Luban and Flanders were shocked by the tremendous attacking power contained in the wind of the black cat before them. Luban, this black cat is too strange. Don't hold back. Finish it quickly, Flanders said seriously, flapping the wings of his 4-eyed cat eagle in midair. They had never seen a wind-type pure offensive soul beast with such extreme attributes. Its attack speed was so fast that ordinary soul masters found it hard to evade. Fortunately, Flanders was a sensitive attack-type soul master. Otherwise, they would have been hit by that last strike. Ow! Black cat? You're the black cat. Your whole family is black cats. The Li F ing SHNSHU was so furious at Flanders calling it a black cat that it spoke human language directly. It bared its teeth at Flanders and Luban. Remember, I am the Li F ing SHNSHU. And to die at my hands is something you can be proud of. Saying this, the opened its mouth again and exhaled. With a mouth the size of fist, it unleashed a world-destroying whirlwind towards Luban and Flanders. Heavens! It can actually speak human language. What kind of soul beast has such years of cultivation? Both Flanders and Luban were once again stunned by this incredible actions. This so-called was likely at least 100,000 years old, as only soul beasts with such cultivation could exhibit such extraordinary behavior. Having traveled the continent for so many years, Flanders had some knowledge. Ordinary 10,000 year soul beasts could not be as agile and intelligent as the before them. It is very likely a soul beast over 100,000 years old, Flanders said, his face filled with shock. Luban nodded in agreement. At this moment, Luban had already activated his martial soul domain on Flanders' back, and now that his soul power level had reached level 50, the coverage of his marksman domain expanded to a radius of 50 meters. Martial soul embodiment. Marksman domain activated. Attack power doubled. Luban's ordinary attack power of over 110,000 instantly turned into over 220,000. However, due to his lack of understanding of this cultivation level, he didn't dare to unleash his full attacking power. What if he killed it with one strike? He would cry to death. Currently, his soul power level was still insufficient to absorb a soul ring over 100,000 years old unless the opponent voluntarily sacrificed itself. Luban had already decided to use the strategy he employed against the six-winged frost centipede to deal with forcing it to voluntarily sacrifice itself. Luban now transformed into the appearance of Ho-E with his divine skin, holding the sun-shooting bow. As Flanders flew closer to it saw the two humans not only not fleeing, but charging towards it, immediately curling its lips in disdain. In the Valley of the Divine Wind, it was the king. No one dared to challenge its authority. They truly did not know how to find death. As Luban and Flanders approached, it opened its mouth again, unleashing a circle of storms. The storm was fierce. As soon as it appeared, dust flew everywhere. And even the wind direction in the Valley of the Divine Wind was stirred up. Growing larger and faster, it swept towards Flanders and Luban. These mere humans are seeking death. It raised its proud little head, as if looking down on ants. Two ants dared to provoke an elephant. However, just as it finished speaking, a swoosh sounded, and a lightning arrow shot forth, hitting it before it even realized. This fierce offensive made the Riftwind beast first stand on end and sent chills all over its body. With a howl of anguish, it was blasted away. Its internal organs were nearly shattered, and its nose bled profusely from the impact. What a powerful assault! At this moment, the Riftwind beast was greatly alarmed. Fortunately, the attack had not targeted its head. Otherwise, it would have certainly met its demise. This kid's attack is ridiculously strong, not something they can contend with. The wind beast, which usually avoids danger, has shed its previous lazy demeanor, bursting with power and directly stepping on the wind to disappear without a trace. Has it run away? Watching the wind beast sprint away in front of them, Flanders was extremely anxious. They pushed their speed to the limit, but still couldn't catch a glimpse of the wind beast. The two of them continued deeper into the core area, but still found nothing. Damn it, that guy got away. Flanders worriedly said, if the wind beast doesn't appear again, it will be troublesome. Flanders and Luban unleashed their soul power, preparing for the hurricane's counterflow. After battling the wind beast for an hour, they reached the most central area of the Divine Wind Valley. This was the location of the gourd mouth on the storm plain, where the wind was strongest. Staying here for a minute consumed as much soul power as releasing a domain skill. Principal, let us come back tomorrow. There's no other place like this on the entire continent, and I believe the wind beast 1T leave so easily. Luban analyzed as he looked at the mountainous terrain outside the gourd mouth. The outer mountains of the Divine Wind Valley towered into the clouds, naturally forming a wind gap amidst their winding shapes. The wind flowed in from the Divine Wind Mountains, accelerating continuously, ultimately reaching its peak outside the valley of the storm plain. Luban felt this was the most favorable place for the wind beast to cultivate. It couldn't possibly leave so easily. That's right, now our soul power is running low. We shouldn't let that black cat ambush us again. Saying this, Flanders and Luban walked towards the outskirts of the core area. As Luban and Flanders exited the core area of the Divine Wind Valley, Feng Xiaotian and some others were still waiting outside. Seeing them come out, several elders from the Feng family breathed a sigh of relief. They thought, thankfully nothing happened. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain such a genius's fall to the Fire Clan. How is it, Brother Tang? Did you find anything? Feng Xiaotian asked with a stiff expression. In fact, seeing the disappointed expressions on Luban and Flanders' faces, he already felt that they likely found nothing, but to avoid Luban misunderstanding that he was deliberately misleading them. He still needed to express his attitude. As for the whereabouts of the purely offensive soul beast, he had heard it from his grandfather. As for its authenticity, it didn't matter much to him. However, what followed from Luban left Feng Xiaotian dumbfounded. At this moment, Luban shook his head and sighed. We encountered the soul beast you mentioned that devours hurricanes, but unfortunately, it got away. Brother Feng, we may need to trouble you for a while. Since we didn't kill that soul beast, we will likely stay in Divine Wind City and check the Divine Wind Valley every day. Luban briefly informed Feng Xiaotian and the others about their upcoming plans. After all, they were acting on someone else's turf, and it was necessary to show some courtesy. While Luban chatted with the young members of Feng Xiaotian's team, Flander was enthusiastically discussing with the 4 elders of the Feng family. Because of Luban, even though the elders were much more powerful than Flander, they showed no signs of looking down on him. The two sides got along very well. And for the next month, Luban and Flander went to the core area of the Divine Wind Valley every day to search for the wind beast's whereabouts. They basically encountered it every time, but could never catch it. Whenever they met, after a brief exchange, the wind beast would immediately ride the wind to escape. Both sides were caught in an extreme tug-of-war. Chapter 57. The final probe. The wind beast knew that Luban and Flander's speed couldn't catch up to it, so it would engage in battle with them occasionally before running away. Luban analyzed that the wind beast, knowing it wasn't their opponent, still didn't leave, clearly reluctant to part with the Divine Wind Valley's prime location. Therefore, he kept exploring ways to deal with the wind beast. What kind of attack could injure the wind beast without killing it required experimentation. The wind beast was the most cunning soul beast Luban had encountered since awakening his martial soul. It knew it wasn't their match, and if they happened to meet in the core area, it would touch briefly before fleeing, giving Luban no chance for a second strike. Luban refused to give up, and the wind beast didn't give up either, leading to a 2-year-long extreme tug-of-war between the two sides. Look, Tang Air and the others are going to the core area of the Divine Wind Valley again. Hiss. It's been 2 years, truly strange. They haven't encountered any problems at all. It is indeed strange. Is this still one of the top 10 dangerous places on the continent? It feels like a tourist destination. What's so strange about it? In my opinion, Tang Air and the others haven't gone deep at all. They must just be wandering on the edges of the core area. Agreed. You know, even titled Douluos have life-threatening risks when they enter. I don't believe Tang Air and the others are stronger than titled Douluos. I heard that this time, the family head and the elders will accompany them inside. We just need to wait and see Tang Air's embarrassment. Let's follow them and take a look. Today was the day Luban was entering the Divine Wind Valley again. But this time was different from before. To see what was going on, Feng Baitians and the 12 elders of the Feng family prepared to accompany them inside. What is going on? The Divine Wind Valley is the ancestral land of their Feng family, always dangerous. How is it that Tang Air and Flander have been going in and out like it's a garden for the past 2 years, and they can come out unscathed? As the news slowly spread, many people in the Feng family began to suspect that something unusual was happening inside the Divine Wind Valley. They, a group of soul masters over level 80, were terrified of the core area of the Divine Wind Valley, yet allowed a 15 or 16-year-old kid to come and go freely. If this continued, they would lose face. Therefore, this time they had to form a team to investigate the core area. Senior Feng, letting so many young disciples of the Feng family into the core area is too dangerous. Good heavens, seeing so many groups of young people following him. Luban was utterly astonished. It looked like a big market day. It should be known that within the core area, there is a wind beast with a cultivation level exceeding 10,000 years. Moreover, based on the past 2 years of dealing with the wind beast, Luban discovered it must have at least 300,000 years of cultivation. Very terrifying. If it weren't for Flander, a sensitive attack type, soul master, assisting him, he wouldn't dare to challenge the wind beast alone. That guy's incredibly fast. What is the big deal? It's just a soul beast that can blow wind. We already knew that. The head of the Feng family, Feng Baitians, waved his hand and said with confidence, Tang Air, our young disciples of the Feng family are among the top on the continent. Feng Baitians glanced at Luban, beginning to praise the younger generation of the Feng family. He was very aware of Luban's extraordinary talent, but the Feng family was not to be underestimated either. This. Upon hearing this, Luban's mouth twitched. Where did this confidence come from? What if they encounter the wind beast and there's crying later? In the past 2 years, Luban and Feng Batian have had many teachings together, and he understands his personality well. He is very generous, but also a bit too concerned about his image. The gap between Feng Xiaotian, Feng Yu and Luban is so significant, yet when it comes from Feng Beishan's mouth, it sounds like they are evenly matched. He often praises Feng Xiaotian in front of Luban, saying that Feng Xiaotian could also become a soul king at his age. Tang Er, since the seniors from the Feng family are willing to let the younger generation see the world, we shouldn't advise them anymore. Flanders said with a calm smile. Once we get to the front, they won't be in much danger. Upon hearing this, Feng Batian and the other elders of the Feng family immediately became serious. What are you talking about? In front of so many juniors, you want to protect us? If someone didn't know better, they would think you are titled Douluos. Cough, cough. With us old folks around, how can we let you take the lead? At a critical moment, Feng Batian once again displayed his imposing demeanor and said, "Wait, we old bones will be in the front. It's just right for you younger generations to witness the powerful strength of high-level soul masters." As soon as Feng Batian finished speaking, Feng Xiaotian, Feng Yu, and the other younger members of the Feng family cheered. The head of the family is mighty and powerful. The Feng family is invincible. Soon, amidst the cheers, most of the Feng family marched into the Shenhui Valley, reaching the core area. As soon as they entered the core area, the wind force on the windstorm plain suddenly increased more than tenfold. If it weren't for the protection of the defensive elder from the Feng family, the young juniors would have been blown away. At this moment, Feng Xiaotian, Feng Yu, and other members of the Shenhui battle team were surrounded by a thick, earthy yellow protective shield. The strong wind blew against it, causing ripples to rise continuously. Just after entering the core area, Feng Batian and the other elders of the Feng family immediately became vigilant. The dangers of the core area had been described as terrifying in their family's ancestral texts, and they had been influenced by these tales since childhood, making them subconsciously tense. Be careful. As they walked, Luban suddenly noticed a black shadow flashing ahead and immediately shouted. At this point, he had already activated his martial soul domain and was exceptionally sensitive to any movement around him. That guy has appeared. Quickly restrain him. Seeing the Riftwind beast appear, Luban shouted to the elders of the Feng family. What is the big deal? It's just a black cat. Watch my Feng family's self-created soul skill, Capture Hand. Saying this, the sixth elder of the Feng family leaped forward, jumping to the front of the team. His martial soul manifesting and 8 soul rings slowly rising beneath his feet. Then his right claw reached out, instantly forming a powerful suction force in front of him, uprooting all the grass and trees in its path, and sending them flying toward the Feng elder. In an instant, dust filled the air, and the momentum was grand. The younger members of the Feng family were excited, shouting that Capture Hand was awesome. However, shortly after, a disdainful howl reached everyone's ears. At that moment, they saw the black cat standing still, completely unaffected by the Capture Hand. Even the ground beneath it remained intact, showing no signs of being affected. Not good, sixth elder. Retreat quickly. At this moment, Feng Batian finally realized that the black cat in front of him was extraordinary and hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. A soul power hurricane had already erupted from the mouth of the, initially small like a smoke ring. It quickly transformed into a horizontal tornado hurricane, attacking the sixth elder of the Feng family. Windshield. At a critical moment, Feng Batian unleashed his second soul skill, instantly forming a massive windshield in front of the sixth elder. Chapter 58. The conditions of the as Feng Batian made his move. 2 defensive soul masters from the Feng family simultaneously activated their defensive soul skills. In an instant, 3 protective barriers appeared around the sixth elder of the Feng family. Sensing a life-threatening crisis, the sixth elder decisively released his 7th soul skill, the true form of his martial spirit, instantly doubling all his attributes. Bang, bang, bang. One defensive barrier after another was shattered, as if a tornado were destroying a parking lot. The defensive skills of the elders of the Feng family seemed utterly inadequate. They casually spat out a wind vortex, breaking through everyone's defenses and directly striking the sixth elder. The scene of the battle was exceptionally shocking, leaving the members of the Feng family dumbfounded and filled with dread. My God, it's terrifying. What kind of soul beast is this? Its attack power is incredibly strong. Everyone is astonished that the Riftwind beast hasn't even used any skills. Just a casual normal attack, a simple breath, can break through the defenses of the elders. It's truly unbelievable. So terrifying. Fortunately, with so many defensive skills in place, Elder 6 didn't suffer much damage, and Wind Batian let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the black cat in front of him, his expression turned serious. Defense. At this moment, not only Wind Batian, but all the elders of the Wind family realized they were in big trouble. The cultivation of this soul beast far exceeded their expectations. Therefore, As soon as the family head Wind-Batian finished speaking, the elders immediately formed a defensive formation. They hurriedly summoned their martial spirits, embodying them and getting ready. Watching the 8 soul rings swirling beneath the elders' feet, the disciples of the Wind family were also on edge. Fortunately, after defeating Elder 6, the Rift Wind Beast did not continue its assault on the Wind family members. Instead, it showed a hint of caution, as if sensing a great terror within the opposing team. Oh, well, after 2 years, why do you humans keep pursuing me? The Rift Wind Beast stood upright and said coldly. Hearing this, the Wind family members were dumbfounded. Hiss, what's going on? The Soul Beast can actually speak human language. To be honest, Rift Wind Beast, I have my eyes on your soul ring. Luban smiled calmly and said, Oomph, you really dare to think that way. The Rift Wind Beast snorted coldly, its face showing a fierce expression. However, deep in its eyes, a complex emotion was revealed. This young man was quite straightforward and not hypocritical. If he wanted its soul ring, he could just say it outright. If you want my soul ring, you can have it, but only if you agree to do one thing for me. The Rift Wind Beast's eyes were momentarily dazed, as if it recalled past events. Whatever it is, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Seeing the Rift Wind Beast relent, Luban was overjoyed, unable to suppress his excitement. He originally thought it would take a long time to subdue the Rift Wind Beast, but he didn't expect it to give in so soon. The Rift Wind Beast was different from other soul beasts he had encountered. Its speed was astonishing, making it nearly impossible to force it into submission. For the past 2 years, Luban had been trying, but unfortunately, the Rift Wind Beast had always escaped. Help me hunt a soul beast. After 2 years of fighting with Luban, the Rift Wind Beast clearly felt his formidable attack power. A level 50 Soul King, whose normal attack was actually more powerful than this soul beast with a nearly 400,000 pure attack limit attribute. If it weren't for its speed, it would have been captured by Luban long ago. This young man was indeed a prodigy, earning its recognition. What kind of soul beast? Hearing such a strange request from the Rift Wind Beast, Luban furrowed his brows, feeling quite surprised. Helping a soul beast hunt another soul beast was a request he had never encountered before. However, he understood that the soul beast that even the Rift Wind Beast couldn't deal with must have an unimaginable cultivation level. In the extreme north, there is a soul beast with a cultivation close to 700,000. The Rift Wind Beast said coldly, its gem-like small eyes revealing a deep gloom. Remembering the ruler of the extreme north, the Snow Empress, it felt a lingering resentment. Years ago, it discovered an immortal herb, the deep-sea ice lotus, in the extreme north, but when the news leaked and the Snow Empress learned of it, she severely injured it and took the deep-sea ice lotus away. This had created a grudge that the Rift Wind Beast still held. No problem, I agree to your condition. With the Rift Wind Beast's cooperation, Luban was quite confident he could defeat the Soul Beast with a cultivation of 700,000. But how can I be sure you won't go back on your word afterward? He would not easily trust an empty promise from Soul Beast. What if, after helping the Rift Wind Beast defeat its strong enemy, it reneged and ran away? That would be ridiculous. Moreover, he didn't believe a Soul Beast would easily sacrifice a human. This is completely unreasonable. In the core area of the Kamikaze Valley, upon hearing the conversation between Luban and the Split Wind Beast, the members of the Foam family fell into a state of confusion, including Wind-Batian and the elders. They stood there in shock, their pupils constricted, their faces filled with disbelief. Goodness, what did they just hear? A soul beast actually took the initiative to negotiate conditions with a soul master. Hunting a soul beast with a cultivation of 700,000 years? Are you kidding me? At this moment, Wind-Batian wanted to say, do you know what a cultivation of 700,000 years means? A mere 50-level soul king discussing hunting the most powerful beings on the continent with an unknown level soul beast? If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have believed it no matter what. The far north, a forbidden area for humans. Thinking of that icy world, the elders of the Foam family couldn't help but shiver. That is one of the top 3 deadly places on the continent, where even titled Douluos wouldn't dare to venture alone. But now, hearing it from Luban and the Split Wind Beast sounded like a joke. What on earth is going on? The elders of the Foam family all looked at Luban, feeling incredulous. How could a 50-level guy without even a 5th soul ring have the audacity to hunt a soul beast with 700,000 years of cultivation? Damn it. I didn't see it coming. That Tang Air kid is quite the braggart. As for Feng Xiaotian, Feng Yu, and the others from the Shinfeng team, they were already stunned by the conversation between Luban and the... Such a grand scene is beyond the participation of these little kids. Yet seeing it with their own eyes now is truly unimaginable. Just as Feng Batian was about to interject a reminder, suddenly the celestial phenomenon in the core area changed dramatically, with heavy dark clouds pressing down and continuous thunder and lightning within. The oppressive clouds made everyone feel that breathing had become much more difficult. I am about to break through 40,000 years of cultivation and face the heavenly tribulation. There is no need to deceive you. To dispel Luban's doubts, the Li Feng beast no longer suppressed its cultivation, leaping into the air and hovering above, looking down at everyone like a king of the world. Its petite body contrasted sharply with the immense power it unleashed. A powerful pressure spread throughout the core area of Shunfeng Valley, making other soul beasts tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Feng Batian and the other elders of the Feng family were horrified to see the Li Feng beast reveal its cultivation. My goodness, there is actually a soul beast with 40,000 years of cultivation in the core area of Shunfeng Valley. Chapter 59, The Extreme North. What concept? Generally, a soul master with a title cannot contend with a 100,000-year soul beast, let alone one with 400,000 years of cultivation. That is simply unimaginable. It turns out the ancestral teachings of the Feng family are true. There really is a soul beast in the Godwind Valley that breathes hurricanes. Previously, Feng Batian did not believe this. He only said so to intimidate the younger generation of the Feng family, to prevent them from acting recklessly. Until now, witnessing it with their own eyes, Feng Batian and the elders of the Feng family finally understood what shock truly meant. They actually saw a soul beast with 400,000 years of cultivation. At this moment, the young talents of the Feng family were all terrified by the pressure released by the wind-rending beast. If it weren't for the elders of the Feng family helping them resist the pressure, they would likely have perished already. The aura of a soul beast with 400,000 years of cultivation is not something a soul master around level 20 can withstand. However, this super soul beast was actually negotiating terms with Tang Air, implying that it wanted sacrifice. The Feng family members found it increasingly surreal. Everything that happened today felt like a dream. All right, it's settled. At this moment, Luban finally understood why the wind-rending beast would actively seek him out for negotiations. It was aware that its time was running out and wanted to eliminate its former enemies first. When do we depart? Seeing Luban's eager expression, the wind-rending beast shook its head, saying that just the two of them plus it would not be enough. The person they were going to deal with was the ruler of the extreme north, protected by many powerful beings. It suggested that Luban find more helpers. This little guy had never been to the extreme north and did not know how terrifying it was, so the wind-rending beast detailed the opponents they might encounter. After 3 days of discussion, they decided to head to the extreme north together. During these 3 days, Luban began frantically seeking help. The favor owed for the sale of a piece of six-winged frost centipede skeleton to the Shui family was due. Also, the Fire Clan had previously promised them that they could assist 3 times within their capacity if there were any matters. Now was the time to call upon that. In no time, urgent letters were sent from the Godwind City Post Station to the Tian Shui City and the Fire City. Hunting a soul beast with 700,000 years of cultivation in the extreme north? Upon receiving Luban's letter, the upper echelons of the Shui family and the Fire Clan were in an uproar. The head of the Shui family, Shui Luotian, led 12 guardian elders of the Shui clan to rush to Godwind City. The patriarch of the Fire Clan, Huowudi, hurried to Godwind City with 12 guardian elders of the Fire Clan. Meanwhile, the Feng family members could not sit still either. Feng Batian found Luban and Flander, expressing that the Feng family also wanted to contribute. The extreme north had always been known as a forbidden zone for humans, with very few soul masters daring to venture there. This time, led by the Wind Beast, it is definitely a rare opportunity to venture into the extreme north. Senior Feng, if there is anything, please speak frankly. Flandra, seeing Feng Batian rambling in front of them, of course understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Who would do work without reward? The Feng family is willing to step in this time. Surely they have some ulterior motives. Ahem. Our Feng family hopes to purchase the soul bone that will be produced after the Wind Beast sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Feng Batian chuckled awkwardly, and under Flandra's pressing, finally revealed their thoughts. Regardless of the cultivation age of the soul beast, a soul bone will be produced upon sacrifice. For instance, this 400,000-year-old wind beast from the Shinsho Valley, once it actively sacrifices itself, a soul bone is undoubtedly guaranteed. The thought of a 400,000-year-old wind attribute soul bone made even the elders of the Feng family, including Feng Batian, tremble with excitement. They still couldn't figure out why the wind beast was willing to negotiate with Luban. What? Hearing Feng Batian speak so confidently, Flandra's mouth twitched. Goodness. To openly buy a 400,000 year old soul bone, that's really bold. Of course, if you feel pressured, we can settle for the soul bone of that 700,000 year old soul beast instead, though I'm not sure if the attributes would be suitable. Seeing Flandra stunned, Feng Batian shook his head and sighed again. Upon hearing this, Luban couldn't help but twitch his lips as well. Goodness, not satisfied with a 400,000 year old soul bone, now wanting the 700,000 year old one. I know you've been searching for the whereabouts of pure attack attribute soul beasts. As long as you agree to my conditions, I can tell you a place that will definitely yield results. Feng Batian, as the head of the Feng family, began to play his trump card slowly when he saw that Flandra and Luban were still reluctant to speak. Hearing about the whereabouts of pure attack soul beasts, Luban finally showed some interest. Currently, soul bones are not as important to him as finding soul beasts for soul rings. As long as his strength increases, he wouldn't lack soul bones in the future. Luban was quite confident about this. Even after a 100,000 year old soul beast dies, a soul bone can still be obtained. While soul bones are hard to come by for others, for him, it couldn't be simpler. After a round of verbal sparring, Luban, Flandra, and the Feng family reached an agreement. Soon, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On that day, as dawn broke, the main forces of the Water Clan and the Fire Clan arrived one after another. Tang boy, it's been 2 years, and your courage has really grown. What cultivation level do you have to dare to set your sights on the extreme north? Tang brother, it's been several years since we last met. Let Uncle Shui see how many soul rings you have. The Fire Clan leader, Huo Wudi, and the Water Clan head, Shui Luotian, had just arrived in Shinfeng City when they went together to find Luban to inquire about the situation. This kid has become increasingly arrogant after not seeing him for a few years. If I didn't know better, I'd think he had reached the peak Douluo level, wanting to hunt the ruler of the extreme north. Besides, even a peak Douluo wouldn't be a match for a soul beast with 700,000 years of cultivation. Senior Fire. Uncle Water, please come in. At this moment in the hall, Feng Batian had already been sitting for a long time, clearly having waited for quite a while. Upon seeing Huo Wudi and Shui Luodian arrive, he quickly stood up to greet them. Old man Feng, what's wrong with you today? Why do you look so nervous and restrained? Huo Wudi noticed that Feng Batian was stuttering, looking quite confused. Shui Luotian also showed a puzzled expression. He knew Feng Batian's character best, and usually, on Feng family's territory, he would be so relaxed he could put his feet up, yet now he looked all wilted. Let me introduce everyone. This is our companion and helper for this trip, Senior Wind Beast. Once everyone entered the hall, Luban began to introduce the Wind Beast, who was currently seated in the main position at the front. All right, you humans are so troublesome. The Wind Beast waved its paw, signaling not to waste more time. What kind of soul beast is this? So impressive, and it can even speak human words. At this moment, seeing the Li F-ing Shu in a big boss demeanor, who WD and Shu Lu Ti and were taken aback. The Li F-ing Shu senior hails from the SHNF-ing Valley, with 400,000 years of cultivation. In the end, LBN explained everything to avoid misunderstandings. Sure enough, upon hearing the Li F-ing Shu's cultivation level, who WD and Shu Lu Ti and suddenly stood up, their hair standing on end, instinctively moving far away from the Li F-ing Shu. Chapter 60. The Three Great Kings Hiss. I never expected that this unassuming little black cat in front of me is actually a soul beast with 400,000 years of cultivation. No wonder I always felt something was off about F-ing BTI and before. After introducing the Li F-ing Shu to everyone, LBN began to discuss the action plan. The plan is to collaborate with the Li F-ing Shu to hunt down the ruler of the extreme north, a soul beast with 700,000 years of cultivation. Now, let the Li F-ing Shu senior explain in detail the situation in the extreme north. As soon as LBN finished speaking, the Li F-ing Shu began to inform everyone present about the situation in the extreme north. The extreme north is controlled by three great kings: a 700,000 year old snow woman, a nearly 400,000 year old ice emperor scorpion, and a 200,000 year old titan blood demon king. The three great kings hold extremely high status in the extreme north. They're the strongest beings in that region, ruling over the soul beasts in this land. In this frigid environment, they are virtually invincible, being super soul beasts that dominate all. Our target this time is the foremost of the three great kings, the Snow Emperor, revered as the Ice Snow Woman by all beasts in the extreme north. The Snow Emperor is a being formed from the purest ice attribute elemental force of heaven and earth, possessing a rare and ultimate ice attribute. The Snow Emperor's true form is the Ice Snow Woman, a being formed from the purest ice attribute and elemental force at the core of the extreme north. Hiss! Hearing the Li F Ing Shu's introduction, everyone in the Feng family hall gasped in shock, their faces filled with terror. Historical records on the continent only mention the extreme north as a forbidden area for humans. I never expected there to be so many powerful soul beasts there, even more than in the Star Do Great Forest. It's truly unbelievable. At this moment, both Hu Wd and Shu Lu Ti regretted their decision to take action personally. With their current strength, venturing into the extreme north could be described as a near-death experience. Their current group would face great dangers even if they went to the core of the Star Do Great Forest, let alone hunting the rulers of the extreme north. Hearing about a soul beast with 700,000 years of cultivation was the first for them. There are 3 soul beasts in the extreme north with over 200,000 years of cultivation. This sounds too frightening. After the mission is accomplished, I promise to give each of the Shui family and the Hu clan a piece of 100,000-year-old soul bone. Seeing the fear on Hu Wd and Shu Lu Tin's faces, LBN decisively offered a huge benefit. Although the experts from the Shui family and Hu clan came to assist in accordance with previous promises, they're still bearing great risks. LBN and FLND had previously stated that they would not let the 2 clans undertake tasks beyond their capabilities, so this benefit must be provided. Saying this, to dispel everyone's doubts, LBN directly released his martial soul and activated the 4 soul rings. This time, there was no concealment. 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 1 red. For soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body, creating a stunning scene. 4 colors, with the highest being 100,000-year soul ring. Such a configuration left the entire audience dumbfounded, including Feng Batian, Shui Luotian, and Huowudi. They all gaped, rubbed their eyes frantically, their faces filled with shock, and their eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. My God, the 2nd soul ring is actually a 1,000-year soul ring. The 4th soul ring is directly 100,000 years soul ring. Is this still a human being? Fellow seniors, I am fully confident in this journey, so please rest assured and have no doubts. Luban said with a smile, full of confidence. With his current strength, unless a limit Douluo intervenes, it is difficult for anyone to harm him. At this moment, Luban showed his strength without worrying about safety issues. At this time, Flanders, who was beside him, rubbed his eyes. After years of effort, this kid Luban has finally grown up. At just 12 years old, he has reached the level of a Soul King at level 50, which can be said to have created history on the continent. As the eldest senior brother of Shrek Academy, Luban is the pride of the entire academy. After witnessing Luban's strength, the 3 clan leaders no longer hesitated and agreed. After some preparations, they set off to the extreme northern region with the strongest combat power of their families. The Fire Clan leader, Huowudi, wore a striking flame robe. His face was red, and it seemed as if flames were burning in his eyes, followed by 12 elders from the Wind Clan, who were also dressed in flame robes, radiating a scorching aura that seemed capable of melting the icy world. The head of the Water Clan, Shui Luotian, wore a blue robe that rippled like water waves. His gaze was deep as the sea, seemingly capable of containing everything. The 12 elders behind him were also dressed in blue robes, surrounded by a faint mist of water, giving a tranquil and profound feeling. The head of the Wind Clan, Feng Batian, wore a green robe that seemed to blend into the surrounding forest. His eyes were sharp as the wind, as if they could penetrate everything. The 12 elders of the Wind Clan behind him wore green robes, and it seemed that the wind was howling around them, looking quite swift and agile. The clan leaders and elders of the 3 major families gathered together, marching northward with great momentum. 2 days later, they finally reached the edge of the extreme northern region. Upon arrival, they restrained their momentum and quietly advanced towards the core area. As soon as they entered the extreme northern region, even the became tense. It warned everyone to act discreetly to avoid attracting the attention of the soul beasts in the extreme northern region. After saying this, they took the lead, with Luban and Flanders closely following. continuing to advance towards the core area. Seeing this, the three clans of water, fire, and wind quickly followed suit. The extreme northern region before them was a snow-covered world. The temperature was extremely low, and the cold wind was piercing, as if even the air was frozen. In the distant sky, a deep blue color appeared, but there was no warmth from the sun, only endless coldness and gloom. Occasionally, a few snowflakes gently fell from the sky, dancing gracefully, as if telling the loneliness and silence of this icy world. The ground was covered with thick snow, and stepping on it would produce a crunching sound. In the snow, some ice crystals sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight, like countless little stars twinkling. The ice crystals vary in shape. Some resemble sharp blades, while others look like sparkling gems. They sway in the cold wind, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. The howling cold wind brushes past, stirring up swirling snow mist, making the far north seem hazy and mysterious. Even though the elders of the three major families are all high-level soul masters at the Contra level, they can still feel a bone-chilling cold and an endless loneliness. It seems that here, everything is frozen, even time becomes slow and heavy. It's hard to imagine that in such an extreme environment, as the Rift Wind Beast said, there are so many soul beasts present. Led by the Rift Wind Beast, Luban and his party crossed numerous icy mountain obstacles, spending most of the day finally reaching the core area of the far north. Initially, everyone thought the previous environment was harsh enough, but upon entering the core zone, they truly experienced what it meant to be pelted by cold ice rain on their faces. Chapter 61. First encounter with the ice and snow emperors. Ice crystals swirl in the sky, and ordinary people arriving here could instantly be pierced like a hedgehog. The ground is covered with a thick layer of snow, and beneath the snow lies countless hidden ice crystals. These ice crystals come in various shapes. Some resemble sharp blades, while others look like translucent gems. They sparkle with dazzling light under the sun, as if the entire ground is paved with jewels. Here is a sea of ice crystals shimmering with light, and the scenery is magnificent. In this sea of ice crystals, there are countless islands of ice crystals, each with different shapes. Some resemble peaks, while others look like castles, floating in the sea as if they were mysterious ice crystal fortresses. After navigating through numerous islands, they finally came to a stop near a magnificent palace. The palace before them is entirely translucent, as if it were assembled from countless ice crystals. The roof, walls, and floor of the palace sparkle with dazzling light, as if every piece of ice crystal contains magical power. Under the sunlight, the palace emits a rainbow of colors, resembling a dreamlike existence. Upon seeing this extraordinary sight, everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement. From the serious expression of the knew they had arrived at their destination. This palace before them should be the residence of the Snow Emperor. Indeed, as the ruler of the far north, the Snow Emperor's residence appears to be a brilliant gem, contrasting sharply with the surrounding world of ice and snow. This place is simply a symbol of the glory of the far north. How? Snow Emperor, an old friend has come to visit, come out for a fight. As soon as it arrived, the Crackwind Beast was not polite at all and immediately made a move. With its mouth wide open, a violent whirlwind appeared leisurely, magnificent in momentum, and rushed towards the Snow Emperor's palace. This strike caused the surrounding icebergs to shatter, shaking the earth and mountains. If it hit the palace, it would definitely be destroyed in an instant. Just as the hurricane was about to reach the Snow Emperor's palace, a powerful ice and snow protective shield appeared, tightly enclosing the crystal palace like an inverted bowl, keeping the hurricane at bay. Soon, the world changed color, and Luban felt a chill throughout his body as gusts of icy snow exploded before his eyes. Then, everyone saw a woman appear in mid-air within the palace. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, tall, elegant, and mysterious. Her long hair, pure white like snow, seemed to be winter's snowflakes falling on her shoulders. Her features were delicate and refined, resembling intricately carved ice crystals, exuding a cold and noble aura. Her deep-set eyes resembled a lake of ice, clear and tranquil. She wore an ice-blue long dress, the hem swirling in the snow like a wisp of blue smoke. The dress was adorned with countless sparkling ice crystals, resembling stars on the ice and snow, radiating a mysterious and cold brilliance. Around her neck was a necklace of ice crystals, set with a massive ice crystal, translucent and resembling the heart of winter. Her hands were slender and long, seemingly carved from ice and snow. Each finger wore exquisite ice crystal rings, each one seemingly containing endless power. On her feet were ice crystal shoes, embedded with several blue gemstones, emitting a captivating glow. The air around the woman radiated a cold and noble aura, as if it were the coldness and purity of the extreme north condensed into form. According to the everyone instantly recognized the identity of the woman before them. She was undoubtedly the ruler of the extreme north, the ice goddess, the snow empress. I have spared you 3 times already. Since you remain unrepentant, then stay here, the snow empress said, her words carrying a chilling tone. She glanced indifferently at Luban, Flander, and the others, showing no signs of emotion, as if they did not exist at all. In the eyes of Luban and others, this is blatant disregard, a stark and naked indifference. Indeed, apart from the limit Douluo, who else could make the overlord of the extreme north, with 700,000 years of cultivation, take notice? Snow Empress, you have stolen my opportunity. Today, even if I must die, I will take you down with me. The change from its usual lazy demeanor, and, upon seeing the Snow Empress, its expression turned exceptionally grim. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was gritting its teeth in anger. Rare treasures of heaven and earth are meant for those fated to obtain them. The fact that I could acquire that deep-sea profound ice lotus is naturally due to my own fate. Moreover, I promised that I would let you go 3 times in the future, and I have kept my word. The Snow Empress said coldly, not want to get too entangled in this matter. That had previously provoked her 3 times in the extreme north, and had faced utter defeat each time. The Snow Empress was already filled with a surge of anger, annoyed by being stuck with a dogged creature like the Gale Beast. The act of stealing someone's fate is akin to killing their parents. Snow Empress, no matter how you argue today, your demise is inevitable. The Gale Beast stood tall, eyes filled with fury, a look of determination on its face. With the heavenly tribulation approaching, it knew it would not survive. After witnessing Luban's astonishing strength 2 years ago, it had taken the initiative to negotiate terms with him. With Luban's overwhelming attack power, it believed that only by joining forces could they defeat the Snow Empress. That way, it could die without regrets. I thought who it was. Turns out it's you, Black Cat. Just as the Gale Beast finished speaking, a female voice echoed from within the Snow Empress's palace, indicating that while her strength was lacking, her temper was not small. Soon, Luban and the others saw a mutated soul beast with a human body and a scorpion tail appear beside the Snow Empress. The woman had a human form and a scorpion tail, with a curvaceous figure and an enchanting appearance. Her scorpion tail was at least 3 meters long, resembling an ice blue silk ribbon, graceful and smooth. The tail was slender with flowing lines, as if carved from the purest ice crystals, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. That brilliance flowed in the sunlight, resembling strings of crystal-clear ice beads, breathtakingly beautiful. At the end of the scorpion tail was a long, venomous stinger. This poisonous stinger is slender and sharp, like a beautifully crafted curved sword. The tip of the stinger glimmers with a cold light, as if it could pierce through anything. When the scorpion's tail swings, the surrounding air seems to freeze, emanating a powerful chill. That chill is like an invisible force that can instantly freeze enemies. So, you poisonous scorpion are here too. Upon seeing the Ice Emperor Scorpion appear, the split-winged beast snorted coldly, maintaining a calm facade, but was indeed a bit worried inside. After all, the Ice Emperor's cultivation is also close to 400,000 years, and his strength is comparable to his. Not to mention that they are now in the extreme north of the Ice Emperor's territory, an environment rich in ice elements. With the combat power of both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor will be greatly enhanced. With the Ice Emperor's appearance, the elders of the Wind family, Fire clan, Water family, and others were all extremely tense. Feng Batian, Huowudi, and Shui Luotian showed shock on their faces, their pupils constricted, and they were equally nervous. How would the 2 beast kings be together? This is not scientific. The stronger the soul beast, the stronger its territorial awareness becomes. Even among the same clan, conflicts are unavoidable, let alone between different clans. Chapter 62. The Fierce Snow Emperor. The Ice Emperor appeared, clearly ignoring Luban and the others, with all attention focused on the. Although it felt a bit anxious, it had no intention of retreating. Time was running out for it, and before it died, it was determined to end the feud with the Snow Emperor. Let's go. I will team up with Tang Air to kill the Snow Emperor, while you all hold back the Ice Emperor. Oh woo. With that, they launched an attack on the Snow Emperor. Suddenly, the entire arena seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, and this figure vanished into the air, leaving only a trail of afterimages. Like a lightning bolt streaking across the sky, the air was instantly torn apart, and an invisible wind blade surged forth, shattering the tranquility of the sky in the extreme north. The wind blade emanated a piercing chill, as if even the air could be sliced apart. Wherever the wind blade passed, snow and ice flew, and the ice crystals on the ground were instantly flattened, leaving a deep ravine. At the same time, it let out a deafening roar, filled with rage and power. The sound echoed through the air, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard it. The surrounding soul beasts retreated in the face of this overwhelming power, not daring to approach easily. As a pure offensive extreme attribute, had no skills, only the purest and most extreme wind attribute attacks. This extreme wind attribute attack is astonishing in its power and destructive capability. When the attack is unleashed, the intense wind seems to transform into an indestructible blade, leaving devastation in its wake. This extreme attack attribute possesses a strong cutting force. At this moment, whether it is a hard ice surface or a thick rock under the assault of this ultimate wind, they are as fragile as paper. Once the target is struck, it will surely be torn apart in an instant. In addition to physical damage, this extreme attack also carries a strong wind attribute damage. This wind attribute damage will invade the target's body, destroying its meridians and internal organs, causing significant internal injuries. Moreover, this extreme attack also carries a strong, creating violent fluctuations in the surrounding air and forming powerful shockwaves. These shockwaves not only cause damage to the targeted enemy, but also affect other beings in the vicinity. The moment the Rift Wind Beast launched its attack, even the elders of the three major families of Luban Flanders felt dizzy from the shockwave, as if the entire world was shaking. Facing the full force strike of the Rift Wind Beast, even the Snow Empress, with her 700,000 years of cultivation, did not dare to underestimate it. She immediately unleashed her domain skill, Imperial Cold Heaven, Snow Dance Radiance. A chilling aura instantly enveloped her body, as if the air itself had frozen. This aura rapidly spread, covering the entire battlefield. Wherever the domain skill reached, snowflakes fell gracefully, each one like a delicate ice crystal, radiating brilliant light. At the same time, the sunlight in the sky was obscured by clouds, but burst forth with dazzling brilliance under the reflection of the snow dance. This interplay of light and cold formed a unique scene. The light illuminated the snowflakes, making the entire battlefield resemble a dreamlike world of light and shadow. Under the influence of the Snow Dance Radiance domain skill, the wind blade attacks of the Rift Wind Beast seemed to be blocked by invisible ice and snow cages, their power diminishing rapidly. Hiss! At this moment, Luban, who was beside the Rift Wind Beast, was shocked by the Snow Empress's domain skill. It was truly impressive, capable of both offense and defense. Within the coverage of the Snow Dance Radiance domain, Luban felt the biting cold, as if even his soul was frozen. Under the dual pressure of light and cold, his movements began to slow, as if his spiritual power was bound, with a strange sense of obstruction when he tried to operate it. In contrast, the Snow Empress thrived in this domain skill, her movements becoming more agile, her figure darting through the blizzard, light and graceful, difficult to capture. At a critical moment, Luban decisively activated the Archer domain. Martial Soul Possessed. For soul rings, yellow, purple, black, and red, slowly rose, swirling around his body. The side effects of the Snow Dance Radiance on his body instantly vanished. Upon seeing Luban's soul ring configuration, the Snow Empress's cold expression finally showed signs of change. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her heart filled with disbelief. How could a human possess such a monstrous talent? Due to the instincts of a high-level expert, the Snow Empress suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. She had an inexplicable feeling that this young man before her could pose a threat to her. It had been many years since she had experienced such a sense of crisis. This unsettling presence must be eliminated. Imperial Sword. Ice Extreme unmatched. At this moment, the Snow Empress decisively unleashed her strongest single-target attack skill, directly aiming at Luban. In her hand, a massive ice sword quickly formed, radiating a cold light, as if carved from the purest ice crystal. The sharpness of this ice sword was beyond imagination, as if it could slice through the very air. With a swing of the Snow Empress's sword, an extreme chill erupted instantly. The cold air was like the blade of a 40-meter-long ice sword, causing the air to tremble wherever it went. After tracing a perfect arc in the sky, it miraculously split into countless tiny ice swords. The ice swords poured down on Lu Ban's location like a torrential rain, each one emitting a cold glow, resembling a dazzling rain of ice crystals. Watch out! Seeing the Snow Emperor abandon itself and attack Lu Ban, the Riftwind beast hurriedly shouted a warning. Although Lu Ban had a powerful attack, he was only a level 50 Soul King and had weak defenses. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, Flanders and the elders Feng Batian, Huudi, and Shui Luotian were already engaged in a fierce battle with the Ice Emperor, unable to assist Lu Ban. Seeing Lu Ban suffer such a fierce blow, everyone felt extremely anxious. If something happened to Lu Ban, none of them would be able to leave the extreme north alive today. As the storm of ice swords entered the shooter's domain, Lu Ban felt a tremendous sense of pressure. If he were to take this move head-on with his body, he would definitely be left in ruins. The Snow Emperor's move is extremely fast, and as soon as Lu Ban sensed the sword intent approaching, he immediately activated the first skill of his domain, Resistance Aura. When the resistance aura was activated, a golden elastic shield instantly formed around him. This golden protective shield can withstand skill attacks and also rebound against close-range enemies. As Lu Ban's soul power level increases, the skill duration has extended from the initial 20 seconds to 50 seconds. The resistance halo emits a strong glow, as if possessing magical power capable of withstanding all attacks. Inside the halo, Lu Ban stands tall, radiating a holy brilliance, resembling a towering golden warrior. When the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Unmatched, meets the resistance halo, the entire scene undergoes a dramatic change. The extreme chill and intense light collide with each other, producing a deafening roar. This force seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Chapter 63. The Snow Empress is controlled. In this fierce collision, ice and light interwove to form a unique scene. Within the intertwining of ice and light, it seemed as if a picture of ice and snow dancing with light appeared. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the surrounding ice and snow, while the extreme cold added a touch of chill to this light. In this symphony of ice and light, the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Peerless, and the Resistance Halo fully interpreted power and beauty. Hiss! It was blocked. As the Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme Peerless came to an end, everyone present gasped in awe at the proud and upright figure standing amidst the heavens and earth. At this moment, even the usually unflappable Snow Empress and Ice Empress were left with their mouths agape, their cold and beautiful faces filled with disbelief. They were shocked to the core. How could this be possible? Her strongest single-target attack was actually blocked by a 4-ring Soul King. What kind of divine skill was that golden light shield? To be so against the heavens? It should be known that even a typical title Douluo would suffer severe injuries from this move, and their lives would be in jeopardy. Now was my turn to strike. Lu Ban looked up at the Snow Empress and said calmly, "Wind Split Beast, lend me your speed." As soon as Lu Ban's words fell, the Wind Split Beast reluctantly drifted in front of Lu Ban. Then, its cat-sized body suddenly grew larger, quickly transforming into a creature as strong as a calf. Lu Ban leaped onto the Wind Split Beast's back and flew into the sky. At this moment, the Snow Empress was floating in midair, and her domain could not cover this area. To kill the Snow Empress, she had to be enveloped in the Archer's domain. The Wind Split Beast rode the wind, moving through the air with ease, its speed not inferior to that of the Snow Empress. If they were of equal cultivation, the Snow Empress's speed would certainly be no match for the Wind Split Beast. After all, the Wind Split Beast was a wind-type soul beast born for speed. At this time, Lu Ban did not reveal his true form, still disguised with a divine-level skin as a descendant of an archer in golden armor. He drew his sun-shooting bow, aiming at the Snow Empress. His normal attack was over 110,000, and with the enhancement of the archer's domain, the attack was doubled. As long as she entered his domain's coverage, a normal attack would deal over 220,000 points of damage. Even if the Snow Empress was careless, she would still be injured. The Wind Split Beast quickly caught up to the Snow Empress, and Lu Ban shot an arrow, which almost instantaneously reached her. Unfortunately, the Snow Empress possessed domain skills, and within the realm of Imperial Cold Sky, Snow Dance Shining Sun, her senses were exceptionally keen. Before the lightning arrow could hit her, she had already captured its trajectory. Then, she casually struck out with a snow palm, intending to shatter the lightning arrow. Whoosh! To her shock, the lightning arrow pierced through the snow palm, and at this moment, it was clearly too late to evade. Lu Ban's arrow hit the Snow Empress directly, knocking her back several dozen meters. Fortunately, The snow palm had acted as a buffer in front, preventing her from suffering a severe blow. Otherwise, taking such a heavy hit carelessly would have resulted in significant loss. Even so, the Snow Empress felt a tremendous shock wave coursing through her body, causing pain in her internal organs. Hiss! At this moment, the Snow Empress was greatly shocked. She clearly saw that the young man opposite her had not summoned the power of his spirit rings. He wasn't using any spirit skills at all, just casually shooting an arrow, yet it almost injured her. It was truly unbelievable and hard to imagine. When did such an extraordinary young prodigy appear on the continent? Seeing that the Snow Empress had been careless and injured, the wind-split beast was instantly overjoyed. This scene was exactly like the one in his dream. Anyone who underestimated Luban would definitely suffer a great loss. The wind-split beast carried Luban and continued to pursue. Luban kept shooting thunder arrows at the Snow Empress with the sun shooting bow. Imperial Palm, Great Cold without snow. Realizing the power of Luban's basic attacks, the Snow Empress dared not take them head-on anymore and quickly used another skill, Great Cold without snow, to respond. The Snow Empress leaped lightly to evade the aim of the sun shooting bow, and soon, a massive chill gathered in her palm, resembling a crystal ball of ice, radiating brilliant light. With a soft shout from the Snow Empress, the chill in her palm erupted instantly, transforming into a gigantic ice crystal palm print that emitted dazzling brilliance. The heavy ice crystal palm print, carrying a bone-chilling cold, sliced through the sky and struck towards the thunder arrows shot by Luban. Next, both sides fell into a stalemate battle. Come hit me, you can't hit me. Luban chased after the Snow Empress, not just making a provocative remark that made the Snow Empress frown in anger. Hearing Luban's boastful words, even the wind-split beast couldn't help but want to bite him a few times. Hey, this is a duel between top experts. Can we be a bit more serious? Even though he hated the Snow Empress, he wouldn't act so frivolously during a decisive battle, making it seem like a joke. At this moment, not only the wind-split beast, but also the Ice Emperor and Flinder, who were not far away on another battlefield, were stunned by the sight of Luban battling the Snow Empress. Even Flinder couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth every time he heard Luban's provocative words. If he weren't a student, he would indeed feel a strong impulse to go up and give him a beating. The Ice Emperor didn't expect that a human boy could force the Snow Empress into such a predicament, feeling utterly shocked. The members of the three major families, Wind Dominance, Fire Invincible, and Water Falling Sky, had already been completely stunned by Luban's strength. My God, at such a young age, he can fight evenly with the continent's most peak spirit beasts. Is he even human? The whole continent might not be able to accommodate this kid Luban anymore. Kid, what type of spirit master are you? At this moment, even a usually cold as Snow Empress couldn't help but ask. Extreme Output Stream, Output Type Battle Spirit Master. I pursue ultimate output, Luban said calmly. The warm-up is over. My real attack is about to begin. If the Snow Empress dies at the hands of the #1 archer on Douluo Continent, you can be proud of that. Brilliant shock of the night. 9 absolute thunder paths. After 300 rounds of battle, Luban knew he could no longer drag this out. The Snow Empress opposite him had a cultivation of 700,000 years, with abundant spirit power, and now she was in the extreme north, where she could replenish her spirit power at any time. If this continued, they would run out of spirit power. Luban decisively used his strongest attack skill. The third skill of the Archer domain, 3,000 Thunderfalls. First arrow. The first thunder arrow shot out, with only 10% of its attack power, which was just over 2,000 points. After the Snow Empress used the skill Great Cold without snow, she felt Luban's attack power drop drastically and was quite surprised. Could it be that the opponent's spirit power was about to be exhausted? Second arrow. Just as the Snow Empress dared to feel a bit optimistic, Luban's second thunder arrow shattered her fantasy. She realized that the attack power of the thunder arrows was getting stronger. After using 3,000 Thunderfalls, the atmospheric conditions in the extreme north suddenly changed, with layers of dark clouds appearing, pressing down ominously, and thunder filling the sky. At this moment, Luban stood amidst the thunderclouds, with thunder swirling around him, like a thunder god emerging from a sea of lightning. The might was exceptionally strong, directly suppressing the Snow Empress's Snow Dance Radiant Sun domain. Chapter 64. The Pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors. Third arrow. The third thunder arrow of 3,000 thunder falls shot out with 40% of the basic attack power, which was nearly 50,000 points. The increasingly powerful attack made the Snow Emperor quite moved, and the sense of unease in his heart grew stronger. What kind of skill is this? So bizarre. This is the first time she has seen an attack that gets stronger with each wave. It's truly outrageous. Next, as bolt after bolt of lightning is shot out, the Snow Empress finds it increasingly difficult to respond. The sixth arrow. When the sun's shooting bow draws the sixth lightning arrow, the sky covered by the archer's domain is filled with jumping bolts of lightning, and the density of thunder becomes greater and greater, like a sea of thunder. The Snow Empress's domain, Emperor's cold heaven, snow dance illuminating the sun, is compressed to almost nothing. She feels a deadly threat and knows that she cannot withstand this arrow in front of her. This is the feeling of a strong person, and it generally won't go wrong. Ice Emperor, hurry up. Right now, there's no escape. Snow Empress shouted at Ice Emperor, urging her to quickly leave the battlefield. At this moment, everyone felt the decisive shout from Snow Empress. They were also deeply shocked by Luban's formidable attack power. My God, this divine lightning, wielding a lightning arrow. What kind of divine skill is this? Its power is truly terrifying. Luban's sixth arrow provides a 2 times boost to basic attacks. This means over 220,000 attack power suddenly turned into 660,000 points. Such a powerful attack had long exceeded what Snow Empress could withstand. Unless it was a pure defensive 700,000 year soul beast, it might be able to block Luban's thunderous strike. A being like Snow Empress, formed from the condensation of ice attribute celestial energy, could not withstand such an extreme attack from Luban. Moreover, Snow Empress discovered that Luban's attack contained extreme fire elemental power. At first, this power didn't affect her much, but as the attack power increased exponentially, this fire attribute power became completely restraining for her. Now there was both lightning and fire elements, and she didn't even know how many more arrows her opponent could shoot. Snow Empress felt deeply that there was no escape. Besides trying to escape the range of the thunder, there was no hope for survival. But with the existence of a soul beast with natural speed, her last hope was shattered. No. Seeing Snow Empress let out her last cry before dying, Ice Emperor's expression changed dramatically. After so many years in the extreme north, it was the first time she had seen Snow Empress in such a desperate state. Snow Empress was her close friend, and Ice Emperor could instantly understand every word she said. Now Snow Empress was clearly telling her to run away quickly and not to worry about her. But how could Ice Emperor not care about Snow Empress? Snow Empress was not only her best friend, but also the one she loved in her heart. The wrath of the Ice Emperor. At this critical moment, Ice Emperor instantly used her strongest skill. The wrath of the Ice Emperor was unleashed, instantly forming a snowstorm on the battlefield. This snowstorm was different from before. Anyone who came into contact with it would quickly freeze. It also possessed extreme ice attribute damage. After all, Ice Emperor had a cultivation of 200,000 years. Once the wrath of the Ice Emperor was unleashed, it almost instantly froze Flandre and the masters of the 3 great families, wind, fire, and water. She did not continue attacking, but quickly rushed towards Snow Empress. She could not watch Snow Empress die. She had to save her. Even if she couldn't save her, she was willing to die alongside Snow Empress. Seeing Ice Emperor howl as she ran towards her, Snow Empress, who had been resigned to death, felt her heart revive again. Seeing Luban's sixth arrow coming, she unleashed all her power and flew at full speed towards the outside of the thunder domain. Zizizi, the sound of lightning arrows came from behind, and Snow Empress had no time to think, only instinctively fleeing. At this moment, she didn't care whether she could dodge the lightning arrow attack. Run, right now. She only had one thought in her mind, to run outside. No. Seeing the lightning arrow shot towards Snow Empress, Ice Emperor's wailing echoed throughout the extreme north. Tears streamed down her face, and her heart felt icy cold. Boom! Feeling the lightning arrow coming from behind with a rumble, Snow Empress knew it was over. She let out one last shout, "Don't mind me, hurry up." After saying this, Snow Empress closed her eyes. At this moment, her entire body unleashed a frenzied surge of soul power, attempting self-detonation. As the ruler of the extreme north, she would rather die than lose her royal dignity. She did not want to become a soul ring for humans. No. Hearing the Ice Emperor's shout again, the Snow Empress couldn't help but wonder why the lightning arrow hadn't come yet after such a long time. At this moment, not far behind, Luban was complaining. Predecessor Wind Split Beast, why did you suddenly pause just now? Oh, you brat hit hard. Look at what you've done to me. At this moment, Luban was bathing in thunder, riding on the Wind Split Beast. The Wind Split Beast had its fur standing on end, emitting thick smoke. and there was a burnt meat smell wafting from it. Seeing this, Luban showed a hint of embarrassment. Hurry up, I can't stop this skill. Upon hearing Luban, the wind-split beast gritted its teeth, enduring the surge of lightning, and its speed suddenly increased, catching up to the Snow Empress again. Seventh arrow. As the time limit arrived, Luban successfully shot out the seventh lightning arrow. With a 6. For times boost, nearly 3 million points of attack power, the Snow Empress had no chance of resisting. However, at that moment, the Ice Emperor had already reached the Snow Empress's side. At this time, everyone saw the two great rulers of the extreme north simultaneously shout, "Pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors." At this moment, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress floated together in mid-air, emanating a chilling aura as if the very air had frozen. A massive chill gathered in their palms, transforming into two enormous icy handprints that radiated brilliant light. With a soft chant from the two women, the icy handprints in their hands instantly merged into one, becoming an even larger icy handprint. The ice crystal imprint emanates a bone-chilling coldness, as if it could slice everything apart. At this moment, the Snow Empress's domain skill, Emperor Cold Sky, Snow Dance, Radiant Sun, merged with the Ice Emperor's Eternal Frozen domain to form the Snow Dance Extreme Ice domain. Cold snowflakes and hard ice crystals intertwined and fused together, creating a vast world of ice and snow. In this icy world, everything seemed to be frozen. Snowflakes danced in the air, and the ice layers reflected dazzling light, filling the entire space with a breath of coldness and brightness. In this expansive ice and snow world, the figures of the Ice and Snow Emperors flickered in and out, as if merging with the domain, showcasing the majesty and charm of the kings of the extreme north. With the enhancement of the Snow Dance Extreme Ice domain, the power of the ice crystal palm prints formed by the Pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors increased several times, and their size became even larger, like mountains facing the seventh lightning dragon arrow shot by Luban. My goodness, it's actually a fusion skill. At this moment, the elders of the three major families, Feng Batian, Huowudi, and Shui Luotian, were stunned by the powerful attack from both sides, their mouths agape. Their faces were filled with shock. They had seen many spirit fusion skills among soul masters, but it was the first time they witnessed skill fusion among soul beasts, especially the skill fusion between the two kings of the extreme north. Chapter 65. Dreaming Ice Silkworm with the Snow Empress at 700,000 years of cultivation and the Ice Emperor at 400,000 years. The fusion skill, the Pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors, was incredibly formidable. Even the top-ranked title Douluo among soul masters would find it hard to survive this strike. Yet, this thunderous and heaven-defying blow seemed to be slightly weaker than the seventh lightning arrow shot by Luban. If the means of the Ice and Snow Emperors shocked everyone, then the technique displayed by Luban at this moment made the masters of the three major families question their lives. Come on, that's just a level 50 Soul King. Those at Intino would think he was a limit Douluo. The Rift Wind Beast also witnessed the fusion skill of the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor for the first time and was deeply shocked. If the Pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors hit him, he would surely perish. At this moment, everyone saw the ice crystal giant palm formed by the Pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors, with white and emerald colors merging together. The upper half of the ice crystal giant palm was white, while the lower half was emerald green, with the two distinct colors blending at the center of the palm. It transformed into two yin-yang fish, resembling a Taiji symbol. The yin-yang fish connected head to tail, merging into a circular Taiji pattern. And the palm of the ice crystal giant instantly formed a vortex with a black hole-like suction force. Wherever it passed, not only the snow and ice, but even the light was swallowed. At this moment, the lightning dragon transformed from Luban's seventh lightning arrow charged towards the palm of the ice crystal giant, crashing into the black hole of absorption. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant of collision between the two powerful moves, everyone heard the sound of the void shattering. Then they saw cracks spreading across the ice crystal giant palm, which soon shattered completely. Both the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor spat out blood simultaneously, their faces pale, looking even whiter than the color of snow and ice. Their fusion skill's strongest blow, while it resisted Luban's seventh lightning arrow, also left them severely injured, with no strength left to retaliate. Why are you so foolish? The Snow Empress looked at the Ice Emperor beside her, sighed, her eyes full of pity. Without you by my side, living is so boring, there's no fun. The Ice Emperor smiled gently, a bittersweet yet calm expression. Facing death, she showed no fear. To die together with the Snow Empress. The Ice Emperor instead revealed a hint of satisfaction. In the sky of the extreme north, the Ice Goddess and the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion stood proudly, facing death. One was noble and stunning, the other was enchanting and cold. That regal aura was moving. That determination evoked a shared sense of desolation in people's hearts. The Ice and Snow Emperors exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. The remaining soul power in their bodies began to explode violently. Self-detonation. They were going to self-detonate. At this moment, the elders of the wind, fire, and water clans cried out in alarm. They wanted to die to express their resolve, to tell humanity how a king should die. Luban's 8th lightning arrow was still on the string, not yet shot. He felt even the ice and snow of the extreme north were mourning. Boom! At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The Snow Empress, Ice Emperor, and Atai had arrived. With a loud roar that resonated through the heavens and earth, the third king of the extreme north, Titan Snow Demon King, arrived with an army of soul beasts. Humans, my queen of the extreme north, cannot be humiliated. Everyone turned to the sound and saw a massive wave of soul beasts surging towards the Snow Empress's palace. Leading them was a giant over 100 meters tall, his towering body resembling a majestic mountain, exuding a strong sense of oppression. His skin was a pale blue, as if covered with a layer of ice crystals, emitting a faint blue light. His ice blue eyes were deep and cold, as if they could see through all illusions. His long white hair flowed behind him, contrasting sharply with his ice blue skin, giving him an imposing presence. The muscular lines of his robust body were clearly visible, each muscle seemingly containing astonishing power. His arms were thick and strong, his hands enormous, with long and powerful fingers, each covered in ice blue scales that sparkled with the cold light. The battle between Luban's group and the Ice and Snow Emperors created a huge commotion, naturally attracting the attention of the soul beasts in the extreme north. Upon learning that human experts had banded together to attack the Snow Empress, the soul beasts of the extreme north quickly rushed to support under the leadership of Titan Snow Demon King. Seeing that towering figure appear, Luban and the others immediately recognized who it was. After all, before the action, the Rift Wind Beast had already informed them of the details of the 3 kings of the extreme north. Atai, why are you here? This matter today is between me and the Rift Wind Beast. You should not get involved. Seeing Titan Snow Demon King arrive with the army of soul beasts, the Snow Empress frowned, her eyes filled with deep worry. Luban's strength exceeded her expectations, and she did not want the soul beasts of the extreme north to suffer heavy losses because of her. Snow Empress Ice, not just Atai, I dreaming have come too. As soon as the Snow Empress finished speaking, a loud voice echoed across the battlefield. At this moment, everyone saw a round, chubby ice silkworm soul beast, pure white as jade, lying on the massive shoulder of Titan Snow Demon King. Hiss! Such a large ice silkworm. Feng Batian, Huowudi, Shui Luotian, and the others were astonished, staring wide-eyed at the dreaming ice silkworm, which was over 10 meters long and more than a meter wide at the waist. Typically, ice silkworms are only the size of a finger, but the one before them seemed to have become a spirit. How many years of cultivation does it take to reach this level? Tianming, what trouble are you causing? Seeing Tianming ice silkworm approaching, Ice Emperor said coldly. The dead Sky Dream ice silkworm was originally meant for her breakthrough, but unexpectedly, it took a liking to her, confessing its feelings every time they met, which made her quite unhappy. Although the Sky Dream ice silkworm's cultivation approached 1,000,000 years, its strength was still weak. In the extreme north, the ice silkworm lineage was the lowest level of soul beasts, serving as food for their ice blue Emperor Scorpion clan. Naturally, she looked down on such a weakling. I came to save you, of course. The Sky Dream ice silkworm feigned seriousness, as it was a soul beast with nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation and exceptionally strong spiritual power. It had seen clearly the previous battles between the Ice and Snow Emperors and humans. The Titan Snow Demon King was able to bring such a large army of soul beasts for support because it had sent the message. Hearing the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm say this, the Ice Emperor rolled his eyes, while the Snow Emperor beside him smirked, secretly scolding it in his heart as well. Rift Wind Beast, shall we make a deal? The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm ignored the Ice and Snow Emperor's doubts and spoke directly to the Rift Wind Beast. I know your 400,000 year limit is approaching and you want to drag the Snow Emperor down with you. I have a way for you to continue living as long as you can put aside your grievances with the Snow Emperor. How? In response, the Rift Wind Beast disdainfully roared. Little Ice Silkworm, who do you think you are? Continue living? A little Ice Silkworm actually dares to fool me. To die alongside this king is a blessing for the Snow Emperors. The Snow Emperor must die today. The Rift Wind Beast coldly snorted, resolutely stating its stance. As for the words of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, it wouldn't he believe a single word. Rift Wind Beast, if anything happens to the Ice and Snow Emperors, you won't leave the extreme north alive today. The Titan Snow Demon King threatened fiercely. Even if it means sacrificing all soul beasts in the extreme north, I will exhaust you to death. Ugh. Upon hearing the Titan Snow Demon King's words, a chorus of soul beast howls erupted across the battlefield. Ice bears, snow leopards, snow wolves, Titan snow demons, and countless soul beasts stretched endlessly. The momentum was grand. It seemed likely that they would start fighting at the slightest disagreement. A bunch of rookies, go ahead and try. The Rift Wind Beast coldly said, not at all intimidated by the Titan Snow Demon King's threat. It was well aware of the strength of the nearby Luban. That powerful attacking power could safely kill its way out even while being besieged by the soul beasts of the extreme north. Regardless, it had already sentenced the Snow Emperor to death in its heart. Seeing the Rift Wind Beast's stubbornness and unyielding demeanor, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm turned to Luban. Currently, all the crux of the matter lay with this human boy. Human boy, the reason you're helping the Rift Wind Beast is because it promised a sacrifice. Am I right? Luban nodded in response, not denying it. Such things can be understood with a bit of common sense. The does not know the, but as a traveler, is different. He knows the very well. He wants to hear what the has to say. I have a method that can allow you to obtain a soul ring and enable it to survive in some way. Are you willing to give it a try? The said confidently, I know your strength is very strong, but if the soul beasts of the fight to the death, it will be difficult for you to leave here alive. Tell me more, and if it's feasible, I will persuade that to let him understand the grievances with the, said calmly. Others may not know this cultivation, but he is very clear about it. With nearly 1,000,000 years of cultivation and immense mental power, with his assistance, the beasts of the are indeed not their opponents. If a great battle breaks out, they will surely be exhausted and perish in the. How can you believe the nonsense of the soul beasts of the? Seeing being swayed by the became a bit anxious. Do you not want to continue living? Replied calmly. This left the in deep thought. It might be worth hearing his plan. His attitude wavered, and was overjoyed, quickly detailing his plan to create a god. As long as is willing to sign a soul contract with the can exist in the form of a soul spirit. When becomes a god, it will become a divine beast and obtain eternal life. Upon hearing this plan, everyone from the 3 major families, including, was stunned. They never expected such miraculous means to exist in the world. What shocked them even more was that they had heard the legend of the gods from a soul beast. Level 100 to become a god. Eternal life. How is that possible? Does a god really exist in this world? At this moment, even he is somewhat moved. It understands Luban's talent very well. If what the dreaming Ice Silkworm said is true, then Luban is destined to become a godlike existence in the future. At that time, it can also become a divine beast and gain eternal life. This big cake indeed sounds tempting. I think it's worth a try. Hearing what Tianming Ice Silkworm said, Luban calmly said to the cracked wind beast, if he deceives us, after your sacrifice, I will still help you kill the Snow Emperor. Upon hearing this, the cracked wind beast nodded in agreement. If what that little Ice Silkworm said about the Snow Emperor is true, then our grievances will be settled. The sudden turn of events left the Snow Empress and Ice Empress astonished. It couldn't be better for them to avoid conflict in their extreme northern land. Snow Empress, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and invite our human friend in the palace to sit down. Seeing that the Luban wind beast agreed, the dreaming Ice Silkworm was overjoyed. It spoke boldly, looking proud of its contributions, especially when it saw the Ice Empress's attitude towards it soften. It felt a rush of secret joy. Its expression seemed to say, see how impressive Brother Dreaming is. In the Snow Empress's palace, both sides reached an agreement, and the sacrifice officially began. The Luban wind beast signed the soul contract according to the method taught by the dreaming Ice Silkworm. As the sacrifice commenced, the wind beast emitted a dazzling light, as if golden flames were burning around it. The light grew increasingly intense, completely enveloping the wind beast. Within this light, the wind beast's body gradually became transparent, as if turning into a beam of light. The surrounding air began to tremble violently, as if an invisible force was gathering. A powerful wave of energy was released from the wind beast, causing everything around it to shudder. That energy wave was filled with wildness and untamed spirit, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. Finally, when the sacrifice was complete, the wind beast transformed into a red beam of light, shooting up into the sky. That beam shone like a brilliant star, illuminating the entire sky of the extreme north. Subsequently, the beam gradually disappeared into the air, leaving only a circle of red light hovering in the sky. The halo emitted a warm glow, as if containing the soul and power of the wind beast. It slowly floated down, coming to Lu Ban's side, and gradually merged into his body. At that moment, the power and soul of the wind beast completely fused with Lu Ban, becoming a part of him. Lu Ban sat cross-legged, surrounded by 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 2 red, swirling around him. Then, from the spot where the wind beast's body had disappeared, another dazzling light radiated, blinding those nearby. As the light slowly stabilized, everyone finally saw a shining soul bone. From the appearance of the soul bone, it seemed to be a left leg bone. Hiss! That was a 400,000-year-old soul bone. At this moment, seeing the soul bone produced from the sacrifice of the wind beast, everyone present gasped in shock. They were in awe, especially the members of the Feng family, who were all so excited their faces turned red, filled with exhilaration. Because according to the agreement, this 400,000-year-old left leg bone belonged to their Feng family. Just as everyone was excitedly exclaiming, Lu Ban, who was absorbing the soul rings, suddenly let out a painful scream, startling everyone. At that moment, his forehead bulged with veins, his entire body had already been drenched in sweat, and his twisted face clearly showed he was enduring immense pain. What was going on? The active sacrifice shouldn't be in this state. Flandra, who was protecting Lu Ban, looked worried. In the past, when the 6-winged frost centipede was sacrificed, it was incredibly easy. Chapter 67, External Soul Bone. Wind, thunder wings, what is going on? Are we being plotted against? This is bad. If Tang San has an accident, we're all finished. Yes, the 3 kings of the extreme north 1T let me leave alive. I was careless. I said that ice silkworm wasn't up to any good. Boo-hoo. I knew the God creation plan was a scam. At this moment, Lu Ban's sudden abnormal condition made the elders of the 3 major families, who were protecting him, tense and worried. The previous joy and excitement disappeared in an instant. If they couldn't leave the extreme north alive, everything before would become an illusion. Flandra clenched his hands tightly, his face full of anger. Fire invincible, wind dominator. Water Luo Tan. The 3 family heads looked at each other, their expressions serious and heavy. If anything happened to them, the 3 families would be finished. However, at that moment, a sudden burst of light erupted from Lu Ban's back, and a mysterious power surged from within him. The power was as dazzling as lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Lu Ban's aura at that moment became sharp and powerful, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Then, a pair of massive wings unfolded from Lu Ban's back, formed from the power of wind and thunder, sparkling with brilliant light. The shape of the wings resembled those of a majestic eagle, but appeared even larger and more shocking. Each feather seemed to be forged from black gold, emanating a cold and mysterious aura. The appearance of the wings instantly made the surrounding air become turbulent, as if an invisible force was swirling around the wings. That power was strong and mysterious, seemingly capable of tearing apart any obstacles. Lu Ban's aura peaked at that moment. His gaze became profound and bright, as if he could see through all illusions. He flapped his wings, and a powerful gust of wind followed, causing the decorations inside the surrounding palace to topple. The power of those wings seemed endless, carrying Lu Ban soaring towards the entrance of the main hall, directly charging into the sky. This, Lu Ban's sudden action once again shocked the entire audience. The elders of the 3 major families were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Flander, Fongbatian, Huowudi, and Shui Luotian hurriedly rushed out of the hall to investigate the situation. An external soul bone? This human kid truly has extraordinary luck. As soon as Flander and the others came out, they encountered the rulers from the extreme north, including the Snow Emperor and the Dream Eye Silkworm, who were waiting outside the hall. The Dream Eye Silkworm gazed up at Lu Ban's dashing figure in the sky and couldn't help but exclaim, "An external soul bone?" Hearing the Dream Eye Silkworm's words, Flander and the others' pupils constricted, their faces filled with shock. My goodness, Lu Ban unexpectedly possesses an external soul bone. An external soul bone is a miraculous existence, even more precious and rare than the 6 major types of soul bones. If the probability of the 6 major types of soul bones appearing, limbs, head, and torso, is 1 in 10,000, then the probability of an external soul bone appearing is 1 in 10,000 of that 1 in 10,000, making it extremely rare. Unlike the 6 major types of soul bones, external soul bones can evolve gradually with the host cultivation. Over the course of thousands of years, soul masters have ranked the most precious things for soul masters in a list called the Soul Master Dream List. Among them, external soul bones have consistently ranked second. Their preciousness is second only to the almost impossible to exist 100,000-year soul rings. Now, Luban unexpectedly possesses an external soul bone, and it's a flying-type external soul bone of 400,000 years. Just thinking about it is incredibly shocking and unbelievable. Seeing Luban gain another powerful weapon. The Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor's expressions were complex. The sudden emergence of such a monstrous talent among humans is not a good thing for their soul beasts. If this golden-clad youth were to go on a killing spree against soul beasts, there wouldn't be a single soul beast on the entire continent that could stop him. Snow Emperor, are you worried about the soul beasts of the extreme north? The Dream Ice silkworm arched its body, raised its head, and its big, blinking eyes sparkled with wisdom. Seeing the Snow Emperor's furrowed brows, it immediately understood her thoughts. Do you have a way to deal with it? The Snow Emperor asked indifferently, noticing the Dream Ice silkworm's fearless demeanor. It's simple. As the saying goes, heroes have a hard time getting past beautiful women. I say you might as well marry this human youth right in front of you. The Dream Ice silkworm chuckled foolishly. That way, I can also be with my favorite Bing Bing. As soon as the Dream Ice silkworm's words fell, it felt a chill enveloping its body. Its body slowly froze, unable to move. Then it heard the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor say in unison, "Seeking death." Ah! Next, the Dream Ice silkworm was predictably hit by a joint attack from the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, and its screams echoed throughout the extreme north. Hearing this, the soul beasts in the area trembled in fear. On the other side, in the air above the Snow Emperor's palace, Luban spread his black and gold wings and danced gracefully in the sky, moving at incredible speed. He opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban Soul Weapon. Luban No. 7 Soul Weapon Talent. Archer Field. Resistance Halo. Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. 3000 Thunder Strikes. Qualification. Innate Full Soul Power. Jungle Level Up. Soul Power. 60, 0, 100. Soul Rings. Yellow, purple, black, red. Red Soul Bone. Wind Thunder Wings Soul Skills. Attack 700. Attack 1350. Attack 9000. Fire Attack 100000. Wind Attack 350000. Items. Gamer Boy Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. As he expected, this time the sacrifice of the wind-splitting beast actually granted him the external soul bone, Wind Thunderwing. After some testing, he discovered that the Wind Thunderwing did not have any skills but provided pure speed enhancement. Once he activated the Wind Thunderwing, he could fly at the peak speed of the wind-splitting beast for 5 minutes. He believed that as his soul power level increased in the future, the flying time would also increase. In addition to awakening the external soul bone, his soul power level also jumped 10 levels, going from a 50-level Soul King to a 60-level Soul Emperor, truly worthy of a 400,000-year cultivation soul beast. This harvest was immensely significant. Aside from the increase in soul power, the 5th soul ring, as expected, remained purely offensive, adding 350,000 attack power to his basic attacks. Moreover, the basic attacks currently also carried wind attribute damage. The Dream Ice Silkworm's god-making plan was also completely successful. The wind-splitting beast did not completely disappear. Luban discovered that at this moment, in his spiritual sea, a small black cat with horns on its head was sleeping. From its appearance, it was clearly the wind-splitting beast. I heard that there are many soul beasts in your extreme north. How about this? Arrange it. I now need 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. After testing the Wind Thunder Wing, Luban slowly landed in front of the Snow Emperor and stated his conditions. This time, he promised to give the Fire Clan and Water family a 100,000-year soul bone. Of course, it had to come from the extreme north. Chapter 68. The Legend of the Senior Brother. Upon hearing that Luban wanted soul bones, and right off the bat 100,000-year soul bone, the 3 kings of the extreme north, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Titan Snow Demon King, instantly changed their expressions and were filled with anger. Kid, don't overreach. Do you really think we are afraid of you? That's right. We'd rather shatter into pieces than remain whole. The extreme north cannot be insulted. Let's fight. I want to see how many of you can leave the extreme north alive. The extreme north is the territory of their soul beasts, and they will never submit like the human race. From Luban's tone, it was clear that he regarded them as his own domesticated territory, wanting soul bones as if they were nothing. You have so many soul beasts in the extreme north. Surely some have reached the end of their lifespan? Luban smiled lightly and explained slowly, if I were to look for them myself, it would be easy to cause accidental deaths. Rest assured, I am not one to commit massacres. These 2 soul bones are also to repay a favor, and I will never indiscriminately kill the innocent in the extreme north in the future. Upon hearing Luban say this, the Snow Emperor's side slowly lowered their hostility. Ultimately, under the persuasion of the Dream-Eye Silkworm, both sides reached an agreement. They found 200,000-year soul beasts nearing the end of their lifespan, allowing Luban to obtain 200,000-year soul bones, and then they left with their team. As they exited the extreme north, members of the wind, fire, and water families were all extremely excited. They had made a huge profit on this trip. Each family received a soul bone over 100,000 years. Afterward, the 4 parties agreed to keep it a secret. The journey to the extreme north must not be leaked. Soon, the agreement was reached, and they each returned home. Under Flanders' lead, Luban set off towards Soto City. With the matter of the extreme north settled, they were heading back to Shrek Academy to see the master. Because the next step in obtaining Luban's 6th soul ring required the master's assistance. During the years Luban was out training, the master also visited them from time to time and was well aware of Luban's situation. However, due to his own low strength, he was afraid of dragging Luban and Flander down, which is why he didn't go with them. Likewise, Flander had often returned to Shrek Academy over the years. After all, he was the principal, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to be absent for too long. Luban, besides you, our Shrek Academy has now recruited a batch of little monsters. On the way back, Flander slowly explained the situation at Shrek Academy to Luban. On the other side, outside Soto City, Shrek Academy. In the morning, as the sunlight fell on the Academy's stone path, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun walked together towards the Academy's small square. Today, the master was going to conduct a training session for them. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed, filled with youthful vitality and energy. Tang San and Xiao Wu walked in front, whispering to each other, their expressions revealing a sense of understanding and closeness. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing walked side by side, maintaining a certain distance yet still exhibiting a unique harmony. Oscar and Ning Rongrong followed behind, with Oscar occasionally teasing Ning Rongrong, causing her to giggle. Ma Hongjun walked alone, his gaze steadfast, seemingly deep in thought. Before long, the conversation turned to the legendary senior brother, their faces filled with surprise and curiosity. Except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, no one had seen the extraordinarily talented senior brother mentioned by the Academy teachers. In response to Zhu Zhuqing's inquiry, Dai Mubai stroked his chin, his eyes revealing some confusion. This senior brother is very well hidden. I'm also curious about his strength. His tone carried a hint of challenge. Facing Ning Rongrong's question, Oscar scratched his head, wearing a playful expression. I haven't seen the senior brother either, but it's said that he is stronger than all of us present. Ning Rongrong pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Is there really such a genius in the continent? Her tone was filled with doubt. As the talents of the 7 present were already the most powerful she had ever seen, she simply couldn't imagine anyone whose talent could surpass theirs. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with fervor. Only with a worthy opponent can there be better growth. I want to see how strong this senior brother really is. His tone was filled with a desire for battle. At Shrek Academy, in the small square, the master stood tall in a black robe, his eyes bright and revealing a glimmer of wisdom. His demeanor was calm and reserved, exuding a unique scholarly elegance. Ever since he accepted Luban and Tang San as his direct disciples, his previous lethargy had completely vanished. Now, teaching at Shrek Academy, he was full of spirit every day. Yesterday, the Academy also recruited Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, 2 little monsters, which delighted him. At this moment, he clearly heard the conversation of the 7 on the road. The master's lips curled up into a slight smile. It seemed that the legendary senior brother Luban really made everyone feel dissatisfied. Hello, master. Upon arriving at the small square, Tang San and the 7 bowed in greeting. The master smiled and nodded. I heard your discussions on the way here. Now, I have some news for you. The senior brother you want to challenge will be returning to the Academy in the next couple of days. As soon as the master's words fell, a wave of discussion erupted on the scene. Master, what is Luban's current soul power level? Tang San asked confidently, clenching his fists. He had been overshadowed by Luban before. But after 6 years of hard training, he was now at level 29 and believed he could defeat Luban. Master, is that kid really as strong as you say? Can he withstand my 8 strikes? Xiao Wu waved her fist provocatively, pouting. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and others also showed eager expressions. In recent years at the academy, they have been listening to Master Zhao Wujin and several teachers praise the so-called Big Brother every day, feeling quite unconvinced in their hearts. Seeing everyone like this, the master shook his head and did not tell them about Lu Ban's specific rank and strength, as it would be too discouraging and could easily shatter the resolve of these children. Yesterday, he received a message from Flandra, learning that Lu Ban had reached the level of 60 Soul Emperor. Even someone like him, who had seen the world, was shocked for quite a while before coming back to his senses. If Dai Mu Bai and the others knew about Lu Ban's cultivation, they would definitely question their lives. You 7 get to know each other. Today, I will train you into a team. When Lu Ban returns, you can challenge him together. The master said with a calm smile. Even if these 7 little monsters teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for Lu Ban's single strike. However, it would be fine for Lu Ban to play with him a bit. Talents like Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were all quite proud, and without experiencing some setbacks, it would be hard for them to mature. For the next whole day, the master successfully formed a small monster group, which he named the Shrek 7 Monsters. Chapter 69. The 7 monsters challenge Lu Ban and Flandra emerged from the extreme north, heading south towards Shrek Academy. Soon, 2 days passed. As they gradually approached Shrek Academy, the surrounding scenery became increasingly familiar. Green meadows, dense forests, and winding streams all made them feel incredibly close to home. In the distance, the iconic buildings of Shrek Academy were becoming faintly visible. We're back. As soon as they entered the village, Flandra shouted loudly. Just as his voice fell, there was a commotion within Shrek Academy. 5 teachers, along with the 7 students, rushed toward the village entrance. They saw a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses walking towards them, accompanied by a handsome young man. 6 years had passed since Lu Ban had gone out to train, and he had transformed from a tender 6-year-old child into a graceful and handsome young man. His large, dark eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, shining brilliantly. Flandre, Lu Ban, you 2 have finally returned. Vice President Zhao Wujin rushed forward excitedly, his face full of joy. Seeing Lu Ban made him eager to compete a bit and see how much his strength had grown. Hello, teachers. As the master approached, Lu Ban saluted him and the other Shrek Academy teachers. The master smiled and nodded, then briefly introduced Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and the others to Lu Ban. Xiao San, Xiao Wu, and all my junior brothers and sisters, hello. Lu Ban smiled and waved at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the 7 of them. In the past few years, the Shrek 7 monsters have indeed gathered. As a time traveler, Lu Ban immediately recognized Dai Mu Bai and the others. After growing up, Tang San had lost the cuteness of his childhood. His blue hair fell naturally, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his face like a crowned jade. He wore a blue tight-fitting outfit, with the 24 bridges on a moonlit night at his waist, exuding even more heroism than before. Xiao Wu, compared to her time in Nodding City, appeared even more charming. She had a slender figure, fair skin, and a pair of big, lively eyes, with long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She sported 2 cute rabbit ears on her head, dressed in a pink short skirt that swayed gently with her movements. Dai Mu Bai was tall and handsome, with golden long hair flowing in the wind. His sharp and unusual gaze revealed a wild aura. Bizide Dai Mu Bai. Zhu Zhuqing had a slender figure and a delicate appearance, with black hair flowing like a waterfall behind her. Her black eyes were cold and determined. With a high nose and elegant lips, she wore a black tight-fitting outfit, possessing an extremely curvaceous figure that belied her age. Oscar had large peach blossom eyes that were particularly noticeable, filled with curiosity and wit, and a playful smile at the corners of his mouth. Ningrongrong, on the other hand, was born beautiful and charming, with exquisite features and big, affectionate eyes. She had a graceful posture, long hair cascading over her shoulders, and wore a blue long dress adorned with exquisite embroidery, exuding an air of nobility. The chubby Ma Hongjun at the edge stood out with his round body, dark skin, and fiery red hair that was dazzling like flames. Lu Ban, you finally came back. Seeing Lu Ban, Tang San smiled and approached, giving him 2 friendly punches on the shoulder. Lu Ban, let us spar. Xiao Wu also joined in, waving her little fists, and putting her tiny fists right in front of Lu Ban, showing off her bravado. Dai Mu Bai and the others seeing Lu Ban for the first time and not familiar with him, responded with smiles and nods. Following that, accompanied by everyone, Lu Ban and Flinder walked into Shrek Academy. In the principal's office of Shrek Academy, Master Zhao Wujing, Xiao Xian, and 3 other teachers gathered. At present, aside from the Master and Flinder, the others were still unaware of Lu Ban's strength. Thus, everyone was quite curious. After all, Lu Ban was a level 20 with innate soul power, and his first entrance to Shrek Academy had shocked everyone greatly. Now that 6 years had passed, they were eager to know how much Lu Ban had progressed. Luban, there are no outsiders here. Release your soul rings. There's no need to hide, the Master said with a faint smile, his face filled with pride. Over the years, he often visited Luban and provided him with considerable guidance in his cultivation. The Master was quite shocked by Luban's unconventional cultivation method of leveling up through battles with spirit beasts. In recent years, following the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, another 10 theories have been published consecutively. It has now evolved into the 20 core competencies of martial souls. Despite being ridiculed by the Spirit Master community, the Master did not care at all because the example of Luban is right in front of him. In the future, when Luban becomes famous on the continent, those who mocked him will realize how ridiculous they were. As soon as the Master finished speaking, Luban unleashed his martial soul. Martial soul manifestation. 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 2 red, slowly rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body. The vivid colors illuminated the entire principal's office in a kaleidoscope of hues, like neon lights flashing. 100,000-year soul ring? Hiss. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wujia, Xiao Xian, and others all gasped in astonishment, exclaiming it was unbelievable. My God, the 3rd soul ring is actually a 10,000-year black soul ring. And the 4th soul ring is the coveted 100,000-year red soul ring that every spirit master dreams of on the continent. How is this possible? It feels like a dream. It's so fantastical, it doesn't feel real at all. Wujia, you don't need to compete with little Luban anymore. You're no match for him now. Flinder said with a grin as he glanced at Zhao Wujia. This time, Zhao Wujia clearly saw the eager expression on his face. He knew he was a battle fanatic who loved to spar with others. However, the current gap between the two sides was too great. There was no need for a competition. After all, Lu Ban had already defeated the 2 great kings of the extreme north, let alone a soul sage like Zhao Wujia. Good heavens, Lu Ban, how did you manage that? You really surprised me, old Zhao. Zhao Wujia kept circling around Lu Ban, his eyes filled with shock. The other teachers were similarly astonished, at a loss for words. By the way, Lu Ban, what is your current soul power level? Zhao Wujia collected his thoughts and asked again. 60 level Soul Emperor. I came back this time to discuss obtaining the 6th soul ring with my teacher. What? 60 level Soul Emperor? As soon as Lu Ban finished speaking, the entire venue gasped in unison. My God, a 12-year-old Soul Emperor. Is he even human? Lu Ban's current cultivation far exceeded the previous records on the continent. Lu Ban, when you spar with Tang San and Xiao Wu later, conceal your strength a bit. The Master patted Lu Ban on the shoulder and said with a calm smile, those little guys have been acting all high and mighty since joining Shrek Academy. It's time to temper their arrogance. Chapter 70. The Shrek 7 are put in their place. In the small square of Shrek Academy, all the teachers and students gathered together. With the teachers serving as judges, Lu Ban was set to have a simple spar with the Shrek 7. Upon hearing that the Master wanted them to collectively confront Lu Ban, the legendary senior brother, the faces of the Shrek 7 were filled with disbelief. They thought that no matter how powerful Lu Ban was, it was impossible for him to take on all 7 of them. Even without the use of soul skills from the mighty Zhao Wujia, they would still suffer a great loss when working together, let alone against a peer like Lu Ban. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Team leader Dai Mubai shouted, and the members of the Shrek battle team released their martial souls one after another, proudly announcing their soul power levels to Lu Ban. Dai Mubai, martial soul. White Tiger, 37 level assault type battle soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Tang San, martial soul. Blue Silver Grass, 29 level control type battle soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Xiao Wu, martial soul. Jade Rabbit, 29 level close combat assault type battle soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Ma Hongjun, martial soul. Evil Fire Phoenix, 27 level assault type battle soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Zhu Zhuqing, martial soul. Phantom Cat, 27 level agility type battle soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Oscar, martial soul. Sausage, 29 level support type weapon soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Ning Rong Rong, martial soul, 7 treasure glaze tile, 26 level support type weapon soul master. Soul rings, 2 yellow. Let us begin. Seeing the opposing team release their martial souls and activate their soul rings, Lu Ban smiled and said, not even summoning his own martial soul. Given his current strength, he didn't need to use a martial soul to deal with the Shrek 7. The 40,000-year-old Lianfeng beast not only added 35,000 attack points to him, but also enhanced his body with the remaining 5,000 years of cultivation. Even without a martial soul, with so many attribute points strengthening his body, he was not someone Tang San and the others could contend with. Furthermore, the fusion of the 40,000-year-old external soul bone, wind, and thunder wings had maximally enhanced his speed attribute. Senior brother, you're too arrogant. Seeing that Lu Ban didn't even use his martial soul, team leader Dai Mubai frowned, determined to teach this cocky kid a lesson. Control, Dai Mubai shouted, and Tang San instantly understood, decisively unleashing his first soul skill. Bind. Thick blue silver grass suddenly shot up from the ground, wrapping around Lu Ban. Seeing this, Lu Ban smiled indifferently, lightly leaping as if riding the wind, soaring over 10 meters and rendering Tang San's control skill ineffective. Seeing this, the Shrek 7 monsters were all surprised. They knew that Tang San's blue silver grass could almost instantaneously bind opponents, and that ordinary soul masters couldn't dodge it. However, they didn't expect it to be ineffective against Lu Ban. Charge! With the control-type soul master incapacitated, Dai Mubai signaled the agility-type soul masters to attack. At this moment, Lu Ban's speed was a bit beyond imagination. They had to let Zhu Zhuqing restrain his speed so that Tang San could unleash his control skills. Phantom Piercing. Zhu Zhuqing, demonstrating great synergy, immediately used her first soul skill. As an agility-type soul master, her speed doubled in an instant, and she dashed towards Lu Ban. With the Phantom Spirit Cat martial soul activated, Zhu Zhuqing's fingernails suddenly elongated, becoming as hard as steel and gleaming coldly as she aimed for Lu Ban. However, just as she was about to make contact, Lu Ban's speed surged once again. With a light leap, he shook Zhu Zhuqing off. Zhu Zhuqing chased again, but Lu Ban dodged once more, and it seemed he wasn't even using his full strength. The Shrek 7 monsters looked serious. Lu Ban's speed far exceeded their expectations. Support. At a critical moment, Dai Mubai signaled the support-type soul masters to keep up. Ning Rong Rong, holding the shining 7-treasure glazed tile tower, began to chant 7 treasures. The second is speed. She directly used her second soul skill, and a beam of colorful light shot from the 7-treasure glazed tile tower, landing on Zhu Zhuqing and instantly increasing her speed by 30%. Zhu Zhuqing became light-footed, as fast as a lightning-like phantom spirit cat, dashing like the wind, leaving afterimages. Unfortunately, she still couldn't restrain Lu Ban. In the small square, Lu Ban's body floated like willow fluff in the wind, elusive and hard to grasp. Every time Zhu Zhuqing was about to collide with him, he would increase his speed. Brothers, don't hold back. Let's go all out. At that moment, Dai Mubai realized that only by surrounding Lu Ban with all 7 of them could they limit his speed. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to touch him. After Dai Mubai spoke, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun attacked from 4 sides, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar provided support from behind. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Seeing Lu Ban flying towards him, the chubby Ma Hongjun decisively used his first soul skill. He spewed a scorching flame from his mouth, blocking Lu Ban's path. White Tiger Light Wave. Seeing Lu Ban being obstructed, Dai Mubai decisively used his second soul skill. He shot out a milky white sphere of soul power, crashing towards Lu Ban. The sphere was extremely fast and almost instantaneous within effective range. Lu Ban had no time to dodge and met it with his fist. Blue Silver Binding. Taking advantage of Lu Ban's speed decreasing from the confrontation, Tang San once again unleashed his control skill. This time it didn't fail. The blue silver grass leaped up from the ground and quickly wrapped around Lu Ban's body. Look at this. Seeing Lu Ban under control, Xiao Wu's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly approached. Second soul skill, Charm. She made a series of flirtatious gestures towards Lu Ban and even blew him a kiss, causing Lu Ban to enter a brief state of confusion. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu's body was as flexible as a water snake, wrapping around Lu Ban's body. The waist bow activated, instantly doubling the strength in her waist, resilient and powerful like a bow, directly launching Lu Ban into the air. Then she began to execute the explosive 8. The 7 treasures rotated out with glazed. The 7 treasures are famous, 1 for strength, 2 for speed. Ning Rongrong simultaneously activated the 7 treasures Glazed Pagoda to enhance Xiao Wu. At this moment, the Shrek 7 monsters unleashed their strongest combination attack. First throw, HM. Second throw, HM. Third throw, ha. Fourth throw, hey. In midair, the Shrek team felt goosebumps as they saw the violent rogue rabbit make its move. It was too brutal, too fierce. Fifth throw. Just as Xiao Wu was about to execute the 5th move of the 8-section throw, she suddenly saw Lu Ban wake up in midair and flash her a mysterious smile. Guys, you're working together quite well. Not bad. With that, Lu Ban grabbed Xiao Wu's ankle and threw her out. Not good. Everyone be careful. Dai Mubai exclaimed in shock, trying to warn them, but unfortunately, the power disparity was too great. Lu Ban leaped into the air and ran towards Ning Rongrong and Oscar behind them. Gust vine parasite. Tang San thought to himself, wanting to use his second soul skill to restrict Lu Ban's speed. However, he was shocked to find that the parasitic ability had no effect on Lu Ban at all. Lu Ban landed nearby, and with just 2 light punches, Ning Rongrong and Oscar lost their combat effectiveness. Chapter 71. The Master's Inner Demon with a simple move. Lu Ban incapacitated the 3 of them. The moment Xiao Wu was thrown out, Tang San used Ghost Shadow mysterious steps to catch her, and upon realizing she was mostly unhurt, he let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing stood facing each other, their eyes firm and passionate. Dai Mubai's figure flickered, transforming into a white shadow, quickly darting towards Zhu Zhuqing. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light, as if to cut everything apart. Zhu Zhuqing's figure moved like a black lightning bolt, swiftly meeting him. Then, the 2 extended their hands, interlocking their fingers tightly together, and the surrounding air was suddenly gripped by an invisible force as a powerful energy slowly gathered between them. The 2 figures intersected in midair, and a strong energy wave erupted instantly. A gigantic white tiger phantom emerged in the air, a majestic beast with pure white fur and black stripes. Its purple eyes seemed to burn with a cold flame, radiating endless majesty. Inming White Tiger, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shouted in unison, using their martial soul fusion skill. An enormous white tiger, 8 meters long and 2 meters tall, lunged at Lu Ban. Haha, the white tiger you fused is so cute. Lu Ban laughed loudly upon seeing the Inming White Tiger. He then condensed his soul power into a massive red cloth and waved it at the white tiger repeatedly. While others fought bulls, he fought tigers. His demeanor looked quite infuriating. The onlooking Master Flander and the other teachers were all astonished, their mouths twitching. Come on, can't you be serious? This is a martial soul fusion skill. Show them some respect. Next, the Inming White Tiger kept pouncing at Lu Ban, but each time, Lu Ban managed to evade it. After about a quarter of an hour, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing finally exhausted their soul power and ended the match. The entire sparring session resulted in a complete defeat for the Shrek 7 monsters. They couldn't even force Lu Ban to use his martial soul, let alone keep up with his speed. Alright, that concludes today's sparring session. Mubai, Tang San, you 7 performed quite well. Your cooperation was already very harmonious from the start. After the sparring, the master gave a brief summary. Lu Ban's battle left a huge shadow over the Shrek 7 monsters, making them realize that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals outside. They fully acknowledged Lu Ban's senior brother status. In the office of the principal of Shrek Academy, Lu Ban, Master, and Flander gathered together to discuss Lu Ban obtaining his 6th soul ring. According to the information they received from Fongbatian, it was highly likely that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family possessed a pure attack-type ultimate attribute soul beast. Since the Master came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, it was essential for him to know about this and make a decision. To their surprise, Fongbatian had actually been to the Heavenly Pool Lake. Upon hearing Flander's account, the Master exclaimed in amazement. The Heavenly Pool Lake is the place of inheritance for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and very few outsiders are allowed to enter. To enter the Heavenly Pool Lake, one must either be a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family or obtain approval from the Elder Council. Given Lu Ban's current situation, he could only gain entry with the Elder Council's approval, but with his current status in the family, it was nearly impossible to persuade the Elder Council to allow an outsider into their place of inheritance. The Master fell into a deep dilemma at this thought. Unless she comes with me, there might be a possibility to convince the Elder Council to approve Lu Ban's entry into the Heavenly Pool Lake. Seeing the Master so troubled, Flander instantly understood who she represented. Xiaogang, it's been 20 years. How long do you plan to keep avoiding it? Flander pushed his glasses up and couldn't help but sigh and advise. Let me think about it. The master walked out of the office with a sorrowful expression. Flander signaled for Luban to follow and suggested that sometimes Luban's words could be more effective than the master's. That night, the autumn wind howled, and the maple leaves fell. The master stood under the night sky, gazing up at the stars, constantly recalling bits and pieces of the past. Tears occasionally slipped down his cheeks. Luban approached the master and draped a cloak over him, quietly staying by his side. The master's eyes carried a deep sorrow as he slowly began to recount his past painful experiences to Luban. He closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about those painful days. Taking a deep breath, the master tried to calm his emotions, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. I once tried to escape, to free myself from that relationship, but the determination and persistence of the two dragons made it impossible for me to forget. The master fell silent for a moment, seemingly sorting out his emotions. For 20 years, I have been avoiding and trying to avoid meeting her. He looked at Luban, his eyes filled with confusion. If you were me, what would you do? Luban listened quietly to the master's story, feeling the deep pain and helplessness. Teacher, life is just 100 years. Gone in the blink of an eye. Why care about the opinions of outsiders? If it were me, I would follow my heart. Not care about outsiders' opinions? Follow my heart. Upon hearing his disciple's words, the master suddenly realized, and a spark flashed in his eyes. Indeed, all these years of living so oppressed were because I cared too much about others' opinions, wanted to prove myself to my family and outsiders. Sighing, the master felt he was not as open-minded as a child. Time passed, and before they knew it, a night had gone by. The next day, at dawn, the master packed his belongings and went to find Flander. What are you going to do? Seeing the master's attire, Flander was startled, thinking he had said something wrong last night, and that the master was about to leave Shrek Academy. What do you mean? I'm going to find her, the master said solemnly, feeling that every word he spoke carried great weight. What? Upon hearing this, Flander was shocked, his eyes wide open, disbelief written all over his face. Have you finally come around? Luban is right. Life is just 100 years, and it will pass in a flash. Why should I care about others' opinions? After being enlightened by Luban yesterday, the master felt an enormous weight lifted off his shoulders and was unusually relaxed. All right, let's set off now. Seeing the master finally come to terms with things, Flander was extremely happy. He quickly prepared the luggage, as he was well aware of Lu Erlong's destination. A day later, in Tiando City, Master Luban, Flandra, and the others arrived in front of a college gate. They saw a gatehouse over 10 meters high, engraved with 8 gilded characters, Bluba Advanced Soul Master Academy. On either side of the gate, there were giant stone lion statues. The stone lions were majestic in shape, with sharp eyes, as if guarding everything in the academy. Their presence added to the solemnity and gravity of the entrance. It was no wonder it was an Advanced Soul Master Academy in the Tiando Imperial City. Just the entrance could overshadow the entire Shrek Academy. Chapter 72. First encounter with Lu Erlong. Stop. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the academy. As Flandra proudly walked into the Bluba Advanced Soul Master Academy, he was quickly stopped by a security guard at the entrance. We are friends of your Dean Lu. We have business to attend to, Flandra explained calmly. However, the guard at the entrance smirked, showing a mocking expression. Sir, can you please come up with a better excuse? People like you come here every day. Hurry up and leave, or don't blame us for being rude. Upon hearing this, Flandra frowned, showing displeasure. Just as he was about to get angry, the master pressed down on his shoulder from behind. At that moment, the master took out a token that emitted a metallic sheen from his storage soul guide bracelet. The token was pentagonal, palm-sized, and looked very sturdy and durable. On the front of the token was a complex pattern made up of various elements, including a sword, a hammer, a crown, an incomplete human figure, a dragon, and a chrysanthemum. Upon seeing the token the master took out, the guard's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat, and his face turned pale. A token from the elder of the spirit hall? Seeing the 6 patterns on the token, the guard was filled with terror. This kind of token he had only seen in books belonging to a legendary existence, and he never expected to see it with his own eyes today. The young one, not recognizing the greatness before him, humbly asked for forgiveness from the esteemed guests. The guard was so frightened that he directly knelt down, bowing his head to apologize. Can we go in now? The master said. Then he lifted his leg and stepped into the gate of Blue Baja Academy. Upon entering the gate, there was a wide road leading straight into the academy's interior. Tall trees were planted on both sides of the road, their leaves gently swaying in the breeze, making a rustling sound. As soon as he stepped into the academy, a spacious square came into view. In the center of the square stood tall statues of figures, surrounded by some fountains and flower beds, adding a touch of vitality and energy to the academy. On both sides of the square were the main buildings of the academy. These buildings adopt a classical architectural style, with tall stone columns, exquisite carvings, and magnificent roofs, giving them an ancient and grand appearance, typical of academic architecture. Inside Blue Barge Academy, it's shaded by green trees and filled with the fragrance of flowers. Pathways and lawns intertwine, creating a particularly tranquil and beautiful scene. Students gather in groups to discuss academic issues or sit alone on the lawn to enjoy the sunshine and gentle breeze. The number of students and the scale of the academy are unmatched by Shrek Academy. The entire academy seems to be situated in a forest, with dense vegetation stretching as far as the eye can see, except for a few buildings in sight. Passing through the square and surrounding buildings, Luban and his companions make their way towards the interior of Blue Barge Academy. Once inside, they have already learned from the academy students about the residence of Dean Lu Erlong. As they proceed further in, a simple wooden cabin soon appears before them. The environment here is tranquil, far from the noise of the front yard, very peaceful and natural. The exterior of the wooden cabin is simple and natural, blending seamlessly with the surrounding trees and grass. The potted plants outside are vibrant and lively, making this place feel very comfortable and warm. Erlong, an old friend, has come to visit, and as he steps out to greet them, as they approach, Flanders shouts loudly, and soon a plainly dressed woman walks out gracefully. She looks to be in her 30s, wearing a simple black cloth dress, with a piece of blue cloth tying up a strand of hair on her somewhat pale face, which features delicate and charming features, her brows and eyes like a painting. She is tall, with fair and delicate skin, like porcelain. The fitted robe reveals a curvaceous figure full of femininity. When she sees the master, her previously dazed expression instantly becomes lively. Xiaogang, is that you? Lu Erlong leaps to the master's side, tightly grasping his arm, her soft voice tinged with a hint of tremor. Tears flow uncontrollably down her pale cheeks, and her trembling body makes even Lu Ban, who is standing nearby, feel the intense excitement and thrill. The master's eyes are also red, his lips quivering, unable to speak for a long time. Flanders, however, lets out a sigh and takes the lead, saying, "It's been 20 years. Our golden triangle is finally reunited." Flanders pats Lu Ban on the shoulder, signaling him to go aside with him and not be a third wheel. Lu Ban scratches his head and walks away reluctantly. His curiosity was just piqued, and Flanders saw right through it. Soon, an hour passes. When a master and Lu Erlong reappear, they are holding hands, sweetly resembling a long-separated couple. "Little Lu Dan, come here and let the master's wife take a look." Lu Erlong waves at Lu Ban. Previously, she was shocked to hear about Lu Ban's situation from the master. She never expected there to be such a prodigy on the continent. "Master's wife, my name is Lu Ban." Lu Ban scratches his head, correcting Lu Erlong as pronunciation. This makes Lu Erlong burst into laughter. The child in front of her is quite sweet-tongued and knows how to speak. "Lu Ban, show your talent. Erlong is not an outsider. And this time you will need her help to obtain your 6th spirit ring," the master says with a hearty laugh, looking much better than before. The heavy feeling that used to emanate from him has completely disappeared. Lu Ban nods, then releases his martial soul, 5 spirit rings slowly appearing from under his feet. Yellow, purple, black, red, red. Wow. Seeing Lu Ban's 5 spirit rings, Lu Erlong is utterly shocked. Xiaogang was right. This guy Lu Ban is indeed a super genius. Arguably the most gifted on the continent. A 12-year-old spirit emperor. My goodness, how incredible is that? If Lu Ban's talent were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation on the continent. Erlong, Lu Ban's current strength is astonishing. Generally, even title Douluo would not be his match. Flanders, seeing Lu Erlong's astonished expression, can't help but smile broadly. He recounts Lu Ban's glorious achievements in battling the ice and snow emperors in the extreme north, leaving Lu Erlong dumbfounded, her mouth agape. She never expected this 12-year-old boy to have grown up so much. So, when they return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family this time, they will have no concerns. Next, Flanders tells Lu Erlong about Shrek Academy, mentioning that besides Lu Ban, there are 7 other little monsters in the academy. Hearing this, Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes sparkle, looking like she wants to snatch someone. "Boss Flanders, I think you should merge Shrek Academy with the Blue Tyrant Academy in Heaven Do City. You can still be the principal." Upon seeing the master again, Lu Erlong has completely lost any desire to be the principal. She directly offers the Blue Tyrant Academy to Flander, shocking him, just as he is about to refuse. The master starts to persuade him, saying that Erlong is right. For Tang San and the others' future, Shrek Academy should move. Chapter 73. Returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. What martial soul mimicry cultivation environment? What all-continent advanced soul master academy competition? The master then begins a series of assessments and discussions. Shrek Academy is just a small academy outside Soto City with no reputation at all, not even officially registered, and thus cannot participate in the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. This is very detrimental to the children's future growth. After the master's narration, Flander slowly opened up his heart. He nodded in agreement. Next, the Golden Iron Triangle shifted their focus to finding the sixth soul ring for Luban. Flander recounted the information that Wind Overlord had shared with them to Lu Erlong again. The next day, everyone set off from the Blue Tyrant Academy towards the location of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect is located in the Jiulong Mountain area in the northeast of the Heaven-Do Empire, not far from Heaven-Do City. Within half a day, Luban and his group successfully arrived. Similar to Shengkong City, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect is also built on a mountain, but its scale is significantly larger than that of Shengkong City. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family has established 9 gigantic and magnificent cities on the 9 peaks of Jiulong Mountain. The peaks here are steep and towering, shrouded in mist, as if they are the path to the celestial realm. The entire sect's architectural complex is built along the mountains, stacked layer upon layer in an orderly manner, showcasing a magnificent grandeur. At the foot of the mountain, several winding and rushing rivers flow endlessly. Upon arriving in the Jiulong Mountain area, Luban and his companions stopped, and under the master's guidance, they reached a ferry at the foot of the mountain and boarded a large ship heading to Jinlong City in Jinlong Mountain. It was Luban Flander's first visit to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the sight before him left him in awe. A river several dozen meters wide actually spiraled up along the mountain, which was quite magical. It resembled a giant dragon's massive body coiling around the entire peak. According to the master, there are 8 such rivers like the one in front of them. Each of the other 8 peaks also has a large river spiraling slowly up along its body. From a distance, they look like 9 giant dragons ascending. That is why this place is called Jiulong Mountain. Such a paradise can only be occupied by a massive sect like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The 9 peaks are governed by the 9 major elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Among them, Jinlong Peak, Jinlong City, is the residence of the family head. It is also the administrative center of the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Jinlong City is the largest city among the 9 cities. It took an hour by boat to travel from the foot of the mountain to the top. When they reached the summit, the area around the ferry terminal was bustling with people. After disembarking, the master took the lead, guiding Luban and his companions into Jinlong City. In the city lord's mansion of Jinlong City, in the Jade family courtyard, in the main hall, the master knelt on both knees before a middle-aged man seated in the main position. This man is the current clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Xiaogang. He is the father of the master, Yu Xiaogang, and despite his tall and robust figure, he is already over 70 years old. His skin is a deep bronze color, as if it has been tempered by time, exuding a calm and dignified aura. Yu Xiaogang is wearing a blue robe embroidered with dragon patterns, showcasing his authority and status within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. A golden belt is tied around his waist, adorned with a blue gemstone that sparkles brilliantly. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang looked at Yu Xiaogang with a complex expression, his hands tightly clenched, occasionally letting out a sigh. "These years, how have you been?" "Father, I've been unfilial, causing you worry," Yu Xiaogang said with red eyes. Although others in the family mocked him, his father Yu Xiaogang had always treated him well. "I have been researching the theory of martial souls and have made significant progress." Upon hearing his son say this, Yu Xiaogang's expression tightened, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. It's such a pity that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul has mutated into such a strange martial soul. As for Yu Xiaogangs research on martial soul theory, he did not take it seriously, believing it was merely his son's way of avoiding reality, unwilling to face it. Yu Xiaogang waved his hand, signaling Yu Xiaogang to rise, then said, "You don't need to prove anything to others." The master, knowing his father was not interested in his research, explained, "Father, my theory has been successfully practiced on my disciple, and I believe the entire continent will admire it in the future. I have returned mainly for this disciple of mine. hoping he can undergo the baptism in the heavenly pool. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogang glanced at Luban, his eyes flashing with thunder, and his imposing aura gradually pressed down. Discovering that Luban remained unfazed, Yu Xiaogang was quite surprised. He then continued to increase the pressure, raising the soul power suppression to level 50. Yet Luban still appeared indifferent, as if nothing had happened. At this moment, the master, who was at soul power level 29, felt a tremendous pressure beside him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while Luban, at the center of the pressure, showed no reaction. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang continued to raise the soul power suppression. At level 60, Luban remained unaffected. At level 70, nothing happened. Lu Erlong came to the master's side, helping him move away from Luban's position. At this moment, the air around Luban seemed to solidify, the immense waves of soul power pressure causing the hall's floor to crack. Good boy, so resilient. Seeing that Luban was completely unbothered, Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened in shock. It was incredible that this 11 or 12-year-old boy could withstand his 70-level soul power pressure. He remained skeptical and continued to slowly increase the soul power suppression. When it reached 80, he was utterly dumbfounded to find that he couldn't even force out the boy's martial soul. It should be known that the soul power suppression he was releasing, even against an 80-level soul Duo, was an extremely strong presence that required the release of a martial soul to resist. Kid, how old are you? And what is your soul power level? Yu Xiaogang withdrew the soul power suppression and questioned, not wanting to continue testing. In case this 96-level peak title Douluo couldn't suppress him when fully unleashed, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. Seeing Luban hesitate, the master gave him a look, indicating that it was all right to speak openly. Luban then bowed and said, Senior, I am 12 this year, 60-level 5-ring Soul Emperor. 12? 60-level Soul Emperor? Upon hearing Luban speak, Yu Xiaogang, who was sitting upright on the main seat, was shocked, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Release your martial soul and soul rings. Let me see. Knowing Yu Xiaogang's identity, Luban no longer concealed anything and directly summoned Luban number 7. Martial soul manifestation. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 1 black, and 2 red soul rings slowly rose, swirling around his body. The dazzling light illuminated the entire hall with a colorful glow. Chapter 74. The Elder's Conditions. A red 100,000-year soul ring. 2 of them. The second soul ring is 1,000 years. The third soul ring is 10,000 years. My God, what an astonishing soul ring configuration. Upon seeing Luban release his martial soul and display his soul rings, Yu Xiaogang was stunned, his eyes wide open, mouth agape. His face was filled with incredulity, and he remained in shock for a long time. A 12-year-old soul emperor was already shocking enough, but now seeing Luban's 5 soul rings, Yu Xiaogang was utterly astonished. How is this possible? Even he, the peak title Douluo, doesn't have a 100,000-year spirit ring, and the 9th spirit ring is still a black 10,000-year spirit ring. But this young boy suddenly appears with 200,000-year spirit rings. This is really a bit shocking. The key is, at such a young age, how could he possibly withstand the energy impact brought by the 100,000-year spirit rings? This left Yu Xiaogang utterly perplexed. Father, I hope you won't leak out the information about Luban's talent. Seeing his father so shocked, the master felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although Luban's strength is very strong now, he hasn't reached an invincible level yet. He still needs to develop quietly. Otherwise, if his talent spreads, many title Douluo will definitely come looking for trouble. Yu Xiaogang gradually regained his composure and slowly nodded. The talent of this young boy is indeed monstrous. Once it spreads, it will definitely cause quite a stir. What exactly is going on with this boy's spirit rings? While shocked, Yu Xiaogang was also filled with curiosity. How could his body possibly endure the impact of a 100,000-year spirit ring? Seeing his father's astonished expression, the master began to explain his theory of the 20 core competencies of martial spirits again. As long as the spirit beast actively sacrifices itself, the so-called limitations of spirit rings will be broken, regardless of the years of cultivation, and the spirit master can perfectly absorb them. Luban's spirit rings are the result of spirit beasts actively sacrificing themselves, which is how he reached his current state. Hearing his son explain Luban's special situation, Yu Xiaogang had his first positive view of martial spirit theory. It seems that martial spirit theory is indeed crucial for the growth of geniuses. Without theoretical guidance, who would dare to absorb a 1,000-year spirit beast for their second spirit ring, or a 10,000-year spirit beast for their third spirit ring? No one would risk their life to do such a foolish thing. According to the records of the continent over thousands of years, many spirit masters have perished due to the overwhelming energy during the absorption of spirit beast energy. The more talented the disciple, the more cautious the big families are. But in this way, they distance themselves from the true genius tier. Listening to the master's gradual explanation, Yu Xiaogang focused intently, his gaze on Lu Ban growing more fervent. If only they could pull this young boy into the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. No wonder his son hasn't returned to the family for such a long time. He must have come back specifically for this kid, and he would certainly do the same. It's extremely difficult for outsiders to enter the heavenly lake for the baptism, unless they can become disciples of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Yu Xiaogang glanced at Lu Ban, his eyes rolling, revealing a wise look. The master saw this thought in Yu Xiaogang's eyes and instantly understood. Father, Lu Ban will not join any family. No family has the strength to make him pledge loyalty. The master shook his head with a bitter smile and explained. Lu Ban's current strength can definitely overpower the entire blue lightning tyrant dragon family. For a strong person, the most important thing is not to like being constrained. Lu Ban is the same. In the future, he will definitely become a being that everyone on the continent looks up to. How could he casually join a family? You have to know that joining a family on the continent means being bound by its family rules. Just take the blue lightning tyrant dragon family as an example. The entire family has many complicated rules. The master hasn't returned for a long time, and a big part of the reason is this. Senior, I'm sorry. I'm used to being free and unrestrained, and I'm not accustomed to being constrained by family rules. Please forgive me. Lu Ban continued the master's words, expressing his apologies. Is there really no other way? As long as I can enter the heavenly lake, I will owe the blue lightning tyrant dragon family a favor. And in the future, if I encounter danger, I can help 3 times. Hearing Lu Ban say this, Yu Xiaogang was already overjoyed in his heart, though he still maintained a thoughtful appearance on the surface. If any other genius made such a promise, he wouldn't care at all. Ridiculous. Their blue lightning tyrant dragon sect is the second-ranked sect on the entire continent, second only to the first-ranked Haotian sect. How could they care about a genius boy promising to help in such an empty way? However, Lu Ban is not ordinary. His promise is taken very seriously by Yu Xiaogang. It's no joke. Possessing 200,000-year spirit rings and being a 12-year-old spirit emperor, he is destined to be the top expert on the continent. Making friends with him in advance would be very beneficial for the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. After hearing Lu Ban's promise, Yu Xiaogang thought for a while and proposed a new plan. There are other ways, as long as the 9 elders of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family agree. Kid, I have high hopes for you, so just follow my arrangements from now on. Yu Xiaogang already had an idea in his heart. In the main hall of the Dragon City Lord's mansion, the 9 elders gathered. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is located in the Jiolong mountain area, with 9 peaks, each guarded by an elder. These 9 individuals and their descendants are also direct descendants of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. On this day, the sect leader Yu Xiaogang issued a summons, calling the elders to a meeting. He informed everyone that the master had returned with his disciple. The master's disciple wanted to enter the heavenly pool lake for a baptism. Upon hearing about Master Yu Xiaogang, many elders, although their expressions remained unchanged, were secretly disdainful. After so many years, this waste actually knew how to come back. It would have been one thing if he just returned, but he even brought back an outsider who now wants to enter the heavenly pool lake for a baptism. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? I really don't know what he was thinking. That kid's talent, I've seen it. He is somewhat stronger than our family's peers. Upon hearing Yu Xiaogang say this, many elders instantly became displeased. How could a disciple taught by a waste be compared to the younger generation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? Since the sect leader has said so, as long as Yu Xiaogang's disciple can defeat my Zixia Peak's genius, I will agree to let him enter the heavenly pool lake for baptism. The 3rd elder's words are indeed correct. I, from Yuquanfeng, also share this sentiment. That's right, I also want to see what kind of disciple Xiaogang can cultivate. As long as he can defeat my Qingyun Peak's genius, I will agree. It has been many years since the sect leader praised someone like this. I, from Yaoguang Peak, also want to witness what a true genius is. I have no objections either, as long as Xiaojiang's disciple can defeat the contemporary genius of Tianji Peak. I will also agree to let him enter the heavenly pool lake for baptism. The 9 elders quickly responded to Yu Xiaogang's words. Everyone's opinions were surprisingly unanimous. They all wanted to witness the so-called genius mentioned by Yu Xiaogang. In fact, everyone felt that this was just Yu Xiaogang giving face to his son Yu Xiaogang, deliberately saying so. Chapter 75, Battle of the 9 Mountain Disciples. They knew very well what level Yu Xiaogang was at. The prestigious blue electric Tyrannosaurus's top beast martial soul had mutated into a pig. His innate soul power was not even level 1, and he would never reach level 30 in his lifetime. He was ridiculed and bullied by his family peers, and then, unable to endure it, he ran away from home. Soon after, there were rumors about some theory of the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, saying it was related to martial soul theoretical research. Truly laughable. This time, as Yu Xiaogang returned to the family, they wanted to watch the joke. The elders did not believe that a waste could cultivate any powerful disciple. Seeing that the elders agreed, Yu Xiaogang nodded, and the elders' meeting officially reached an agreement. As long as the master's disciple could defeat the genius disciples of the 9 mountains, he would be allowed to enter the Heavenly Pool Lake for baptism. The Heavenly Pool Lake is a forbidden area of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Located at the center of the 9 peaks of the 9 Dragon Mountain, surrounded by the 9 mountains, is a lake that formed naturally at the mountain summit. The power of thunder spreads within the lake, which is quite magical, especially for soul masters with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul. Entering the Heavenly Pool Lake for cultivation can refine their entire body's thunder power. The longer one stays in the Heavenly Pool Lake, the purer the thunder power baptism they undergo, which is greatly beneficial for future cultivation. It can be said that without the Heavenly Pool Lake, there would be no blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. It has always been treated as a forbidden area for their family, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. Once the elders' meeting agreement was completed, the news quickly spread. The master returned to the family, bringing his disciple who wanted to enter the Heavenly Pool Lake for baptism, and would face the genius disciples of the 9 mountains. As soon as the news broke, the 9 mountains were in an uproar. The disciples were all astonished. Crazy. The so-called genius disciple from the outside actually dared to challenge our blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Just a waste. What kind of powerful genius can he cultivate? Exactly. To dare to challenge the 9 mountains disciples right off the bat, everyone considered it a joke. Come on. I love stepping on outside geniuses the most. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Do they think our blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect can be provoked by anyone? I, a genius from Zixia Peak, am already at level 21 at the age of 12 with 200-year soul rings. Daring to challenge me? It would scare him to death. Indeed, usually only disciples from large families have the best soul ring configurations. The Master's disciple's first soul ring is likely a white 10-year soul ring. One day later, in the central square of True Dragon City, it was bustling with people and incredibly lively. A circular arena was temporarily built in the center of the square for competitions and sparring. Today was the day Luban challenged the 9 mountains disciples. Below the arena, a crowd of onlookers stood packed. Everyone wanted to witness the so-called competition between geniuses. Who is Luban? Stepped forward for a battle. Soon the agreed time arrived, and a boy around 11 or 12 years old jumped onto the arena, shouting, "I, Lei Yin, a genius disciple from Zixia Peak, will give you a chance to challenge today." Below the arena, Luban saw this and also jumped up, landing on the arena. Looking at the youthful boy opposite him, Luban smiled and shook his head, saying, "You're not capable. Why don't you bring out your most powerful genius disciple from Zixia Peak? You can all come at once." Presumptuous, bold, arrogant. Seeing Luban's flamboyant demeanor in the center of the arena, an uproar of anger erupted from the crowd below. Especially the 11 and 12-year-old genius boys from the 9 mountains were extremely furious. This is their blatant disdain. To act together, they really can put on a show. "Kid, congratulations, you successfully angered me." Facing Luban, Lei Yan's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Watch me make you unable to take care of yourself. I want to stop." Saying this, he directly activated his martial soul. Martial soul possessed. 2 yellow 100-year soul rings slowly rose from under his feet, circling around his body. Lightning-like energy surged all over him, and blue lightning flashed in his eyes. As the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul was activated, Lei Yan's appearance changed drastically. A powerful aura was released from his body, instantly filling the air. As the aura spread, the lower-ranked disciples around felt an invisible force pressing down on them, making their breathing heavy. Then, a dazzling light erupted from Lei Yan, radiating strong dominance and majesty. His body instantly became tall and mighty, as if he had transformed into a real blue electric Tyrannosaurus. "This is the true blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul," a disciple exclaimed from below the arena. The other disciples nodded in agreement, their eyes revealing awe and envy. Lei Yan let out a deafening roar and directly used his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. As the skill was unleashed, Lei Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp, as if thunder flickered deep within his pupils. He quickly swept his hands in front of him, accompanied by a dragon-like howl, as a dazzling electric light gathered between his hands, gradually forming a gigantic dragon claw. The dragon claw exudes a chilling majesty, as if it could tear apart the heavens and the earth, shattering mountains and rivers. Terrifying electrical energy flows through the dragon claw, each arc of electricity seemingly alive, leaping and roaring, filled with violent power. As the Thunder Dragon Claw is unleashed, the aura of Lei Yan instantly reaches its peak. His entire body is enveloped in intense electric light, and the space around him seems to tremble. The disciples watching from below the arena are shocked by this aura, their eyes filled with fear and awe. Lei Yan's first soul ring was obtained from hunting a 400-year-old thunderstorm dragon, making it extremely powerful. The Thunder Dragon Claw is indeed formidable. It can attack from a distance and also possess close-range combat capabilities, making it an almost unbeatable soul skill. It's over. That kid on the opposite side definitely can't dodge this. He'll either be severely injured or die. He deserves it. Let him boast. A lesson will do him good. Haha, look quickly. That kid is so scared he didn't even dare to release his martial soul. The battle on the arena is about to erupt, with the talented Lei Yan from Zixia Peak showing a grand momentum, while on the other side, Luban stands quietly, not even releasing his martial soul. At this moment, the young disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, watching from the sidelines, begin to mock. Just a moment ago, he was so arrogant, but as soon as it comes to battle, he is too scared to move. It's really amusing. The Thunder Dragon Claw races through the air at high speed, reaching for Luban. Wherever it passes, the air undergoes violent distortion, refracting with colorful light. The crackling sound deafening, making a huge commotion. However, just as the Thunder Dragon Claw is about to strike Luban, he swiftly dodges to the side, avoiding the attack. And the Thunder Dragon Claw brushes past his ear, dissipating into the air. What happened? Seeing the Thunder Dragon Claw miss its target, the young talented disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family below the arena are momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with surprise. He dodged it? My God, how fast must that be? At this moment, many people rub their eyes, because they felt as if a phantom had appeared before them. Luban's speed is truly astonishing. If the Thunder Dragon Claw hadn't missed, they would have thought they were hallucinating. Chapter 76. All talents of Jioshan appear the elders of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, unlike the young disciples, clearly see what happened. Just as the Thunder Dragon Claw attacked, Luban directly dodged with a flash, his movement akin to teleportation, the speed unimaginable, something even they, as soul masters above level 80, find difficult to accomplish. It is known that the range of the Thunder Dragon Claw's attack is very fast, almost instantaneous, and even high-level soul masters can generally withstand it, but Luban dodged it so easily. Too weak, the speed is not enough. In the center of the arena, Luban stands tall, speaking calmly as if looking a novice. Seeing this, Lei Yan is also momentarily shocked, not expecting his first soul skill to be evaded so easily by Luban. Moreover, up to this point, Luban hasn't even released his martial soul. Then hearing Luban's mocking words, Lei Yan, as a genius of Zixia Peak, feels a bit embarrassed, his displeasure evident. Kid, don't be arrogant. Saying this, Lei Yan directly releases his second soul skill, which is his strongest attack at the moment, Thunderous Might. Lei Yan stands in the center of the arena, his eyes tightly closed, as if communicating with a thunderous power in the heavens and earth. The surrounding air begins to behave unusually, with distant thunder rumbling, accompanied by gusts of wind that make his clothes flap loudly. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from his body, as if a small sun is burning within him. Following that, countless bolts of thunder burst forth from him, spreading in all directions. These thunderbolts are thick and dazzling, each containing terrifying power, as if they could destroy everything. Thunderous Might. Lei Yan let out a low shout, thrusting his hands forward fiercely. As he moved, the scattered thunderbolts instantly converged into a massive beam of thunder, carrying destructive power, charging towards Luban with an unmatched momentum. Wherever the thunder beam passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, its momentum even greater than that of the Thunder Dragon's Claw. A deafening roar erupted from the arena, and the spot where Luban stood was instantly engulfed in thunderlight, a powerful wave of energy spreading outward from the explosion point. The entire arena trembled under this energy wave, as if it might collapse at any moment. Oh my God! How is that possible? Look at the sky. Is he really human? Wow, Luban can actually fly and dodge the thunderous attack. Hiss, so strong, not to mention his attack power. At least his speed is simply invincible at this level. Ah, Luban's little steps in the air are so impressive. He looks incredibly cool. The moment the thunderous attack came, Luban walked in the air, a talent ability of the Rift Wind Beast. After merging with the external spirit bone of the Wind Thunder Wings and becoming the spirit of the, Luban also gained this incredible wind attributability. At this moment, Luban strolled in the air, looking like a transcendent expert. The scene was stunning. Even Yu Yuan and the 9 elders were shocked by Luban's ability to walk in the void. Meanwhile, on the arena, Lei Yin was left dumbfounded by Luban's performance. He exerted all his effort, yet didn't even touch the corner of Luban's clothes. What is the difference? This is the huge difference. You're not capable. Next. As the momentum of the thunderous might dissipated, Luban slowly descended onto the arena, waved his hand, and said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lei Yan's face turned red, knowing that even if he continued fighting, it would only end like this, and he could only jump down from the arena in disgrace, disappearing into the crowd. Yu Chuan Peak's Lei Yuer, here to challenge. After the genius of Zhixiao Peak failed, a 12 or 13-year-old girl jumped onto the arena from Yu Chuan Peak. The girl had a single ponytail and looked exceptionally capable. Dressed in purple, she exuded an air of nobility. After introducing herself briefly, Lei Yuer immediately released her martial soul, activating 2 yellow 100-year spirit rings. Instantly, this elicited continuous screams from the talented disciples watching below. Lei Yuer had innate soul power level 9, making her one of the top talents of Yu Chuan Peak. Without wasting any words, Lei Yuer began to unleash her soul skills, determined to deliver a fatal blow to Luban. She had just watched the battle between Lei Yin and Luban and knew that Luban was very strong and extremely fast, which was just right since speed was her forte. First soul skill, Thunderwing. Lei Yuer stood tall, her eyes shimmering with a thunder-like glow. She took a deep breath, quickly formed seals with her hands in front of her chest, and accompanied by a low shout, Thunderwing. In an instant, the air behind her seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and a pair of enormous thunder wings slowly unfolded. The wings are composed of countless tiny arcs of electricity, each flickering with dazzling light, with the violent power of thunder jumping above them. The moment the wings spread out, a powerful wave of energy radiates outward from Lei Yuer. With the flapping of the wings, thick bolts of lightning erupt from them, spreading in all directions. The onlookers can only see shadowy figures darting through the air like lightning, each flash accompanied by a deafening thunderclap and a brilliant flash of lightning. Many young geniuses are unable to pinpoint Lei Yuer's exact location, only able to see the afterimages left behind in the air. Second soul skill, Thunder Fist. As the thunder wings are unleashed, Lei Yuer shouts again, Thunder Fist. Her right fist is instantly enveloped in dense thunder power, forming a massive shadow of a thunder fist. With the aid of the thunder wings, the power of this punch looks terrifying. The first soul skill accelerates. The second soul skill is a close-range strong attack. This is a very skilled combination of soul skill attacks. At this moment, Lei Yuer moves, transforming into a bolt of lightning rushing towards her target. Her right fist is tightly clenched, and the thunder fist, carrying world-destroying power, strikes fiercely at Luban. In response to Lei Yuer's pursuit, Luban's speed increases once again, darting through the air at an incredible pace. His feet seem to tread on air, as if walking on clouds, evading the attacks of Lei Yuer's thunder wings and thunder fist. Luban's figure appears exceptionally agile under the backdrop of thunder, with each flicker leaving behind a beautiful arc in the air. He resembles a light bird, soaring freely in the air, dodging the dense lightning attacks. The violent electrical power released by the thunder wings spreads in the air, each bolt carrying destructive force. Yet Luban seems to have mastered the speed of the wind, narrowly escaping each deadly attack at the last moment. The thunder fist from Lei Yuer is even more terrifying with each strike, as if it could tear the air apart. However, Luban seems to predict the trajectory of Lei Yuer's attacks, always appearing in another position at critical moments, perfectly dodging the seemingly lethal thunder fist. Chapter 77. Everyone here is useless. The two move at incredible speeds, performing a miraculous chase and escape in the air. Their figures trace elegant arcs in the sky, moving so quickly that it is hard to keep up with them. This extreme speed is difficult for ordinary people to capture, and its agility has already surpassed the limits of humanity. Huh? What? How is that possible? As the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spectators watched, they noticed that Luban's speed was increasing rapidly. He hadn't even exerted himself much in the previous battle. Now, his speed was more than double what it was during his fight with Lei Yan. Yet even so, the talented individuals saw that Luban still appeared to be handling it with ease. In contrast, Lei Wearer was becoming increasingly strained as time went on. She felt a sense of urgency, thinking, "Don't run after me." Lei Wearer bit her lip, feeling both ashamed and furious. After chasing for so long, she hadn't even managed to touch the corner of Luban's clothing. Just as she thought she was about to catch up, he suddenly increased his speed right in front of her, leaving her behind. Occasionally, he would smirk, flashing a devilish smile that made Lei Wearer seethe with anger. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could eat Luban alive. "Little girl, speed is part of strength. If you can't catch up to me, it just means you lack the power." Luban smiled nonchalantly, looking at Lei Wearer as if he were asking for a beating. "Kid, you're not a man." In the end, Lei Wearer couldn't hold back her frustration and jumped off the stage. After a quarter of an hour of chasing, with both of her major soul skills activated, her soul power was naturally depleting quickly, and she could no longer hold on. "Wow, I didn't know you could operate like this." Luban was taken aback by Lei Wearer's sudden shift from passive to active. He didn't expect this little girl to be so bold in her defeat. In the end, she even complained about him, looking defiant and unconvinced. "Kid, don't be arrogant. The Dragon Peak's Yu Xiaogang is here to challenge you." Just as Lei Wearer stepped down, a powerful shout echoed throughout the arena. A 13 or 14-year-old boy stepped onto the stage. Yu Xiaogang, clad in a thunder battle robe, looked quite impressive, and his arrogant demeanor indicated that he was a genius who had been praised by many. With Yu Xiaogan's entrance, the young disciples watching from below erupted in cheers once again. At 13, with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex as his martial soul, he was a level 29 attack-type battle soul master. Not only was he renowned on Dragon Peak, but he also ranked among the top 5 in the younger generation of the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, making him considerably more popular than Lei Yan and Lei Wearer. Despite his boastful words and pretentious demeanor, Yu Xiaogang still took the time to introduce himself seriously to Luban, clearly showing that he had a decent level of etiquette. This carefree appearance made Luban have no negative feelings towards the Chinibyu boy in front of him. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Arrow. Yu Xiaogang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly mobilized the immense soul power within him. His body seemed to transform into a vortex of soul power, gathering and swirling with formidable strength. As Yu Xiaogang focused his mind, the soul power began to flow slowly within him. They resembled winding streams, converging into a broad river. The power contained in this river seemed capable of destroying everything in the world, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Yu Xiaogang formed hand seals, each movement filled with strength and rhythm. His body seemed to merge with the soul power of the heavens and earth, and as he moved, the spiritual energy began to change. It gradually condensed into fine threads, as if carved from the purest jade, emitting a faint glow. The fine threads gradually converged, forming a massive dragon-shaped arrow. It flowed with a faint golden light, as if a thunder dragon was coiling and winding within the body of the jade heavenly dragon. With a low roar from the jade heavenly dragon, the enormous arrow shot out from its body in an instant. It broke through the resistance of the air, creating a deafening roar. The sound was like the roar of a heavenly dragon, resonating deeply. Second soul skill, Thunder Tracking. The moment the Thunder Dragon arrow was unleashed, the Jade Heavenly Dragon simultaneously activated its second soul skill to lock on and track. The first soul skill was for offense, while the second was for locking on, creating yet another combination skill. The synergy between the two was seamless, leaving the opponent with no way to evade or escape. They could only take it head-on. As Thunder Tracking was used, the Thunder Dragon arrow seemed to come to life, automatically tracking Luban. It was as if a silver arrow sliced through the sky, charging forward. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to burn, emitting a strong radiance. That light appeared to dye the entire arena gold, beautiful and spectacular. At that moment, Luban felt a strong sense of being locked onto as soon as the Jade Heavenly Dragon unleashed its second soul skill. This is the intuition of strong. At this moment, if he were to use the external soul bone wind thunder wings, Luban would have absolute confidence in dodging the tracking lock. However, there was no need to do so against a kid who was not even level 30. After all, that was a soul bone that had existed for 400,000 years. Using it would be a bit too much. As he saw the Thunder Dragon arrow coming, Luban did not use aerial movement to evade. Instead, he stood proudly on the arena, ready to take it head-on with his body. This move left the onlookers in shock. The timid boys and girls in the audience had already covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear to watch. He wasn't even using his martial soul, just taking the strongest attack with his body. If it were them, they would definitely be in grave danger. This guy was so bold. Many people peeked through their fingers, secretly watching to see how pitiful Luban would be after this. At this moment, seeing Luban take the Thunder Dragon arrow from Yu Xiaogang with his body, the 9 elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family shook their heads and sighed. They thought to themselves that the young people nowadays were truly reckless, completely unaware of the consequences. The Thunder Dragon arrow was not something to be trifled with, and once hit, one would either die or be severely injured. However, what happened next left everyone gasping in disbelief. As soon as the Thunder Dragon arrow made contact with Luban's body, it was as if a mud dragon had entered the sea, or raindrops had fallen into water, or 100 rivers converged. It simply disappeared without a trace. Apart from stirring up layers of shallow electric ripples around Luban's body, it caused no other disturbances. Hiss! At this moment, the entire audience gasped in shock. Everyone rubbed their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief, internally exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Seeing his strongest attack being taken head-on by Luban, Yu Xiaogang was left dumbfounded, standing there in a daze. Damn, how can we fight like this? After Yu Xiaogang, the other top talents from Yu Hangfeng and King Yunfeng came out to challenge, and without exception, they were all defeated terribly. They were no match for Yu Xiaogang, Lei Yuer, and the others, as Luban completely had them under control, not even counting as playing with children. Is this what the so-called genius disciples of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect are like? After a series of battles, Luban stood proudly in the center of the arena, looking around with a faint smile. That smile revealed a hint of disdain, which was very obvious. You garbage dare to say my master is useless? In my opinion, everyone here is useless. Chapter 78. The Thunder Team is dominated. Useless. All of you are useless. Such harsh words, and now Luban has returned them all to the master. At this moment, the talented members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family trembled with anger and humiliation upon hearing this. Their strength was lacking, but they could do nothing about it. In their eyes, Luban in the arena was ridiculously strong. Throughout the competition, he hadn't even activated his martial soul and had continuously defeated numerous geniuses from Jushan. That figure standing on the stage felt like a mountain pressing down on them, creating immense pressure. Seeing the younger generation being scolded by Luban and unable to lift their heads, the 9 elders looked heavy and displeased. They never expected that this junior would be so powerful, single-handedly suppressing their family's geniuses to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. It was truly unbelievable. They had made promises before, and now they couldn't go back on their word, as so many people from the sect were watching. They knew Master S' usual character, low-key and gentle, and when he got angry, he spoke like a spring breeze, always appearing like a graceful gentleman. Yet today, he had completely changed, speaking boldly, clearly intending to help his teacher regain face. At this moment, Master S' eyes were red with excitement, feeling deeply moved. Lu Erlong sensed Master S trembling and tightly held his hands to offer comfort. Fran watched the arena with a silly smile, feeling very gratified to have such a student as Luban in this life. The results of this competition quickly spread throughout the Jiulong Mountain area, sparking discussions among the public. The news reached the Thunder Advanced Soul Master Academy, where the students were all furious. That brat Luban was too arrogant. He must be taught a lesson. That's right. He actually said that the geniuses of Joshan are all useless, truly asking for a beating. Oof. He must see the true heritage of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family and understand what a genius really is. It was heard that this time the Thunder Team was going to strike back. Let us wait and see. Haha, this time there will be a good show. As everyone knows that Thunder Academy is the real gathering place for the geniuses of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. The 7 members of the Thunder Team have already declared that they will challenge Luban tomorrow. How dare he provoke us at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect? This time, he will definitely have a hard time. Just after Luban defeated the geniuses of Joshan, the next day, the Thunder Team appeared to restore the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family's face. They found Yu Yuanjin and the 9 elders to express their intentions. The Elder Council ultimately agreed to their battle with Luban. On this day, the Great Soul Arena in True Dragon City was packed with people, as members of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family came to watch the battle. On the main battle platform, Luban stood facing the 7 members of the Thunder Team. The captain of the Thunder team, Yu Xiaogang, and the vice-captain, Lei Dong, looked visibly displeased. Yesterday, they approached their clan leader, Yu Xiaogang, only to find out that Yu Xiaogang had ordered their entire team to challenge Luban, which they felt was a huge insult. They were 13 years old, with soul power already reaching level 30, and possessing 3 soul rings, making them one of the most talented groups in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Today, they had to mobilize their entire team to deal with a boy who looked even younger than them. Wasn't this an insult? Luban, quickly unleash your martial soul. We'll give you 3 moves, otherwise, once we strike, you won't have any chance left, Yu Xiaogang said confidently, his long hair flowing. Upon hearing this, Luban smiled calmly. Very well, I'll play with you for a bit. With that, Luban released his martial soul, Luban number 7, using the auditing skin of the gaming boy to disguise his soul rings as 3 rings, 200-year yellow soul rings and 1,000-year purple soul ring. Tot. Luban controlled his power, and the dragon mouth gun soul power light spheres shot out in a barrage of 7, hitting the members of the Thunder team directly. Yu Xiaogang and the 7 members of Lei Dong knew that Luban's strength was considerable, so they didn't let their guard down. Although they had allowed Luban 3 moves, their martial souls were already activated. When the light spheres came flying, they tried to take the hits with their bodies. But each one was violently shaken back and nearly fell off the battle platform. The onlookers were shocked. Wow, the Thunder team almost got wiped out in one careless move. Yu Xiaogang and the 7 members of Lei Dong were equally stunned. Luban's casual strike had nearly ended the battle. Defense. When Luban's second attack came, Captain Yu Xiaogang lost his earlier calm and shouted urgently. The defensive soul masters of the Thunder team quickly activated their soul skills for defense. Thunder Armor. With the second soul skill, Thunder Armor, each member of the Thunder team donned a shimmering layer of Thunder Armor, their defensive power instantly increasing. Meanwhile, the defensive soul masters stood at the forefront, forming a defensive formation. This barely managed to catch Luban's second casual strike. Support. Although the defensive soul master withstood Luban's second normal attack, the impact on his body was significant. His internal organs felt as if they were being struck by a hammer, extremely heavy. His face turned red. Seeing this, team leader Yu Xiaogang decisively ordered the support-type soul masters of the Thunder team to act when Luban's third attack was approaching. Otherwise, they might not be able to withstand this blow. They were told to let Luban have 3 strikes. At least within those 3 strikes, they could only defend and not attack. If they had no chance to counterattack and lost, it would be a huge embarrassment for the Thunder team. Thunder Staff. Second skill, Control. With the support-type Weapon Soul Master unleashing their second soul skill, the defense of the Thunder team instantly increased by 30%. With the joint effect of the Thunder Armor, they barely managed to withstand Luban's third casual strike. After the 3 strikes passed, the 7 members of Yu Xiaogan's team had heavy expressions, deeply shocked. They never expected Luban's attack power to be so fierce, without using any soul skills. He could force out their strongest defense, which was truly incredible. Luban, what type of soul master are you? Yu Xiaogang tried to calm his emotions and asked. Output type battle soul master. Upon hearing this, Luban smiled lightly, saying, Be careful, I attack from a distance. You may not even be able to touch the hem of my clothes before you lose. Oomph. Arrogant. Let me show you the strength of our Thunder team. Feeling underestimated by Luban, who was younger than him, Yu Xiaogang was quite displeased. 3 strikes had passed. It was time for the Thunder team to showcase their true strength. Saying this, team leader Yu Xiaogang gave the order, and the Thunder team unleashed their strongest attack power. Control. Charge. All-out attack. Support. The vice-captain of the Control-type Battle Soul Master, Lei Dong, acted first, followed by the Agility-type Battle Soul Master, launching a charge. The 3 strong Attack-type Battle Soul Masters, led by the captain, followed up with their attacks. The Support-type Weapon Soul Master, under the protection of the defensive Battle Soul Master, quickly advanced with the team's formation, continuously releasing support skills to enhance their power. Chapter 79, Breaking into Heaven Pool Lake. Thunder Line Entanglement. Vice-Captain Lei Dong unleashed his first skill, sending a thunder line that wrapped around Luban's body. Then, he rapidly unleashed his second and third soul skills, providing comprehensive control and restriction on Luban. Lei Dong's martial soul was Thunder Spider, and his second soul skill was Web Binding. In an instant, a rich energy aura filled the air, as if an invisible force was continuously gathering. With the activation of the skills, dense silver webs were released from the martial soul Thunder Spider. The spider webs seemed to be woven from the toughest metal, emitting a faint silver sheen. They spread through the air, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The webs floated in the air like mysterious charms, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. As Luban was already restricted by the lightning lines, the webs almost instantly covered the target, followed by a surge of powerful binding force that was released in an instant. Under the influence of this force, Luban appeared unable to move, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. As soon as the spider web binding struck Luban, the third skill of Thunder's movement, the Thunder Cage, was unleashed. With Luban already restricted, a square lightning cage quickly formed around his body. Seeing that Luban was successfully restrained, the soul arena erupted with screams. It is known that once a control-type soul master is able to restrain an opponent during battle, it is essentially over. Next, the opponent's frenzied attacks are bound to come. The spectators' predictions were correct. At this moment, the agile attack-type soul masters of the Thunder team had already rushed in, decisively unleashing their first and second skills to launch a fierce assault. At the same time, the powerful attack-type soul masters of the Thunder team quickly follow behind. And with the assistance of the support-type soul master skills, all attack skills were directed towards Luban in an instant. Thunder Dragon Claw, Thunder Fury, Thunder's Wrath, and so on. Various attack methods flooded Luban, plunging him into a sea of thunder. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to end, a comfortable groan came from within the sea of thunder. That's right, bring it on. Your attacks aren't enough. Let the storm come even fiercer. Previously, during his battle with the genius of Jiushan, Luban unexpectedly discovered that after integrating the external soul bone, Wind Thunder Wings, he could evolve the Wind Thunder Wings by absorbing the power of lightning. The lightning power before him could be said to be the best nourishment for the evolution of the Wind Thunder Wings. When the Thunder team's first round of strongest attacks concluded, they found Luban standing on the soul arena, grinning and continuously chuckling at them, leaving them utterly astonished. At this moment, the entire soul arena fell silent. The spectators were all wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces filled with shock, and their hearts were exclaiming in disbelief. How was this possible? The Thunder team executed their moves fiercely, but their damage output was virtually non-existent. Not only did Luban remain unscathed, but he also looked quite pleased, leaving everyone else in disbelief. At this moment, the 9 elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family had their pupils constricted, filled with inexplicable shock. Hiss! They all gasped in astonishment, their faces displaying incredulity. This young man seemed immune to the power of thunder. It was simply outrageous. Especially for the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, which specialized in thunder attacks, this was a complete nemesis. As expected, in the subsequent battle, Luban did not make another move, allowing the 7 members of the Thunder team to attack freely. Combinations, coordinated attacks, skill assists, formation changes, and various other methods were employed, yet they failed to inflict any damage whatsoever. Ultimately, the 7 members of the Thunder team exhausted their soul power and ended the match, leaving the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family members feeling quite embarrassed. Their long-held glory was nearly shattered by Luban. The younger generation was completely crushed, and from the previous battles, it was clear they were not even in the same league. Luban hardly lifted a finger. The disparity between the two sides was painfully obvious. After 2 days of competition, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family no longer dared to speak publicly about the master being useless, as Luban had effectively branded them with the label of useless. To continue saying such things would be to invite humiliation upon themselves. Luban successfully swept through the younger generation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, leaving the 9 elders with nothing to say, and the Elder Council ultimately agreed to allow Luban to enter the Heavenly Lake. The next day, Master Luban and his party, accompanied by the family head Yu Xiaogang, arrived at the forbidden area of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, the Heavenly Lake. The Heavenly Lake on Julong Mountain resembled a dazzling pearl, nestled among the mountains. It was surrounded by 9 peaks, each uniquely shaped, like 9 giant dragons soaring through the clouds, guarding this mysterious lake. Standing on the true dragon peak, Luban gazed at the Heavenly Lake, as if he were looking at a sea of thunder. The lake was filled with flashes of lightning and rumbling thunder, with the surface constantly churning and surging. The power of thunder seemed to possess a life of its own, sometimes converging into powerful energy pillars, and at other times dispersing into countless fine arcs of electricity, creating a massive vortex of thunder on the lake surface. The thunderous power of the Heavenly Lake was filled with ferocity and strength, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Each rumble of thunder seemed capable of tearing the world apart, and each flash of lightning appeared to illuminate the darkness. Under the might of this thunder, the entire lake's surface became turbulent and restless, as if it wanted to devour everything. The reason the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family regarded the heavenly lake as a forbidden area was that it was home to many thunder-type soul beasts, making it quite dangerous. Young disciples wishing to train here needed to be accompanied by elders. On True Dragon Peak, family head Yu Xiaogang provided Luban with detailed information about the heavenly lake. Luban nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he understood, and then leaped into the lake. Upon entering the water, Luban was instantly enveloped and eroded by the power of thunder, feeling as if he had entered a sea of thunder. Moreover, he discovered that the deeper he went, the stronger the thunder power became. As this power entered his body, Luban could clearly sense it was altering his physical form. No wonder the disciples of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family had such strong physiques. It seemed to be a result of the heavenly lake's tempering. After spending an hour in the lake, Luban felt that the thunder power had become more refined than before, which was indeed impressive. Over time, continuous training here would be the best cultivation paradise for thunder-type soul masters. This must be why the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family regarded Douluo Mountain as their stronghold. Such a bountiful natural training environment would be hard to find elsewhere on the continent. Luban dove deeper, as his purpose in entering the heavenly lake was not merely for training, but to search for a soul beast with pure offensive extreme attributes. According to the intelligence provided by Theintricacies, there was likely one beneath the heavenly lake. The deeper the water, the denser the thunder power became, following a distinct and intriguing pattern. This regular stratified phenomenon ignited a fire in Luban's heart, making him realize that the bottom of Tianchi Lake must be extraordinary, harboring great secrets. Perhaps this time he might encounter an incredible opportunity, just like before in the Fire Clan's inheritance site. This feeling in Luban's heart became more pronounced as he descended deeper. Chapter 80. Encountering a giant dragon as Luban continued to dive. The lake water grew colder and the pressure increased. He pressed on, and the thunderous power at the lake's bottom became more intense, as if he were in a world of thunder. As he descended further, the surrounding light became darker, but with his strong soul power, he was still able to see everything clearly. Continuing deeper, after a mile, Luban began to encounter more and more soul beasts. These soul beasts radiate with the brilliance of lightning, clearly indicating they are lightning-type soul beasts. Moreover, they vary in shape and cultivation levels, but all exude a powerful, thunderous energy. The deeper Luban dives, the higher the cultivation of the soul beasts he encounters. At first, he only encountered simple fish-type soul beasts, all of which had cultivation levels under 100 years. However, when he reached a depth of 10 miles, various thousand-year lightning-type soul beasts began to appear in abundance. Luban's first encounter was with a gigantic thunder lizard, its body darting like lightning, constantly spewing out electricity from its mouth. Unlike terrestrial lizards, the thunder lizards in Tianchi Lake had a shape somewhat resembling dragons, which was quite marvelous. Fortunately, Luban is now a level 60 soul emperor, possessing 5 extraordinary soul rings, and the aura emanating from him is particularly astonishing to these thousand-year soul beasts. Thus, when they saw Luban approach, they all retreated and did not attempt to harass or obstruct him. In this way, Luban descended smoothly into the depths of Tianchi Lake. As more lightning-type soul beasts appeared, the bottom of the lake became increasingly bright, as if these soul beasts were individual light sources underwater, illuminating the lakebed as if it were daytime. Moreover, the situation was quite bizarre. The deeper he went, the brighter the lakebed became, which was truly magical. 10 miles, 100 miles, 500 miles. When the depth reached 1,000 miles, Luban was utterly astonished. Good heavens, Tianchi Lake is simply a bottomless pit. No wonder the leader of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Yu Xiaogang, looked serious and fearful when mentioning Tianchi Lake. It turns out this place is indeed unfathomable. At the depth Luban is currently at, very few from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family have ever reached. This depth is also the dangerous depth that Yu Xiaogang warned about. Once exceeded, danger can strike at any moment. Back then, Yu Xiaogang spent a significant cost to invite Theintricacies, the head of the Thong family, to explore the depths of Tianchi Lake together, and they had once ventured 1,000 miles deep. However, they didn't dive for long before encountering a 100,000-year soul beast, which attacked them, nearly costing them their lives. In the end, they were seriously injured and had to escape in a sorry state. These secrets were revealed to them not long ago by Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang's intention is quite clear. Seeing Luban's extraordinary talent, He wants to forge a bond in cause. As they continued to dive deeper, Luban realized that Yu Xiaogang was not lying. Although the number of soul beasts at this depth had significantly decreased, each one had actually reached an age of over 100,000 years. Among them, at a depth of 1,100 miles, he first encountered a gigantic sea turtle, whose powerful aura clearly indicated that it had surpassed 100,000 years in cultivation. Continuing to dive deeper, at a depth of 1,500 miles, he encountered a gigantic octopus. The octopus had tentacles over 100 meters long. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Luban, it attempted to attack. Luban, agile in movement, dodged its attack and released his soul power, scaring the octopus away. From the attack, just now, he could clearly sense that the Thunderhand octopus had a cultivation level of around 150,000 years, which would undoubtedly cause a huge stir in the outside world. Continuing to dive deeper, at a depth of 2,000 miles, Luban encountered a thunder shark dragonfish with a cultivation level of 200,000 years. It had a shark-like mouth and a very peculiar appearance. Fortunately, at this moment, Luban had already released 5 soul rings, successfully scaring the thunder shark dragonfish away. At a depth of 2,000 miles, the bottom was still not in sight, leaving Luban astonished. The depth of Heavenly Pool Lake far exceeded his expectations. It was truly incredible. This is likely the deepest place on the mainland, and I didn't expect Tianchi Lake to be so magical and eerie. At this moment, Luban decisively used the external soul bone, Wind Thunder Wings. He was unsure how deep it was below, so he had to speed up. It is known that the consumption of soul power in Tianchi Lake is extremely fast, comparable to a battle of the same level, and he couldn't hold on for long. With the Wind Thunder Wings activated, Luban's speed instantly increased by more than 10 times, moving effortlessly and nimbly like a swimming fish in Tianchi Lake, continuing to rush towards the bottom of the lake. 3,000 miles. 4,000 miles. Soon, he reached a depth of 9,000 miles. At this depth, Luban could clearly feel the immense pressure. Even with the enhancement of the Wind Thunder Wings, his speed had significantly decreased, as if he had completely exhausted the speed boost from the Wind Thunder Wings. At this moment, if he were to battle with the Soul Beast, he wouldn't have any speed advantage at all. Moreover, the depth of the thunder power here was so thick it was unimaginable. Previously, it was just the lake water mixed with thunder, but now it could be said that there was water flowing within the gaps of a sea of thunder. How? Just as Luban was surprised, a deafening dragon roar came from not far below. Luban stopped, looked around, and when he saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, he saw a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus quietly coiled up, emanating a chilling, oppressive force. Its size was enormous, reaching an astonishing length of 900 meters, resembling a towering mountain. It was covered in a thick layer of blue scales, each scale as translucent as a gem, shining with a cold light. Its head was particularly large, occupying almost 1/3 of its entire body. A cavernous mouth seemed capable of swallowing everything, and 2 long fangs at the corners of its mouth glimmered menacingly, instilling fear. Its eyes were like 2 massive blue sapphires, radiating a profound and mysterious light. With each breath, bolts of thunder erupted from its mouth, as if heavenly thunder had descended, instilling a sense of endless majesty and oppression. Hiss! It was actually a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus with a cultivation of 900,000 years. Seeing the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, Luban quickly identified its cultivation level. The pressure this blue lightning Tyrannosaurus exerted on him was greater than that of the ice and snow emperors combined. He never expected that beneath the Heavenly Pool Lake would lie such a formidable soul beast. If this were to reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a stir across the continent. It should be noted that in the outside world, even soul beasts with a cultivation of 100,000 years are rarely seen, and they are all considered legendary existences. Just like the Forest King Titan Great Ape and the Forest Emperor Sky Blue Bull Python in the Stardew Forest, they are rumored to be terrifying, but they only have a cultivation of around 100,000 years. Even so, the vast majority of titled law are not their match, let alone this blue lightning Tyrannosaurus with a cultivation of 900,000 years. Luban felt that even the deep-sea demon whale king, which had a cultivation close to 1,000,000 years, wouldn't be its opponent. Chapter 81. 1,000,000-year soul beast humans, I recognize your hard-earned cultivation. Leave quickly. This is not a place you can enter. Upon seeing Luban, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus opened its thunderous eyes, which were as large as windows, and coldly warned him. Hey, old dragon, I'm just passing by. You're not my target, so don't worry. Luban waved his arm and smiled nonchalantly. To others, this blue lightning Tyrannosaurus was an invincible giant, but in front of him, it was nothing to worry about. With his 5 soul rings, he had an attack power of 460,000 from normal attacks alone, which would instantly double under the coverage of his shooting domain, making his attack power exceed 900,000, definitely not something this old dragon could withstand. How? Seeing that Luban didn't take it seriously and continued to descend, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus instantly became furious and roared in anger. In an instant, the entire lake bottom was stirred up, becoming turbulent. Seeking death, a mere human dared to underestimate it. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus was enraged. It opened its mouth wide, and a thunder pillar as thick as a person's waist shot out, attacking Luban. Old dragon, I was trying to talk nicely, but I didn't expect your temper to be so great. Since that's the case, let me show you my true strength. With that, Luban released his martial soul, Luban number 7. Martial soul embodiment. He controlled the wind and thunder wings to approach the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus. Then, with his left hand, he fired a soul power light ball from the dragon mouth gun, colliding with the incoming thunder pillar. Boom! The violent collision caused the sea of thunder 9,000 miles deep to surge violently. The collision caused the entire sky pool lake to tremble, creating whirlpools, and the beasts in the lake shivered in fear, quickly retreating from bottom. Such a level of confrontation was beyond their reach. A careless move could lead to their demise. In a single round of combat, Luban's basic attack with a power of 460,000 directly shattered the thunder light pillar of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. After the clash ended, the soul power energy ball still had considerable force as it struck the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, causing it to let out a howl of pain. At the same time, it was filled with shock and disbelief. It was unimaginable that this human in front of him could have such a powerful attack. It truly was incredible. It seemed they couldn't handle it. Where the hell did this freak come from? No way. I can't let the big sister look down on me. I have to test him again. Oh, whoa. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus roared in anger, this time not holding back, directly using its strongest attack skill. 9 Heavens Dragon Explosion. As the skill was unleashed, Luban was instantly locked on, with 9 giant thunder dragons descending from the sky, striking towards Luban from different directions. The moment the 9 dragons converged, a violent explosion occurred. Even a peak tidal Douluo caught in it would be obliterated. The power was incredibly fierce. At the moment the 9 Heavens Dragon explosion was unleashed, Luban already felt a life-threatening crisis. Although his attack power was super invincible, his defense was weak. He absolutely could not be hit by this skill, or it would be game over. Resistance Halo. At the critical moment, Luban decisively activated the Archer domain, releasing his only defensive skill. Once the Resistance Halo skill was activated, a circle of golden elastic shield formed around his body. With the increase in soul power level, the skill's duration could now last for 60 seconds. Then, 9 giant thunder dragons approached Luban, but they were all rebounded by the protective shield. No damage was done to Luban. However, it did consume a lot of his soul power. Old dragon, are you really serious about this? Seeing the blue electric Tyrannosaurus use its strongest move, Luban's expression turned cold. He hadn't planned to bother with this old dragon, but unexpectedly, after being attacked consecutively, he had to teach him a good lesson no matter what. Saying this, Luban once again shot a soul power light ball from his dragon mouth gun. This time, under the blessing of the Archer domain, the attack power doubled, and an attack of over 900,000 slammed down. Upon seeing this, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex felt a surge of immense life and death crisis as its hair stood on end. It quickly activated its defensive skill, Thunder Armor. Instantly, thunder surrounded its body, forming a heavy set of thunder armor, which was enough to withstand Luban's casual strike. Big sister, save me. Seeing Luban's casual strike increase in power once again, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was greatly frightened and cried out in terror. After the previous probing, it was clear that it was not a match for the young man in front of it. Even a casual strike from the opponent required it to use skills to block. If the battle continued, it would definitely be defeated. Having lived for so long, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex had sharp instincts. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, it immediately called for help. Just as it finished speaking, a little girl suddenly appeared, lightly tapping her fingers, and a small golden lightning dragon that looked only the size of a palm flew out from her fingertips. It met Luban's attack and successfully blocked the dragon's mouth gun's regular attack. Seeing this, Luban was astonished. Where did this little girl come from? Such a strong attack power. Her casual strike was actually comparable to his own attack power, which was truly unbelievable. The girl in front of him looked only 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a green dress, as if she had walked out of a forest like a little fairy. Her skin was as white as jade, and her big, bright eyes resembled 2 sparkling stars. Her thick green hair cascaded over her shoulders and gently swayed with her movements. Although she appeared very petite, she exuded a powerful aura. Lightning snakes danced around her, like a little princess surrounded by countless butterflies. "Little girl, who are you? And how did you end up here?" Luban asked tentatively, trying to probe into the little girl's background. "And who are you? Why are you trespassing in my territory and bullying my little brother?" The girl in green crossed her arms and retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Luban was dumbfounded and felt a bit at a loss. "How could this possibly be your territory? This is my territory. I've been living here for 1,000,000 years. I'm the boss here." The little girl raised her head proudly and said. Hearing this, Luban was left speechless. 1,000,000 years? Could it be that this little girl was a spirit beast that had taken on human form? Luban was filled with an inexplicable shock. "Little girl, can you tell me what your true form is?" Just then, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex's body quickly transformed into a human shape. Seeing the little girl about to speak, it hurriedly stepped forward and covered her mouth. "Big sister, this human means no good. He is definitely plotting against you," the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex hurriedly advised. As its big sister had been living at the bottom of the Heavenly Pool Lake for years and was unaware of the malice of the outside world. This human boy was so powerful, daring to venture into the depths of the Heavenly Pool Lake alone, clearly with ulterior motives. "No problem. Here I am a boss. He can't defeat me." The little girl waved her hand confidently and said, her pride evident on her face. Just as the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to say something else, it was met with a glare from the little girl and fell silent. Then the little girl beckoned to Luban with a smile, saying, "Kid, come, let me show you my true form. Hee, don't be scared when the time comes." After saying this, the little girl leaped and vanished from Luban's sight in an instant. When Luban finally spotted the little girl again, he found she was already a mile away. Luban was secretly astonished. Such speed was comparable to teleportation. It was truly incredible that this little girl could move so quickly at the bottom of a 9,000-mile deep lake. With such speed, even if Luban ran like the wind, he would never catch up to her. No wonder the little girl was so confident. No matter how strong Luban was, if he couldn't touch her body during a battle, what use was it? Soon, Luban regained his senses and followed the little girl as they continued to swim toward the lake bottom. After diving down to about 10,000 miles, Luban finally saw the rocky ground below. At this moment, Luban was utterly shocked, not only because of the astonishing depth of the Heavenly Pool Lake, but also because of the incredible sight before him. At the bottom of the lake, it was deep and mysterious, resembling an ancient secret realm that had been sealed for ages. In this forgotten corner, a lightning-type plant stood proudly, its appearance truly magnificent. It was easily the most spectacular plant Luban had seen in all his years. It was tall and straight, with a lush crown. Every branch seemed to be carved from lightning, emitting a faint blue glow. The trunk was dark brown, covered with intricate patterns that seemed to record its history of enduring countless lightning strikes. Each pattern was profound and powerful, like ancient runes, containing the strength of lightning and the tenacity of life. Most astonishingly, around the crown of the lightning tree, violent lightning swirled. The lightning bolts resembled silver dragons, weaving through the treetops with reckless abandon, producing deafening roars. Each flash of lightning seemed to illuminate the entire lakebed, allowing one to feel the shock and majesty of the heavens and earth. "This is my true form, the 1,000,000-year-old Thunderstrike wood. How about it? Beautiful, right?" At the bottom of Tianchi Lake, the little girl stood proudly on the Thunderstrike wood and said. At that moment, even the previously domineering blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex lowered its proud head in the presence of this unparalleled Thunderstrike wood, its eyes filled with awe and admiration. "Oh my, it really is a 1,000,000-year plant-type spirit beast." When Luban arrived at the lakebed and saw the striking appearance of the Thunderstrike wood, he was utterly astonished. Remembering his previous encounter with the little girl, he felt it was clear that her attack power was terrifying, with no signs of soul power fluctuations. She was likely a pure attack-type spirit beast with extreme attributes. Thinking of this, Luban's eyes burned with excitement. Goodness, the sixth spirit ring actually led him to encounter a 1,000,000-year pure attack spirit beast. It was truly unimaginable. It felt like a dream. "Little one, your true form is so beautiful. What is the point of staying at the lakebed? Would you like to come out and play with Uncle?" After talking with the little girl and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Luban realized that both of their intelligence levels were not very high. So he began to coax her. If he could persuade a million-year spirit ring, he would be impressive. My true form cannot leave here. Upon hearing this, the little girl shook her head, a hint of loneliness showing on her face. After a million years, apart from having a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex little brother, there were no companions at the lake bed, which was quite boring. However, since you can come down, why not stay and play with us? The little girl, transformed from the Thunderstrike wood, then thought of something, her eyes shining brightly, looking at Luban with fervor. I have a way to let you leave the lake bed and play in the outside world. Are you willing? Luban gently coaxed and started conversing with the little girl. After his journey to the extreme north, he had learned from the heavenly dream ice silkworm about signing a soul contract to obtain a spirit. As long as the little girl was willing to become his spirit, she could leave Tianchi Lake and exist by his side. All right, you just have to play with me at the lake bed for a year, and I'll agree to become your spirit. After Luban spoke, he initially thought the little girl would refuse, but to his surprise, she readily agreed. This made him overjoyed, unable to suppress his excitement. Okay, this is what you said. Luban said seriously, come on, let's make a pinky promise, no lying. Saying this, Luban and the little girl hooked their pinky fingers, completing the simplest and most precious agreement. From then on, for a year, Luban stayed at the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, going to Tianchi Lake every day to play with the little girl. This left the members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family astonished. They never expected Luban to come to their place and just not leave. Tianchi Lake was a core forbidden area of the family, not a place ordinary people could enter, yet Luban, an outsider, could bathe there every day. The young members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan were envious and jealous. Master Flander and Lu Erlong, along with the others, were incredulous when they heard Luban's experiences after he first emerged from the lake bed. Luban, you haven't been tricked, have you? Luban, you might have been played by her. The higher the spirit beast cultivation, the higher their intelligence. A million-year spirit beast intelligence is even higher than that of humans. So you might have been toyed with by that little girl. Over the year, as time slowly passed, Flander kept chattering away. Even Master and Lu Erlong found it hard to believe. After all, spirit beasts are proud creatures, and the likelihood of them willingly sacrificing themselves is almost non-existent. Who would have thought that because of a few words from Luban, a million-year plant-type spirit beast would be willing to sacrifice itself? It sounded utterly unbelievable. Time passed, and a year quickly went by. One day, Luban returned to the bottom of Tianchi Lake and found the Thunderstrike wood. Lele, the date we agreed upon has arrived. Also soon? The little girl was surprised to hear this, not expecting time to pass so quickly. No, I haven't had enough fun yet. How about this? You accompany me to play for another year. Upon hearing this, Luban's forehead instantly filled with black lines. Well, the masters were right to worry. The little girl has indeed broken the agreement. Really, Luban, you should play with me for another year. I will definitely become your spirit and follow you around. Seeing Luban's displeased expression, the little girl came beside him, shook his arm, and with her big, sparkling eyes, looked innocent. She expressed that she hadn't had enough fun and wanted to play more. The earnest look in her eyes softened Luban's heart, and he nodded in agreement. For the sake of the million-year soul ring, not to mention a year, even 3 or 5 years would be worth it. Chapter 83. The King S9 trials begin. Time flowed like water, quickly passing by, and soon another year had gone by. When Luban mentioned the agreement to the Thunderstrike wood again, unsurprisingly, she reneged once more. She wanted Luban to accompany her for another year, which made Luban grit his teeth in anger. Goodness, could I really be played by a little girl? If this gets out, his lifelong reputation will be completely ruined. Being taken advantage of by a little girl for 2 years, and in the end, gaining nothing, it's a bit embarrassing for Luban to think about it. But at the bottom of the Heavenly Pool Lake, using force is not an option. Over the past 2 years, Luban has sparred with Lele, and within his attack range. The Thunderstrike wood is naturally no match for him. But the key issue is that at the bottom of the lake, which is thousands of miles deep, he simply cannot catch up to her. Even if he wanted to resort to forceful coercion, it wouldn't work. After hunting spirit beasts for so long, this is the first time Luban has felt so awkward. At this moment, he finds himself in a dilemma. This really is the last year, Luban. You have to believe me. Thunderstrike would once again comforted Luban, her eyes filled with sincerity, speaking as if it were true. Finally, with gritted teeth, Luban agreed again. And so another year passed. Luban is now 15 years old, having grown into a handsome young man. When he re-entered the Heavenly Pool Lake and found Thunderstrike wood, It was no surprise that she had changed her mind again. For the third time, Luban could no longer bear it. His time is precious and cannot be wasted. Alas, Lele, I didn't expect you to be like this. Brother Luban is very sad. At the bottom of the heavenly pool lake, Luban sighed as he made his final farewell. You won't see me anymore. I'm leaving. On the surface, Luban appeared very sorrowful and resentful. But inside he cursed Thunderstrike would dozens of times. When his strength improves in the future, he would definitely make her pay. Kid, take care. I want to see you out. Before Thunderstrike could say anything, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus beside her chuckled, filled with a sense of schadenfreude, looking very sinister. Seeing Luban at a loss, he looked extremely pleased. Luban shook his head and prepared to leave. He couldn't stay here any longer. Who would have thought he could be fooled for 3 years by a seemingly innocent little girl? How embarrassing. At this moment, Luban felt a chill in his heart, and didn't know how to explain it to his master and the others. All right, Brother Luban, can I agree to you? Seeing Luban rise to swim upstream, Thunderstrike would instantly block his way. Really? Seeing this, Luban was overjoyed. It's so boring here. I'm done playing. It's time to go out and have some fun. The little girl said with a smile. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus beside her turned pale upon seeing this. Boss, why are you thinking this way? Becoming a human spirit. What's the difference from being dead? The little girl shook her head. My mind is made up, Xiaolong. Don't persuade me anymore. In the future, when I'm not here, I'll leave the heavenly pool lake to you to manage. You must protect our home well. At this moment, Luban saw determination on the little girl's face and felt sadness and resilience from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Let's get started. Thunderstrike would smiled faintly at Luban, signaling him to begin the contract signing ceremony. Luban nodded and, following the method taught by the heavenly dream eye silkworm, presided over the ceremony. Oh, at the moment this contract was signed, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus let out a loud roar filled with sorrow. Then, the entire lake Tianchi seemed to boil, with waves surging from the bottom to the surface, and countless soul beasts began to wail in response. The bubbles they blew made the lake look as if it were boiling, creating an exceptionally terrifying scene from the outside. This startled the younger generation disciples and elders of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, who were undergoing refinement in the lake, causing them to jump out and observe the situation. As the blood of Luban fused with the blood of the Thunderstrike wood, the soul contract between the two was officially completed. Then, a golden million-year soul ring appeared at the bottom of the lake, slowly descending onto Luban. The act of sacrifice merged without any difficulty. Now, Luban once again showed a look of pain. At the same time, the wind thunder wings behind him suddenly spread open, wildly absorbing energy. The wind thunder wings are an external soul bone produced by the split wind beast, primarily inheriting the speed attributes of the split wind beast. With the absorption of energy and evolution, the wind thunder wings began to develop towards the lightning attribute. Previously, the wind thunder wings were surrounded by jumping lightning snakes, but now they have directly transformed into lightning dragons. The colors have also become brighter, resembling a pair of gigantic wings completely woven from thunder. The sacrifice of the million-year Thunderstrike would this time did not produce a soul bone. Rather, it was absorbed by the wind thunder wings, resulting in a qualitative evolution. Once the soul ring absorption was complete and the wind thunder wings evolved, Luban let out a long sigh, filled with joy. At this moment, he felt that all his attributes had undergone a significant evolution, representing a tremendous leap. The most obvious change was his enhanced control over lightning elements. Now, staying at the bottom of the heavenly pool lake, he felt no discomfort even without using his soul power. Bathed in the sea of thunder, his feelings were surprisingly good. He opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul. Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunders Qualification. Innate Full Soul Power, Jungle Level Up, Soul Power. 70-100 Soul Rings. Yellow, purple, black, red, red. Gold Soul Bone. Wind Thunder Wings, Speed 1, 000. Soul Skills. Attack, 700. Attack, 1350. Attack, 9000. Fire Attack, 100-000. Wind Attack, 350-000. Thunder Attack, 900-000. Items. Game Boy Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Successfully obtaining the 6 Soul Ring brought significant changes to Luban's information panel. Firstly, his soul power level increased by 10 levels, rising from a 60th level Soul Emperor to a 70th level Soul Sage. In the Soul Rings section, there was an additional golden soul ring, Moreover, the wind thunder wings underwent a qualitative evolution, becoming the embodiment of speed. With the energy of the million-year thunderstrike with soul bone integrated, the wind thunder wings provided Luban with a speed bonus of 1 million points. Now, Luban's speed was unmatched across the continent. 1 million speed points were no joke, approaching the status of God. At the same time, the soul skill brought by the sixth soul ring was indeed a pure attack enhancement, instantly increasing Luban's basic attack by 900,000 points. Furthermore, his attack power now contained a substantial amount of thunder power, with fire attribute attacks, wind attribute attacks, and now added lightning attribute attacks. Luban's attack power could undoubtedly be considered the highest on the entire continent. Just as Luban completed the absorption of the sixth soul ring, a loud prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 84. The Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy Competition. Congratulations, host. Your soul power level has reached 70, and the King S Inheritance Assessment is now open. The assessment consists of 9 stages, with generous rewards for each stage cleared. First stage assessment. Win the championship in this Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition. Receiving the massive amount of information that suddenly appeared in his mind, Luban was greatly shocked. In his previous life's memories, the Shrek 7 monsters had the Sea God Inheritance, and the Spirit Hall had the Angel S9 Trials. Unexpectedly, he now had a King S9 Trials, which was truly incredible. In this way, his 7th soul ring would indeed have a way to come down. As far as he knew, when passing a level of the Sea God 9 Trials, not only would the soul power increase, but a perfect soul ring would also be rewarded. A trashy Sea God Inheritance was already this powerful, so his King S9 Trials reward would surely be even more extraordinary. The harvest from this trip was truly significant. Luban calmed his emotions, bid farewell to the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and left the bottom of the heavenly lake. How is it? Did you succeed? As soon as he reached the shore, Master Flanders and the 2 dragons rushed over, looking worried. 3 years had passed, and they were starting to become impatient. Luban nodded, saying, I have obtained the 6th soul ring. As he spoke, Luban released his martial soul, and 6 soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. When the 3 saw the outermost golden soul ring, they were stunned. They collectively gasped. My goodness, it's actually a golden soul ring. They only knew about red 100,000-year soul rings, and this was the first time they had seen a million-year golden soul ring. The 3 were shocked, standing there in disbelief. The idea that a million-year soul beast would voluntarily sacrifice itself was incredible. If someone else had said it, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. But Luban had repeatedly demonstrated it before their eyes. It was astonishing. What about the soul bone? What type of soul bone did you acquire this time? Master came back to his senses and hurriedly inquired. According to his theory of the top 20 core competencies of martial souls, a voluntarily sacrificed soul beast would produce a soul bone regardless of its cultivation level. Luban's previous experiences had verified this theory. So this time, with a million-year soul beast voluntarily sacrificing itself, there would surely be a soul bone born. This time the soul bone is a bit special. It didn't appear separately, but fused with my previous external soul bone, the wind and thunder wings, allowing the wind and thunder wings to evolve. As he explained, Luban released the wind and thunder wings, and the 2 massive thunder wings looked spectacular, once again astonishing the 3 of them. What a monster! Luban's luck is truly incredible. The biggest shortcoming of his extreme output type soul master was speed, but now it was just what he needed. This time, the external soul bone directly evolved into a million-year one, eliminating Luban's speed shortcomings. With both speed and attack, who in the entire continent could be Luban's opponent? After Luban successfully obtained the 6th soul ring, Master and the others quickly left the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and returned to Shrek Academy. However, the current Shrek Academy was no longer the dilapidated academy outside Soto City that was so poor it didn't even have outer walls. It had moved to Heavendo City and merged with Lu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Academy. The new Shrek Academy was significantly larger in scale, and the number of teachers and students was no longer just a handful, but comparable to other advanced Soul Master academies, with a considerable number of personnel. On that day, the Master gathered Luban, the 7 Shrek monsters, and several substitute students from the original Blue Tyrant Academy together to discuss the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Today, I will provide everyone with a detailed introduction to the rules of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. This is not only a competition that concerns honor, but also a test of the strength and wisdom of each Soul Master. The All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy competition is held once every 5 years, with participants being the best from each academy, and their age must not exceed 25. The competition is divided into 3 stages: the preliminaries, the qualifying rounds, and the finals, with different rules and requirements for each stage. The master explained clearly. He paused and continued. In the preliminary stage, each academy will send out 7 members to compete in a 7-on-7 team battle. This stage mainly tests the teamwork and combat skills of the members. The promotion matches, on the other hand, assess individual combat strength and performance. The competition format is quite special. The participating teams still send 7 members to battle, but instead of a team fight, it becomes a series of one-on-one duels. The winner stays in the arena, while the loser sends a new member to challenge until all members of one side are defeated. The master looked at the eager expressions of everyone, filled with pride and satisfaction. He knew that these little monsters were ready. They would conquer this stage that belonged to them with their strength and wisdom. In this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, our Shrek Academy has only one goal: to win the championship. Finally, the master surveyed everyone and confidently stated that with Luban present, the Advanced Soul Master Academy competition was secure, and there would be no unexpected events. Shrek Academy would definitely be the champion. However, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. The master did not disclose Luban's strength to Tang San and the others, not wanting them to rely on him too much. This Advanced Soul Master Academy competition was a perfect test for them. He believed they would grow significantly. After the competition, these little monsters would graduate. Striving together to win the honor of the Advanced Soul Master Academy Championship would surely be a beautiful memory for them. Don't worry, Master. We Shrek's 7 monsters will definitely live up to your expectations. We are confident in winning this competition. Upon hearing the master's explanation, Tang San clenched his fists, looking equally confident. Due to their previous adventures in the Sunset Forest, discovering the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and obtaining a large amount of celestial herbs, their soul power had increased tremendously. He had already reached level 41 at the age of 15, a control-type battle spirit master, which was an extraordinary existence on the entire continent, especially after being refined by the 2 celestial herbs, the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the blazing fire apricot flower. He successfully obtained a 10,000-year soul ring for his 4th soul ring, which Tang San considered very impressive, unique on the entire continent. Thus, Tang San was brimming with confidence. A few days ago, when Luban returned, he sought Luban out for a spar to showcase his astonishing 4th soul ring, but was unexpectedly stopped by the master. Xiao San. That's right. This time, our Shrek 7 monsters will surely shock the entire continent. The captain, Daimu Bai, added to Tang San's words. Now at 17 years old, he was already a level 44 strong attack-type battle spirit master, virtually unstoppable among his peers. He was absolutely confident in leading the team to win this competition. Hee Luban, this time you just tag along with us. You don't need to take the field, said Xiao Wu, raising her proud little head, full of confidence while also teasing Luban. Xiao Wu is right. Senior brother, you haven't been at the academy every day. It's almost like you're free range, Ning Rongrong jokingly added, causing everyone to burst into laughter. After being blessed by the celestial herbs, their strength had greatly increased, and they felt that in this competition, they wouldn't even need Luban to take action. Moreover, if they teamed up again, they were very confident in defeating Luban, although they knew Luban's strength was ridiculously strong. Each member of the Shrek 7 monsters felt very confident at that moment. On the day Luban returned to the academy, they sought him out for a challenge, but were ultimately stopped by Master Flender, who informed them that from now on, no students or teachers at Shrek Academy were allowed to challenge Luban. Isn't this purely looking for trouble? Master Flandra and the others also don't want to put any psychological pressure on Tang San and Xiao Wu, leaving them with mental shadows. Well, this time it's up to you. I'll be the cheerleader at the back, cheering you on. Upon hearing this, Luban smiled indifferently, not taking the teasing of the crowd to heart at all. It's normal for kids their age to be competitive. There's no need to prove anything in front of this group of little brats. Now, as the strongest in the continent, he should still maintain the demeanor of a king. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. On this day, in the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City, a grand opening ceremony was held for the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in the Heavendo Empire's competition area, taking place at the Heavendo Great Soul Arena. As the most prestigious Soul Master competition in the world, this event drew nationwide attention. From commoners to nobles, and even the royal family and major Soul Master families. Everyone attended this grand opening ceremony. The Emperor of the Heavendo Empire, Shui, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salis, the head of the Shui family, Shui Luotian, the leader of the Fire Tribe, Huo Shuang, the head of the Wind family, Feng Batian, and the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Xiaogang, among others from the 10 most powerful soul master families on the continent, were all present. The scale was so large that even the Heaven Do royal family was astonished. It should be noted that in the past editions of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, such a gathering of big shots had never occurred. The 10 great families and 7 major sects, the top powers on the continent, all showed interest in this competition, which was truly astonishing. The opening ceremony had over 100,000 spectators. As the participating teams from various Advanced Soul Master Academies entered, the host introduced each team, while the VIP area buzzed with conversation among Shui, Yu Xiaogang, Ning Fengji, and others discussing the teams entering the arena below. Gentlemen, do you have any favorite teams? Emperor Shui, dressed in a golden yellow robe and wearing a dazzling crown, asked with a calm smile as he sat in the main seat. Hearing this, Ning Fengji, who had close ties with the royal family, was the first to speak. Aside from the Heaven Do Royal Academy's first team, which is a seed team directly advanced to the finals, I do have my eye on another team among the 28 participating teams. Ning Fengji, in his apricot white robe and wearing the 7 treasure purple gold crown symbolizing his status, spoke while his gaze constantly flickered among the teams below. Oh, I wonder which team has caught your interest, Sect Master Ning? Emperor Shui asked with immediate interest, smiling as he pressed for more. I'd like to keep that a secret for now, Ning Fengji replied with a smile, the corners of his mouth upturned, giving a hint of mystery. However, I am very confident that the champion of this competition will definitely belong to the Empire. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salis, who had been sitting next to Emperor Shui with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Salis scanned the arena, focusing on the 28 participating teams, trying to figure out which team Ning Fengji was referring to. It should be noted that since the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition began, the champion had always been the Spirit Hall. He did not believe that any team could defeat the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was indeed as fussy as ever. At this moment, Huo, the leader of the Fire Tribe, took over the conversation, saying, I also have my eye on a team. I'm quite confident they can secure the championship for the Heaven Do Empire. As for which academy team it is, you might not be familiar with it, but if I mention the extreme output style, you should understand that I'm not speaking lightly. Huo, dressed in a fire-red robe, matched his fiery personality. Unlike Ning Fengji, he directly stated which team he favored. Upon hearing Huo mention the extreme output style, Shui, Ning Fengji, Salis, and others immediately became interested. In recent years, the output-type Battle Soul Masters have been a hot topic, quite mysterious. As people continue to explore and discover, it turns out that output-type Battle Soul Masters are indeed powerful. Currently, many young Soul Masters on the continent are developing in this direction. Many prominent families who understand the insider information are doing their utmost to help their family members pursue extreme output development. Chief of the Fire Clan, are you saying that this time the extreme output will shine brightly in the competition? The Snow Knight Emperor curiously asked, is there really a Soul Master Academy that teaches this uncertain path of martial soul development? Your Majesty is correct. This time, output-type Battle Soul Masters will definitely take the historical stage, and the entire competition process will be incredibly intense and exciting. Fire Invincible nodded with a smile and replied, and to be honest with everyone, our Blaze team has also developed output-type Battle Soul Masters in recent years. Although we may not win the championship this time, securing second place should not be a problem. Hearing Fire Invincible say this, the entire VIP area erupted in discussion. Feng Batian, the head of the Feng family, was the first to express his dissatisfaction. Old Fire, I agreed with what you said earlier. I believe that output-type Battle Soul Masters will indeed shine in this competition. But your Blaze Academy securing second place is pure nonsense. It's not just your Fire Clan that has developed output-type Battle Soul Masters in recent years. Our Feng family has also trained our own. This time, we are absolutely confident in securing second place. Following Feng Batian, Shui Luotian, the head of the Shui family, also chimed in, stating that the Shui family also has its own output-type Battle Soul Masters, and the strength of the Tian Shui team has improved significantly, ensuring that they will secure second place in this competition. What? Seeing a group of influential figures on the continent now competing for second place. The Snow Knight Emperor looked bewildered. Goodness, do those with output-type Battle Soul Masters have such big claims? They don't even regard their own Tiando Royal Academy team. Are output-type Battle Soul Masters really that powerful? However, after dealing with these old guys for so many years, the Snow Knight Emperor knew they wouldn't speak without reason. Since they dared to say so, they must have some basis for it. Chapter 86. Tang San felt that he was capable again. With so many top forces, who have always been unwilling to submit to each other, now voluntarily giving up the first position, the Snow Knight Emperor felt quite surprised. May I ask which team is considered the first by you all? The Snow Knight Emperor said with a puzzled expression. As for the champion of this competition, let's not even think about it. With that little monster around, no academy team can possibly be a match. Indeed, that little monster is truly abnormal. The Shrek Academy he belongs to is destined to be invincible. I agree. With that prodigy in the competition, the other teams are merely here to play along. Fire Invincible, Wind Overlord, Water Luo Tan, and others explained, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor dumbfounded. Goodness, this is too exaggerated. Another prodigy, another invincible team. How powerful is the Shrek Academy? Following the gazes of the big shots, the Snow Knight Emperor looked down at the stage and noticed a team wearing brownish-green uniforms, thinking they didn't seem particularly special. At that moment, not only the Snow Knight Emperor, but even Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, felt a wave of astonishment. He didn't expect that the heads of the 10 great families would share his thoughts. They were all optimistic about the Shrek team, and, judging by their expressions, they seemed even more confident than he was. He really didn't know what was going on. He knew that his confidence in the Shrek team stemmed from the fact that his daughter Ning Rongrong was at Shrek Academy, and he was quite familiar with the 7 monsters there. Each of those 7 was a little monster with considerable strength. Moreover, Tang San was a dual martial soul. He had personally witnessed his overwhelming strength in the previous battle against the Titan family. With him around, Shrek Academy had a very high chance of winning the championship in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. As for the elder brother that Ning Rongrong mentioned, he had never seen him and heard he was even more formidable, but Ning Fengji couldn't bring himself to believe it. Just as Ning Fengji and the others were in shock, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salas, who had been indifferent, suddenly changed his demeanor. Unable to hold back any longer, he retorted, "Our Spirit Hall has been researching extreme output for many years. There is no one on the continent who understands it better than us. This time, the Spirit Hall team will definitely continue to win the championship." Bishop Salas, the student surpasses the master. This time your Spirit Hall is bound to be disappointed. Yes, after this competition, the entire continental situation will undergo significant changes. That's right. It's not that we underestimate the Spirit Hall team, but you have no idea how strong the opponent is. Hearing the retorts from Fire Invincible and the others, Salas's expression gradually darkened, his face filled with displeasure. He never expected that the 10 great families would dare to openly oppose the Spirit Hall. It was truly unprecedented. Even the Snow Knight Emperor and Ning Fengji were shocked by the 10 great families' tough attitude. What was going on today that made everyone so bold? In the past, no one would dare to openly disrespect Salas. After all, he was the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, a position of considerable prestige. Just as Fire Invincible and Wind Overlord finished speaking, Yu Xiaogang, who sat in a high position, also spoke for the first time. What the heads of the family said is correct. This competition will surely be incredibly exciting, but the outcome is already determined. Yu Xiaogang said indifferently. As the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and a pinnacle title Douluo at level 96, he was now the most distinguished person in the room. Even Salas had to listen carefully to what he said. Very well, then we shall wait and see. Finally, Salas snorted, believing that the golden generation of the Spirit Hall would surprise everyone. Soon, the 28 teams in the Heaven Do City competition area finished entering, and the big shots on the VIP stage concluded their discussions. The host then invited the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor, to announce the opening of the competition. I, the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor, on behalf of the Heaven Do Empire and the organizers of this competition, hereby announce the opening of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. After the Snow Knight Emperor spoke, Yu Xiaogang and Ning Fengji, as the leaders of the top 3 sects, also made remarks. Once everyone finished speaking, the host invited Salas to start the first round of the preliminary draw. In the first round of the preliminaries, Sanhui Academy will face Zixing Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy will face Shrek Academy. Soon, the draw was completed, and the audience erupted in excitement, especially when they heard that the second team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy would compete against Shrek Academy. Discussions erupted continuously. They knew about the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Even though it was the second team, it was still quite formidable and not something an ordinary team could compare to. This time, they drew the name of Shrek Academy, which no one had ever heard of before. It felt like this draw was a bit deliberate. Just look at Shrek Academy's poop green uniforms, as if they just came out of some village. Clearly, the Heaven Do Royal Academy was looking for a soft target to showcase their prestige. At this moment, when Tang San and the others heard their names being drawn, their expressions were equally strange and surprised. They didn't expect such a coincidence. It should be noted that today was the opening ceremony of the tournament, and there was only one match taking place, which seemed very much like a performance. They never anticipated they would be drawn to compete against the second team of Heaven Do Royal Academy. However, recalling the doubts and disdain they had previously faced, Ma Hongjun and Oscar eagerly volunteered. They wanted to use their strength to slap those skeptics in the face. Third brother, I request to go into battle. The chubby Ma Hongjun clenched his fists, looking eager to try. Tang San shook his head, saying, "Don't be reckless. Follow the original plan. There are still many matches ahead, and we can't expose our strength too much right now. This match will be handled by me, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mu Bai, along with Talon and the others." As the vice-captain of the Shrek team and the only control-type spirit master internally, Tang San had clearly taken control of the entire team. Moreover, Master and Flanders had previously stated that they would not interfere in the preliminaries, allowing the Shrek 7 monsters to manage on their own. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. After years of working together, Tang San had clearly become the core leader of the whole team. Most of the time, the entire Shrek team followed his rhythm. At this moment in the team, the sidelined Luban casually asked, "How about I make my debut too? Look at a good start." "Luban, there's no need for you to go on stage this time. Just watch from the back," Tang San replied with a faint smile, looking confident. "With our current strength, I'm sure we can finish the battle within a minute." Tang San refused Luban's request to participate. In his view, even without Luban's help, they could still win the championship in this Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy competition. "Well then, good luck to you." Seeing this, Luban waved his hand. What else could he say but wish them well? After half an hour of preparation, the members of the two competing teams entered the arena. Chapter 87. 1 minute complete defeat. As the members of the two teams entered, the host spoke incessantly, introducing the lineups and player situations. Shrek Academy Team. Captain Dai Mu Bai. Martial Spirit. White Tiger, Level 44 Attack System Spirit Master. Vice Captain Tang San, Martial Spirit. Blue Silver Grass, Level 41 Control System Spirit Master. Team Member Xiao Wu. Martial Spirit. Jade Rabbit, Level 37 Close Combat Attack System Spirit Master. Team Member Talon, Martial Spirit. Mighty Gorilla, Level 38 Attack System Spirit Master. Team Member Huang Yuan, Martial Spirit. Lone Wolf, Level 35 Attack System Spirit Master. Team Member Jing Ling, Martial Spirit. Skeleton, Level 35 Agility Attack System Spirit Master. Team Member Jiang Zhu, Martial Spirit. Healing Staff, Level 35 Support System Tool Spirit Master. When the audience heard the host finish introducing the lineup of the Shrek Academy team, the entire venue instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces filled with incredulity. How could this be? A small Shrek Academy actually had 2 Spirit Masters above level 40. This lineup was even more luxurious than that of the second team of Heaven Do Royal Academy. It should be noted that the second team of Heaven Do Royal Academy only had one output-type Spirit Master who had just reached level 40. Previously, the 7 members of the second team of Heaven Do Royal Academy wore light gold uniforms, looking heroic and full of momentum. But now, as the normal lineup was announced, their previous superiority instantly vanished. At this moment, even the Snow Knight Emperor in the VIP area showed a look of shock in his eyes. No wonder the big shots around him held Shrek Academy in high regard. The difference in lineups was indeed significant. The Snow Knight Emperor's expression was serious, realizing that they were likely to lose the first round, which would definitely damage their royal family's reputation. I announced that the first match of the first round of the preliminaries, Heaven Do Royal Academy versus Shrek Academy, officially begins. As a referee's voice fell, both sides quickly released their martial spirits and activated their spirit possession. The battle was about to commence. When the audience saw Shrek Academy's side, Tang San's 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, slowly rose. The entire audience gasped in astonishment. Everyone rubbed their eyes and opened their mouths wide. their faces filled with shock. The fourth soul ring was actually a black 10,000-year soul ring. How could this be possible? The entire Shrek team had the best soul ring configuration, which was truly astonishing. At this moment, even the 7 members of the second team of Heaven Do Royal Academy were momentarily stunned upon seeing Tang San's fourth black 10,000-year soul ring, their hearts filled with shock. The pressure brought by a 10,000-year soul ring was no joke. They were likely to lose this round. Charge! Attack! On the other side, taking advantage of the moment when the members of the second team of Heaven Do Royal Academy were stunned, Tang San decisively ordered the entire team to launch their most ferocious attack. In an instant, under the leadership of Captain Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Huang Yuan, Talon, the 4 attack-type Spirit Masters, and Jingling, the agility attack-type Spirit Master, quickly leaped towards the opponents. They went all out, holding nothing back. Moreover, they directly activated their strongest third soul skills, showcasing their confidence in ending the battle with a single blow. White Tiger Transformation. Just as they were about to collide with the opponent, Dai Mubai's third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation, was instantly unleashed. After the White Tiger possessed him, his already powerful body gained an additional layer of golden luster, looking exceptionally majestic and imposing. Wolf Transformation. Huang Yuan activated his strongest attack soul skill, instantly increasing his attack power and speed by 50%. Demon Ape Golden Body. Talon unleashed his third soul skill, instantly boosting his attack power and strength by 50%. With his eyes turning red, looking like a violent gorilla, seeing that the Shrek team was attempting to unleash their third soul skills right away to try to eliminate them, the captain of the Heaven Do Royal Academy team shouted, "Defend!" As soon as the captain's words fell, 2 defensive Spirit Masters from Heaven Do Royal Academy quickly positioned themselves at the front and immediately activated their third soul skills to defend. The entire team swiftly moved, changing their defensive formation. They didn't fall for it. Tang San noted the opponent's rapid defense, feeling a bit surprised. This is not the character of the Tiando Royal Academy team. Initially, I thought that Dai Mubai and the others as the vanguard would inevitably be surrounded by the opposing attack-type Soul Masters. They would then take the opportunity to consume their offensive power. To my surprise, the seemingly arrogant Tiando Royal Academy's second team chose the most conservative approach. 2 defensive Soul Masters directly activated their collective defense skills to withstand the first wave of fierce attacks. Since this is the case, let's play along and directly break through their defense. With this in mind, Tang San quickly followed up using Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Blue Silver Prison. Once he reached the casting range, Tang San unleashed his 4th 10,000-year soul skill. Without any warning, a large number of dark and shiny blue-silver grasses suddenly surged up from the ground, transforming into 7 of the most solid prisons. This sudden burst skill caught the opponents off guard, and they were all trapped collectively in the blue-silver cage. At this moment, over 100,000 spectators in the stands gasped in unison. Tang San's crowd control skill left everyone astonished and deeply shaken. Hiss, so powerful, instantly restraining the entire opponent. It could be said that this match could already be declared over. It's important to note that less than a minute had passed since the battle began, and no one expected it to end so quickly. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Seeing the opponent trapped in the blue-silver prison control, Dai Mubai, with great synergy, unleashed his strongest attack. As the 4th soul skill was activated, golden light burst forth from his body, forming countless golden soul power orbs the size of fists around him. In an instant, he locked onto the 7 members of the Tiando Royal Academy and bombarded them. First came the crowd control, followed by a group attack. The Shrek team's seamless coordination left the onlookers in awe. They knew that if this 4th soul skill landed, the battle would be over. At this moment, the fans of the Tiando Royal Academy in the stands had their hearts racing, almost to the point of choking, feeling extremely tense. It's over, could it be? In less than a minute, their academy was about to lose? At this moment, on the VIP table, seeing the situation turning dire, Emperor Shui Yi and other royal members wore serious expressions. The Tiando Royal Academy's second team representative was their royal face, and to be defeated so quickly was a tremendous embarrassment for them. "Your Majesty, do not worry. There is still a glimmer of hope," said Meng Xinji, the instructor of the Tiando Royal Academy, calmly. Upon hearing this, not only Emperor Shui Yi, but other dignitaries at the VIP table also showed expressions of surprise. Given the current situation, it was hard for them to believe that the Tiando Royal Academy's second team had any chance of turning the tide. However, just as the dignitaries were astonished, on the fighting spirit platform, The support-type Soul Master of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team shouted, "Attack Light." Chapter 88. Outrageous remarks. As soon as the female Soul Master's voice fell, a golden light emanated from her, landing on the output-type Battle Soul Master behind her. The third soul skill, Attack Light, was activated, instantly increasing the attack power by 50%. The output-type Battle Soul Master, standing in the back of the Tiando Royal Academy's second team, had 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings swirling around him. He was the only level 40 Battle Soul Sect in the team. At this moment, as the auxiliary-type Soul Master's support skill was activated, the 7 members of the Shrek Academy had already approached, entering his attack range. Sword Rain. The output-type Battle Soul Master, Yu Jian, with a martial soul Qingfeng sword, decisively activated his 4th soul skill. As an output-type Battle Soul Master, his soul skill, although not as monstrous as Lu Ban's, could instantly increase his attack power 5-fold, far exceeding that of a strong attack-type Battle Soul Master. Yu Jian's 4th soul skill was obtained by hunting a 4,000-year-old aggressive soul beast, and its attack power was incredibly fierce. When Sword Rain was unleashed with a 5-fold increase, its attack power surpassed 20,000 points. Adding the previous auxiliary Soul Master support skill, the attack power of Sword Rain increased by another 50%, reaching an astonishing 30,000 points. Sword Rain could attack both single targets and groups. When attacking a single target, its attack power was most ferocious. 30,000 points of super strong attack power were far beyond what a Soul Master of the same rank could withstand. Even now, with a group attack, the attack power distributed to each of the 7 members of the Shrek Academy was still around 20,000 points. This was definitely something they could not withstand. Therefore, feeling the might of Sword Rain, Tang San, Dai and the others' expressions changed drastically. Their hair stood on end, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. The power of this skill made them feel a threat to their lives. Defense, Tang San shouted, immediately using his soul skill to resist. Blue Silver Prison. He directly cast his 4th soul skill on his teammates, forming a dark blue prison around Dai Xiao Wu, and the others as a protective barrier. Since the Shrek team did not have a defense-type Battle Soul Master, in this critical situation, Tang San could only use his control skills to stop the opponent. Blue Silver Bind. With the Blue Silver Prison outside, Tang San activated his 1st soul skill again, creating a second protective barrier inside. At this moment, surrounding the 7 members of the Shrek Academy, inside the Blue Silver Prison, there was another protective barrier formed by Blue Silver Grass. At the same time, the auxiliary-type Soul Master Jiang Zhu decisively activated her 3rd soul skill to perform group healing. The situation on the Fighting Spirit platform suddenly changed dramatically, leaving the surrounding spectators gasping in astonishment. The Shrek team, originally in the upper hand and in control, was now unexpectedly in a passive position. The sudden change left everyone stunned. Rumbling. Next, 7 streams of sword light split through the air, striking the 7 members of Shrek Academy. The power of the Sword Rain was tremendous, breaking through the Blue Silver Prison and Blue Silver Entanglement, sending Tang San, Dai and the others flying. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The referee counted down 5 numbers, and seeing that the Shrek Academy team still had not risen, he decisively announced the result of the match. In the first round of the preliminary match, Tiando Royal Academy defeated Shrek Academy. As soon as the referee's words fell, the entire arena erupted into intense cheers. Today's match was so exciting, full of twists and turns, really thrilling. Indeed, I originally thought Tiando Royal Academy was going to lose, but I didn't expect such a shocking turnaround at the last moment. It's truly unbelievable. Output-type Soul Masters are so powerful. Indeed, they're incredibly impressive. I never thought output-type Soul Masters would be this strong. Oh my, today I finally witnessed the legendary output-type Soul Masters. They're so cool. My goodness. So this is what output-type Soul Masters are like, so fierce. Amazing. Output-type Soul Masters are truly extraordinary. In just 1 minute, the battle situation in the Soul Arena changed rapidly, leaving the audience in awe, especially at the end when the output-type Soul Master turned the tide. Everyone realized the terrifying potential of this newly emerging Soul Master development faction. One person actually reversed the entire battle. It was truly incredible. Good, good, good. On the VIP platform, Emperor Shui was extremely excited, repeatedly praising. Dream, the output-type Soul Master you chose is really impressive. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Yu Jian is a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. As an output-type Soul Master, Today's performance is merely a small display of his abilities. Dreaming Machine chuckled and said, "It won't be long before the Tiando Royal Academy team brings even greater surprises to your majesty." Unlike the joy on the faces of the Tiando royal family, Huowudi, Shui Luotian, and others from the 10 great families, upon seeing Shrek Academy's defeat, were all wide-eyed. Their faces filled with confusion. It shouldn't be. With that little monster Luban around, how could Shrek Academy lose so badly? Ha! Weren't you all so confident in Shrek Academy before? It seems they're not up to par after all. Seeing Shrek Academy's defeat, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus, began to mock. This made the big shots from the Shui family, Huo clan, Feng family, and others embarrassed. They really didn't expect the scene to turn out like this. After the 2 major academies matches ended, Tang San, Daimu Bai, Xiao Wu, and the others slowly got up. Coughing repeatedly, their bodies injured. On the stands, Ning Rongrong and the others hurriedly went up to help them heal. Then they supported Tang San and a few others as they left the Seoul Arena. On the way back, Tang San felt ashamed. He didn't expect the situation to turn around at the last moment. Being taken down by one person from the opposite side was truly embarrassing. After the first match defeat, the Shrek Academy group finally realized the terrifying power of output-type Soul Masters. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in battle. This defeat can help you recognize the emerging faction of output-type Soul Masters, which is quite good. As they walked, the master comforted them. In the second round, I will let Lu Ban take the stage, so you can see what a true output-type Soul Master is. Time passed quickly, and soon a day had gone by. In the Tiando City competition area, the first round of preliminary matches was completely finished. Then the draw continued, determining the matchups for tomorrow's competition. Xiangjia Academy versus Shrek Academy. When the members of Xiangjia Academy saw that their opponent for tomorrow's match was Shrek Academy, they were all extremely excited. They had seen yesterday's match. Those from Shrek Academy were simply not their opponents. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter that academy that came out of the cesspool. It's really funny. No need to think. Tomorrow's match is completely pressure-free. Everyone relax today. Indeed, the strength of those few from Shrek Academy was originally not that great. And plus they were heavily injured yesterday, posing no threat to us. Tomorrow will purely be a slaughter. Our goal in this competition is to be in the top 3. Those useless people from Shrek Academy, everyone need not take them to heart. They're not worth worrying about. Chapter 89, The Strongest Defense, is vulnerable the next day. Dawn broke. The 28 participating teams in the Tiando City competition area gathered again at the Tiando Great Seoul Arena. Today, 14 matches were to be held. The match between Shrek Academy and Xiangjia Academy was set for the 3rd round. Now, let us welcome the teams from Xiangjia Academy and Shrek Academy to the arena. After the first 2 matches ended, the host immediately announced the next set of competitors to enter. During their entrance, he introduced the lineups of both teams. Shrek Academy team. Team member Lu Ban, Martial Soul. Lu Ban number 7, level 40 output type, Soul Master. Team member Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul. Fire Phoenix, level 41 assault type, Soul Master. Team member Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul. Ghostly Spirit Cat, level 41 agility attack type, Soul Master. Team member Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul. 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Level 41 support type, Tool, Soul Master. Team member Oscar, Martial Soul. Sausage, level 41 support type, Tool, Soul Master. Team member Tai Long, Martial Soul. Mighty Gorilla, level 38 assault type, Soul Master. Team member Jiangzhu, Martial Soul. Healing Staff, level 35 support type, Tool, Soul Master. Upon seeing the lineup of Shrek Academy, the onlookers burst into ridicule. Shrek Academy is too funny. They actually sent 3 support type, Tool, Soul Masters. It's really ridiculous. How can they fight like this? I guarantee Shrek Academy won't last a minute this time. Wrong. A minute is too long for this lineup. In my opinion, they will immediately surrender once the battle starts. They can't be that weak. At least they have an output type Soul Master. Output type Soul Masters may be useful against other teams, but against the strongest defense of Xiangjia Academy, they won't have any effect at all. Indeed, Xiangjia Academy boasted yesterday that they would defeat Shrek Academy within a minute. On the VIP platform, seeing Lu Ban personally take the stage, Shui Luotian, Huowudi, Feng Batian, and other big shots all smiled, thinking that this kid finally couldn't hold back and came out. Level 40. Isn't this purely bullying children? With this freak Lu Ban around, Xiangjia Academy could never win. Everyone, what do you think about Shrek Academy's match? Emperor Zhuye, seated at the main position, smiled and inquired. the Shui family, Hua clan, Feng family, and even the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had all been very optimistic about Shrek Academy before. Yesterday, when Tiando Royal Academy's second team defeated Shrek Academy, it greatly enhanced the royal family's prestige. Being able to make the major families suffer a setback, Emperor Shui Yu was quite pleased. Your Majesty, yesterday Shrek Academy just went easy on them. Today, they will surely win. I have great confidence in Shrek Academy as well. Indeed, there is no doubt that Shrek Academy will be the champion of this competition. Seeing the water, Luo Tian, and the invincible few from Shrek Academy, Shui the Great was a bit taken aback. Goodness, where does this group get their confidence from? They really aren't afraid of being slapped in the face again. Are you all joking? With the lineup of Shrek Academy, do you really think you can defeat us at the Elephant Armor Academy? Hearing this, the master of the Elephant Armor sect, Hu Yanjun, looked displeased and said, the output-type soul masters are no match against our strongest defense. As one of the 7 major sects of the continent, the Elephant Armor sect ranks 6th and is very powerful. Their ancestral martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth, is a super martial soul with extremely high defensive capabilities. Master Hu Yanjun, with the strength of a peak soul Douluo, is even more formidable than an ordinary title Douluo and hold an extraordinary status. Haha, I also believe in the strength of the Elephant Armor Academy. This time we will definitely slap these old fellows' faces, interjected the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus. As the big shots conversed, the members of both battle teams stepped onto the fighting platform one after another. The second round of the preliminary match, the third match, officially begins. As the referee's voice fell, the battle commenced. Both teams instantly released their martial souls and activated their soul rings. At this moment for soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple slowly rose from beneath Luban's feet and circled around his body. Behind him were Talon, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Jiangzhu, and Zhu Zhuqing at the back. Seeing this formation, the audience in the stands was astonished. Wow, crazy. How can output-type soul master stand in the front row? So funny. Shrek Academy must have just found this output-type soul master. They don't even know how to position themselves. I'm dying of laughter. Do you even understand what an output-type soul master is? My stomach hurts. It's the first time I've seen an output-type soul master standing at the front of the team. Hey, Shrek Academy, could you please understand what an output-type soul master is before sending them out? Seeing Shrek Academy's positioning, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy also laughed heartily. They were very familiar with output-type soul masters. Their attack power was exceptionally strong, but their defense was very weak. Their survival ability was low, so a battle team would always place them at the back, even behind support-type soul masters. Now, Shrek Academy's unconventional operation was something they had never seen before. Truly amusing. Of course, the 7 from the Elephant Armor Academy did not let their guard down. They were very aware of the formidable power of output-type soul masters. Immediately, they released their martial souls and activated them. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy all had the Diamond Mammoth as their martial soul, and they followed a purely defensive martial soul development path. Therefore, they were very confident when facing output-type soul masters. As the Diamond Mammoth was released, the entire fighting arena trembled. 7 massive mammoth phantoms rose from them, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the entire fighting arena in a riot of colors. The captain, Hu Yanli, after activating the Diamond Mammoth, instantly became crystal clear, as if sculpted from pure diamond. His already 2-meter-tall figure appeared even more imposing, with muscles seemingly merging with the body of the mammoth, exuding a powerful sense of strength. At this moment, the other 6 members of the Elephant Armor Academy looked similar to Hu Yanli. After their martial souls activated, their already incredibly strong bodies became extraordinarily terrifying. Standing on the fighting platform, they looked like 7 small mountains, giving an immense sense of pressure. Kid, you can still admit defeat now, otherwise, you won't be able to avoid a beating later, said Hu Yanli, the captain of the Elephant Armor Academy, with a disdainful smile at Luban not far away. Hearing this, Luban smiled calmly and said, you can use whatever tricks you have right now. Once I strike, you won't have a chance to act. On the fighting platform, Luban stood tall, exuding an aura of a master. Despite his young age, he naturally radiated a kingly presence, and his upright figure showed no signs of being affected by the massive bodies of Hu Yanli and the others. That proud demeanor was something the members of the Elephant Armor Academy could not compare to. Kid, you're seeking death. Seeing Luban so arrogant, Hu Yanli instantly became furious. Today, I'll let you see what true defense is. Chapter 90 Tang San makes bold claims, all-out attack. With Captain Huyan Li's command, all members of the Elephant Armor Academy simultaneously release their soul skills and launch their attack. Mammoth Guardian, Diamond Fortress, Diamond Armor, Mammoth Charge. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy were all direct descendants of the Elephant Armor sect, and their martial souls were all Diamond Mammoths. They followed the path of extreme defense in their martial soul development. Therefore, the attributes of their soul skills were all focused on defense and strength. Under Huyan Li's command, the members of the Elephant Armor Academy released their strongest soul skills and charged towards the members of Shrek Academy. This sudden action was like 7 small mountains racing across the Duhan platform, causing the ground to tremble violently. The offensive was incredibly grand, making one feel a tingling sensation on their scalp. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. As the distance closed in, the sense of oppression grew stronger. Huyan Li aimed to rely on their team's strongest defense to break through the Shrek Academy team's line and win the match in one blow. However, at that moment, Luban finally made a move. At this time, Luban lightly raised his left hand with the dragon mouth gun and fired a series of 7 soul power light spheres, bombarding the 7 members of the Xiangjia Academy. It should be noted that Luban's casual strike now had an attack power of over 130,000. If it hit Huyan Li and the others, they would surely be left with nothing. Fortunately, after years of training, Luban had mastered the control of force to an extraordinary level. With his strike, the opponent would not lose their life. Boom! The soul power light ball was almost instantly unleashed, crashing into Huyan Li. And a violent impact sound erupted from the soul arena. In front of over 100,000 stunned spectators, the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy were directly blasted off the soul arena, without even a chance to resist. Gulp! The onlookers swallowed hard, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. Wow, this attack power is too fierce. The team from the Elephant Armor Academy, known as the strongest defense on the continent, was defeated in a single blow by an output-type soul master. This seems a bit surreal and truly unbelievable. Defeated? Oh my. The Elephant Armor Academy was actually defeated in one move. Is this what an output-type soul master is like? Their attack power is too monstrous. This? How embarrassing. Didn't the Elephant Armor Academy say they would win this match in under a minute? Yeah, who would have thought? It turns out that Shrek Academy's output-type soul masters are so ferocious. Incredible before the match. We thought Shrek Academy was going to play it easy by fielding so many support-type soul masters, but it turns out they just steamrolled everyone. What a joke. This is called lying flat. It's so ruthless. A single person has completely crushed one of the 5 major elemental academies. Truly unbelievable. Wow, Luban is so handsome. I didn't expect such a beautiful man to exist on the continent. The battle ended effortlessly, with Luban standing on the soul arena, looking calm and detached. The light filtered through the top of the soul arena, casting a mottled golden halo around Luban. At this moment, his face was as tranquil as water, without a hint of turbulence. His eyes resembled deep lakes, clear and transparent, as if they could reflect the entire world. His gaze revealed a sense of composure and depth, as if he had mastery over all things in the world. Standing tall, his back straight as a sword, broad and solid chest. His hands fell naturally, steps light and steady, hair flowing gently in the wind, looking exceptionally ethereal and carefree. At this moment, Luban stood on the soul arena like a transcendent immortal, his calm demeanor evoking a sense of extraordinary peace and detachment. The audience felt a unique aura of mastery emanating from him, a quality clearly not typical for someone Luban's age. Yet now, this aura and charm were concentrated in the 15-year-old Luban, causing envy among the onlookers. Many girls in the stands were stirred, their eyes glowing with excitement, fantasizing about having a boyfriend like Luban. How is that possible? Seeing the direct descendants of the Elephant Armor sect, whom they had nurtured with great effort, being so easily defeated, Huyan, the sect leader of the Elephant Armor clan, gasped in shock, disbelief written all over his face. As the 6th largest sect on the continent and openly the strongest defense, the Diamond Mammoth was defeated so miserably. Upon seeing the results of the match, Platinum Bishop Salas from the Wuhuan Palace also looked grave, not expecting to be slapped in the face by a young kid, feeling incredibly ashamed. Meanwhile, Shui Luodian, Feng Batian, Huowudi, and others from the 10 major families showed smiles, appearing unsurprised. In their hearts, they couldn't help but scoff. Wow, such strong power, actually coming to the Soul Master competition to show off in front of a bunch of kids. That guy Luban, truly shameless. After the match, Ban and his team walked off the Seoul Arena amidst cheers from the crowd. After this battle, Shrek Academy entered the audience's view, and the majority of the previous mockery slowly disappeared. As time passed, for the next 5 days, Shrek Academy participated in the preliminaries, encountering no strong opponents. The 5 teams they faced did not even have a single level 40 Soul Master, allowing Shrek Academy to easily secure consecutive victories. In these matches, Ban did not participate. It was all done by Tang San and the others. 6 consecutive victories allowed Shrek Academy to stand out in the rankings, entering the first tier among all participating teams in the Tiando City competition area. Shrek Academy. On this day, Master Lu Erlong and the others wore serious expressions as they had just come out of the Heaven Do Seoul Arena and learned the draw results for tomorrow's match. Tang San, we need to change the previous arrangements. This time, we need Ban to participate to ensure everything goes smoothly. Our opponent tomorrow is the Water Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies. Their strength is even stronger than that of the Elephant Armor sect, and they likely have output-type Soul Masters. When they returned to the academy, Master Erlong went to the small square and saw Tang San arranging for tomorrow's match. He informed everyone about the situation with the Water Academy. After so many rounds of competition, everyone was quite familiar with the tactics of the Water Academy, knowing that they primarily relied on ice attribute attacks. Teacher, I think we should compete normally tomorrow, Tang San said confidently, clenching his fists. I have ice immunity, so I can use this match to hone my combat skills. I'm confident that I can lead the team to victory against the Water Academy. After 5 consecutive wins recently, Tang San's confidence soared. He felt that he was no worse than Ban and didn't want to rely on him for everything. He wanted to prove himself in tomorrow's match and show everyone that he, Tang San, was the most outstanding one on the field. Remembering how Ban had previously stolen the spotlight, Tang San felt quite displeased at this moment. He always believed that his twin martial soul talent was not inferior to Ban's. Chapter 91. Shrek Academy's second defeat. Seeing Tang San so determined, Master Erlong was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Since Tang San and the others were so confident, why not believe in them? Moreover, having Ban participate would indeed be a bit unfair. Without Ban's abnormal abilities, Tang San and the others could continue to adapt and improve their combat skills and levels. Soon a day passed. On this day, it is the 8th round of the preliminaries. The match between Shrek Academy and Tianshui Academy is scheduled as the first match. In the first match of the 8th round, Tianshui Academy faces Shrek Academy. As the host loudly announces, the players from both sides stride confidently onto the Seoul Arena. In an instant, the entire audience cheers. Some support Tianshui Academy, while others cheer for Shrek Academy. Tianshui Academy has won all 7 of their previous matches, and with all their players being beautiful girls, their popularity is much higher than that of Shrek Academy. The 2 teams line up and salute each other. The referees walk to the center of the Seoul Arena and wave their hands to signal. As the referee's voice falls, 4 team players from both sides stand in 2 rows, bowing to each other in greeting. You actually didn't allow your output-type Soul Masters to participate. You have no chance of winning today's match. Just admit defeat. It would be better for you to conserve your strength for tomorrow's match, said Tianshui Academy's captain, Shui Binger, calmly. She had just scanned the area and, upon not spotting Ban, her face instantly showed disappointment. She never expected Shrek Academy to dare to hold back against them. It was truly laughable. Even if Ban were to participate, Shui Binger was confident she could defeat Shrek Academy. It's ridiculous that a small academy like Shrek would not let their output-type Soul Masters take the stage and instead leave them sitting on the sidelines. As Shui Binger finished speaking, the other members of Tianshui Academy echoed her sentiments. They looked at Tang San and his team with disdain, clearly not taking their opponent seriously. Then we shall wait and see, Tang San said in a deep voice, facing Shui Binger. Daimu Bai Xiao Wu and the others were equally furious upon seeing Shui Binger and her teammates' attitudes. They clenched their fists, looking ready to fight at any moment. The match began. With the referee's command, both sides instantly sprang into action. They simultaneously began to release their martial souls and perform martial soul possession. In an instant, the soul rings emitted dazzling light, causing the surrounding audience to scream in excitement. Both sides had the best soul ring configurations, and their lineups were truly luxurious. The spectators were captivated by the spectacle. In this match, Shrek Academy is using their full main lineup. The 4 substitute Soul Masters, Jiang Zhu, Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling, did not take the field. This is the first collective appearance of the Shrek 7 monsters. Except for Xiao Wu, who is at level 39, The others have soul power levels exceeding 40, reaching the soul zone rank. This lineup can be said to be the most luxurious among the 28 teams in the Tiando City competition area. At this moment, even the members of Tianshui Academy are taken aback by Shrek Academy's lineup. Currently, only 3 of them have reached level 40, and the difference in soul power levels is considerable. Shui Binger lets out a sigh of relief, glad that the opponent did not send any offensive-type Battle Soul Masters onto the field. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. She never expected that Shrek Academy would actually have disciples from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the past, this would have been quite difficult to handle. Attack! Tang San sees the opponent dazed and decisively gives the order. Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly move forward. Tang San stays in the center. Following up, Oscar and Ning Rongrong remain at the back of the team to provide support and supplies. The Shrek 7 monsters take the initiative to attack, advancing toward the center of the arena. I seal. However, at that moment, as Tang San and the others are about to enter the attack range, Shui Binger calls out delicately and directly unleashes her first soul skill. At that moment, the first yellow century-old soul ring around Shui Binger's body suddenly glows, and Tang San and the others instantly feel a wave of coldness descend upon them, unable to react at all, as they are frozen by a thick layer of deep blue ice. Hiss! Not good. Tang San's body is instantly restricted, and he gasps internally, feeling a very bad omen. It turns out to be a momentary area control skill, perfectly countering him. This is really uncomfortable. At this moment, if the opponent's offensive-type Battle Soul Master were strike, they would be in serious trouble, just as Tang San predicted, seeing that the 7 members of Shrek Academy have all fallen into the trap. Shui Binger naturally will not miss this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. If there were offensive-type Battle Soul Masters on the opposite side, she might have played with them a bit longer, but now there is no need to waste time with Tang San and the others any further. Let's end this fight. Shui Binger stands on the stage and says. Then, the last girl in Tianshui Academy's formation directly unleashes her 4th soul skill. Water droplets intersect. The output-type Battle Spirit Master Girl stood at the center of the Battle Spirit platform, her eyes tightly closed, and a faint glow began to emanate around her body. Rippling like water waves, gentle and mysterious. With a delicate shout, her eyes suddenly opened, and her hands gently lifted. The air above the Battle Spirit platform quickly became humid, as if invisible water vapor was condensing. As soon as her words fell, the light in her hands erupted instantly, transforming into countless tiny water droplets that shot towards the opposite side. Those droplets crisscrossed in the air, forming a dense web of firepower that looked exceptionally terrifying, like a rain of arrows, flashing with a blue cold light. Blue Silver Cage. At this moment, on the Battle Spirit platform, Tang San was taken aback. He quickly formed seals with his hands in front of his chest, and a powerful soul force surged from within him, condensing into brilliant blue light. He directly used his most powerful 10,000-year soul skill. Tang San shouted and suddenly pushed his hands forward. In an instant, the blue light spread out, transforming into countless blue-silver vines that extended outward at an astonishing speed. Those blue-silver vines quickly intertwined in the air to form 7 indestructible cages, tightly protecting the Shrek 7 monsters within. At the same time, the support-type Spirit Master Ning Rongrong also decisively activated her soul skill to provide assistance. She was very clear about the output-type Battle Spirit Master's formidable attack power. They had previously failed for the first time because of carelessness, being defeated by the 2nd team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Facing the same situation this time, Ning Rongrong did not dare to hold back and directly unleashed her strongest 4th soul skill. The 9 Treasure Glazed Tile shone with brilliance. The 9 treasures are renowned, and the 4th read, Imperial. As the incantation was spoken, 7 dazzling beams of light erupted from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower and fell upon the Shrek 7 monsters. Everyone's overall defense instantly increased by 50%. However, the struggles of the Shrek 7 monsters were completely ineffective. At this moment, Shui Binger also shouted loudly, Assist. The Vice Captain Shui Wu, upon hearing this, immediately released her soul skill. The first soul skill, Dark Cloud. As Shui Wu's voice fell, a heavy dark cloud appeared above the heads of the Shrek 7 monsters. The appearance of the dark cloud negated the enhancement from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower. Chapter 92. No longer believing in evil then, countless water droplets shot towards the Shrek 7 monsters like arrows. The water droplets being nearly 5,000 years of soul rings. unleashed a group attack that naturally could not be resisted by Tang San and the others. The clash of the two fourth soul skills erupted violently, with crackling sounds reverberating throughout the arena, creating an immense spectacle that left the audience dumbfounded. They all exclaimed that output-type Battle Soul Masters were incredible. In their eyes, the Blue Silver prison was slowly being pierced by the water droplets, and it wouldn't be long before it broke through Shrek Academy's defenses. You all go down. I'll deal with them. Sensing the immense consumption of soul power, Tang San said solemnly. At this moment, the output power of the enemy's Battle Soul Masters was simply too strong, and no one besides him could withstand it. Moreover, there were no defensive Battle Soul Masters among the Shrek's 7 monsters, and Ning Rongrong's defensive support was also restricted, leaving him as the only one able to use his soul skills to block. These are too wasteful of soul power and can't last long at all. If this continues, in less than 5 minutes, his soul power will be exhausted. The only current method is to rely on his personal abilities, which might give him a slight chance of winning. As he spoke, Tang San used his first soul skill, Blue Silver Bind, forming 6 thick grass ropes with blue silver grass to throw Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the other 4 off the stage. Then his body suddenly exploded, and 8 black gold spider legs grew out from his back. Using the external soul bone 8 spider lances, Tang San's defense suddenly increased, and the 8 spider lances blocked the water droplet attacks like windshield wipers. Next, Tang San used the Tang Sek's ultimate skill, Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, greatly increasing his speed as he rushed towards the Tian Shui Academy battle team. What a beautiful thought. Shui Binger immediately saw through Tang San's intentions, feeling a great threat from the 8 spider lances on his back, and naturally would not give him a chance to get close. Ice Seal. She decisively used her first soul skill, Ice Seal, which is an instant release restriction skill. Within the attack range, the target cannot evade. Tang San was locked onto by Shui Binger, and just a few steps away he was frozen, his entire body covered in a layer of hard ice. He could no longer move. This battle was about to end. As Shui Binger's voice fell, the output-type Battle Soul Masters of Tian Shui Academy launched their strongest attack soul skill again, countless water droplets shooting towards Tang San's position. Tap, 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 tap. Tang San was directly knocked off the soul fighting platform by the powerful attack of the water droplets. The battle was over. Tian Shui Academy wins. With the referee's announcement, the entire venue instantly erupted. Amazing, so amazing. I didn't expect the Tian Shui battle team to also have output-type Battle Soul Masters. Yes, in the previous 7 matches, their output-type Battle Soul Masters did not appear. Shrek Academy is actually not bad, but unfortunately, they encountered their nemesis. It is indeed a pity. The lineup of Shrek Academy is truly frightening, with 6 Soul Masters, which is unimaginable in previous years. Output-type Battle Soul Masters are really terrifying, able to turn the tide every time, truly impressive. After the match, the audience in the stands discussed animatedly. The lineup of Shrek Academy would be hard to win against for any other battle team. This time, the sudden skill restrictions from Tian Shui Academy allowed the output-type Soul Masters to demonstrate their extraordinary abilities. The perfect cooperation of Tian Shui Academy made the output-type Soul Masters shine once again. At this moment, even the Snow Knight Emperor, who had previously harbored doubts about the output-type Soul Masters from the VIP stand, changed his attitude and praised them greatly. I apologize, my girl has embarrassed you all. Shui Luotian smiled shyly as he looked at Shui Binger's proud expression on the soul fighting platform. With so many big shots watching, this girl doesn't know how to be more restrained, making herself seem more impressive. Fire Invincible and Wind Overlord exchanged glances, while Shui Luotian's face, which was brighter than a flower, clearly showed a bit of smugness. On the other side, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others left the soul fighting platform with expressions of disappointment. At this moment, Tang San's face was filled with guilt. Not only did their 6-game winning streak come to an end with this defeat, but they also dropped out of the first tier. If they lose another match, they will be in danger. It should be noted that in the Heaven Do City competition area, after the preliminary rounds, only 5 academy teams will advance to the qualifying rounds. Failing to make it into the top 5 means elimination. Currently, Shrek Academy's points are exactly the same as those of the Elephant Armor Academy, both ranked 5th. With 19 more rounds of preliminary matches to go, Shrek Academy can only afford to lose 1 more match at most if they want to successfully advance, given their current ranking. Having already lost 2 out of a total of 8 preliminary matches puts a lot of pressure on everyone. Time passed quickly, and soon 5 days had gone by. During this period, Shrek Academy did not encounter 5 Elements Academy again, and the opponents were all very weak. Without any surprises, they achieved another 5 consecutive victories. On that day, in the Shrek Academy Square, the Shrek 7 gathered together to discuss their strategy for the upcoming match. At that moment, Master Yu Long and Lu approached with serious expressions. The draw results were out, and tomorrow we would be facing the Blaze Academy. The strength of Blaze Academy is no less than that of the Water Academy. Since the start of the competition, they have never suffered a defeat, and their true strength has not yet been fully revealed. However, based on previous experience, it is certain that Blaze Academy's team has output-type Soul Masters. Therefore, I suggest that we let Luban take the field tomorrow. Master expressed his thoughts, and Tang San and the others fell into contemplation. They had encountered the power of output-type Soul Masters multiple times and had suffered greatly at their hands. It was indeed troublesome. Teacher, I don't think we need Luban to take the field. We can definitely win tomorrow, Tang San voiced his opinion, asserting that the Shrek 7 needed to fight and that they would defeat Blaze Academy. In a previous match against the Water Academy, their defeat was due to being countered by their skills. This time against Blaze Academy, he was absolutely confident in winning the match. Tang San waved his fist, speaking with conviction. We, the Shrek 7, are the best and cannot be intimidated by output-type Soul Masters. Hearing this, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the others nodded in agreement. After 2 defeats, they had developed a certain fear of output-type Soul Masters, and if this continued, it would become a mental barrier, detrimental to their future growth. They had to rely on themselves to overcome Blaze Academy, which had output-type Soul Masters. Tang San passionately expressed his views. He was determined to defeat Blaze Academy and prove himself. Seeing the resolute attitude of the Shrek 7, Master nodded in agreement. These young people indeed needed to take risks and regain their confidence. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next afternoon, Master, along with Luban and the Shrek 7, entered the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. In the 14th round of the preliminaries, the 10th match, Blaze Academy faced Shrek Academy. On the soul fighting stage, a normal person held a microphone and announced the entrance of both teams. Upon seeing the lineup of Shrek Academy, Blaze Academy's vice-captain, Wu, shook her head and smiled, a hint of disdain evident on her face. Chapter 93, Shrek Academy's 3 defeats. Not allowing output-type Soul Masters to take the field. This match already lost its meaning. Wu stood opposite the Shrek 7, her eyes filled with provocation and mockery. Is the so-called strength of Shrek Academy merely supported by your so-called control and support-type Soul Masters? Without output-type Soul Masters, how much strength do you really have left? It's truly laughable. Even without output-type Soul Masters, we can still defeat you. Hearing Wu's taunts, Shrek Academy's team captain, Dai Mubai, snorted coldly. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others felt furious at Blaze Academy's contemptuous demeanor. With the referee's command, the match began. Dai Mubai was ready to lead the charge, eager to teach Blaze Academy a lesson, but was stopped by Tang San. Boss Dai, don't be impulsive. They have output-type Soul Masters, and it's obvious they're trying to provoke us into launching an attack first, turning us into live targets. Upon hearing Tang San's explanation, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the others, who had been restless, calmed down instantly. Remembering the previous match against the Water Academy, everyone couldn't help but shudder. This operation is indeed very similar. Once they recklessly attack, they will definitely suffer a strong blow from the output-type Soul Masters on the opposite side. The Shrek 7 monsters quickly stabilized, forming a defensive formation and preparing to adopt a defensive counterattack strategy. At this moment, the 14 players from both sides had already released their martial souls and activated their soul rings. A great battle was about to break out. Seeing the opposing side building a defensive formation, Wu's lips curled up in a cold smile. Ridiculous, in the face of absolute strength. No matter how you arrange your formation, it will have no effect. Long-range output. As soon as Wu finished speaking, the output-type Soul Master at the back of the Chihua Academy team decisively activated their 4th soul skill. The martial soul of this output-type Soul Master was a blazing bow, looking fiery red and brilliant. Sun-piercing cloud strike. A fiery light flickered in the eyes of the output-type Soul Master, who took a deep breath. The soul power in their body surged, slowly condensing a wave of scorching flame energy on the body of the blazing bow. Then, with a low shout, they suddenly released the bowstring, shooting a dazzling firelight towards the opposite side. The firelight instantly transformed into a scorching pillar of fire, as dazzling as the sun breaking through the clouds, carrying destructive high temperature and impact, shooting straight towards the position of the Shrek 7 monsters. The fourth skill of this output-type Soul Master from Qihua Academy was a long-range area attack skill, capable of covering the entire Soul fighting platform. Therefore, seeing the Shrek 7 monsters retreating and forming a defensive formation, the members of Qihua Academy showed no signs of worry, instead revealing a hint of mockery. Huo Wu and the others were eager for the Shrek Academy members to stay away from them, so they could output without concern. Meanwhile, the opposing side wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Hiss, not good. The Shrek 7 monsters felt an intense sense of pressure in the face of this sudden attack. They quickly reacted, but the 7 giant arrows, like pillars of fire, were too fast to evade. Defense, Tang San shouted loudly. Since they couldn't dodge by moving, they could only release their soul skills to resist. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Captain Dai-Mubai decisively used his strongest attack soul skill. The Shrek team had no defensive soul masters, and often had to rely on attacks to withstand the opposing soul skill attacks. Like Zhu Zhuqing beside him, as a speed-type soul master, her defense was very weak, and if hit by an opposing skill, she would definitely be severely injured. Dai-Mubai, naturally Wu-Ti, let his beloved fall into danger, so he decisively activated his fourth soul skill. The soul power in his body quickly fluctuated, forming a faint golden mist around him. Then the mist quickly condensed, forming golden orbs the size of fists, which then shot like meteors towards the incoming fire arrows. In the first round of collision, the soul fighting platform erupted with a deafening roar. The entire platform was shaken by this powerful force, as if it were about to collapse. The meteor shower collided with the fire pillar arrows, creating a stunning scene. The scorching flames rampaged above the soul fighting platform, and the audience members close by could feel their skin burning. Again, after the first round of competition ended, Huo Wu smiled, and seeing that there were no output-type soul masters on the Shrek Academy side, the Shrek members chose to remain in a defensive formation and could only passively take hits. Sun-piercing Cloud Strike. Next, the output-type soul master from Qihua Academy once again unleashed their strongest attack soul skill. Tang San realized that he had misjudged the strategy again. If this continued, they could only passively take hits. But under the strong attack from the output-type soul master of Qihua Academy, it was unrealistic for them to change tactics and approach for close combat. With no other options, Dai-Mubai activated the White Tiger Meteor Shower again to collide with the Sun-piercing Cloud Strike. For a time, both sides fell into a battle of soul power consumption. 9 Treasure Turnout of Lioli. The 9 Treasure is famous. 3 days soul. Ning Rongrong continuously activated her third soul skill to replenish Dai-Mubai's soul power. A Spark of Fire. Meanwhile, the auxiliary soul master from Qihua Academy was also replenishing the output type soul master S soul power. Super Recovery Sausage. At this moment, this pure soul power consumption competition was quite rare, leaving the surrounding audience dumbfounded. At this time, on the soul fighting platform, Shrek Academy's food system soul master Oscar was continuously creating recovery sausages to restore his teammate's soul power. On the other side, Qihua Academy also had a food system soul master, and both sides had completely entered a soul power consumption state. One was on the offensive, while the other was entirely in a defensive state. From the current situation, it was clear that the Shrek Academy team was completely at a disadvantage. Once Captain Dai-Mubai's soul power was exhausted, they would fall into complete passivity. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun were all anxious, as under this battle style, they felt powerless. As the soul power competition progressed, Tang San's expression grew heavier because their side's soul power consumption was much greater than that of Qihua Academy. Dai-Mubai couldn't hold on for much longer. As the White Tiger Meteor Shower collided with the Sun-piercing Cloud Strike, he led the entire team to continuously approach the opposite side. With each movement being short, this was the only thing they could do at the moment. Sigh, I really shouldn't have listened to Xiao San. On the stand, Master couldn't help but sigh. Given the current situation, there was no possibility of victory for them. An output-type soul master from the opposite side had completely restrained the entire Shrek team. Ah, teacher, don't worry. If we lose this time, we'll just win next time. Next time I'll be on the field again. Luban beside him smiled to comfort, not taking the outcome of this match seriously. As long as he was on the field, Shrek Academy could not lose. There was nothing to worry about. Chapter 94. Luban's Words. Blue Silver Prison. As expected, in a moment, Dai-Mubai's soul power was exhausted, while the output-type soul master from Qihua Academy had an endless supply of soul power. In the end, Tang San had to use his fourth 10,000-year soul skill again for defense. It should be noted that each attack from an output-type soul master was exceptionally fierce. And on Shrek Academy's side, they had to use 2 or even more soul skills in combination to withstand the attacks from the opposite side. Therefore, the consumption of soul power was enormous. Sun-piercing cloud strike. Next came another fierce collision, and Shrek Academy was completely in a defensive state. After just 3 rounds, Tang San's soul power had diminished by more than half. "You all go down first. I'll handle the rest." Saying this, Tang San activated his first soul skill, Blue Silver Entangling, throwing Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the 6 others off the soul fighting platform. Then he decisively used the external soul bone 8 spider lances, activating Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, and charged towards the Chihua Academy team. Seeing Tang San's phantom approaching, Huo Wu's lips curled up, revealing a look of disdain. It seemed everything was within her expectations. Binding Halo. With her consciousness spreading out, Huo Wu decisively activated her first soul skill, locking onto Tang San. At that moment, as Tang San leaped, a red light suddenly burst forth around his body, and then Tang San's figure was instantly immobilized by the halo. At this moment, a huge fire pillar arrow came from the opposite side, and Tang San was once again attacked by the output-type Battle Soul Master from the Blaze Academy. Boom! With a loud explosion resonating throughout the arena, Tang San was directly blown away by the heat wave generated by the explosion. Blaze Academy wins. The referee shouted and announced the result. The match ended, and the surrounding audience erupted in cheers, enthusiastically cheering for the 7 members of the Blaze Academy team. In the stands, competitors from other academies were also watching this match and discussing it among themselves. It was ridiculous that the Blaze Academy didn't let their output-type Battle Soul Masters take the stage, wasting such a powerful lineup. Indeed, Shrek Academy was not strong enough. They were good at putting on a show, but now they were finished in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. Not necessarily. If Shrek Academy keeps winning from now on, they could still advance. I can't help but laugh. That's theoretically possible, but realistically it's unlikely. Exactly. There are stronger academies like the Wind God Academy and Thunder Academy behind them. Shrek Academy has no chance of winning. If they lose again, Shrek Academy will completely fall out of the top tier, dropping out of the top 5. Haha, Shrek Academy is finished, with no chance of a comeback. If they encounter our Wind God Academy, we could beat them to a pulp. Thus, under the ridicule of the crowd, the Shrek 7 walked off the battle platform with dejected faces. Tang San's face was filled with frustration. Last time they were restrained by the Water Academy, and this time it was purely a tactical error. For a moment, the members of Shrek Academy were downcast and dispirited. When it comes to new things, you shouldn't reject them. Only by correctly understanding the output-type Battle Soul Masters can you find a way to respond. On the way back to the Academy, the Master kept comforting them. In the upcoming matches, I will let Luban take the stage so you can see what true extreme output looks like. Upon hearing that Luban would take the stage, Tang San dared not voice any objections. Because Shrek Academy had no way out now. If they failed again, they would be eliminated. With Master Brother Luban around, their overall strength would increase a level, sweeping away all opponents. Until nightfall, the 14th round of the preliminary matches finally ended. Then, it was time for the Snow Knight Emperor to personally draw lots for the matchups for tomorrow's competition. Shrek Academy versus Wind God Academy. After the news spread, the competitors from Wind God Academy were all very happy. Given the previous situation of Shrek Academy, they knew this match was secured. Soon, a night passed, and the next day arrived. In the Tiando City competition area, the 15th round of preliminaries officially began. Today, there were 14 matches, and the match between Shrek Academy and Wind God Academy was scheduled for last. In the 15th round, the 14th match, Wind God Academy versus Shrek Academy. As the referee's voice fell, the competitors from both sides entered the arena, stepping onto the battle platform. In the stands, attentive spectators noticed that Shrek Academy's lineup had changed compared to before. They had sent out output-type Battle Soul Masters this time. Luban replaced the food-type Weapon Soul Master Oscar. After both sides entered, they greeted each other in front of the referee. Hee, now you know to change your lineup, but unfortunately, it's too late. The captain of the Wind God Academy team, Feng Xiaotian, saw Luban take the stage and shook his head with a smile, a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Soon, you will feel the power of Wind God Academy. Cherish this opportunity to face the #1 team, and you will have no regrets in your defeat. Seeing Feng Xiaotian's smug expression, Luban couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If this guy knew that Tang Air is him, I wonder if he could still laugh. In future competitions, whether it's your Shinkei's Academy or other academies, I hope that when you meet Shrek Academy again, you will voluntarily admit defeat. Luban smiled faintly and said, my control over my strength isn't easy to gauge. If I accidentally hurt you, it wouldn't be good. Luban was right. His strength was absurdly powerful now, and it was quite troublesome to control his minimum attack power. One careless move could easily injure someone. You have to understand that a casual strike from him has an attack power of over 3 million. Even a titled Douluo would be blasted into pieces by it, far beyond what these young competitors could withstand. Even if he intended to control it, accidents could still happen. Haha, kid, you're very arrogant. Feng Xiaotian laughed loudly upon hearing this. I hope you can still be this unruly later. Upon hearing Luban's words, the audience in the stands erupted in exclamations and laughter. You have to know that Shinkei's Academy is currently ranked first with many fans. Hearing Luban boast like this, everyone was both furious and amused. Damn, who is this guy? He's so full of himself. Yeah, when we beat him, he won't even be recognized by his own mother. I remember now, this kid has only appeared once. When he defeated the Elephant Armor Academy. Haha, he's just an output-type battle spirit master. Shinkei's Academy has those too. It's over. This time Shrek Academy is probably going to be bullied. Deservedly so. Who told them to run their mouths without strength? They need to be taught a lesson. It's really funny that a team dares to challenge Shinkei's Academy. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. In the VIP seats, seeing his grandson so arrogant, Feng Batian felt quite embarrassed. If it weren't for so many people watching, he would have rushed onto the stage to give that kid a beating. What guy, showing off without even considering who he's up against. In front of Luban, even he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. That is someone who swept through the extreme north, making even the ice and snow emperors submit. Of course, Luban's identity has always been kept secret by these high-ranking officials, and they haven't informed the younger generations of the family. Chapter 95. Defeating Shinkei's Academy, the match began. After both sides greeted each other, the referee gave the command, and the battle officially started. The 7 members of Shrek Academy and the 7 members of Shinkei's Academy lined up on opposite edges of the battle arena, releasing their battle spirits. Soul rings spiraled up from beneath their feet. In terms of soul power levels, Shrek Academy had the advantage, with 6 soul masters and 1 soul elder of rank 39. On the other side, Shinkei's Academy only had 5 soul masters, but they didn't lose in momentum at all. As the battle commenced, Luban lightly shouted, defend. This time, the competition is entirely commanded by Luban. As the elder brother of Shrek Academy, he is present, and Dai-Mubai and Tang San have no say. Once Luban finishes speaking, Dai-Mubai and Ma Hongjun quickly position themselves in front, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing take their positions on the flanks, with Tang San and Ning Rongrong in the center, and Luban standing at the back of the team. In fact, with Luban's current strength, he could easily end the battle with a single move, just like he did against the Elephant Armor Academy. However, this time, the master told him to cultivate the team's level of cooperation, allowing Tang San, Dai-Mubai, and the others to understand how to work with output-type spirit masters, which is why Luban arranged the current formation. This is the most common and safest lineup for output-type battle spirit masters. Ha! You didn't think that only the Blaze Academy has long-range shooters, did you? Seeing the Shrek Academy team adopt the same defensive formation as yesterday against the Blaze Academy, Feng Xiaotian smirked and smiled calmly. Today, let you witness the prowess of the output-type battle spirit masters from the Divine Wind Academy. Attack! As soon as Feng Xiaotian's voice fell, the last level 40 output-type battle spirit master from the Divine Wind Academy, with his 4th soul ring, suddenly lit up. Void-piercing arrow. The output-type battle spirit master from the Divine Wind Academy is named Feng Poyan, and his martial spirit is the Demon Arrow, Great Yellow Bee. At this moment, he took a deep breath, and his soul power surged within him, rolling like relentless waves. Then, he suddenly opened his mouth, and a dazzling light burst forth. That light instantly condensed into the shape of sharp arrows, each emitting a chilling cold light, as if capable of piercing through all obstacles. These sharp arrows are not ordinary. They are formed from the soul master Demon Arrow, the hornet of the wind-breaking clouds. They contain powerful wind attribute soul power, moving at such speed that it is almost overwhelming. The sound of the arrows slicing through the air is sharp and piercing, as if it could tear the entire soul fighting platform apart. Faced with this sudden attack, the spectators in the stands felt an immense pressure. Everyone was deeply shocked by this scene, their eyes glued to the soul fighting platform, afraid of missing any exciting moment. At this moment, the pressure fell on Shrek Academy, and they were eager to see how Shrek Academy would respond. The piercing arrows targeted a group attack, and when it was unleashed, Tang San and Dai Mubai instantly felt a sense of crisis. This feeling had just emerged when a series of soul power arrows suddenly shot through the air from the opposite side. The sound was like the furious roar of a hellish demon, capable of tearing through space, and it felt extremely terrifying. Top, 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 top. At that moment, Lu Ban moved. He raised his left hand, the dragon mouth gun, and swept it towards the incoming arrows. Countless soul power orbs burst forth, instantly devouring the rain of arrows. Feng Poyin's strongest attack skill was easily neutralized by Lu Ban's casual strike, leaving the surrounding spectators dumbfounded. They rubbed their eyes, mouths agape, their faces filled with shock. Many even exclaimed that it was impossible, as they saw Lu Ban hadn't even activated a soul skill. Yet he had effortlessly countered the opponent's killing move with a simple strike. Support. No one expected such a bizarre occurrence, and, at this moment, Feng Xiaotian was a bit stunned, quickly ordering the support team members to take action. Gentle Spring Breeze, the support system soul master from the Shunfeng Academy, upon hearing this, immediately activated his fourth soul skill to provide assistance. He clasped his hands together, soul power surging within him, and a gentle yet powerful energy slowly rose from his palms. That energy was like the warm sun of spring, comforting and soft, yet containing endless power. When this energy touched Feng Poyin's body, a miraculous change occurred. Feng Poyin's already formidable momentum surged at that moment, his eyes flashing with sharper light, as if two flames were burning within. His muscles tensed, seemingly containing boundless strength, ready to explode at any moment. With the continued effect of the gentle spring breeze skill, Feng Poyin's attack power began to rise at an astonishing speed. Each of his attacks became more rapid and fierce. The piercing arrows became sharper and swifter at that moment. The trajectory they carved through the air seemed to transform into dazzling streams of light, stunning the entire audience. Flashy. As the piercing arrows were unleashed, Lu Ban felt their power had increased by about 50% compared to before, but it was of no use to him. Tap, 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 tap. The dragon mouth gun activated, and with a casual strike, Lu Ban shot out soul power orbs once again, devouring the incoming piercing arrows. Hiss! How is that possible? Seeing this, the entire audience collectively gasped, their eyes wide open, faces filled with disbelief. Is this basic attack really that powerful? Come on. The opponent's strongest attack is under the boost of a support-type soul master, and Lu Ban seems to be playing around casually. He just easily resolved it. Is this even human? Seeing the fierce offensive easily countered again, everyone from Shunfeng Academy, including Feng Xiaotian, felt the pressure. Keep going. Feng Xiaotian signaled to continue the attack. He wanted to see how long the other side could hold out. Perhaps Lu Ban's current state couldn't last long. The two sides exchanged attacks and defenses, battling for over 100 rounds. On Shunfeng Academy's side, the output-type battle soul master Feng Poyin was nearly out of soul power, while Lu Ban on the other side still appeared calm and composed. Keep attacking. I'll go forward to restrain. Feng Xiaotian signaled Feng Poyin to continue the ranged output, while he activated his soul skill and rushed toward the Shrek Academy team. Gale wings. A pair of massive blue wings spread out from his back, and Feng Xiaotian flew quickly, his speed greatly increased. Twin wolves manifest. His amplification skill activated, and a phantom of a swift, double-headed wolf appeared before gradually merging with his body. Feng Xiaotian's attributes, attack, defense, agility, and strength, were once again boosted by 50%. Gale Demon Wolf 36 /. Soon, he crossed over the center of the soul fighting platform and arrived above the formation of the Shrek Academy team, where Feng Xiaotian instantly unleashed his self-created soul skill. This is also his strongest killing move at the moment. As the skill activates, the Gale wings merge quickly with his arms, and 3 sharp blades, each about 3 feet long, suddenly spring out from between his fingers. Then, his figure transforms into a series of afterimages in the air, spinning around his opponent at an astonishing speed. With each rotation, the sharp blades in his hands slash fiercely at the opponent, leaving behind dazzling cold glints. Chapter 96. Lying flat all the way flashy. Seeing this, Luban casually glanced at the sky, instantly locking onto Feng Xiaotian's figure. Then, with his left hand, he fired a soul power energy ball from his dragon mouth gun. Just as Feng Xiaotian executed the fourth move of the Gale Wolf's 36 slashes, he was blasted away. Luban immediately showed no mercy, firing a barrage from the dragon mouth gun at the Shunfeng Academy battle team. The 6 soul power energy balls were twice as powerful as before, turning the passive into the active, launching a direct counterattack against the opponent. Faced with such a powerful normal attack, the Shenkong Academy members had no time to react and were knocked off the soul fighting platform one by one. Luban's decisive strike in this battle was comparable to his previous match against the Elephant Armor Academy. The spectators were left dumbfounded, collectively gasping in shock. It is worth noting that before this match, Shenkong Academy had always been a dominant presence, ranking first in the Tiando City competition area with an uninterrupted winning streak. Who would have thought they would be defeated today by an obscure Shrek Academy? It's truly unbelievable. Oh my, Luban's move is just too strong. The Shenkong Academy team had no power to fight back at all. This is incredible. The power of Luban's strike is comparable to a title Douluo. It seems the Shenkong Academy team has met a true opponent this time. Luban's move is simply unsolvable. What kind of soul skill does Luban have? To be able to defeat the Shenkong Academy team in one blow is shocking. What happened to the Shenkong Academy team? Why are they so vulnerable in front of Luban? Luban's normal attack is just too fierce. It feels like a divine punishment descending from the heavens, impossible to resist. Luban's move is truly astonishing. I've never seen such a powerful soul skill. It surpasses the limits of humanity. The Shenkong Academy team has really stumbled this time. The output-type Soul Masters of Shrek Academy are incredibly strong, simply invincible. The output-type Soul Masters are so abnormal. This casual strike is a complete crushing of the Shenkong Academy team. At this moment, not only the onlookers, but also the members of the other 26 participating Academy teams are all in shock. They know full well the strength of the Shenkong Academy and never expected them to be defeated so miserably at this moment. What? How is this possible? At the location of Tianshui Academy, Captain Shui Binger looked at the proud figure of Lu Ban on the soul fighting platform, shocked. So strong. How does Lu Ban resemble Tang Air so much? At the location of Chihua Academy, Huowu saw Lu Ban defeat the Shenkong Academy with a casual strike. Without even using a soul skill and instantly thought of Tang Air. Lu Ban's incredible normal attack was almost identical to Tang Air's, truly a remarkable talent. On the VIP platform, seeing Shenkong Academy being completely dominated, Emperor Xia, Salis, and others looked at each other in surprise. Despite their efforts to maintain an air of authority, their constricted pupils and trembling throats revealed their inner shock. Now, seeing Shui Luotian, Huowudi, and Feng Batian remaining calm, the big shots immediately realized that they must have a deep understanding of Shrek Academy. Witnessing Lu Ban's extraordinary performance, even Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with Sword Douluo Chunxin and Bone Douluo Gu Rong, appeared shocked. Previously, Ning Rongrong had mentioned that Shrek Academy had a senior brother with great strength, and they thought she was joking. Now it seemed to be true. In today's match for Shrek Academy, it was all Lu Ban handling the fight alone, while the other 6 were merely supporting, just along for the ride. Not even a single soul skill was used, and the battle was over. Damn, it seems they really underestimated Shrek Academy. Luban's strength is even more formidable than that of other output-type Battle Soul Masters, simply on another level. Shrek Academy wins. As the referee announces, Shrek Academy secures victory in this match. Under the attention of over 100,000 spectators, Luban leads Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and Xiao Wu, along with the 6 of them, down from the fighting arena. By this point, the preliminary rounds have progressed to the 15th round, with 12 rounds remaining. In the upcoming matches, Luban takes the stage every time, since he has already publicly declared that teams facing Shrek Academy should surrender directly, or else they will bear the consequences. At first, some academies were stubborn and didn't take Luban's warning seriously. However, as Luban consistently ended each match in a swift and decisive manner, finishing with a single move, the outcome for those challenging Shrek Academy became quite tragic. Many team members suffered serious injuries, and numerous individuals couldn't participate in the subsequent matches. Panic spread, and people grew fearful of Luban. In the following encounters with Shrek Academy, teams quickly forfeited at the first opportunity. In the 21st round of the preliminary matches, the 8th match features Shrek Academy against Thunder Academy. That night, the 20th round of the preliminary matches had just concluded, and the Emperor of the Snowy Night completed the draw for tomorrow. On the other side, the teacher leading the Thunder Academy directly announced, "We, Thunder Academy, forfeit the match tomorrow." It was unexpected that Thunder Academy didn't even dare to take the stage, causing an uproar among the audience. In their view, Thunder Academy as one of the 5 elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, was on par with the Shrek Academy, and now ranked first. They believed that they should at least compete against Shrek Academy, even knowing they would lose. It was just to show some spirit. But to their surprise, they forfeited outright, which was truly unbelievable. With Thunder Academy's forfeit, the upcoming matches became a mere formality for Shrek Academy. Every academy team that drew against them chose to forfeit. Thus, until the end of the preliminary matches, Shrek Academy maintained an uninterrupted winning streak, ultimately finishing with 24 wins and 3 losses, ranking third. When the preliminary matches concluded, the top 5 academies advancing from the Tiando City competition area were Shinkong Academy, Thunder Academy, Shrek Academy, Chihua Academy, and Tianshui Academy. The members of these 5 academies received generous rewards from the Empire, each being granted the noble title of Viscount. After a month of rest, the second round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament began. The venue for the advancement matches was not the Tiando Soul Arena, but the Royal Arena of the Empire. The other 5 competition areas of Tiando City also selected their advancing teams, bringing the total number of participating academies in the advancement matches to 15. At the beginning of the tournament, other academies from different areas were not familiar with Shrek Academy, so no one paid them much attention. In fact, many noble academies from various kingdoms openly provoked them, such as the Balak Advanced Soul Master Academy from Balak Kingdom, which openly mocked Shrek Academy's poop green uniforms during the matches, only to be met with a fierce beating from Luban. Members of Balak Academy were left severely injured and unable to continue competing, and Luban's actions served as a warning to other academies, especially when the strongest elemental academies of the Tiando Empire, like Shinkong Academy and Thunder Academy, forfeited against Shrek Academy. The other participating academies were completely stunned. Chapter 97. Dai Mubai's request. After that, no academy dared to challenge Shrek Academy in the advancement matches. It should be noted that the other 5 competition areas of the Tiando Empire were affiliated with the Empire, along with kingdoms and duchies, and their competing teams were significantly weaker than the renowned 5 elemental academies of the Empire, let alone going head-to-head with Shrek Academy. Seeing the reactions of the 5 elemental academies, they inquired a bit about the situation and understood the terror of Shrek Academy. The next time they encountered Shrek Academy, they all chose to forfeit. As a result, throughout the 7 days of the round-robin matches in the advancement tournament, Shrek Academy only participated in 1 match, ultimately finishing first with a perfect record, qualifying for the finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. The finals were held not within the borders of the Tiando Empire, but in the Soul City located at the border between the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. After the advancement matches concluded, the 16 participating teams from the 2 empires set off towards the Soul City. Soul City is the headquarters of the Spirit Hall on the continent, and neither of the 2 empires has ownership over it. It stands as an independent entity. The finals of the tournament are being held in Soul City, which shows how much the Spirit Hall values this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. From Heavendo City to Soul City, it only takes 2 days for agile attack type Soul Masters like Flandra to arrive. However now, with the escort of the Imperial Royal Knights, the 16 participating teams are moving together at a much faster pace. It took Luban and his group nearly 10 days to successfully reach Soul City after departing from Heavendo City. Soul City, as the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, stands in the center of the continent, grand in scale and imposing in atmosphere. At a glance, the city walls soar into the clouds, seemingly touching the horizon. Various soul patterns are intricately carved on the walls, appearing vivid and filled with mystery and majesty. Upon entering Soul City, the first thing that catches the eye is the wide streets. On both sides of the street, the architectural style is unique, blending classical charm with modern breadth. Each building emanates a strong wave of soul power, as if every stone and tile contains endless energy. Crowds of people come and go on the streets, either soul masters or disciples of the Spirit Hall, each person exuding an air of pride. It seems to declare how honorable and proud it is to live in Soul City. At the center of Soul City stands a huge building, the Pope's Hall. The hall soars into the clouds, majestic and magnificent, evoking a sense of reverence. The exterior of the hall is constructed with the finest materials, shimmering and radiant, resembling a dazzling gem embedded in the city. From the outside, the Papal Hall appears imposing and extraordinarily dignified, instilling a sense of awe. In front of the Papal Hall stands an exceptionally large and grand sculpture of a 6-winged angel. The sculpture stands several meters tall, almost rivaling the height of the Papal Palace. Its form is beautiful and sacred, resembling an angel descending to earth, bringing endless hope and faith. The sculpture is made of the highest quality rare metals, crafted through exquisite forging techniques, with each wing radiating a dazzling light, as if made of pure gold. Under the sunlight, the outline of the six-winged angel sculpture is clearly visible in the sky. Its wings are spread wide, resembling a massive golden canopy that envelopes the entire papal palace. The facial expression of the sculpture is lifelike, with bright eyes that reveal a dignified and mysterious aura. The corners of its mouth are slightly raised, as if smiling down upon the multitude of souls in the spirit city. Its posture is tall and elegant, like a noble king, guarding the glory and legacy of the spirit hall. The venue for the finals is set in a large square not far from the entrance of the papal palace. A huge battle arena has been temporarily constructed in the square, reinforced by numerous soul-guided devices, making it quite grand in scale, comparable to the main battle arena of the Tiando Battle Arena. Surrounding the square are many lodging buildings, hotels, and inns. After the 16 participating teams from the Tiando Empire arrived, they were arranged to stay in nearby, star-rated hotels. The finals are divided into 5 rounds of competition. Early in the morning, all participating academies, led by the personnel from the Spirit Hall, arrived at the large square in front of the Pope's Hall. Then, Principal Flanders went to draw lots on behalf of Shrek Academy. In the first round of the competition, the 2 seed teams from the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall's direct entry team did not participate in the battles. There were a total of 30 participating teams from the 2 great empires, and the drawing of lots took place. Soon, the drawing was completed, and Flanders returned with a beaming smile, clearly pleased with the results. This time, we drew the exotic Beast Academy from the Heavendo Empire, but they immediately forfeited upon seeing that their opponent was Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Master Lu Erlong and the participant from Shrek Academy were all overjoyed. According to the competition rules, in the second round of the finals, the first-place teams from the 2 great empires in the previous rounds would have a bye. This means that Shrek Academy would skip the first 2 rounds and directly enter the top 10. After learning the results, Flanders left with the members of the Lu Ban team. With Lu Ban's current extraordinary strength, there was no need to watch the battles of the academies from the Star Luo Empire. The finals consisted of 5 rounds of competition, with a day's rest between each match. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the 5th day. This time, Flanders representing Shrek Academy again to draw lots. Now, only 10 teams remain in the 3rd round of the competition, and each one is very strong. This time, Shrek Academy directly encountered the seed team of the Star Luo Empire, the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soulmaster Academy. Upon hearing this draw result, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's expressions changed drastically, their eyes revealing excitement. Dai Mubai approached Luban and said, "Senior brother, I hope you won't interfere too much in this competition. I want to defeat the opponent using my own strength. This is the only opportunity for Zhuqing and me." He then recounted the grievances between him and the captain of the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soulmaster Academy, Davis. As a time traveler, Luban naturally understood what Dai Mubai meant. He could conceal family competition from Tang San and Xiao Wu, but not from Luban. He was well aware of the power struggle between this prince of the Star Luo Empire and his older brother. Both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were not the legitimate heirs of their families. Their status was inherently inferior to that of their elder brother Davis and elder sister Zhu Zhuyan. Only by winning in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition could they compete with Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. The power struggle in the Star Luo Empire was quite brutal. The losing side would be directly eliminated to prevent internal family strife. "Don't worry, I won't intervene unless it's absolutely necessary during today's match." Seeing Luban agree, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing both bowed to him. Chapter 98, Star Luo Royal Battle Team. In the 3rd round of the finals, the first match was Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy versus Shrek Academy. On the Soul Fighting stage, as the referee announced, the competitors from both teams stepped onto the stage. By the 3rd round, only 10 teams remained, with the other 23 teams having been eliminated. According to the competition rules, the second place from the 2 major empires would get a bye in the 3rd round. This meant that there were only 8 teams competing today, with 4 matches. Surprisingly, the first match was Shrek Academy against Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, one being the first place from the Heavendo Empire and the other a seed team from the Star Luo Empire, both sides possessing extraordinary strength. Therefore, when the 14 competitors took the stage, the surrounding Soul Masters cheered continuously. As an established strong team, the reputation of the Star Luo Royal Battle Team was much higher than that of Shrek Academy, especially with many Soul Masters from the Star Luo Empire present. Seeing their empire's strongest team enter, Everyone was extremely excited. Star Luo will surely win. I heard this lineup is the strongest lineup of the Star Luo Royal Battle Team. That's right, the Star Luo Royal Battle Team hasn't shown their full strength in previous matches, and this time there are two unfamiliar faces. Wow, I'm so excited I could cry. I can't wait. Indeed, I also want to see just how strong our Star Luo Empire's strongest team really is. Champions. I believe our empire will definitely win the championship in the end. When Luban took the stage and saw the members of the opposing team, he looked as if he understood everything. The two leading members of the Star Luo Royal Battle Team looked almost identical to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were all stunned by this scene. The resemblance is striking, just like twins. No wonder they are biological siblings. Dai Mubai. I didn't expect you to make it to the finals, said Davis, the captain of the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, with a faint smile and a look of surprise in his eyes. But his expression was relaxed, clearly not taking Dai Mubai seriously. You actually have the courage to face me, your big brother. You made great progress. Davis, stop pretending. Today, I will definitely defeat you and gain the family's inheritance rights, Dai Mubai said in a deep voice. Seeing his brother's lecturing demeanor made him feel disgusted. During those years in the Star Luo Empire, Davis had often put him down, seizing every opportunity to humiliate him to showcase his absolute leading position in the competition for family inheritance. Oh, our playboy is finally standing firm. Hearing this, Davis burst into laughter, completely dismissing his brother Dai Mubai's words. In this competition, you have no chance of winning. Next, brother will show you what true power is. Just as Dai Mubai's brothers finished speaking, a referee announced the start of the match. The participating members of Shrek Academy and the Star Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy released their martial souls, with 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, revolving around each person. Hiss! Seeing the lineup of both teams, the surrounding audience gasped in amazement. They were all at the Soul Master level, and all had the best soul ring configurations. This lineup looked truly terrifying. Such a lineup would definitely be champion standard in previous competitions. I didn't expect so many extraordinary teams to appear in this year's competition. Attack! As the match began, the Star Luo Royal Team took the lead in launching an attack. Captain Davis, as a strong attack-type Soul Master, charged ahead, decisively unleashing his soul skill towards the opponent. As a level 49 Soul Master, Davis was very confident in himself. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. During the charge, Davis first activated his 3rd soul skill. He took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed with a sharp light. His body began to rise slowly, as if the surrounding air was solidified by his imposing aura. Soon after, a faint golden light began to radiate from his skin, like a golden statue shining brilliantly in the sunlight. As he continuously infused his soul power, Davis's aura began to surge dramatically. His muscles gradually swelled, and his body became even more robust, resembling an unshakable mountain. His fists were tightly clenched, seemingly containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. At that moment, he seemed no longer human but a true white tiger, majestic and domineering. The White Tiger Diamond Transformation is a self-enhancement skill. After activation, Davis's attack power, defense power, and strength instantly doubled. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Seeing Davis's fist coming towards him, Dai Mubai's 3rd soul ring lit up, and he also unleashed the same soul skill, quickly moving forward to counter. As brothers, both Dai Mubai and Davis not only had the same martial soul, the Evil Eye White Tiger, but their first 3 soul skills were also the same. As members of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, soul skills are inherited, and the best soul skills have recorded legacies. Therefore, having many identical soul skills is quite normal for children from prominent families. Boom! In an instant, in the center of the arena, the 2 strong attack-type soul masters, Dai Mubai and Davis, engaged in a fierce battle. Ghostly Puncture. Seeing the battle between the 2 brothers, Zhu Zhuqing decisively activated her 1st soul skill and quickly joined the fray. Sister, your opponent is me. On the other side, seeing Zhu Zhuqing's move, Zhu Zhiyun naturally wouldn't sit idly by and also activated Ghostly Puncture to counter. The 2 sisters, Zhu Zhuqing, performed their 1st soul skill, Ghostly Puncture. Their figures agile and flexible, transforming into ghostly spirit cats ready to pounce. Their eyes sparkled with sharp light, each fixated on their opponents ahead. With 2 low shouts, the 2 girls suddenly vanished from their original positions, leaving only faint afterimages. Before the audience could react, they had already appeared before their opponents at an astonishing speed. Each of their clawed fingers shimmered with ghostly blue light, moving so quickly that it seemed to surpass the limits of time. The two girls drew a graceful arc in the air before suddenly pouncing on their opponents. At the moment the two sisters collided, the ghostly blue light erupted violently. It sliced through the air like a lightning bolt, producing a deafening roar. The scene of the two girls battling was incredibly shocking, no less intense than the fierce clash between Luban and Davis. When strong attack-type Soul Masters fought, the scene was fierce. However, when agile attack-type Soul Masters battled, the style was very different. Their flexible figures provided a visual beauty that showcased dynamic aesthetics. Both sides presented a violent aesthetic, one focusing on brute strength and the other emphasizing agility. Ghostly Slash. As Ghostly Puncture mainly increases speed, both sides began to unleash their third soul skills simultaneously as the battle intensified. Ghostly Slash is a close-range, single-target attack skill. The two girls crossed their hands in front of their chests, and the claws on their fingers quickly unleashed 10 black soul power blades. Then, the light blades instantly fused together, transforming into a ghostly blade about 3 feet long that slashed towards the opponent. Chapter 99. Advancing to the top 6. The grievances between Luban, Zhu Zhuqing, Davis, and Zhu Zhuyan were well known to the team members on both sides. Therefore, they quietly watched from their respective sides, letting the four of them settle it amongst themselves. This match can be seen as a proving ground and a struggle for power. At this moment, the four people fighting in the center of the stage have clearly become the main characters. Soon, both sides engaged in a fierce battle for hundreds of rounds, yet still could not determine a winner. As their soul power was about to run out, both sides simultaneously unleashed their strongest killing moves, the Spirit Fusion technique, the Netherworld White Tiger. In the center of the stage, Luban stood proudly, tall and imposing, resembling a true white tiger. His gaze was firm and sharp as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing standing beside him and nodded. The two had a great understanding, and Zhu Zhuqing instantly comprehended, then swiftly ran towards Luban like a netherworld spirit cat. Their 10 fingers intertwined, hands clasped, their breaths merging together. With a low shout from both of them, their bodies began to emit a strong light. The light presented a blend of deep blue and silver, as if containing a mysterious and powerful force. Their aura began to rise sharply, as if two powerful energies were surging within them. Soon after, their bodies started to slowly ascend, their figures gradually merging into one. At that moment, their martial souls, the Evil Eye White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat, completely fused together, forming the silhouette of a gigantic Nether White Tiger. The White Tiger radiated a strong glow all over its body. Its bright eyes seemed capable of devouring all darkness. When another White Tiger fully materialized, the entire arena trembled. A powerful aura emanated from it, as if it could overturn the whole arena. The surrounding audience was awed by this momentum, feeling reverence and silently calling it formidable. The Nether White Tiger let out a thunderous roar and then pounced fiercely towards the opposite side. At the same time, Davis and Zhu Zhuyan also performed a martial soul fusion, launching their martial soul fusion technique. A gigantic Nether White Tiger appeared. In an instant, in the sky above the arena, two Nether White Tigers with rib-like wings engaged in fierce combat. Seeing their captain struggling for so long without success, the members of the Star Luo Royal team became a bit anxious. The support-type Soul Master quickly activated their soul skills to assist. After such a long battle, it was time to end it. Noticing that the support-type Soul Master on the opposite side had made a move, Shrek Academy naturally could not remain idle. The 9-treasure glaze tile turned out. The 9-treasure glaze tile is famous, with 3-4, soul, for 4, control, 2-4, speed, and 1-4, strength. Ning Rongrong decisively activated the 9-treasure glaze tile, and the 4 soul rings around her gradually shone, with beams of supportive divine light descending upon Luban and Zhu Zhuqing as the number 1 support-type martial soul on the continent. With the backing of the 9-treasure glaze tile, Luban and Zhu Zhuqing's strength instantly surged, suppressing Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. Howl! The Nether White Tiger broke. The Nether White Tiger used a charging skill, swatting the combined form of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan's Nether White Tiger away with claw. Poof! Blood seeped from the corners of Davis and Zhu Zhuyan's mouths as they were caught by their teammates, clearly not lightly injured. Unexpectedly, your team actually has a Soul Master with the 7-treasure glaze tile martial soul. Davis wiped the corner of his mouth, trying to maintain a calm demeanor, attributing the recent small defeat to Ning Rongrong. All right, I played with you enough. It's time to end the match. As soon as Davis finished speaking, at the back of the Star Luo royal team, a soul master in a purple robe drew back the great bow in his hands. The fact that many top forces of the Tiando Empire had secretly developed output-type battle soul masters in recent years naturally did not escape the notice of the Star Luo Empire. A few years ago, upon receiving this information, the Star Luo Empire also began to attempt to develop output-type battle soul masters. In the current team, this output-type battle soul master was cultivated with great resources by the Star Luo royal family. Dai Hao, also a royal descendant, was the son of a prince of the Star Luo Empire, and his martial soul was the Gaoro Bao, the arrow of demon breaking. Dai Hao stood at the back of the team, his eyes shimmering with sharp light, and the bow and arrow in his hand emitted a dazzling glow under the infusion of soul power, as if containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. The fourth soul skill, the strongest attack skill, was activated. With a low shout, Dai Hao suddenly swept the bow and arrow in his hand forward. A sound of breaking through the air echoed, and a dazzling arrow pierced the air, shooting towards Dai Mubai at an astonishing speed. The arrow emitted a strong aura of danger, as if it could break through all defenses. On the other side, Dai Mubai, who was locked onto, sensed the threat of the arrow and reacted swiftly, tried to evade the attack with a quick movement. However, the speed of the demon-breaking arrow seemed to transcend the limits of time. No matter how Dai Mubai dodged, the arrow remained tightly locked onto him. Just as the arrow was about to hit Dai Mubai, a powerful soul force suddenly surged around his body. White Tiger Barrier. Dai Mubai exerted all his strength to cast the defensive soul skill, attempting to withstand the attack of the demon-breaking arrow. However, the power of the demon-breaking arrow exceeded Dai Mubai's imagination. When the arrow collided with the pale gold protective barrier, it produced a deafening roar. The immense impact instantly shattered the barrier. The heavy blow hit the White Tiger's diamond transformation. Despite the support from Ning Rongrong, the demon-breaking arrow still broke through Dai Mubai's second protective barrier and struck his arm. The speed of the attack was so fast that Tang San and the others didn't have time to react. Be careful. The arrows from the other side are very strange and can ignore defensive skills. After being injured, Dai Mubai was greatly alarmed and quickly warned them. The White Tiger protection barrier and the White Tiger Vajra transformation he had continuously unleashed previously had done little to provide any protection, only slowing down the speed of the demon-breaking arrow. Dai Mubai felt deeply about this. There was no mistake. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and the others looked astonished. The audience on the surrounding stands gasped in shock. Wow, how impressive. He can actually ignore skill defenses. This is simply too outrageous. Seeing the panic on the other side, the members of the Xingluo royal team were all smiles. Come on, how could an output-type battle soul master who could enter their team be weak? It's over. Captain Davis looked at the Shrek Academy crowd and said calmly. Then, Dai Hao repeatedly drew his bow and shot arrows. 7 successive demon-breaking arrows shot towards the Shrek Academy crowd. It should be over. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed throughout the arena. Hearing this voice, the members of the various teams from the Tiando Empire instinctively shivered. They knew that the freak from Shrek Academy was about to make a move. Anyone who had ever fought against Shrek Academy could feel the terror of Luban's attacks. Top, 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 top. Luban raised his left hand's dragon mouth gun and fired 7 soul power light spheres to meet the incoming demon-breaking arrows. Seeing both teams' output-type battle soul masters make their moves simultaneously, the surrounding audience's eyes widened in astonishment, all focused on the action. Chapter 100. Wuhuan Temple Academy. At this moment, 2 powerful forces collided fiercely in the air above the arena, producing a deafening roar. The light spheres and arrows struck each other, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance that made it hard to keep one's eyes open. The 7 demon-breaking arrows, under the impact of the light spheres, shattered like paper, turning into countless light points that dissipated in the air. Meanwhile, Luban's soul power light spheres did not disappear. After breaking through the demon-breaking arrows, they continued to bombard the members of the Xingluo royal team. Boom! Davis, Zhu Zhuyun, and the other 7 had not yet reacted when they were blasted off the arena. The battle was over, and the surroundings fell into silence. All that remained was the sound of collective gasps, especially the audience from the Xingluo Empire, who were all stunned, mouths agape, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Defeated? How could this be? Their strongest team from the Xingluo Empire was defeated just like that. This is simply like a dream. Oh my god, the output-type battle soul master from Shrek Academy is so amazing. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, It seems like he didn't even use any soul skills and just ended the battle with a casual strike. I wasn't mistaken. He really didn't use any soul skills, and the 4 soul rings didn't show any movement. My goodness, this attack power is just too insane. Is this really a human? Hiss. No wonder he is the first place in the promotion match of the Heavendo Empire. Luban is so impressive. Oh my god. Is this really the strength that a soul zone can achieve? It's simply outrageous, exuding dominance, comparable to a god. Ah, Luban is so handsome. I want to have his babies. After a moment of shock, the surrounding audience erupted in cheers. Everyone was stunned by Luban's performance, exclaiming how amazing the output-type Battle Soul Master is. The strength of Shrek Academy made the other competing teams exceptionally nervous. After today's battle, everyone knows that besides the Spirit Hall Academy, they have already lost the qualification to compete with Shrek Academy. It should be noted that the Xing Luo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy is one of the top institutions on the entire continent, second only to the Spirit Hall Academy, even stronger than the Heavendo Royal Academy. Now, being taken down in one strike by the output-type Battle Soul Master from Shrek Academy is indeed shocking. Shrek Academy wins. With the referee's announcement, Shrek Academy officially advances to the top 6. In the stands, the members of the Spirit Hall Academy team looked heavy-faced as they witnessed Luban's performance, feeling a sense of threat from him. In this battle, they originally wanted to assess the strength of both sides, but they didn't expect the Xingluo Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy to be defeated so decisively. One-hit knockout. This was a bit troubling. This guy, Luban, fights similarly to Tang San. The captain of the Wuhuan Palace team, Xiaoyu, said with a face full of surprise. Apart from age difference, they do indeed resemble each other in other aspects. Beside him, his sister, Hulaina, also said with a serious expression. A few years ago, when their Yaiwa team went out to train, they encountered Tang San, and it still left a deep impression, as if it had happened just yesterday. That was the first time these top talents from across the continent felt pressure. Since then, the Wuhuan Palace Academy started to cultivate output-type soul masters, and they have made significant progress over the years. Now, seeing Luban again, that pressure they felt when they encountered Tang San re-emerged, inevitably causing unease in their hearts. Don't worry, if it were me just now, I could also defeat the Xingluo Royal team in one move, said a confidently dressed boy in red standing next to Hulaina. As an output-type soul master of the Wuhuan Palace team, he believed that his attack power was unmatched at the same rank. He was also confident that he could defeat Luban. Hearing this, Hulaina and Xiaoyu nodded, offering some comfort to the team. The third round of the finals ended, and 4 teams were selected from the 4 matches, plus the 2 that had a bye, leaving a total of 6 teams remaining. As for the 4th round, there would be no byes. In this draw, Shrek Academy encountered Kamikaze Academy. Given Luban's reputation, Kamikaze Academy immediately announced their withdrawal upon seeing the draw results. Shrek Academy then advanced directly to the 5th round. In the 5th round, Tiando Royal Academy also conceded, leaving only Shrek Academy and Spirit Hall Academy as the 2 remaining competing teams. In the final match of the championship, Spirit Hall Academy faced off against Shrek Academy. As the referee announced, the players from both teams entered the arena. On this day, in front of the Pope's Palace, the Grand Square was filled with 33 teams that had entered the finals. Everyone was eagerly anticipating this final match. Not only that, but the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi-Dan, personally made an appearance for this battle. On the VIP platform, Bibi-Dan wore a brilliant golden gown, as if it were woven from the purest sunlight, shining with dazzling brilliance. She looked like a deity descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of holiness and majesty. Holding a gemstone scepter and wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, she appeared even more noble and glorious. Her face was cold and elegant, resembling a finely crafted jade sculpture. Her eyes were deep like the ocean, seemingly capable of seeing into people's hearts. With her lips slightly parted, she revealed a faint smile that carried an undeniable aura of dominance. Even without speaking, Bibi-Dan remained the focal point of the entire event. When the participants from the Spirit Hall Academy and Shrek Academy arrived, Bibi-Dan announced the rewards for this elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. As she spoke, Bibi-Dan took out 3 brilliant, translucent, and shining soul bones from her storage soul guide. The surrounding soul masters collectively gasped in awe. In an instant, the entire square erupted with excitement. Who would have thought that the rewards for this competition would be soul bones? They were incredibly precious. Moreover, there were 3 rewards, and judging by their appearance, they were all at least 10,000-year soul bones. The 3 soul bones included the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the flame right arm bone of explosive incineration, and the wind left leg bone of rapid movement. All 3 soul bones came from 10,000-year soul beasts, with the wisdom skull of mental concentration originating from a soul beast over 50,000 years old. Bibidan's few words ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. Such rewards had never appeared in all these years. It is known that a single soul bone is extremely rare on the continent, let alone 10,000-year soul bones. And to reward 3 at once was a grand gesture from the Spirit Hall, leaving everyone in awe. Truly extravagant. It was no wonder they were the top power on the continent. As the competition began, with the referee's announcement, the participants from Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall Academy began to unleash their martial spirits. The Spirit Hall Academy's team had 7 members, 3 of whom were Soul Kings. The captain, Shue, had the martial spirit Moonblade and was a level 52 attack-type Soul King. The vice-captain, Hulaina, had the martial spirit Demon Fox and was a level 51 control-type Soul King. The output-type Soul Master, Yin, had the martial spirit Flame Lord and was also a level 51 output-type Soul King. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul rings swirling around them, the onlookers were amazed. Chapter 101. Enchantment. Oh my, a Soul King appeared in this competition. This was unimaginable in previous years. With 3 Soul Kings and 4 Soul Sect members, this lineup was simply invincible. If it were any other academy, the battle would have been over before it even started. However, facing Shrek Academy, there was still a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. One side had an invincible lineup, while the other was mysterious and unpredictable. To this day, no one knew where Luban's limits lay. Therefore, this match was highly anticipated. In the end, Shrek Academy made a slight change to their lineup, allowing Oscar to replace Xiao Wu. As soon as the battle began, the Spirit Hall Academy initiated the attack. They had no intention of holding back and launched a killing blow right away. Shue extended his right hand and high-fived his sister, Hulaina, completing the martial spirit fusion skill. Enchantment. Shue, originally dressed in silver-white clothing with crimson eyes and short silver hair, revealed a scarlet crescent mark on his forehead after activating his martial spirit. Meanwhile, Hulaina, with her golden hair and dazzling golden-tied outfit, grew a fluffy large tail after her martial spirit manifested. The martial spirit fusion skill enchantment, once activated, released a red mist that spread at an incredible speed. Before Shrek Academy could react, they were enveloped in the red fog. Upon entering the fog, the 7 members of Luban instantly experienced a 50% reduction in their sensory perception, and their soul power was suppressed by 50%. Their movements became extraordinarily slow, and most critically, their vision was blocked, rendering them unable to see anything. Seeing the 7 members of Shrek Academy affected, the other members of the Spirit Hall Academy couldn't help but smirk. Once caught within the control range of enchantment, the opponents could only wait to be slaughtered. They simply had to wait for victory. It's over. Shrek Academy is going to lose. The Spirit Hall team had used this very move to crush the Tiendo Royal Academy team. Oh my, this red mist can actually block vision. It's truly remarkable. We can't see inside, and the Shrek team definitely can't see their surroundings either. How can they fight? Wow, this martial spirit fusion skill is so powerful. Comparable to a domain skill, it's truly amazing. Just watch. It won't be long before the Shrek Academy members are thrown out of the arena. As the spectators discussed the situation, especially the Soul Masters from Spirit City, who were fans of the Spirit Hall Academy, they became increasingly excited and began to shout, believing that the outcome was already decided. Full Moon. Seeing the opponents affected, Shue quickly unleashed his self-created soul skill, using Full Moon in the state of enchantment, which was his strongest attack at the moment. The red-haired Shue slowly raised the moon blades in his hands, and a mysterious and powerful force began to gather around him. A cold light flickered in Shue's eyes, as if he intended to cut through any obstacles. The moon blades began to emit a faint glow, spinning at an astonishing speed, resembling a white full moon slowly rising in his hands. Then, with a low shout from Shue, both moon blades suddenly erupted with dazzling light, filled with endless sharpness and killing intent, and slashed fiercely towards the opponents. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be enveloped by the round moon. Luban, be careful. At this time, Tang San had activated his purple extreme magic eye, seeing 2 round moons rushing towards him and Luban, and he hurriedly shouted, "Don't panic, I can see." Seeing Tang San unleash his first soul skill, Blue Silver Bind, to entangle the 6 of them and prepare to toss them into the sky, Luban smiled indifferently. Then, The dragon mouth gun fired 2 soul power light balls, shooting towards the incoming round moons. Boom! A violent collision occurred, and the round moons were directly blown away, transforming back into 2 moon blades. How do you know my attack trajectory? With his soul skill broken, the red-haired evil moon was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. It's important to know that the red mist formed by the charming demon could even restrict spiritual power, and he never expected Luban to see through the attack trajectory of the round moons. It was truly incredible. A little red mist, what can it do to me? On the platform, Luban stood proudly, exuding dominance as he spoke. He. Seeing Luban so arrogant, a mocking laughter echoed in his mind. Luban, you really love to brag. Without my help, what can you see? At this moment, in Luban's sea of spirit, a little girl transformed from the million-year thunderstrike was sitting there, laughing nonstop. As a soul spirit, she had a certain degree of autonomy. While Luban couldn't see in the red mist, she could see everything clearly. And beside the thunderstrike wood, a small black cat was sleeping. That's right, it was the previous wind split beast, and it hadn't woken up yet. Once it wakes up, Luban will have 2 helpers. Luban ignored the teasing from the thunderstrike wood. That guy was too mischievous, and he had gotten used to it these days. Top. Then he fired 2 more soul power light balls towards the evil moon and Hulaina's martial soul fusion body. Boom! A loud rumble echoed out, and the surrounding audience saw 2 figures flying out from the red mist, crashing towards the location of the Spirit Hall team. Luban's strike directly shattered the martial soul fusion state of evil moon and Hulaina, with the charming demon state broken. The red mist that enveloped half the platform immediately dissipated. The negative status of a Shrek Academy group was lifted. At this moment, Evil Moon and Hulaina were seen with blood at the corners of their mouths, their faces pale, clearly suffering serious injuries. The other members of the Spirit Hall team were startled. They never expected their captain's martial soul fusion skill to be directly broken. It was truly hard to believe. Come on, this is the martial soul fusion skill of 2 soul kings. Can it be blocked by a soul sect? The events unfolding were indeed unbelievable. Yan attack. After stabilizing his stance, Evil Moon decisively issued the command. Their Spirit Hall team had 2 strongest attack methods. One was the martial soul fusion skill, and the other was Yin, the output-type battle soul master with super strong attack power. Captain, Nana, leave the next part to me. Yin approached Hulaina, patted his chest, and confidently said he had liked Hulaina for a long time, so he naturally wanted to perform well in front of her. Flying Sand Crazy Flame. Yin raised both hands, palms facing each other, and a powerful soul power erupted from his body. This soul power surged like a volcanic eruption, carrying the might to destroy everything. As he waved his hands, the surrounding air began to violently twist and shake, as if an invisible force was tearing at the fabric of space. This is his 5th soul skill, a long-range group attack skill, Flying Sand Crazy Flame. Accompanied by a low shout from Yin, he pushed both palms forward vigorously, and a scorching flame, condensed from soul power, erupted from his palms. This flame is not an ordinary flame. It presents a deep red color, as if it contains endless fury and heat. Chapter 102, Championship. The scorching flames transformed into countless flaming meteors, rushing towards the opposing Shrek Academy battle team. The might displayed by the 10,000-year soul skill looks quite terrifying. At the same time, the auxiliary soul master of the Spirit Hall battle team continuously emitted streams of light from the brilliant golden staff in hand. The brilliant golden staff, known for its offensive power, enhances the attack power of Yan's sandstorm fire by 50%. It can be said to be the strongest strike of the Spirit Hall battle team, even more powerful than the soul fusion skill enchanting used by Xiaoyu and Hulaina. If it were another academy's team, it would be hard to survive such a blow. At this moment, everyone's attention shifted back to Luban. Faced with such a fierce attack, everyone wanted to see how Luban would respond. With the support of auxiliary skills, the formidable attack power of Flying Sand and Crazy Flame was beyond what Shrek Academy's team could defend against with their defensive soul skills. Bang, 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 bang. However, under everyone's gaze, Luban raised his left-hand dragon mouth gun and swept it towards the sky. Soul power orbs shot out the rapidly approaching fire meteor. With both basic attacks and casual strikes, many people were astonished to see Luban being so bold. Come on, that's a 10,000-year soul skill. Can't he show a bit of respect for his opponent? Boom, boom, boom. The soul power orbs collided with the fire meteor, exploding like fireworks in the night sky. Dazzling and bright, creating a stunning scene. It could be said that this was the most spectacular collision scene since the beginning of the match. Bang, 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 bang. In the first round of the collision, both sides were evenly matched, and Luban casually destroyed the flying sand and crazy flame. This confrontation allowed Luban to get a feel for the situation and understand how much force to exert next. It's important to note that his casual strike now has an attack power of over 3 million points. If he loses control, the soul power energy balls could obliterate the 7 members of the Spirit Hall battle team. After mastering the appropriate force, Luban decisively launched a second attack. As 7 soul power energy balls came crashing in, Yin, the output-type battle soul master from the Spirit Hall team, with the support of an auxiliary-type soul master, once again unleashed his 5th soul skill, Sandstorm Blaze, to counter it. Hu Liena sensed a hint of life-threatening danger from the incoming soul power energy balls and quickly ordered the defensive battle soul masters in the team to activate their defensive skills. Instantly, a circle of yellow-brown protective shields appeared around the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team. Boom! With a loud crash, an unexpected event occurred. The power of the soul power energy balls released by Luban had clearly increased more than twice compared to before. In that moment of collision, it directly broke through the Sandstorm Blaze and charged towards the 7 members of the Spirit Hall team. Seeing this, Shiyue and Hu Liena were greatly alarmed, as they never expected Luban's normal attack to be so powerful that it could directly destroy their strongest attack. At this moment, the 4 soul rings around Luban showed no signs of movement, indicating that Luban hadn't used any soul skills. Like before, he simply struck casually. This is incredible. When his strongest attack was shattered, Yin was left with his mouth agape, stunned, and at a loss for words. He couldn't believe it. Just like that, the 7 members of the Spirit Hall Academy battle team were blasted off the stage by the soul power energy ball. Amidst their utter shock, the battle was over. The surrounding audience was in awe, with their eyes wide open, nearly popping out of their sockets. Most of the fans of the Spirit Hall team were left dumbfounded. Seeing the 3 members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall sent flying off the stage by Luban's casual strike was shocking enough to make their heads spin. They stood frozen in place, dazed and confused, their faces filled with disbelief. In the 5th round of the finals, Shrek Academy emerged victorious. It wasn't until the referee announced the result that the audience snapped back to reality, and the entire venue erupted in cheers. The soul masters of the Tiando Empire rejoiced, their cheers echoing to the heavens. They all exclaimed how amazing Shrek Academy was. For so many years, the championship of the Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition had been monopolized by the Spirit Hall, but now this curse had finally been broken. The Dark Horse Shrek Academy from their empire sang their way to success, defeating the Spirit Hall's seed team and claiming the championship. What incredible thing this is. On the VIP platform, seeing this result, despite Bibidong's efforts to present a calm demeanor, her sharp eyes revealed a hint of anger, showing her dissatisfaction with the outcome of the match. As the Pope, Bibidong still maintained some composure. However, the elders of the Wuhuan temple beside her did not hide their heavy expressions and were quite displeased with Shrek Academy's victory. After all, the reward this time was the 3 most precious soul bones in history. After the battle ended, Tang San and Dai Mubai surrounded Luban and cheered. In this competition, the victory is all thanks to Luban. Without Luban, they would have been eliminated in the preliminary stages. Master Brother is impressive. Master Brother is handsome. Master Brother is amazing. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and a few others lifted Luban up and tossed him into the air, all with excited faces shouting. In the audience at the Shrek Academy section, Master Flandra, Lu Erlong, and the yet-to-perform Xiao Wu embraced each other and celebrated wildly. Wow, we won. Our Shrek Academy is the champion. Principal Flandra, a big man, actually had red eyes at this moment. Shrek Academy has been his labor of love for so many years, and seeing Luban and these kids win the championship made Flandra incredibly excited. Seeing Luban lead Shrek Academy to victory, Shui Luotian, Huowudi, Fong-Batian, and others exchanged smiles, looking at each other. Although they already knew the outcome, they were still very happy to see the Spirit Hall take a hit. As one of the 10 major families of the continent, they had many conflicts with the Spirit Hall privately. Many people had long disapproved of the Spirit Hall's arrogance and reckless expansion. Observing Huowudi and the others' performance, Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, realizing how cunning these old guys were. No wonder they were so confident before the competition, certain that Shrek Academy would win the championship. Coupled with the fact that the teams they trained had output-type spirit masters, it was obvious these old guys had dealt with Shrek Academy a long time ago. Beside Ning Fengji were the two titled Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. They usually dote on Ning Rongrong, treating her like a granddaughter, and now seeing Shrek Academy win. Both of them had joyful expressions. Their little princess has grown up. However, just as the audience was excitedly cheering and jumping, the faces of the titled Douluo in the VIP section suddenly changed. Their gazes fixed on the Shrek Academy section. At this moment, a little girl was dancing joyfully with her companions to celebrate. Yes, this little girl is Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, too caught up in her excitement, danced wildly and accidentally dropped the heartbroken red from her bosom. Without the aura of the divine herb covering her, the identity of Xiao Wu as a 100,000-year soul beast was instantly detected by the title Douluo. Chapter 103, The King S9 Trials, Second Trial. Oh my god, that S a 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, it's a 100,000-year soul beast that has transformed into human form. Once a 100,000-year soul beast takes human form, its cultivation must start over from the beginning, and its strength will significantly decrease. Looking at Xiao Wu now, she clearly hasn't reached maturity yet. This is a huge piece of meat served right to the mouth. At this moment, even the usually aloof and solemn Bibi Dong showed an excited expression. Hunting a 100,000-year soul beast not only grants the top-ranked soul ring in the Soul Master Dream list, but also guarantees the creation of a soul bone. The value of a 100,000-year soul bone is more precious than the 3 soul bones awarded in this Soul Master competition combined. I announce the end of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, and the champion team may come up to receive their award. Bibi Dong stood up, holding a 2-meter-tall golden scepter, and said calmly, "You can go up and receive the award yourselves. I am not interested in those 3 soul bones." Seeing Dai Mubai and Tang San pushing him to the stage, Luban shook his head with a smile and did not represent Shrek Academy to go up for the award. It wasn't that he looked down on the stage, but at this moment, the system's rewards sound echoed in his mind. Compared to the system's rewards, the 3 soul bones provided by the Spirit Hall were simply not worth mentioning. "Mubai, you're the captain. You go up to receive the award," the master said with a smile next to him. Luban indeed looked down on those 3 soul bones, so it was just right to distribute them to others. It is important to know that soul bones are extremely rare on the continent. Not everyone can obtain soul bones and soul rings over 100,000 years like Luban, who has such extraordinary luck. Hearing this, Dai Mubai scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. With so many big shots watching, he felt uneasy about taking the spotlight. Logically, Luban would be the most suitable to go up for the award. However, since Luban and the master had said this in recent days, Dai Mubai did not decline any further and went up to receive the award. When the Spirit Hall awarded the participating teams, Luban found a secluded spot to sit down and began to receive his reward. "Congratulations, host, for passing the King S9 trials, the first level assessment, and winning the championship in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition." The system's dinging sounds kept ringing in Luban's mind. Now issuing the first level clearance reward. Reward, a 1,000,000-year perfect soul ring. Soul power level increased by 10 levels. Soul ring years increased to 100,000 years. External soul bone wind thunder wings upgraded to 1,000,000 years. Reward, a piece of 1,000,000-year King S torso stock. As the system's dinging continued, a massive amount of soul power appeared, continuously washing over Luban's body. Fortunately, as a system reward, this immense power was very gentle, merely transforming Luban's body and allowing him to achieve an all-attribute evolution without causing him any pain. Luban was currently a level 70 soul sage, and upon receiving the reward, he first began to absorb and integrate the 1,000,000-year soul ring. Luban sat quietly, taking a deep breath, his eyes filled with determination and excitement. As the light of the soul ring surged into his body, Luban felt an unprecedented power rampaging within him. This force is powerful and violent, as if it wants to tear apart his meridians, bones, and even his soul into pieces. However, in the face of this power, Luban did not retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth and held on to his will. Then, his skin began to emit a faint glow, as if it were being soaked in a layer of mysterious power. His muscles, bones, and even internal organs were strengthening at a visible speed, each cell filled with vitality and vigor. His meridians widened like a river, and the soul power surged within them, flowing more smoothly than ever before. At the same time, Luban's spiritual world underwent a tremendous change. His consciousness seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, traversing layers of fog to arrive at a vast and boundless space. Here, he felt the wisdom and mysteries contained within the soul ring, as if an ancient soul master was imparting to him the most exquisite methods of soul power utilization in the world. Soon, the fusion of the soul ring was successful, and the winged thunder wings began to evolve. At this moment, a pair of enormous wings slowly unfolded behind Luban. Each feather of the winged thunder wings sparkled with dazzling light, as if composed of countless stars. As the evolution progressed, bolts of thunder seemed to appear from the inner void, striking towards the winged thunder wings. These thunders contain devastating power, but the moment they come into contact with the winged thunder wing, they are cleverly absorbed. As the thunder continues to flow in, the brilliance of the winged thunder wing becomes increasingly dazzling, as if a pair of thunder god wings are slowly unfolding behind Luban. Under the influence of this powerful force, the form of the winged thunder wing undergoes a tremendous transformation. Each feather becomes as furious as thunder, shimmering with a cold light. The entire outline of the wing also becomes more streamlined, as if born to pursue ultimate speed. Soon, the evolution of the winged thunder wing is complete, and Luban begins to merge with the million-year-old king's skeletal body. At the moment the fusion begins, a powerful and mysterious energy erupts from the soul bone, surging into Luban's body like a torrential flood. This energy is incredibly powerful, as if it contains the purest force of heaven and earth. It flows through Luban's meridians, permeating every cell in his body and beginning to transform him. Luban's muscles and bones are strengthening at an astonishing speed, becoming more resilient and powerful. Then, the king's torso bone slowly merges with Luban's spine. As the fusion deepens, Luban feels as if his soul is closely connected to the king's torso bone. He can clearly sense the immense will and wisdom contained in the soul bone. This power continuously washes over the depths of his soul, making his mindset more resolute and clear. At the same time, a powerful aura emerges within him, as if a long-dormant mountain suddenly awakens, releasing endless majesty and strength. When a fusion is finally complete, Luban seems to be reborn. His physique becomes taller and more upright, resembling a towering mountain standing there. His temperament undergoes a tremendous transformation, exuding a kingly demeanor and an aura of authority from within. Opening the personal information panel. Host: Luban Martial Soul. Luban number 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain: Resist Aura. Invincible Shark Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls. Qualification: Innate Full Soul Power. Jungle Level Up. Soul Power. 80, 0-100 Soul Rings. Yellow, purple, black, red, gold. Gold Soul Bones. Wind Thunder Wings. Speed 1000000. King's Torso Bone. Defense 1000000. Soul Skills. Attack 1000000. Attack 1000000. Attack 1000000. Fire Attack 1000000. Wind Attack 3500000. Thunder Attack 900,000. Attack 1000000. Items: Gamer Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. Chapter 104. Golden Holy Dragon. His soul power level suddenly increased by 10 levels. From Soul Saint at level 70 to Soul Douluo at level 80. The King's Torso Bone provides a defense boost of 1 million points, giving Luban the ability to protect himself. The Torso Bone is already the most precious among the 6 categories of soul bones, and after merging with the King's Torso Bone, Luban's physical qualities have been greatly enhanced. 1 million points of defense is no joke. Luban can now withstand the strongest blows from most titled Douluos with just his physical body. It's worth noting that even a million-year soul beast cannot reach a full defense value of 1 million points. With Luban's current defense, there's almost no one on the continent who can break through it. The 7th perfect soul ring awarded by the system once again increases Luban's normal attack power by 1 million points. With Luban's current strength, if he exerts himself fully, a casual strike can reach over 2 million points of attack power, capable of instantly killing anyone on the continent. Luban can truly be said to have become an invincible existence. Ding! The reward for passing the first assessment has been completed, and the second assessment of the King's 9 tests is now open. Second assessment: ensure the safe departure of the Shrek Academy members from Wuhan City. Just as Luban finished receiving the rewards issued by the system, a series of ding sounds echoed in his mind again. The second assessment of the King's 9 tests has arrived. Seeing the content of the assessment, Luban's mouth curled up in a smile. Given his current strength, he can freely enter and exit anywhere on the continent. Ensuring the safe return of the Shrek Academy members is incredibly simple, practically a freebie. This is similar to Qian Rengshu's Angel 9 trials, basically without any difficulties. In a vast square, Luban was receiving rewards in a secluded area, while on the other side, Dai Mubai had already returned 3 soul bones from Bibi Dong at the VIP stand. The Shrek 7 monsters were gathered together, discussing how to distribute the soul bones. The left leg bone of the Wind Chaser was given to the agile attack type, Soul Master Zhu Zhuqing. The right arm bone of Explosive Flame was allocated to Ma Hongjun. The Wisdom Soul Bone of Mental Concentration fell into Tang San's hands. Shortly after the award ceremony ended, everyone quickly completed the distribution of the soul bones. Seeing that Bibi Dong and the elders of the Spirit Hall had not left, the audience was astonished, not knowing what was happening. Just as everyone was puzzled, Bibi Dong stood up from her seat and said, "Have you all allocated your awards? Come, take that little girl down." Bibi Dong pointed at Xiao Wu with her scepter and said. Upon hearing this, everyone from Shrek Academy was instantly shocked. The master stepped forward and questioned the VIP stand. "Your Holiness the Pope, what do you mean by this?" With a command from Bibi Dong, 2 titled Douluo from her side stood up, as they wouldn't take this soul master, who had just reached level 30, seriously. Just as they were about to take action, a graceful figure stood up from the VIP stand, blocking the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall. "Your Holiness the Pope, shouldn't we clarify things first?" Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, intervened. Seeing this, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows and showed a cold expression. "Leader Ning, please be respectful. If you continue to obstruct the Spirit Hall's actions, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will become our enemy." Hearing Bibi Dong say this, Ning Fengji felt a chill run through him. Although the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was one of the top 3 sects on the continent and had strong power, the gap was obvious when compared to the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall was the holy land for soul masters across the continent, gathering most of the soul masters. Opposing the Spirit Hall would lead to a disastrous outcome for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeing Ning Fengji in a dilemma, the master decisively took out the elder token given by Tang Hao, stating, "I am an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall and have the right to know the truth of the matter." The atmosphere suddenly became tense, shocking the surrounding soul masters. Everyone fell silent, not understanding why the Pope of the Spirit Hall would suddenly change her stance. "Isn't that disciple of yours not human, but 100,000-year transformed soul beast? Is that reason enough?" At this moment, Bibi Dong stood on the stage, and a simple sentence instantly ignited the entire venue. "What? 100,000-year transformed soul beast?" Upon hearing this from Bibi Dong, the entire audience, including the Shrek Academy group, was in utter shock. No wonder the elders of the Spirit Hall had such fiery gazes. It turned out that 100,000-year soul beast had infiltrated the Shrek Academy team. Moreover, it was transformed, and once a 100,000-year soul beast transforms, its strength would greatly diminish, essentially equivalent to being given away for free. This is a 100,000-year soul ring, the number 1 item on the list of soul masters' dreams across the continent. No soul master can resist it. If I'm not mistaken, you must be that fish that slipped through the net back then, right? Bibi Dong's sharp gaze fixed on Xiao Wu as she coldly said, "I didn't expect you to come to me voluntarily." Back then, Bibi Dong led the elders of the Spirit Hall to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts. They discovered 200,000-year transformed soul beasts, one just coming of age and the other still a child. After a fierce battle, the younger transformed soul beast managed to escape. Judging by Xiao Wu's age, Bibi Dong quickly deduced many things. Coupled with the biting hatred in Xiao Wu's expression as she looked at her, Bibi Dong roughly understood Xiao Wu's background. "So what if it is me? I won't let you go even in death." Xiao Wu held her head high, her expression extremely cold, completely different from her usual lively and optimistic self. Seeing Xiao Wu's acknowledgement, the Shrek Academy group was shocked for a moment before coming back to their senses. They quickly stood beside Xiao Wu and shouted in unison, "The 7 monsters are one, whether human or soul beast. We will not stand by and watch our companion be captured." The Shrek 7 monsters struck a pose of sharing life and death, vowing to fight the Spirit Hall to the end. Even if it meant death, they would not abandon their companions. The representatives from the 32 teams of the 2 empires participating in the competition were deeply moved to see Shrek Academy so united. Such a friendship of living and dying together is a rare thing. Today, they felt it deeply. Right now, the 100,000-year soul ring is right in front of them, and the Spirit Hall cannot let go. The people from Shrek Academy are opposing the Spirit Hall, and the only outcome will be death. No force on the continent has ever dared to openly challenge the Spirit Hall. We old guys are still alive, and it's not your turn to go first. With that, the president of Shrek Academy, Flinder, stepped out of the team and stood at the forefront. At this moment, Flinder, the master, and Lu Erlong stood side by side, recreating the scene of the Golden Iron Triangle fighting together in the past. Take them down, no mercy for the obstructors. With a command from BB Dong, an elder from the Spirit Hall stepped forward. The sun and moon shine, golden transformation. At the same time, Flinder, the master, and Lu Erlong exchanged glances and formed a triangular formation. Flinder shouted, and the three members of the Golden Iron Triangle released their martial souls and activated their martial soul possession. The once dreaded martial soul fusion technique of the Golden Iron Triangle. The Golden Sacred Dragon reappeared. If the Spirit Hall wants to take their most valued disciple, they must step over their corpses to do so. Chapter 105. The Powerful Douluo. As Flinder Master issued a low shout, the three of them simultaneously activated the soul power within their bodies, and their soul rings shone like brilliant stars, dazzling in the sunlight. One by one, these soul rings attached themselves to Yu Xiaogang's martial soul, Luo Sanpao. With each soul ring's integration, Luo Sanpao's aura grew increasingly powerful. Under the enhancement of the soul rings, Luo Sanpao's body began to undergo astonishing changes. Its body gradually expanded, muscles becoming as hard as iron, and scales shimmering with a golden light. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom, as if able to see through all illusions. At this moment, Luo Sanpao was no longer the cute martial soul, but a sacred and majestic giant dragon. Then, Luo Sanpao twisted its body and charged towards the elder of the Spirit Hall with a fierce sound of breaking wind. With the full cooperation of Flinder and Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogangs consciousness controlled Luo Sanpao to engage in battle. In the sky, Luo Sanpao transformed into a golden holy dragon, winding and roaming, triggering intense air currents that seemed to tear the entire sky apart. At this moment, the dragon's roar was deafening, echoing between heaven and earth, evoking a strong shock deep within people's souls. Overestimating oneself. At this moment, an exceptionally graceful elder from the Spirit Hall coldly snorted and stepped forward. His features were handsome, delicate like a woman's, with a faint elegance between his brows. His golden hair flowed like silk in the wind, each strand sparkling with a crystalline sheen. Standing tall, with skin as white as jade, his demeanor exuded elegance and composure. If it weren't for the Adam's apple on his neck, no one would believe he was a man. The enchanting man who stepped forward was an elder of the Spirit Hall, a rank 95 titled Yu Xiaogang. As Yu Xiaogang appeared, he directly released his martial soul, and 9 soul rings spiraled up from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Each soul ring emitted a strong light, illuminating the surrounding sky in a riot of colors. Title Douluo. My goodness, it is indeed the legendary existence of the continent, Title Douluo. The pressure emanating from Yu Xiaogang's rank 95 power made the surrounding soul master's hearts race, feeling an overwhelming pressure. The chrysanthemum withers, leaving the ground wounded, flowers fall, and hearts break. In the face of Flinder and the other's martial soul fusion technique, the golden holy dragon, Yu Xiaogang, directly unleashed his 9th soul skill. Instantly, the entire world changed color. A gigantic chrysanthemum formed in his hand, its petals radiating a strong light, illuminating the surrounding sky. With a light shout from Yu Douluo, the chrysanthemum exploded, transforming into countless petal blades that shot towards the golden holy dragon. As the strongest attack, the 9th soul skills, every petal resembled a crescent blade, sharp and unmatched, shimmering with a cold light, appearing as if it could cut through anything. After one round of confrontation, the golden holy dragon transformed from Luo Sanpao was restrained by the massive golden tornado formed by Yu Douluo's 9th soul skill, the shattered, extraordinary chrysanthemum, with each petal resembling a giant crescent blade, spun wildly around the golden holy dragon. Sizzle. The moon blades clashed fiercely against the dragon's armor, creating a barrage of sparks and continuous booming sounds, a grand spectacle. Everyone could see that the Golden Iron Triangle was clearly suppressed. They all sighed in their hearts, marveling that Title Douluo truly lived up to its legendary status on the continent. With terrifying strength capable of easily suppressing even the martial soul fusion technique of 3 soul masters. This power is terrifying. Soon, as time passes, the brilliance of the golden sacred dragon dims even more. Master Flandra and Lu Erlong, along with the others, are drenched in sweat. They underestimated the strength of the title Douluo. Even now, even with the use of their martial soul fusion technique, they are far from being a match for the opposing chrysanthemum Douluo. It seems at this time they are inescapably doomed. It should be noted that there are many titled Douluo elders in the Spirit Hall, and just a few of them would be more than they can handle. Rumbling. The golden tornado formed by the golden sacred dragon and the strange mushroom heavenly chrysanthemum collides and soon dissipates. Ofthe. Master Flandra and Lu Erlong simultaneously spit out blood. Severely injured, the golden sacred dragon is broken, and the chrysanthemum Douluo leaps toward Xiao Wu. Chrysanthemum Douluo, your opponent is me. At this critical moment, the guest elder of Shrek Academy, Poison Douluo, makes his move. Humph, old poison, you dare to oppose the Spirit Hall. You really are tired of living. Seeing his attack blocked once again, Yu Xiaogan's expression turns cold, and he says coldly, "Oh my, another title Douluo." Seeing Douluo appear, the surrounding audience gasps in shock. It's actually the legendary Poison Douluo. Many people tremble at the mention of this title. Although the Poison Douluo may not be the most terrifying among the titled Douluos, he is definitely the most unsettling. His dark green hair and beard shimmer like jade, each strand emitting a faint glow, as if infused with deadly poison. His eyes, resembling emeralds, shine brightly. The toxic light flickering in those green pupils instills fear. There has been plenty of talk about opposition, but I am now a guest elder of Shrek Academy. Since you are attacking Shrek Academy students, I cannot just sit back and watch. Saying this, Douluo releases his martial soul and directly activates his 7th spirit skill, Martial Soul True Body. Poison Phosphor Snake King. At this moment, Douluo's body suddenly expands, as if a powerful force is surging within him. His skin becomes smooth as jade, shimmering with a faint green glow, as if it has been soaked in deadly poison. With a low shout, his body begins to twist and change, his arms extending sharp snake scales, each scale glinting with a cold light, filled with a toxic aura. Soon, a 30-meter-long, tank-thick green snake appears, seeking death. Seeing Douluo get serious, the chrysanthemum Douluo becomes furious and directly releases his 8th spirit skill, Radiant Flow. The chrysanthemum Douluo clasps his hands together, and his soul power surges wildly. With a low shout, a brilliant beam of light bursts forth from his palms, rushing straight towards Douluo. The beam of light was dazzling and brilliant, swirling and dancing in the air like a giant dragon, emitting intense radiance and energy fluctuations. Its speed was incredibly fast, almost instantaneously crossing the void and rushing towards Douluo. At this moment, the entire battlefield was illuminated by this strong light, making it impossible for the surrounding spectators to open their eyes. The 9th spirit skill was a group attack skill, while the 8th spirit skill was the strongest single target attack of the chrysanthemum Douluo. As a level 95 title Douluo, his powerful attack put immense pressure on Douluo. My god, it's so strong. Is this the battle between titled Douluos? The scene was truly shocking. The spectators around, witnessing the fierce battle between the chrysanthemum Douluo and the poison Douluo, were constantly exclaiming. Especially the members of the 2 imperial teams who came to participate in the competition in Wuhuan City were all extremely excited. No wonder this is a battle between the top experts of the continent. It was truly spectacular. Chapter 106. The Ghost Douluo takes action. Seeing Yu Xiaogang unleash his strongest single-target attack spirit skill, Douluo naturally did not dare to be careless. Medusa's Gaze. Douluo shouted at this moment and decisively activated the skill of his head spirit bone. This is his ultimate soul skill and also his strongest single-target attack. When Medusa's Gaze is unleashed, Douluo's martial soul true form, the Phosphor Snake King, instantly shoots out 2 petrifying beams from its eyes. This special soul skill is quite strange. Even the energy can be petrified. If a low-level soul master encounters it, they would instantly turn into a mere mortal. At this moment, Medusa's Gaze violently collided with the radiant light of the Ju Douluo. A dazzling light erupted in the air above the Grand Plaza in front of the Hall of Pope, resembling the explosion of stars, which was quite spectacular. The martial soul fusion technique of Flandra and the others, combined with Douluo, seemed to momentarily suppress the Ju Douluo Yuguan, an elder of the Spirit Hall. Humph, an ant shaking a tree, overestimating its strength. On the VIP platform, Bibi Dong saw that the group from Shrek Academy dared to openly defy her orders and let out a cold snort. She then gave a glance to another elder beside her. At this critical moment, the Ghost Douluo stepped forward. The Ghost Douluo was tall and thin, resembling a statue carved from shadows. His black robe clung tightly to his body, as if it were a part of him, or perhaps a layer of shadow armor protecting him. The hem of his robe gently fluttered, making a rustling sound in the cold wind, like whispers in the night. His face was pale as snow, devoid of any color, resembling a zombie that had awakened after many years of slumber. His eyes were deep and dark, devouring all light around them like black holes. His hair was as black as the night sky, long and disheveled, as if it had never been combed. Upon seeing this strange appearance, the onlookers instantly recognized the identity of the ghost Douluo. The ghost Douluo and Douluo Yuan were both well known across the continent. Their symbols were on the tokens issued by the Spirit Hall. The seventh soul skill, Ghostly True Body. The ghost Douluo directly released his martial soul, and then unleashed his true martial soul. With this low shout, his body began to undergo astonishing changes. His skin gradually became transparent, as if transforming into a layer of faint black mist, and his figure continuously twisted and expanded within this black mist. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic, ghostly figure several dozen meters tall appeared out of nowhere, floating in midair and emanating a suffocating aura of terror. The head of the ghostly figure vaguely reveals the pale as snow face of the ghost Douluo, but at this moment, it is filled with ferocity and distortion. Its eyes resemble two enormous green whirlpools, as if they are about to devour all the surrounding light. The ninth soul skill, Hell's Wraith. As the ghostly voice fell, suddenly, a chilling and eerie aura quietly spread, as if an invisible force was surging in the dark. Immediately after, countless enormous shadowy hands abruptly reached out from the ground, bringing with them a terrifying and sinister presence. The shadowy hands instantly stretched up hundreds of meters, resembling towering black mountains rising from the ground, shrouding the entire sky in darkness. Amidst the astonished crowd, the shadowy hands reached for the golden sacred dragon. Howl! The golden sacred dragon seemed to be choked by an invisible grip, letting out mournful cries. Ghost Douluo's strength surpassed that of Chrysanthemum Douluo, and facing him alone, Master Flanders and Liu Erlong were naturally no match. After all, Ghost Douluo was a rank 95 title Douluo, far stronger than other ordinary title Douluos. It is known that once a soul master reaches the 90th level and becomes a title Douluo, it becomes exceedingly difficult to level up thereafter. Under the same conditions, a rank 91 title Douluo can absolutely crush a rank 91. At the title Douluo stage, every level up can at least double one's strength. Soon, after struggling for a moment, the golden sacred dragon was directly crushed by the shadowy hands. Master Flanders, Liu Erlong, and the others all had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, suffering injuries again and completely losing their combat ability. The seven monsters were united. Seeing that Master Flanders and the others were injured, Tang San let out a loud roar. And then the Shrek's seven monsters quickly executed their previously rehearsed formation to unleash their fusion technique. They would never just watch as Xiao Wu was captured by the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Tang San stood at the front of the group with Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and the others standing behind him in order. They pressed their palms against each other's backs, and each person's soul power gradually flowed towards the one in front. Finally, the soul power of the seven completely merged into Tang San, greatly enhancing his strength. Holding the Haotian hammer, Tang San, under the boost of the martial soul fusion technique, unexpectedly found he could use his martial soul true form. It is known that a soul master can only unleash their martial soul true form after reaching level 70 and obtaining the seventh spirit ring. Tang San wielded the enormous Haotian hammer and then executed the chaotic cloak hammer method, smashing it towards Ghost Douluo's ghostly hand. Ridiculous. You probably don't understand the power of a title Douluo. Seeing that Tang San and the others barely formed a fusion technique at the level of 70. Daring to clash with his ninth spirit skill, Ghost Douluo smirked disdainfully. I see this hammer and feel angry. Today, you won't leave the spirit city alive. Seeing Tang San use the Haotian hammer, Ghost Douluo recalled the tragic scene of being hammered by Tang Hao, feeling quite indignant. Then, the ghostly hand crashed down towards Tang San's Haotian hammer like a mountain. Boom! The hell mysterious spirit, after all, was the ninth spirit skill, and it was Ghost Douluo's strongest attack skill. Naturally, it was not something that the seven monsters fusion technique could contend with. This move is invincible against peers like Tang San, but when facing an experienced title Douluo, it falls short, considering that some members of the Shrek 7 monsters have sensitive identities. Ghost Douluo did not use lethal force this time. Otherwise, if Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai were injured, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Star Luo Empire would definitely not be pleased. Currently, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, is at the VIP stand, accompanied by two title Duo, Sword Duo, and Bone Duo, both of whom are even more terrifying than him and Yu Xiaogang. Naturally, they cannot let the situation escalate. Next, Go Shadow's hand smashed the Haotian hammer with a slap. Each of the Shrek's 7 monsters felt a tremendous backlash, spitting out blood and sustaining serious injuries. Hiss! The Spirit Hall is so powerful. As soon as Go's Dalau made his move, he instantly suppressed Shrek Academy, causing the crowd in the square to gasp in amazement. The Spirit Hall truly deserves its reputation as a sacred place in every Soul Master's heart. These elders at the title Douluo level are indeed formidable. Sigh. At this moment, the participating teams from various academies in the Heaven Do Empire saw Shrek Academy being overwhelmed, and many were quite moved. They never expected that they would openly oppose the Spirit Hall for a soul beast. The Spirit Hall is the only superpower on the entire continent. The number of soul masters within it accounts for about 70 to 80% of the entire continent, far surpassing the number of soul masters in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Their strength is unmatched by any other force. Chapter 107. Hao Hianduo appears. Father, can you speak up to protect everyone from Shrek Academy? At this moment, seeing that everyone from Shrek Academy was completely suppressed by the two elders of the Spirit Hall, Shui Binger transmitted a message to her father, Shui Luotian, at the VIP stand through her soul power, her words filled with urgency. She was actually worried about Lu Ban's safety. She hoped her father could plead for leniency on behalf of the Shui family. With the identity of one of the 10 great families, speaking in front of the Spirit Hall still carries some weight. Don't worry, Shrek Academy will be fine. Just wait and see, Shui Luotian transmitted back. Shrek Academy has Lu Ban, that freak who single-handedly overpowers the 3 kings of the extreme north without any resistance. His strength is incredibly terrifying. Up to now, they still haven't witnessed Lu Ban's true power. At this moment, not only Shui Binger, but also Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, and others were transmitting messages to their elders through soul power. They were all unwilling to see Shrek Academy be wiped out just like that. After this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, Shrek Academy's strength has gained recognition from everyone. They are the pride of the Heaven Do Empire and also the pride of the Academy faction. However, from the astonished expressions on Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, and others' faces, it was clear that their elders must have said the same thing as Shui Luotian, telling them not to worry, that Shrek Academy would definitely be fine. Though this is what they said, everyone still did not know Lu Ban's true strength, and their faces were filled with confusion. Luban, if you don't make a move soon, we'll have to collect your corpses. In a critical moment, Flinder shouted loudly, signaling Lu Ban to act quickly, or else Xiao would be in danger. At this time, Lu Ban was hiding in a secluded area of the square, absorbing his 7th spirit ring. Flinder and the others did not know what Lu Ban was doing and thought he was resting. Given that the situation had come to such a point, seeing him still not make a move, Flinder glanced and rolled his eyes at Lu Ban. This guy is really calm. Can't he see that they are all injured and still sitting there, looking so composed? When Flinder shouted, the surrounding audience was instantly dumbfounded. Let Luban take action? Is Flinder out of his mind? Sigh, this principal insists on bringing every member of the Academy to the battlefield, doesn't he? What can Luban do when he comes on stage? Haha, listening to Flander's tone, it's as if he's fought against the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall before. It's really hilarious. Sigh, it's over. From now on there will be no Shrek Academy in the continent. A fleeting moment, even if they win the championship. What does it matter? That as a 100,000-year soul beast, no one wouldn't be tempted. These guys from Shrek Academy are so foolish. Seeing Flander calling for help to a student, the surrounding soul masters kept discussing. Many felt sorry for them. Is it worth it for a soul beast? A chrysanthemum. Even a little ghost dares to bully my son. However, at this critical moment, a voice that resonated through the heavens spread throughout the venue. At this moment, the skies suddenly darkened, as if a massive shadow was quietly enveloping everything. The originally noisy environment became exceptionally quiet, and everyone's gaze involuntarily turned in the same direction. Above the Grand Plaza, a tall and upright figure appeared, resembling a towering mountain from below. The appearance of such a gigantic figure stunned the entire audience, and everyone collectively gasped in shock. Faced with this enormous silhouette occupying half the sky, each person felt immense pressure. Get out of the way. The giant appeared, and directly threw a hammer from its hand, which, upon closer inspection, looked exactly like Tang San's Haotian hammer. As the hammer struck, the ghost Douluo's ninth spirit skill, Hell Wraith, was instantly shattered. The powerful shockwave from the Haotian hammer hitting the ground sent both the ghost Douluo and his companion flying. Tang Hao, you have such audacity to dare to cause trouble in Spirit City. Upon seeing Tang Hao appear, Bibi Dong suddenly rose from her throne, holding a scepter, and said coldly, Haotian Douluo, now that you are here, don't think you can leave alive. With a loud bang, the scepter struck the ground, and Bibi Dong directly unleashed her martial soul, activating her spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. When the audience saw the red spirit rings swirling around Bibi Dong, they were utterly shocked. Oh my god, it's the legendary 100,000 year spirit ring. It's important to note that 100,000 year spirit rings are extremely precious, not to mention owning one. There are only a handful of spirit masters on the continent who have even seen one in person. Previously, it was only because of the leaders and elders of the 10 great families, such as the Luban, Shui, Hua, and Feng families, that they had not encountered one, let alone spirit masters from other factions. The pressure brought by the 100,000 year spirit ring was overwhelming, as Bibi Dong activated her spirit rings. The spirit masters in the audience felt their bodies suppressed to the point of immobility, with an impulse to kneel rising in their hearts. Moreover, from Bibi Dong's words, everyone learned the identity of the visitor. It was actually the Haotian Douluo, once regarded as the most gifted on the continent. The appearance of Haotian Douluo was indeed shocking. Spear Hall, what is Spear Hall? Tang Hao quietly hovered in midair, coldly expressing his resentment. Look, this is the true form of Haotian. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San in the crowd and said indifferently. Then, with 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, 9 spirit rings surrounded him. The appearance of the 100,000 year spirit ring directly dispelled the pressure released by Bibi Dong. At this moment, the Grand Plaza was already in an uproar. Everyone was rubbing their eyes, mouths agape, stunned in disbelief. When did 100,000 year spirit rings become so commonly seen? In just a short moment, they saw 200,000 year soul rings, which shocked many soul masters while also making them envious. Truly worthy of the Haotian Douluo, facing 3 opponents without losing any momentum. At this moment, seeing Tang Hao coldly confront Bibi Dong and the 2 titled Douluos, everyone felt an immense shock in their hearts. How strong must one be to achieve this? Although both are the true bodies of the Haotian, the difference between Tang San's previous display during the 7 Monsters fusion technique and the current Haotian Douluo's performance is like heaven and earth. As the 7th spirit ring shone, everyone saw a Haotian hammer, as large as a small mountain, appear. Under the illumination of the 100,000 year spirit ring, the black Haotian hammer transformed into a black gold color, shining brilliantly and radiating unparalleled light. Do you dare? Seeing Tang Hao unleash the Haotian true body, Bibi Dong felt a tightness in her heart and quickly activated her spirit abilities to counter. However, Tang Hao, holding a Haotian hammer hundreds of meters in size, did not attack them. Instead, the hammer swelled in size with the wind and directly smashed towards the Pope's palace behind Bibi Dong. Upon seeing this, Bibi Dong was furious. Changing from her previous calm, queen demeanor, the Pope's palace was a symbol of the Wuhuan Hall. If it were destroyed, it would undoubtedly have a huge negative impact on the reputation of the Wuhuan Hall. Therefore, Bibi Dong was exceptionally angry and leaped with the elders to confront the Haotian hammer. Chapter 108. Limit Daw Qian Daolu hearing Flanders shout. On the other side, Luban had already completed the absorption of the 7th spirit ring. He successfully obtained the 7th spirit ring, instantly raising his spirit power level by 10 levels, becoming an 80th level spirit Douluo. He also activated the 2nd assessment of the King S9 tests. According to the script before his crossing, when Tang Hao appeared, they should be able to safely leave Wuhuan City. However, the content of the 2nd assessment released by the system required him to lead the team safely out of Wuhuan City, which was puzzling. For a moment, Luban was somewhat confused. Could there be unexpected circumstances? Currently, this was the only reasonable explanation. Luban stood up and went to the location of the Shrek Academy group in the Grand Square. At this time, he saw that there was a fierce collision in the sky. Haotian Douluo Tang Hao activated his Haotian true body, transforming into an incredibly gigantic black gold Haotian hammer, fiercely smashing towards the administrative center of the Wuhuan Hall, the Pope's palace. On the other side of the sky, Zhu Xiaogang and Ge of also activated their true martial spirits and teamed up with Bibi Dong to confront the Haotian true body. A huge, metallic gloss Qirong Tantianju and an incredibly eerie, ghostly figure, invisible to ordinary people, joined forces with Bibi Dong to battle against Tang Hao. Meanwhile, upon seeing the Pope's palace under attack, many ordinary elders inside activated their spirit rings and released spirit power to provide support. The two sides clashed fiercely, appearing evenly matched from the outside. The Haotian hammer was blocked by the combined efforts of everyone. At a critical moment, Tang Hao gritted his teeth and increased his strength once more, using all his might this time. The momentum of Bibi Dong and the others was instantly suppressed, and then everyone saw the high-ranking elders of the Wuhuan Hall directly smashed down by the Haotian hammer. Even with Bibi Dong and the others' combined attack, they still could not withstand Tang Hao's full-force strike. The display of Tang Hao's strength left the surrounding onlookers in shock. Due to the deterrence of the Wuhuan Hall, everyone kept quiet, but in their hearts, they were all exclaiming how impressive the Haotian Douluo was. The power is indeed terrifying. When Haotian struck down with his hammer, although the force was mostly dissipated by the combined efforts of Bibi Dong and the others, the remaining power still smashed the enormous angel statue standing in front of the Pope's hall. Spirit Hall, just wait. What you owe me, I will collect it all one day. Saying this, Tang Hao flew to the location of Shrek Academy, bringing Tang San and Xiao Wu with him, preparing to leave. The commotion earlier was to attract the attention of Spirit Hall to make it easier for him to rescue people. Currently, his strength was not enough to confront Spirit Hall head-on. It was not as simple as it appeared. Besides the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall, Spirit Hall also had the Douluo Worship Hall, filled with super old monsters with soul power levels above 96, each possessing terrifying strength. Tang Hao was very clear that now was not the time to clash with Spirit Hall. His goal now was to save people. As long as he took Xiao Wu away, the people from Shrek Academy would naturally be safe. Just when he wanted to leave after causing such a ruckus. It was not that easy. At that moment, a soul power sound transmission resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, spreading across the entire area. At some point, a mysterious figure appeared in the sky. The suddenly appearing man was dressed in blue and gold robes, as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm. He was tall and handsome, exuding an indescribable elegance and composure. His long hair fluttered in the wind, resembling a galaxy pouring down, sparkling with starlight. His face was deep and mysterious, showing an age and experience that differed from his appearance of being in his 30s or 40s. When a man's gaze swept across the grand square, everyone felt an invisible pressure hit them, making it difficult to breathe. He emanated a heart-pounding aura, far more terrifying than anyone could imagine, even stronger than the combined might of Tang Hao and Bibi Dong. At that moment, the air around Shrek Academy, including Tang Hao, seemed to freeze. Just by relying on his own might, he could bind the void, a method that shocked Master and the others. As the strongest theoretical master on the continent, Master quickly searched through his memories and exclaimed loudly, "Hiss! I didn't expect him to still be alive. We're in big trouble now." Master looked at the towering figure in the sky and recognized his identity. "Who is he?" Flander asked with a serious expression. He had been excited about Tang Hao's appearance, thinking the crisis was about to pass, but he didn't expect another formidable figure from Spirit Hall to appear, which was truly unbelievable. The former Judgment Elder of Spirit Hall, the head of the Elder Hall, and the Grand Worshipper, Angel Douluo Continent, was the biological father of the former Pope of Spirit Hall. Master proceeded to recount the information he knew. Continent was said to be a 99-level ultimate Douluo, among the strongest on the entire continent. Titled Angel, nicknamed Invincible in the sky. Hearing the name of the invincible Angel Douluo, the people of Shrek Academy were immensely shocked. He was a titled Douluo who was equally renowned as Haotian Douluo. Moreover, he belonged to the older generation. Someone like Tang Hao, who was a younger generation Haotian Douluo, could not be compared to Qian Daoliu's strength. The news of Qian Daoliu quickly spread throughout the crowd, and the Soul Masters who came to watch the finals were all excited. They never expected that the once dominant figure who had suppressed the talents of his era, Qian Daoliu, would actually appear. "Leave that 100,000-year soul beast behind. You can take the others." In the sky, Qian Daoliu quietly floated, his calm words filled with dominance, as if he were inspecting others from above. Every word was like a decree beyond doubt. Qian Daoliu glanced at Tang Hao, and there was no killing intent in his eyes. Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, was an existence of equal fame. If it weren't for Tang Chun, the Haotian sect would have long been destroyed. Seeing Qian Daolu appear, Tang Hao's expression darkened, and he clenched his hands tightly, knowing that today's matter could not end peacefully. Once reaching the level of title Douluo, every level up becomes extraordinarily difficult. Therefore, among title Douluos, higher ranks are much stronger than lower ranks. The might emanating from Qian Daolu clearly surpassed his own. No wonder he was in existence like a 99-level ultimate Douluo. If you want to keep us, let's see if you have that capability. Tang Hao's character was quite straightforward. Facing Qian Daolu, although his momentum was slightly diminished, he never felt intimidated. His pursuit in cultivation was to fight back against oppression. Even if he lost, it didn't matter. Interesting. I wonder how many years it has been since anyone dared to speak to me like this. Seeing Tang Hao's unyielding demeanor, Qian Daolu smiled lightly. He had traversed the continent for hundreds of years, and people trembled at the mention of his name. Yet today, he was provoked by a junior. How interesting. Chapter 109, Explosive Ring. Seeing Tang Hao and Qian Daolu confronting each other, Luban looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wanted to witness the pinnacle of combat power on the continent. With his current strength, Luban believed he could defeat Qian Daolu with a casual strike. But the strongest representative of the continent's soul masters was still quite a spectacle. No wonder the second task of the 9 tests of kings was to safely leave Spirit City. It turned out that a change had occurred with Qian Daolu's appearance. According to the scenes from his previous life, Qian Daolu actually did not take action at that time. This anomaly was likely a butterfly effect caused by his crossing over. With Qian Daolu appearing, the leaders of various forces in the VIP area immediately wore heavy expressions. Qian Daolu was the most formidable existence in Spirit Hall, and it was because of his presence that Spirit Hall had dominated the continent for so many years. With him around, there was simply no chance for the major forces on the continent to rise again. At this moment, even Shui Luotian, Huowudi, Feng Batian, and others, who had been very calm earlier, changed their expressions. They understood how strong Qian Daolu was, and now that he had appeared, Luban should not be able to handle it. In everyone's hearts, although Luban's strength was abnormal, he was still not Qian Daolu's opponent. Qian Daolu was the legendary 99-level ultimate Douluo. Just thinking about it was terrifying. It had been many years since he had fought. Today would be a chance to stretch his muscles and see how the talents on the continent have evolved. In midair, Qian Daolu stood with his hands behind his back, calmly speaking to Tang Hao. Saying this, he directly started to take action. Qian Daolu did not release his martial soul or activate his soul rings. Instead, he used the pressure of an ultimate Douluo to suppress Tang Hao. Gao Amer technique. Feeling the disdain, Tang Hao took a deep breath and tightly gripped the Haotian hammer in his hand. At this moment, he began to unleash the unparalleled soul technique of the Haotian sect, the chaotic wind hammer method. At this moment, Tang Hao's eyes sparkled with a determined light, and his body moved as he charged towards Qian Daolu like a flash of lightning. The Haotian hammer in his hand whistled through the air and instantly struck down towards the top of Qian Daolu's head. This hammer strike seems simple, yet it contains all of Tang Hao's strength and soul power, as if he intends to collapse the entire sky. However, such power is merely the initial move of the chaotic wind hammer technique. Immediately after, Tang Hao's figure moves around Qian Daolu like a ghost. The Haotian hammer transforming into phantoms, attacking Qian Daolu from all directions simultaneously. Each hammer strikes accurately at Qian Daolu's vital points, as if aiming to completely destroy him. With Tang Hao's swings, the soul power from the Haotian hammer continuously erupts, forming terrifying shockwaves that spread outwards. The waves of air were like sharp blades, instantly tearing apart the surrounding atmosphere with a piercing howl. Your Haotian sect's chaotic wind hammer technique is useless against me. While the audience was in awe of the spectacle of the chaotic wind hammer technique, Qian Daolu at the center of the storm appeared completely indifferent. At that moment, a golden protective shield enveloped Qian Daolu's body, completely blocking Tang Hao's hammer attacks. Even when Tang Hao unleashed the Haotian sect's ultimate skill, he couldn't break through Qian Daolu's simple soul power defense. Seeing Tang Hao being suppressed, the members of Shrek Academy wore anxious expressions, and Tang San was particularly worried. Haotian 9 absolutes. However, at that moment, Tang Hao unleashed an even more powerful skill. He stood tall like a pine tree, gripping the massive Haotian hammer, as if merging with the heavens and the earth. An invisible majesty radiated from him, causing everything around to tremble. As Tang Hao took a deep breath, 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. Immediately after, he moved, transforming into a streak of light rushing towards Qian Daolu. In the air, he swung the Haotian hammer, each strike seeming to tear apart space itself. The first move of the Hao Yian 9 Absolutes, the Breaking Heaven Hammer, was unleashed first. Tang Hao raised the Hao Yian hammer high and then slammed it down fiercely. This hammer, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, struck towards Qian Daolu. Following that, the second and third strikes unleashed like a raging torrent, drowning everything around in terrifying soul power. The Hao Yian hammer danced in Tang Hao's hands like the wind, each swing bringing with it the force of a thunderous might. Facing the Hao Yian 9 Absolutes this time, Qian Daolu finally released his martial soul, the six-winged angel. Although he had unleashed his martial soul, he did not use any soul skills. In the sky, 3 pairs of dazzling golden wings behind Qian Daolu flapped continuously, moving swiftly like the wind, fast as lightning. Every attack from the Hao Yian 9 Absolutes was caught by Qian Daolu with his hand. Indeed, your Hao Yian 9 Absolutes have reached perfection, but unfortunately, they are still useless against me. After calmly receiving 9 attacks from Tang Hao, Qian Daolu said lightly, "Don't hold back anymore. I know your Hao Yian sect has an even more powerful skill, the Great Sumura Hammer. The Great Sumura Hammer is an exclusive training skill of the Hao Yian Douluo." Qian Daolu had previously fought with Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, and had seen him use it, so he was naturally very familiar with it. As you wish. Upon hearing Qian Daolu mention the Great Sumura Hammer, Tang Hao let out a loud roar and stopped holding back. Great Sumura Hammer. He directly activated this special divine skill. As the Great Sumura Hammer was unleashed, an invisible majesty emanated from Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao took a deep breath, tightly gripping the Hao Yian hammer in his hand. A determined light flickered in his eyes, and the soul power within him surged like a torrential flood, activating all his soul rings one by one. Under his control, the soul rings gradually fused together, transforming into dazzling rays of light that were injected into the Hao Yian hammer. As the power of the soul rings continuously flowed in, the brilliance on the Hao Yian hammer became increasingly radiant, as if it would illuminate the entire sky. Tang Hao's figure surged, swinging the Hao Yian hammer and instantly charging towards Qian Daolu. At this moment, Tang Hao let out a furious roar, and the soul rings on the Hao Yian hammer began to explode one by one. With each explosion of a soul ring, a deafening roar accompanied it, shaking the surrounding void. The terrifying energy produced by the explosions surged into the Hao Yian hammer, amplifying its overwhelming power. Tang Hao stood in the air like a war god, the black golden Hao Yian hammer in his hand exuding a destructive might, with all 9 rings exploding and all their power infused into the Hao Yian hammer. It represented an extreme output of pure power. Watching Tang Hao unleash the Great Sumura Hammer, the members of the participating academy battle teams below gasped in amazement. My God, the attack method of the Hao Yian resembles an extreme output style. Hiss. It really does seem like he has infused all the power of the 9 soul rings into the Hao Yian hammer. What do you mean seems like? This is clearly another form of extreme output style. How terrifying. It turns out the Hao Yian sect has already mastered such an advanced style of extreme output. Unbelievable. This is too powerful. It's the first time I've seen a melee series extreme output style. Indeed, it's incredible that extreme output style can be played like this. It seems that in the future, even without ranged soul skills, one can still develop martial souls in the direction of extreme output style. Chapter 110, Dominant Qian Daolu. In the sky, the battle between the 2 titled Douluos left the spectators below dumbfounded. Such a powerful attack method. Fortunately, it was in the sky. If it were on the ground, it would absolutely be a catastrophic disaster. The Hao Yian Duo and the Angel Duo, 2 renowned titled Douluos. Unleashing any soul skill would be devastating for a city. No one had ever imagined that the battle between titled Douluos would be so terrifying. Now, with Tang Hao using the Hao Yian sect's ultimate skill, the Great Sumura Hammer, a Hao Yian hammer that overshadowed the heavens appeared with an unimaginable might. With this hammer strike, a city is likely to be destroyed. Moreover, seeing the way the Great Shumi Hammer is wielded, everyone quickly thought of the extreme output style, as the 2 can be said to be identical. Previously, their thinking was narrow, believing that only ranged attack-type Battle Soul Masters like Luban were the correct answer for output type. Now, facing Tang Hao's demonstration of the Great Shumi Hammer, everyone finally realized that extreme output can be achieved with any attribute. An entirely strength-based extreme output style like Tang Hao's is equally terrifying. Upon seeing the Great Shumi Hammer, many people felt enlightened. as if they had found the direction for the development of extreme output-style battle souls. It broke the previous limitation that only ranged attack-type shooters could cultivate extreme output styles. It is important to note that on the entire continent, battle souls that can adopt the extreme output style are extremely rare, and even many factions that want to cultivate them struggle to find such talent. Now, seeing the great Shumi hammer, everyone's thoughts became clear, and the range of available battle souls increased. Just as the crowd was discussing fervently, facing Tang Hao's demonstration of the Haoyan sect's most powerful ultimate technique, the great Shumi hammer, on the other side, Qin Daolu finally made a move. This pure power-type attack skill has already become a threat to him. Therefore, Qin Daolu decisively unleashed his seventh soul skill, Angel True Body. As the Angel True Body was activated, the entire world seemed to change color. Qin Daolu stood high in the sky, dressed in a long robe, resembling an angel descending to the mortal realm. With a solemn declaration, his body began to emit dazzling light, as if shrouded in divine power. Qian Oliu's figure gradually became blurred, as if merging with the light of the world. When the radiance dissipated, a brand new Qin Daolu appeared before everyone. At this moment, Qian Oliu's form became even taller and more majestic, with 3 pairs of enormous wings unfurling behind him, resembling a true angelic deity. The angelic wings were pure white and flawless, shimmering with holy light, as if containing boundless power. Qian Oliu's face also became more solemn and dignified, as if a true angel had descended to the mortal realm. Around him, the forces of light in the world began to surge wildly, as if cheering for his arrival. A powerful aura emanated from him, causing those around to feel their hearts racing. This aura is filled with divinity and majesty, as if he is the sovereign of the heavens and the earth, controlling all powers. The true form of the angel is unleashed, and the angel domain that comes with the martial soul unfolds, greatly enhancing Qian Oliu's strength once again. In order to showcase the might of the Spirit Hall and the angel god in front of all soul masters, Qian Daolu unleashes another soul skill, Angelic Holy Sword. This is his 6th soul skill. He aims to defeat the great Sumeru hammer with the Angelic Holy Sword to establish the authority of the Spirit Hall. Qian Daolu put his hands together, and his soul power surged wildly within him, as if it wanted to devour everything around. With a prayer that resonated throughout the heavens and earth, a brilliant light burst forth from his palms, soaring into the sky. This ray of light instantly, shining with dazzling brilliance. The blade of this holy sword is crystal clear, as if it is made from the purest essence of light. It radiates intense brilliance and energy fluctuations, making it hard to look directly at. When the angelic holy sword is fully formed, it seems as though the entire world trembles in response. A powerful aura emanates from the holy sword, causing those nearby to feel a sense of dread. This aura is filled with divinity and majesty, as if it is the most powerful force between heaven and earth. Qian Daolu stands in midair, holding the angelic holy sword. His face is stern and resolute. With a gentle swing of his sword, a dazzling sword light instantly cuts through the void, howling towards the Haoyan hammer. Where the sword light of the angelic holy sword passes, the air seems to be sliced open in an instant, leaving a straight trajectory in the sky. Its speed is incredibly fast, almost instantly traversing the void and colliding with the Haoyan hammer. The black and golden light of the great Sumeru hammer collides with the radiant golden sword light of the angelic holy sword, and a deafening explosion erupts in the sky, transforming the space above the Grand Plaza into a sea of blazing fire. At the moment of the collision between the great Sumeru hammer and the angelic holy sword, the entire sky changes color. The massive shadow of the hammer begins to tremble violently under the impact of the brilliant sword light, as if struggling to resist this unstoppable force. Finally, with a thunderous roar, the great Sumeru hammer can no longer withstand the sharpness and power of the angelic holy sword and begins to crack from the center. The cracks rapidly spread, covering the entire hammer body like a spider web. Soon after, this enormous hammer shadow starts to collapse, turning into countless fragments that scatter in all directions. These fragments dance in the air, resembling a spectacular meteor shower. Under the sunlight, they sparkle with dazzling brilliance, as if each piece contains astonishing power. The fragments crashed into the surrounding buildings, producing deafening booms and instantly destroying everything that obstructed them. The entire battlefield seemed to be by the explosion. The intense shock wave rapidly spread out, sweeping everything around it away. The power was so immense that it seemed capable of tearing apart any obstacle and reaching the sky. As the aftershocks gradually dissipated, people finally saw the scene on the battlefield. The once mighty Great Sumeru hammer had vanished, leaving only fragments flying in the air. Meanwhile, Lu stood there, holding the angelic holy sword, his expression cold and divine. His figure appeared so tall and formidable amidst the aftershocks, as if a true deity had descended to the mortal realm. This scene shocked everyone. The Douluo of the continent, using his strongest attack, was unexpectedly knocked back by the angel Douluo with a single sword strike, causing everyone present to collectively gasp in cold air. Witnessing the terrifying strength of Lu firsthand, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. He was strong, truly too strong. No one expected there to be such a person in the spirit hall, especially among the spectators. Many were teenagers in their teens, who had no prior understanding of Lu, a monster who had lived for nearly 1,000 years. They only knew that the spirit hall was very powerful and had a terrifying foundation. As for how strong and how terrifying, no one could say for sure until Lu made his move today, allowing everyone to truly recognize the horror of the spirit hall. Chapter 111. Lu is handled. Not knowing is one thing, but comparing reveals shocking truths. While many did not know much about Lu, they were quite clear about the former reputation of Hao Yan Douluo Tang Hao. As the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, his legends were told everywhere. However, now Tang Hao had exhausted all his means and still couldn't withstand even a single skill from Lu. The strength of the spirit hall was truly terrifying. No one knew exactly how strong Lu was, but defeating Tang Hao with a casual strike left everyone feeling no inclination to resist, secretly worshipping him in their hearts. Are you done? At that moment, a sudden voice rang out from the audience. Everyone turned to see a boy in a brownish-green school uniform standing proudly, looking up at Lu in the sky, calmly calling out, "We're done. We're leaving. Shrek Academy has a lot to do. We don't have time to waste here." Huh? Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their mouths agape. They quickly recognized this boy as Luban, who had made a splash in the Soul Master competition. They couldn't believe that Luban was so bold as to openly speak to a titled Douluo. It's known that titled Douluos hold an exceptionally revered position on the continent. Even emperors of the two major empires would rise to greet them, let alone someone like Lu, the top existence on the continent. For Luban to speak to him like this was truly reckless. "Kid, are you talking to me?" In the sky, Lu stood proudly with the angel's sacred sword in hand, looking down at Luban with a cold voice. Being greeted without courtesy by a boy in such a public setting made Lu feel quite humiliated. Even he, who was usually calm, felt a surge of anger at this moment. Upon hearing this, Luban nodded and replied, "What? Do you want to exchange a few moves with me?" Huh? Hearing Luban's words, the audience was instantly dumbfounded. They opened their mouths wide, rubbing their ears, thinking they were hearing things. When did a four-ring soul master become so bold as to openly provoke a titled Douluo? It was truly hard to believe. Damn it, was Luban going crazy? My God, there are better ways to seek death. Everyone was shocked by Luban's words. Ha ha ha. On the other side, upon hearing Luban's bravado, Lu couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter made everyone feel a chill down their spines, and they realized that this kid, Luban, was in trouble. "You can leave if you can take one of my moves. I promise to ensure your safe departure from the Spirit City," Lu said with a smile, raising the corners of his mouth. "This is what you said." Hearing this, Luban replied calmly, "As long as I can take one move. Your spirit hall won't make things difficult for us, including Xiao Wu. Although I, Lu, am not the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I can still represent the Spirit Hall. I say you can leave, and no one will dare to stop you," Lu said indifferently. In such a public setting, of course, he had to consider the Pope Bibidong's face when saying this. Everyone understood the implications behind it. Lu spoke, and even Bibidong did not dare to say anything, indicating that his strength and status in the Spirit Hall were evidently stronger than that of the so-called Pope Bibidong. Since Lu had said so, Luban no longer hesitated. He directly released his external spirit bone. The wind and thunder wings flew into the air and stood at the same level as Lu, not far from him. "Make your move." In the sky, Luban appeared as a graceful young man, which caused gasps throughout the venue. At this moment, Luban stood tall with a resolute expression, exuding a heroic spirit from his brows. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, along with his high nose bridge, radiated an elegant and noble aura. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth revealed a sense of confidence and composure. Facing the ultimate Douluo and unparalleled master Luban showed no hint of fear. His deep black, soft, and thick hair gently floated in the wind, showcasing a sense of unruliness and elegance. The wind and thunder wings on his back emitted a stunning light and energy fluctuations. The wind and thunder wings are huge and magnificent, as if they are formed from the purest wind and thunder. The lightning on the wings flickers unpredictably, like silver bolts dancing, emitting a strong sense of shock. Luban stands in midair, resembling a deity who controls wind and thunder. Perfectly integrated with the wind and thunder wings, he displays an unparalleled handsomeness and majesty. Seeing Luban openly challenge Daolu, all the spectators in the Grand Square are quite shocked. Rinxue, who is transformed into the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, is completely inspired by Luban's actions. It is unexpected that such a fearless monster would emerge from Shrek Academy. The aura she exuded was very similar to that of Tang Air she encountered back then. At the Tianxue Academy team position, the captain, Shui Bing, stared blankly at Luban, shocked and at a loss for words. She only knew that this young man, Luban, was incredibly powerful, almost like the legendary hero she had always fantasized about. On the other side, at the Chihua Academy team position, Huwu looked at Luban, her face also filled with shock. Her face flushed, and her big eyes sparkled with admiration. Luban was simply too handsome. Even more so than when he bravely ventured into the Fire Clan's inheritance site. Luban was exactly the perfect partner she had always dreamed of. My goodness, this guy Luban is so impressive. Meanwhile, at the Shangkong Academy team position, Feng Xiaodian was completely captivated by the heroism displayed by Luban. Facing a strong opponent, this kind of unyielding courage was something he could not compare to. Perhaps this was the confidence and composure that came naturally with being strong. On the side of the Wuhuan Temple Academy team, the vice-captain, Hulaina, looked at Luban's handsome face in the sky and instantly fell into a trance. Being at the Wuhuan Temple, she understood what Daolu represented. Even those titled Douluos who stood high above on the continent had to bow and scrape before Daolu, not daring to utter a word of disrespect. Unexpectedly, today Luban, a teenager, dared to openly confront Daolu, which stirred something in Hulaina, who had always admired the strong. This guy Luban was simply the best match she had fantasized about for years. Seeing what Luban was doing now, the members of the various academy teams from the two great empires who came to participate in the competition were completely dumbfounded. They never expected Luban to be so bold. It seemed that he had been too low-key before on the competition stage. Well, then I will fulfill you. As Luban leisurely appeared, Daolu's pupils instinctively constricted sharply. He sensed a powerful energy emanating from the wind and thunder wings behind Luban. This is the intuition of an unparalleled powerhouse, which has never been wrong. The young man before him seems truly extraordinary. At this moment, Daolu finally became serious. He had initially planned to make a casual strike, but now he had to go all out. Otherwise, if he were to fail, the Spirit Hall would suffer a tremendous loss of face. Chapter 112. The Appearance of the Offering's Angel's Judgment. Daolu called out softly as he unleashed his ninth soul skill, his strongest attack. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to fall into a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Daolu slowly closed his eyes, and his aura began to gradually deepen and grow stronger. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from Daolu, illuminating the entire battlefield as if it were broad daylight. The light emitted a sacred and majestic aura, resembling the arrival of angels, making it impossible to look directly at. Immediately afterwards, the angelic wings behind Daolu began to vibrate violently, producing a deafening roar. The brilliance on the wings became even more resplendent, as if it had gathered all the light and power of the universe. With the movement of Daolu's hands, a massive beam of light descended from the sky, like the sword of judgment from an angel, crashing down fiercely towards Luban. At this moment, the entire arena was by this force, the light of judgment shining down, as if it were going to tear them into pieces. Just the aftershock was so fierce, not to mention the damage that Luban, who was currently enduring the full power strike of Daolu, would have to bear. Luban originally intended to withstand the ninth soul skill of Daolu with his physical body, just to test his million-point defense boost. Normally, such thick defense should be enough to withstand Daolu's attack. However, when the light of judgment fell upon him, Luban's body and mind were greatly Not only his body, but also his spirit suffered an attack. This left Luban utterly astonished. He never expected that Douluo's ninth soul skill could simultaneously strike both body and mind. Truly worthy of being a limit Douluo, this soul skill was indeed a bid against the heavens. If an ordinary title Douluo were to receive such a blow, no matter how strong their defense, their spirit would suffer tremendous damage, and they could very well become an idiot. Resistance aura. Having witnessed the additional damage of Angel's judgment, Luban no longer acted arrogantly and decisively used the protective skill that came at the archer domain. As resistance aura was activated, a golden protective shield instantly formed around Luban's body, making him appear as if he were sun. When the judgment light of Angel's judgment fell upon him, it was directly repelled by the resistance aura. The light beam collided with the protective shield, creating an astonishing scene. The entire sky looked as if it had set off fireworks. The resistance aura reflected the judgment light in all directions, causing a shower of starlight. It seemed as though a meteor shower was falling from the sky. In this world, no one had the right to judge me. As the collision between the two sides ended, Luban flapped his wind and thunder wings and remained hovering in the air above the square, perfectly unharmed. Seeing this result, the audience was completely stunned, their expressions blank, filled with disbelief. My God, Luban actually withstood a full force attack from a title Douluo. How is this possible? How did Luban manage to do this? It's truly incredible. Hiss, just how strong is Luban? Is he even human? Wow, Luban's strength is so impressive. He can even spar with a title Douluo. Truly formidable. This is the ninth soul skill of a limit Douluo. How did Luban, a four-ring soul master, manage to do this? So cool. Master Brother is so majestic and powerful. We won. The members of Shrek Academy sighed in relief upon seeing Luban safe and sound. Since Luban won, then Xiao Wu could overcome the current crisis. With Douluo's prestige in the Spirit Hall, it was naturally impossible for anyone to trouble Xiao Wu anymore. Previously, during the competition, Luban had disguised himself as a four-ring soul master using the legendary skin of a gaming character, so everyone was unaware of his true cultivation level. Therefore, seeing Luban withstand Douluo's full force attack without any harm left everyone in the arena dumbfounded. You were hiding your strength? In the sky? Seeing Luban withstand his ninth soul skill, Douluo questioned. He couldn't believe that a four-ring soul master could withstand Angel's judgment. The only explanation for the current situation was that Luban had hidden his strength. Sort of. As of now, there is no one on the continent worthy of me going all out, Luban said to Douluo with a domineering tone, causing those around him to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Goodness, this kid Luban sure has a big mouth, making it sound like he is the strongest on the continent. Hearing Luban's words, Douluo was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a prodigy to appear on the continent. It was truly unimaginable. Since I have fulfilled my promise, shouldn't your spirit hall release the people? Luban continued, but just as his words fell, a deep voice came from afar. The hall master has agreed to you, but we have not. At this moment, several figures flew out from the direction of the spirit city. The first person was tall and robust, with broad shoulders and distinct muscle lines, radiating a sense of power and resilience. He wore a dark red robe embroidered with golden patterns that looked like flames burning, exuding intense heat and shock. The collar and cuffs of the robe were adorned with golden trimmings, adding a touch of luxury and nobility. A golden belt was tied around his waist, embedded with a massive gemstone that sparkled brilliantly. I have met the seventh elder. As soon as this person appeared, all the members of the Spirit Hall bowed in greeting. The newcomer was indeed the seventh elder of the Elder Hall, the demon-slaying a peak attack type of level 96. Besides Douluo, the Spirit Hall had 6 other elders. In the Spirit Hall, anyone whose strength exceeds level 95 can become an elder. Elders hold a special status and do not obey the Pope's Hall, only answering to the Great Elder, Douluo. The 7 elders together protect the Douluo Hall during the transfer. After the demon-slaying Douluo arrived, another figure appeared who looked exactly like him. This person was his twin brother, the Douluo, who was dressed in blue and appeared extraordinarily majestic. I have met the 6th elder. Upon the arrival of the Douluo, the members of the Spirit Hall once again bowed in greeting. Then another figure appeared. This newcomer appeared to be a young boy with long silver hair, his left eye covered by ice and snow, wearing distinctive clothing representing the elders, which looked quite unique. I pay my respects to the 5th elder. If it weren't for the sight of the red-robed cardinals of the Spirit Hall all bowing, everyone would have thought the newcomer was just a boy. In fact, he was the 5th elder of the Elder Hall, the light feathered Douluo, Also a peak attack type Douluo at level 96, radiating a chilling aura. Shortly after the light feather Douluo appeared, the fourth elder, the lion Douluo, the third elder, the Qingwan Douluo, and the second elder, the golden crocodile Douluo, all made their appearances. The appearance of the seven elders from the Elder Hall left the entire audience dumbfounded. They had never expected the Spirit Hall to possess such profound strength. After all, there were less than 10 titled Douluos openly known on the entire continent. Now, the Spirit Hall had suddenly revealed 7 titled Douluos, which was truly shocking. Chapter 113, The Invincible Stance. I have met the Great Elder. The 6 peak Douluos appeared, and all bowed to Qian Daolu. Kid, if you want to leave Spirit City safely, you must defeat us first. The second elder, the golden crocodile, Douluo, then said to Luban in a calm tone. They had all been watching the earlier battle between Luban and Qian Daolu from a distance, and knew that Luban's strength was extraordinary, able to withstand their great elder's 9th soul skill without any harm. This was truly incredible. Seeing Luban looking at him with a frown, Qian Daolu showed an embarrassed expression. He had previously promised something, but it seemed that he would have to go back on his word this time. However, was he exactly going back on his word? At this moment, Qian Daolu said to Luban, I can let you leave Spirit City safely, but once you leave, you may very well be pursued by them. Qian Daolu pointed to the 6 elders beside him and continued, Therefore, I suggest you defeat them. That way, they and the entire Spirit Hall will absolutely not dare to make a move against you again. Upon hearing this, Luban felt a black line on his forehead, inwardly cursing. Goodness, he is performing in front of me. Such an obvious double act. Who wouldn't he see through it? It was clear that this matter had already been arranged. However, one thing was true. Qian Daolu was right. If they wanted to leave Spirit City safely today, they indeed had to deal with these old guys in front of them. Seeing the 7 great elders of the Spirit Hall appear simultaneously, the members of Shrek Academy were all deeply worried about Luban. These old guys all have strengths above level 95, which is terrifying, and I'm really worried about Luban. All right, I agree. Luban looked at the 7 offerings not far away and said calmly, Are you coming one by one or all together? Huh? Hearing Luban's words, the expressions of the offerings darkened. This was clearly looking down on them. After so many years without stepping out of the Elder Hall, they never expected to be dismissed by a young kid. It's really laughable. Their strength is among the best in the entire continent, and few titled Douluo can reach their level. Kid, let me see your abilities. Saying this, the 7 offerings stepped forward first. They decisively released their martial souls and activated their soul rings. His martial soul was the spiral dragon staff, and at this moment, it had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings swirling around him, creating a shocking scene. Show me what you've got. On the other side, Luban calmly said to the demon slayer, Douluo, with not a hint of panic on his face, very composed. Seeking death. Seeing that Luban looked down on him so much that he didn't even need to use his martial soul's true form, the demon slayer, Douluo, felt quite dissatisfied. 8th soul skill, Demon Slayer Spiral Circle. The Demon Slayer Douluo directly unleashed his strongest single-target attack soul skill, and a powerful soul force radiated from him, infusing into the Spiral Dragon Staff. Soon, the Spiral Dragon Staff came alive, forming a gigantic Spiral Dragon Circle. The Spiral Dragon Circle twisted and coiled in the air like a giant dragon, its head held high, and its eyes bright and spirited. The body of the giant dragon was composed of countless dark red soul powers, flashing with a mysterious and majestic light. That light contained powerful force, seemingly able to tear apart any obstacles. The Spiral Dragon Circle quickly expanded, enveloping Luban within it. Once trapped, one would feel an immense sense of oppression, as if invisible chains tightly bound them. Next, actions would become slow and difficult. At this moment, the Spiral Dragon Circle seemed alive, tightly wrapping around Luban, making him unable to move. Meanwhile, Luban's attacks and soul power seemed to be devoured by a mysterious force upon contact with the Spiral Dragon Circle, disappearing without a trace. The 8th soul skill of the Demon Slayer, Douluo, belonged to the binding and killing type. Just like a python capturing its prey, wrapping its body around to suffocate it. After trapping Luban, the red dragon formed by the Spiral Dragon Staff tightened its body, trying to strangle Luban within the Spiral Dragon domain. Hiss! The onlookers in the square saw Luban being engulfed by the Spiral Dragon Staff and collectively gasped in shock. What a powerful offense. If they were thrown into it, they would definitely be crushed to nothing. Is this your strongest attack? Not even enough to tickle me. Inside the Spiral Dragon Circle, Luban allowed the red dragon to wrap around him without any soul skill resistance. At this moment, he was testing a defense value of 1,000,000 points to see how much it could withstand. Upon discovering that the strongest strike from the demon slayer Douluo couldn't penetrate his defense, Luban was overjoyed. Impressive, the king of 9 trials. This reward is indeed outrageous. Huh? Luban's mocking voice echoed, leaving the entire audience momentarily stunned. From Luban's tone, he seemed quite at ease. The 8th spirit ability of the demon suppression Douluo is not impressive either. Kid, don't be arrogant, watch this. As he spoke, the 6th elder, Qianjun Douluo, stepped forward, releasing his martial soul and activating his spirit rings. Like the demon suppression Douluo, his martial soul was also the dragon staff, and even the spirit abilities were the same. 8th spirit ability, Qianjun Dragon Circle. Qianjun Douluo decisively unleashed his strongest single-target attack skill, channeling his soul power into the dragon staff. Soon, the dragon staff seemed to come to life. A dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and a massive blue dragon took shape. Following that, the blue dragon also wrapped around Luban, and at this moment, a red and a blue spiraling giant dragon worked together to trap Luban. Then they exerted force together, attempting to crush Luban within the dragon circle domain. You are so powerless. Next, the demon suppression Douluo and Qianjun Douluo, the 2 brothers, could not break through Luban's defense and were injured by the backlash. At this moment, Luban stood proudly in mid-air, exuding a kingly aura, an invincible presence. The 2 great elders could not do anything to Luban and were injured by the counterattack, leaving the observing soul masters in shock, each one stunned and calling Luban powerful in their hearts. Young one, let me play with you. Seeing the injuries of the demon suppression and Qianjun brothers, the 2nd elder golden crocodile Douluo stepped out. The other elders were of similar strength to the demon suppression Douluo brothers and probably couldn't handle the opponent. However, golden crocodile Douluo was a peak attack type Douluo at level 98, second only to Qian Daolu, and he was confident he could deal with this ignorant kid. Golden crocodile Douluo, dressed in a golden robe with silver embroidery, gave off an enigmatic feeling. He directly released his martial soul, the golden crocodile king, and activated his spirit rings. With a martial soul manifesting, golden crocodile Douluo's body began to emit a strong golden light, containing immense power and majesty. Behind him, a massive shadow of the golden crocodile king gradually appeared, as if it were a divine beast from ancient times. The shadow of the golden crocodile king was large and majestic, covered in thick golden scales, shining with dazzling brilliance. As one of the top beast martial souls on the continent, the golden crocodile king was quite famous. Its fame was slightly less than that of the number 1 blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, but its power and defense were much stronger. Of course, the golden crocodile king was not the most shocking part. What stunned everyone was golden crocodile Douluo's spirit ring configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. The best spirit ring configuration, and the last spirit ring was surprisingly a 100,000 year red spirit ring. Oh my, another 100,000 year spirit ring. This is truly spectacular. 100,000 year spirit rings are extremely rare. Most soul masters have never seen one in their lifetime. Yet today, one after another, first BB Dong, then Tang Hao, followed by Qian Daolu, and now golden crocodile Douluo. When did 100,000 year spirit rings become so common? The spectators in the grand square were stunned in disbelief. Death spiral. Just as everyone was in shock, golden crocodile Douluo decisively unleashed his strongest attack skill, which was his 9th spirit ability. At that moment, the atmosphere of the battlefield instantly became tense and heavy. The true form of golden crocodile Douluo's martial soul, the golden crocodile king, caught everyone's attention as it curled into a circle, and its entire body suddenly transformed into a massive golden ring. Suddenly, the body of the golden crocodile king began to spin at an incredible speed, like a golden whirlwind rampaging through the sky. Its figure traced golden trajectories in the air, like a comet streaking across the night sky, brilliant and dazzling. The speed of the rotation was so fast it was dizzying, making it impossible to see its true form. As golden crocodile Douluo spun, a powerful airflow radiated from him, stirring up the surrounding air into a tumult. This airflow contained endless power and killing intent, as if it would tear everything around it into pieces. Within this swirling airflow, the death spiral showcased its true power. The body of the golden crocodile king acted like a sharp blade, continuously slicing through the air as it spun, emitting sharp sounds of cutting wind. The air that was cut seemed to transform into countless sharp sword energies, shooting out in all directions. Wherever the sword energies passed, the air appeared to be sliced open, revealing the immense power contained within. Once struck by the sword energies, one would be instantly severed into multiple segments. The power was truly terrifying. This is the strongest attack of the Golden Crocodile Daw, featuring armor-piercing effects, specifically designed to counter defensive skills like those of Luban, who possesses type resistance auras. When the Golden Crocodile Daw unleashed his most powerful attack, the Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall were greatly alarmed, knowing that Luban was finished. Such a fierce offensive could not possibly be withstood by a Soul Master of the Fourth Ring. Even their Pope, Bibi Dong, would likely struggle to withstand this killing move from the Golden Crocodile Douluo. It seemed the second enshrined was truly angry. Indeed, it had been many years since he last used the death spin. After all those years in the Elder Hall, this was the first time the Golden Crocodile Douluo publicly executed the death spin. Even if Luban were to die, it would be worth it. That's right. Dying under the strongest killing move of the second enshrined would absolutely be the best recognition for Luban. Truly, he was a super powerhouse at level 98. Even if we all combined our strength, we would likely not be a match for the second enshrined. Outside the sky battlefield, the other enshrined of the Spirit Hall were engaged in intense discussion. They all sensed the life-threatening nature of this strike and believed that Luban could not withstand it. At this moment, not only the enshrined of the Spirit Hall, but many others present who witnessed the Golden Crocodile Douluo's formidable offensive were secretly worried for Luban. Many Soul Masters who were unfamiliar with Luban were particularly shocked and speechless. My goodness, what virtue or ability does Luban possess to provoke a peak Douluo into using a full force strike against him? Even if he dies, is still an honor. However, at this moment, Luban's calm voice was heard again. I have tested my defense, and it holds up quite well. In the sky, Luban stood proudly, facing the 9th soul skill of the Golden Crocodile Douluo without the slightest hint of panic. With a calm demeanor, he continued, "Now, it's time for you to witness my offensive power." Previously, whether facing Qian Daolu or the two Demon Doa brothers, Luban had been in a passive defensive position to verify the power of his newly acquired million-point defense value. This is not the behavior style of a limit-output Soul Master. The death spiral resembles a shooting star, streaking across the sky with a sound of breaking air, approaching rapidly. Faced with the Golden Crocodile King, Luban's body is like an ant encountering an elephant. This huge disparity leaves the crowd below excited beyond words. The battlefield scene is so magnificent that the vast majority of Soul Masters have never had the chance to witness it in their lifetime. Now that they finally get to see it, everyone naturally finds it hard to stay calm. Facing the incoming spiral of death, Luban raised his right hand with the dragon mouth gun and directly launched a soul power energy ball. No soul power enhancement was used here, just a simple casual strike. Then, everyone witnessed the soul power sphere the size of a fist collide with a meteor-like death spiral. The most intense collision, surprisingly, did not make much noise. The soul power orb launched by Luban was negligible in front of the death spiral. Therefore, people saw the death spiral rushing in with great momentum, and suddenly, after reaching a certain position, it violently retreated. Hiss! Connecting this to Luban's previous strike, the onlooking Soul Masters instantly understood what was happening. It was clear that the death spiral was directly knocked away by Luban's casual attack and rebounded off. It soared into the sky, with its giant body becoming smaller like a meteor, not knowing where it would land. Everyone gasped in unison. Strong, incredibly strong. At this moment, the entire audience was rubbing their eyes, mouths wide open, faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? When did a four-ring Soul Master become so incredible? Even output-type Soul Masters can't achieve this. The extreme output style is strong, but it can't be this astonishing. Gulp! Watching the second offering's martial soul, the Golden Crocodile King, being sent flying, the Demon Suppression Doa, the Thousand-Arm Doa, the Light Feather Doa, and several other offerings were all swallowing hard, eyes wide, and cold sweat running down their backs. What the hell is going on? The second offering is a level 98 strong attack system Battle Soul Master, and he is using a 100,000-year soul skill. How could he be knocked away by a young kid with just a casual strike? On the VIP platform, Pope Bibi Dong felt a chill run through her body at this sight and couldn't help but shiver. She knew very well the strength of Golden Crocodile Douluo. Apart from Qian Daolu, he was the most powerful in the Spear Hall. Yet now he was casually struck down by Luban, breaking his strongest attack. And Luban didn't even use a soul skill. This is simply unbelievable. Everything happening today feels like a dream. How could such a prodigy appear on the continent? This is too bizarre, beyond imagination. Chapter 115. Revealing cultivation. With Luban present, she can no longer act against Xiao Wu. With her current strength, along with the spirit hall, it probably wouldn't be a match for this young man. At this moment, Bibi Dong kept staring at Luban's tall and handsome figure in midair. For the first time, she formally focused on the young man she had previously ignored. Luban's invincible demeanor deeply stirred her heartstrings. Since ancient times, a famous horse matches a good general. Beautiful women have always belonged to heroes, and Bibi Dong, as a woman, is no exception. This kind of admiration for the strong can be said to be innate. Not only by Bai Dong, but at this moment, Qian Rinxue, who is transformed into Xue Qinghe on the VIP platform, also gazes with beautiful, tearful eyes at Lu Ban Lei Li's decisive actions. Many years ago, after she met Tang Er, who had transformed into Lu Ban and engaged in some sparring, she developed a fondness for him. In recent years, Qian Rinxue has been quietly paying attention to Luban's development, using her strong network of connections. Shortly after her first interaction with Luban, she managed to uncover his true identity. After all, when they first met, both Flandre and Luban had always introduced themselves as from Shrek Academy. With a location to work with, the investigation naturally became easier. Tang Er is Luban. Over the years, she knew that Luban had been searching for opportunities all over the continent, but she never expected him to become as powerful as he is today. Alone, he could challenge the entire spirit hall, as if a celestial being had descended upon the world. Watching the handsome figure in the sky, Qian Rinxue felt more and more excited, as if Luban had appeared specifically for her. Faced with Luban's incredible performance, the usually mature and composed Qian Rinxue could barely keep her emotions in check. However, girls like Hu Laina, Shui Binger, and Hu Wu found it hard to contain themselves. Luban's astonishing display today was like a legendary hero in their eyes. The girls stood in the audience, their hands tightly clasped, each one overwhelmed with excitement. They couldn't help but cheer loudly, shedding their usual demure image. Besides these stunning beauties who admired Luban, at this moment, the students of Shrek Academy, including the Shrek 7 monsters, were also cheering wildly. They shouted praises for their senior brother, calling him amazing. Strong, truly too strong. Reflecting on how the Shrek 7 monsters had dared to openly challenge Luban before, Dai Mu Bai and the others felt a wave of embarrassment. It was no wonder that Luban had not even activated his martial soul at that time. His strength was indeed extraordinarily overwhelming. At this moment, even Master Flandre, Lu Erlong, and others who already knew about Luban's strength were equally excited to witness his extraordinary performance. The expression on Master S' face was filled with gratification. This is his personally trained disciple since childhood. The achievements he has now prove his theory of martial souls, so his life hasn't been in vain after all. At least he has left something for future generations. Brother Shui, have you and Shrek Academy been in private contact? On the VIP platform, Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, was shocked by Luban's extraordinary performance. He recalled that before the competition, the 10 major families, including the Shui family, Fire Tribe, and Wind family, all stated that Shrek Academy would definitely win the championship, and Ning Fengji finally came to his senses. His confidence in Shrek Academy stemmed from having witnessed Tang San's monstrous talent and knowing that each member of the Shrek 7 had very high talents. That's why he spoke so confidently when the preliminaries started. However, the attitudes of Shui Luotian, Huowudi, and Feng Batian toward Shrek Academy were clearly different from his. Throughout the competition, they communicated and found that these people were not focused on Tang San and the others, but were always fixated on the rarely appearing Luban. Hearing Ning Fengji's question, Shui Luotian, Huowudi, and Feng Batian exchanged knowing smiles and did not answer. They gave Ning Fengji a look, suggesting he should figure out himself. After all, they had finally latched onto a big leg. How could they easily share it with others? However, from mysterious smiles on Shui Luotian and the others' faces, Ning Fengji felt that his speculation was likely correct. It seemed that these old fellows had already established contact with Luban. They were truly a bunch of old silver coins. What's even more important is that the top 3 sects on the continent were unaware of this. These people did an excellent job of keeping secrets. Seeing the audience below erupt in excitement, Qian Daolu, the leader of the Spirit Hall, felt incredibly embarrassed. Goodness, today, they really lost face big time at the Spirit Hall. Even he felt no chance of winning when he saw Luban take action. Can you tell me what level of cultivation you have now? In midair, Qian Daolu looked at Luban, his face full of curiosity. The contempt for the masses in his eyes was gone, replaced by the look of a curious student seeking answers. There's nothing to hide. I am currently an 80th level soul Douluo, but I haven't obtained my 8th spirit ring yet, Luban replied calmly. Now that he had the power to protect himself, he no longer had to be as cautious as before. What? An 80th level soul Douluo? Hearing Luban's words, Qian Daolu truly lost his composure this time, his eyes wide open, nearly popping out of their sockets. His face was filled with shock. A 14 or 15-year-old soul Douluo. How is this even possible? Contra, can you show us your soul ring? Beside Qian Daolu, the other offerings were equally astonished, their faces filled with disbelief. The usually carefree demon hunter Douluo hurriedly asked, but then realized something and added, if it's inconvenient, you can refuse. After all, the soul ring is considered a part of a soul master's privacy. Asking directly like this is indeed a bit impolite and lacks respect. However, Luban faced the many offerings of the spirit hall, smiled calmly, and then, in front of the entire audience, released his 7 soul rings. 5 red, 2 gold. When the audience saw Luban's 5 red soul rings, each over 100,000 years old, along with 2 golden soul rings, the entire venue instantly erupted. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. How could it be that a 100,000-year soul ring has become so common? How come there are soul masters emerging today? And were those 2 golden soul rings? The majority of soul masters on site didn't even recognize golden soul rings, and discussions erupted everywhere. How is that possible? How could you possess a 1,000,000-year soul ring? Others might be unclear, but Qian Daolu was well aware. Upon seeing the golden soul rings on Luban, he was completely dumbfounded. According to his knowledge, there were no 1,000,000-year soul beasts on the entire continent, so how could Luban possibly have a 1,000,000-year soul ring? Moreover, how could his body withstand the immense energy impact that comes from absorbing a soul ring? It is known that ordinary soul masters only dare to risk absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring when they reach their 9th soul ring. Yet Luban now had 2,000,000-year soul rings among his first 7 soul rings, and all of his first 5 soul rings were over 100,000 years old. This is really unscientific. Faced with the doubts of the crowd, Luban did not explain much. By revealing his cultivation level, he was informing the spirit hall of his strength, making many subsequent matters much easier. Chapter 116, the 9th Test of the King. Third challenge. While the audience in the Grand Square was still shocked by Luban's display of cultivation, on the other side, the golden crocodile Doa was almost in tears. Luban's previous attack was so powerful that it directly sent him flying out of the atmosphere. It was terrifying. He never expected that such a ruthless person would appear on the continent. The golden crocodile Douluo knew that with his current strength, he was definitely in the top 10 on the continent. This shows how extraordinary Luban's strength is. Xiao Wu is a member of our Shrek Academy. Whether human or soul beast, she is part of Shrek Academy. Luban stood in the air, looking down at the guests on the VIP platform, and said lightly, I want to protect her. Do you have any objections? Hearing Luban's question, the spirit hall fell silent, and no one dared to speak. At this moment, even the Pope Bibi Dong was intimidated by Luban's strong aura. Even though she was burning with desire for the 100,000-year soul ring in her heart, she did not dare to act rashly. Luban's strength was something the spirit hall could not suppress at this time. Even the 7 offerings of the spirit hall, who had deep foundations, had come forward and lost. No one would seek trouble for themselves. Since no one from the spirit hall opposes, I will take that as your consent, Luban said lightly. Let's go. With that, he gracefully landed at Shrek Academy's location and prepared to leave Spirit City with everyone from Shrek Academy. This year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition had ended. Without the incident involving Xiao Wu, they were supposed to be on their way back. However, they were delayed for half a day by the Spirit Hall. By the time Luban and the others left, the sky was already getting dark. Given the current relationship with the Spirit Hall and Xiao Wu's identity, everyone decided not to stay overnight in Spirit City, but to leave immediately. They hurriedly made their way out of Spirit City. This year's Soul Master competition ended with a successful championship, and despite a small incident in the middle, the conclusion was still quite satisfactory. All the previously set goals were achieved, and everyone for Shrek Academy was overjoyed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the 2nd test of the King S9 tests and safely leaving Spirit City. Now issuing rewards for the 2nd challenge. Reward: 1 perfect soul ring of 1,000,000 years. Soul power level increased by 10 levels. 4 soul rings under 1,000,000 years. The cultivation age is increased by 100. 000 years. Reward: 1 million-year soul bone, King's skull. On the way back, Luban sat in the carriage, and the system's dinging sound echoed in his mind. Luban loved hearing the sound of rewards being issued. He felt incredibly pleased. As before, after the system rewards were distributed, an immense amount of soul power suddenly appeared within Luban's body. As the soul power continuously flowed into him, Luban's soul power level slowly increased. At the same time, all attributes of his body were strengthening and evolving. This time, his soul power also increased by 10 levels. And the changes in his body were basically the same as last time, but it felt even more intense. After all, this 10-level increase was from soul Douluo to title Douluo. The massive soul power was not something he had experienced before. Fortunately, the rewards from the King's 9 tests were all very gentle and did not repel Luban. The soul power continuously washed over his body, constantly transforming it. The width of all his meridians doubled again, and his spiritual power became incredibly strong. In the sea of consciousness, golden light shone brilliantly. After reaching title Douluo, this area had expanded several times compared to before. Compared to his previous spiritual awareness, it could be said to have undergone a qualitative change. Integrating a 1 million-year perfect soul ring was no joke. Such a massive soul power impact would have caused others to explode. Even ordinary title Douluo would not be able to bear the physical burden brought by a 1 million-year soul ring. The last reward was a 1 million-year torso bone, and this time the reward was a skull. After integrating the King's skull, Luban's spiritual power received a tremendous boost. His mind was exceptionally clear, as if he would never get tired. Soon, the soul bone integration was completed, and Luban pulled up his personal information panel to check. Host: Luban Martial Soul, Luban no more. 7 Martial Soul Talent. Archer Domain, Resist Aura, Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. 3000 Thunderfalls, Qualification, Innate Full Soul Power, Level Up in the Wild, Soul Power. 100 Soul Rings, Red, 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 Gold, Gold. Gold Soul Bones, Wind Thunder Wings, Speed 1, 000. King's Torso Bone, Defense 1, 000. King's Skull, Spirit 1, 000. Soul Skills, Attack, 200, 000. Attack, 200, 000. Attack, 200, 000. Fire Attack, 200, 000. Wind Attack, 450, 000. Thunder Attack, 100, 000. Attack, 100, Attack, 100, 000. Items: Game Boy Skin, Jungle Knife, Storage Bracelet. As expected, the soul power level changed to 90 level title Douluo. The soul ring configuration was 5 red and 3 gold. The additional attribute carried by the King's skull was spiritual intensity, which suddenly increased by 1 million points. This means that the current strength of Luban's spiritual consciousness is unmatched across the entire continent. The increase in spiritual consciousness brings immense benefits. It can counter the attacks of certain spirit-type soul masters, such as the leader of the Zhonghui Academy, Shinian, who uses martial soul, Nightmare, to pull soul masters into his dreams for torment. Such spiritual attack methods are quite bizarre. With a stronger mental power, one can naturally see through all illusions. Apart from soul bones, which do not have a limit of 1 million years, he has once again increased by 100,000 years. This has greatly increased Luban's basic attack, and now he can deal 25 million points of attack power with a single strike. Quite terrifying. With such a formidable attack power, no soul master on the continent can withstand it. Even a 1 million-year soul beast would be killed in a single strike by Luban. Powerful. At this moment, Luban felt his own strength. He could now be said to stand at the very pinnacle of the entire continent. No one could be his opponent. The people from the Spirit Hall seemed like ants in front of him. Qian Daolu was just a slightly larger ant. After becoming a title Douluo, Luban was extremely excited deep down. A title Douluo under 15 years old. Who on the entire continent could imagine that? If this were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation and ignite the entire continent. Ding! The third assessment of the King's 9 trials is now open. The host is already invincible on the continent. Please promote and develop the extreme output style, making it the #1 school on the continent. Just after Luban received his rewards, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. This time, the assessment content for the 3rd level of the King's 9 exams was directly announced. Upon seeing the content, Luban was instantly dumbfounded. This task is a bit daunting. With his current invincible status, doing anything else is quite easy, but developing an extreme output type is somewhat difficult. The extreme output type is indeed very strong, but it has a fatal flaw for ordinary soul masters. Purely offensive extreme attribute soul beasts are quite hard to find. He doesn't believe every soul master can be as lucky as him to encounter suitable soul beasts every time. Chapter 117. The opening of the king's secret realm. Once suitable soul beasts are not found, output-type battle soul masters will hit a bottleneck. There have been others on the continent who had similar thoughts. Many unconventional soul masters have tried their best to experiment. The final result ended in failure. Many soul masters need to travel for years to find suitable soul rings, ranging from 3 to 5 years, or even decades. If they can't find suitable soul beasts, their cultivation naturally can't improve. Thus, many miss the best growth period in the first 20 years. This results in their later level being far inferior to those with the same martial soul who take a different developmental path. On the continent, only the Haotian sect, the most powerful sect, occasionally produces an extreme output-type battle soul master. This is only possible because they concentrate the entire sect's resources to serve a direct genius disciple. Ordinary people can't possibly do this. Even the two empires wouldn't spend such a great cost to research and develop the output type. Alas, Luban sighed. Now, he can only take it one step at a time. Even if he is stuck at this stage, it doesn't matter. After all, his strength has reached this point. Further improvement wouldn't make much of a difference. Luban calmed his emotions and rested in the carriage. Soon after the conclusion of the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academy competition, the news of Shrek Academy's victory returned to Heaven-Do City. The citizens of Heaven-Do City were all excited, cheering in waves. Heavenly, have you heard? Our Heaven-Do Empire is the champion this time. Shrek Academy is so strong. They actually overwhelmed that group of freaks from the Spirit Hall. Truly impressive. So strong. My goodness, the Academy's enrollment work is about to begin, and I will have my son apply to Shrek Academy. As expected of the first in the qualifying rounds, Shrek Academy gave me a huge surprise. You didn't see it, did you? The competition in Spirit City turned out to be a contest between output-type battle soul masters. It was quite spectacular. Indeed, upon careful study, I found that Master S theory of extreme output-type martial souls is truly advanced and powerful. I also want to become an output-type battle soul master. After the competition, Shrek Academy became a national idol in the Heaven-Do Empire. The flow of visitors was endless, and many noble children wanted to send their kids to Shrek Academy for training. When Luban and his group returned to Heaven-Do City from Spirit City, the Snow Knight Emperor personally came out of the city gate to welcome them, congratulating them on Shrek Academy's great achievements. He hoped to strengthen the relationship and communication between the Heaven-Do royal family and Shrek Academy, especially since the Snow Knight Emperor had already received news about Luban's performance in Spirit City. He was shocked. He didn't expect Luban, at such a young age, could defeat the strongest elders in Spirit City. It was truly a sight to behold. Originally, the Snow Knight Emperor wanted to appoint Luban as the national teacher, but Luban declined due to his young age. After Luban and his group returned from Spirit City, the legends about Shrek Academy grew more numerous. The characters of Shrek Academy became material for storytelling. Shrek Academy, having defeated the Spirit Hall Academy and won the championship for the entire continent's Advanced Soul Master Academy, was destined to be remembered in history. After the competition ended, the Shrek 7 monsters went their separate ways. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the Star Luo Empire. Oscar and Ning Rongrong went to the 7 Treasure Glorious sect. Tang San and Xiao Wu were taken away by Tang Hao. Only Luban and Ma Hongjun chose to stay at the academy to teach. As autumn enrollment approached, Shrek Academy specially opened a course on extreme output type, taught entirely by Luban. Choosing Shrek Academy and the extreme output type class is the best. Your choice won't be wrong. At the opening ceremony, Luban, as the teacher representative, took the stage to speak. I believe that in the near future, extreme output type will definitely become the #1 school on the continent, a presence that every soul master aspires to. Once Luban's speech was released, it instantly sparked a wave of discussion across the continent. Luban is now the most popular celebrity on the continent. After the battle in Spirit City against the elders of the Spirit Hall, Luban's fame quickly spread across the continent. It reached a point where almost no one was unaware of him. His every word and action naturally drew strong attention from various powerful factions. Making extreme output type the #1 school on the continent, Luban really has some big ambitions. Don't think just because you have some strength, you can spout such big words. Indeed, isn't this just nonsense? If extreme output type were that easy to pursue, how could this school have only emerged now? After all, Luban is just a hot-blooded youth. What does he really understand? Anyone can boast, Extreme output type is indeed powerful, but it's not something that ordinary people can grasp. When the time comes, if Shrek Academy can't even cultivate a single output type battle soul master, it will be quite funny. After the Spirit Hall received the news, the elders were indignant and began to criticize Luban vehemently. Luban's ideas were simply ridiculous. Every development direction of martial souls is based on the countless experiences and lessons of soul masters over thousands of years. But Luban, good for him, actually thinks he can change the entire continent's trend with his own strength. It's truly laughable. On the other side, at Shrek Academy in Heaven Do City, after the autumn enrollment ended, Luban looked at the 400 to 500 young people in front of him and felt a headache coming on. These are all here to learn about extreme output flow, preparing to pursue the output system battle soul master development direction. Among them, many young girls have come for Luban. Luban now has quite a few fans on the continent. During the autumn recruitment, if it weren't for the careful selection, Shrek Academy could have been overwhelmed. Thanks to the screening by Luban, Master, and others, a large number of those just wanted to tag along were filtered out. Even so, the 400 to 500 people before him still gave Luban quite a headache. Fortunately, Master usually takes charge of the classes, which allows things to run smoothly. These young people in front of him can now be considered as students. He is like a homeroom teacher. These many people, if in the end they can't even cultivate a single output system soul master, that would be a huge embarrassment. Ding! The system detects the host predicament and now opens the King's Secret Realm. Inside the King's Secret Realm, any player who passes the assessment can receive relevant rewards. Just as Luban was anxious about his students' future soul rings, the system's prompt sound echoed in his mind again. Hearing the introduction, Luban was instantly stunned. The King's Secret Realm? Rewards for clearing it? It can't be similar to his own King's 9 trials, right? If that's the case, it would be too outrageous. If everyone could enter the King's Secret Realm to complete tasks and receive rewards, wouldn't the continent be in chaos? Based on the rewards he had received, Luban knew that the system was always generous. With the appearance of the King's Secret Realm, it seemed that the continent was about to become unsettled. Chapter 118. The Continent in an Uproar. Just as the system prompt faded in Luban's mind, suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the sky, as if it were projected from another world. The light gradually spread, enveloping Shrek Academy. Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted, as if something was tearing through space. Then, a massive appeared in the sky, from which a powerful force surged forth. This force instantly swept across the entire continent, making everyone feel its presence. As the light gradually dissipated and the rift in the void disappeared, a dazzling palace appeared above Shrek Academy. The King's Secret Realm had emerged, and those who succeeded in the challenge could receive rich rewards. After the King's Secret Realm appeared, a mysterious prompt echoed in the minds of everyone on the continent. Thus, the entire continent was in an uproar, with people rushing to Shrek Academy to investigate the situation. Oh my god, did you hear that? I swear, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought I was hearing things. The King's Secret Realm? What is that? Something big has happened. A miracle has appeared above Shrek Academy. Let us go. We should check out Shrek Academy. Maybe there really is an opportunity there. The emergence of the King's Secret Realm had set the entire continent ablaze with excitement. The Spirit Hall, the 2 empires, the 10 great families, and the 7 sects, along with various forces, all hurried to Shrek Academy to investigate. People saw a heavenly palace hovering in the air above Shrek Academy, which was very mysterious. The King's Secret Realm looked small, like a mini palace, but it exuded a strange aura both inside and out. It seemed as if it didn't belong to this world, resembling a mirage, like a bubble in the void. However, the prompt in everyone's minds was unmistakable. After the sound appeared, everyone immediately asked each other and verified it. This meant that everyone on the continent had heard that inexplicable sound. After various forces arrived at Shrek Academy, they all flew towards the heavenly palace to explore. But every time they got close, they were repelled back. Regardless of their strength, everyone had the same result. I don't believe in this evil. There is nowhere my poison Douluo cannot go. Seeing everyone fail to breach the barrier, Poison Douluo Dugubo confidently declared. Then, under the attention of the crowd, Dugubo flew into the sky towards the location of the palace. Soon, when he reached a distance of 100 meters from the palace, he encountered a barrier in the void and was violently rebuffed by a powerful force. The spectators below were astounded. Wow, even a title Douluo cannoner. What the heck is this suddenly appearing secret realm? Old Poison, your strength is lacking. Let me give it a try. The Spirit Hall, Ju Douluo who had a grudge against Douluo. Couldn't he help but mock him a few times upon seeing him fail. He then flew up to the sky as well. When Yu Xiaogang reached the same position as Douluo, he was also knocked back by a tremendous rebounding force. The leaders of the various forces below were all shocked and confused. What on earth is going on, Flanders? The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Xi, inquired. Shortly after the King's secret realm emerged, he had brought the royal family to Shrek Academy. At this moment, not only Emperor Xi, but all prominent figures from across the continent had come. This caused Shrek Academy to be packed with people, bustling with activity, both inside and outside. Flanders specifically set up a VIP platform in the Shrek Academy playground to welcome the various distinguished guests. In addition to Emperor Shuya, there were Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family Patriarch Yu Engine, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, Sect Master Ningfengji, and leaders of other major forces gathered at Shrek Academy to investigate the details of this newly appeared secret realm. Your Majesty, I'm not quite sure either. Seeing so many big shots looking at him, Flanders scratched his head, feeling quite awkward. He was also puzzled, having no idea what was happening. You don't know? Then why did the King's secret realm appear at your Shrek Academy? Zhu Douluo from the Spirit Hall asked in an unfriendly tone. He thought that Flanders definitely knew something, but was unwilling to speak. Everyone had heard the previous prompt. There would be rewards from the challenges, and it was likely that Shrek Academy wanted to monopolize the benefits. Seeing Zhu Douluo's sarcastic demeanor, Flanders felt extremely frustrated. Everyone, please wait a moment. How about I go invite Luban to see if he knows anything? Flanders was quite a savvy character, aware that Zhu Douluo's strategy of shifting blame was quite insidious. The rift between Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall was well known across the continent. He clearly wanted to dump the blame on them. However, now that the anomaly had indeed appeared above their Shrek Academy, if he didn't explain something, it would easily lead to misunderstandings. Soon, Flanders brought Luban out from a room and asked him if he knew anything about the King's secret realm. He also mentioned the incidents of everyone being rebuffed. Luban was astonished to hear this. Don't worry. According to historical records, whenever a secret realm appears, there will be a barrier. Right now, I estimate that in about a day's time, we should be able to enter and explore. Luban looked up at the suddenly appeared King's secret realm in the sky, his mouth twitching involuntarily. This was because there was a protective shield around the King's secret realm, and there was a countdown written on it, totaling 1 day. Now, half a day had passed, and, after a little more waiting, they should be able to enter. In this special situation, others cannot see it, only he can see it. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many stubborn individuals rushing into the Sky City before. Really? Hearing Luban's explanation, all the big shots present were taken aback. They didn't expect Luban to actually know something. Let's wait and see. We'll know what the situation is tomorrow. After Luban finished speaking, the big shots all left. What he said still carries a lot of weight on the continent. Soon, the news spread and everyone stopped trying to break into the Sky City. Time passed quickly, and a day went by in the blink of an eye. The next day, at around the same time, when people returned to Shrek Academy, they found that what Luban said was true. The protective force around the King's secret realm had disappeared. Many people entered to investigate the situation. Out of caution, the heads of the major forces did not personally venture into the secret realm. A newly appeared secret realm carries unknown risks, and there was no need to take such a risk. In case something unexpected happened, it would be a big trouble. Therefore, at the beginning, the major forces sent their young disciples to enter the secret realm to gather information first. After learning the specific details, they would decide on their next actions. On the other side, the King's secret realm officially opened, and Luban personally entered this time to investigate what the system meant by the King's secret realm. However, as soon as he entered the secret realm, Luban was completely dumbfounded. The scenes here feel so familiar. Chapter 119. The Bronze League is too difficult. All-out attack. Destroy the enemy's crystal. Oh my god, isn't this just like a game from my previous life? This environment is almost a physical recreation. The King's secret realm mode is very simple. Shortly after entering, Luban immediately figured it out. As a former national server player, this situation is child's play for him. It's just a pure bot game. Their team consists of 4 people, a mage, a support, a warrior, and a jungler, and he entered as a marksman. His 4 teammates were randomly generated by the system. The opposing 5 are also system bots. The entire challenge process is clear and straightforward. It's just a physical version of a bot game. Ding detected that the challenger's strength has reached Glory King, now matching players of the same level. As soon as Luban entered the secret realm, the system's upgrade sound echoed in his mind. Soon the team configuration was complete, and the game began. At the same level, Luban thought to himself, this should be interesting, otherwise, it would just be a massacre. Similarly, after entering the king's secret realm, everyone encountered the same scene. However, they had never played the game, so as soon as they entered the king's secret realm, they were all confused. Take Hulaina, Shui Binger, and Huowu, who entered the king's secret realm almost simultaneously with Luban. They felt like headless flies at this moment. Ding! Detected that the challengers are barely at the entry level, now starting the Bronze League challenge. Upon entering the king's secret realm and seeing the challenge content, Hulaina was instantly dumbfounded. She had to team up with 4 others to fight against 5 enemies until they destroyed the enemy's crystal to succeed in the challenge. The game began. The 5 opponents had a standard lineup: 1 mage, 1 marksman, 1 support, 1 assassin, plus 1 warrior. Hulaina's side had almost the same lineup, the only missing position being the marksman. This means that in the king's secret realm, everyone had to play as a marksman. However, the others were system-generated bots, while the challengers were real soul masters from Douluo Continent. At this moment, although Hulaina was assigned the marksman position, she did not have any marksman skills. She could only use the soul skill she possessed in reality to fend off enemies. Hey, sister, you're going the wrong way, follow me. As the game started, seeing Hulaina head toward the solo lane, Xiao, the support for this match, quickly spoke up to advise her. Hulaina felt dizzy. She had no idea what the solo lane or the farming lane was, and how to get there. She was completely clueless. She could only follow Xiao as they moved forward. Along the way, they passed 3 defensive towers before Xiao signaled her to stop. Don't go forward anymore, hey. Unfortunately, the warning came too late. They had already entered the attack range of the opposing marksman, Xiao. At that moment, Hulaina tensed up as a red arrow flew toward her. No matter how she tried to dodge, she couldn't escape her fated lock-on. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao seized the opportunity and unleashed a flurry of attacks. In just 2 or 3 hits, Hulaina's health bar, which was already red, instantly dropped by more than half. At this time, her teammate Xiao hurriedly rushed up to assist, using a skill to try to push Xiao away, but unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. After all, she was a ranged marksman, and Xiao couldn't reach her. Just as she moved forward alone, the opposing support, Mosey, suddenly flanked from the mid lane, using a skill to immobilize Xiao. Then, Hulaina was killed. Is that it? I've died already? Back at the respawn point, Hulaina was stunned. What kind of enemy is this? How could their attack range be so far? Just a moment ago, they were at least a kilometer away, and they could still use skills to reach her. This is too outrageous. After respawning, Hulaina gritted her teeth and vowed to take revenge. When she crossed the 3rd defensive tower and arrived at the front line again, she saw her teammate Xiao in a fierce battle with 2 opponents. 3rd soul skill, Fox Transformation. Seeing this, Hulaina immediately shouted and decisively used her 3rd soul skill. As the Fox Transformation was activated, Hulaina radiated a pink glow all over, and her speed doubled. She charged toward the enemy. No! Xiao was startled and thought to herself, what the hell is this? Who is this idiot rushing in to give away a kill at the start? Damn! That Xiao on the opposite side. Everyone knows to stay away from her long-range attacks. But right now, Hulaina, this dense one, used a skill and charged forward. However, to be honest, her skill was incredibly weak. It was slower than her walking speed. At this moment, Xiao was also dumbfounded. Wow, what is wrong with this girl? Why is she charging at me with red eyes? As a fellow female player, Xiao naturally wouldn't show mercy. She unleashed a series of skills. 1, 2, 3. Attacks rained down on Hulaina. Crack, crack, crack. It sounded crisp. Hulaina hadn't even covered 10 meters before her health bar turned dangerously low again. Finally, the opposing support Mosey saw this and hit her with another skill. Hulaina was killed for the 2nd time. Next, Hulaina was completely enraged. As a saintess of the Spirit Hall and part of the Golden Generation, she had never suffered such humiliation. She unleashed a flurry of attacks against Xiao. When the enemy's crystal was destroyed, her score was quite glorious. 0 kills, 25 deaths. She had given away 25 kills. In the Bronze League, they were completely dominated by the opponent. Unsurprisingly, the challenge failed. In the king's secret realm, each person could only challenge once a day. When Hulaina was ejected from the secret realm, her face was filled with disappointment. She didn't expect there would be so many strong players in the king's secret realm. It was truly unbelievable. Arriving at the Spirit Hall location and reuniting with her companions, seeing that everyone had also failed the challenge, Hulaina felt a little better. This indicates that the king's secret realm itself is very difficult, and it's not her fault for being weak. Around the same time that Hu Liana came out, Shui Binger, Hu Wu, Feng Xiaodian, and others also emerged from the secret realm looking dejected. After entering the secret realm, they all played as marksmen, and the losses were nothing short of devastating. After asking around, it was clear everyone was at a level of 0 wins and dozens of losses. Good grief. After asking for a long time, no one managed to secure a single kill against the opponent. The Bronze League is too hard. My goodness. What kind of gods are on the other side that just can't be hit at all? Yes, I couldn't even use my soul skills. I just got knocked out. Me too. I couldn't reach the opponent at all. Their attack range is just too far. Phew. Seeing everyone fail, I felt relieved. Ooh. The Bronze League is so difficult. I never thought I would be so weak. What's going on? Why is the start so hard? It's simply impossible to succeed in the challenge. Indeed, I asked around, and not a single person succeeded in the challenge. So is the King's Secret Realm even reliable? The challenge time for a single match in the King's Secret Realm ranges from 1 hour to half a day. On the first day, all the talented disciples from various major powers entered the Secret Realm to challenge it. Unfortunately, none of them completed the challenge. Everyone shouted that the Bronze League is indeed too difficult, a challenge that simply cannot be completed by humans. Chapter 120. Poison Douluo achieves first victory on the other side. Luban was indeed having a great time this time. Since the system matched him with opponents of similar strength, it allowed him to fully showcase his abilities. And he fought with great enjoyment. You must know, with his casual strike, over 4 million attack power, he couldn't find a match on the continent. There's nothing lonelier than not having anyone to spar with. At this moment, Luban finally experienced the loneliness that belongs to the strong. Fortunately, with the emergence of the King's Secret Realm, he now had a place to unleash himself. In Luban's first day challenge, the battle was very intense, with both sides' high ground defense towers ultimately destroyed, leaving only a bare crystal. At a critical moment, Luban's side took the initiative to defeat the Storm Dragon King, receiving a huge attribute boost, which barely allowed him to win the game. The battle ended, and nearly 10 hours had passed. They fought from dawn until dusk. Congratulations to the challenger for completing the challenge. Due to the challenger's special identity, no rewards or rank information will be issued. The challenge is over. And hearing the sudden system notification in his mind, Luban was completely stunned. Good grief, this is truly a double standard. Others receive rewards for succeeding in challenges, and he gets nothing. Moreover, even his personal ranking information wasn't disclosed. It should be noted that the King's Secret Realm has a ranking point system every year, with numerous rewards based on the rankings. Given the current situation, it indicated that he was not destined to receive these rewards. Ding! Detecting that the host's emotions are unstable. Please do not be sad. The King's Secret Realm is only to assist the host in completing the 9 tests of the King assessment, and its rewards naturally cannot compare to those brought by the 9 tests of the King. Hearing the system's comfort, Luban felt much better. Previously, he was worried about the 3rd level assessment. Trying to make the extreme output flow the top class on the continent in a short time was clearly unrealistic. Considering the tremendous difficulty in obtaining soul rings, it was basically impossible to achieve. Now, with the assistance of the King's Secret Realm, his 3rd level assessment indeed became realistic and much easier, since it assists him in completing the assessment. The rewards from the King's Secret Realm will definitely include the soul ring rewards that the extreme output flow values the most, as long as he can solve the difficulties in obtaining soul rings like other martial spirits. Luban believes that with the current strong performance of the extreme output flow on the continent, it won't be long before he completes his assessment goals. Reborn, did you succeed in the challenge? As soon as he walked out of the King's Secret Realm, Luban was surrounded by Hu Liana, Shu Binger, Hu, and a group of beautiful women. The girls surrounded him, chattering nonstop. Luban felt overwhelmed. Oh no, he was surrounded by beautiful women. Although the process was perilous, he did indeed succeed in the end. The corners of Luban's mouth curled up as he smiled slightly. This challenge was indeed very enjoyable for him. With your strength, winning was so difficult. It seems the challenges in the King's Secret Realm are really not easy. Indeed, looking at it now, our hope of completing the challenge is slim. Boo-hoo, why is the Bronze League so hard? Even a rare master like Luban found it so tough to challenge. Do we still have hope of completing it? Luban, what do you think? Yeah, tell me what the King's Secret Realm is really about. Are those ranks behind bronze really achievable by humans? Hearing everyone's inquiries, Luban was instantly confused. How could they all look like this just for a Bronze League match? Is it really that serious? Moreover, judging by the current situation, they even regarded him as a Bronze League player. Come on, what a joke. He started as a Glory King, Okay, the King's secret realm is not as difficult as everyone thinks, as long as you familiarize yourself with the ins and outs. I believe everyone can continuously complete challenges and successfully advance. Seeing the girls looking dispirited, their little faces as wilted as eggplants, lacking any energy or fighting spirit, Luban consoled them. The Bronze League is indeed simple to the extreme. As long as you're familiar with the process, you should be able to complete the challenge easily. You can't even comfort people. You found it so hard to challenge. How can we have any hope? Seeing Luban's indifferent attitude, the girls rolled their eyes at him in annoyance. They just assumed that Luban was clumsy with words and didn't know how to comfort people. And so, on the first day of the King's secret realm, besides Luban, no one else completed the challenge. As everyone came out of the King's secret realm, the related challenge content quickly spread. Knowing there was no danger on the second day, many experts from various major powers on the continent rushed to challenge the King's secret realm. Most of the challengers on the first day were from the younger generation. There were very few middle-aged soul masters, and the highest soul power did not exceed Soul Sage. However, on the second day, starting with Soul Daw and Title Daw experts, they successively appeared and entered the King's secret realm. The suddenly appearing secret realm has piqued everyone's curiosity. Moreover, it is said that those who succeed in the challenge can receive rewards, and everyone is eager to know what kind of rewards they will be. Initially, the Spirit Hall, the 7 major sects, the 2 empires, various factions, and the 10 major families sent their Soul Daw experts to participate. The legendary Title Daw, known throughout the continent, did not take action. After all, each Title Daw is a prominent figure on the continent. If they were to fail like the juniors did on the first day, they would easily become the subject of ridicule. A dignified Title Daw, starting with a bronze rank and ultimately failing, would make those below them think less of them. Having lived to such an old age, Title Daluos still care about their reputation. As the challenges progressed, the first batch of Soul Daw experts soon finished their challenges and left the secret realm. Similar to the first day, none succeeded. Subsequently, more and more soul masters emerged from the secret realm, and everyone noticed that all of them started with a bronze rank, with not a single person succeeding in the challenge. In an instant, the perceived difficulty of the King's secret realm grew even greater in people's minds. The older generation that emerged were all pillars of various factions, with spirit power levels above 80, yet none managed to complete the challenge, which was truly disheartening. The old man, thick-skinned, decided to take a shot at it for everyone. At a crucial moment, the poisoned Douluo, Douluo, stepped forward. As a Title Douluo, he was the first to take the stage. Douluo, known for being solitary, naturally did not care about others' opinions and decided to enter the King's secret realm to see for himself. Once inside the secret realm, Douluo, who was usually cunning, found himself a bit at a loss. He was assigned to the same developmental route position. Fortunately, as a level 92 Title Douluo, he possessed powerful ranged attack skills and ultimately completed the bronze rank challenge with the gaze of Medusa, albeit with difficulty. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for successfully completing the King's secret realm challenge, advancing to bronze 1 star. Since the challenger was the first player to complete the challenge after the King's secret realm opened, a special reward will be issued. Chapter 121. Amazing first victory reward. As the challenge ended, Douluo's mind was filled with successive prompt sounds. Hearing this, Douluo was overjoyed and excited. He believed the reward from such a magical King's secret realm would surely be impressive. Previously, he had not understood why so many young talented disciples complained about the bronze rank being difficult. Only after entering the challenge today did he comprehend. It was not just difficult, it was practically an impossible task. Not to mention those less powerful talented disciples. Even this long-established Title Douluo found it hard to win. It seemed that without the strength of a Title Douluo, it was quite challenging to complete the challenge, Douluo thought to himself. However, just as Douluo was looking forward to the reward, the entire continent once again echoed with sounds. Just like when the King's secret realm first appeared. Everyone could hear it. Congratulations to the challenger Douluo for completing the first King's secret realm challenge and advancing to bronze 1 star. It was a server-wide announcement, grand in scale. At this moment, Douluo felt delighted, thinking that only he could hear the prompt sound. In reality, the entire populace of the continent heard this grand announcement. My goodness, someone actually completed the King's secret realm challenge. Hearing the announcement, there was an uproar both inside and outside Shrek Academy. Due to the appearance of the King's secret realm, Shrek Academy had now become a gathering place for various factions. The place is crowded with people. Every spot is filled with dense crowds, resembling the scenes during holidays at tourist attractions, quite spectacular. The king's secret realm is seen as an extraordinary existence by many experts. A voice can instantly reach the ears of everyone on the continent. What kind of great power is this? It's hard to imagine, definitely something that humans cannot achieve. Upon hearing this server-wide announcement, many people thought of Luban. That guy claimed yesterday that he completed the challenge, and it turns out he was just talking nonsense. If it were true, then what is going on with today's announcement? At this moment, in a classroom of the Shrek Academy's teaching building, Luban is engaging with the students below. Nowadays, Luban's reputation on the continent is quite large. He defeated so many experts from the Spirit Hall, which is no small feat, although the Spirit Hall is trying to block the news. The massive crowd that witnessed the battle that day, along with many powerful figures from different factions present, ensured that Luban's deeds spread quite a bit. Moreover, the major factions that had people on the scene that day have long regarded Luban as a hot commodity. He teaches at Shrek Academy, so naturally, they would send their most talented disciples to learn and communicate with him. More importantly, they want to build connections. Among them, the majority are females. And all the major factions have coincidentally reached a consensus. If they could recruit Luban as a son-in-law, they would be set for life. At this moment, Shui Binger, Huowu, Hulaina, and other beauties are gathered together, sharing experiences from yesterday's challenge. Suddenly, the previous server-wide announcement echoed in their ears. The originally bustling classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone stopped discussing and turned to look at Luban on the podium. Their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were full of questions. Yesterday, Luban had confidently declared in front of them that he had completed the king's secret realm challenge. He even comforted everyone, acting as if it was no big deal. Today, with the server-wide announcement, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the poisoned Douluo became the first person to successfully challenge the king's secret realm, and it was announced publicly. Damn, how embarrassing. They actually believed Luban's nonsense. At this moment, Luban felt a chill as he was stared at by the girls. He cursed the system dozens of times in his heart. Wasn't it deliberately setting him up for embarrassment? He succeeded in the challenge yesterday, and it was one thing not to receive a reward, but now to have this whole continent-wide broadcast today. What does it mean? It's really frustrating. Just when the atmosphere became awkward, the announcement continued. As the first successful challenger, a special reward is being issued. Soul power level increases by 3 levels. The duration of each soul ring increases by 10,000 years. The duration of soul bones increases by 10,000 years. A chance to reset a soul skill is granted. And after resetting, the soul skill will transform into an ultimate output flow battle soul master. The first victory reward was announced, and the entire continent erupted in excitement. Especially those experts on the continent, upon hearing the rewards obtained by Douluo, all turned red with excitement and envy. Wow, the soul power level jumped up by 3 levels all at once. This is not an ordinary 3 levels, but from level 92 to level 95 at the title Douluo stage. Each level increase for a title Douluo is quite difficult, much more challenging than advancing a major rank for early-stage soul masters. In other words, the difficulty of advancing from level 70 soul sage to level 80 soul Douluo cannot compare to the difficulty of a title Douluo advancing by 1 level. Each level increase for a title Douluo not only brings an increase in cultivation, but also significantly raises their lifespan. The higher the level, the longer one lives. For instance, an extreme Douluo like Qian Daolu can live for over 1,000 years. Now, after completing a secret realm challenge, having their soul power raised by 3 levels makes all the title Douluos on the continent envious to the point of red eyes. As Douluo's old rival, the chrysanthemum Yu Xiaogang was stunned upon hearing the announcement. In previous battles, he had always had the upper hand, relying on his level 95 soul power to suppress. Now, unexpectedly, Douluo's soul power level has matched his. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but slap himself a few times. If he'd been the first to enter the king's secret realm challenge as a title Douluo, then that reward would have been his. Just thinking about the level 98 peak Douluo that slipped past him made the chrysanthemum Douluo regretful. At this moment, not only the chrysanthemum Douluo, but all title Douluos on the continent felt envious after hearing about this reward. Not to mention the soul power level. It's even more outrageous that the durations of soul rings and soul bones can also be increased. This is simply like a dream. As a result, Douluo's soul ring configuration will become 9 black 10,000-year soul rings, which makes one's heart tremble just thinking about it. The first victory reward given by the king's secret realm is truly astonishing. Moreover, it allows for soul skill resets, turning him into an extreme damage output soul master. This sounds like a fairy tale, so unreal. Douluo is the poison Douluo, using poison as his attack power. If he transforms into an extreme output type battle spirit master and fully unleashes the power of poison, how terrifying will his strength be in the future? Just thinking about it is chilling. This reward is too crazy. I want it too. Charge, charge, charge. If Douluo can complete the challenge, we can definitely do it too. Boo-hoo, the first victory reward that originally belonged to me was snatched away by Douluo. How frustrating. Sigh. If only I had put aside my pride and entered the secret realm challenge first. Damn it, the poison Douluo is so lucky. I'm envious to the point of tears. Chapter 122. Starting training courses on the other side. The poison Douluo was ecstatic to receive so many rewards at once. He changed his usual cold demeanor and happily danced around. By the time he walked out of the king's secret realm, his confidence was through the roof. Standing above Shrek Academy, he shouted to the crowd, "Juju Douluo, come out for a battle." Douluo had a grudge with Juju Douluo Yu Xiaogang and would challenge him for a spar from time to time. However, each time ended in failure. After all, Yu Xiaogang was a rank 95 title Douluo, 3 levels higher than him previously. Douluo was naturally no match for him. This time the reward instantly raised his soul power by 3 levels, putting him on par with the chrysanthemum Douluo. Moreover, all of his 9 soul skills were transformed into extreme output soul skills, and the configuration of 9 black 10-0-0-0 year soul rings is absolutely unique on the entire continent. At this moment, he definitely needed to regain his face. Being challenged in front of so many people, Douluo Yu Xiaogang naturally couldn't refuse. At the same time, he received instructions from Pope Bibidong to spar with Douluo, which was a perfect opportunity to verify whether the rewards he received were real. Soon, the 2 title Douluos found an open space in Tiando City to spar. When they saw Douluo unleash his martial soul, the Phosphor Snake King, surrounded by 9 black 10,000-year soul rings, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Having only heard about it before, now witnessing it firsthand was truly shocking, as it was an event that rewrote the history of martial soul development. On the battlefield, Douluo and Yu Xiaogang stood facing each other. Although their levels were currently the same, Yu Xiaogang felt considerable pressure from Douluo. Seeing Douluo's current soul ring configuration, Yu Xiaogan's expression became serious, and he had an ominous feeling in his heart. He was aware from the previous Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition that output-type soul masters of the same level were absolutely invincible. The invincibility of the same rank had been proven by so many battles. The 2 title Douluos were old acquaintances, so there was no need for any probing. They directly unleashed their strongest attacks and collided. First, both used their 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Form. With the enhancement of Martial Soul True Form, all soul skills received a 2-fold boost. Douluo's Phosphor Snake King faced off against Yu Xiaogan's Strange Mushroom Sky-Reaching Chrysanthemum. Phosphor Divine Light Arrow. Douluo unleashed his strongest attack skill, the 9th soul skill. After the transformation in the king's secret realm, his current strongest attack method was no longer the skill carried by his head soul bone, but rather an approach infinitely close to 100,000 years for the 9th soul skill. At this moment, the Phosphor Snake King's mouth opened wide, and soul power erupted from it, forming a green dragon-shaped arrow in the air, shooting towards the opponent. With a dazzling light, sans signe danger, Ghost Yu Xiaogang simultaneously unleashed his strongest single-target attack skill. The petals of the strange mushroom, sky-reaching chrysanthemum formed a brilliant golden giant dragon in the air. The incoming green dragon. Boom! The clash between the 2 title Douluos was quite spectacular. Half of the sky was dyed green, while the other half turned golden. As the 2 skills collided, the spectator saw the golden color in the sky slowly being devoured by the green, and soon the entire sky turned green. The Phosphor Divine Light Arrow almost instantly shattered the dazzling light. It then continued forward, shooting towards Douluo. Yu Xiaogang consecutively unleashed several defensive skills, barely managing to withstand Douluo's strongest attack. The result of their collision was already very clear. You lost. Douluo stood in mid-air with his hands behind his back and said. One of his soul skills had consumed a large amount of Yu Xiaogan's soul power, and since this was not a life-and-death battle, there was no need for both sides to continue exhausting themselves. In this battle, Douluo had already lost. It seemed that the reward you received this time was indeed significant. Douluo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and did not refute. He was indeed no longer Douluo's opponent and saw no need to deny it. Don't feel dissatisfied. Sometimes luck is also a part of strength. After Douluo finished speaking, he left calmly. The entire audience was left dumbfounded. Various forces and masters from across the continent felt an intense excitement in their hearts. The battle between Poison Douluo and Yu Douluo today validated the miraculous nature of the king's secret realm. It turned out that the rewards announced earlier were all real. This method is simply outrageous. It's beyond what human effort can achieve. For a time, all factions on the continent no longer waited and rushed into the king's secret realm to challenge it. Title Douluo no longer held back, as the rewards from the king's secret realm were simply too enticing. The next day could be said to be the stage for soul masters above the rank of Soul Douluo. After a whole day of challenges, the scene was touching, and the vast majority of masters failed their challenges. Only the title Douluo, relying on their foundation, barely managed to win. Oh my! The king's secret realm is so difficult. Could it be that only title Douluo can succeed in the challenges? Indeed, today not a single Soul Douluo expert succeeded in their challenges. It was truly bizarre. Sigh, perhaps the king's secret realm is meant for title Douluo. Woohoo! I also want to succeed in a challenge. The rewards inside are just too rich. Yes, look at those victorious title Douluo. Which one of them isn't beaming with joy? You can tell they benefited immensely. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless in the Shrek Academy classroom, Luban suddenly made a bold claim. The king's secret realm is not exclusive to title Douluo, as long as one masters the techniques. Even ordinary soul masters can complete the challenges. To increase the efficiency of everyone's passage through, Luban would definitely offer training courses specifically explaining the experience of passing the king's secret realm. As soon as Luban said this, the entire room was stunned. The students' lips began to tremble in disbelief. Goodness, they only just realized that Luban is a super big talker. Previously, he claimed he had completed the challenge. But in fact, it was the Poison Douluo who received the first victory reward. How embarrassing for everyone else. What? Why does everyone have that expression? Don't believe it? Seeing the students below looking doubtful, Luban put on a serious face and said sternly, once the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition was over, he would officially graduate. Now, as a teacher, he still needed to maintain some authority. Believe it. Shui Binger stood up, grinning, and said, Teacher Lu, please start your performance. Boom! As soon as Shui Binger finished speaking, it instantly triggered a burst of laughter from the crowd. The girls covered their mouths and laughed uncontrollably. Soon, the news spread, causing another sensation outside. Ha! This guy Luban is so funny. What gives him a face to offer training courses? Yes, he previously claimed he succeeded in the challenge. I can't believe it. Who would dare to attend his training courses? Don't say that. Who told him he is the #1 expert on the continent? It's said that his classes are always full, filled with the direct descendants of major factions from the continent. My goodness, Luban really has no morals. He is so good at bluffing. Oh, you don't understand. That is not attending class. It's clearly a selection of brides. Indeed, which major family want to recruit Luban into their clan? They know the training course is a joke, yet there are still a bunch of people attending. Chapter 123. A little test of skills. Luban's training courses were not looked upon favorably by many, both inside and outside the school. Many regarded it as a joke. They knew the challenge difficulty of the king's secret realm. How could a few classes change that? It was truly laughable. Just like those outside speculated, in the classroom at this moment, the beauties had no interest in listening to Luban's chatter. Each one was dressed flamboyantly, constantly staring at Luban. They would occasionally throw a flirtatious glance or tease him. Clearly, they had intentionally made some holes in their newly issued uniforms in obvious places. Their intentions couldn't be more obvious. Luban didn't care how everyone thought, since they were his students. He had to explain in order to complete the content of the third test of the King's 9 trials. This is how we can quickly develop the extreme output stream into the most powerful faction on the continent. Classmates, what problems did you encounter during yesterday's challenge? You can ask, and I will answer them one by one. Luban smiled and said, everyone's problems during the challenge may vary, so if you share them, we can address the common issues together, which will speed up the understanding. Teacher, I have a question. Hu Laina, the holy maiden of the Wuhuan temple, sitting in the front row, was the first to stand up and ask, what is the development route? And why am I ridiculed and cursed by my teammates when I go to other routes? That's a good question. Luban nodded with a smile upon hearing Hu Laina's question and began to answer seriously. The so-called development route is the path taken by marksmen in the king's secret realm. where they're referred to as output-type battle spirit masters on the continent. In the King's Secret Realm, there are generally 3 fixed paths that professional players defend, each assigned to a specific route. Warriors typically take the confrontation route, mages usually take the mid lane, and marksmen are assigned the development route after entering the Secret Realm. Seeing Luban's serious response to Huaina's question, Shui Binger beside her became unhappy. She immediately raised her hand to ask, "Then please tell me, teacher, why am I still scolded by my teammates even though I've been on the development route?" That's a good question too. Seeing Shui Binger raise her hand to ask, Luban continued his explanation based on her question. It's true that the early routes are fixed, but you need to interact and provide support based on the situation on the other 3 routes. For example, if your teammates on the confrontation route are weak or clearly countered by the enemy heroes, the mid lane mage or the jungle should usually go to support. Similarly, if the mid lane mage is ganked by the enemy jungler or is not facing the enemy mage, your development route should also provide timely support. During the explanation of the routes, Luban carefully described the characteristics of heroes from each lane. At first, the girls thought Luban was talking nonsense and were just playing along with him. However, as the lesson progressed, they suddenly had realizations. They discovered that the King's Secret Realm actually contained so many insights. They were shocked to learn that they had fallen into so many pitfalls before. After listening to Luban's explanation, they reflected and realized that all the pitfalls he mentioned they had encountered. Things like intentionally feeding, knowing they couldn't win, yet charging in for the sake of pride. Speaking of this, Huaina's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy, as if he was talking about her. She indeed had this problem during her previous challenges and had been scolded by her teammates for it. In the end, her princess-like temper flared up, and she ignored the other lanes, going solo instead. As a result, she was crushed, ending with a score of 0-25. Now reflecting on it, she realized many of her actions were indeed inappropriate. If what Luban said is true, then she was undoubtedly a burden. Also, she was fixated on one lane and did not know to provide support. Even though the jungle was being invaded and the jungler was almost shouting, they could not hear or see it at all. It turned out these were all taboos. The essence of victory in the King's Secret Realm actually lies in team collaboration. Hearing Luban say this, the whole class of girls fell into deep thought. Of course, what I just told you is called awareness, and you will gradually understand it later. But you must grasp some basic knowledge. Next, Luban began to explain a cognitive issue regarding the influences of each lane in the King's Secret Realm. The heroes in the King's Secret Realm are mutually countered. For example, in your development route, under equal economic conditions. Most of the time, you're not the opponents of confrontation lane warriors. Once you encounter an enemy warrior or tank, you must learn to avoid them. If you face an enemy assassin under equal economic conditions, you must run. Remember that the advantage of the development route lies in high attack power and long attack range. Only by seizing this advantage can you hope to succeed in challenges. Luban placed great importance on the first lesson of the King's Secret Realm training and explained it in detail. He wanted to quickly pass on this knowledge to complete the assessment content in the shortest time. Teacher Luban, after listening to your suggestions, can we really succeed in challenges? After Luban's explanation, Feng Xiaotian, one of the few boys in the class sitting in the second row, stood up to ask. As one of the few boys in the class, Feng Xiaotian naturally wanted to make his presence felt. With so many beautiful girls watching, he definitely needs to perform well, especially with the Fire Princess, Huowu, sitting in front of him. Although he knows that Huowu has feelings for Luban from Luban's attitude, it seems that he doesn't have any improper thoughts about Huowu, which makes Feng Xiaotian feel delighted. As long as there is no perverted competition from Luban, he is confident in winning her favor. Indeed, all the students present have a minimum cultivation level of Foreign Soul Sect, so the Bronze Bureau is not a problem for them at all. Hearing Luban's guarantee, the students were all astonished. If it's true, that would be great. But Luban's previous performance has made everyone feel uneasy, making it hard to fully trust him. Soon, the first day's training course ended, and more than 200 students in the classroom listened carefully to Luban's explanation. The rewards of the King's Secret Realm made everyone eager. Even with a slight chance, they wouldn't give up, especially with Luban being so outstanding. Only with greater strength could one catch the eye of someone like her and be worthy of her. Time flowed by, and soon a night passed. The next day at dawn, Luban personally led the team into the King's Secret Realm for the challenge. Upon seeing them, a wave of discussion erupted around. Look, it's Luban and her team. I heard Luban lectured for most of the day about the King's Secret Realm training course yesterday. Guess if anyone among them will succeed in today's challenge? HMPH, absolutely impossible. If someone succeeds, I'll run naked in the streets of Tiando City. Indeed, it was unlikely. No matter how strong Lu Ban was, it was impossible to guide students to success in just one day. That's right, even an 8-ring soul Douluo had not succeeded. Most of Lu Ban's students were 4-ring soul sect, so how could they possibly succeed in the challenge? Chapter 124. Failure again. Lu Ban did not enter the secret realm, but instead sent the students into the king's secret realm. For him, there was no reward for winning, so he naturally wouldn't waste time challenging. Since the king's secret realm opened, Shrek Academy has been crowded every day, bustling with activity. At this moment, hearing the discussions from the surrounding crowd, Hulaina, Shuibinger, Huwu, and others felt quite embarrassed. If they failed the challenge today, it would be a huge loss of face. After all, the fact that Lu Ban was offering training courses had become known throughout the continent, and everyone was watching their performance. Given Lu Ban's previous track record of misleading, almost no one had high hopes. The students, with anxious hearts, hurriedly made their way through the crowd and entered the secret realm. Once the challenge began, they recalled what Lu Ban had mentioned yesterday and decided to verify it. Hulaina walked into the development route again, this time with Lu Shan as her support, and she didn't give away any kills like last time. She adopted a steady and cautious strategy. The opponent marksman was Bai Li Shouyue, a very sneaky guy. This is the evaluation given by Hulaina during the battle. Yesterday, when fighting against Jialuo, she at least knew how she died. But now, facing Bai Li Shouyue, Hulaina feels a bit helpless. Because every time she steps just a short distance away from the tower, she is met with inexplicable attacks. This attack left no traces to follow. She looked for a long time, but couldn't find where the enemy was. Fortunately, this time, her teammates noticed the situation and realized things weren't going well. So the mid laner and jungler came to support. This barely maintained the development lane defense. However, in team clashes, once the weaknesses are obvious, the opponents will definitely seize the opportunity and attack fiercely. That's exactly the situation now. The opponent's Bai Li Shouyue sees Hulaina, a novice player, who seems to struggle with basic operations. So, they gather for a team fight and aggressively attack the development lane. Hulaina fights while retreating, not being reckless. But unfortunately, she still couldn't succeed in the challenge. However, her performance was much better than last time, achieving a historical best record of 2 kills and 5 deaths. During the team fight, she wildly cast her soul skills and unexpectedly secured 2 easy kills. At the same time, she recognized the power of output-type soul masters. Just as Lu Ban explained in class yesterday, their attack range is ridiculously far. Generally, it's impossible to get close. Moreover, with their mobility skills, the opponents have no way to handle them. Although it was a failure this time, when Hulaina walked out of the king's secret realm, she was no longer as dejected as last time. Instead, her eyes were bright and full of confidence. Today, not only Hulaina, but the other students felt the same way. Using the strategies taught by Lu Ban, everyone found them very useful. At least they were much more relaxed than the first time and were no longer being brutally defeated. Tanger, is that you? When Shuibinger was challenging, the opposing marksman happened to be Ho-E. It was Lu Ban who had disguised himself as Ho-E using a god-level skin back then. Now seeing this familiar face again in the king's secret realm, Shuibinger was astonished. Not long after returning from Wuhan City, she already knew Lu Ban's identity. Back then, Donger was disguised anonymously by Lu Ban. At this moment, seeing the figure of Ho-E in the king's secret realm, Shuibinger couldn't help but feel shocked. The two were almost identical, which was simply unbelievable. Hearing Shuibinger's question, the opposing marksman ignored her completely, instead using a big move to immobilize and then secure a kill. Shuibinger's teammates were in a panic, cursing in frustration. Marksman, don't give away kills. Oh no, we're going to get played again. What kind of development path is this? Damn, it's going to collapse. Even though Ho-E is handsome, it shouldn't be like this. After a series of greetings from her teammates, Shuibinger finally snapped out of her daze. She started the match poorly and gave away 5 kills, feeling quite embarrassed. After regaining her focus, she began to team fight. Following the operations taught by Lu Ban in yesterday's lesson, Shuibinger executed her moves. Although she still failed and did not complete the challenge, her performance was much stronger than yesterday. Like Hulaina, she escaped her bald fate and secured 2 kills. Others, like Huowu and Feng Xiaotian, had even smoother experiences. Feng Xiaotian's team directly reached the late game, encountering the Storm Dragon King. Both high grounds were already gone. Although they ultimately lost, their results and experience improved significantly. It was believed that after a few more attempts, they would grasp the challenge rules of the King's secret realm and continue to advance. At Shrek Academy, in the Grand Square, Master Flanders, Lu Erlong, and members of the 10 great families gathered together. They surrounded Luban, asking questions incessantly. Luban, did you really succeed in the challenge on your first day? Yes, if you succeeded in the challenge, then why did the secret realm reward go to poison Douluo? Yeah. Just how much do you know about the King's secret realm? Luban's rise was so rapid that everyone hadn't thought too much about it before, just assuming he had great talent. Now, they discovered that there were many incredible things involved. Goodness, even if he's a prodigy. A teenager in his teens cannot possibly become an 80-level soul, Douluo, right? This is simply impossible. However, Luban has shattered all of these preconceived notions, and there must be some hidden truths behind it. Otherwise, everything now seems too surreal. Even the Master and Flender, who are most familiar with Luban, find it incredible to think about his rapid rise. Previously, his quick improvement in cultivation had some basis, but now there is no sign at all. He suddenly went from a level 60 soul emperor to an 80-level soul Douluo. Luban did not inform Master Flender and the others about the matter of the 9 tests of the king, so they naturally are unaware of it. They're shocked by Luban's progress. In fact, Luban is now a 90-level title Douluo. If this were announced, it would surely cause a stir across the continent. I did succeed in the challenge, but perhaps my strength was too strong and it was not recorded. Facing the questions from many close acquaintances, Luban briefly explained. Unlike the discussions of outsiders, Master Flender and the others know Luban very well and understand that he would never lie. It seems that there might indeed be some issues with the King's secret realm. Seeing Luban show no concern for the rewards, everyone held him in even higher regard. At such a young age, to have such a calm demeanor is truly extraordinary. Soon, the day's student challenges concluded. Everyone came out to report their results. As expected, it was like last time, the entire team was wiped out and not a single person completed the challenge. As the news spread, many began to mock. See, I told you that kid Luban was definitely just putting on a show. Look now, none of his students completed the challenge. Sigh, I was still hesitating whether to sign up, but now it seems unnecessary. Huh. This training course has turned out to be a dud. Not a single student succeeded in the challenge. The so-called training course is merely a way to exploit people. Luban himself couldn't even succeed in the challenge, yet he teaches others. It's really laughable. Chapter 125, Unbelievable Achievements on this day. Countless people across the continent entered the King's secret realm to take on the challenge. As before, only the title Douluo group succeeded in completing the challenge and receiving rewards. As for what the rewards were, no one knew. Judging by the excited expressions on the faces of the prominent figures, they were likely very satisfied. Moreover, as time went on, the rankings of the challengers in the King's secret realm began to appear. Figures like Bibi Dong and the various offerings from the Spirit Hall achieved 2 consecutive victories, ranking at the top with a bronze rank of 3 stars. While some celebrated, others were disheartened. The title Douluo were pleased, while other soul masters who emerged from the King's secret realm felt lost. They envied the rewards obtained from the King's secret realm and greatly hoped to complete the challenge themselves. In the Shrek Academy teaching building, after the students completed the King's secret realm challenge, they gathered together to continue listening to Luban's lecture. Like last time, everyone shared the problems they encountered during the challenge, which were almost identical to what Luban had mentioned. Students, although you all failed today, your performance was much better than the first time. I often say the King's secret realm is simple, but it actually requires a gradual familiarization. One cannot be too hasty. There are many nuances to learn inside. I believe in you. In just a few days, you will all succeed in the challenge. After briefly summarizing today's challenges, Luban continued with his training course. The knowledge involved in the King's secret realm is vast and varied, and it cannot be mastered in a short period of time. Luban had long been mentally prepared for this. For a period of time, the trainees would participate in the King's secret realm challenge in the morning and gather in the afternoon to listen to Luban's lectures. The daily progress was quite evident. Their performance gradually turned into positive results. Starting the bronze tier was not very difficult. It was just that everyone was unfamiliar at first. Moreover, the system assigns different levels of AI opponents based on the soul power levels of challengers from the mainland. For example, a title Douluo like Poison Douluo would face opponents with higher strength compared to Soul Sect and Soul King players like Hulaina and Shui Binger. The soul skill usage level of these people from the title Douluo is significantly higher than that of others. This is why so many title Douluo have been able to successfully challenge the King's secret realm. In the King's secret realm mode, They are unfamiliar with the environment, but they are incredibly familiar with their own soul skills. Naturally, they have a higher probability of winning compared to others. Time passed, and a day felt like 7 days. During this time, nearly every soul master on the continent attempted to challenge the king's secret realm. Except for those super experts among the titled Douluo, there has still not been a single soul master below that level who has completed the challenge. In terms of rankings, those titled Douluo are far ahead, having already reached the 3-star bronze rank. The next stage is the challenge to advance to the silver rank. However, at this moment, when Douluo, Yu Guan, and Chun Xen, these titled Douluo, entered the king's secret realm, they were instantly shocked when they checked the ranking situation. The experts discovered that a large number of players at the 1-star bronze rank were appearing behind them. This means that these individuals completed the challenge just yesterday. Scrolling down the ranking list, everyone was even more astonished. A full 200 people had completed the challenge. The scale was truly frightening. The difficulty of the bronze rank is well known, and even for the titled Douluo, the challenge is exceptionally tough. Not to mention that many of the people on the leaderboard are soul masters at levels 40 or 50. Looking at the names again, the experts were dumbfounded once more. Aren't they the students from the Luban training class? Many of the girls are recognized as direct descendants and geniuses from their families, with a clear purpose of approaching Luban. They all participated in the selection process, and now it's surprising that they have all completed the challenge. This is so unbelievable. Oh my god, it seems that Luban's previous training courses were not just nonsense, but rather premeditated. Looking at the results now, this is terrifying. It's only been a little over a week of training, and the younger generation can already complete the challenge. Doesn't that mean there will be a large number of soul masters who can complete the bronze challenge in the future? Damn it. When did the bronze challenge become so easy? On this day, it was crucial for the titled Douluo experts on the mainland. It was their most critical battle to advance to the silver rank. Unfortunately, unlike their previous consecutive victories, everyone faced defeat and could not succeed in their advancement. Even Bibi Dong was no exception. The Spirit Hall's offerings also participated in the challenge and similarly failed. For the first time, witnessing the power of the silver rank, the experts were shocked. They never expected such terrifying skill combinations to exist. Reflecting on the fierce battles between teammates and opponents, titled Douluos like Bibi Dong, Chen Xin, and Douluo felt lingering fear. The last time they saw such a terrifying scene was when Luban made his move. The news of the complete annihilation of the titled Douluos spread, causing an uproar across the continent. They never expected the king's secret realm to be so formidable. If even the titled Douluos couldn't complete the challenge, who could succeed? Meanwhile, the entire Luban teaching class from Shrek Academy successfully completed their challenge. And this news sent shockwaves throughout the continent. Various factions scrambled to inquire about the situation, and once they learned the news came from the titled Douluos, they no longer doubted it. Oh my god, have you heard? The students from Luban's teaching class all succeeded in their challenges yesterday. The information can't be wrong. Their names are all on the leaderboard. Wow, they really succeeded. It's unbelievable. Sob, if that's the case, then we can also succeed in our challenges. Hiss, it turns out I was too narrow-minded before. I didn't expect Luban to be such a talented individual. It's truly incredible. I admire him. He truly deserves the title of the continent's #1 expert. He has some skills. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let us also go to Shrek Academy to join the training class. Run, if we're late, we might miss our chance. Charge, charge, charge. We must join Luban's training class. I want to succeed in my challenge too. After the news of Luban training classes, incredible achievements spread. Shrek Academy was flooded with visitors from major factions. The line stretched from the entrance all the way outside Tiando City. The scene was quite spectacular. The students from Luban's training class, who had previously faced much criticism, now held their heads high and were filled with pride. After so many days of professional training, they had learned a lot. They had mastered the basic operations of the king's secret realm. They could easily teach those novice teachers outside. Seeing so many people signing up, Luban was overjoyed. His efforts had finally paid off. However, he could not expand the training class for now. With too many students, the quality of teaching would decline. He needed to first teach these over 200 students well, and then let them open their own classes to teach others. In this way, teaching students by students will continue to be passed down, and the teaching efficiency can reach its highest level. If this continues, in just a few years, the fundamental theories about the king's secret realm will become widespread across the continent. Chapter 126. Astonishing Silver Tier Rewards. Previously, there were doubts and disdain. But now it is indeed impossible to join. Many factions have tried to use connections, but it has not worked. Given Lu Ban's current strength, they dare not use force. At this moment, many people feel deep regret. If only they had joined Lu Ban's training class earlier. They envy those women from prominent families who, although most were arranged by their families, have now reaped significant benefits. In the following days, as they watched their rankings rise step by step, the spirit master community on the continent became increasingly lively. It should be noted that these are all soul kings in soul zone at levels 40 to 50, whose strength is far inferior to those reaching level 80, the soul Douluo. Even soul Douluo experts cannot successfully challenge the king's secret realm. Yet everyone in Lu Ban's training class can easily complete it every day. It is truly enviable. No one knows what incredible rewards the king's secret realm will unleash next, and the more they think about it, the more uneasy they become. Just like the previous poison Douluo, whose strength among title Douluo wasn't too strong, especially among the well-known title Douluo, he was at the bottom. However, due to good luck, he completed the challenge for the first time and received a huge reward, instantly elevating his strength to the top tier of experts on the continent, which indeed makes people envious. For everyone, every step in the king's secret realm is crucial because they do not know when rewards will explode, akin to opening a blind box, which is quite thrilling. As time passed, 10 days after the first successful challenge by everyone in Lu Ban's teaching class, countless people across the continent focused on this day. Everyone was focused on today's challenge in the king's secret realm. Due to the consecutive victories during this period, the students taught by Lu Ban have now reached the peak of the bronze rank. As long as they succeed once more today, they can smoothly advance to the silver rank. Moreover, Lu Ban had previously stated that advancing a major rank in the king's secret realm would yield significant rewards. Everyone is eagerly anticipating what the rewards will be. Although it is unlikely to be as extraordinary as the rewards obtained by Douluo, it will surely astonish everyone. There is no doubt about this. The rewards that these students receive from each successful challenge are evident. Previously, when only titled Douluos could succeed in the challenges, no one knew what the rewards were. After all, titled Douluos are the top existences on the continent. Who would dare to ask them about their situation directly? However, as the students of the Lu Ban teaching class continuously succeeded in their challenges, the secret realm rewards were gradually revealed. When they first succeeded in the challenge, each student's soul power level increased by 1 rank, and everyone's soul ring age increased by 100 years. This is a special reward for successfully completing the challenge for the first time. The subsequent rewards will be slightly reduced and not as exaggerated as the first one. By successfully completing the daily challenges, you can gain a significant amount of soul power, saving a lot of training time. According to the experiences of many classmates, completing the king's secret realm challenge allows for a training speed that is at least 10 times faster than training alone. This is still based on cultivating in the best mimicry environment. For ordinary environments and ordinary soul masters, the cultivation speed increases even faster. Especially for those with poor talent, the emergence of the king's secret realm is like a blessing for them. Previously, their cultivation speed was very slow, relying on meditation and sitting quietly. Now, they only need to complete the secret realm challenge every day, and the increase in their soul power can multiply many times. Not at all inferior to those peerless geniuses with full innate soul power. Therefore, when the rewards for the king's secret realm challenge were announced, the entire continent was in an uproar. It was even more enthusiastic than when the poisoned Douluo received his rewards, as he was a highly esteemed titled Douluo that ordinary soul masters didn't quite understand. But now, with the rewards for ordinary soul kings and soul sect, everyone is very clear. Each person feels deeply touched and excited. How thrilling! I wonder if they can succeed in the challenge today. Indeed, I am also looking forward to it, wanting to see what incredible rewards will come after the rank advancement. After so many days, none of the titled Douluos have succeeded in their challenges. Do you think the students from the Lu Ban teaching class can successfully complete the challenge? Yes. Now, the big shots of the titled Douluos across the continent have not succeeded in advancing to the silver rank, so it's really hard to say today. I believe in Lu Ban. If he says they can succeed, then they surely can. Amidst the enthusiastic discussions of the people, students like Hulaina, Shui Binger, and Huowu all entered the king's secret realm and began their advancement challenges. At this moment, all the titled Douluo were unusually focused. Many titled Douluo were present on site, waiting for the results. They wanted to see if these students were truly as extraordinary as Lu Ban claimed. If even they, the titled Douluo, could not successfully challenge, they didn't believe a bunch of kids could surpass them and advance to the silver rank. Before the challenge today, Hu Liena, Shui Binger, and the others were also extremely nervous. Although they had been on a winning streak recently, the sudden prospect of a rank promotion made them feel a bit uneasy. After all, the silver rank was a forbidden zone for title Douluo. If even title couldn't succeed, could they really? Those who managed to become title d'or in their youth, just like them, among the most outstanding talents of their time. Before the challenge, Luban noticed the anxious emotions of the crowd and smiled calmly. He told everyone the secret to success, to maintain a calm mindset and cooperate well with teammates, and they would definitely succeed in the challenge. Upon hearing Luban's encouragement, the students' previously confused expressions instantly cleared up. Luban's status in their hearts had become very transcendent. After so many days of hands-on practice, they knew that Luban was not misleading them. Everything he had said before was correct. It was precisely according to his explanations that they were able to achieve consecutive victories. Adjusting their emotions, the challenge began. In the grand square, Luban lay in a rocking chair, waiting calmly. Soon, half a day passed, and with Hu Liena being the first to emerge from the king's secret realm, Shui, Binger, Huwu, and other students followed one after another. Each of their delicate faces was flushed, and the excitement on their faces was unmistakable. Every movement and word they expressed radiated excitement. Nana, did you succeed? At this moment, Hope Bibidong was sitting not far from Luban. Seeing Hu Liena appear, she immediately asked, "Teacher, I successfully advanced to the silver rank, and I am now silver 3-star. Hu Liena jogged to Bibidong's side, her face full of excitement as she reported. What reward did you get? Upon hearing her disciple's success, Bibidong's expression brightened, and her mood was similarly affected. Not only Hu Liena, but the others like Shui Binger and Huo Wu who appeared afterward were also called over by their respective parents for detailed inquiries. Their answers were the same. They all completed today as Secret Realm Challenge and successfully advanced. After hearing about their rewards, the big shots were even more shocked. Chapter 127. The birth of the first batch of extreme output soul masters advancing to the silver rank and receiving rewards indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Soul power increased by 1 level. The age of the soul rings increased by 100 years. Moreover, they were also rewarded with a perfect soul ring card. When they reached the corresponding soul power level and needed to obtain a soul ring, they could use it. Once used, it would immediately produce a soul ring that perfectly matched their own martial soul. Regardless of age or soul skills, it would be a perfect fit. Hearing this from everyone, the big shots of various factions were left dumbfounded. Their mouths gaped open, their eyes wide, and their faces were filled with disbelief. My God, soul rings can actually be obtained this way. It's truly unprecedented. Such a peculiar method was something they had never heard of before. It was so miraculous and bizarre. It should be known that when a soul master reaches a certain stage, they need to hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings. But now, the rewards from the king's secret realm directly broke this rule. In other words, in the future, acquiring soul rings would not require hunting soul beasts at all. This reward is truly astonishing. The big shots thought it would end here, but what follows is even more shocking. As the juniors continued to explain, everyone was completely stunned. In addition to the perfect soul ring card, there is an even more incredible reward, the soul weapon reset card. The so-called soul weapon reset card does not change the soul weapon. Rather, it optimizes and purifies it. It alters the soul rings that have already been attached to the soul weapon, resetting and optimizing the soul skills they carry towards extreme output. My goodness, directly changing the soul weapon is indeed too outrageous. It is important to note that once a soul ring is attached, it cannot be changed for life. While the power of the soul skills activated by the soul rings does increase with cultivation, the category of the soul skill does not change. This means that a control skill like Blue Silver Bind will always remain a control skill. This point, even if a soul master reaches the title Douluo level, cannot be changed. Blue Silver Binding is just Blue Silver Binding. It won't evolve into other soul skills just because the soul master's level increases. That's impossible. But now, with the rewards from the king's secret realm appearing, this iron rule has been broken again. What a soul ring reset card, which can directly change all the soul skills attached to a soul master, is truly against the heavens. Moreover, it develops towards the extreme output flow. The emergence of the king's secret realm is indeed miraculous. In this way, doesn't it mean that every soul master on the continent can pursue the extreme output flow? The conditions that previously restricted the development of extreme output flow have now all been eliminated by the king's secret realm. The biggest difficulty in pursuing the extreme output flow is finding soul beasts, right? The number of extreme attribute soul beasts on the continent is extremely scarce and rare. The vast majority of soul masters go their entire lives without seeing one. This is the biggest obstacle restricting the development of limit flow soul masters. Nowadays, with the emergence of perfect soul rings, this obstacle no longer exists. As long as they complete the challenge, soul masters can obtain perfect soul rings without hunting soul beasts. In this way, it is simply perfect. Nana, quickly unleash your soul skills and let me see. Hearing that Hulaina had transformed into an output-type battle soul master using the martial soul reset card, Bibi Dong was immediately thrilled. She hurriedly took Hulaina away from the large square below Sky City and headed towards the VIP room of Shrek Academy. At the same time, apart from Hulaina, Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaodian, and others were in the same situation, being taken to rooms by their elders for demonstrations. Teacher, my martial soul is the Demon Fox. Previously, I followed the control route, but after using the martial soul reset card, I have transformed into an attack output route, which means I am now an output-type battle soul master. In the VIP room, Hulaina released her martial soul and began to embody it. In front of Bibi Dong, she slowly demonstrated. She was previously a pure control-type battle soul master, but now she had transformed into an output-type battle soul master like Luban. The 5 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, had all been reset. They all became soul skills that increased attack power. Moreover, Hulaina's current attack power was not just an ordinary attack. It carried a spiritual attack. Once the target was focused, it would put the opponent into a brief state of dizziness. Just like Liu Ban's attacks that carried attributes of wind, thunder, and fire. Hulaina's attacks now directly carried a rather strange charm attribute. This attribute might have little effect on soul masters with much higher cultivation, but for opponents of the same rank, it was definitely an invincible existence at the same level. Just imagine, when someone else's attack hits you, you suddenly fall into a dizzy state, unable to react or move. ISNT, that just becoming fish on a chopping board. Feeling the change in Hulaina's martial soul, even the usually aloof Bibi Dong was stunned, her mind shaken. The rewards from the king's secret realm once again shattered her understanding. It was truly against the heavens. It could actually change a soul master's martial soul state. What the hell, it's so terrifying. Who or what kind of force has created such a mysterious place? Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. The forces behind the king's secret realm are terrifying upon closer reflection. My precious daughter, quickly show daddy your rewards. On the other side, Shui Luotian brought Shui Binger to another VIP room and asked anxiously. As she spoke, Shui Binger proudly released her martial soul, the ultimate Ice Phoenix. Daddy, I'm no longer a control-type battle soul master. Please call me an output-type battle soul master from now on. Shui Binger detailed her advancement to the silver rank and a series of rewards. Now with the martial soul reset card, she has changed her martial soul skills and become an output-type battle soul master, which excited her immensely. Every time she saw Luban showcasing his skills in the arena, she envied him greatly. She often imagined herself as an output-type battle soul master, and to her surprise, her wish has come true. Her previous soul skills, Ice Seal, Ice Ring Armor, and Ice Ring Resistance, have all been reset to extreme Ice Attribute Attack soul skills. Currently, all 4 of her soul skills enhance the Ice Attribute Attack power of the Ice Phoenix martial soul. When attacking, the Ice Phoenix launches arrows of extreme Ice Attribute towards her opponents. The attack power and range have increased many times compared to before. In the room, feeling the icy arrows shot by Shui Binger, Shui Luotian was astonished. He knows very well what kind of power his daughter possesses. This change is truly extraordinary. The attack power contained in this ice arrow is so immense that even a soul king cannot withstand it. It is worth noting that Shui Binger is currently only a level 45 soul master. Previously, her top-tier martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, could be said to be invincible among her peers. Now that she has become an output-type battle soul master, she can even fight beyond her rank. As expected of an output-type battle soul master, her attack power is indeed terrifyingly strong. If this continues, by the time Shui Binger becomes an 80th level soul Douluo, her combat power will be comparable to that of a title Douluo. The rewards from the king's secret realm are incredibly outrageous. At this moment, looking at his precious daughter, Shui Luotian couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. Chapter 128 Annual Ranking the challenge results of the Luban teaching class students were released, causing an uproar across the continent. As expected, all over 200 students successfully advanced to the silver rank. They occupied the top positions on the leaderboard, overshadowing the previously dominant title Douluo. Moreover, with the exposure of advancement rewards, the entire Soul Master community was set ablaze. The advancement rewards from the King's Secret Realm were incredibly generous, almost tailor-made for output-type Battle Soul Masters, with Soul Spirit resets and perfect Soul Rings. These rewards were truly astonishing. Is the King's Secret Realm planning to transform all Soul Masters into output-type Battle Soul Masters? That's terrifying. With the birth of the first batch of extreme output-type Soul Masters from the Luban teaching class, the history of the continent has been completely rewritten. The output-type Battle Soul Masters that appeared in the previous high-level Soul Master Academy competition were not entirely considered true extreme output types. They mainly relied on Soul skills for attacks. However, the latest batch of over 200 output-type Battle Soul Masters are the true extreme output types, just like Luban, where Soul skills no longer dominate but simply assist normal attacks, enhancing their attack power and attribute bonuses. Consequently, the future landscape of the continent will undoubtedly change significantly. And this is evident to all. The rise of output-type Battle Soul Masters is unstoppable. We did it, oh my god, we really did it. Luban is truly amazing. Indeed amazing. The students he taught have all successfully advanced to the silver rank. Boo-hoo. I'm crying out of envy. That's a silver deity, an existence that even titled Douluo must look up to. These rewards are too generous. If we complete the challenge and advance to the silver rank, we can all become output-type Battle Soul Masters. Let's go. It used to be a dream, but now it can finally be realized. I'm so happy. I never expected to have hope of becoming an output-type Battle Soul Master. It's simply dreamy. Oh my, the King's Secret Realm is incredible with these rewards. Everyone can become an output-type Battle Soul Master. Before, we could only watch others show off, but now we can also become output-type Battle Soul Masters. Just thinking about it makes me so excited. Yes, being an output-type Battle Soul Master is my dream. Luban is my idol whom I admire the most. Hu Laina, Shui Bing'er, and Huo Wu's successful challenges instantly ignited the entire Soul Master world. The previous doubts from various Soul Masters about Lu Ban quickly vanished. Major factions lined up to seek an audience with Lu Ban, hoping to receive his guidance. If Hu Laina, Shui Bing'er, and those little girls could succeed in their challenges, then others would surely be able to as well. Seeing that the time was right, Lu Ban did not refuse their request this time. However, he did not directly come forward to teach. Given the vast number of Soul Masters across the continent, he simply couldn't teach them all by himself. Thus, Lu Ban gathered all his students and assigned them a task to assist in learning. Each student was required to establish teaching classes at Shrek Academy, sharing their experiences related to challenging the King's Secret Realm, just like him. Once the news spread, all Soul Masters cheered and flocked to Shrek Academy to sign up for classes. However, there were simply too many Soul Masters. Even with over 200 students entering at once, it was impossible to teach them all simultaneously. They could only proceed in batches. One student would teach 200 people for about a week. In this way, after 200 people completed their training, they would continue to teach other Soul Masters, significantly speeding up the dissemination of knowledge. Over the next 6 months, Soul Masters across the continent became familiar with the basic knowledge of the King's Secret Realm. Previously, they didn't even know what types of Soul Masters were suitable for the development route, combat route, jungle, and mid lane. Upon entering the Secret Realm, they would just rush in blindly. It was inevitable that they would fail in their challenges. When Lu Ban was teaching, he mentioned pitfalls that nearly all Soul Masters had encountered, such as intentionally giving kills, not supporting teammates, wandering aimlessly, and not knowing how to farm minions for development, etc. After understanding the relevant rules of the King's Secret Realm, the Soul Masters suddenly realized how it was meant to be played. There were indeed many tricks involved. No wonder the students from Lu Ban's classes could succeed in their challenges. Looking back now, their previous performances during the challenges were simply unbearable to watch. The thought of it was quite embarrassing, akin to adults recalling silly things they did as children, leaving them feeling utterly ashamed. Besides Lu Ban's students, Lu Ban himself was also busy. He set up a second batch of training courses. This time, his teaching targets were the renowned titled Douluos of the continent. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and various offerings from the Spirit Hall, including Zhu Yuan and Ghost Douluo Guime, came to attend the class, despite having past grievances with Lu Ban and Shrek Academy. After the events in Spirit City concluded, Lu Ban did not make things difficult for them and agreed to let them enter the classroom. Of course, this included the charm offensive from Hu Laina, Bibi Dong, and Xianren Xue. They flirted and teased Lu Ban, making it seem as if they wished to marry him immediately, which left Lu Ban feeling quite awkward. Bibi Dong privately arranged a meeting with Lu Ban, proposing that he become the Spirit Hall Pope's son-in-law, which startled Lu Ban, and he did not agree. Bibi Dong appeared aloof in front of others, but in front of Lu Ban, she became gentle as water. Her words dripped with charm, as if she wanted to consummate their relationship immediately. Qianren Xue and Hulaina each had their own beauty, having interacted with Lu Ban since childhood. Their conversations were very lively, akin to chatting with old friends. Their demeanor was reminiscent of childhood sweethearts. Besides the Spear Hall, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, and the Sword Daw and Bone Daw, both titled Douluos, also attended. They were familiar with Shrek Academy, and a casual mention was enough for Flander to make arrangements. Seeing the sly merchant face of Principal Flander, Lu Ban knew that guy must have received quite a bit of benefit. In addition to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and other major sects of the continent also gathered to listen to Lu Ban's lecture. The King's secret realm emerged, and the previously reclusive #1 sect on the continent, the Haotian sect, also stepped into the light this time. Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with the Shrek 7 monsters, were currently on Sea God Island undergoing the Sea God 9 trials. They had not yet returned and were not at Shrek Academy. The clan leaders of the 10 major families on the continent, including the Shui clan, Fire clan, and Wind clan, also attended Lu Ban's training class. After 2 weeks of detailed explanations from Lu Ban, everyone gained a comprehensive understanding of the King's secret realm. Subsequently, challenges to the King's secret realm became exceptionally easy. The previously dubbed Hell difficulty bronze rank quickly became a stepping stone for Soul Masters. Advancing to the silver rank became quite simple. After mastering the basic overview of the King's secret realm within a year, Soul Masters across the continent began to challenge vigorously. Besides the advancement rewards, the King's secret realm also had a ranking reward every year. Chapter 129. Becoming a god at level 100. The rankings for the King's secret realm were released annually, and rewards would be distributed based on the rankings. Lu Ban informed everyone that these rewards would be extraordinary, as everyone was looking forward to them and striving to reach higher ranks. As time passed, a year quickly went by. On the day the rankings were announced, Shrek Academy was bustling with excitement, with people crowding everywhere. It could be said that there was no extra space for activities. The atmosphere was incredibly lively. Everyone leaped into the air towards the Sky City, entering the King's secret realm to check the situation. Soon, someone released the ranking information. The challenge rankings for the first year of the King's secret realm were as follows. First place, Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, Diamond rank 5, 1 star. Second place, Qianren Xue, Diamond rank 5, 1 star. Third place, Hulaina, Diamond rank 5, 1 star. The list continued on, densely packed, making it impossible to see the bottom at a glance. The highest ranks were held by those who had just advanced to the Diamond rank. Below Diamond were Platinum, then Gold, followed by Silver and Bronze. In the past year, all Soul Masters have been actively challenging themselves. Checking in at the King's secret realm has seemingly become a daily activity for all Soul Masters on the continent. Nowadays, the first thing people say when they meet is definitely, "Did you challenge the Sky City today?" Shortly after the rankings were announced, a familiar grand sound echoed in everyone's ears across the continent. It was loud as a bell, sounding both sacred and majestic. Upon hearing this voice, every Soul Master was filled with excitement and anticipation. They knew this was the notification sound for rewards being issued by the King's secret realm. Everyone was waiting for their rewards. The first annual challenge of the King's secret realm had ended. The rankings had been announced, and rewards were now being distributed. Upon hearing this, Bibidong's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a hint of excitement. She was looking forward to her reward. The first place reward included a 3-level increase in soul power. A perfect 100,000 year head soul bone, a perfect 100,000 year soul ring card, an increase of 10,000 years to the upper limit of all soul rings. The second place reward included a 3-level increase in soul power, a perfect 100,000 year soul ring card, a perfect 80,000 year soul bone, and an increase of 10,000 years to the upper limit of all soul rings. The third place reward included a 3-level increase in soul power, a perfect 100,000 year soul ring card, a perfect 50,000 year soul bone, and an increase of 5,000 years to the upper limit of all soul rings. Upon hearing the rewards issued by the King's secret realm, The entire continent instantly erupted in excitement. The cheers of the soul masters echoed through the skies, each one filled with enthusiasm. This reward is just too generous. Oh my god, the title Douluo instantly rises 3 levels. This reward is simply outrageous. Boo-hoo, that's the 100,000 year soul ring. Rank number 1 on the Soul Master Dream list. I didn't expect it to be given so casually. I'm crying with envy, a 100,000 year soul bone. Oh my god, this is just too exaggerated. My little heart can't take it. When did soul bones become so common? Oh wow, this is a soul bone, my goodness. Is it really that frightening? It's like wholesale cabbage. Damn, now everyone basically has a soul bone. Yeah, I don't know whether to be happy or sad. Damn it. Just when I was happy for a moment, I saw someone with a higher year limit on their soul bone, and instantly I'm not happy anymore. I'm very content. My soul ring finally has a place to go. The annual ranking is out, rewards are distributed, and all soul masters are extremely excited. The rewards from the King's secret realm far exceed everyone's expectations. It's truly astonishing. Even the legendary 100,000 year soul bones and soul rings can appear. Even titled Douluo's hearts are racing with excitement. Another soul ring, another soul bone. This scene is unimaginable. When did cultivation become so easy? This would have been like a dream in the past. Just challenging a bit every day. The progress is so much faster than, who would believe it? Nowadays, with the appearance of the King's secret realm, everything has become a reality. What simulated cultivation environment? What cultivation resources just go to hell? It's better to challenge in the King's secret realm. It's simply too enjoyable. With this batch of rewards distributed, output-type battle soul masters have clearly become the top faction on the continent. Before the emergence of extreme output flow, control systems, power attack systems, agility attack systems, etc., were all vying for dominance. Now, with output-type battle soul masters stepping onto the historical stage, other series have been suppressed. Output-type battle soul masters are the primary development direction for soul masters today. The appearance of the King's secret realm has relieved all soul masters' concerns. Everyone no longer worries about finding soul beasts to obtain soul rings. As long as they can successfully challenge, they can obtain perfect soul rings. How outrageous is that? It's known that the soul ring configuration requirements for output-type battle soul masters are very high and not easy to control. Extreme output flow must push one attribute to the extreme. Speaking of attack, the soul rings must focus entirely on additional attack attributes. Only in this way can the combat power of output-type battle soul masters be maximized. However, before perfect soul rings appeared, it was quite difficult to match such configurations. Now, all difficulties have been resolved. This is a feast for output-type battle soul masters. Seeing everyone so happy, Luban is also extremely excited at this moment. Overjoyed. At this moment, in his mind, the system's prompt sound rings again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 3rd test of the King's 9 tests, spreading extreme output flow, making it the top faction on the continent. Now issuing the 3rd test reward. Reward: a 100,000 year perfect soul ring. Soul power level increases by 10 levels. For soul rings under 1 million years, the cultivation year limit increases by 100,000 years. Reward: a 100,000 year soul bone, the King's left-hand bone. As the rewards are distributed, Luban's soul power erupts again, continuously refining his body, completing the enhancement of his entire being. This time is different from the past. It is a 100-level ascension to divinity. At this moment, Luban's body underwent an unprecedented transformation, as if he had experienced a rebirth akin to shedding his old self. This divine-level evolution made his skin crystal clear, as if it contained endless vitality and energy. Every inch of his skin resembled the purest gem, shimmering with a faint glow. This radiance is not just a simple reflection, but rather emerges from deep within the skin, like the flow of vitality. Muscle fibers are reorganizing, becoming stronger and more resilient. These muscle fibers seem to be infused with divine power. Each one is hard as steel, yet still possessing flexibility and elasticity. They lie in wait like a dormant dragon, ready to unleash astonishing strength at any moment. At the same time, the bones have become harder and denser. Each bone appears to have been forged by divine fire, purged of all impurities, becoming more pure and resilient. Luban's visage has also become more profound and sacred. In his eyes, it seems as if stars and the ocean are contained, shimmering with a deep and mysterious light. This radiance is not just the light of the soul, but also a manifestation of wisdom and insight. Every subtle change in expression seems capable of influencing the fate of the entire continent. Chapter 130. The fourth trial of the King's 9 trials begins. In the room, Luban sits cross-legged, resembling a deity. His whole body shines with golden light, and his aura becomes increasingly transcendent. 99 levels can be said to be the limit of humanity. For a limit, Douluo, progressing further is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, unless one can obtain the inheritance of a god, otherwise, relying on personal cultivation. The path ahead is basically cut off. Now, with the rewards from the third trial being distributed, Luban directly advanced from a level 90 title Douluo to 100. What does level 100 represent? For ordinary people, it is akin to being a god. Opening the personal information panel. Host, Luban Martial Soul. Divine level, Luban No. 7 Martial Soul Talent. Divine level Archer Domain, Divine Skill. Resisting Light Halo, Divine Skill. Invincible Shark Cannon, Divine Skill. 3000 Lightning Strikes, Qualification. Innate Full Soul Power, leveling up in the Wild Soul Power. 100 Soul Rings, red, gold. Gold Soul Bones. Wind Thunder Wings, Speed 1, 000. King S Body Bone, Defense 1, 000. King S Skull, Spirit 1, 000. King S Left Hand Bone, Life 1, 000. Soul Skills. Attack, 300 Attack, 300 Attack, 300 Fire Attack, 300 Wind Attack, 550 Lightning Attack, 1 000 Attack, 1 000 Attack, 1 000 Attack, 1 000 Items. Game Boy Skin Jungle Knife. Storage Bracelet. The level of soul power is quite good. Indeed, it has reached level 100. Even the Martial Soul, Luban number 7, has evolved into a divine level Martial Soul, and the talent abilities of the divine level Martial Soul have naturally evolved to divine level, transforming into a divine level Archer Domain. The 3 major skills possessed by the divine level Archer Domain have also evolved into divine skills. Luban activated the Archer Domain and discovered that the coverage area of the domain is now absurdly large. The coverage radius is at least 100 miles, which is quite terrifying. It's worth noting that previously, it was measured in meters, every time the soul power level increased by 1. The coverage area of the Archer Domain only expanded by 1 meter. Now, it directly covers 100 miles, which is indeed a terrifying evolution. The 9 soul rings, 5 red and 4 gold, look exceptionally dazzling. With the 900-year soul ring, Luban's basic attack has now reached nearly 6 million points of attack power with just a casual strike. This power is quite formidable. Apart from gods, it can be said that ordinary humans, even the limit Douluo, would not be able to withstand it. At the same time, this time, he gained a 1,000,000-year spirit bone, located in the left hand. After fusion, Luban's health points increased by 1 million. His health bar became even more robust. This means that without any protective measures and allowing others to attack, it would take many years to deplete that 1,000,000-point health bar. Truly worthy of being a level 100 deity, Luban feels that this upgrade has evolved his entire life level. He has already surpassed the limits of humanity and broken the shackles of life. A year has passed, and Luban is now just 16 years old. Reaching level 100 and becoming a deity at the age of 16 is unprecedented. If this gets out, all the forces across the continent will surely be in a state of panic. It's important to note that when Luban caused a ruckus in Soul City and defeated the many offerings of Soul City, he only had 7 soul rings at that time. Now he has a full 9 soul rings, and his soul power level has surpassed the human limit, reaching level 100. What an unimaginable thing. Ding! The fourth trial of the King's 9 trials has begun. Host, please maintain the position of the extreme output flow and defeat the Rakshasa God's avatar. Task details. The inheritance of the king has appeared, letting the extreme output flow become the #1 faction in the continent. The beliefs of the gods are being squeezed, causing dissatisfaction among the gods, and the Rakshasa god is the first to take action. His rewards have been received, and the content of the fourth trial of the King's 9 trials is released in Luban's mind. Upon seeing the content of the trial, Luban was utterly shocked. This time the opponent is actually a Rakshasa goddess avatar, which is truly terrifying. He has never faced a true deity before and is unsure of their actual strength. However, it's fortunate that it is just an avatar, so the threat should not be too great. The system hasn't provided any hints on how the Rakshasa god will attack. For now, all he can do is wait for the opponent to make a move. It seems that the continent is not as simple as it appears on the surface. It turns out that the gods all have followers in the next generation. They rely on places of inheritance to spread their faith and gain followers. Now that the king's secret realm has emerged, the soul masters of the continent have been abandoning their original beliefs to accept the inheritance of the king's secret realm, which has displeased the gods. They will be looking for trouble next. This time it is the Rakshasa god, and next time it is unknown which deity it will be. However, since it is the assessment content of the king's 9 trials, Luban naturally will not be afraid. With his current strength, he believes that even if the main gods come next, he is confident to fight against them. As a time traveler, Luban is very clear about the strength of the so-called gods in the divine realm. Back then, Tang San reached level 300 and became the sea god, and he only had 1 golden soul ring, which is far from his current strength. Thinking of this, Luban showed a smile and became even more confident. For now, he just needs to wait and see how things develop. After the annual ranking rewards of the king's secret realm were distributed, the entire continental landscape underwent a tremendous change. Soul masters who advanced to the silver rank had a chance for a soul reset, and the vast majority chose to accept it, becoming output-type battle soul masters. Given the astonishing performance of Luban and these output-type battle soul masters before, no one would be foolish enough to refuse such rewards. In no time, output-type battle soul masters quickly rose to prominence across the continent, becoming the largest group of soul masters. Control type, assault type, agility type, food type, support type, and others all took a back seat. Output type became the first choice for soul masters. Various academies began to offer new courses specifically explaining the development direction of output type martial souls. Today, the Master's 20 core competitive theories of martial souls have rapidly spread across the continent, and the Master has become the most powerful theoretical master in the entire continent. From being ignored and mocked, to various forces vying to visit and seek advice, the Master's status has undergone a tremendous transformation. All of this is thanks to the achievements of Luban, and the Master is very grateful to him. It is Luban, this direct disciple, who has allowed him to realize his life's value and made his lifelong research worthwhile. Because of the existence of the great deity Luban, Shrek Academy can now be said to be the most famous advanced soul master academy on the continent. Every year, countless students aspire to join the academy, and after rigorous selection, only the most talented individuals on the continent are qualified to enter Shrek Academy for further study. With the expansion of the extreme output flow, output-type soul masters have become the main force in battle teams during soul master competitions in major cities across the continent. All battle teams are equipped with output-type soul masters. Given the experience from the King's Secret Realm challenges, the combat levels of various battle teams have significantly improved and changed compared to before. Previously, battles focused on control-type soul masters, but now the style has shifted to center around output-type soul masters in team fights. A battle team without an output-type soul master will undoubtedly be overwhelmed, and this is beyond doubt. There are countless examples in the major soul arenas across the continent. Chapter 131, The 9th Trial of the Rakshasa. If you can't keep up, you will be eliminated. Without an output-type soul master, you will definitely be brutally defeated. The King's Secret Realm has emerged not long ago, and this has gradually become a consensus on the continent. Now, with the first annual rewards being distributed, the number of output-type soul masters has surged, and it's no longer like before when they were hard to find. Now, they have become the most numerous existence among the soul master factions. Many battle teams often have several output-type soul masters. This has put pressure on other martial soul factions, making it difficult for them to raise their heads. The extreme output flow is indeed too powerful. If a battle team dispatches 7 output-type soul masters, their attack power is extraordinarily fierce. It can be said that very few balanced teams can defeat them. The strong rise of the output flow has left other factions' soul masters in a state of great headache and helplessness. If you can't compete, just join, as the King's Secret Realm exists as a place of inheritance. Nowadays, the Sky City above Shrek Academy, the King's Secret Realm, has been revered by soul masters across the continent as the place of inheritance for the extreme output flow. It is precisely because of its existence that the development obstacles for output-type soul masters have been eliminated. The miraculous advancement methods of the King's Secret Realm have driven every soul master crazy. It has broken the days of tedious daily training. Now, You only need to easily complete a challenge each day to achieve a significant boost in soul power. This cultivation method is immensely enviable. In the Soul Hall City, at the Pope's Palace, Bibi Dong smiled with pride after receiving the annual ranking reward from the King's Secret Realm. As expected, she had secured the first place this time. At that moment, a dignified voice echoed in Bibi Dong's mind. The 8th trial of the Rakshasa 9 trials. Achieving first place in the annual ranking of the King's Secret Realm. Task completed. Reward. Soul power level increased by 3. 1 million year golden soul ring. 1 million year external soul bone. Soul devouring spiderweb. Hearing that the Rakshasa Secret Realm inheritance task was completed, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming excitement in her heart. By securing first place in the annual ranking of the King's Secret Realm, she had received a double reward. Her soul power level was raised again by 3 levels, making her a 99th level ultimate Douluo, just one step away from becoming a god. Aside from Luban, she was now confident she could defeat anyone. Even Qian Daolu would not be her match now. The only one she could not gauge was the eccentric Luban. However, she believed that once she became a god, she would naturally be able to defeat Luban and regain her face. Previously, to eliminate the disdain between Luban and the Spirit Hall, she had sacrificed her appearance and used all sorts of temptations. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, how could Bibi Dong bow her head in front of men? After she became a god, she would naturally regain her dignity. Bibi Dong possessed twin martial souls, with talent that ranked among the best in the entire continent. Her first martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, with the best configuration of soul rings, especially the last soul ring, which was a red 100,000 year soul ring. Coupled with this annual ranking reward from the King's Secret Realm, Bibi Dong's soul ring age had increased by another 10,000 years, transforming her 9 soul rings into 8 black and 1 red, which was quite terrifying. Her second martial soul was the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Originally, it had only 7 soul rings, with the 7th being a red 100,000 year soul ring. After receiving the annual ranking reward from the King's Secret Realm, Bibi Dong used a perfect soul ring card of 100,000 years to add to the 8th soul ring position. Finally, the second martial soul had only 1 soul ring position left, which was just enough to fuse and absorb this golden million-year soul ring. Bibi Dong sat cross-legged, taking deep breaths to calm her emotions. She released her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Focusing on her martial soul, she began to absorb the million-year golden soul ring. At this moment, Bibi Dong's face was shrouded in shadows, appearing exceptionally cold and mysterious. The light in the palace was dim, as if swallowed by some invisible force, while the faint cold light emanating from Bibi Dong added a strange color to this chilling scene. As the second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, was released, a massive spider silhouette appeared in the dim palace, radiating a cold and dazzling dark green light. With a thought from Bibi Dong, she began to absorb the million-year golden soul ring. Instantly, the Pope's palace was filled with a chilling and mysterious atmosphere. The golden light burst forth from the soul ring, but at the moment it came into contact with the air, it seemed to be devoured by an invisible force, becoming dim and cold. That light spread throughout the palace, rendering the entire scene eerie and sinister. As the soul ring was slowly absorbed, Bibi Dong's aura began to change gradually. Her body seemed to transform into a massive black hole, continuously devouring the surrounding energy and light. Her skin appeared pale and devoid of blood color under the reflection of the cold light, as if frozen and lifeless. Her eyes flickered with golden light, but that light was exceptionally cold and ruthless, as if it could penetrate the souls of all living beings. When a million-year golden soul ring was completely absorbed, the entire Pope's palace trembled. A chilling and powerful force erupted from Bibi Dong, as if it could freeze all life. Her body was enveloped in golden light, but that light was extraordinarily cold and dazzling, resembling a deity awakened from ice. As the light gradually faded, Bibi Dong's figure reappeared in the Pope's palace. Her face remained cold and mysterious, but her eyes sparkled with an even more brilliant and icy light. Truly worthy of the million-year golden soul ring, Bibi Dong now felt immensely powerful. With the soul ring fusion completed, Bibi Dong then turned her gaze to the dark green light. That was a million-year external soul bone, which was even more rare and precious than the million-year soul ring. Fusion. Bibi Dong focused on her martial soul and continued to absorb and fuse the soul-devouring spider web. As the soul bone integrated, Bibi Dong's body seemed to be enveloped in dark green light, which was dazzling and brilliant, shining like the sun. The originally fair and translucent skin of Bibi Dong began to show spider-web-like patterns. The patterns shimmer with golden light, as if woven from golden threads, tightly covering her skin. As the patterns emerge, Bibi Dong's body becomes more flexible and powerful. Her muscle fibers seem to be reshaped, becoming more resilient and elastic. Her bones also become harder and denser, as if they can withstand any powerful impact. When the soul-eating spider web fully integrates into Bibi Dong's body, she slowly stands up. Her posture becomes more upright and graceful, resembling a noble goddess. Powerful, Bibi Dong feels an unparalleled strength at this moment. The ninth trial of the Rakshasa is now open. After absorbing the rewards, a dignified voice echoes in Bibi Dong's mind once again. The eighth trial of the Rakshasa has been completed, and now the ninth trial is initiated. Years ago, when she took advantage of Qian Xuanji's injury and killed him, she inadvertently opened this mysterious Rakshasa secret realm. In recent years, she has been completing the 9 trials of the Rakshasa, which is why she has been able to quickly become powerful. Chapter 132. The Birth of the Evil Soul Master. Task Introduction. Maintain the faith in the Rakshasa god. Task Details. The emergence of the king's legacy poses a serious threat to the faithful's devout belief in the Rakshasa god. Strike down the output-type battle soul masters in the king's secret realm and make the Rakshasa believers the mainstream of the continent. A cold and evil voice echoed in Bibi Dong's mind, announcing the last assessment of the Rakshasa god's inheritance. As long as she passes, Bibi Dong can break through the shackles of human cultivation and become the new generation of the Rakshasa god. Originally, Bibi Dong had been looking forward to the appearance of the 9th trial of the Rakshasa. But now, seeing the content of the assessment, Bibi Dong was stunned. Striking down output-type battle soul masters and making the entire continent believe in the Rakshasa god. This task is simply hellishly difficult, almost impossible to accomplish. In the past year, with the emergence of the king's secret realm, the power of output-type soul masters on the continent has become incredibly strong, becoming the mainstream in the soul master community. How can this be suppressed? To increase followers, there must be something to attract them, but currently, there is no power that can compete with output-type soul masters. If it weren't for that freak, Luban, Bibi Dong could barely manage to exert pressure with her strength. After all, she is currently a 99th level ultimate Douluo, with a million-year soul ring and soul bones, making her a dominant force across the continent. Of course, this excludes that outlier Luban. During her time interacting with Luban, Bibi Dong felt that he was far from being as simple as he appeared. His strength was unfathomable. Moreover, he was quite knowledgeable about the rules within the king's secret realm. Logically speaking, Luban should have been her biggest competitor in this year's rankings. However, unexpectedly, he did not participate in the challenge of the king's secret realm at all. Such a generous reward is not worth looking at. When Bibi Dong thought of Luban, her mind was shrouded in confusion and hard to grasp. This bizarre young man was someone she had never encountered before. Back in Wuhuan City, Luban only showed a glimpse of his skills, yet he could easily handle the offerings of Wuhuan City, his true strength hardly revealed. This made Bibi Dong feel quite apprehensive. In the entire continent, the only person Bibi Dong truly feared was Luban. However, she didn't expect that the assessment for the 9th trial of the Rakshasa would directly confront the output-type battle soul masters represented by Luban, leaving her uncertain of victory. Lord Rakshasa, this 9th trial is too difficult. Upon receiving the task, Bibi Dong shouted in her heart, her brows furrowing. No longer the confident and composed figure she was in the papal palace. This time, I will lower a fragment of my divine power, allowing you to utilize the Rakshasa divine strength. The cold voice of the Rakshasa god echoed as a massive Rakshasa figure appeared before Bibi Dong. The figure was tall and twisted, as if composed of countless shards of darkness and evil. Its skin was a deep purple, as if scorched by fierce flames, covered with intricate black patterns that seemed like some ancient spell, shimmering with a faint glow. Its eyes were a pair of blood-red abysses, devoid of pupils, only endless darkness. When gazed upon, Bibi Dong felt a chill from the depths of her soul, as if being watched by a prehistoric beast with nowhere to escape. Around this figure, the aura of darkness and evil coalesced in a substance, forming black whirlwinds that seemed ready to devour everything. Soon, the figure approached Bibi Dong and slowly merged with her body. Bibi Dong had no chance to resist. After being possessed by the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong's aura changed dramatically. Amidst her noble beauty, there was an added touch of coldness and evil. Her eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. In the spirit hall, the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong summoned the two elders, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. In the past year, due to the emergence of the king's secret realm, output-type soul masters had taken the historical stage, causing a drastic change in the continent situation. Previously, the spirit hall had been dominant, as it was considered a holy place in the hearts of all soul masters. But now, with the appearance of the king's secret realm, everything was slowly changing. As output type became the continent's leading faction, the influence of Shrek Academy gradually caught up with the spirit hall. Especially for those output-type soul masters, Shrek Academy had become their holy place. After all, it was where the king's secret realm appeared. Regarding these changes, the two elders, Yu Xiaogang and Gue Mei, often expressed their concerns in front of Bibi Dong, repeatedly suggesting that she take measures to limit the development of Shrek Academy. I have already thought of a way to deal with Shrek Academy, Bibi Dong said calmly while holding her scepter on the Pope's throne. Without the king's secret realm, Shrek Academy is not a concern. Therefore, we essentially need to find a divine inheritance that can compete with the king's secret realm. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo frowned, expressing their confusion. When it came to divine inheritances, the spirit hall was not without them. In fact, the very foundation of the spirit hall's birth was due to the inheritance of the angel god. The divine inheritance guarded by the spirit hall is the angel god inheritance. However, the angel god inheritance currently cannot compete with the king's secret realm. The angel god inheritance is powerful, yet the selection of inheritors is extremely strict. Only soul masters with the six-winged angel spirit and possessing the bloodline of the angel god can potentially unlock the angel god inheritance. In contrast, the king's secret realm imposes no restrictions on bloodlines. Any soul master can challenge it and receive rewards. Comparing the two, the angel god inheritance can be said to be utterly defeated. Your Holiness, are you referring to the angel god inheritance? Bibi Dong shook her head and laughed coldly, saying, the angel god is merely the lowest level deity. It is not worthy to contend with the king's secret realm. Huh? Upon hearing this, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were greatly shocked. In the spirit hall, Bibi Dong was certainly the only one brave enough to say so. After all, the angel god was the most esteemed existence within the spirit hall, and no soul master dared to show any disrespect. Even titled Douluos, when facing the enormous statue of the angel god in the Douluo palace, showed utmost respect and harbored no thoughts of resistance. This time, I am referring to the Rakshasa god inheritance. I will use it to defeat the king's secret realm inheritance and restore the former glory of the spirit hall. Hiss! Upon hearing Bibi Dong mention the Rakshasa god, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were taken aback. Your Holiness, have you mastered the Rakshasa god inheritance? Bibi Dong did not deny it and nodded with a smile. I have decided to privately establish the Rakshasa organization. From now on, as long as you join, I will impart the Rakshasa god inheritance to you. Are you willing to join? Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo felt a chill run down their spines under Bibi Dong's gaze. We are always loyal to your Holiness. Heaven and earth bear witness. Very well, from now on, you two will be responsible for the spread and development of the Rakshasa organization. Make sure it becomes the largest organization on the continent in the shortest time possible. Chapter 133. The moment of hunting. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were shocked. They never expected Bibi Dong to have such grand ambitions, wanting to establish an organization even larger than the Spirit Hall. It was truly unbelievable. Your Holiness, please grant us the Rakshasa god inheritance. Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo placed their right hands on their chests and bowed respectfully. I will now impart to you a divine-level cultivation technique, the Devouring Sky Demon Technique. Cultivating the Devouring Sky Demon Technique does not require meditation or hard training. You just need to devour the soul power of other soul masters to enhance your cultivation. This technique can not only increase your cultivation level, but can also devour soul rings and soul spirits. For example, by devouring output-type battle soul masters, you can not only raise your soul power level, but also obtain their perfect soul rings and perfect soul bones. Hiss! Upon hearing Bibi Dong's introduction, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were greatly shocked. They never imagined such a heaven-defying technique existed in the world. To enhance their cultivation by devouring other soul masters was simply too outrageous. Then what's the point of training? Once one masters the Devouring Sky Demon Technique, won't their cultivation soar? Even with poor talent, one could become a titled Douluo in a short period of time. It should be noted that cultivating as a soul master is extremely tedious. One has to meditate every day just to slightly increase their soul power. Now that the devouring sky demon technique has appeared, the history of soul master cultivation is about to change. If the devouring sky demon technique is as powerful as BB Dawn described, they are very confident that the Rakshasa organization will become the largest organization on the continent in a short time. No soul master can resist the temptation of the devouring sky demon technique, especially for those with poor talent. Apart from the King's secret realm, the devouring sky demon technique will be their first choice. In the chaos of heaven and earth, where yin and yang intersect, I, in the name of the devouring sky, draw the power of all beings. With that, BB Dong imparted the devouring sky demon technique to Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo. After receiving the technique under BB Dong's guidance, Ju Douluo and Gui Douluo attempted to cultivate it. Suddenly, the surrounding soul power surged violently, quickly converging towards their bodies. Hiss! The cultivation speed is at least several times faster than usual. It's really exaggerated. Oh my god, the inheritance of the Rakshasa deity is just too powerful. This is just absorbing the thin soul power from the air. If it were to absorb from other soul masters, it would be unimaginable. The cultivation speed would definitely soar, and the soul power level would rise rapidly. BB Dong was not exaggerating. After a round of cultivation, the terrifying nature of the swallowing heaven demon skill was clearly understood by Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Strong, truly strong. This powerful technique is something they've never seen before. It truly lives up to the legacy of the gods. It's incredible. With the assistance of the sky-eating demon technique, they are confident they can reach the limit of the 99th level Douluo, a realm they once dreamed of. What was once just a thought has now become a reality. At this moment, Yu Guan and Gui Mei are extremely excited, their faces filled with joy. How about it? Do you have confidence now? BB Dong, sitting on the throne, asked indifferently. Rest assured, Your Holiness, with the incredible inheritance of the Rakshasa god. We believe it won't be long before the Rakshasa organization becomes the number one force on the continent. Gui Douluo Xin assured. Good. The sky-eating demon technique far exceeds your imagination. You can go hunt some output-type battle soul masters for an experiment. The result will definitely leave you enchanted. BB Dong looked toward the direction of Shrek Academy and said indifferently, the hunting moment has arrived. Third grandfather, why is the family making such a big fuss? My classmates are all laughing at me. The Fire Clan convoy had just left Heavendo City and was traveling on the way to Chihua City. Huowu sat in a luxurious carriage, continuously complaining to an old man. I am now a 60-level soul emperor. I can go home by myself. There is no need for you, a title Douluo, to personally come and pick me up. Huowu pouted. The family elders miss her so much that they actually sent her newly promoted title, Douluo, a third grandfather, to Shrek Academy to pick her up, making a show bigger than that of an imperial princess. What does Luban think of this? She certainly doesn't want to leave the impression of being spoiled in Luban's mind. Little Dance, you are the most gifted genius of our Fire Clan today, and the family must consider your safety. Now, with the emergence of the King's secret realm, various forces on the continent are making frequent moves, creating instability. Grandpa San cannot allow you to encounter any danger. The old man rubbed Huowu's head, his face full of indulgence. With Huowu's current talent, it won't be long before the Fire Clan gains another title Douluo. Moreover, Huowu definitely has the opportunity to break through level 95 and become a peak Douluo. In this way, our Fire Clan's position on the entire continent will be even more solid. However, as soon as the old man's words fell, a cold wind blew in. It knocked the caravan into chaos. At this moment, a hoarse voice came. Huolai, you think too highly of yourself. You can't even protect yourself. Yet you think about protecting others. Who is it? Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly stood up and walked out of the carriage. He saw two figures in black clothes and ghost masks standing on a hill not far from the road. The fact that they were able to directly call out his name indicated that they certainly knew him. To dare provoke a title Douluo, it was clear that the two people on the opposite side were likely also title Douluo. Little Dance, don't look back. Run to Heavendo City as fast as you can. Huolai, sensing the killing intent radiating from the opposite side, hurriedly shouted at Huowu. No, Grandpa San, I want to fight alongside you. Nonsense. The battle between title Douluo is not something you can interfere with. Seeing Huowu's stubbornness, the old man's expression became serious, and he sternly reprimanded her. Fire Clan guards, obey orders. Escort Little Dance back to Heavendo City. With Huolai's command, two Soul Sage strongmen from the Fire Clan forcibly took Huowu and ran wildly towards Heavendo City. Huolai let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that the other side did not stop them. Huolai, you have misunderstood one thing. Our target today is you, not that little girl from your fire clan. Then let's see if you have that capability. Seeing Huo Wu run far away, Huolai immediately stopped holding back and directly released his martial soul, the one-horned fire Tyrannosaurus. He unleashed his martial soul's true form, preparing to confront the enemy. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings swirling around him, the might of a title Douluo was fully displayed. Hayu, a newly advanced level 90 title Douluo, dare to act in front of us. You really have a lot of courage. The 2 figures opposite, seeing Huolai take action, smirked and couldn't help but tease. A level 90 title Douluo is practically a small shrimp in their eyes. It must be known that for title Douluo, every level up is extremely difficult, and their strength undergoes earth-shaking changes. How could it be you? Upon seeing the 2 on the opposite side release their martial souls, Huolai instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 134. The nightmare of output-type battle soul masters. The opponent's martial souls were very obvious, and as soon as they were released, Huolai immediately recognized their identities. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was evident, and he knew he was doomed. Why are you targeting our fire clan? In the end, Huolai asked unwillingly. According to reason, given the identities and status of the 2 on the opposite side in the continent, it was impossible for them to directly act against major forces. Use your life to verify something. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, when the members of the fire clan returned, each one was in a sorry state. Luban, you must save my grandpa San. As soon as she returned, Huo Wu found Luban and cried, recounting what had happened on the way. Upon hearing this, Luban frowned, feeling very puzzled. He didn't expect that someone would act against the fire clan and a title Douluo at this time. Let Huo Wu lead the team straight to Heaven Do City. I want to see what's going on. However, by the time they arrived, the 2 black-clad figures had long since disappeared. There was also no sign of Huo Wu's grandpa San, Huolai, at the scene. Luban stood on the hill and looked around, discovering that there were no traces of intense fighting nearby. Given the current situation, either neither side had fought, or the opponent's power far exceeded Huolai's, leaving him no chance to resist. Huo Wu, don't worry for now. I will take you back to Chihua City to see if your grandpa, San, has returned to the fire clan. Luban comforted her. The situation was unclear, and it was not time to draw conclusions. Huo Wu nodded upon hearing this, and then the group headed towards the fire clan's base, Chihua City. In a secluded courtyard in Wuhuan City, title Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Ofthe Mei were sitting cross-legged in a secret room, practicing the devouring heaven demon technique. In front of them lay a corpse. It was none other than the missing Huolai. After just receiving the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, Yu Guan and Gue Mei naturally wanted to experiment. As the techniques operated, a chilling wind surrounded the 2, and demonic energy intertwined, resembling 2 black holes, frantically devouring Huolai's soul power. Level 96. About an hour later, the 2 exclaimed in unison. Their cultivation directly advanced from level 95 to peak Douluo level 96. This cultivation level is already sufficient to enter the Douluo Hall and become a worshipper. It is known that advancing a rank as a title Douluo is extremely difficult. According to the normal cultivation speed, it would take at least 100 years. However, with the assistance of the sky-eating demonic art, they achieved the cultivation level they had longed for in just 1 hour, which excited both Jute Douluo and Ghost Douluo. This guy doesn't even have soul bone. What a poor fellow. Jute Douluo looked at the fire-like corpse that had turned to dust and expressed his regret. Be content. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Ghost Douluo Guemei said with a calm smile. That's true. After all, this guy has just recently advanced to title Douluo. We can find more prey later. Seeing Yueguan licking his lips with an insatiable look, Guemei shook his head and warned. The death of a title Douluo will surely cause a significant stir on the continent. We must not act rashly from now on to avoid exposing our identities and affecting His Holiness, the Pope's plans. Mentioning Bibi Dong made Jute Douluo shiver instinctively. Her plans absolutely cannot fail, otherwise their lives would be at stake. Currently, Bibi Dong exudes an increasingly mysterious and unpredictable aura. Just a glance from her sends chills down one's spine. Her plan must not fail. The most important task now is to exaggerate the scale of the Rakshasa organization. After some discussion, Yueguan and Guemei quickly took action. In the following year, under the cover of the Spirit Hall, the Rakshasa organization developed at an astonishing speed. Due to the extraordinary cultivation effect of the sky-eating demonic art, the Rakshasa organization quickly gained a large number of followers. Output-type soul masters became the hunting targets of these followers, especially the excellent output-type soul masters, who received generous rewards from the king's secret realm and naturally attracted special attention. A young man around 30, just leaving the Heaven Do Grand Soul Arena, was targeted by someone. Top, top, top. As Shueyue passed through a remote street, he was blocked by two figures. Shueyue, we've been watching you for a long time. We hope you will join our organization. Your future will be even brighter. I have no interest in joining a group like yours, hiding behind masks, and too afraid to show your faces. Shueyue felt a chill from the two in front of him, making him uncomfortable. At 30 years old, with the cultivation of a level 70 soul sage, his talent was also highly regarded by the royal family. He had no desire to join another force. Besides, with the king's secret realm in play, he had no intention of getting involved in any crooked paths. Young man, think carefully. Anyone who rejects our soul masters has only one outcome: death. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Stop the nonsense. This is Heaven Do City, and we won't allow you pests to act recklessly. As a direct descendant of the royal family, Shueyue shouted in anger. If you wish to die, then I will grant you that. Respected Rakshasa God, as your messenger, I will grant death to those soul masters who slander your authority. It was only when the opponents moved that Shueyue realized the seriousness of the situation. The two people in front of him, wearing ghostly masks, turned out to be titled Douluos with 8 rings, and they had the best soul ring configurations. This situation clearly isn't trivial. He didn't expect the opponent to act so unscrupulously, considering this is the capital of the Heaven Do Empire. Just like that, the royal prodigy Shueyue, without having time to react, became nourishment for the Rakshasa organization. Faced with 2 8-ring soul Douluos, he, a newly promoted level 70 soul saint, was naturally no match for them. The gap was too large, and he didn't even have a chance to retaliate before being killed in a single blow. In the following period, there were a series of soul masters who went missing across the continent, and many of them were talented youths from various major forces, quickly drawing significant attention. Moreover, these missing disciples all shared a common characteristic. The vast majority of them were output-type battle soul masters, standing out in talent and strength among their peers. This sudden situation has caused a stir in the soul master community. People are discussing it endlessly, with various speculations circulating. Have you heard? A few days ago, Shueyue also went missing. He is the most talented direct prince of the Snow Star Prince's mansion. It's not just Shueyue. Many disciples from the 7 great sects have also disappeared. Not to mention disciples. Even elders have gone missing. Indeed, many elders at the Soul Douluo level from the 10 great families have disappeared. Phew, the Soul Douluo situation is still manageable. But I heard that a titled Douluo guardian elder from the Fire Clan has been missing for over half a year. My goodness, this is too terrifying. What on earth is happening? Ooh, could it be that someone is deliberately targeting our output-type battle soul masters? It is indeed frightening. I heard that all major forces are now in full battle preparation mode, increasing protection for the output-type battle soul masters and their clans. Why is this happening? Who is targeting us? Chapter 135. The Water Family is attacked Shrek Academy, Conference Hall. Huowudi, Shui Luotian, Fombatian, and other heads of the 10 great families have gathered together. They came to find Lu Ban for a solution. Currently, the entire continent is acting in an extremely strange manner, and all the big shots feel a sense of an impending storm. Moreover, this storm's power is surely beyond their imagination. In more than half a year since Walai went missing, they have used all means and resources to investigate, but have found nothing. Furthermore, judging from the frequent disappearance incidents occurring below, Walai's disappearance is not an isolated event. There must be a force behind it. It's terrifying to think deeply about it. Initially, everyone suspected that the Spirit Hall was behind the scenes. After some investigation, they found that the Spirit Hall was unaware, which made the situation even more serious. When did such a mysterious and unpredictable dark force appear on the continent? Lu Ban, we need you to step forward now. Only then might we uncover the hidden hand behind this. Indeed, the methods of this dark force are extremely covert. Once they strike, they leave no trace whatsoever. That's right. The most critical point is that even titled Douluos can disappear without a trace. What kind of strength does it take to achieve that? Reborn, you must stand up for the output-type battle soul masters. If this dark wave targeting output-type battle soul masters does not end, it will greatly affect the development of output-type soul masters. The big shots exchanged their views and shared recent intelligence. Lu Ban nodded in agreement. You all can rest assured. I will personally investigate this matter. Lu Ban frowned and said coldly, I want to see who is causing trouble behind the scenes. Goodness, To dare target the output-type Battle Soul masters like this is clearly a slap at his face. Luban pretended to be angry on the surface, but inside, he remained exceptionally calm. The task description for the fourth test of the King S9 trials is very clear. He knows who this opponent is, but without evidence. He cannot speak out directly. Since the task was issued, he has been waiting for the opponent to make a move. BB Dong, I want to see what tricks you are playing. Luban coldly snorted in his heart. Since BB Dong has made a move, it's time for him to strike back. He has waited a long time for this moment. That night, shortly after Shui Luotian left Shrek Academy and returned to Tinshui City, an unusual situation occurred. The Shui residence was suddenly surrounded by a group of men in black. Shui Luotian, the entire Tinshui City is now under our control. You can either join us or die, said the leader of the black-robed men in a hoarse voice. To annex the Shui family, you really have some audacity. Shui Luotian replied, directly releasing his martial soul, the frost giant dragon, with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings swirling around him, showcasing the aura of a title Douluo. Heh, you're a title Douluo at level 91, quite bold indeed. Just as Shui Luotian unleashed his martial soul, the black-robed figure opposite him also displayed the same 9 soul rings. However, the golden martial soul's light was exceptionally brilliant and flickered, making it highly recognizable. The elders of the Shui family, including Shui Luotian, immediately recognized the identity of the visitor. The golden chrysanthemum? You are the chrysanthemum Douluo? Shui Luotian questioned thoughtfully. Our Shui family has always kept to ourselves and never interfered with the spirit hall. Why are you targeting us? Recognizing the chrysanthemum Douluo, Shui Luotian pressed for an answer. Without a doubt, the shadow standing beside the chrysanthemum Douluo was his old partner, the ghost Douluo. Both of them had long been famous on the continent and had considerable prestige. We are not here representing the spirit hall, but rather the Rakshasa god. We hope your Shui family can join the Rakshasa organization and worship the Rakshasa god. The chrysanthemum Yueguan explained lightly. After all, the Shui family was one of the top 10 families on the continent, and they had strength. It was best not to resort to violence if possible. The spirit hall has always revered the angel god. When did they change their faith? This is the first I've heard of it, Shui Luotian said with a smirk, a hint of mockery in his eyes. The spirit hall's orthodoxy was clearly rooted in the angel god, and their martial soul was also the 6-winged angel, known to all on the continent. He never expected that the chrysanthemum Douluo and the others had secretly changed their faith. Such audacity was truly remarkable. If this matter spreads, he believes that the spirit hall's offerings will personally take action to clean up the mess without them lifting a finger. The angel god only blesses a few individuals, while the Rakshasa god has a heart of compassion. Join us, and you will experience the immense benefits of believing in the Rakshasa god. The last advice came from Ju Douluo. Our Shui family will not become a subsidiary of any force, nor will we believe in any deity. Shui Luotian coldly rejected. Now that Ju Douluo dares to openly reveal his identity, they must have made all the preparations. Tonight, the Shui family is destined to face a great calamity. Everyone that can escape is one less. We must quickly spread the news of everything happening here to prepare other forces on the continent. At this moment, Shui Luotian appeared to be negotiating with Ju Douluo, but secretly he was already using soul power to communicate with the guardian elders, discussing countermeasures. Later, he would do his best to hold off Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, find time for everyone to escape. Martial soul, true body, frost giant dragon. Then, with a light shout, Shui Luotian took the lead and directly unleashed his 7th soul skill, the true body of the frost giant dragon, activating the frost domain. The surrounding air seemed to be solidified by an invisible force. The temperature plummeted sharply, and a bone-chilling cold spread out. A powerful breath of frost erupted from the mouth of the frost dragon, quickly spreading throughout the water mansion. Within the frost domain, Shui Luotian's attack power, defense, speed, strength, and all attributes doubled instantly. 9th soul skill, Frost Annihilation Wave. Enhanced by the domain, Shui Luotian unleashed his strongest strike. After optimization with the Soul Reset card, his 9th soul skill had completely transformed into a ranged output skill. Compared to before, its power increased several times. At this moment, the frost dragon that Shui Luotian transformed into gathered all the frost power within its body, forming a massive blue energy wave. Then, with its mouth wide open, the energy wave was suddenly released, a dazzling blue light directly striking against Douluo Ju and Douluo Gui. Wherever the frost annihilation wave passed, Even the air froze into ice, as if time stood still at that moment. Anything affected by the wave was instantly encased in ice, collapsing into fragments in extreme cold. The scene was quite spectacular. Oomph. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating oneself. Seeing Shui Luotian take action, Douluo Gue sneered coldly. Ghostly form. Douluo Gue instantly released his martial soul and manifested his true form. The ghostly domain quickly expanded. Ninth soul skill, Hell Spirit. Then, he decisively unleashed his ninth soul skill. Under the cover of the ghostly domain, the night was as dark as ink, with gusts of eerie wind, and an incredibly huge pair of shadowy black hands stretched out from the ground. Instantly extending hundreds of meters high, they reached for the frost dragon. Chapter 136. The Emergence of the Rakshasa Organization. The ghostly hands, accompanied by the ghostly domain, spread out, swallowing the frost domain in darkness. The momentum was tremendous. Shui Luotian's ninth soul skill, the Frost Annihilation Wave, was directly shattered by the ghostly hands of Hell Spirit. Shui Luotian, transformed into the Frost Dragon, was firmly grasped by the enormous shadowy hands. For a moment, the roar of the dragon echoed above the water mansion. How is this possible? You're a peak Douluo of level 96? Caught off guard in the exchange, Shui Luotian exclaimed in shock. He had already sensed Douluo Gue's cultivation. The soul power was so abundant that it clearly surpassed level 95. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Douluo Gue sneered. The skeletal face in the darkness was quite eerie. Just as Douluo Gue finished speaking, a whistling sound cut through the air and a frost giant arrow shot toward him. However, the target of this arrow was not Douluo Gue, but Shui Luotian, who was restricted in movement. Ofthe. Shui Luotian was pierced through the heart by the arrow, spitting out blood, and turned to look back. Great elder Yu? Betrayed by his own, Shui Luotian's face was filled with rage and indignation. No wonder the enemy could silently enter the water mansion and quickly take control of Tianshui City. It turned out there was a traitor among the water clan's guardian elders. The Rakshasa god is not something a mere human can challenge. Luotian, you should go. The water clan will become even stronger under my leadership. The great elder slowly approached from a distance, speaking indifferently. At this moment, the master of the water clan, Shui Luotian, lay on the ground, having lost his breath. His wide-open eyes showed a look of dying without closing. His face was filled with regret. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything to remedy it. The water clan was willing to become followers of the Rakshasa god and accept the Rakshasa god's legacy. The great elder of the water clan knelt on one knee before Douluo and Douluo Gue, expressing submission. The news of the change in the water clan's leadership spread across the continent the next day, causing a stir throughout. Oh my, the master of the water clan, Shui Luotian, has also gone missing. It is truly unbelievable. Yes, in less than a year, 2 titled Douluos have gone missing, which is terrifying upon reflection. The disappearance of the master and the 6 guardian elders caused the water clan's strength to suffer a loss of over half. It was indeed tragic. Sigh, the water clan can only be at the bottom of the 10 great families from now on. What on earth happened? The events that transpired on the continent this past year have been too strange. When the news of Shui Luotian and the 6 guardian elders of the water clan went missing spread, all forces on the continent were greatly shaken. Each one was extremely anxious. As the saying goes, the unknown is the most terrifying, now that so many strange things have occurred. Yet various forces have not been able to find a single clue. This is too terrifying. Even it can't escape misfortune. So how can ordinary forces have the power to face it? With strange events occurring one after another, the various forces across the continent are on edge, filled with fear. This time it was the Shui family, and next time it might be their turn. Shrek Academy. Upon learning that her family was in trouble, Shui Binger turned pale and was filled with grief. Luban, you must avenge the Shui family. Shui Binger found Luban and cried out with tears streaming down her face. With her father missing, she felt an ominous premonition in her heart, knowing that her father was likely in grave danger. In the past 6 months on the continent, so many soul masters had gone missing, and each one that appeared alive again was a miracle. This really illustrates the problem. I will accompany you back to Tianshui City to investigate the situation. Luban nodded. His brow furrowed. He hadn't expected the other party to act so quickly. Their appetite was growing, and now they were directly targeting the 10 great families. Next, Luban used the disguise effect of the gaming character's god-level skin again, transforming into a close made beside Shui Binger. Following Shui Binger, They left Shrek Academy and returned to the Shui family's headquarters in Tianshui City. Binger, you're back. Now that Shui Luotian was in trouble. The Shui family was under the control of the Grand Elder, Shui Chongtian. Seeing Shui Binger and others return, Shui Chongtian showed a sad expression and offered some words of comfort. Luotian and the elders have only gone missing. I believe they will be fine. Among the 12 great guardian elders of the Shui family, only 6 remained, and aside from the high-end combat power, the lower ranks hadn't lost many members. Uncle, where did my father and the others go missing? As soon as Shui Binger returned to the family, she began to inquire carefully. Third, not long ago, they just broke through to level 90, and Luotian and the others decided to go to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts and obtain soul rings. Unfortunately, they haven't returned after such a long time. Afterward, I personally went to the Stardow Forest to search but found no trace of them. The Grand Elder vividly recounted the events. Shui Binger and her group did not notice anything unusual. In the backyard of the Shui mansion, where Shui Luotian once lived, Shui Binger sat in the main hall, rubbing her brow, looking heavy-hearted. Luban, disguised as a maid, stood beside her. The Grand Elder has a problem. Luban activated the Archer domain, forming a protective barrier to prevent others from eavesdropping. My uncle has a problem? How is that possible? Hearing Luban's words, Shui Binger's eyes widened in shock. What did you discover? What was the Grand Elder's cultivation level before? Luban asked in return. Level 90 title Douluo, Shui Binger replied. But now his soul power has reached level 92. Don't you find it strange that he has risen 2 levels in such a short time? Level 92 title Douluo? That's impossible, Shui Binger exclaimed. Advancing a level as a title Douluo is extremely difficult. Under normal cultivation speed, it would take at least several decades to advance 1 level. Without a fortuitous encounter, an ordinary title Douluo would need at least 100 years to level up. How could the Grand Elder have gone from level 90 to level 92 in such a short time? It's simply impossible. You didn't see it wrong, did you? Shui Binger asked blankly. She was very unwilling to believe that this was true. But she knew Luban's strength well. He wouldn't joke about such things. It can't be wrong. Luban shook his head. He is currently at level 100, and his spiritual power has evolved into divine consciousness. Moreover, with the enhancement of 1,000,000 points of divine consciousness power from the King's Skull, the strength of his divine consciousness has transcended the human realm and reached the god level. Investigating a level 92 title Douluo will naturally not be mistaken. Just wait. A fox will eventually show its tail, and given their style of action, this will happen quickly. Luban spoke calmly. Next, we just need to wait patiently. Their target is usually output-type Battle Soul Masters, and now that Shui Binger, the best target, has appeared, I don't believe they won't be tempted. Luban estimated that they were already formulating an action plan against Shui Binger at that moment. Shui Binger's talent was the best in the entire Shui family, and she was an output-type Soul Master. Even among extreme output types, her talent was among the best on the continent. Hearing this, Shui Binger's expression turned cold. She didn't expect her uncle to have a problem. Chapter 137. The expedition against Bibi Dong. Shui Binger clenched her hands tightly, nodding in understanding. She would cooperate with Luban's actions. With Luban by her side, she felt incredibly secure. Soon, a day passed, and the entire Shui mansion was unusually quiet, with no unusual occurrences. Shui Binger wasn't anxious. During the day, she continued to act busy, investigating the missing cases. Until the next evening, Shui Binger was sitting cross-legged in her room, cultivating. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept in, and the soul guide lights in the room went out. Then a shadow appeared. Who is it? Shui Binger shouted urgently. At the same time, she released her martial soul, Ice Phoenix, with 6 soul rings swirling around her, ready to attack at any moment. Hee. No need to shout. Shouting louder won't help. This place has been blocked by my domain, and no one outside will hear any sound from inside the room. A hoarse, piercing voice came out. The shadow didn't care at all about Shui Binger's actions. It was clear that someone who could use a domain was a titled level expert. So how could they care about the resistance of a mere 6-ring soul emperor? Little girl, you have great talent. Join our Rakshasa organization, and your future will be infinitely bright. What if I don't join? Shui Binger said coldly, without a trace of panic in her heart. Join us, and I guarantee you will advance to title Douluo within 10 years. If you don't join us, there will be only one outcome, death. The hoarse voice sounded again, with an undeniable tone. Where are my father and the others? Shui Binger continued to inquire. They rejected the Rakshasa god and naturally suffered the punishment of the Rakshasa god. Little girl, you are still young. I don't want you to be as stubborn as those old fossils. Becoming a believer of the Rakshasa god is your honor. Learning that her father and others had encountered misfortune, Shui Binger trembled all over, her face filled with anger. You killed my father. I will never let you go. What nonsense, Rakshasa god. I will kill all of you who hide in the shadows and dare not show yourselves to avenge my father and the elders. Saying this, Shui Binger stopped talking and directly attacked. Her ultimate beast martial soul, Ice Phoenix, transformed into a giant ice arrow, resembling a phoenix, carrying extreme ice attribute power, and struck towards the shadow. Sigh, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it, so don't blame me. As the shadow's words fell, a dark green light flashed in the room. It transformed into a soul power rope, directly binding the incoming Ice Phoenix. Ink Flood Dragon Domain. You are Shui Chongtian? Seeing the Ink Flood Dragon Domain, Shui Binger immediately recognized the identity of the shadow. Binger, you are still as clever as ever, but unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong path. Shui Chongtian sighed. After becoming a believer of the Rakshasa god, in his heart, the Rakshasa god was the only one, and he would not allow anyone to question it, not even close relatives. Shui Chongtian, as a direct elder of the Shui family, why do you betray the family? What face will you have to meet the ancestors after you die? After recognizing Shui Chongtian's identity, Shui Binger began to curse. Mortal, your knowledge is truly limited. Only by accepting the Rakshasa god's inheritance will you understand how vast this world is. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Death? Gods do not die. In the future, when I achieve godhood, the entire Shui family will only be proud of me. Shui Chongtian laughed wildly, his eyes burning with intensity. Like an exceedingly loyal believer. Go ahead, those who dare to disrespect the Rakshasa god must die, Shui Chongtian said coldly, narrowing his eyes. A shadow of a black dragon surged directly towards Shui Binger. I really want to know what Bibi Dong has given you that makes you so reverent toward the Rakshasa god. At that moment, a figure in green appeared before Shui Binger, gripping the arrow of the black dragon with his hand and saying calmly, "This level of attack power is simply child's play for Luban. Who are you?" Suddenly, a helper appeared beside Shui Binger and easily neutralized his attack, causing Shui Chongtian's pupils to contract sharply. To be able to take his blow so easily, it was obvious that the opponent was also a titled Douluo level existence. Moreover, the opponent even mentioned Bibi Dong right away, which greatly shocked Shui Chongtian. He didn't expect the person opposite to know so much about their Rakshasa organization. Me? You should know me. Saying this, Luban directly removed his disguise, revealing his true form. Luban? You're Luban? Upon seeing Luban appear, Shui Chongtian couldn't help but shiver all over. Luban's reputation is such that no soul master on the continent is unaware of it. He is a top existence capable of easily defeating the offerings of the Spirit Hall. Seeing Luban appear, Shui Chongtian was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder split, and he turned to flee. Did I let you go? At this moment, Luban's 100-level cultivation was displayed, and his powerful aura directly pressured Shui Chongtian, rendering him unable to move. He stood there in a daze, filled with terror. Without needing to make a move, just relying on his aura was enough to bind him. My God, what kind of cultivation is this? Shui Chongtian no longer had the arrogance from before. His whole body was cold. He felt like an ant in Luban's eyes, ready to be crushed at any moment. Terrifying, Luban's power is truly too terrifying. Seeing that Luban had not made a move and only relied on his aura to pressure Shui Chongtian, Shui Binger was equally shocked. She knew Luban was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. His power was even more elusive than it was a few years ago in Spirit City. It should be noted that Shui Chongtian was a 92-level titled Douluo, not just any random person. To be so easily subdued was truly unimaginable. Can we talk now? Luban flicked his fingers, and the soul guide lights in the room flickered again. He sat down, and his soul power transformed into a large hand, directly lifting Shui Chongtian in front of him. As long as you can spare my life, I will say anything. Shui Chongtian knelt down and begged for mercy. You have committed many evil deeds. Afterwards, I will leave you with a complete corpse and ensure that your lineage is not implicated. This is my bottom line, Luban said lightly. Shui Chongtian had killed so many people. According to the Shui family's rules, it would be difficult for him to survive, so he naturally wouldn't spare him. Upon hearing this, Shui Chongtian collapsed to the ground. After pondering for a long time, he finally nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, he was indeed asking for it. Being able to preserve their lineage now is already quite good. The organization I joined is called Rakshasa. Joining Rakshasa will make you a believer of the Rakshasa god and gain the inheritance. After that, Yu Xiaogang detailed everything he knew about the Rakshasa organization. The Rakshasa inheritance. The devouring heaven demon technique. By devouring soul masters, one can rapidly increase their cultivation. Hearing what Yu Xiaogang said, Luban's eyes suddenly lit up. So that's how it is. No wonder the Rakshasa organization developed so quickly. Possessing such a monstrous evil technique is indeed tempting. With this explanation, everything became clear. No wonder so many output-type battle soul masters had gone missing. They had all become nourishment for the Rakshasa organization. I have found the evidence. BB Dong. Your good days are over. Chapter 138. The Polar Stillness Domain. Heaven Do City, Shrek Academy. In the VIP room, after the King's secret realm appeared, soul masters flocked to Shrek Academy to challenge it every day. For this reason, Flender specifically built huge buildings to accommodate these soul masters. In the VIP room, leaders of various major forces gathered. The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Shu, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Emperor Baihu, the leaders of the 7 major sects, and the heads of the 10 great families, the top forces on the continent, all came. Because today, it was a gathering called by Luban to respond to the recent continuous disappearances of soul masters on the continent. I have investigated the matter thoroughly. The Rakshasa organization is behind the scenes, worshipping the Rakshasa god, and has obtained a magical technique that allows them to increase their cultivation by devouring other soul master soul power. Saying this, Luban clapped his hands, signaling the Shui family's elder, Shui Chongtian, to come forward to state his crimes. Shui Chongtian revealed everything he knew about the Rakshasa organization. Hearing this, all the big shots present were astonished. Each of them widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. It turned out that everything was being manipulated by BB Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. No wonder they couldn't find any clues. With the Spirit Hall, the #1 force on the continent, providing cover, it was indeed difficult to uncover the Rakshasa organization. Luban, how do you plan to handle this matter? Emperor Shuya asked seriously. After all, BB Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall and has a significant influence across the continent. Moving against her would inevitably trigger a war in the Soul Master world. Since BB Dong dared to commit such heinous acts, she must be publicly denounced. Upon hearing that Luban intended to take action against BB Dong, all the big shots present took a collective breath. Even if the 2 empires and the 7 major sects joined forces, they would still not be a match for the Spirit Hall. They didn't expect Luban to have such boldness. Considering Luban's strength, everyone slowly felt relieved. He was able to single-handedly challenge the offerings of the Spirit Hall years ago. So denouncing BB Dong would indeed not be a problem. After some discussion, the big shots quickly issued a joint denunciation announcement, revealing BB Dong's secret formation of the Rakshasa organization and her covert harm to soul masters. Once the news broke, it instantly caused a sensation across the continent. My God, I didn't expect the disappearances of soul masters to be the doing of BB Dong. The sky is falling, and the days ahead will not be calm. The Rakshasa organization is so despicable, actually devouring soul masters to increase their cultivation. How is this any different from soul beasts? Exactly. How could BB Dong, with such a venomous heart, do this as the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Boo-hoo. Please let Luban and Shrek Academy uphold justice for us. Spirit City, Pope's Palace. Upon receiving the news, Ghost Douluo and Juice Douluo hurriedly found BB Dong to discuss countermeasures. With the Rakshasa organization exposed, how to operate next still required BB Dong to make a decision. No need to worry. The Rakshasa organization revealing itself is only a matter of time. BB Dong sat on the throne, crossing her legs, and said calmly. She didn't pay any attention to the reactions from the outside world. Denounce me? Let them come if they have the ability. BB Dong's lips curled up, her face filled with confidence. With her current strength, aside from being uncertain about Luban's power, she has no rivals on the entire continent. Even against Luban, she is confident of winning. BB Dong is very confident in her own strength. BB Dong, what exactly are you doing? However, at that moment, the offerings of the Spirit Hall arrived. The angel god is the faith of the Spirit Hall. But BB Dong privately changed her faith, which has already touched the bottom line of the Spirit Hall. The second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo. The third offering, Qingwan Douluo. The fourth offering, Zhonglian Douluo. The fifth offering, Guangling Douluo. The sixth offering, Qianjun Douluo. And the seventh offering, Jiaoma Douluo, except for Qian Daolu. The 6 great offerings of the Spirit Hall gathered to question BB Dong. The Spirit Hall is the Spirit Hall. I am me. Bibi Dong looked at the offerings calmly and said, "The Spirit Hall worships the angel god, which does not affect the Rakshasa organization's worship of the Rakshasa god. You are being reckless. You are the Pope of the Spirit Hall." The golden crocodile, Douluo, angrily scolded Bibi Dong. In their eyes, Bibi Dong had clearly betrayed the Spirit Hall and become a heretic. How dare she secretly engage in other beliefs under the guise of the Spirit Hall? This was blasphemy against the angel god. Whatever I do, it's not up to you old fellows to point fingers at me. Bibi Dong slammed her staff onto the ground, her eyes flashing with cold light as she stood up proudly. Then, 8 black and 1 red soul rings appeared, emitting a powerful pressure that made all the offerings in the hall feel oppressed and unable to move, their hearts filled with terror. What a strong sense of oppression. Bibi Dong's current strength was actually stronger than the grand offering Qian Daolu, which was truly unbelievable. No wonder the grand offering had been enduring and hadn't taken action against Bibi Dong. Remember, even if the angel god personally descends, she has no right to judge me. Bibi Dong scanned the area below and said domineeringly, exuding a kingly aura all over her body. Then, accompanied by the Juve Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, she headed toward Shrek Academy. They also had to enter the king's secret realm for challenges every day. This has become a habit of clocking in. As Bibi Dong left the Pope's palace, the golden crocodile Douluo and the others who served there were all sweating profusely, filled with inexplicable shock. They never expected Bibi Dong to be so arrogant. Nowadays, she doesn't even regard them, the elders of the palace, with any respect. It's too much. Once the young lady completes the Angel 9 trials, she will naturally seek justice for us. The golden crocodile Douluo coldly remarked while watching Bibi Dong's departing figure. With the Angel 9 trials about to conclude, this was not the time to fall out with Bibi Dong. At Shrek Academy, when Bibi Dong and the group from the Spirit Hall appeared boldly once again, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone hurriedly distanced themselves, fearing to be caught in the crossfire of a great battle. The clash between title Douluos was not something ordinary soul masters could participate in. In the grand square, Bibi Dong was followed by the members of the Spirit Hall, standing face to face with Luban and the leaders of the 10 great families behind him. Bibi Dong, I didn't expect you to dare to appear, Luban said with a calm smile. Bold, audacious. Seeing Luban's disrespect towards Bibi Dong, Yu Guan and Gue Mei shouted in unison, reprimanding him. Junior, you are truly arrogant. Let's teach you a lesson. Knowing Luban's extraordinary strength, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo did not hold back and immediately unleashed their martial spirits, employing their strongest attack techniques. Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Polar Stillness Domain. Zhu Douluo's figure rapidly transformed as vibrant chrysanthemums blossomed from him, petals flying and emitting a faint fragrance. At the same time, Gue Douluo's figure became indistinct, seemingly merging with the surrounding shadows, giving a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. As both shouted in unison, the martial soul fusion skill was activated. The strange mushroom-like chrysanthemum transformed into a dazzling spectacle, while Gue Douluo turned into a dark, ghostly figure. The two intertwined, forming a massive light ring that instantly enveloped Luban within it. Chapter 139, Great Battle with Bibi Dong under the coverage of the Polar Stillness Domain. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. As a dual attribute domain, the Polar Stillness Domain could simultaneously freeze the opponent's soul skills and movements. This is the signature skill of Juve Douluo and Gue Douluo, which causes most title Douluo to change their expressions in fear. This control skill is quite terrifying. Once caught, one becomes like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Seeing Luban standing still, the members of Shrek Academy were all extremely worried. Believe in Luban. Just as everyone was about to intervene, they were stopped by the master. At this moment, the clash between the continent's top powers was beyond their ability to interfere. Moreover, he believed his student would not act recklessly. Based on his understanding of Luban, that kid had never suffered a loss. As soon as the master finished speaking, the opposing Juve Douluo, Yu Xiaogang, saw Luban being controlled and decisively unleashed his strongest attack spirit skill for a finishing blow. 8th spirit skill, Flowing Light 10,000 The petals of the miraculous heavenly chrysanthemum transformed into a gigantic golden sword, piercing towards Luban's heart. The speed was so fast that it gave everyone no time to react. Shui Binger, Huo Wu, and others all closed their eyes, their faces filled with worry. Slashing, the giant sword struck Luban, sparks flying everywhere, dazzlingly bright. Weak too weak. At this moment, Luban's eyes shifted slightly, revealing a lively glint. The corners of his mouth curled up, a teasing expression spreading across his face. In the stunned silence of the crowd, he extended his right hand and gently clapped. Like swatting away mosquitoes, he directly dispersed the golden giant sword formed from the miraculous heavenly chrysanthemum. Puff! With the eighth spirit skill broken, Yu Xiaogang suffered a severe backlash, spitting out blood. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. How could you break the polar stillness domain's confinement in such a short time?" Beside him, Gui Mei was equally terrified. To easily evade their martial soul fusion skill, one would need to have a spirit power level at least 2 ranks higher than theirs. They were currently peak title Douluo at level 96. Thus, for Luban to make sense, he would need to have reached level 98. However, just a few years ago, Luban was only a 7-ring soul Douluo. In such a short time to advance to level 98, they absolutely do not believe it. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost. You are not even worthy to fight me. Ofthe. Hearing Luban's mocking words, Yu Xiaogang was once again so angry that he spat out blood. Indeed, you have the qualification to make me take action. Not far away, Dong saw this and smiled calmly as she walked out. Luban, how about we make a bet today? If you lose to me, you will join the Rakshasa organization. What if I win? Luban looked at Dong and smiled slightly, saying that a duel between experts is usually calm and composed, rather than messy. If you win, I will immediately disband the Rakshasa organization, Dong said lightly. This condition is quite unfriendly to me. If I win, how about you leave the Spirit Hall and join Shrek Academy, accompanying me as a maid? Luban looked Dong up and down. The lifespan of a limit Douluo far exceeds that of ordinary people, reaching up to 1,000 years. Considering Dong's current age, in the context of her entire life, she is still in her infancy. Taking her in would be like raising a little lowly. Slick-tongued. It depends on whether you have that ability. Hearing Luban's teasing words, Dong frowned and said coldly, "As the high and mighty Pope of the Spirit Hall, no one has ever dared to speak to her like this." Feeling her authority offended, Dong immediately stopped talking nonsense and took action. 7th Soul Skill, Soul-Eating Spider Emperor True Body. As the martial soul True Body was unleashed, a dark green light spread from Dong, and then a dark green helmet appeared on her forehead, with 3 pairs of dark green spider legs appearing behind her. At the same time, her arms transformed into similar dark green spears, enveloped by a layer of dark green light. Even more dazzling and terrifying were the 9 soul rings swirling around her body. 5 black, 3 red, and 1 gold. This was still Dong's first full effort. And when the crowd around saw her soul ring configuration, they instantly gasped in amazement. Each of them had their mouths wide open, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Oh my, Dong actually has a dual martial soul. No wonder she is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Her talent is truly astonishing. Wow, so impressive. I remember her first martial soul only had 1 red 100,000 year soul ring, but I didn't expect her second martial soul to be so extravagant. 1, 2, 3. Defying the heavens. 3 red 100,000 year soul rings. Boo-hoo, I'm crying out of envy. This is the first time I've seen so many 100,000 year soul rings. Wow. What's up with that golden soul ring? I heard that gold represents a 1,000,000-year soul ring, also known as a divine level soul ring. What? A 1,000,000-year soul ring? No way. This can't be a joke. My goodness, how strong is this? How are we supposed to fight against this? Oh my, a 1,000,000-year soul ring has appeared. Luban definitely won't be a match this time. When Dong unleashed her second martial soul, the entire venue was in an uproar. Even the Spirit Hall side was stunned, their mouths agape in shock. Dong's strength had always been a mystery. They never expected her power to be so formidable. Especially the group of offerings that followed closely behind, seeing the scene in front of them, were even more shocked, their mouths wide open, completely astonished. It turned out that previously in the Pope's palace, Dong had only made a slight move. Just with her first martial soul, she had already intimidated these peak Douluos above level 96. Who would have thought her second martial soul would be even more outrageous? She even has a golden 1,000,000-year soul ring. Damn it. Even if they all combined, they wouldn't be a match for him. Luckily, I didn't act impulsively before. Luban, unleash your martial soul and soul ring, and let's have a fair fight. In midair, Dong stood proudly and spoke loudly. As the Pope, Dong has her own dignity. Winning must be done openly and fairly. All right, then I'll play with you for a bit. Saying this, Luban spread his thunder wings and flew into the air, standing not far from Dong. Release martial soul, Luban number 7. A golden giant form of Luban number 7 appeared. with a dragon mouth gun in his left hand and a shark mouth cannon in his right hand, looking quite unique. As the crowd below clearly saw the appearance of Luban number 7, they erupted in an uproar once again. When the king's secret realm hadn't appeared before, everyone had no reaction. But now, after challenging the king's secret realm for such a long time, they were already very familiar with the various heroes that had appeared inside. Naturally, they recognized Luban number 7 at a glance. They exclaimed in astonishment, as if they had seen a ghost. Wow, isn't that the standing and shooting master Luban no? 7? Damn. So Luban's martial soul is Luban number 7. Oh my god, it's exactly the same as the shooter in the king's secret realm. Unbelievable. Luban's martial soul is so unique. Wow, it really is. This guy Luban's martial soul is so cool. Chapter 140. The demon god possession as the crowd watched in shock. Rings of soul power slowly rose from beneath Luban's feet. Red, 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 gold, 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 gold. 5 red and 4 gold rings shone exceptionally bright. The entire venue fell into silence in an instant, heavy breaths filling the air. Everyone's eyes were glazed over. Mouths agape, eyes wide. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. The first 5 soul rings were all over 100,000 years old, and there were 4 million-year golden soul rings. This was insane. After the crowd regained their senses, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. At this moment, the people from Spirit Hall who had followed BB Dong felt a chill run down their spines, unable to stop trembling. Even BB Dong, who had always been high and mighty, was utterly astonished upon seeing Luban's soul ring configuration. Her lips parted slightly, her pupils constricted, and she instinctively swallowed hard. How could this be possible? For divine-level soul rings? This is simply unbelievable. Even before the battle begins, BB Dong already feels a sense of fear. The gap in soul ring configurations between the two sides is just too great, making combat unnecessary. The quality of soul rings directly reflects the strength of the soul master. A top-tier soul ring not only provides top-tier soul skills, but more importantly, enhances the corresponding attributes of the soul master's body. It is unimaginable that Luban has reached the title Douluo level at such a young age. Moreover, his body can withstand the impact of so many million-year soul rings, which is truly incredible. No soul master on the continent can achieve this, not even she can. The impact from million-year soul rings brings not only immense soul power, but also a deeper level of soul impact. This is a divine-level soul ring. Having just one is already impressive, yet this kid Luban actually has 4. Moreover, all the soul rings have exceeded 10,000 years. My goodness, this greatly surpasses the imagination of the observing soul masters and shatters their worldview. The many years of ironclad rules in the hearts of the soul masters were completely crushed upon in countering Luban. BB Dong is a proud ruler, faced with the current predicament. Knowing she is destined to lose, she still refuses to lower her stance. At this moment, there is only one battle to fight. The killing god domain opens. Releasing her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Queen, BB Dong decisively activates the killing god domain. This is a realm formed by the condensation of killing intent. Within the realm of the god of killing, BB Dong's own momentum greatly increases, and her attack power doubles. At the same time, she can suppress her opponent, reducing their attack power by 50%. Of course, this has no effect on Luban at present. Luban, being a level 100, is already at a demigod level, with both body and soul having undergone tremendous evolution, naturally unaffected by the marksman domain. 9th soul skill, abyssal slash of space rending. Facing Luban, BB Dong felt immense pressure, so she immediately unleashed her strongest move, a million-year divine skill. In mid-air, BB Dong, possessed by the soul-eating Spider Emperor, flickered in and out with her dark green figure, her aura becoming exceptionally cold and sharp. Her eyes sparkled with profound light, as if she could perceive the secrets of time and space. Slowly raising her hands, she gathered a bottomless black crack in her palms, a rift in space, a passageway to the abyss. At this moment, the 2 gigantic dark green pincers of the soul-eating Spider Emperor instantly crossed and converged together, quickly spinning forward to unleash a black cross-shaped void light blade. As the void light blade slashed towards Luban, it suddenly expanded, resembling a dark fissure tearing open in space. The gap is constantly expanding like a black hole, as if it wants to swallow the entire world. At the same time, a powerful suction emanates from the gap, drawing in the surrounding air and soul power. The power of this strike is so immense that it seems even space cannot bear it. As BB Dong's strongest attack, Even a limit Douluo would find it hard to withstand such a blow. Interesting. This is the first time Luban has encountered a spatial attribute soul skill. Seeing this, he immediately became interested. It has been a long time since he could experiment with the full power of his normal attack, and now the opportunity has come. Tap, 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 tap. With his left hand holding the dragon mouth gun, the gun's muzzle suddenly flickered, and a soul power light ball the size of a basin was shot out. It headed towards the void great slash coming from the opposite side. Then, everyone saw BB Dong's abyssal slash, tearing through space, seemingly a beast that devours gold, swallowing Luban's soul power light ball into its belly. This time's clash was not as intense as everyone had imagined. Instead, it was unusually calm. The void light blade, after devouring the soul power light sphere, also froze in the void, no longer moving. It seemed as if it had overeaten. Countless spectators below nervously focused on the situation in the void. Seeing this bizarre collision, they were all astonished. This spatial soul skill may not seem imposing, but it gives an incredibly threatening feeling. It's like a black hole. Just a glance makes you feel as if you're about to be swallowed. If this were to happen, everyone would believe that they would instantly disappear from this world, leaving not even a bone fragment. Seeing that Luban did not use his soul skill and merely responded to her strongest attack with a casual strike, BB Dong frowned and silently scoffed, truly seeking death. Even a god would retreat in the face of her ultimate move. Yet Luban, unaware of his own peril, attempted to withstand her divine technique with a basic attack. However, at that moment, the audience saw the space above the grand square violently ripple. It felt as if it was about to crack open like water waves. Crack, crack, crack. The void trembled, and soon, the soul power orb shot from Luban's dragon mouth gun burst forth from the binding of the void. BB Dong's void great split was shattered, and at that moment, the entire void looked as if it was slowly cracking like glass, appearing extremely terrifying. Not good. Seeing the soul power orb approaching, BB Dong secretly exclaimed, feeling anxious. She had not expected her strongest strike to be countered by Luban's basic attack, leaving her in shock. Death Spider Emperor's true form. Death Spider Emperor's ninth soul skill, Undying Body. At a critical moment, BB Dong quickly switched her body to the Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul and unleashed her strongest life-saving skill. Once the Undying Body was activated, even if her body was shattered, it could reassemble itself. Boom! Soon, the soul power orb struck BB Dong, its momentum overwhelming, like the explosion of the sun. The intense light erupted, blinding everyone. BB Dong's body was directly blasted into a ball, wrapped in layers of spider silk, resembling a silkworm cocoon. The moment fear arose in your heart, you had already lost. In the state of the undying body, a cold voice echoed in BB Dong's mind. Next, you will see what true Rakshasa divine might is. BB Dong's eyes went blank, as if she had entered a dream. Her soul was imprisoned, and her body was controlled by the Rakshasa divine split. At BB Dong's weakest moment, the Rakshasa divine split had taken control of her. Chapter 141, Annihilation of the Rakshasa divine split. Hee. When BB Dong emerged from her cocoon, a chilling laughter resonated throughout the venue, sending shivers down everyone's spine. At this moment, the aura emanating from BB Dong had increased significantly compared to before. The coldness she previously exuded was now accompanied by an evil feeling. The sinister power spread out, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably. Luban, I give you one last chance to join the Rakshasa organization and become a follower of the Rakshasa deity. Or else death, BB Dong said with a sinister smile, her eyes glinting with darkness. Don't say that to me. Even if the Rakshasa deity were to appear in person, she wouldn't have the qualifications to make me her follower, Luban replied. He sensed the changes happening within BB Dong and, combining it with the introduction of the King S9 Trials task, realized that BB Dong was now likely under the control of a fragment of the Rakshasa deity. What he was facing now was the Rakshasa deity. The Rakshasa deity's little tricks could deceive others, but not him. You're looking for death. Seeing Luban's arrogance and disrespect towards deities, BB Dong was furious. Rakshasa domain. BB Dong directly unleashed her god-level domain. The Rakshasa domain rapidly spread out, filling the covered area with resentment and the most sinister, dark power. Ordinary soul masters entering it would have their minds disturbed by the powerful evil thoughts within the domain, releasing the hidden evil in their hearts. However, BB Dong could absorb the evil power from the soul masters within the domain to replenish her own divine power and enhance her attack power. Rakshas's abyss. Then, BB Dong pulled Luban into the small world created by her divine power. In the Rakshasa's abyss, every move Luban made was under her watchful eyes. At this moment, the onlookers outside saw Luban and Bibi Dong suddenly disappear from their sight, causing an uproar. The entire venue gasped in shock. Cold sweat broke out all over. Oh my god, what kind of method is this? They just vanished from the real world. It's terrifying, not to mention other soul masters. Even the titled Douluos present were chilled to the bone. They had never seen such a bizarre soul skill. Luban died. Once inside the Rakshasa's abyss, Luban heard Bibidong's solemn declaration. At this moment, Bibi Dong stood in the void, resembling a deity, and her every action seemed to dominate this world. Luban felt that his attack power had at least halved. Moreover, he felt as if he was a transparent person, as if every action he took could not escape her eyes. Calamity curse. As Bibidong's icy voice fell, a massive gravity magic array appeared around Luban. From the center of the array, Luban felt an immense pressure, as if he were carrying a great mountain on his back. His feet seemed to be sinking into a swamp, making it hard to move. Additionally, an evil force continuously seeped into his body, devouring his soul power and affecting his spirit. Luban felt like a cursed person, with every part of his body slowly deteriorating. However, fortunately, after merging with the king's torso bone, his defense value had increased by 1,000,000 points, and after merging with the king's skull, his mental strength had also increased by 1,000,000 points. The king's left-hand bone granted him another 1,000,000 points of life. Defense, spirit, and life were all at the 1,000,000 attribute level, truly godlike. One could say he had an exceptionally thick health bar. Faced with Bibidong's ultimate divine skill, Luban remained calm and relaxed. If it were any other titled Douluo, they would have perished long ago. Luban's current state was like -10,000, -10,000, -10,000. His health bar kept dropping, but he was unbothered due to its thickness. Seeing that her consecutive divine skills seemed to have little effect on Luban, Bibi Dong frowned. Her heart filled with astonishment. This guy has a strong attack power, and she knows it very well. She didn't expect the defense to be so abnormal as well. It's truly unbelievable. What an unusual being this is. At this moment, it is not Bibi Dong who is shocked, but the Rakshasa god, a true deity. Luban's current strength has left the Rakshasa god greatly astonished. It feels as if even if she descended from the divine realm, it would be difficult to defeat the young man before her. No, such a monstrous talent cannot be allowed to live in this world. If he continues to grow like this, it will definitely be a huge problem for the divine realm. Dark underworld Rakshasa, with Bibidong's loud shout, her divine power suddenly surged forth. A purple-black light suddenly took shape in the sky. From a distance, this beam of light, hundreds of meters long, resembled a scythe. Bibidong's divine body stood tall like a giant, grasping the Rakshasa magic scythe with both hands and swung it fiercely towards Luban. This long rainbow strikes, and if it were placed in the outside world, it could at least destroy a city. Just the purple-black glow around the edge of the demon's scythe blade makes the void tremble and tear apart. If this knife goes down, Luban's health bar will be instantly cleared. Damn, at this moment, Luban is filled with resentment. In his previous life, he had witnessed the scene of a 40-meter-long knife, but he never expected to face a few hundred meters long scythe in person now. This scene is much more spectacular than those martial arts films from my previous life. Alright, I played with you long enough. It's time to end this battle. Seeing Bibi Dong unleash her strongest attack, Luban grinned, showing no signs of tension. Previously, he had relied solely on his physical body to withstand Bibi Dong's divine skills. After this battle, he had a comprehensive understanding of his physical attributes, and it was no longer meaningful to drag it out any longer. Shameless. Facing her ultimate move, Bibi Dong let out a cold snort at Luban's indifferent demeanor. With this strike, you'll understand what the power of a deity truly means. Archer Domain. At a critical moment, Luban decisively activated his martial soul domain. As the Archer Domain opened, it quickly spread throughout the hell of Rakshasa. Wherever it passed, the evil power dissipated like dust washed away by rain, leaving nothing behind. The negative status on Luban was instantly lifted. The Rakshasa power within him was shattered. His soul power, vitality, and mental strength were no longer eroded. Resistance Halo. Then, Luban unleashed his first domain skill. Instantly, golden light radiated from within him, forming a dazzling golden protective shield. Just as the resistance halo appeared, the gravity field formed by the curse of calamity around Luban instantly shattered. His body broke free from control, returning to a state of ease and freedom. It's over. Luban's left-handed dragon mouth gun suddenly erupted, firing a massive soul power energy ball. Wherever it went, the Rakshasa power abruptly vanished. It's important to note that Lu Ban's basic attack now reached nearly 6 million points of attack power. And now, with the double amplification effect of the Archer domain, his attack power surged to double. At this moment, the Soul Power Energy Ball had over 10 million points of attack power. Such a heavy blow would severely injure even the Rakshasa deity if they were present, let alone a mere projection. Chapter 142, The Fifth Trial of the King opens. Under the enhancement of the Archer domain, the Soul Power Energy Ball shot towards BB Dong like a meteor. It was like a stone hitting an egg, shattering the hundreds of meters long scythe blade formed by the Netherworld Rakshasa. The energy ball's momentum remained undiminished as it continued to strike at BB Dong. Seeing this, BB Dong's pupils contracted, and she was greatly alarmed. She never expected her strongest attack to be so easily neutralized by Lu Ban's basic attack. Forbidden Obliteration Barrier. BB Dong quickly cast her divine skill to defend herself. She felt the threat of death emanating from the incoming energy ball. After casting the Forbidden Obliteration Barrier, a massive spatial barrier formed, enveloping the incoming Soul Power Energy Ball, aiming to confine and obliterate it. Unfortunately, BB Dong underestimated the power of Lu Ban's basic attack. That was nearly 12 million points of attack power. Even the Rakshasa deity's main body might not be able to withstand it, let alone a mere projection. The Soul Power Energy Ball effortlessly broke through the Forbidden Obliteration Barrier and continued towards BB Dong. Softbone Charm Rabbit's left leg bone skill. Invincible Golden Body. In a moment of life and death crisis, BB Dong gritted her teeth and used another life-saving skill. Once the Invincible Golden Body was activated, a layer of golden protective shield enveloped her. It could ignore physical and soul skill attacks. This was BB Dong's strongest life-saving skill aside from her immortal body. Seeing BB Dong activate the Invincible Golden Body, Lu Ban couldn't help but smile faintly from a distance. The Invincible Golden Body would have no effect against his current attack because his strike wasn't meant to directly kill BB Dong. The real target was the Rakshasa deity's projection within her. In this attack, Lu Ban's King Head Soul Bone had already activated, and at this moment, the Soul Power Energy Ball contained 1 million points of soul attack. It was not targeting her body, but aimed directly at her soul. Seeing Lu Ban's strange smile, BB Dong, possessed by the Rakshasa deity's projection, felt a sense of foreboding. Unfortunately, it was too late before she could react. The Soul Power Energy Ball had already struck her Invincible Golden Body. At that moment, a mournful and piercing scream echoed through the heavens and the earth, and the figures of BB Dong and Lu Ban reappeared before everyone. The hell of Rakshasa was broken, and under the gaze of the crowd, BB Dong, after being hit by the Soul Power Energy Ball, clutched her head and screamed in agony midair. It seemed as if her soul had received a heavy blow. Blood streamed from her orifices, and her appearance was horrifying, a stark contrast to her usual noble and elegant demeanor. Before long, BB Dong directly fainted and fell from the sky, only to be caught by Douluo, who took her away in a disheveled state. Defeated? Hope BB Dong was actually defeated by Lu Ban. Lu Ban is so majestic and handsome. Who would dare to bully our output-type Battle Soul Masters now? My god, Lu Ban is so cool. Is there anyone on the continent who can match him? Well done, Lu Ban avenged us. That damned Rakshasa organization truly deserves to die. I agree. They have harmed so many Soul Masters. Those people should be punished severely. With BB Dong's defeat, the cheers of Shrek Academy shook the heavens. Today's battle was not just a simple personal duel, but a matter concerning the future landscape of the continent. In the past year, the output-type Battle Soul Masters have been greatly affected by the Rakshasa organization, causing widespread anxiety and significant limitations on their development. Now that BB Dong has suffered a crushing defeat, and with Lu Ban standing guard, it is believed that no forces will dare to take action against the output-type Battle Soul Masters in the future. At this moment, especially the output-type Battle Soul Masters are all emotionally moved to tears, shouting in unison that Lu Ban is incredible. Ding! The fourth challenge of the king. Defeat the Rakshasa Divine Spirit and maintain the status of the output-type Battle Soul Masters. Successfully completed. Reward: 1,000,000-year level perfect soul ring. Soul power level increased by 10 levels. All soul rings with a lifespan of less than 1,000,000 years have their cultivation lifespan increased by 100,000 years. Reward: 1,000,000-year soul bone. A piece of the king's right-hand bone. Shrek Academy, Lu Ban's residence. Upon returning, the rewards for the king's 9th challenge were immediately issued. His current soul power level is at level 100, half a step away from becoming a deity, just lacking a soul ring. With the completion of the 4th challenge, he was directly rewarded with a million-year level perfect soul ring. In the room, Luban sits cross-legged, concentrating and absorbing the soul ring. This absorption was far more spectacular than before, with colorful rays filling the sky above Shrek Academy, and auspicious purple energy coming from the east, creating a scene of good fortune. As the absorption completed, Luban's attributes underwent another evolution. The soul power within him evolved into divine power. The originally ordinary body seemed to be baptized by a sacred force at this moment, radiating dazzling brilliance. At this moment, Luban's skin became crystal clear, smooth and delicate like jade, emitting a faint golden light. The golden light was not projected from the outside, but naturally emanated from within him, as if his body itself were a source of light. Luban's aura also underwent a tremendous transformation. The originally calm and reserved aura became vast and boundless, as if breathing in sync with the heavens and sharing destiny with the universe. The space around him appeared to twist and deform due to his presence, exuding an indescribable majesty and sanctity. After absorbing the soul ring, Luban's soul power increased by 10 levels once again, becoming a true 2nd-level deity. A faint golden halo appeared around his body, looking quite sacred and solemn. With the enhancement complete, Luban continued to fuse with the soul bone. The perfect soul bone, as a reward, was absorbed smoothly, just like the soul ring, without much pain. However, during the fusion of the soul bone, Luban's aura underwent a significant change. Unlike the righteous aura from before, a strong aura of the underworld suddenly arose. The entire room was instantly filled with a chilling wind, as cold as the underworld itself. This aura is somewhat similar to the one previously emitted by BB Dong, with the only difference being that Luban lacks a sense of evil. Opening the personal information panel. Host, Luban, level 2 deity, martial soul, divine level, Luban number 7 martial soul talent, divine shooter domain, divine skill, resistance aura, divine skill, invincible shark cannon, divine skill, 3000 thunderfalls, aptitude, innate sacred body Tao, innate full soul power, 110, 0 and 100, soul rings, red, gold soul bones, wind thunder wings, speed 10000000, king S torso bone, defense 10000000, king S skull, divine 10000000, king S left hand bone, life 10000000, king S right hand bone, death 10000000, soul skills, attack 300000, attack 300000, attack 300000, fire attack 300000, wind attack 55000, thunder attack 100000, attack 100000, attack 100000, attack 100000, attack 100000. Items: gaming kid skin, jungle knife, storage bracelet. As expected, Luban's level has indeed increased by 10 levels, surpassing the threshold for entry into deities, reaching level 110, becoming a proper level 2 deity. After breaking through to deity status, even the aptitude has changed. Chapter 143, Angel 9 Trials, 9th Trial, is no longer simply innate full soul power, but has evolved into an innate sacred body Tao. It is closer to the great Tao, showing a stance ready to break through the mysterious floor. Impressive, system brother. Seeing the changes in the personal information panel, Luban was overjoyed. No wonder there was a chilling aura emanating from him. It turns out that the King S right hand bone rewarded this time actually possesses death power. After fusion, once activated, Luban's normal attacks will add 1,000,000 points of death attribute. Death power is a more profound and powerful attribute damage than Rakshasa power. Rakshasa power is merely the simplest understanding of the laws of death, while death power directly points to the source of the laws of death. The laws of death are the supreme laws of the universe, understood only by the supreme god kings. Now, after fusing the soul bone, Luban can initially call upon the death power, greatly increasing his strength. Ding! King S9 Trials. 5th trial opened. Defeat the Angel God S Division God and maintain the status of Output Type Battle Soul Master. Mission details. The King S Secret Realm has appeared. Many soul masters have changed their faith, provoking the dissatisfaction of the Angel God. The Angel God S Division God has possessed Xian Rushua. intending to take over the king's heritage and promote the faith of the angel god. Huh. Seeing the content of the fifth trial, Luban's mouth twitched. Good heavens. These gods are truly relentless. The king's secret realm has appeared, and they lost a few followers. Must it be like this? These deities are really stingy. In the vast realms of the universe, with so many planes and continents, they're fixated on Douluo Continent. However, since the mission has been issued, he can only wait for the angel god to provoke him. Previously, the Rakshasa god possessed Dong and established the Rakshasa organization to deal with attack-type battle soul masters in order to protect the faith in the Rakshasa god. Now, it's unknown how the angel god will take action. All he can do is wait. On the other side, in Wuhuan City, Douluo Palace, as Luban received the 5th assessment task, Qian Rinxue also completed the 8th task of the angel's 9th examination. At this moment, Qian Rinxue stood before the statue of the angel god, preparing to accept the final assessment. The 9th assessment of the angel's 9th examination begins. Maintain the faith in the angel god. Task details. The king's secret realm has appeared, severely affecting the followers' faith in the angel god. Over the next year, the negative influence must be eliminated, and the angel god must once again become the most revered deity across the continent. Upon receiving the task, Qian Rinxue frowned, showing a troubled expression. She didn't expect the 9th task to be so difficult. Given the current situation, it would be very hard to complete. The king's secret realm is the birthplace of attack-type battle soul masters and is regarded as a place of inheritance by the continent's attack-type battle soul masters. The key issue is that with Luban, an unpredictable top expert, stationed there, Qian Rinxue lacks the confidence to defeat him. It is known that even Dong, who was close to god level at level 99 and used all her means, was easily defeated by Luban. She personally witnessed that battle and was quite shocked. Throughout the entire process, Dong went all out, while Luban used only basic attacks, without any soul skills. The unknown is the most terrifying. Not knowing the limits of her opponent made Qian Rinxue very worried. Great angel god. Even the inheritor of the Rakshasa god could do nothing about the king's secret realm. Is this task too difficult? In the hall, Qian Rinxue stood proudly, questioning. In her view, this task was simply impossible to complete. Don't compare that despicable Rakshasa with our angel lineage. As messengers of the god of light, the angel god inherently governs the power of light in the world. Our methods and strength are incomparable to those of the Rakshasa lineage. On the statue of the angel god, a magnificent golden phantom spoke proudly. The combat power of the angel god is beyond what an ordinary person like Qian Rinxue can imagine. Seeing Qian Rinxue filled with fear, yet still facing an ordinary human, the angel god felt slightly displeased. It began to impart the faith of the angel god to her, the inheritor, instilling in Qian Rinxue the concept of the angel god's supreme authority, solidifying her faith. To help you complete the task, I will send down a split divine being. With the split divine being possessing you, you will temporarily step into the realm of deities and be able to use most of the angel god's divine skills. Moreover, I will grant you the 6th soul bone of the angel set in advance. The angel set is the divine artifact inherited from the angel god, just like Poseidon's trident. It consists of a total of 6 soul bones. Generally, the last piece, the torso bone, can only be absorbed at level 100. Now, to complete this assessment task, the angel god grants rewards in advance. As it spoke, a dazzling golden light appeared before Qian Rinxue. She gazed at it and saw the shape of the soul bone. Shocked, it was indeed the last soul bone of the angel set, inherited over a millennium. Only those with a 6-winged angel martial soul and the angel bloodline can inherit the angel set. Qian Rinxue sat cross-legged, beginning to merge the last soul bone under the guidance of the angel god. As the soul bone entered her body, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but murmur, her face contorting in pain. She was only at level 99, making it quite difficult to absorb the 6th torso bone. Fortunately, the angel god was beside her, releasing divine power to merge with her body and assist her in the process. Qian Rinxue was very determined, gritting her teeth to persevere, her forehead already dripping with sweat. And soon her whole body was soaked. The fusion of a soul bone felt like shattering bones, and then being reborn, a pain like no other. If it weren't for the assistance of the angel god's divine power, Qian Rinxue would have fainted by now. Crack, crack. Qian Rinxue felt her upper body's torso bone reorganizing and evolving. The sound of bones breaking made her exceptionally sensitive. Just as Qian Rinxue felt herself drifting off to sleep, nearing her limit, with the last sound of breaking concluding, the sixth soul bone of the angel set successfully merged. At this moment, all the pain in Qianren Shue's body instantly disappeared, as if she were bathing in a sea of divine power. She felt warm and comfortable, with a sense of having endured hardship and now reaping the rewards. Between the 5 major soul bones, the torso bone, head bone, left hand bone, right hand bone, left leg bone, and right leg bone, it seemed as if a bridge of communication had been found. It was quite miraculous. To Qianren Shue's astonishment, the 6 major soul bones slowly began to merge together, seamlessly combining like the limbs of the human body. It became a true set of armor. Once your soul power reaches level 100, the angel set will evolve into the angelic holy armor, and that will truly be a divine artifact. Seeing Qianren Shui successfully complete the fusion of the soul bones, the angel god smiled and said, "At this moment, the girl's perseverance and talent made her very satisfied. With my divine split, it can be said that no one in the mortal realm will be your opponent," the angel god said proudly, exuding confidence. Now, Qianren Shue's cultivation had already reached the demigod level, and combined with the angel set, she was infinitely close to divinity, with her divine split guarding her. The angel god believed that there was no one on Douluo Continent who could be a match for Qianren Shui. Chapter 144. The strong-willed Qianren Shui, the angel god, is the faith of the spirit hall and the Qian family. Since the angel god said so, Qianren Shui was full of confidence. Currently, she was at the limit of level 99, extreme Duo, and with the angel holy sword and the angel set, dealing with Luban should not be a big problem. After receiving the task, Qianren Shui summoned all the offerings for a meeting, in order to open the angel god's inheritance. Her grandfather, Qian Daolu, had already made a sacrifice. Now, the elders and offerings in the elder hall were all loyal to the Qian family and obeyed Qianren Shue's orders. The sudden emergence of the king's secret realm allowed the output-type battle soul masters to run rampant, seriously threatening the status of the spirit hall. And this situation must be changed. In the main hall, Qianren Shui sat in a high position and said solemnly, "The king's secret realm must be under the control of the spirit hall. The faith in the angel god cannot be replaced." Hearing Qianren Shui say this, the offerings exchanged shocked glances with each other. From Qianren Shue's demeanor, it was clear that she intended to take action against the king's secret realm. What should we do? Just a few days ago, Bibidong was defeated by Luban, and even Bibidong's extraordinary strength couldn't do anything against him. What can Qianren Shui, who hasn't completed the angel inheritance, do? The offerings do not believe she can defeat Luban and take control of the king's secret realm. To be honest, they are also very envious of the king's secret realm. As long as they complete the challenges every day, they can increase their soul power, which is much faster than the cultivation speed of innate full soul power. Such an extraordinary inheritance. If it weren't for the freak Luban watching over it, they would have already taken action to seize it. Before Luban rose, no force on the continent dared to challenge the spirit hall. Often, their orders were more effective than those of the imperial commands of the 2 great empires. Especially for soul masters, the spirit hall is their sacred place. Now, with the emergence of the king's secret realm, everything has changed. The major forces on the continent are improving rapidly. Particularly, families with offensive-type battle soul masters stand out even more. Gradually, they no longer regard the spirit hall with high regard. "Miss, what do you want to do?" In the main hall, the second offering, Golden Crocodile Doa, raised his head and asked. The other offerings also frowned, wanting to hear Qianren Shue's thoughts. "I have received the will of the angel god and must take the king's secret realm for our use, to inherit the angel god's faith." Qianren Shui smiled faintly and, seeing everyone's worried expressions, began to explain. She is not reckless. All of this is the angel god's idea. It is also her task from the Angel 9 trials, which must be completed. The offerings in the hall were all cultivated by her grandfather, Qian Daolu, and are finally loyal to her Qian family. Some things that need to be told do not need to be hidden. After all, they are among the strongest on the continent, and having their assistance would be more beneficial in completing the assessment task. As she spoke, Qianren Shui directly released her 6-winged angel martial soul, summoning 9 soul rings. Under the possession of the angel god, her 9 soul rings have greatly improved and changed, turning into 7 red and 2 gold. If it weren't for Qianren Shui's insufficient physical capacity, the angel god would have wanted to give her several million-year golden soul rings. "Hiss, miss, have you completed the angel god's assessment?" Seeing the configuration of Qianren Shui's soul rings, the offerings in the hall were shocked. Given the current situation, only becoming a deity makes sense. To stabilize the morale, Qianren Shui nodded and did not deny it. I have become the angel god. She directly announced that she has passed the angel 9 trials and become the angel god. At this moment, Golden Crocodile Da, Qingwan Douluo, and other worshippers all knelt on one knee, filled with admiration. For many years, the Spirit Hall finally had another deity. The legends of the angel god were well known to these worshippers. To the outside world, title Douluo seemed powerful enough, but in the eyes of a deity, they were merely larger ants. Mortals were incredibly weak before deity. Knowing that Qianren had become the angel god, the worshippers couldn't help but feel excited. We are willing to follow the angel god's commands, the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Da, stated on behalf of the others. With a deity leading them now, their previous hesitations vanished, and they held great confidence in Qianren. No matter how powerful Luban was, he was still just an ordinary person. No mortal could compete with a god. Miss, should we inform the Pope over there? After all, her strength is also considerable. If we can get her assistance, our chances of success for this operation will be much greater, Golden Crocodile, Douluo suggested. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qianren raised her hand to interrupt him, frowning with displeasure. She didn't want to deal with Bibi Dong, whom she detested from the bottom of her heart. How could she cooperate with her? At this moment, in Qianren's mind, Bibi Dong was like an irresponsible mother. She had never felt maternal love growing up, and her relationship with Bibi Dong was very poor. No need. This operation can be completed by our elder hall, Qianren said, waving her sleeve with authority. This time, with her taking the lead and the assistance of the other offerings, she was extremely confident in completing the task. Seeing Qianren's proud and aloof demeanor, the other offerings couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Goodness, becoming the angel goddess, Qianren was just too confident. The other offerings nodded in agreement. Next, they began to discuss how to control the king's secret realm. On the other side, in the spirit hall of Wuhuan City, after being killed by Luban in the previous days, Bibi Dong felt as if she had gone through a nightmare. Upon waking up, she regained her noble and elegant demeanor. Having freed herself from the control of the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong felt a refreshing sense of relief in her heart. After so many years, it was the first time she felt so relaxed. Thanks to Luban this time, the Rakshasa god's split soul has been eliminated, otherwise she might have fallen into despair. Controlled by the Rakshasa god's split soul, she would have been forced to commit evil deeds every day. Bibi Dong sat upright on the throne, took a deep breath, and felt an immense sense of relief. This failure turned out to be a good thing for her, as if she were reborn. For the past few decades, her life had been controlled, not the life she wanted. The Rakshasa god made her suffer terribly. She had been trapped for so long. Now that she had regained her senses, Bibi Dong's heart raced with fear. At the same time, she began to fear the divine inheritance. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Achieving divinity through inheritance would mean being controlled and losing her personality. Thinking back, Bibi Dong patted her chest, feeling a wave of fear. Soon, she saw the offerings of the Golden Crocodile Da and others arriving. Although they had promised Qianren, they still decided to privately greet Bibi Dong. After all, Bibi Dong had a close relationship with Qianren, and she was strong and knowledgeable. Miss, we are planning to take action against the king's secret realm. Your Holiness, what do you think? Golden Crocodile Douluo asked. He briefly explained their planned discussion to Bibi Dong. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong shook her head. Don't have any ideas about the king's secret realm. Based on my experience fighting with Luban, even if the angel god comes in person, it is likely that they won't be able to defeat him. Chapter 145. Wuhuan Hall's order. The offerings exchanged glances, surprised that Bibi Dong would give Luban such a high valuation, claiming that even true gods weren't his opponent, which was too exaggerated. In everyone's mind, deities were incredibly powerful beings, capable of destroying the world with a word, far beyond what mere mortals could compare with. Hearing Bibi Dong say this, the offerings were momentarily at a loss. The current situation was not something they could decide. They were well aware of Qianren's character. She was very strong-willed, and once she made a decision, she would surely follow through. We hope you can join forces with the Mississippi. This way, the odds of success will be greater. Once we control the king's secret realm, the strength of our Wuhuan Hall will definitely increase significantly, and we will have no rivals on the continent. Golden Crocodile Douluo suggested. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bibi Dong on the throne sighed. It's useless. Luban's strength is unfathomable. Even if we both attack together, we have no guarantee of winning. Bibi Dong waved her hand to interrupt the offerings, expressing her stance. She would no longer participate in this matter. Now that she had just escaped the control of the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong did not want to get involved in the struggle among the gods. She just wanted to be herself. Alas, unable to persuade Bibi Dong, the offerings left the Pope's hall with regret on their faces. They then began their plans. Since Qianren had given the order, they naturally could not disobey. Not to mention, she was the angel god. Who would dare to defy the will of a deity? The angel god was the very foundation of Wuhuan Hall. Soon, an order was issued from Wuhuan Hall, announcing it to the major forces on the continent. The king's secret realm had an improper origin, causing dissatisfaction among the gods. Now, Wuhuan Hall was to take control. From today on, the king's secret realm would fall under Wuhuan Hall. Any soul master wishing to challenge, it must obtain permission from Wuhuan Hall. Wuhuan Hall would send teams to seal off the king's secret realm. The order from Wuhuan Hall caused an uproar across the continent. Countless soul masters were left dumbfounded, especially the output-type battle soul masters, who expressed their deep dissatisfaction. The king's secret realm was a sacred place in their hearts, and now Wuhuan Hall actually wanted to take over. They absolutely could not agree. Wuhuan Hall was being too unreasonable. It was clear they wanted to claim the king's secret realm for themselves, which was truly detestable. That's right. The king's secret realm was originally unowned land and should be shared by all soul masters on the continent. Yeah, if it gets controlled by Wuhuan Hall. Can we still challenge it every day in the future? With Wuhuan Hall's personality, it's probably very difficult. They have always liked to suppress dissenters. Woo. I also disagree. The king's secret realm should not become the possession of a particular force. Are they crazy? Wuhuan Hall, with Luban around, they still dare to have designs on the king's secret realm. Just watch. Luban and those output-type battle soul masters will definitely not agree. I think so too. After all, the king's secret realm appeared in Shrek Academy. How could they let it go to Wuhuan Hall? Didn't the Pope Bibi Dong fail in her challenge against Luban last time? Are they going to pull some tricks again this time? The order from Wuhuan Hall sparked dissatisfaction among the major forces on the continent. The soul masters were all angry, but dared not speak out. Wuhuan Hall was the most powerful force on the continent, and no one dared to provoke them lightly. Offending Wuhuan Hall, they wouldn't even know how they died. Everyone could only discuss privately. Meanwhile, the major forces on the continent gathered at Shrek Academy to discuss countermeasures. At this moment, only Luban could speak out. They still did not dare to directly antagonize Wuhuan Hall. At Shrek Academy, in the conference room, the 10 great families, 7 major sects, and other big shots gathered. Everyone wanted to see Luban's stance. Wuhuan Hall has such a big appetite. Our fire clan is not afraid of them, shouted Fire Woody, the leader of the fire clan. Indeed, isn't the last lesson enough? I see they want to find suffering again. Fong Batian, the head of the Fong family, stroked his beard, looking displeased. Are they crazy? On what basis do they do this? The heads of the major families all looked towards Luban, hoping he would take charge. After all, only Luban could contend with Wuhuan Hall. Everyone had already reached their limit with Wuhuan Hall's domineering behavior over the years. Now, unexpectedly, they had their eyes on the king's secret realm. This was truly excessive. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, Bibi Dong just lost to Luban. How could Wuhuan Hall jump out at this time? The master frowned, equally puzzled. He didn't know what Wuhuan Hall was up to. Just as everyone was confused, another shocking news broke out. Qianren, the daughter of the former pope, had already become the angel god through the angel inheritance. Once this news came out, the continent was once again in an uproar. Someone from Wuhuan Hall actually became a deity. This matter sounds quite terrifying. Deities have always been legendary beings to ordinary people, and it's hard to believe that one can actually hear of someone becoming a god. The major powers fell silent for a moment, losing their previous clamor. If Qianren really becomes the angel god, who on the entire continent could stand against the spirit hall? After all, deities exist only in legends, and everyone is fearful of them. Over at Shrek Academy, the leaders of various factions were equally shocked upon receiving the news. They gaped in astonishment, trembling all over. My god, Qianren actually became the angel god. How is that possible? The legends about gods are actually true. This is unbelievable. Luban, can you defeat Qianren? In the conference room, many big shots began to ask. At this moment, Luban's attitude is particularly crucial. If he doesn't have confidence in defeating Qianren, then the king's secret realm will definitely fall into the hands of the spirit hall in the future. This is something everyone does not want to see. It's easy to say we can defeat the gods, but in reality, it's quite difficult, and everyone understands that deep down. They just hold on to a sliver of hope. After all, Luban's strength is extraordinarily powerful, and he has yet to reveal his full capabilities. The king's secret realm is a shared resource of the continent, and no power can privately claim it. In the conference room, Luban sat at the main seat and calmly said, "Not even the gods can do it." Seeing Luban's statement, the big shots in the room were shocked. The indifferent and dismissive expression on Luban's face clearly reflected his attitude at that moment. Luban, is not afraid of gods. Even if an angelic deity descends, Luban, can defeat her. You spread my words. The Spirit Hall's orders will not work here at Shrek Academy. The Spirit Hall has no right to claim the king's secret realm, Luban said firmly and powerfully. Hearing this, everyone present was extremely excited. Having known each other for so long, everyone understood Luban's character well. Since he said this, he must be confident in defeating Qianren Xue. With this thought, the worried expressions on everyone's faces gradually disappeared. Luban had never boasted, and the intense clash with the Spirit Hall was surely forthcoming. Chapter 146. Opposition from all sides with Luban's assurance. Various forces gained the courage to oppose the Spirit Hall. No one wants such a magical inheritance place like the king's secret realm to be controlled by a specific power. The current situation is the best. Any soul master can enter and complete the challenge on their own. If the Spirit Hall gains control, it will surely become like the soul-hunting forests across the continent, where entry requires a special order. This disguised exploitation is clear to everyone. After the meeting, knowing Luban's attitude, various factions began to publicly express their opposition to the Spirit Hall's proposals. Of course, this opposition was not openly and fiercely stated. Each faction used the younger generation of their families to express their protests. At Shrek Academy, after the Spirit Hall's decree was issued, Soul Masters gathered in groups to discuss countermeasures. Now that there is such a remarkable inheritance as the king's secret realm, no one wants to be controlled by the Spirit Hall. The current situation is that no one dares to step forward to lead the opposition. After all, the Spirit Hall's prestige has been well established on the continent, wielding more power than the emperors of the two great empires, making it difficult to provoke. Until the meeting with Luban concluded, the wave of opposition to the Spirit Hall suddenly surged. In the main square of Shrek Academy, many people publicly delivered speeches expressing their dissatisfaction. The sudden change left the Soul Masters dumbfounded and shocked. They never expected someone would actually step up to challenge the Spirit Hall. Moreover, each of them had a formidable background. Everyone hurriedly gathered around their idols to listen to their speeches. At that moment, Huowu stood proudly in the grand square, her figure outstanding, her eyes like burning flames, shimmering with intense light. Talented youths like Huowu, who ranked among the top in the king's secret realm, were often the objects of pursuit for young soul masters across the continent. When Huowu spoke, it instantly attracted the attention of tens of thousands, with the crowd surging like a tide. Dressed in a fiery red outfit that fluttered in the wind, she resembled a phoenix in the flames, dazzling and magnificent. Passionately, she expressed her views. The emergence of the king's secret realm is a blessing from the divine continent, a sign of the gods' compassion towards us soul masters. It absolutely cannot become the exclusive domain of any one force, not even the Spirit Hall, the most powerful force on the continent. The king's secret realm belongs to every soul master. I absolutely do not agree with the Spirit Hall's decree. I hope everyone will rise up and not be intimidated by the Spirit Hall. Hearing Huowu's words, the fans around her gasped in excitement. One by one, they gave thumbs up from the audience, praising her courage. They exclaimed, "So brave. No wonder she's the pride of the Fire Clan." At this moment, there were many others in the grand square, like Huowu, gathering to give speeches. On the other side, a young woman in an ice blue long dress stood proudly on a high platform, also articulating her views. She was Shui Binger, the most talented of the younger generation of the Shui family. Shui Binger had an icy beauty that took one's breath away. Her eyebrows were like new moons, her eyes like stars, with a high nose and red lips revealing white teeth. Her skin was as white as jade, seemingly capable of reflecting the surrounding light. Her speech and demeanor were enchanting, warm and bright like the spring sunshine. The king's secret realm is a sacred place for our output-type battle soul masters. How can the Spirit Hall interfere? As everyone knows, the Spirit Hall worships the angel god, and if they take over the king's secret realm, our output-type battle soul masters will definitely be suppressed. Since the Spirit Hall was established relying on the inheritance of the angel god, we can also establish an organization around the king's secret realm. This way, we can protect our interests from being infringed upon by various major forces. The king's secret realm belongs to all soul masters, not just the Spirit Hall. Shui Binger's powerful speech left the surrounding soul masters in awe. Wow, the Shui family's little princess is really bold to openly challenge the Spirit Hall, proposing to establish an organization to confront the Spirit Hall. Such rebellious words would have definitely led to a collective backlash from the soul masters of the continent in the past. But now when Shui Binger spoke, the audience was thrilled. She was simply voicing what they wanted to say, but dared not express. Seeing Huo Wu and Shui Binger shine, Feng Jiaotian from the Feng family naturally did not want to fall behind. He also stepped forward, openly confronting the Spirit Hall. Dressed in a green long robe, Feng Jiaotian stood in the center of the grand square, tall and proud. His handsome face radiated heroism, his eyes deep like stars in the night sky, sparkling with wisdom and courage. With a high nose and smooth lines, he gave off a resolute and decisive impression. As he spoke, his thin lips pressed together, revealing a hint of unnoticeable stubbornness and confidence. Unlike the heavenly beauties Shui Binger and Huo Wu, Feng Jiaotian was surrounded by many young female soul masters. When they looked at him, their pupils focused, their eyes filled with admiration. Just his appearance could captivate them. Feng Jiaotian spoke passionately and powerfully, but most of the female soul masters didn't pay much attention to what he was trying to express. Anyway, as long as he hit a key point, the audience would immediately erupt in gasps and screams. Without the king's secret realm, I could not have broken through to the level 60 soul emperor in such a short time, even if one does not have high talent. Completing challenges in the king's secret realm allows one to gain rewards, which is simply the greatest benefit for those with lower talent on the continent. Now the Spirit Hall wants to claim the king's secret realm as their own. Can we agree to that? The answer is absolutely no. We cannot let the Spirit Hall monopolize the king's secret realm. Everyone must dare to voice their opposition. I refuse to believe that the Spirit Hall can truly dominate the continent. In the past, this situation may have existed, but I can confidently tell everyone that it will no longer be the case. All soul masters now have a voice. And the reason is because of the king's secret realm. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Spirit Hall. As Huo Wu, Shui Binger, Feng Jiaotian, and others successively voiced their opinions, they attracted strong attention from various forces across the continent. What everyone valued was not the content of their speeches, but their identities and statuses. These outstanding individuals are all direct descendants of the top 10 families and the 7 major sects, the most elite forces. Their voices clearly convey something on behalf of their families. No one is a fool. All the prominent figures on the continent can see through these obvious schemes. When the news spread, even the public was astonished. They never expected such a strong reaction from various parties, which would have been unimaginable in the past. This is the Spirit Hall, once a sacred place in the hearts of all soul masters. Now, as they attempt to intervene in the king's secret realm, they are met with fierce opposition from all factions on the continent. This is so surprising. The Spirit Hall has already announced that Qianrenxue has become the angel god. Yet the voices of opposition are still rising, and the entire continent is in an uproar. Chapter 147. Sword Douluo versus Demon, Suppressing Douluo. It's all messed up, completely chaotic. The times have truly changed. My goodness, those forces actually dare to openly oppose the Spirit Hall. How brave. That is the angel god after all. How can these forces be so bold? I've heard that the biggest supporter behind the king's secret realm is Luban, but when facing a true deity, no matter how strong Luban is, he will definitely not be a match. I agree. Although Luban defeated the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, the inheritance of the angel god is their foundation. Sigh, the continent is about to witness some good drama. A bloody storm is destined to arrive. I am quite looking forward to watching the battle between the angel god and Luban. The people of the continent are constantly discussing, knowing that another fierce competition is about to unfold. Everyone is silently waiting for the storm to come. The news of opposition from various forces reached the Spirit Hall. Yet the Spirit Hall did not take any action. The entire continent is unusually calm for a moment. However, in this calm atmosphere, the top experts of the continent have sensed the bloody scent wafting through the air. On this day, after Qianrenxue's cultivation was solidified, the Spirit Hall finally took action. Previously, the actions of the Spirit Hall were directed by the Papal Hall, but this time everyone was surprised to find that the Elder Hall directly bypassed the Papal Hall and mobilized the Spirit Hall's forces from various locations across the continent. Black, red, and platinum cardinals gathered together. Led by Qianrenxue, they marched aggressively towards Shrek Academy. Qianrenxue wore a gradient pink-purple palace dress, resembling a dream woven from peach blossoms and violets in spring, noble and elegant. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin as white as jade, exuding an innate noble aura. Her eyes were as clear and bright as autumn waters, her nose straight and elegant. Her red lips were slightly pursed, carrying a hint of a faint smile that enchanted onlookers. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, cascading down her shoulders, adorned with a dazzling golden headpiece, looking radiant and stunning. However, today her aura also carried a sense of sanctity and coolness. Behind her were numerous offerings and cardinals of various ranks from the Spirit Hall. Today, the Spirit Hall was taking over the King's secret realm. Who had any objections? As they approached Shrek Academy, the Spirit Hall's entourage attracted strong attention from all sides. On the large square beneath the King's secret realm, the demon hunter Douluo, one of the 6 offerings of the Spirit Hall, used soul power to project his voice across the venue and calmly asked, "Is there any objection?" Seeing the Spirit Hall's imposing presence, the soul masters present from ordinary families were already terrified and shivering. Now, upon hearing the mention of the demon hunter Douluo, they instinctively recoiled. The overwhelming aura emitted by the peak 96th level Douluo was simply too frightening. The King's secret realm was, after all, an unclaimed object. The Spirit Hall's actions seemed a bit inappropriate. At this moment, from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Douluo Continent spoke up, his tone carrying a questioning note. He did not directly oppose them, trying to give the Spirit Hall some face. "Are you saying that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School opposes our Spirit Hall's decree?" The demon hunter Douluo glanced at Xian and replied coldly, "I just want an explanation." The Douluo did not back down. In front of the crowd, he directly engaged in a verbal confrontation with the demon hunter Douluo. An explanation? Hearing this, the demon hunter Douluo sneered. Does the Spirit Hall need a reason to act? We certainly won't provide any explanation to any force. In that case, I would like to spar with you, sir. Seeing that the Spirit Hall remained as arrogant as ever, the Douluo Xian's eyes narrowed, revealing a cold expression. He was also a peak 96th level Douluo, and his aura was on par with that of the demon hunter Douluo. At this moment, the 2 peak Douluos leaped into the sky, standing beneath the sky city of the King's secret realm. All the soul masters on the ground watched in anticipation. The clash between these peak Douluos is a rare occurrence, only happening at Shrek Academy. In other places, the vast majority of soul masters may never witness a battle between titled Douluos in their lifetime. The Douluo Xian, dressed in a flowing green robe, resembles elegant bamboo in the mountains, exuding an extraordinary grace. Although he is over 60, his appearance remains remarkably handsome, with a heroic and sharp aura between his brows. His eyes shine like cold stars, glimmering with a piercing light. He has a strong and prominent nose, and his thin lips are pressed tightly together, radiating determination and decisiveness. Standing tall and straight, with broad and powerful shoulders, he resembles an unmovable mountain, both majestic and solemn. Opposite him, the demon hunter Douluo is clad in dark golden battle armor, akin to a war god descending. The armor is intricately engraved with complex magic patterns, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. With heavy shoulder guards draped over him, he exudes an imposing presence. In contrast to the elegant demeanor of the Douluo Continent, the demon hunter Douluo has a ruggedly handsome appearance, with distinct facial features that reveal an indomitable fighting spirit. He is tall and muscular, with well-defined lines that exude strength. His broad and powerful hands resemble those of a war god, seemingly capable of tearing apart any obstacle. At this moment, on the Grand Plaza of Shrek Academy, Theintricacies is not particularly concerned about the battle above her head. She scans the entire area with indifference, her eyes cold as she regards the crowd as mere ants, as if looking at them for too long would tarnish her vision, quickly glancing past them. Finally, she focuses all her attention on a spot not far away, where Luban is lounging in a rocking chair, appearing utterly bored. At this moment, it felt as if a piercing gaze was coming at him, and Luban turned to glance at Theintricacies. The two locked eyes for a long time. Theintricacies' eyes were filled with provocation. Her previously indifferent demeanor changed as she smirked, looking as if she wanted to defeat Luban on the spot. Luban instinctively touched his own face, thinking to himself how handsome he was, that Theintricacies was so enamored by him. Finally, Luban waved his fist at Theintricacies as if to say, "Come on, if you dare." Just as the two exchanged glances, the battle between the Sword Douluo and the Demon Suppression Douluo officially began in the sky. The first step in a Soul Master battle is definitely to unleash their martial souls. Beast martial soul masters would perform martial soul possession, while weapon martial soul masters would summon their weapons. Both Sword Douluo, Chun Xian, and Demon Suppression Douluo are peak weapon martial soul titled Douluos. Chun Xian's martial soul is the 7-killing sword, while the Demon Suppression Douluo's martial soul is the Dragon Staff. Both are top-tier weapon martial souls. As the 7-killing sword and Dragon Staff appeared, the sky instantly changed color. Chun Xian held the 7-killing sword, and half of the sky above him was tinted a gray-black by its reflection, making him look as if he was in an ink painting. The Demon Suppression Douluo, on the other hand, wielded a dark red long staff, which was engraved with dragon patterns. At this moment, the imposing aura of the Dragon Staff also cast half of the sky in a dark red hue. The Demon Suppression Douluo resembled a battle god emerging from a blood-soaked battlefield, exuding a fierce aura. One side was black and gray, the other dark red. As the battle commenced, both sides clashed with intense momentum. Chapter 148, Bone Douluo vs. Lion Douluo, the myriad beings crossing. As the two peak Douluos clashed, they were well aware of each other's capabilities and held nothing back, directly using their strongest soul skills. The Demon Suppression Douluo initiated with his 9th soul skill. At this moment, the Demon Suppression Douluo swung the Dragon Staff in his hand and unleashed the myriad beings crossing, causing the sky to change color. With dark clouds gathering and thunder rumbling, a dazzling golden light shot from the Dragon Staff, soaring into the sky as if it were going to tear apart the entire space. That golden light contained the immense soul power of the Demon Suppression Douluo, gathering in the air to form a massive pillar of light, which then suddenly exploded. In the instant of the explosion, countless golden rays shot out from the pillar, like a rain of arrows, targeting all directions. These golden rays not only create an extremely strong gravitational field, but can also directly attack the enemy's soul. It is a skill that exerts pressure both physically and mentally, making it quite terrifying. Once struck, the internal organs of an average soul master can be instantly crushed. Even those defensive battle soul masters with strong physical bodies will suffer a powerful mental shock, and those with weaker strengths may be directly obliterated. The All Beings Crossing is the strongest killing move of the demon eliminating Douluo. At this moment, looking at the gigantic dragon staff above his head, which was as large as a mountain and crashing down on him like Taishan, the sword Douluo felt immense pressure. 9th soul skill, Divine and Demon Dual Slash. At a critical moment, Chun Xian, in his 7-killing true body state, unleashed his strongest strike. Chun Xian slowly raised the long sword in his hand, the blade shimmering with a cold light, as if it contained endless killing intent. His aura surged to its peak at that moment, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by the sword energy emanating from him. Then, with a loud shout, Chun Xian suddenly swung the long sword. With a sweep of the hand, it seemed as if the entire world changed color. A brilliant sword light shot out from the tip of the sword, soaring into the sky as if it were about to tear the entire firmament apart. The sword light quickly split into two in midair. One was blazing like fire, symbolizing the power of the divine. The other was dark as ink, representing the majesty of the demonic. The two slashes of divinity and demonhood, one breaking the divine and the other extinguishing the demonic, held immeasurable power. The two beams of sword light converged in the air, erupting in dazzling brilliance, as if countless stars were twinkling within. Then, with the force of thunder, they charged towards the realm of all beings formed by the spiral dragon staff, tearing the void as they passed. At that moment, the entire battlefield was enveloped in this shocking scene. Everyone held their breath, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. So, all the soul masters from Shrek Academy watching the battle were stunned, their eyes wide and fixed on the sky, mouths agape, their faces filled with astonishment. This was indeed a battle between peak Douluos, and the might was overwhelming. So powerful. Fortunately, the battle was taking place high in the sky. If this devastating move had occurred on the ground, half of Heavendo City would have been destroyed. The clash of two 9th soul skills in the air was too spectacular to behold. It was truly unimaginable. Previously, when Lu Ban fought against Bibi Dong, the battle took place within Bibi Dong's hellish prison, and the audience only saw the final outcome, not the scene of their fierce confrontation. But now, the clash between the sword Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo was right before their eyes, without any concealment. The spiral dragon staff suddenly expanded, forming a realm of all beings that pressed down like Mount Tai, which was truly terrifying. Those on the ground were instantly forced to kneel, let alone the sword Douluo at the center of the vortex. The pressure he was enduring was certainly thousands or even millions of times greater than that of those affected below. Faced with the colossal spiral dragon staff, the sword Douluo Xian showed no fear and directly unleashed his ninth soul skill, the divine and demonic two slashes. The phantom of the seven killers manifested like a heavenly decree, a giant figure of Chun Xian wielding the seven killers sword, performing a divine and demonic two slash that could even rip apart the void. The two great soul skills collided fiercely, and the sound of the void shattering echoed in everyone's ears, crackling incessantly. The realm of all beings was shattered by the divine and demonic two slashes, while the energy of the seven killer sword was also exhausted, slowly dissipating. In this clash, sword Douluo and demon-suppressing Douluo can be said to be evenly matched. As expected of the guardian Douluo of the world's third sect, the seven treasure glazed tile school, this level of strength is truly shocking. They were able to fight the old monsters of the Spirit Hall to a standstill, which is impressive. Is there anyone else who has objections to the Spirit Hall's decree? After unleashing their ninth soul skill, both sword Douluo and demon-suppressing Douluo had very little soul power left. At this moment, on the side of the Spirit Hall, the lion Douluo, one of the four offerings, stepped forward. The lion Douluo was dressed in a golden battle robe, radiating the brilliance of the rising sun upon him, making his figure appear majestic and solemn. The robe was embroidered with a mighty lion, its head held high and its eyes bright and fierce, as if ready to unleash a thunderous roar at any moment. A golden belt adorned his waist, embedded with various gemstones that sparkled brilliantly, showcasing his noble status and immense power. As a fourth offering of the Spirit Hall and a peak Douluo of the 97th rank in the attack system, the lion Douluo's martial soul was the top beast martial soul, the blazing lion. He was tall and robust, with well-defined muscles, resembling a towering mountain before people. His thick golden hair flowed with the wind like a golden waterfall cascading over his shoulders. His face was imposing, with an aura of dominance in his brows, and his eyes were deep like stars, shining with a proud light. Every step the lion Douluo took seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth, and his presence swept across the battlefield like a gale, making it impossible to ignore him. He stood there like a true lion, powerful and commanding, instilling a sense of awe in everyone. The lion Douluo had a very irritable personality, exuding an air of arrogance. He deliberately shouted in the direction of Luban, as if challenging him to a battle. Now that he knew Qianren had become an angel god, the lion Douluo felt confident, thinking that he could take on Luban. He genuinely wanted to witness Luban's abilities. In response to the provocation, Luban smiled calmly, offering no reply. The lion Douluo was simply not worth his effort. Even a casual attack from him wouldn't be able to withstand it. Luban's eyes sparkled with intensity as an invisible force of spiritual consciousness surged forward. Now, his soul power had reached level 110, and in terms of strength, he had already attained the peak of a secondary deity, comparable to the main bodies of the Rakshasa god and the angel god. His mental power had already evolved into divine consciousness. At this moment, just the pressure of spiritual consciousness from Luban caused the lion Douluo to feel a sharp pain in his head, frightening him to the core. He immediately dared not continue provoking Luban. The old man also wanted to see the abilities of the Spirit Hall's offerings. Soon, another guardian Douluo from the seven treasure glazed tile school stepped forward. Bone Douluo Gu Rong. Chapter 149. Yu Xiaogang versus Golden Crocodile Douluo. Bone Douluo Gu Rong was dressed in a simple black robe, its hem brushing the ground, gently swaying with his steps, as if carrying the weight of time. The robe had no elaborate decorations, yet it exuded a sense of calm and depth, much like his own character, reserved yet powerful. He was tall and slender, with a straight back like a pine tree, giving a feeling of resilience. Bone Douluo Gu Rong looked at the lion Douluo and said in a hoarse voice with a faint smile, though his smile appeared quite eerie. Are the younger generations so arrogant now? Do these little brats dare to challenge me? The lion Douluo? The lion Douluo cast a cold glance at Gu Rong and replied, I am over 120 years old and have not left Spirit City for many years. I regard Bone Douluo as akin to a junior. Aspirations aren't determined by age. Living 100 years without ambition is meaningless. Seeing the disdain on the other side's face, Bone Douluo sneered and retorted, All right, let me see the strength of you younger generations now. As soon as the lion Douluo finished speaking, he soared into the sky. The battle between peak Douluos must take place in the air to avoid causing too much damage on the ground. Blazing Lion. In midair, the lion Douluo stood proudly and directly unleashed his martial soul, entering the martial soul embodiment state. The lion Douluo stood beneath the sky city of the king's secret realm, his imposing aura soaring like a true lion ready to display its might and dominance. He took a deep breath, his eyes burning with intense flames, as if two blazing fires were dancing in his pupils. With a low roar, a torrent of soul power surged from his body, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Following this, his figure began to change, as if cloaked by an invisible force. His skin gradually hardened like iron, shimmering with a golden glow, as if he had donned a layer of armor. A thick mane of golden hair erupted from his head, burning like the flames of the sun, exuding a scorching aura. His eyes became sharp and piercing, as if able to see through all illusions. Even more astonishingly, a massive, blazing lion suddenly appeared behind him. This lion was robust, its entire body enveloped in searing flames, resembling a fire giant emerging from hell. Its eyes burned with fierce flames, and its roar shook the heavens, instilling a sense of reverence. Soul-shattering sky roar. Sensing the overwhelming might emanating from Bone Douluo, which matched his own, the lion Douluo frowned and decided to hold nothing back. He unleashed his strongest soul skill. The soul-shattering sky roar was executed in the state of his martial soul true form, the blazing lion. The blazing lion took a deep breath, its chest rising and falling violently, as if about to absorb all the power in the world into its body. Then, it threw its head back and let out a furious roar, the sound like thunder, shaking the souls of everyone present. The roar contains the profound soul power and endless fighting spirit of the lion Douluo, as if it intends to tear apart the souls of its enemies. Similar to the universal crossing attack effect of the demon subduing Douluo, the soul-shattering sky roar of the lion Douluo is not just a sound wave attack. It is mixed with powerful spiritual force. With this roar, even the weaker soul masters could have their organs shattered in an instant. Even the sea of consciousness could be shattered. Against such a powerful attack, blocking the ears with soul power is useless. The powerful sound waves of the soul-shattering roar made the air ripple like the surface of water. Such a tremendous force, when applied to a person, is unimaginable. The lion Douluo rarely took action, and this attack caught the Bone Douluo off guard. It was only when he felt the intense shockwave approaching that the Bone Douluo reacted. Fortunately, he was also a peak level 97 Douluo and had already released his martial soul, the Bone Dragon, to undergo martial soul possession. His body had an exceptionally strong capacity to endure. After the fierce attack, Gu Rong quickly reacted and unleashed his own strongest killing move. At this moment, there is no need to continue to hold back strength. Ninth soul skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. Bone Douluo Gu Rong stands at the center of the battlefield, his gray robe fluttering in the wind, appearing solemn and mysterious. His eyes are tightly closed, as if he is channeling the power deep within his body, and his entire aura has become cold and imposing. As Gu Rong unleashes his ninth soul skill, Bone Transformation Divine Dragon, the atmosphere of the battlefield instantly becomes tense. The surrounding air seems to solidify, and a powerful wave of soul power spreads from Gu Rong's body, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Suddenly, Gu Rong's body begins to change. His bones rapidly grow and extend under the agitation of soul power, each bone shimmering with a chilling light, as if containing boundless strength. The bones combined at an astonishing speed, transforming and ultimately becoming a massive divine dragon. This divine dragon is entirely composed of bones, exuding an imposing and mysterious aura. Its massive body is covered in scales as hard as iron, shimmering with a cold metallic luster. Its claws are exceptionally sharp, seemingly capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. The dragon's eyes flicker with a chilling light, as if able to see through all illusions, revealing endless majesty and dominance. When the fiery lion, carrying the shattering soul and the roar of heaven, suddenly attacked, the divine dragon, under the control of the ancient banyan, let out a long howl towards the sky, its voice shaking the surroundings and piercing through the clouds. In an instant, the sounds of dragon roars and lion roars echoed in the sky. The two sound waves collided violently, creating a formidable force that seemed to cause ripples in the void. The residual waves reached the ears of those below, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Soul masters with a soul power below level 40 were directly knocked unconscious. Soon, The dragon roar and lion roar mutually canceled each other out, and a massive bone dragon engaged in close combat with a gigantic fiery lion in the sky. Both sides fought fiercely for over 100 rounds, resulting in a stalemate. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Before long, both sides had exhausted their soul power. The bone Douluo and the lion Douluo fell back into their respective camps from the sky. Is there anyone who still disagrees with the decree of the Spirit Hall? At this moment, another massive figure emerged from the Spirit Hall. The second priest, the golden crocodile Douluo, stood in the air with an imposing presence, scanning the various forces below and casually inquired. His tone was filled with dominance. However, unlike the lion Douluo, the golden crocodile deliberately ignored Luban, not daring to look in his direction. Last time, he was accidentally knocked away by Luban, almost being sent out of the atmosphere, leaving him with lingering shadows in his heart. Although he wasn't prepared at that time, after witnessing the battle between Luban and Bibi Dong, the golden crocodile Douluo felt no anger at this moment. Luban naturally had the angel god Qian Rinxue to deal with him. He only needed to intimidate the other forces. No matter how strong Luban was, he was just one person. The Spirit Hall only needed to subdue the other forces to occupy the king's secret realm. Chapter 150. The powerful Qian Rinxue old man Yu Xiaogang asked the second priest for guidance on a few moves. As soon as the golden crocodile Douluo appeared, the pressure of a peak level 98 Douluo was released, frightening everyone into silence. Even the previously spirited sword Douluo and bone Douluo frowned, feeling immense pressure. The difference in strength between title Douluo levels is significant. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for the golden crocodile Douluo at level 98. At this critical moment, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Xiaogang, stepped forward. Leaping into the air, he also released his level 98 might, standing face to face with the golden crocodile Douluo. Seeing the second largest sect on the continent, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, oppose him, the golden crocodile Douluo snorted coldly and called for battle. The two sides similarly began their duel beneath the sky city of the king's secret realm. They released their martial souls and embodied them. One side featured the continent's top beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, while the other was the top beast martial soul, the Golden Crocodile King. The Golden Crocodile King is said to possess the bloodline of an ancient beast god. Although it may be less renowned than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, its strength is not to be underestimated. In the sky, the sounds of dragon roars and crocodile roars reverberated throughout the arena. The duel between masters followed a similar process. After embodying their martial souls, they directly unleashed their seventh soul skill, the true form of their martial souls. Yu Xiaogang transformed into a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon several hundred meters long, soaring through the sky with great momentum. The golden crocodile Douluo transformed into a massive golden crocodile, shining brightly, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the true form of their martial souls, the soul skills and overall attributes of the soul masters received tremendous boosts. At this moment, both sides of the soul masters had already gone all out. Ninth soul skill, Death Spiral. The golden crocodile Douluo immediately unleashed his strongest attack soul skill. This battle must take down Yu Xiaogang to serve as a warning to others. The huge tail of the golden crocodile king twisted and spiraled toward its head, connecting the head and tail to form a massive golden ring. It spun violently like the eye of a hurricane, moving at an incredible speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. To the outside world, it appeared as an enormous moving golden storm. The size of the golden crocodile king was similar to that of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, but its weight was more than 10 times that of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. It could be said to be the heaviest existence among beast martial souls. This incredible weight is comparable to a mountain, and under the influence of high-speed rotation, its impact force is astonishing. The storm aura radiating from its outer edge alone can tear apart everything. Ordinary soul masters can't even touch it. They would be shredded to pieces by the surrounding winds. As the death spiral is unleashed, those below only see a golden cloud rapidly moving towards the blue and gold giant dragon in the sky, creating a hurricane around Shrek Academy with great momentum. Ninth soul skill, 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Sensing the terror of the death spiral, Yu Yuan immediately stopped holding back and unleashed his strongest soul skill as well. Upon using 9 dragons pulling the coffin, the golden crocodile Douluo's body was instantly locked down. Then, a rectangular spatial barrier appeared around him, trapping the golden crocodile king inside, as if he were placed in a coffin. Of course, this coffin-shaped barrier is not fixed. It moves rapidly with the death spiral. Due to its locking effect, as long as the opponent is within the attack range, they cannot evade. Once the barrier space appears, it quickly matches the opponent's body size, like a tailored suit, rapidly merging with the opponent. At this moment, the golden crocodile Douluo feels a heavy sensation all over, as if he has been encased in armor. Even more alarming to the golden crocodile Douluo is that the coffin barrier is gradually merging with his body, becoming one. This skill is truly bizarre. It's the first time he has encountered it. A sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Just after the coffin barrier took shape, the sky once again echoed with the sound of dragon roars. At this moment, the blue lightning tyrant dragon's body split into 9, with its tail connected to the coffin barrier through a chain of laws. Then, it suddenly gathered strength and moved in all directions. The golden crocodile, Douluo, felt an immense tearing sensation in his body, as if he were being torn apart by 5 horses. 9 giant dragons pulled in different directions, threatening to tear the coffin space apart. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, under the immense pull of the 9 dragons, the coffin space suddenly shattered. Since it had already merged with the body of the golden crocodile king, the spatial rupture naturally took a toll on the golden crocodile king's body. A large number of scales fell off. Its tail nearly broke. The true form of the golden crocodile, Douluo's martial soul, was shattered, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. It was evident that he suffered greatly from this collision. A sharp pain surged from behind, as his crocodile tail was almost torn off. So powerful. No wonder it's the strongest beast martial soul on the continent. Even the second elder of the Spear Hall was at a disadvantage. My God, what kind of soul skill is this? It's too heaven-defying. Hiss, tearing through space. It's truly astonishing. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is indeed the second most powerful sect in the world, terrifyingly so. My heavens! The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is so strong that it has suppressed the second elder of the Spear Hall. Seeing Yu Xiaogang gaining the upper hand, the audience below erupted in exclamations of astonishment. They were extremely excited. No one present wanted the Spirit Hall to control the king's secret realm, so in their hearts, they supported Yu Xiaogang. At this moment, seeing the Spirit Hall at a disadvantage, they were naturally overjoyed. On the other side, the elders of the Spirit Hall were shocked to see the golden crocodile, Douluo, falling behind. They didn't expect Yu Xiaogang to be this powerful. All right, this farce should come to an end. The morale of the Spirit Hall was shaken, and at this critical moment, Theintricacies finally spoke up. Under the control of the Spirit Hall, the king's secret realm would become more orderly and more beneficial for Soul Master's development. Theintricacies slowly floated into the air, looking down at everyone with indifference as she spoke. At this moment, divine light flickered around her, making it difficult for people to open their eyes and look directly at her. The angelic domain unfolded, and the radiant light even overshadowed the sun. Yu Xiaogang, who was within it, felt it most acutely, sensing that his entire strength was being suppressed. Now, if he used a soul skill, its power would be at least halved compared to before. This is an all-encompassing suppression, with no power to resist at all. The once magnificent Yu Xiaogang only felt a flash of white light in front of him, and the temperature around his body suddenly soared. It was as if a sun was crashing towards him. Before he could react, he was blasted away and crashed to the ground. At this moment, Theintricacies stood proudly in the air, completely motionless, showing no signs of having made a move. Everyone present watched in astonishment as Yu Xiaogang. This peak Douluo of level 98 fell from the sky. One by one, they were left dumbfounded, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. Is this the power of the angel god? It's so shocking. It's simply as if words turn into reality, effortlessly controlling a super strong peak Douluo at level 98. Just like controlling an ant. It's as easy as flipping a hand. So powerful. At this moment, all the soul masters of Shrek Academy felt the power of the deity. This power has far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the top combat forces on the continent, the peak Douluo, are easily manipulated. It is truly terrifying. Chapter 151. The Destruction of the Angel God's Divinity. When the angel god speaks, who among mortals dares to oppose? Even the major forces on the continent, who were previously quite dissatisfied with the Spirit Hall, dare not say a word after personally feeling the pressure from Theintricacies. Theintricacies' current might is simply too formidable, leaving no room for resistance. The title Douluo, illuminated by the light of the angel god, felt incredibly small, let alone the other ordinary soul masters. This sense of oppression is mental and spiritual. The king's secret realm does not belong to any force, whether now or in the future. Just as everyone was gasping for breath under the overwhelming aura of Qian Ringshu, a faint voice spread throughout the venue. As this voice emerged, the imposing presence emitted by Qian Ringshu instantly dissipated. Everyone saw Luban, who had been resting in a rocking chair, rise gracefully and walk towards the void. Dressed in gray, Luban's demeanor was simple and unadorned, exuding an aura of returning to simplicity and purity. Do you wish to defy the will of the gods? Qian Ringshu looked at Luban and said coldly with pride. Even gods have no right to occupy the king's secret realm, Luban replied calmly. His words showed no trace of reverence for the deity, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Hearing this, the soul masters present felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. How daring to speak to the angelic god in such a manner. Luban is truly courageous. Amazing. Luban's simple aura was not at all suppressed by the divine light of the angelic god. It was truly remarkable. Those who are ignorant are fearless. In front of the gods, even a titled Douluo is just an ant, Qian Ringshu said coldly. Today, let me show you what a true deity is. Seeing Luban step forward, Qian Ringshu knew that the final showdown was coming. The previous skirmishes were merely child's play. The final ownership of the king's secret realm would ultimately be decided by her and Luban's victory or defeat. With that, Qian Ringshu unleashed her martial soul, the six-winged angel, and activated her martial soul, wielding the angelic holy sword. She raised it high and shouted, "Angel's judgment." Qian Ringshu stood high in the sky, her purple attire billowing, resembling a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Her gaze was sharp and determined, tightly gripping the inherited artifact, the angelic holy sword. The sword radiated dazzling light, as if containing boundless power. As her voice fell, the entire sky changed color. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, with thunder and lightning, as if foreshadowing the impending judgment. Immediately, the long sword in Qian Ringshu's hand transformed into a brilliant beam of light, shooting straight into the sky. The beam pierced through the thick clouds, reaching the horizon. As the beam ascended, a powerful pressure emanated from the sky, causing everyone present to feel their hearts race. At that moment, a gigantic angelic apparition suddenly appeared in the sky. The angel held the sword of judgment, with a solemn and sacred expression. With the emergence of the angelic apparition, the entire sky seemed to ignite, radiating dazzling light. Qian Ringshu's figure merged with the angelic apparition in the sky, her eyes sparkling with fiery brilliance. She waved the long sword in her hand, pointing it at Luban not far away. As she moved, the angel in the sky also swung the sword of judgment. A brilliant beam of light descended from the heavens, directly cleaving towards Luban. Wherever the light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, revealing a deep void. Such a small angelic god thinks they can judge me? Seeing the judgment light descend, Luban snorted coldly, his face showing disdain. He was now a peak level 110 second level deity, on par with the angelic god's rank. How could he fear the judgment light of the angelic god? Of course, to annoy the angelic god, Luban directly activated the bone of the king's right hand. Instantly, he was enveloped by an aura of the netherworld. At that moment, Luban resembled a devil emerging from the earth, sending chills down anyone's spine with just a glance. The fusion of the bone of the king's right hand granted him 1,000,000 points of death power. That was power imbued with the laws of death, far stronger than the power of the Rakshasa. At this moment, as the judgment light descended upon Luban, it was as if the light was passing through a black hole, being continuously devoured. Luban stood there without any movement, completely unaffected. In contrast, Qian Ringshu, who was using divine techniques to unleash the judgment light, began to sweat profusely as time stretched on. Her body felt as if it was being drained. It was the first time she had seen the judgment light lose its effect. Not only was it losing its effect, but her divine power was also being consumed by her opponent. How is this even possible? At this moment, Qian Ringshu's heart was in shock. She was using divine power. How could a mortal like Luban possibly withstand it? Angel purification. Seeing that the judgment light was ineffective, Qian Ringshu cast her divine skill again. At this moment, the judgment light on Luban had not yet disappeared, and beams of purifying light descended. Angel judgment and angel purification formed a combo skill, a combination of divine techniques. Usually, angel judgment was cast first, followed by angel purification. At this moment, Qian Ringshu brandished the angel holy sword, drawing a cross-shaped light in the air. Then, the crimson-gold cross-shaped light fused into the previous judgment light. The pillar of judgment light instantly transformed into a massive sphere of purifying light, enveloping Luban within it. Qianren Shui continuously input divine power and drew in the true fire of the sun from the outside, trying to refine Luban. The temperature within the light sphere suddenly soared, as if the sun had descended. If this were someone else, they would definitely struggle. Even the Rakshasa god would suffer significant losses facing this combination of attacks. But now, Luban stands within the purifying light sphere, completely motionless and utterly calm. Qianren Shui's series of combos cannot break through the protective shield formed by his death power. You, Angel God, are really too weak. Seeing Qianren Shui unleash a flurry of attacks without landing a single hit, Luban couldn't help but scoff. Bold. Hearing this, Qianren Shui's expression turned cold as she unleashed her strongest attack, the Solar Angel. As Qianren Shui's words fell, the 6 soul bones within her body formed an angelic suit, radiating a sudden burst of golden light. It drained all angelic power and true solar fire energy in an instant. A massive golden angelic phantom coalesced behind Qianren Shui. The terrifying energy seemed to make even the void tremble. This is the powerful energy embodiment formed by the fusion of angelic divine power and solar true fire. Luban, I don't believe you won't die, Qianren Shui shouted, gently pushing her hands forward. The angelic phantom behind her followed, making the exact same move. Suddenly, a gigantic golden fire dragon burst forth from the palm of the solar angel, heading straight for Luban. This collection of light and ultimate sun attribute attacks is incredibly powerful. It is the desperate killing move of the angel god. Once used, it cannot be cast again for a short period of time. One must wait until the true sun fire stored in the angel set is fully replenished. Chapter 152, The Sixth Trial of the King's 9 Trials begins. At this moment, the scales of the fire dragon with the light attribute shimmered with dazzling brilliance, each scale seemingly containing the essence of true sun fire. Its eyes burned with intense flames, as if wanting to incinerate everything. The fire dragon twisted and danced in the air, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to ignite, making crackling sounds. The attack that combines light and extreme solar attributes is terrifyingly powerful, beyond imagination. Similarly, the crowd watching at Shrek Academy was deeply shocked by the divine skill solar angel demonstrated by Qianren Shui. Oh my, what kind of power is this? That dazzling golden fire dragon seems capable of incinerating everything. It is truly astonishing that Qianren Shui can unleash such a terrifying attack. The solar angel. Is this really a power that humans can wield? I feel as if my soul is trembling, completely awed by this force. Luban is likely in grave danger now. This strike from Qianren Shui has probably surpassed the limits of ordinary people, truly a miraculous existence. I once thought I had witnessed various powerful forces in the world, but today I realize how narrow my previous understanding was. Looking at the enormous golden angelic figure, I seem to see the scene of an angel descending to earth. This is not only an exhibition of power, but also an ultimate pursuit of beauty. I have never seen such a breathtaking spectacle. The duel between Qianren Shui and Luban is simply a visual feast. This move, the Solar Angel, is worthy of being recorded in history. At this moment, I deeply feel my own insignificance. This is indeed the means of the deities, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. At this time, the figure of the Solar Angel occupies the entire sky above Heaven-Do City, exuding divine majesty. The citizens of the city are continuously gasping in astonishment. With so many soul masters present, it was the first time witnessing this so-called divine skill, which was truly shocking. It was far more spectacular than the previous battles between title Douluos. It felt like Qianren Shui's strike could destroy Heaven-Do City. However, fortunately, all the power of the Sun Angel was focused on Luban, and what the onlookers felt was merely the residual force, causing no actual harm. Next, to everyone's astonishment, the golden holy dragon slammed into Luban and swallowed him whole. In the sky, the enormous angelic phantom continually supplied energy to the golden holy dragon, attempting to refine Luban. This confrontation lasted about a quarter of an hour, until the power of the solar angel was completely exhausted. The golden bright holy dragon slowly dissipated. Hiss! However, at this moment, seeing the scene in the sky, everyone gasped in shock. Stunned, Luban stood still, not moving at all. Apart from a slight reduction in the outer boundary of his ghostly aura, he suffered no harm at all. I told you. A mere little angel god can't judge me, let alone refine me. Lu Ban smiled slightly at Qianrenxue, his face full of ease and composure. The female fans below screamed continuously, calling Lu Ban so handsome. Here are 7 excited comments from female fans after seeing Lu Ban break Qianrenxue's divine skill. The Solar Angel. Wow, Lu Ban is so handsome. Facing such a terrifying solar angel, he handled it so effortlessly. He's simply my dream lover. Woohoo! Seeing Lu Ban's calm demeanor, I just knew he would win. Breaking the angel god's divine skill is simply amazing. I love him to death. Brother Lu Ban is awesome. Your smile is as warm as sunshine, making me feel like the whole world is brightened up. Even divine skills can't do anything to you. You're simply a superhero in my heart. Seeing Lu Ban's confident look, I knew he would definitely defeat Qianrenxue. His smile makes my heart race. I'm so excited. Lu Ban is powerful and handsome. Not only is he strong, but he also has such charm. It makes me feel so passionate. At this moment, not only the onlooking audience, but even Qianrenxue was shocked by the scene before her. The ultimate fire attribute light couldn't do anything to Lu Ban. This is unbelievable. Just as Qianrenxue was lost in thought, a flash crossed her mind, and suddenly her divine might surged again. Her eyes sparkled like 2 little suns. The angel god cannot be defeated. Mortals will die. At this moment, Qianrenxue shouted, and the power of light in the sky erupted again, trying to condense into the image of the angel god behind her to unleash her divine skill. However, this time Lu Ban did not give her a chance. Looking at Qianrenxue, Lu Ban smiled coldly. Angel god, I've been waiting for you. Sensing the increase in Qianrenxue's body power, Lu Ban knew that the angel god had taken control of her body. He decisively launched an attack. The head soul bone, the king's skull, was activated, adding 1,000,000 points of soul attack to his basic attack. Top, 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 top. Lu Ban's left-hand dragon mouth gun suddenly shot out a ball of soul power, instantly hitting Qianrenxue. Qianrenxue screamed, covering her head, and then fainted. Lu Ban's wind and thunder wings spread wide, and in an instant, he flew over to catch the falling Qianrenxue. You have lost. Landing on the ground at the spirit hall's side, he handed Qianrenxue to the golden crocodile Douluo and left calmly. Gulp. Watching Lu Ban's departing figure, the spirit masters of the spirit hall swallowed hard, their backs breaking out in cold sweat. Strong, this young man before them was simply too strong. He didn't even regard the gods. This is just 2 against the heavens. Back at his residence, the system's notification in Lu Ban's mind rang continuously. Ding, King's 9th trial, 5th trial, defeat the angel god's avatar. Maintain the status of an output type battle soul master. Task completed. Reward: 1 god level perfect soul ring of 1,000,000 years. Reward: soul power level increased by 10 levels. All soul rings under 1,000,000 years will have their cultivation period increased by 100,000 years. Reward: 1,000,000-year soul bone, the king's left leg bone. Reward distributed. Lu Ban, as usual, sat cross-legged, focused and calm, absorbing the soul ring and soul bone. This is a god-level soul ring absorption. Although it is a perfect soul ring with no risk of failure, it is still much more difficult than before. The fusion of the god-level soul ring once again greatly increases Lu Ban's basic attack when absorbing the 1,000,000-year soul bone. As soon as his left leg fused with the soul bone, Lu Ban instantly felt an eruption inside him like a volcano. His internal organs were subjected to intense scorching. It felt as if his entire body was in a furnace, with temperatures higher than any flame he had previously encountered. Lu Ban quickly activated his right-hand bone to release the death energy of the netherworld to protect his body. He was amazed to find that the death power with the supreme law of death was actually burned away by this internal fiery outburst. However, fortunately, as the netherworld death energy disappeared, that supreme yang fire was also extinguished. Chapter 153. See God 9 Trials. 9th trial task change once his cultivation was stabilized. Lu Ban opened his personal information panel to check the situation. Host: Lu Ban, 2nd level deity, martial spirit. God level: Lu Ban number 7 martial spirit talent. God level archer field, divine skill. Anti-light halo, divine skill. Invincible shark mouth cannon, divine skill. 3,000 thunder strikes, qualification. Innate sacred body Tao, innate full soul power, 120, 0, 100 soul rings. Red, 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 gold, 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 gold soul bones. Wind thunder wings, speed 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. King's trombone, defense 1, 000, King S skullbone, divine 1, 000, King S left hand bone, life 1, 000, King S right hand bone, death 1, 000, King S left leg bone, yang 1, 000, soul skills, attack 600, 000, attack 600, 000, attack 600, 000, fire attack 600, 000, wind attack 1, 000, thunder attack 1, 000, 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 attack 10, 000. Items. God level, video game boy skin. God level, jungle knife. God level, storage bracelet unexpectedly. His soul power level increased by 10 levels, rising from 110 level second level deity to 120 level first level deity. However, he still did not possess the soul rings that a first level deity should have, which undoubtedly needed to be obtained from the upcoming tasks. Currently, there are no soul beasts on Douluo Continent that can provide him with soul rings. As a second level deity, Luban now has 11 soul rings, 5 red and 6 gold, which look quite impressive. Moreover, his basic attack has once again significantly increased, with a single strike's attack power reaching nearly 10 million points. Even the angel god and the Rakshasa god could not withstand this basic attack. The extreme output flow is indeed impressive. Luban smiled, feeling the loneliness of invincibility. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Luban's mind. Ding King S9 trials. 6th trial begins. Defeat the Sea God S avatar and maintain the status of the output system soul master. Task details. The King S secret realm has appeared, causing a large number of Sea Soul Masters to change their beliefs, which has provoked the Sea God S dissatisfaction. The Sea God has changed the inheritance assessment task, possessing the avatar of Tang San, aiming to defeat the host and promote the Sea God S faith. Upon receiving the 6th trial task, Luban couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness. These deities in Douluo Continent are really coming one after another to find trouble with him, endlessly." It seems that the appearance of the King S secret realm has made them very restless. Becoming a deity no longer involves meditating like a mortal. It relies on the faith power of the next generation of followers. With so many deities causing trouble in succession, it indicates that they are very concerned about the King S secret realm. This surprised Luban. However, so what? His soul power was now at the level of a first-tier deity, comparable to the Sea God, not to mention the challenger Tang San. Even if the Sea God himself came, Luban was absolutely confident he could defeat him. This is the confidence of extreme output. On Sea God Island, in the Sea God Temple, Tang San has completed the 8th test of the Sea God's 9 tests, and is now preparing to accept the task for the 9th test in the main hall. The other members of the Shrek 7 monsters have also completed their assessments, and are accompanying Tang San to receive the task. Unlike the Shrek 7 monsters, who are all wearing expressions of anticipation, the 7 sacred pillars guarding the Sea God Island are filled with sorrow. They know that the condition to start the 9th test requires the High Priestess Poseidon to make a sacrifice. This is something they are very reluctant to see. After all, the 7 sacred pillars guarding Douluo were all cultivated by Poseidon, and they have a deep emotional bond with her. Now, having to witness the sacrificial ceremony with their own eyes, everyone feels an indescribable discomfort. At this moment, in the center of the great hall, there stood a woman, proud and dignified. She wore a long dress in shades of blue and pink, the hem swaying gently in the wind. Elegant and mysterious like the waves in the deep sea, the dress was embroidered with exquisite ocean patterns, as if the essence of the entire ocean were condensed within it. A purple belt adorned her waist, shimmering with a faint glow, showcasing her noble temperament. Her long hair flowed like seaweed, soft and thick, her eyes deep as the sea. Her nose high and straight, her lips rosy, and her features delicate and three-dimensional. Holding a magnificent golden staff over 2 meters tall, her posture was tall and graceful, exuding a sense of calm and composure in every gesture. "Senior, may I ask what the assessment content of the 9th test is?" Tang San asked respectfully. "The 9th test will be personally conducted by Lord Sea God. I will teleport you to the true Sea God Temple," Poseidon replied. As she spoke, she lightly tapped her staff, and the Shrek 7 monsters, including Tang San, were instantly immobilized by her immense soul power. Then, Poseidon slightly parted her crimson lips and began to chant. "Senior, what are you doing?" Tang San and the others were startled. Poseidon's current state was unusual, raising a sense of unease in their hearts. To commence the sea god's ninth test, a sacrifice must be made by the high priest. Children, do not feel guilty. This is my responsibility as the high priest. Hearing this, Tang San and the others were left speechless in shock. They never expected the sea god's ninth test to be so cruel. If they fail, Tang San would die. If they succeed, the high priest would need to make a sacrifice. This arrangement is indeed difficult to understand and even somewhat infuriating. Can deities really arrange the fate of others at will? Tang San felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards the sea god. Senior, you don't have to. However, before Tang San could finish his sentence, an incredibly bright light suddenly appeared on the sea god statue in the sea god temple. At that moment, the entire space seemed to freeze, filled with a solemn and mysterious atmosphere. The color of the sky shifted from light blue to deep azure, as if the sea were suspended in the heavens. The cloud transformed from light, fluffy cotton to rolling waves, surging in the air and emitting a deep, powerful roar. Sunlight broke through the clouds, casting down countless golden rays, like a divine blessing, adding a touch of sanctity and brilliance to this solemn moment. As this light gradually spread, the entire sea god temple was enveloped in a golden glow. Within this radiance, a tall and majestic figure gradually emerged. He seemed to be formed from the essence of the sea and sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance. With the appearance of this figure, the entire sea god island seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious power. The sea churned in the distance, as if cheering. The ninth trial task of the sea god has changed. The sea god appeared, interrupting Poseidon's sacrificial ceremony. We have seen the sea god. Seeing the figure identical to the statue in the sea god temple, Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars guardians of Douluo were all extremely excited, hurriedly bowing in respect. The sea god is the faith of the people throughout the entire sea region. Before the appearance of the king's secret realm, every sea spirit master had to worship the sea god daily, praying for peace. Unexpectedly, to see the sea god descend in person is an extreme honor. Tang San recognized the familiar figure and, together with the Shrek's 7 monsters, bowed in respect. He wondered what the change in the ninth trial task meant. Chapter 154. Tang San felt he was capable again. The appearance of the king's secret realm sparked desires in the hearts of sea spirit masters, severely affecting the tranquility of the ocean. The sea god descended in person to issue the ninth trial task. The ninth trial task of the sea god: defeat the output-type battle soul master representative, Luban, and restore the faith of the sea people in the sea god. Upon hearing the ninth trial task, everyone in the great hall showed expressions of shock. Luban's current prestige on the continent is extraordinarily high. Not long ago, he defeated the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and the angel god, Qianren Xue. His strength is unfathomable, and at this moment, even the high priest Poseidon knew he was absolutely no match for Luban, let alone Tang San, who hadn't even reached the limit Douluo level. The ninth trial task was simply impossible for them to complete. Respected sea god, isn't the ninth trial task too difficult? The high priest Poseidon questioned. Tang San has dual martial souls, and his talent is incredibly powerful, but the gap compared to Luban is still very obvious. If even the deities are not his opponent, how could Tang San possibly defeat Luban? That was just the ultimate task of the ninth trial. Before that, as long as he passed some minor checkpoints, he would receive rewards sufficient to defeat any opponent on the Douluo Continent. The sea god's inheritance is the most powerful. Tang San, are you ready? The sea god asked calmly. Respected sea god, please start the assessment, Tang San said, cupping his hands in salute. Then, the sea god waved his hand, and a black hole vortex appeared. Under everyone's gaze, Luban was sucked into an alternate space. Inside the alternate space, Luban was trapped in various illusions set by the sea god. The other members of the Shrek's 7 monsters quietly watched Tang San's trial from the sea god temple. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, desire, evil, love. Soon, Tang San successfully completed the test of the 7 emotions illusion. His soul power level directly rose to the 99th level limit Doa, just one step away from becoming a god at the 100th level. The wisdom skull of mental concentration. The torso bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. The right arm bone of the sky blue bull python. The left arm bone of the titan giant ape. The left leg bone of the evil spirit orca king. The right leg bone of the blue silver emperor. And the external soul bone of the 8 spider lances. All 7 soul bones evolved into divine level. Among them, 6 soul bones formed the divine level sea god set. and the external soul bone of the 8 spider lances evolved into the sea god's 8 wings. Next, I will teach you the completed version of the golden 13 halberds. Saying this, the sea god began to demonstrate the golden 13 halberds, imparting the last 10 moves to Tang San. At the same time, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters all received rewards, and their soul power rose to the rank of title Douluo. With the evolution of the 7 soul bones, Tang San's body also evolved into a divine body. The skills of each soul bone transformed into divine skills. Tang San can now be said to be at the pseudo-god level, just a step away from the 100 level. With the invincible divine skill, the golden 13 halberds, Tang San's strength surged, markedly different from before. Respected sea god, I am absolutely confident in completing the 9th trial task. Tang San said confidently, holding the divine artifact, the sea god trident. Pearl Island. The closest place to the sea god temple is also the largest island. Many sea soul masters and common people live here, having established a huge city. Naturally, where there are soul masters, there are conflicts. So a magnificent battle arena has been built in Pearl City. Every day, a large number of sea soul masters gather here to engage in soul battles. Today, however, is particularly lively. The audience seats around the battle arena are filled with people. The spectators are discussing animatedly, and the atmosphere is very heated. Xiao Tian has been winning continuously for a month in soul battles, breaking the previous record set by Xiao Yin, and he is sure to win again this time. Indeed, Xiao Tian has gained a lot from the King's secret realm, and this time he will return strongly to defeat Xiao Yin and become the most powerful genius of the younger generation in Pearl City. Absolutely. Xiao Tian is a 5-star golden stage master and my idol. Nonsense. Xiao Yin is the best. He has always been the strongest among the younger generation in Pearl City. Support Xiao Yin. Those who are crazy about the King's secret realm will cry later. Exactly. As sea soul masters, the sea god is our faith. What is Xiao Tian, a damage-type battle soul master, so proud of? He will definitely lose. Come on, uncle, you're all outdated. It's the era of damage-type battle soul masters now. What does the sea goddess inheritance even mean? For a moment, the entire battle arena was filled with intense arguments. Rather than saying that today is a battle between the 2 geniuses of the Xiao family, it is more about the conflict between damage-type battle soul masters and traditional sea soul masters. Before the King's secret realm appeared, Xiao Yin, with innate full soul power at level 7, became the strongest genius of the younger generation in Pearl City. He suppressed the talents of various clans at the same time, including the Xiao family, where many geniuses were trampled under his feet. Now, Xiao Tian, who initiated the challenge, has the battle soul of the great white shark. With innate soul power at level 5, he was once a famous genius of the Xiao family, but unfortunately, he was defeated by Xiao Yin in the family competition. After that, he was continually suppressed and struggled to lift his head, until the past 2 years, when the King's secret realm appeared. Xiao Tian went to Shrek Academy to seek a mentor and learned, continuously completing challenges and gaining tremendous benefits. His current ranking in the King's competition is not only the highest among the younger generation, but in the entire Pearl City as well. This strong return is aimed at defeating Xiao Yin and making up for past regrets. Soon, as the referee announced the start of the match, the 2 young prodigies of Pearl City simultaneously released their martial souls to compete. Both under 20 years old, they are both 5-ring soul kings with the best soul ring configurations. 5th soul skill, Raging Tide Obliteration Fist. Xiao Yan's martial soul is the Sea Dragon, and he knows how troublesome an output-type soul master can be, so he immediately used his strongest attacking soul skill. As the Raging Tide Obliteration Fist was unleashed, the audience in the stands supporting Xiao Yin cheered excitedly. This move is unmatched among the younger generation of Pearl City. Back then, Xiao Tian suffered a crushing defeat under this attack. 5th soul skill, Demon Shark Rampage Dance. Seeing the dragon-scaled fist coming at him, Xiao Tian raised the corner of his mouth and also unleashed his strongest attacking skill. After 2 years of challenges in the King's secret realm, his martial soul has been optimized, and his soul skills have been reset to output-type range skills. If this were in the past, facing the wave of Destruction Fist, he would have felt fear and powerlessness. Xiao Yan's close-range soul skill, once it made contact with the body, would instantly unleash 8 tremendous shockwaves. Wave after wave, each stronger than the last. The internal body would suffer a massive backlash. But now, with long-range attack soul skills, there was no need for close contact. which minimized the impact of the wave of destruction fist. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, Xiao Tian's fifth soul ring suddenly shone brightly, and the dance of the magic shark's rampage was unleashed. A barrage of small magic soul great white shark arrows shot towards the wave of destruction fist. Boom! As thousands of arrows were fired, Xiaoyan's fifth soul skill was directly broken. Xiaoyan spat out blood and was blasted off the soul fighting platform. Now, who still doubts the output-type Battle Soul Masters and the King's Secret Realm? On the soul fighting platform, Xiao Tian stood proudly, declaring with dominance. Chapter 155. Tang San's bold claims. Upon seeing Xiao Yan being blasted away, the audience in the soul fighting arena fell silent. Those who supported Xiao Yan stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? The number one genius of Pearl City was actually knocked away with one blow. Hiss! The crowd once again recognized the power of output-type Battle Soul Masters, collectively gasping in shock. Previously, they had only heard about it, but now they witnessed it firsthand. The impact was indeed intense. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to come out and fight. In the center of the soul fighting platform, Xiao Tian looked around proudly and said, among the younger generation of Pearl City, he was absolutely confident he could defeat anyone. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, the entire soul fighting arena erupted in cheers. Those supporting Xiao Tian were ecstatic. They won, they really won. Xiao Tian is amazing. The output-type Battle Soul Master is incredible. I said Xiao Tian would definitely win this time. Who in the continent can compete with output-type Battle Soul Masters? My God, such a sharp attack. I want to challenge the King's Secret Realm too. Boo-hoo, who still believes in the Sea God? The King's inheritance is the best. Exactly. The Sea God is powerful, but compared to the King's Secret Realm, it still falls a little short. Xiao Tian's domineering declaration instantly lifted the spirits of output-type Battle Soul Masters. Many Soul Masters were deeply shocked and decided to try developing into output-type Battle Soul Masters. The development system of Sea Soul Masters suddenly wavered. Kid, I'm here to challenge you. Just then, a figure leaped up from the audience and jumped onto the soul fighting platform. The crowd saw a chubby boy in a coffee-red jacket standing opposite Xiao Tian. Who are you? You're not from Pearl City, right? I've never seen you before, Xiao Tian frowned and asked. From the chubby boy, he sensed a pressure, judging by his appearance. He looked a year or two younger than him. My name is Ma Hongjun, a believer in the Sea God. I want to see the power of output-type Battle Soul Masters. Ma Hongjun smiled and said, I think the Sea Goddess inheritance is the strongest. Hearing this, Xiao Tian forced a nod and agreed. Output-type Battle Soul Masters have their own pride. Even if they feel pressure, they cannot retreat. You can make your move. Ma Hongjun beckoned with a finger, a wicked smile on his face. He was a level 93 title Douluo. Dealing with a 5-ring Soul King required no use of his martial soul at all. In the audience, upon seeing Ma Hongjun's appearance, Oscar and Dai Mubai covered their mouths and laughed. This fat guy is too good at showing off. Dance of the Magic Shark's rampage. Seeing the chubby boy's contemptuous attitude, Xiao Tian felt a bit angry. He directly released his martial soul and unleashed his strongest strike. Facing the barrage of magic shark arrows, Ma Hongjun simply swung his fist to meet them. One punch for each arrow. Bang, bang, bang. He directly broke through Xiao Tian's strongest soul skill with his fists. Xiao Tian was left dumbfounded, while the surrounding audience erupted in astonished shouts. Hiss! So strong, he actually took on the 5th soul skill barehanded. This little fat guy is too ferocious. My God, is this really a person? When did so many monsters appear on the continent? Wow, where did this little fat guy come from? His strength is so formidable. Incredible. Can our Sea Soul Masters be this powerful? My heavens. It's my first time seeing an output-type Battle Soul Master being crushed by a peer. It's too outrageous. Ma Hongjun's powerful display instantly diminished the newly gained prestige of output-type Battle Soul Masters in Pearl City. What level are you? Gulp. Xiao Tian looked at Ma Hongjun, swallowing hard. His eyes glazed over as he stammered his question. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun glanced at him and directly released his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. When the 9 soul rings appeared, the entire arena erupted. Many people were so shocked they stood up from their seats, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. My God, such a young age, and he has already a title Douluo. How is this possible? There isn't even a title Douluo in all of Pearl City. And yet today, a random fat boy appears, looking under 20, and he has a title Douluo with a 100,000 year soul ring. No wonder he could take on Xiao Tian's fifth soul skill barehanded. This is too unbelievable. Just as everyone was in shock, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the other Shrek 7 monsters jumped onto the soul fighting platform, also releasing 9 soul rings. With the same configuration as Ma Hongjun, the same age, and all titled Douluos. Witnessing this scene, the entire soul fighting arena fell silent. The audience stared wide-eyed, their eyes nearly popping out. One by one, they breathed heavily, pinching themselves, feeling as if they were dreaming. It felt so unreal. My God, Pearl City suddenly has 7 titled Douluos, all so young. This is just too outrageous. Upon seeing this, Xiao Tian was directly dumbfounded, his legs going weak as he slumped to the ground. He had actually dared to take action against the titled Douluo. Now, thinking back, a cold sweat broke out on his back. A chilling feeling enveloped him. Recently, due to the emergence of the King's secret realm, the hearts of the islanders were unsettled. I'm here to tell everyone that the sea god's inheritance is the greatest. On the soul fighting platform, Tang San transmitted his soul power and spoke loudly. The task of the sea god's ninth trial, besides defeating Luban, is to maintain the faith in the sea god. That is why he specifically made an appearance, showcasing his cultivation to intimidate all. Only by believing in the sea god while at sea can one receive the protection of the deity. The sea god's inheritance is even more powerful than the King's secret realm. The sea god is our faith. It should not waver, nor can it waver. Upon hearing Tang San say this, the surrounding audience began to kneel in response. They collectively shouted, "Sea god." Following this, Tang San and the other 7 proceeded to other islands to investigate the situation. They discovered that the influence of the King's inheritance was indeed significant and was subtly overshadowing the faith in the sea god. It should be noted that this was over the ocean. Such a situation indicated a severe form. No wonder the sea god suddenly changed the 9th trial's assessment task. After Tang San and the others arrived, after a round of intimidation, the hearts of the sea soul masters, which had been wavering, gradually calmed down. I will now defeat the strongest output-type battle soul master, Luban, in front of all the soul masters of the continent, to prove to the sea god. During the process of appeasing the various islands, Luban publicly declared his ambitions. As the heir of the sea god, he would challenge Luban on behalf of the sea god. The news spread, causing an uproar among the sea soul masters. When they saw Tang San appearing with a divine artifact, the sea god's trident, they knew Tang San's identity was legitimate. Now that he openly declared his intention to challenge Luban and defeat him, the sea soul masters were collectively stirred up. Many might doubt Tang San, but they would not doubt the sea god. The sea god had dominated both land and sea for over 1,000 years, with immense prestige. He was once an existence that could not be defeated anywhere in the world. Set off. After returning to Sea God Island, the Shrek 7 devils gathered with the Grand Priest Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars to protect Douluo, this time returning to Shrek Academy. The entire Sea Soul Master Legion was mobilized. Chapter 156. The Arrival of the Sea Soul Masters. In Tiando City, at Shrek Academy, Luban was sitting in his room, practicing when Shui Binger and the others hurried in. "Luban, I've heard that the Sea Soul Masters are coming to openly challenge you," Shui Binger said, shaking her little fist as she entered the room. Shui Binger, Huo Wu, and Hulaina are now veteran students of Luban's training class. More accurately, they are tutors. Their ranks in the King's secret realm have already reached Diamond. They have open classes at Shrek Academy and are very popular teachers among the students. However, these teachers, who seem like gods in the eyes of the students, have to train under Luban for a period each day. Initially, Luban wanted to disband the training class, thinking that with the knowledge from the King's secret realm, they would quickly figure things out as challenges progressed. But Shui Binger, Huo Wu, and the other first batch of students disagreed. The more they engaged, the more they understood, and the more they felt that their knowledge was lacking. This was the thought in the hearts of the students at that moment. Of course, there were also some ulterior motives from the female students like Shui Binger, Huo Wu, and Hulaina. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pestering Luban every day to guide them in their training. This point is very clear to everyone. There are no male students in the class who harbor jealousy, as they are facing Luban, the #1 person on the mainland. He is an existence they look up to and cannot foster a competitive spirit against. In fact, many male students regard Luban as an idol and admire him greatly. If Luban hadn't already made it clear that he is not interested in the same sex, some male students might have been uneasy about competing with Shui Binger and the others. Moreover, the person challenging you this time is none other than someone you know, a talented student from Shrek Academy as well. Huo Wu smiled and teased. "Can you guess who it is?" Hulaina, not wanting to fall behind, stepped forward and jokingly asked, "Oh, what'd I get if I guess right?" Seeing the mysterious expressions on the girls' faces, Luban smiled lightly and replied, "What reward do you want?" Hulaina puffed out her chest and scrutinized him with an aggressive gaze, fearing that Luban might overlook her perfectly ample figure. Seeing Hulaina tease Luban like this, Shui Binger and Huowu immediately became displeased. Although they couldn't compete with Hulaina in figure, they still squeezed their arms forward, surrounding Luban as if they were a blooming garden, ready to be picked. "If you guess right, I'll let you kiss me. How about that?" Huowu said first, speaking so fast that it could match Luban's speed when using his wind and thunder wings to fly. If you guess right, I'll cook for you tonight." Shui Binger naturally didn't want to fall behind and chimed in. Hulaina, who had initially started the teasing, was a step slower this time. After all, as the saintess of the spirit hall, her status was quite noble, and it was usually the young talents of other prominent families who came to her. She still held some poise, but she didn't expect Shui Binger and Huowu, these young ladies, to be so unabashed, which made her quite embarrassed. "I'll practice with you for a night," Hulaina quickly said instinctively, and after saying that, she noticed the hungry gazes around her and realized what she had said. Her beautiful face instantly flushed red. With the atmosphere reaching this point, Luban cleared his throat and said, "There's always been only one person in Shrek Academy who dares to challenge me, and that is that kid Tang San. Hearing you say this, it seems that guy is getting itchy again." Luban smiled calmly and said, appearing composed and unflustered. At this moment, the surrounding girls were wide-eyed, looking surprised. "Wow, Luban really knows Tang San well. He guessed it right away. Are you confident? I heard that the Shrek 7 monsters have obtained the Sea God-S inheritance. And the Sea God is quite formidable," Hulaina asked, regaining her composure and looking up to inquire. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, she was quite knowledgeable about the Sea God-S inheritance. It is said that the Sea God once roamed the continent for over 1,000 years, an invincible existence both within and outside the sea. His prestige is even higher than that of the previous angel god and Rakshasa god. "Yeah, if that guy Tang San becomes the Sea God, can you defeat him?" Huowu added from the side, her face filled with questions. She wasn't very familiar with these divine inheritances, but she thought anything divine seemed impressive. In her eyes, no matter how powerful Luban was, he was still just a mortal. Despite having previously defeated Bibi Dong and Qian Renshue, she still felt a bit worried. "I feel those sea spirit masters must be aiming for the king's secret realm," Shui Binger said coldly, looking quite angry. "These inheritors of the gods are truly despicable, clearly driven by greed for the king's secret realm. Yet they speak of their excuses so grandly. Everyone can rest assured, as the senior brother of Shrek Academy, with me here, Tang San and the others will never turn the tide." Luban stood in the center of the hall, waving his sleeves, exuding a dominant aura. The surrounding women looked at him with misty eyes, clearly moved. In the face of the inheritors of the gods, only Luban remained so calm across the entire continent. Such a talented young man is indeed charming. Shortly after receiving the news from Luban, Tang San's public challenge to Luban spread throughout the mainland, causing an uproar among soul masters. "Oh my, I didn't expect even the sea soul masters to get involved. Haha, this time there will be a good show to watch. I heard Tang San is also a student of Shrek Academy. Do you think Tang San can defeat Luban? It's hard to say. It seems like the sea god is quite formidable. Hurry, hurry, I heard the Sea Soul Masters' main force has arrived in Heavendo City. Let's go see the excitement." At Shrek Academy, even before the Sea Soul Masters arrived, the place was already packed. High-ranking members of various major factions across the continent gathered to watch the upcoming battle. In the Grand Square, various families and sects occupied advantageous positions and began to discuss. Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall and Elder Qian Renshue of the Judgment also came to watch the battle. At this moment, Bibi Dong and Qian Renshue sat on a luxurious throne, quietly waiting for the duel to begin. "Luban, can you defeat the sea god?" Qian Renshue thought to herself, her gaze sweeping the distance, noticing that Luban had not yet appeared. The sea god? These gods are truly laughable. Bibi Dong, dressed in a purple gown and wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, had a disdainful smile on her face. After the previous battle with Luban, they had realized how inadequate these so-called gods were. Leaving behind a legacy was merely to maintain their own beliefs. They did not take these inheritors to heart at all. Even during the previous battle with Luban, they did not hesitate to harm their own bodies to control them through divine possession, releasing divine power to try to defeat Luban. Unfortunately, they ultimately failed. In the end, Luban defeated the Azura god and the angel god, allowing them to regain their consciousness and recognize the malicious intentions of these gods. It's obvious that the sea god must have similar intentions. Let the inheritor Tang San defeat Luban. At best, it can preserve the sea god's faith, and at worst, it can seize the king's secret realm. Bibi Dong and Qianren Xue, as inheritors of the gods, understood this all too well. They were very calm about this battle, and even hoped for Luban to win. Look, the Sea Soul Master's main force has arrived. Soon, the entire Shrek Academy was in an uproar. At this time, the Shrek's 7 monsters, accompanied by the Sea Soul Masters, marched into the academy, looking valiant and confident. Tang San, wielding the sea god's trident, led the way at the front of the group. Dressed in a deep blue sea god outfit, he looked exceptionally majestic. All 6 soul bones had evolved into divine level and had merged into the divine artifact sea god outfit. Under the shining sun, colorful neon lights flickered around Tang San, a display of overflowing divine power. Seeing Tang San's current demeanor, a hint of astonishment appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. She did not expect Tang San's cultivation level to have reached such a height, even more abundant in divine power than when she challenged Luban. Moreover, the aura emanating from the people around Tang San was not low, at least reaching the tidal Douluo level. The Sea Soul Masters entering the land in such large numbers had never happened before. Luban, come out and fight. When the Shrek 7 monsters and their companions arrived at the grand square beneath the sky city of the king's secret realm, a soul power transmission echoed throughout the venue. At this moment, everyone saw a striking figure soaring into the air, standing proudly with an air of nobility. Great offerings will surely win. As Poseidon took the stage to challenge first, the Sea Soul Masters erupted in intense cheers. Extreme Douluo Poseidon held a status in the hearts of the Sea Soul Masters second only to the sea god, and until Luban appeared. He was always regarded as an invincible presence on the continent. This time, she will confront Luban, allowing her to get a sense of Luban's details and give Tang San a sense of assurance. This was the strategy they had formulated on the road earlier. They know too little about Luban's current methods. For Soul Masters, there are only a few soul skills that cannot be changed. The more they expose, the more passive they become. Posey actively challenged Luban to pave the way for Tang San, ensuring he completes the task of the 9th trial and fulfills the sea goddess wish. With the 9th trial task altered, she did not make a sacrifice and is still very grateful to the sea god. No matter what, she must help the chosen successor of the sea god complete the sea god's legacy. To be honest, I also want to challenge the senior brother. In the Sea Soul Master team, Ma Hongjun said excitedly, Fatty, don't go up there and embarrass yourself. You can show off in front of others, but not in front of the senior brother, said Oscar beside him, awkwardly shaking his head. They had heard about Luban's glorious achievements during the Sea God Temple assessment. After all, many Sea Soul Masters entered the king's secret realm to challenge him, first defeating Bibi Dong, then defeating the angel god Qianren Xue. Luban's current strength has exceeded their imagination. At this moment, only Tang San can fight him. Brother Air is right. Fatty, if you go up, you'll only get beaten. With your rank 93 title Daw, you're nothing in front of the senior brother, said Ning Rongrong nearby, covering her mouth and smiling. Little Sam Ubai, you're back. Not long after the Shrek 7 monsters entered the academy, Dean Flander and Master approached to inquire about the situation. Teacher Dean, we missed you so much. The Shrek 7 monsters excitedly hugged their teachers and chatted. However, when looking at Tang San, they all showed awkward expressions. With a raised eyebrow, it seemed to say, Little guy, you're very brave. You actually dare to challenge that freak Luban. As the 2 most talented students of Shrek Academy, Flander and Master are very optimistic about the future of both Tang San and Luban, and they feel proud. Now that the 2 genius students are battling, no one stopped them. Winning or losing doesn't matter. It's just a sparring session. However, judging by their expressions, they did not seem to have high hopes for Tang San. Having frequent dealings with Luban, Flander, and Master know too well what kind of person Luban is. His methods are not something ordinary people can understand, let alone Tang San. Even if the sea god were present, he might not be Luban's opponent. Luban appears harmless, but after prolonged contact, one will realize how unfathomable he is. During the days of interacting with Luban, the teachers deeply felt what it means to simplify the profound. That figure in the sky, if my guess is correct, should be the Sea God Temple's grand offering Posey, right? Master turned his head to look at the beautiful figure in the air and asked calmly, Yes, teacher, she is Senior Posey. The Shrek's 7 monsters nodded and introduced Posey and the 7 sacred pillars guardian Douluo to the teachers. Teacher, how long do you think Senior Posey can fight against Luban? Tang San asked. As someone who grew up with Luban, Tang San never called him senior brother, always acting very close. How long? Hearing this, Master shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying it depends on Luban's mood. If Luban strikes first, he only needs one move to defeat Posey. Upon hearing Master's words, the Shrek's 7 monsters exchanged glances, looking at each other in disbelief. Is it really that exaggerated? Master, Senior Posey is a rank 99 limit Douluo. Her strength is comparable to that of a deity. Can the senior brother defeat her with one move? Ma Hongjun asked incredulously. On the Sea Soul Master side, hearing Master's statement, the 7 sacred pillars guardian Douluo frowned, looking displeased. Goodness, that is too much bragging. Even now, Tang San wouldn't dare say he could defeat their grand offering with one move. Due to Master's status, the title Douluo did not explode in anger, but they were all quite unhappy. They wanted to see how powerful Luban really is and were waiting for Master to be proven wrong. To be honest, after interacting with Luban for so long, I still haven't figured out how many tricks and trump cards he has. In the previous battle with Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu, using his words, he was probably just warming up. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Master briefly explained. He understood the thoughts of the Shrek 7 monsters. They wanted to glean information about Luban's strength from him. However, the problem is that he doesn't even know what level his disciple has reached. When their soul power levels were lower, he could still see some clues. But ever since the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies ended, they couldn't understand Luban anymore. This guy's cultivation speed is truly astonishing, like he's sitting on a rocket. Luban had simply told them some things related to the inheritance of the king's secret realm. He didn't ask more. After all, it involves personal privacy. Chapter 158. Poseidon is in control. Hearing the Master say that, the Shrek 7 devils were all shocked. They didn't expect Luban to be so powerful. They understood the Master's character well. He wasn't T1 to exaggerate. Since he said so, Luban's strength must be extraordinary. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Poseidon in the sky, hoping he could probe Luban's abilities further to help Tang San prepare for what's next. As soon as Poseidon's challenge was issued, the crowd nearby began to stir. Everyone made way as Luban and his students entered the Grand Plaza. Then, with a flap of his thunder wings, Luban soared into the sky, standing not far from Poseidon. Poseidon, seeing the suddenly appeared young man, had his eyes glowing blue, trying to see through him. Unfortunately, the gaze imbued with the light of the sea god swept over Luban like mud entering the sea, yielding no results except for a significant drain on his mental energy. Moreover, as time passed, Poseidon felt a dryness in his eyes, as if he were gazing at a brilliant star, the dazzling light from Luban causing him discomfort. Poseidon was greatly alarmed, not expecting this seemingly simple-looking young man in a gray robe to possess such powerful soul strength. After Poseidon and Luban appeared, the audience below began to murmur. What a beautiful woman! Are all sea spirit masters this stunning? Brother, isn't your focus a bit misplaced? Cough. Who is this woman in the purple robe? What courage does she have to challenge Luban? She'll keep it down. I heard she is the high priestess of the sea god temple, Poseidon. A peerless title Douluo at level 99. My god, so she is the legendary Poseidon. I didn't expect her to be so young. This battle is going to be exciting. I want to see the sea spirit master's methods. Indeed, I believe Poseidon must be the front line for the sea god's inheritor. The upcoming duel should be quite spectacular. Upon learning Poseidon's identity, the surrounding spirit masters no longer looked down on her. After all, she was a level 99 ultimate Douluo. Even if she wasn't Luban's match, they couldn't afford to underestimate her. No need to probe any further. Once I make my move, you won't get another chance. In midair, Luban looked at Poseidon with a calm smile. He had clearly felt the soul attack Poseidon attempted with the sea goddess light. With the level of soul strength Poseidon had, it was like an egg hitting a stone compared to him. Naturally, he couldn't gauge her depth. He hadn't even counterattacked earlier. Just the reflection of his soul overflow had already shaken Poseidon's spirit. If he truly made a move, just using a soul attack would instantly obliterate Poseidon's soul. 7th soul skill, true body of the sea god. Upon hearing this, Poseidon called out and, no longer hesitating, directly summoned her martial soul and unleashed her 7th soul skill. Poseidon's martial soul is the sea god, At this moment, as she unleashed her martial soul, true body, her soul power surged, and the air above her head instantly became tumultuous. Then, the audience saw a massive blue and gold sea god phantom rising hundreds of meters high. The image of the sea god was recognized by all spirit masters, as it had been famous on the continent for so many years. Spirit masters learned these basic concepts from their teachers since childhood in the Spirit Master Academy. When the sea god phantom appeared, the entire sky was illuminated in deep blue, resembling the ocean. Sea god domain open. As the true body of the martial soul was released, Poseidon decisively activated the sea god's domain. Azure waves. Within the sea god's domain, water vapor continuously gathered from all directions in the sky, making it look like the entire sky was an ocean. As the Azure Waves domain skill was activated, invisible water waves surrounded Luban, having his speed and sensory perception. His attack power was also reduced by half. This is the powerful role of the sea god's domain. If it were against other low-level soul masters, they wouldn't even need to make a move. Just relying on their domain skills would be enough to suppress them completely. In the face of Poseidon's attack, Luban did not retaliate. Instead, he braced himself, feeling the attacking methods and power of the Sea Soul Master. At Luban's level of strength, he viewed Poseidon as if he were a child, feeling no pressure whatsoever. Poseidon's attacks and control posed no harm to him. Continue. Luban glanced at Poseidon and smiled slightly, his expression relaxed and exceptionally comfortable, being looked down upon by Luban. Even the usually calm and composed Poseidon couldn't help but frown, showing displeasure. Ninth soul skill, Descent of the Sea God. Poseidon snorted coldly, no longer holding back, and directly unleashed his strongest attack skill. At that moment, his soul power and mental power were nearly drained. Everyone saw a golden light descending from the sky, landing on the phantom of the sea god. Then, the sea god phantom slowly solidified, glowing with golden light, as if the true sea god had descended. This is Poseidon's strongest attack skill. By consuming a large amount of soul power and mental strength, he summons the sea god to strike down his enemies. At this moment, the sea god is not the true body of the sea god, but rather means Dharma body, whose attack power can reach 10% of the sea god's strength. Poseidon's ninth soul skill can be regarded as a divine skill because at this time, even though the sea god's only has 10% of its strength, it can still wield divine power. When dealing with titled Douluo who have not become gods, it can be said that no opponent can withstand it. After the sea god descends, he raises his right hand, and a burst of golden light suddenly erupts. Then everyone sees a golden war spear appear, identical to the one in Tang San's hand. The first style of the golden 13 spears, unstable winds and waves. The golden 13 spears is the strongest attack skill created by the sea god. At this time, the sea god holds the golden trident in his right hand, making frequent movements, causing circles of golden halos to appear. Unstable winds and waves is the only limiting skill among the golden 13 spears. Once it hits an opponent, regardless of how strong the opponent is, they will be immobilized and unable to move an inch. Soul masters below the divine level cannot move for 8 seconds, while those above the divine level can be restricted for at least 3 seconds. It is the strongest controlled divine skill of the sea god. Poseidon knows that Luban is an output-type battle soul master, with a long attack range, and coupled with his wind and thunder wings, his movement speed is ridiculously fast. Therefore, to take the initiative, he must first use a control skill to restrict Luban. The 13th style of the golden 13 spears, the stars shift. Seeing Luban restricted and unable to move, Poseidon quickly unleashes the strongest strike of the golden 13 spears. At this moment, the sea god's body and the golden trident merge into one, suddenly thrusting towards Luban. The dazzling light is incredibly eye-catching, like a meteor roaring across the sky. With immense momentum, the void trembles wherever it passes, leaving the onlookers below in shock. Divine skill. It is definitely a divine skill. This kind of power is not something that a titled Douluo can wield. The moment Poseidon used the sea god descends, the majority of the sea spirit masters knelt down to pay their respects. Chapter 159. Tang San takes action. Although the sea god descends is a soul skill used by Poseidon, in essence, it is the sea god fighting against the enemy. To witness the sea god in battle is an immense honor for the sea spirit masters. My goodness, even a clone of the sea god possesses such power. I can't imagine what kind of earth-shattering scene Third Brother would create when he uses the golden 13 halberds. Ma Hongjun exclaimed as he looked at the golden meteor in the sky. Dai Mu Bai. Oscar, and the others also wore expressions of shock. Poseidon's ninth soul skill is incredibly overpowered. Being able to summon the sea god to fight, who could possibly contend with that? Without the Rakshasa god's possession, I wouldn't be able to withstand this move either. At this moment, within the Spirit Hall team, seeing Poseidon's strongest attack, Bibi Dong couldn't help but sigh. Not far away, Qian Rinxue furrowed her brows, feeling the immense pressure as well. This strike can only be resisted with the use of a divine artifact. Truly impressive. It has already surpassed the resistance limit of a title de law. I didn't expect Poseidon to be so powerful. Under the same conditions, she is also not a match for Poseidon. Seeing the golden trident coming, although Luban's body was immobilized, he showed no signs of panic. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, calm and indifferent. He didn't even activate the marksman domain. Luban 7 was possessed. After a simple soul manifestation, Luban underwent a tremendous transformation, donning a golden robe that made him look incredibly sacred and majestic. This move won't work on me. This time, Luban did not even unleash an attack skill. He simply extended his right hand to clash directly with the golden trident. With a gentle motion of his right hand, a golden membrane formed over his palm, directly halting the sudden assault of the golden trident. At this moment, the golden trident was pressing against Luban's palm, spinning wildly, trying to break free from the restraint. Unfortunately, it was all in vain, held tightly by Luban. "It's over," Luban said softly, suddenly gripping his palm, and the golden trident shattered instantly. Puff! The strongest strike was defeated, and Poseidon, not far away, immediately spat out blood, his face pale. Defeated. Her strongest attack was unexpectedly crushed by Luban with a casual squeeze, which was incredibly demoralizing. At this moment, Poseidon was deeply shocked. She never expected such a result in the end. The young man across from her was incredibly powerful. I have lost. The consumption of her ninth soul skill was enormous, and Poseidon's soul power and mental strength were almost exhausted, making her unable to continue fighting. My goodness, Luban is so strong. Indeed, who in the world could match Luban? It was terrifying. Facing such a strike, Luban actually crushed it with his bare hands, which was truly unbelievable. His domineering presence leaked through. What realm had Luban reached? How could this be possible? The grand offering was a level 99 peerless Douluo. Yet he only made one move. Poseidon's attempt to test him drew continuous gasps from the audience. Luban's strength instilled fear. Strong, truly too strong. It was beyond description. Just as everyone was discussing, Tang San unleashed the sea god 8 wings and suddenly flew into the sky. Luban, long time no see. Tang San, dressed in blue gold sea god attire and holding the sea god trident, stood opposite Luban. Little San, not bad, you dare to challenge me. Luban smiled and said, I am now the inheritor of the sea god. To be honest, this challenge is also meant to prove myself to the sea god, Tang San explained. Upon hearing this, Luban shook his head, indicating it was no problem. He knew that Tang San had now been possessed by the sea god, and there was no need for further discussion. Let's begin. Let me see how much your strength has grown over the years. Luban smiled, signaling Tang San to make his move. The endless azure of the sea god domain. The duel began, and Tang San held nothing back, directly unleashing his god-level domain. His soul power had not yet reached level 100, and he was still a bit away from true godhood. The martial soul's blue silver grass and Haotian hammer had not evolved into god skills, and given Luban's previous performance, he could definitely not cause any damage to him. Therefore, there was no need to use those soul skills. To defeat Luban, he could only use god skills. Fortunately, all his soul bones had now evolved into god level, and his former soul skills had also transformed into god skills. Among the 3 major domains, only the sea god domain was a god level domain. Thus, Tang San directly unleashed the sea god domain. Tang San's sea god domain was much stronger than Poseidon's previous one. After all, this was a true god level domain. As the sea god domain was activated, the sky above Tang San was instantly filled with turbulent winds and clouds, and countless water vapor began to converge towards him from all directions. Centered around Tang San, a small ocean gradually formed. Within the sea god domain, Luban's speed and overall attributes were halved. At this moment, Luban's movements felt as if he was submerged in the ocean, surrounded by a restraining force of water vapor. His sense of feeling was greatly diminished. Without a doubt, his attack power was also halved. As expected of a god-level domain, its power was significantly stronger than Poseidon's azure waves. Although Tang San did not fully understand Lu Ban's methods as an output-oriented battle soul master, he was all too familiar with Lu Ban's attacking style. Poseidon's previous response was entirely correct. When fighting Lu Ban, one must use control skills to limit him from the very beginning. If he was allowed to attack from a distance, one would only be passively beaten. The right arm soul bone skill of the Sky Blue Bull Python, Sky Blue Dullness Divine Claw. The main function of the Sea God domain was to provide attribute bonuses, but its limiting ability was still weak. Tang San was very clear about this, so after Lu Ban was trapped in the Sea God domain, he decisively unleashed another powerful control soul skill. The Sky Blue Dullness Divine Claw had evolved into a god skill, possessing a locking and tracking effect, making it incredibly powerful. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar echoed through the sky as Tang San's right arm soul bone skill was activated, and a massive form of the Sky Blue Bull Python appeared. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the Sky Blue Bull Python suddenly charged at Lu Ban, directly hitting his body. At this moment, Lu Ban's movement speed was suddenly slowed down by 10 times. Lu Ban felt as if he was bound by an invisible force, which was quite magical. After the Sky Blue Bull Python collided with his body, it disappeared. However, the negative effects it brought continued to persist. As expected of a god-level restraining skill, if it were anyone else, they would at least be stuck in that dull state for at least 10 seconds. Now, with his level 1 divinity, Lu Ban was still affected by the Sky Blue Dullness Divine Claw for about 3 seconds. The left arm bone soul skill of the Titan Giant Ape, Gravity Mire. Just as the Sky Blue Dullness Divine Claw hit Lu Ban, Tang San was still not at ease and simultaneously unleashed another restraining skill. The pair of wind and thunder wings on Lu Ban's back put considerable pressure on him. Tang San decided not to give Lu Ban any opportunity, intending to restrict him from the start and then deliver a thunderous blow. In this way, he was sure to win this duel. Chapter 160, Golden 13 Tridents. Gravity Mire was unleashed, and within a radius of 1 mile, centered on Lu Ban, gravity suddenly increased tenfold. Under such pressure, the void trembled, creating a grand spectacle. Within the coverage of the Sea God domain, the water vapor directly fell and condensed into clouds. At this moment, the area where Lu Ban was located, which was originally clear, instantly turned into dense clouds. Surrounding Lu Ban was a mist, as if he were riding on clouds, looking extraordinarily strange. First came the limiting skill of the Sea God domain, the Endless Azure, followed by 2 god-level soul bone skills consecutively, trapping Lu Ban tightly. This drew gasps of amazement from the crowd below. My God, what kind of technique is this? It's too powerful. Indeed, they were the 2 great prodigies of Shrek Academy. It seemed Tang San understood Lu Ban very well. Yes, starting with continuous control skills to gain the upper hand, it must be said that Tang San indeed has a plan. Indeed, if Tang San could break through Lu Ban's defenses next, he would surely win this match. It was thrilling, truly thrilling. No one expected that Shrek Academy had a character like Tang San. Shrek Academy was amazing, with 2 peerless prodigies like Tang San and Lu Ban appearing at once. Tang San was indeed worthy of being noticed by the Sea God. His talent could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Ban. Tang San's first move shocked the entire audience. It was the first time they saw him make a move, and they never expected that at such a young age, he could rival a deity. The strength he displayed now was no less than that of the previous angel god, Qian Renxue. The momentum of this attack is unmatched even by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and the great offering of the Sea God Hall, Poseidon. Back then in Spirit City, everyone was impressed by Lu Ban, but today, Tang San has surprisingly grown to such a level, which is truly incredible. When the news of Tang San challenging Lu Ban spread earlier, the Land Soul Masters all looked down on him with disdain, not believing that Tang San had the strength to challenge Lu Ban. However, his performance now has changed everyone's minds. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the major forces on the continent are finding it hard to remain calm. In the past thousands of years, the Soul Master world has never been as exciting as it is today. With talents running rampant and the legacies of gods competing, such a grand era is indeed exhilarating. The powerful restrictive skills are truly godly techniques. If it were me, I would also be at a loss. Among the Sea Soul Master team, Poseidon raised his head, watching the battle in the sky, and sighed. Tang San continuously unleashed 3 sets of godly techniques. Each move was something she couldn't escape from. Previously, Tang San had not shown his strength in front of them, so they didn't know what he was capable of. Now that they see him fighting at full strength, the Sea Soul Masters are all excited. At this moment, Tang San represents the face of the Sea Soul Masters and embodies the faith of the Sea God. If he can successfully suppress Luban this time, then the position of the Sea Soul Masters will undoubtedly be the highest on the continent. It's hard to believe that the little guy who was only a 4-ring Soul Master back in Spirit City has grown so fast. He truly deserves to be a twin martial soul. Among the Spear Hall team, Bibi Dong swirled the red wine in her glass and sighed leisurely. During the elite competition of the high-ranking Soul Master Academies across the continent, the Shrek 7 monsters were still just a bunch of immature children. But now they have all risen strongly. Tang San's talent is not inferior to mine. Beside her, Qian Rinxu, seeing the scene of the battle, said lightly. She has always been a proud person. In the past, the only genius she acknowledged was Luban, and now Tang San barely counts as half. Qian Rinxu feels that Tang San can match her, but she does not believe he can defeat Luban. Having never fought Luban, she cannot understand the feeling of being dominated. Even when the angel god temporarily possessed her, allowing her to call upon the angel god's power, she was still far from being a match. That feeling is very clear. The gap between the two is not on the same level. Even when facing the sea god, Qian Rinxu has never experienced such a strong sense of oppression and helplessness. The feeling Luban gives her is like an abyss, endless and bottomless. During this observation, she wanted to see how many moves the so-called sea goddess air could force out of Luban. The 13th move of the Golden 13 halberds, the Star's Shift. Seeing Luban being controlled, Tang San decisively unleashed his strongest attack skill. The Golden 13 halberds is a divine skill created by the sea god, dominating both domestic and foreign realms for over 1,000 years, with no rivals. It is even stronger than the soul skills evolved from his soul bones. Faced with the freak known as Luban, Tang San knew he had to win in one strike. He wouldn't give Luban a chance to counterattack, as he wasn't confident in withstanding Luban's immense offensive power. The output-type Battle Soul Masters are well known across the continent. Once they seize the rhythm of the battlefield, their opponents can only passively endure the blows. Dressed in a blue-gold sea god suit, Tang San raised the sea god trident in his right hand suddenly. Endless brilliance flickered, blinding everyone present. At this moment, all of Tang San's soul power and mental strength surged towards the sea god trident. Body and trident became one. Its might was much stronger than when Poseidon had used it before. The descent of the sea god must have only been a fragment of the sea god. But now Tang San was just a line away from the sea god, and he was using a true divine weapon. Its power was naturally incomparable to Poseidon's 9th soul skill. The shocking scene of a meteor streaking across the sky reappeared, thrilling the crowd below. This time, the sea god's trident also condensed a massive amount of sea god power, surging fiercely, directly attacking Luban. Oh my, Sanji's strike is truly formidable. Ma Hongjun looked at the sky, where Tang San unleashed such a shocking blow, and exclaimed loudly. This move from Xiao San. I'm afraid even the Pope of the Spear Hall, Bibi Dong, couldn't withstand it. Dai Mubai's eyes widened, also showing a look of shock. Hee, senior brother. It seemed you're going to face some losses this time, Ning Rongrong said with a smile, remembering the scenes of being dominated by Luban back in the day. The Shrek 7 devils felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Together, the 7 of them found it difficult to shake Luban even a little, unable to force out his soul skills. Now that they have returned from their adventures, they must reclaim their honor. After all, each of them is considered one of the top geniuses on the continent, and they don't want to be at such a huge disadvantage compared to Luban. Xiao San, well done. At this moment, in the grand square of Shrek Academy, on the side of Haoyin clan, Tang Hao was equally excited to see his son's performance. Tang San is his greatest pride. Not only Tang Hao, but all the disciples of Haoyin clan were extremely excited. From a bloodline perspective, Tang San is indeed a direct descendant of their Haoyin clan. If they can defeat Luban this time, then their Haoyin sect will have greater say in the king's secret realm. Looking across the entire continent, no power is immune to the allure of the king's secret realm. The king's secret realm is not only a sacred place in the hearts of output-type soul masters, but also a place for cultivation. Completing a challenge every day can lead to a significant increase in soul power, which is faster than cultivating in the best simulated training environment on the continent. Chapter 161. The Dusk of the Sea God. Next, under the gaze of countless eyes in the audience, the Sea God's trident spun rapidly, crashing towards Luban like a shooting star. Wherever it passed, the clouds dispersed, and the sound of tearing air howled fiercely. Xiao San, this move is useless against me, Luban said calmly in the face of the golden trident's attack, showing no signs of panic. His soul power transmission could be heard throughout the entire Tiando city, and he remained very composed. It should be noted that he was currently at the level of a level 120 deity, with his entire soul power having already evolved into divine power. His soul had evolved into a divine soul, and his physical body had also transformed. Additionally, with the King's torso bone providing a defense value of 1 million points, and the King's left hand bone providing a life value of 1 million points, he could withstand the attack with his physical body. Tang San's move posed some threat to secondary deities, but for Luban now, it was simply unable to break through his defenses. Not to mention, the fusion of the King's left leg bone had granted Luban 1 million points of supreme yang power. This is the nemesis of the sea god's power. The power of pure yang is one of the strongest laws in the world, comparable to the power of death. It is certainly not something as trivial as the sea god's power that can be compared. Luban extended his right hand, bending his middle finger, and gently flicked it. The vibrations emitted from his fingertips caused the entire void nearby to tremble, creating layers of ripples. The dense fog and sorrowful clouds formed by the sea god's domain and the gravity swamp of the soul bone divine skill were instantly blown away. The sky immediately became clear and transparent. Luban's figure reappeared in the sight of the crowd. At this moment, the spectators below saw Luban flick his finger lightly, and the pure yang power at his fingertip, radiating infinite brilliance, faced the sea god's trident. ZZ. The enormous sea god's power collided violently with the tiny pure yang power at Luban's fingertip. The scene looked spectacular and bizarre, as if a person gently flicked their finger to directly stop a meteor streaking by at high speed. One must say how astonishing and shocking the scene was. Compared to the sea god's domain, Luban's seemingly weak body at this moment appeared incredibly tall and majestic, like a deity capable of extinguishing stars with a single finger. In a brief moment of collision between the sea god's trident, shining with supreme brilliance, and Luban's fingertip, it began to dissolve continuously. The tiny pure yang power absorbed the sea god's divine power in just a few breaths, leaving the entire audience dumbfounded. Ding dong! As the divine power vanished, Luban flicked his finger again, directly rebounding the sea god's trident back along its original path. Ofthe, with his body and trident unified being broken, Tang San's internal organs were violently shaken, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Hiss! At this moment, the entire Shrek Academy was silent. All the soul masters were wide-eyed, stunned. Gulping, they swallowed hard, their faces filled with shock. Their eyes reflected disbelief. How was this possible? Such a powerful strike was actually deflected so easily. Is Luban even human? Damn, Luban is terrifying. Is there anyone in this world who can match Luban? Great Luban, please spare my knees. Strong, truly too strong. I can no longer describe it with words. My goodness, is this something a human can do? Luban is majestic, powerful, and incredibly cool. After the shock, the audience reacted and erupted into cheers. Their exclamations shook the heavens, as Luban's strength once again overturned everyone's understanding. They knew Luban was strong, but no one knew just how strong. Impossible. How could you be so strong? After stabilizing himself, Tang San's face was filled with shock. The Dozhuan Xing, he could be said to be his strongest strike so far. Yet, it couldn't even break through Luban's defense. He casually deflected it with ease. The scene before him surpassed Tang San's imagination, making him start to doubt his life. Little San, don't be discouraged. In fact, you are already very strong. Luban smiled lightly, his lips curling up. There was no need to compare with me. Luban's calm demeanor left Tang San in a daze. At that moment, a voice of divine pressure suddenly echoed in his mind. Tang San, your invincible heart is in disarray. You should not feel fear. As the inheritor of the sea god, you are no worse than anyone else. Luban is only superficially strong. You should not be disturbed by him. Regain your confidence. You will definitely be able to defeat him. After a moment of daze, Tang San's eyes suddenly shone with golden light. With a roar to the heavens, I, Tang San, will not be defeated by you. Luban, come and fight. The audience below was stunned to see Tang San's aura suddenly surge. At this moment, the momentum radiating from Tang San was several times stronger than before. His whole body was glowing with golden light, resembling a true deity. It made people feel an involuntary urge to bow down and worship. The golden 13 halberds united. The twilight of the sea god. The sea god's avatar possessed Tang San, controlling his mind. At the cost of damaging his physical foundation, he unleashed a desperate strike. The twilight of the sea god was currently being executed, and it was still quite strenuous for Tang San. just like Qian Rinchue's Sun Angel. It was a life-saving technique that should only be used in moments of life and death. Logically speaking, in this situation, Tang San's true heart would not allow him to use this move to fight Luban. But how could the sea god accept defeat? This was related to the sea god's faith. So regardless of Tang San's physical condition, he had to engage in the final battle. As the twilight of the sea god was unleashed, Tang San's martial soul state quickly switched to the Haotian hammer. Then, 8 red and 1 gold soul rings appeared around him. Crack, crack, crack. Under everyone's gaze, the 9 soul rings suddenly shattered, and all the soul ring power gathered towards the sea god's trident. Exploding rings. That's right, this is the famous exploding rings technique of the Haotian sect. However, now it was combined with the golden 13 halberds, forming a unique ultimate move. After the 9 soul rings of the Haotian hammer exploded, Tang San switched his martial soul to blue silver grass. Crack, crack, crack. The 9 soul rings on the blue silver grass also exploded simultaneously. For a moment, 18 soul rings shattered, unleashing a powerful energy storm in the sky. Below, Shrek Academy was instantly engulfed in an 18th level hurricane. Fortunately, top-tier powerhouses like BB Dong, Qianren Xue, and Poseidon quickly intervened, forming a massive protective barrier that blocked the overflow of the sea god's twilight's might. My heavens, what soul skill is this? So powerful. This is against the heavens. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful soul skill. It's simply divine. It's even more powerful than a divine skill. If this were on the ground, the entire Heavendo city would probably be destroyed. Terrifyingly so, this is more terrifying than a divine skill. Wow, this kind of power is absolutely not something humans can possess. It's too damn formidable. Just the overwhelming force around is so destructive. It's terrifying. Kneeling in worship. So this is the means of the gods. Can Luban withstand this strike? As the twilight of the sea god was unleashed, the audience below was filled with fear. They had never encountered such might before. At this moment, only BB Dong and Qian Rinxue maintained their calm demeanor. Seeing Tang San finally get serious, the two women's eyes suddenly lit up as they looked towards Luban. Chapter 162, Destruction of the Sea God Avatar. At this moment, the aura emanating from Tang San was all too familiar to them. It was clearly the possession of the sea god. At this moment, Tang San is no longer the same as before. He can now temporarily wield the power of the sea god, comparable to that of a true deity. Although his strength is not on par with the actual sea god, he is much stronger than when he was possessed by the Rakshasa god and the angel god. After all, the Rakshasa god and the angel god are merely secondary deities, while the sea god is a true primary deity. Their power is not something the Rakshasa god and the angel god can compare to. Luban, can you still handle this easily this time? BB Dong thought to herself as she sat upright on the throne, her eyes slightly narrowed. Next to her, Qianren Xue was also closely watching the battle. To be honest, she had a very good impression of Luban. If it weren't for Luban, she would have been controlled by the angel god. Moreover, during the process of being controlled by the angel god, Qianren Xue could clearly feel Luban's measured approach. Logically speaking, with Luban's strength, he could have completely destroyed her. But he chose not to do so. He only eliminated the angel god's avatar. The way he handled the situation was very skillful, both eliminating the angelic divine spirit and not harming her foundation. After all, Qianren Xue is a woman, and seeing a young prodigy treat her this way, she naturally had many thoughts in her heart. This is an attraction stemming from the instincts of the opposite sex. Luban, I want to see just how strong you really are. Qianren Xue raised her head, her eyes focused intently on the aerial battle, placing almost all her attention on Luban, eager to see how he would respond to Poseidon's deadly attack. Little San, how did you suddenly become so formidable? Dai Mubai exclaimed, frowning as he noticed Tang San's momentum suddenly surge. Yeah, what soul skill is this? I've never seen him use it before. Ma Hongjun also looked puzzled. This soul skill seems to be related to the Haotian sect, but I wonder how it affects the body. Xiao Wu looked up at the sky, her face showing concern. It's known that the more powerful a terrifying soul skill is, the greater the side effects on the body afterward. Especially with the kind of soul skill Tang San is using, capable of devastating destruction, the negative impact on his body afterward will definitely be significant. Sigh, how could this happen? Xiao Wu sighed inwardly, feeling quite confused. Based on her understanding of Tang San, even if he were to fail in this challenge against Luban, he wouldn't use such a soul skill that could destroy his foundation. Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and others were equally shocked. not expecting Tang San to have such a soul skill. Meanwhile, not far away within the Haotian sect team, the crowd erupted in astonishment upon seeing Tang San unleash the explosive ring. They were already quite familiar with this ultimate technique. This is the strongest secret technique of the sect that only the sect master could cultivate throughout history. I never expected that Tang San would unleash it today. Although the sea god trident replaced the Haotian hammer, they wouldn't mistake the explosive ring, the most notable feature of the soul skill. Wow, how exciting! It is indeed our Haotian sect's Great Sumeru Hammer. Yes, it is indeed an upgraded version of the Great Sumeru Hammer, with 9 rings exploding, concentrating all the power onto the sea god trident. It's so spectacular. I didn't expect our Haotian sect's exclusive secret technique to possess such power. My goodness, this strike can definitely be called a divine skill. Not just a divine skill, it's much stronger than the divine skills previously displayed by Bai Dong and Qianren Xue. Seeing the Haotian sect's original soul skill make its glorious appearance, all the disciples of the Haotian sect were extremely excited. Divine skill, their Haotian sect's strongest soul skill. Its power surpassing that of divine skills, truly left everyone in shock. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Tang San's attack did not stop. In the sea god realm, the limiting skill of the sea god domain was useless against Luban, and Tang San decisively unleashed another powerful area-limiting divine skill, combining it with the sea god's dust to strike at Luban. As the sea god realm was activated, Luban instantly felt dizzy when he regained consciousness. He found himself in a small world. The sea god power around him was as thick as liquid, and even the slightest movement became extremely difficult. It was like an ordinary person trying to move at the bottom of the ocean at a depth of 10,000 meters. He felt that his speed and other attributes had at least decreased by 10 times. Divine skill, Saming Wuji. Then, Tang San unleashed another auxiliary divine skill. Within the sea god realm, the sea god power suddenly gathered behind him. A gigantic sea god avatar rapidly took shape. At this moment, Tang San's body emerged with the avatar, becoming one. His imposing aura increased once again. Luban felt that Tang San's combat power had at least increased by about 10 times. The sea god avatar stood tall under the heavens, like the sea god himself had descended. The first style of the golden 13 tridents, uncertain wind and waves. In the state of the explosive ring, he unleashed uncertain wind and waves again, and its momentum was much greater than before. Previously, it only controlled Luban for a moment. This time it directly became 3 seconds. Within 3 seconds, Luban's body couldn't move. One could see how terrifying Tang San's strength had reached at this moment. It should be noted that Luban was now a level 120 god. The fact that he could be instantly controlled speaks volumes about the power of uncertain wind and waves. Truly the number 1 control divine skill in the divine realm. Luban, this battle is about to come to an end. In the sea god realm, the Sangming Wuji sea god avatar calmly declared. The stars shift and move go. Then, one could see the spear and trident merging as one. The sea god trident containing endless power, transforming into a shooting star, suddenly rushing towards Luban once again. This time's super strong attack is absolutely incomparable to before. With the blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer detonating all 18 soul rings, an infinite divine power erupts. Coupled with the Sangming Wujihai sea god physical form and the endless sea god power enhancement, this strike is Tang San's true strongest attack, exhausting all his soul power, mental power, and drawing out all his divine power. This strike is ridiculously strong. At this moment, the audience below is already in an uproar. Hiss, what happened? Why have Tang San and Luban suddenly disappeared? Yes, what's going on? It's so magical. I know, it must be like when His Holiness the Pope fought Luban before. A special spatial divine technique. Ooh, I was so excited to watch. What's happening? I want to see the final showdown. Who do you think will win in the end? I think it's 50-50. Dizziness. I lean towards Luban. He has never been defeated since his debut. Our Sea Soul Masters are the strongest. Exactly. Lord Tang San must win. He is the inheritor of the Sea God. The Sea God's inheritance is invincible. And Lord Tang San is invincible. Nonsense. Our output-type Battle Soul Masters are the strongest on the continent. That's right. Luban hasn't really made a move yet. Once he unleashes his strongest attack, the Sea God Angel won't stand chance. Tang San and Luban suddenly disappeared from everyone's view, and the Soul Masters began to discuss intensely. Chapter 163. The 7th test of the King S9 test begins. It's time to end this, Luban said calmly, a hint of coldness in his tone. The gods are truly selfish for their own inheritance, completely disregarding the feelings of the inheritors. These so-called inheritors are merely tools for them to use. After speaking, Luban's seventh form manifested. The shooter domain opened. When Tang San saw the 11 soul rings slowly rising beneath Luban's feet, he was instantly dumbfounded. The golden trident he transformed into trembled violently. 5 red and 6 gold. How is that possible? This is a configuration of a deity. How could it appear on an ordinary human? It's impossible. How do you possess 11 soul rings? In the realm of the sea god, Tang San's exclamation suddenly rang out. This means that Luban's true level has transcended that of an ordinary human and become a deity. However, the positions of deities in the divine realm are fixed. When did a strange god suddenly appear? This is too frightening. At this moment, the sea god avatar attached to Tang San was stunned. This unbelievable event happened to him today. It is known that true deities cannot appear in the mortal realm, as the power of the Douluo Continent's rules cannot bear it. That is why the Rakshasa god and the angel god appeared in the form of avatars. But now he witnessed a true god appearing in the mortal realm without being rejected by the laws of the universe. This is simply too bizarre and hard to believe. The sea goddess avatar was terrified. He sensed a deadly threat from Luban. He wanted to relay everything happening in the Douluo Continent back to the sea god's true body through his divine consciousness. But unfortunately, he discovered that the surrounding space had been confined by the power of the laws. His divine consciousness was completely restricted within this small world and couldn't convey any information. It was a joke. Luban was now a first-level deity, and his soul strength was outrageously high, even stronger than the sea god's true body. So how could he allow an avatar to escape? The shooter domain opened, and Luban's attack power instantly doubled, covering the entire sea god's realm. The dragon's mouth gun in his left hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A soul power light ball of over 20 million points, carrying the power of extreme yang, rushed towards the sea god's trident. Crack, crack, crack. After a fierce collision, most of the power was absorbed by the sea god's realm. The sound of the void shattering echoed throughout the entire Heavendo city. At this moment, within Shrek Academy, soul masters below level 60 were knocked unconscious by the intense, piercing sound. The other soul masters who remained awake also felt unwell. After the sea god's realm shattered, the overflowed sound wave energy caused everyone to feel as if their insides were turning over, leaving them dizzy. Many were unable to stand steady. Only those at the tidal Douluo level barely withstood the final wave of the collision's aftermath. At this moment, everyone saw Tang San and Luban reappear. The two stood facing each other, motionless beneath the sky city of the king's secret realm. As a smile spread across Luban's face, Tang San suddenly fell from the sky like a toppled onion. His dazed expression indicated that he had lost consciousness. Xiao San, seeing this, Tang Hao's expression changed drastically as he leaped into the air to catch Tang San. After a quick examination, he found that Tang San had merely fainted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Gulyalu. At this moment, Luban stood proudly in the void, his figure appearing immensely tall. Having continuously broken the challenges of the divine inheritors, his reputation soared to its peak. Countless soul masters gazed at the figure in the sky, swallowing hard, their faces filled with shock. Although no one knew what means Luban had used to achieve victory, the collision was extremely brief. It could be said that the outcome was decided in just a few breaths, even without knowing the specifics. It was clear to everyone that this battle was a straightforward, crushing victory. It was over. Luban had won. My God, that final clash was so fast that it was barely visible. Ah, Luban is so damn handsome, so strong. Luban is my idol. Just ask who else dares to challenge the position of output-type Battle Soul Masters in the future. With the challenge concluded, the cheers from Shrek Academy resonated through the heavens. After all, this was the stronghold of output-type Battle Soul Masters, and everyone was excited and thrilled by Luban's victory. They all shouted that Luban was amazing. After the battle, Luban returned to his dwelling. In his mind, the system's prompt sounded continuously. Ding! The 6th test of the King's 9 tests. Defeating the sea god's avatar, maintaining the position of output-type Battle Soul Masters. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 divine level perfect, million-year soul ring. Reward: soul power level increased by 10 levels. Reward: all soul rings under 1,000,000 years in age. Cultivation age increased by 100,000 years. Reward: 1,000,000-year soul bone, King's right leg bone. Upon receiving the rewards, Luban sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. as the soul ring fused. Luban's body underwent earth-shattering changes at that moment. His eyes became increasingly deep, seemingly containing the stars and the sea, occasionally flashing with brilliant and mysterious light. In his pupils, it seemed as if myriad worlds were spinning. Each blink felt like a cycle of the universe. His eyebrows also became denser, resembling two sharp swords, exuding an air of invincibility. His skin, already as white as jade, now appeared crystal clear, as if it could reflect all the surrounding light. Every inch of his skin was filled with a sense of power, as if containing boundless soul power, ready to erupt at any moment. His internal meridians became thicker, like golden rivers flowing within his body, delivering endless soul power to his limbs and bones. His bones also became harder, forged like the most solid black iron, emitting a faint golden light. Then, as he suddenly increased by 10 levels, Luban's aura became even more majestic and imposing, as if a true deity had descended upon the world. At this moment, every breath he took could cause the surrounding air to tremble, allowing others to feel that unparalleled pressure. Strong, truly strong. Luban felt his own power. Now, with just a breath, he could blow Tiando City away. This time, with the improvement and cultivation, I feel that my body has undergone a tremendous evolution. When facing the sea god again, there is no need to activate the martial soul. Just by using my physical body, I can handle it adequately. This is the intuition of the strong, and it won't go wrong. Luban focused his mind and continued to merge the soul bones. This time, the reward is a million-year level godly right leg bone. With the arrival of this soul bone, Luban has gathered all 6 of his soul bones. Together with the wind and thunder wings, this makes 7 godly soul bones, an existence that is unmatched across the entire continent. As the soul bone enters his body, Luban feels as if he is bathing in a fountain of life, feeling exceptionally comfortable. Unlike the overwhelming pressure he experienced when fusing with soul bones before, this fusion is surprisingly smooth and pleasant. Chapter 164, Tang San awakens. This feeling is quite magical. The divine power and spiritual energy consumed in the previous battle have fully recovered within a few breaths. Luban is quite surprised. It is known that soul bone fusion is riskier than absorbing soul rings. Absorbing a soul ring only requires one to withstand the massive soul power impact, and the physical changes are much milder compared to soul bone fusion. However, this time, the fusion of the million-year Divine King's right leg bone went much smoother than the previous fusion with other soul bones. Soon, the soul bone fusion was completed, and Luban opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban, Divine King, Martial Spirit. Divine level, Luban number 7 martial spirit talent. Divine level archer field, divine skill. Resistance aura, divine skill. Invincible shark cannon, divine skill. 3000 thunderfalls, qualification. Innate holy body Tao, innate full soul power, 130, 0-100, soul rings, red, 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 gold, 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 gold soul bones. Wind thunder wings, speed 100000. King S torso bone, defense 100000. King S skull bone, divine 100000. King S left hand bone, life 100000. King S right hand bone, death 100000. King S left leg bone, yang 100000. King S right leg bone, water 100000. Soul skills, attack 70000. Attack 70000. Attack 70000. Fire attack 70000. Wind attack 100000. Thunder attack 100000. 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 Items: Divine level Gaming Boy skin, Divine level Jungle knife, Divine level Storage bracelet. No wonder there was such a warm feeling earlier. It turns out the King S right leg bone actually adds 1,000,000 water element attributes. Shocking. I didn't expect this last divine soul bone to possess such powerful recovery abilities. Not only can it heal physical injuries, but it can also quickly restore soul power and mental energy, completely compensating for Luban's shortcomings. With 1,000,000 points of water attribute recovery power, even when facing a first-level deity, it is equivalent to having an immortal body. Truly terrifying. What excites Luban even more is that his soul power level has actually broken through to the 130th level of Divine King. Such strength is a prominent existence even in the divine realm. In this evolution, Luban's divine body has undergone a significant transformation, becoming a god-king physique. The power of his basic attacks has also increased by 1,000,000 points compared to before. Now, without using any soul skills, a single strike from Luban already exceeds 10 million points. With such strength, even the sea god would pose no threat to him. The key is that Luban's attacks contain various elemental powers, which is quite terrifying. As an output-type Battle Soul Master, it is hard to imagine the extent of his strongest attack now. In any case, the Douluo Continent would definitely not withstand his full strength. After checking his personal information, Luban continued to sit quietly, solidifying his cultivation. In the far west of the continent, deep within the endless mountains, there is a desolate scene that appears isolated from the world and rarely visited by people. It looks extremely barren at first glance. However, as the view zooms in, a blood-red small city comes into sight. Upon closer inspection, it appears very out of place and eerie. This is the City of Slaughter, as described in the legends of the continent. According to historical records of the continent, the City of Slaughter is a realm left behind by a soul master who broke through to godhood at level 100. Within it, soul masters find that all their soul abilities are suppressed and cannot be used. Entering from a small city outside, there lies a much larger blood-red giant city underground. This is the real City of Slaughter, where many soul masters are active. These soul masters appear to be filled with an aura of evil. Conflicts are everywhere. In the center of the City of Slaughter, there's an incredibly magnificent arena called the Regional Arena. Every soul master in the inner city must win once in the Hell Arena each year to continue staying in the inner city. It is called the Hell Arena because the condition for victory for participating soul masters is to kill other soul masters. Only those who survive can be considered victorious. It is quite brutal. Without the ability to use soul skills, the balance among the soul masters could be maintained. However, recently, a soul master who has just entered from the outside world, even without using soul skills, is indeed extraordinarily powerful. He participates in many competitions every day and has killed quite a few high-ranking soul masters. It is worth noting that this soul master is only a 6-ring soul emperor, while most of his opponents are 7-ring soul saints, and there are quite a few 8-ring soul Douluos. He has even killed a title Douluo of level 90. His fame is resounding, causing a sensation throughout the City of Slaughter. Oh my god, that output-type Battle Soul Master has gone to the Hell Arena to boast again. He is too formidable. His attack power is simply unmatched. The output-type Battle Soul Master is too ruthless. When did such a faction rise on the continent? He is indeed powerful, but daring to disrespect the King of Slaughter means he is destined for a bad end. Yes, he is the first person to openly provoke the King of Slaughter. Soul Masters who arrive in the City of Slaughter are all heinous criminals from the continent. They have been hunted down by various forces and unable to survive, which is why they broke into the City of Slaughter in search of a glimmer of hope. At the same time, there is a rule in the City of Slaughter. One can only enter, not exit, unless they achieve 100 consecutive victories to qualify for the challenge of the Hell Road. Only by completing the challenge of the Hell Road can one leave the City of Slaughter. At this moment, a middle-aged output-type Battle Soul Master recklessly entering the City of Slaughter is unaware of the rules here. He was driven to desperation by a powerful force and accidentally discovered this strange place. Upon entering, he found that as an output-type Battle Soul Master, in this place where soul skills cannot be used, he is practically invincible. Thus, he becomes increasingly arrogant. In the City of Slaughter, he can be said to be rampant and ignores the warnings of others. What a ridiculous King of Slaughter. I am the true king here. With a few arrows shot out, ending the lives of his opponents, this output-type Battle Soul Master disdainfully shouted, causing the surrounding Soul Masters to gasp in shock. Their mouths agape, eyes wide open, their faces filled with astonishment. They have never seen anyone dare to be so arrogant in the City of Slaughter. Moreover, after being so arrogant for so many days, the King of Slaughter has not appeared, which is what surprises everyone the most. It shouldn't be the case in the past. Just mentioning the title of the King of Slaughter, the Soul Masters here would tremble in fear. Their bodies would involuntarily shiver. As for challenging the authority of the King of Slaughter, that was simply unthinkable. Such a person, no matter how strong, will disappear without a trace. Who would have thought that such an outrageous thing would happen now? A little soul emperor at level 60, emerging from nowhere, dares to be so arrogant. The key is that the King of Slaughter has not shown up to impose punishment. This looks very wrong. The entire Soul Masters of the City of Slaughter are in a state of panic. If the King of Slaughter doesn't show up soon, It won't be long before the City of Slaughter undergoes a major change. Chapter 165. The Asura God questions the crime in the City of Slaughter. On the road to hell, there is a blood-red great hall. In the center of the hall sits a figure cross-legged, with a face covered in blood-red patterns. Twisted and ugly, resembling bat-like pointed ears, which is quite terrifying. Behind him is a pair of enormous blood-red wings. Upon closer inspection, it is found to be a man. Indeed, this is the king of slaughter, Tang San, who instills fear in all soul masters of the City of Slaughter. At this moment, Tang San's face alternates between blood-red and pale, at times appearing monstrous, and at other times showing a normal human visage. The sweat covering his forehead and his trembling body indicate that his physical condition is not good. His face is filled with a struggle and pain, as if he is battling against something. Suddenly, a mouthful of black, filthy blood bursts forth, and his originally crimson eyes instantly become clear. He breathes a sigh of relief. He has finally passed the 8th test of the Asura 9 tests. Regaining his composure, Tang San exhales deeply, his face pale and exhaustion evident. After accepting the task of the 8th test, he seemed to have lost his mind, falling into an unconscious state. He felt as though his body was controlled by a blood-red, 9-headed Bat King. He had been resisting, but as time went on, he felt increasingly powerless. As his body slipped further out of control, a sense of terror began to rise within Tang San. This fear is terrifying, as one can only helplessly watch as their body is occupied by a monster. The feeling of powerlessness is too real. As a result, Tang San later fainted and fell into a deep sleep. It was only recently that he unexpectedly woke up. After regaining consciousness, Tang San was shocked to see his own appearance. His body had actually been parasitically controlled by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, turning him into the king of slaughter. This made him extremely fearful. He quickly calmed down and fought for control of his body again. After 7 days, Tang San finally expelled the monstrous spirit from his mind and returned to being himself. However, at that moment, he discovered what was happening in the Hell Arena. Awakening. Tang San could not stand such ruthless individuals. As a level 99 peerless Douluo and a demigod, his domain of slaughter could cover the entire City of Slaughter. Other soul masters could not use their soul skills, but as the king of slaughter, the supreme ruler here, he was completely unaffected. Moreover, due to the heavy aura of slaughter in this place, his strength became even more powerful, infinitely approaching god level. Ha ha! In the Hell Arena, not long after the output-type battle Soul Master boasted, a blood-red giant hand suddenly appeared amidst the shock of the audience. With great momentum, it struck down. Boom! In an instant, along with the collapse of the competition platform, the previously provocative output-type battle Soul Master was turned into a mist of blood. Our King of Slaughter has returned. Seeing this, the entire Hell Arena erupted with deafening cheers. On the other side, in the Hall of Hell Road, after using his domain skill, Tang San spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood again. Hiss! The blood dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding the floor and causing it to smoke. Sigh. I didn't expect that I would be poisoned. Using his spiritual sense to probe his body, Tang San found that he had already been eroded by the potent poison emitted by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Moreover, it cannot be expelled using soul power or spiritual power. The poison had penetrated deeply into his bones, completely soaking through his internal organs. Tang San shook his head and sighed. Logically speaking, if he had controlled the poison when it first spread, with his demigod power, he would have had a chance to contain it. However, he didn't expect that in his moment of despair, the poison would spread throughout his body. The speed of this diffusion left Tang San utterly shocked. It is important to note that he is currently a demigod, immune to the erosion of all poisons in the world. Even though the toxin of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King is powerful, it cannot take his life. The scene before him was something he truly did not expect. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Tang San. At this moment, he has yet to realize that it has been decades since he accepted the 8th trial of the Asura. To him, it seems as if it happened just yesterday. This is why he feels so confused. After decades of infection, even within his demigod body, he cannot escape being eroded and infected. Moreover, the reason Tang San was able to awaken recently is largely thanks to Luban. It was because Luban defeated Bibi Dong and eliminated the Luo Sha Divine Split that Tang San was able to free himself from endless evil thoughts. What Tang San does not know is that while he was undergoing the Asura inheritance assessment, the Luo Sha God secretly made a move to harm him. The Luo Sha God is well aware of the strength of the Asura God. In the divine realm, she is suppressed to the point where she can hardly raise her head. If the Douluo Continent were to see the emergence of his successor again, her faith as the Luo Sha god would inevitably suffer a significant blow. This is what the Rakshasa god least wants to see. Without the Asura god, her Rakshasa inheritance would be the most powerful. Even the sea god is no match for it. In the divine realm, after Tang San completed the 8th trial of the Asura inheritance, the Asura god finally sensed Tang San's existence again. Once the tasks for each trial were released, the Asura god no longer paid attention. It should be known that in the next 3,000 worlds, among countless continents, there are innumerable Asura inheritances. The geniuses undergoing the Asura inheritance trials are as numerous as the stars, making them nearly impossible to count. Someone like Tang San, who appears to have outstanding talent in the Douluo Continent, can only barely rank in the middle in the vast world. The Asura god can only sense the specific status of the inheritor when they accept the trial and pass it. If there is no response after the task is released, in his mind, it means the inheritor has died and failed the challenge. Divine inheritances come with great opportunities, but also endless risks. Failing a trial means losing one's life. At this moment, after sensing Tang San, the cold and handsome Asura god frowned tightly, the Asura aura sweeping out from his body. Rakshasa god, you cannot be forgiven for openly interfering in the next inheritance. The Asura god felt embarrassed that his inheritor had been tampered with. He is a god king in the divine realm, the enforcer of divine law, holding a higher status than the Rakshasa god, a first-level deity. Now, he never expected the Rakshasa god to be so bold as to openly interfere with the Asura inheritance. The Asura god calculated with his fingers, his face turning pale. So many Asura inheritances in the next generation have been interfered with by the Rakshasa god. It is truly outrageous. No wonder the speed of collecting the power of belief has slowed down significantly recently. It turns out the Rakshasa god has been meddling behind the scenes. Moreover, the Rakshasa god has blocked his perception with her cultivation path, preventing him from noticing any abnormalities. It is truly detestable. If Tang San hadn't suddenly freed himself from the Rakshasa god's evil thoughts, he would still be unaware of what had happened. In an instant, the Asura god crossed countless star domains and arrived at the Rakshasa god's cultivation cave to seek justice. Chapter 166. Gathering of the gods, what are you doing? Asura, god king? In the Rakshasa palace, facing the imposing Asura god, the Rakshasa god put on a stern face and pretended to be serious. Still pretending at this moment, you secretly used methods to sabotage the Asura inheritance. Do you think I don't know? With a wave of his right hand, the Douluo Continent appeared before the Rakshasa god like a moon in water. Upon seeing the figure of Tang San from the city of slaughter, the Rakshasa god was instantly dumbfounded. She never expected that there would be an inheritor who managed to break free from her evil thoughts. This was truly unbelievable. As a first-level deity, even her evil thoughts are not something ordinary humans can resist. Without the soul evolving into a divine soul, it is impossible to eradicate the evil thoughts she spreads in secret. Yet now, something that should be impossible has appeared before her. Seeing the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King's poison contained within Tang San's body, the Rakshasa god had no excuse to argue. That exclusive evil power of the Rakshasa god is simply too obvious. An unexpected incident in the divine inheritance is just fate. It's perfectly normal. The Rakshasa god said stubbornly, if you are dissatisfied, you can convene the law enforcement committee for an open trial. If there are disputes among the gods in the divine realm, they can go to the law enforcement committee for litigation, with the committee making the final judgment. Seeing the Rakshasa god's rogue demeanor, the Asura god frowned and coldly snorted. Let's go to the divine law hall. The dispute between the Asura god and the Rakshasa god quickly spread throughout the divine realm, and upon hearing the news, the gods hurried to the divine law hall. The long years of cultivation in the divine realm rarely bring about enjoyable events, so everyone was naturally eager to watch the excitement. Moreover, this time it involved the Asura god, the strongest war god in the divine realm, which excited the gods even more. Stepping out of the cultivation cave, the divine law hall stood majestically in the misty fairyland, its imposing presence evoking awe. From a distance, the outline of the hall appeared faintly against the glow of dawn, resembling a towering jade mountain standing between heaven and earth. Upon closer inspection, every brick and stone of the hall was engraved with exquisite divine patterns, shimmering with mysterious light. Above the hall door hung a massive golden plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Divine Law Hall, the strokes powerful and vigorous, as if containing endless divine power. The interior of the hall was even more extraordinary. The central hall was spacious and bright, surrounded by several massive jade pillars entwined with golden dragon patterns, as if true dragons were swimming among them. The dome of the hall was adorned with vivid murals of divine realm legends, with colors vibrant and lifelike. Inside the hall, there was a high platform on which stood 5 statues of law enforcers. The statues had stern features, holding divine artifacts, and their gazes were piercing, as if they could see through all the evil in the world. Surrounding them was a faint golden light, making it hard to look directly at them. The divine committee consists of 5 divine kings: the Azura god, the god of goodness, the god of evil, the god of life, and the god of fate. At this moment, the 5 divine kings gathered, seated on their thrones in front of the statues, each appearing quite sacred and imposing. The Rakshasa god stood below the high platform in the hall, waiting for the judgment of the gods. During this time, various gods continued to arrive. The sea god has arrived. Dressed in a deep blue robe, the sea god seemed to embody the waves and depths of the ocean. His gaze was as deep as the sea, with a calm and determined stride, each step seemingly treading upon the waves, exuding endless majesty and power. With the shout of the guards at the entrance, the sea god entered the divine law hall. The angel god has arrived. Next, the angel god, with pure white wings gently fluttering, seemed to bring the purity and light of heaven. Clad in silver battle armor, holding a golden scepter, his expression was peaceful yet solemn. Stepping in with a divine and majestic pace, he entered the divine law hall. The god of food and the 9-colored goddess have arrived. After the angel god, a young couple resembling gods entered the hall. The god of food and the 9-colored goddess were a model couple in the divine realm, with a very close relationship. At this moment, the god of food appeared amiable, wearing a golden robe adorned with various food patterns, looking both rich and interesting. His smile was warm and friendly, as if he could dispel all worries and hunger. The 9-colored goddess wore a colorful long dress, resembling a magnificent rainbow descending to the earth. Her beauty was noble, and her eyes sparkled with wisdom and mysterious light, as if she could see through everything in the world. The phoenix god has arrived. Soon, a fiery red figure arrived. The phoenix god's crimson feathers shone brightly in the sunlight, her posture elegant and proud, as if a true phoenix had descended. Her gaze was sharp and determined, seemingly able to burn away all darkness and evil. The god of speed has arrived. After the phoenix god, the god of speed, dressed in a tight black battle suit and wearing a streamlined helmet, arrived with a swift stride. His entire being exuded an aura of sharpness and swiftness. His gaze was like lightning, his steps like the wind, as if he could traverse thousands of mountains and rivers in an instant. The moon god has arrived. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through, causing the temple guards to sway in their minds, their faces blooming like peach blossoms. Suddenly, the moon goddess descended gracefully, dressed in a flowing silver gown, her extraordinary figure as pure and mysterious as moonlight. Her demeanor was cool and elegant, and her eyes seemed to harbor endless stars and secrets, making it impossible to look away. The war god arrived. The last to arrive, he was clad in heavy armor, radiating a powerful aura of battle. His gaze was firm and fiery, igniting all fighting spirit and passion with just a glance. In the law enforcement temple, the gods gathered, creating a spectacular scene. The Rakshasa god deliberately interfered with the inheritance of the gods, violating heavenly laws, which led to the convening of the Divine Council for Judgment today. The Azura god suddenly stood up and began to speak loudly, publicly detailing the crimes of the Rakshasa god. Upon hearing this, the faces of the gods below turned exceptionally vivid. They had not expected the Rakshasa god to have such audacity, daring to provoke the mad Azura god. At the same time, they felt fortunate that if such tactics were directed at their inheritors, the outcome would likely be even more tragic. The Azura god's claims were unjust. If the sea god or the angel god had acted this way, they would indeed deserve punishment. The Rakshasa god, dressed in a dark red gown, smiled lightly with a rising corner of her mouth, saying, "What I practice in the way of Rakshasa is the power of evil. I believe the evil god king understands this best." The Rakshasa god defended herself using her own path. The way of Rakshasa follows the route of evil, which is her path and standard for action. Naturally, she could not be judged for evil deeds. At the same time, she felt immensely proud to be freed from her Rakshas's evil thoughts. One could see how monstrous the talent of the Azura inheritor must be. But now, she had already been poisoned by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King, with no cure in sight, successfully eliminating one threat. Considering that Douluo Continent could produce a talent like Tang Chun, her Rakshasa inheritor would surely not be inferior. Seeing Tang Chen's previous miserable state, the Rakshasa god believed that Douluo Continent was destined to be her territory. Chapter 167. A glance across time and space if it were a random occurrence. I naturally would not say much. After hearing the explanation, the Azura god said with a stern face, however, most of the Azura inheritances in the next realm have suffered destruction. This crossing of boundaries is evident and constitutes the crime of damaging inheritance. Upon hearing the Azura goddess statement, the gods in the law enforcement temple immediately began to discuss among themselves. If this matter were true, then the Rakshasa god had indeed gone too far. Punishment was inevitable. The Rakshasa god was truly bold. The gods thought about it, and then realized something, quickly using their divine thoughts to communicate with their remaining inheritor avatars on Douluo Continent to investigate the situation. The Rakshasa god dared to offend even the Azura god, so she might also target their inheritors. In an instant, divine thoughts spread out, crossing the barriers of the divine realm and heading downwards. Communicating across realms with divine thoughts was not easy and consumed a great deal of soul power. This communication will take a week to recover. The gods have only one destination at this time, which is the Douluo Continent where the incident occurred. After some investigation, a wave of angry rebukes suddenly erupted from the temple. You wicked Rakshasa god, how dare you destroy even my sea god's legacy? It's truly detestable. The sea god's divine consciousness was activated, and he found that many of the avatars he had left on the Douluo Continent had already made contact. Those are divine consciousnesses, and given the strength level of the Douluo Continent, even the most powerful 99th level limit Douluo could not possibly eliminate his sea god avatar. It goes without saying that it must be the Rakshasa god who is behind this. Damn it. The angel god's legacy I left on the Douluo Continent has also been damaged. As soon as the voice of the sea god fell, the angry voice of the angel god echoed throughout the venue. The division of the angel god was destroyed, and the angel god's face turned pale with anger. The legacies of the angel god, sea god, and Azura god were all damaged, leaving the other gods in shock. They never expected that the Rakshasa god had such means to suppress the legacies of other gods. They could understand the destruction of the angel god's legacy. After all, the angel god was only a second-tier deity, and its strength was significantly lower than that of the Rakshasa god. However, to continuously destroy the legacy of the Azura god king and the first-tier deity, sea god legacy, was quite unbelievable. Upon hearing the other god's accusations, the Rakshasa god was instantly bewildered. She had only secretly acted against the Azura god and had not touched the legacies of other deities. What was going on? The Rakshasa god frowned, her face filled with confusion. She quickly summoned her divine soul power to communicate with the division of her legacy left on the Douluo Continent. The only threat to her was the Azura legacy. She did not take the legacies of the other gods seriously. But now, the accusations from the sea god and angel god left the Rakshasa god puzzled. Could it be that the Azura god had found a scapegoat to deliberately say this in order to frame her? Damn it. When has the Rakshasa god ever been backstabbed like this? As an evil god, if this happened to her, it would be a tremendous humiliation. Hiss. Impossible. The Rakshasa god concentrated her divine soul power, and after a thorough investigation, she discovered that her legacy division had completely vanished. She was horrified. The Rakshasa god legacy on the Douluo Continent had also been destroyed. The Rakshasa god stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded, with confusion written all over her face. What? Hearing this, the other gods were instantly shocked, their expressions incredibly vivid. The Rakshasa god legacy was also destroyed? This is too funny. At this moment, the Azura god also looked stunned, expressing confusion. Then, he turned to look at the Fate God King on the high platform. Among the 5 God Kings, only the Fate God King could utilize the laws of fate to reverse time and space and investigate all causes and effects. Let me deduce, the Fate God King said calmly. Then, with a gentle wave of his arm, a time-light curtain appeared above the law enforcement temple. Everything in the Douluo Continent was completely reflected. The Fate God King then flicked his fingers, and a force of fate flew out, landing on the light curtain. In the Douluo Continent, in the city of slaughter, Tang Chen's figure suddenly appeared before the gods. The Fate God King continuously calculated with his fingers, repeatedly unleashing the force of fate, reflecting everything that had happened to Tang Chun in recent times on the light curtain. The process of Tang Chun undergoing the Azura 9 trials was clearly visible to the gods. When Tang Chun was undergoing the 8th trial of Azura, the evil thoughts of the Rakshasa erupted, his soul fell into despair, and his body was occupied by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King. Just recently, the Rakshasa's evil thoughts in his body suddenly disappeared, restoring his consciousness and awakening. Seeing this situation, the gods were all wide-eyed and stunned. Logically, once one falls into the Rakshasa's evil thoughts, with Tang Chen's strength, it would be impossible to escape. What terrible thing had happened to completely eliminate the Rakshasa's evil thoughts from his body? Just as the gods were confused, the Fate God King flicked his fingers again, and a large amount of the force of fate was unleashed. It began to track. Soon, the scene of Luban battling Bibi Dong appeared on the light curtain. Hiss! After watching this battle, the gods suddenly realized. No wonder Tang Chun was able to awaken. It turned out that the Rakshasa goddess split body was destroyed by Luban. Bibi Dong, who had obtained the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, was easily defeated by Luban. In the end, even using the power of the Rakshasa god and having the Rakshasa goddess split body possess her, she still couldn't defeat her opponent, which was unbelievable. The gods could see clearly that during the battle with Bibi Dong, the power she unleashed had already reached the level of a second-level deity. It was far beyond what a mortal could compare. Yet Luban casually struck and annihilated the Rakshasa goddess split body. This was too bizarre. To achieve such a level, Luban's strength must also be at least that of a second-level deity. However, such strength could not have remained in the mortal realm. As the spatial laws, there would not be able to bear it and would expel him. How could this be? Seeing her Rakshasa god inheritance destroyed, the proud expression of the Rakshasa god completely vanished, replaced by immense anger. She had originally thought that her successor could win over the entire Douluo Continent's followers, but she never expected it to end like this. As the Fate God King activated the force of fate, the scene of Luban battling Qian Rinxue and Tang San was also reproduced one by one. Seeing on the light curtain that Luban effortlessly defeated the angel goddess inheritor Qian Rinxue and the sea goddess inheritor Tang San, the gods all had their mouths agape, their faces filled with shock. The sea god inheritance was a first-level deity inheritance, and with the sea god as split body possessing him, Tang San's unleashed power had already exceeded that of a second-level deity, barely reaching first-level deity level. Such an astonishing power was actually defeated by Luban in one move. This was simply outrageous. It seemed almost like a joke, so unreal. When did mortals become capable of slaying gods? This thought is too terrifying. I need to check on this Luban. At this moment, even the god of fate looks shocked. There are actually mortals who can slay gods. This seems truly dreamlike. The King's secret realm? Output type Battle Soul Master? A legacy capable of slaying gods. How could this possibly be? Chapter 168. The 9th Trial of Azura. Tiando City, Shrek Academy. After stabilizing his cultivation, Luban heard the system's prompt in his mind. The 7th trial of the King's 9 trials has begun. However, upon seeing the content, Luban was quite surprised. King's Legacy 7th Trial. Defeat the Azura Goddess Avatar and maintain the status of the Output Type Battle Soul Master. Task details. After awakening Tang Chun, the inheritor of the Azura Goddess Legacy, has opened the 9th Trial Assessment, intending to defeat the host and gain control of the King's secret realm. Sure enough, this time the inheritor of the Azura God has appeared. All of this had already been anticipated by Luban. Through previous assessment tasks, he had a deep understanding of the virtues of the gods. The emergence of the King's secret realm posed a significant obstacle to their spreading of faith in the next generation, and they would certainly not tolerate it. However, he did not expect that the one who obtained the Azura Goddess Legacy would be Tang Chun. According to the novel script, it should have been Tang San. Since he had received the task, Luban no longer thought too much about it and patiently waited for the other party to challenge him. On that day, Luban was teaching his students about the secrets of the King's realm. At a certain moment, he felt a sensation as if someone was watching him. Now, he was at the level of a god king, and he was confident that his feelings were accurate. Luban lifted his head and looked toward the corner of the sky. With a cold snort, his eyes sparkled with golden light. A massive surge of divine soul power burst forth, traversing through the void. In the divine realm, in the law enforcement hall, the Fate God King was using the power of fate to conduct a deduction. With a light tap of his finger, the light screen changed rapidly. Soon, he captured Luban's figure. The scene of Luban standing on the podium, imparting knowledge, was clearly visible to the gods. However, at that moment, Luban looked up. his eyes flashing with a sharp divine light. His gaze was lively, as if he was making eye contact with the gods through the light screen. The other deities did not sense anything, but at that moment, the Fate God King, who was using the power of fate, instantly felt a tremendous pressure coming from the distant void. Crack, crack, crack. Then, the god saw the Fate God King shudder violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, as if he had suffered a backlash. Meanwhile, the time-reversing light screen above the hall also shattered in response. So powerful! The Fate God King wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with shock. He was one of the 5 god kings of the divine realm, known for his bizarre strength. Even the strongest warrior, the Shura god, was not his match without direct confrontation. However, just that brief moment of eye contact across time and space had caused him to experience a tremendous shock, resulting in a backlash from the power of fate. It was truly terrifying. A single glance wielded such power. How could such a formidable being possibly exist in the lower realm? The gods were not fools. They had seen the entire process of the eye contact clearly. To think that the Fate God King could be injured from such a distance in the void was truly horrifying. Hiss! How could this be? How could such a powerful being appear in the lower realm? Indeed, someone who could make the Fate God King suffer a hidden loss must have surpassed the limits of what mortals could endure. Where on earth did that kid come from? It was too strange, terrifying. When did other deities appear in the lower realm? It was simply an anomaly. They had to find a way to eliminate him. Seeing Luban's terrifying strength, the gods were stunned. Without a divine position being conferred, there was someone in the lower realm whose strength could surpass that of the gods. This is simply unbelievable. Either through cultivation to become a deity, or by obtaining the inheritance of a deity, no matter which way one ascends to godhood. The divine position is definitely conferred by the law enforcement temple. However, in the current situation with Luban, it is clearly a very strange deity, as if not from their world. It is truly terrifying. Moreover, with Luban's strength, he is still able to remain in the lower realm, unaffected by the power of the great Tao. Even if 5 great god kings cannot achieve such a feat, I will handle this matter. The Shura god sat cross-legged, using his divine soul power to send a portion of himself to descend upon the Douluo Continent. Unexpectedly, there was a surprising gain this time. If it weren't for Tang Chen's awakening and his awareness, he wouldn't have known what was happening on the Douluo Continent. The gods did not leave, quietly waiting. As for the issue of the Rakshasa God's guilt, it has now been overlooked. Without the Rakshasa God's interference, the gods would not have discovered the anomalies on the Douluo Continent. The Douluo Continent, the city of slaughter. Realizing that his body was already deeply poisoned and beyond salvation, Tang Chen showed a look of regret. He was just one step away from completing the Shura inheritance assessment. It was truly regrettable. Tang Chen sat cross-legged, concentrating and calming his mind, operating his soul power to suppress the venom of the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King within his body as much as possible. He wanted to buy a few days to bid farewell to the person he cared about. However, at that moment, a dense green light suddenly descended and enveloped him. Tang Chen was greatly shocked as he discovered that his body was suppressed to the point that he could not move. This brilliant light is infused with a powerful life force. Tang Chen looked inward at his body and was astonished to find that the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King's poison within him was rapidly dissipating. Just as Tang Chen was in shock, another brilliant light descended upon the path of hell. A tall, blood-colored figure appeared in the hall, overlooking all directions. Do not panic. I'm Yajura God. Tang Chen, the 9th trial of the Yajura inheritance, is personally issued by me. Upon hearing this, Tang Chen's body and mind shook greatly, and he hurriedly stood up to pay his respects. He never expected the Yajura God to appear and even heal his injuries. Is this the power of the deities? Reviving the dead is simply a piece of cake. I pay my respects to the Lord of Yajura. Tang Chen, the task for the 9th trial. Investigate the information of the king's secret realm and defeat Luban. The Lord of Yajura nodded and directly issued the task. Huh? Upon hearing the 9th trial task, Tang Chen was instantly bewildered. He had previously been possessed by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King, falling into a deep sleep, completely unaware of what had happened in the outside world. Now, the 9th trial task actually required him to defeat Luban, which left Tang Chen quite puzzled. Lord of Yajura, who is Luban? Tang Chen asked. During the 8th trial, you were attacked by the evil thoughts of the Rakshasa God and fell into a deep sleep for many years. There have been significant changes outside the Douluo Continent. The Lord of Yajura briefly explained the task situation. He informed Tang Chun about the emergence of the king's secret realm and the rise of output-type battle soul masters. The king's secret realm is not as simple as it seems. I'm not very clear about the detailed situation either, so you need to investigate it yourself. The Lord of Azura said loudly. This is the reward for the 8th trial. As the Lord of Azura's voice fell, 6 blood-red figures flew towards Tang Chun. They then merged with Tang Chun's body. His head, torso, bones, and limbs, the locations of the 6 soul bones, were all covered. The Lord of Azura is here. Such powerful soul power surged into his body, directly advancing Tang Chun's soul power level to 100, reaching the level of a 2nd-level deity. The Lord of Azura lightly tapped his finger, and a golden light fell on Tang Chun. This is a divine soul ring. Focus and absorb it well. To ensure Tang Chun could defeat Luban, the Lord of Azura spared no expense and provided a large number of rewards. In addition to the divine soul ring, he also increased the age of Tang Chun's other soul rings to over 100,000 years. Chapter 169, The Ancestor Returns. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. On this day, in the northwestern part of Douluo Continent, at the foot of the Shitwan Mountains, there was a village. The sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking made it seem very peaceful and natural. At the entrance of the village, 2 robust young men were patrolling. Halt! At this moment, a young man in a blood-red robe was leisurely walking towards them from not far away. Huh! As the guard's words fell, they realized that the blood-red figure had already vanished from their sight, leaving them utterly astonished. Rubbing their eyes, they thought they were seeing things. Tang Chun leaped over the foot of the mountain and, with a few jumps, reached the mountaintop. Upon seeing the buildings of Haotian sect ahead, he couldn't help but feel emotional. He never expected that after leaving for so many years, the sect had become so dilapidated. Tang Chun soared and landed inside the sect. This instantly caused panic among the patrolling disciples of Haotian sect, who hurriedly issued an enemy attack signal. In their view, since the intruder could evade the first line of defense at the foot of the mountain and silently infiltrate the mountain gate, their strength must be extraordinary. They must be at least a title Douluo level expert. After all, there was an 8th ring soul Douluo stationed at the village below. Soul masters below the title Douluo level simply could not sneak into the mountain gate without making a sound. Who are you? A team of patrolling disciples from Haotian sect surrounded Tang Chun, their faces full of vigilance, ready to act at any moment. Let Tang Lin and the others come out to see me. How dare you? You actually dare to call the name of the Grand Elder, seeking death. Upon hearing the young man call out the names of the elders of Haotian sect, the patrolling disciples were furious. The 7 Grand Elders of Haotian sect held great prestige in the sect and were all titled Douluo level experts. How could they be so disregarded? There was not a hint of respect in the way he spoke. Whoosh! Soon, figures flew out from the inner hall of Haotian sect. Hearing the enemy attack signal, the sect master Tang Xiao and the Grand Elder and 2nd Elder quickly arrived. May I ask your name, sir? Why have you intruded into our Haotian sect without permission? Tang Xiao, now a peak level 98 Douluo, was the first to arrive and stood in midair. Looking down at Tang Chun, he spoke, but his tone carried a hint of coldness and hostility. Seeing the young man opposite him not respond, Tang Xiao frowned, clearly displeased. Such a junior should not be so dismissive upon seeing him. He truly needed to be taught a lesson. With thoughts of his imposing presence as a level 98 title Douluo, he suddenly unleashed his pressure toward Tang Chun. At that moment, the patrolling disciples beside Tang Chun were directly blown away by the overwhelming might, leaving Tang Chun standing firm and unyielding. Stop! Seeing that Tang Chun was unaffected, Tang Xiao was secretly surprised. He indeed had some skills. No wonder he could breach Haotian sect. Just as he was about to release his martial soul to test him, he was suddenly called to stop by the Grand Elder rushing over from behind. Woo-woo! Uncle, you finally returned. Upon seeing Tang Chun's figure, the Grand Elder rushed to Tang Chun and knelt before him. Tears streamed down his face, filled with grievance. Ever since Tang Chun left the sect all those years ago, Haotian sect's situation had worsened day by day, suffering from oppression by the Spirit Hall. Seeing the elders kneeling, Tang Xiao and the nearby young disciples of Haotian sect were all dumbfounded. Grandfather! Upon closer inspection, Tang Xiao finally came to his senses. The young man in front of him bore a striking resemblance to his father. All right, everyone get up. Tang Chun smiled slightly, signaling everyone to rise. Then he strode into the main hall of Haotian sect. Tell me everything about Luban and the king's secret realm. Sitting in the main seat, Tang Chun directly inquired. On the way back, he had also gathered quite a bit of information. However, he knew very little about Luban and the soul masters of the continent. In response, Tang Xiao recounted all the relevant intelligence collected by Haotian sect. Luban, like Xiao San, was born in Holy Soul Village. His martial soul is Luban number 7, an extremely powerful long-range attack martial soul. Luban follows a development route focused on extreme output, similar to our Haotian sect soul masters who focus purely on power attributes. Luban's soul rings specifically enhance attack power. Therefore, Luban's normal attacks are extraordinarily powerful, capable of defeating even Angel God and Spirit Hall's Pope Bibi Dong with a casual strike. Hearing the information about Luban, Tang Chun was increasingly shocked. He never expected that during his absence, such a monstrous genius had emerged on the continent. Combining this with the information provided by the Azura God, Tang Chun gained a rough understanding of Luban's strength. The king's secret realm? A holy land for output-type battle soul masters? After hearing about the king's secret realm, Tang Chun was once again astounded. Completing the challenges there could grant soul power boosts and various rewards, which was truly extraordinary. However, Haotian sect was also unaware of the origin of the king's secret realm. Throughout the continent, no one knew more about the king's secret realm than Luban. Over time, this gradually became a consensus, because the Luban martial soul, Luban 7, is a product of the king's secret realm, belonging to an invincible existence akin to a marksman. If I were to fight Luban, how much chance do you think I would have? Tang Qin asked calmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao and the elders all widened their eyes in shock. Goodness, I didn't expect the ancestor to think about challenging Luban right after returning. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. That guy Luban has an unfathomable strength, comparable to a deity. Grandfather, what level are you at now? Tang Xiao scratched his head, awkwardly asking. To be honest, he felt uncertain. He had witnessed Luban's battles before and still felt a lingering fear. Luban is too strong. He actually had no confidence in his grandfather Tang Chun, but he didn't dare to voice it. Seeing everyone hesitating, Tang Chun smiled lightly. Under his feet, 9 red and 1 gold soul rings slowly rose, dazzling and brilliant. Hiss! 10 soul rings? Level 100? Upon seeing Tang Chen's soul rings, Tang Xiao and the elders collectively gasped. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, their faces filled with shock. They knew all too well what level 100 meant. Even the previously powerful deities like Qianren Xue, Bibi Dong, and Tang San only had 9 soul rings. Level 100 is a true deity in legend. Grandfather, have you become a god? Tang Xiao asked in a daze, speaking a bit haltingly. Rubbing his eyes, he simply couldn't believe it. Their Haotian sect had actually produced a true deity. That's right, I have obtained the inheritance of the Shura god. Tang Chen did not deny it, and said confidently. The beings Luban defeated before were all false gods. He is now a true god. If I can successfully complete the 9th trial of Shura, my strength will be further enhanced. The Shura god is a god king in the divine realm, and although Tang Chen currently doesn't know the specifics about the Shura god, it's clear from the inheritance he received that he is a level above the sea god, not to mention the Rakshasa god and angel god. With his current strength, even if Qianren Xue, Bibi Dong, and Tang San teamed up, he could easily defeat them. Although Luban's talent is monstrous and his strength mysterious, Tang Chun, now a true god, is very confident he can defeat him. Chapter 170. Another divine clash upon hearing that Tang Chun had obtained the inheritance of the Shura god. The elders of the Haotian sect were all extremely excited. The Haotian sect had been suppressed by the Spirit Hall for many years, struggling to rise, and now, with the emergence of the King's secret realm and the rise of output-type battle soul masters, their status as the #1 sect on the continent had become nominal. Now that ancestor Tang Chun has become a god, all of this will change. Grandfather, I will send a message right away to bring Xiao San and the others back. Tang Xiao said with excitement on his face. He then recounted the matters concerning Tang San and Tang Hao. Tang San grew up alongside Luban and was very familiar with him. It was just right to call him back to gather information for the upcoming battle. If they can defeat Luban in this challenge, the Haotian sect will rise again and restore its former glory as the #1 sect on the continent. Upon hearing about Tang San, the unparalleled genius with a twin martial soul, Tang Chun was very pleased. He nodded, signaling Tang Xiao to go ahead. On the other side, at Shrek Academy, after receiving the sect's message, Tang Hao brought Tang San back to the Haotian sect. Greeting grandfather, greeting great-grandfather, in the main hall of the Haotian sect. After seeing Tang Chun, the father and son Tang San and Tang Hao knelt and paid their respects. As the inheritor of the sea god, Tang San felt the pressure from Tang Chun, being so close to the sea god. No need for formalities. Tang Chun smiled and said. And then everyone began discussing the challenge against Luban. In the hall, Tang San sat up straight and spoke eloquently about how to deal with Luban. He expressed his thoughts that Luban's cultivation should have reached the divine level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such powerful attack power. Tang San openly shared his estimates. After the previous battles with Luban, he realized that his strength was not something an ordinary person could possess. Luban's every move carried a divine aura. Having known him for so long, Tang San had never seen Luban fight at full strength. Luban could be considered the strongest representative of output-type battle soul masters. His attack range is far and his damage extremely high, making it difficult for even true deities to withstand. Moreover, with his wind and thunder wings and external soul bone, his speed is incredibly fast, compensating for his only weakness. To defeat Luban, I think we must first control him and seize the initiative. Once we have control, we must not hesitate, aiming to defeat him with a single blow. We must never give him a chance to counterattack. Upon hearing Tang San's analysis, Tang Chun furrowed his brows, a bit surprised. He didn't expect Luban to possess such strength. It was truly incredible. No wonder he could continuously defeat the inheritors of the gods. However, as the inheritor of the Shura god, Tang Chun was very confident in defeating Luban. At this moment, he felt an infinite power within himself. This time, let's use Luban to test his super strength and showcase the might of the Azura god. Not long after Tang San's challenge to Luban ended in failure, another piece of news spread, quickly causing an uproar across the continent. Oh my! It's said that the ancestor of Hao Yian's sect, Tang Chun, has returned to challenge Luban. Indeed, it is rumored that Tang Chun has obtained the Azura god's inheritance. So there is another good show to watch. Another divine-level confrontation, exciting. I never expected that in this day and age, someone would dare to challenge Luban. That is really brave. Yes, that guy Luban seems to have become a humanoid punching bag. Why does every inheritor of a deity have to challenge him? Haha, it's indeed interesting. In my opinion, it must be that the gods are a bit displeased with Luban. This competition will definitely be more exciting than the previous ones. It said that Tang Chun easily defeated the inheritor of the sea god in Hao Yian's sect. So thrilling, let us wait and see. I love watching divine-level battles. Hee. I actually hope someone can defeat Luban. The output-type battle soul masters have been too arrogant on the continent lately. When the news of Tang Chun's return and challenge to Luban spread, the continent was in an uproar. Soul masters gathered together to discuss this matter. Major forces across the continent were also paying close attention. In Wuhuan City, Douluo Hall, Tang Chun, you finally appeared. Upon hearing the news, Qian Daolu gazed into the distance, recalling the scenes of fighting with Tang Chun in the past. Back then, he was known as the number one in the sky, Tang Chun as the number one on land, and Poseidon as the number one in the ocean. The three often clashed. Great offering. Do you think Tang Chun could defeat Luban? The second offering, Golden Crocodile, Douluo asked. As an old generation figure, he naturally recognized Tang Chun, whose strength was indeed terrifying at that time, suppressing the talents of the same era on the continent. Unexpectedly, he has now obtained the Azura god's inheritance and returned, boldly challenging Luban. After several encounters with Luban, Golden Crocodile, Douluo has already been left with a psychological shadow. The pressure is even greater than what Tang Chun exerted on him back then. Luban is a freak who can even defeat the angel god, and his strength is unfathomable. I believe he can, Qian Daolu said confidently, having great faith in Tang Chun as the great offering guarding the angel god's inheritance. He knows much more about the divine realm than others. Rather than saying he has confidence in Tang Chun, it would be more accurate to say he has confidence in the Azura god. The Azura god is the strongest war god in the divine realm, and his strength is far beyond that of the angel god. If even the Azura god's inheritance cannot defeat Luban, then there may be no one in this world who can match Luban. On Sea God Island, in the Sea God Hall, one day, it was suddenly announced that Tang Chun was returning and would challenge Luban. The high priest Poseidon was overjoyed. She had been waiting for Tang Chun for many years. Previously, due to the sacrificial mission of the high priest, she did not dare to be with Tang Chun. Now that the sea god's inheritance had changed the rules, she no longer had so many concerns. Let's go to Shrek Academy. Poseidon led the team towards Skydo City. High priest, who do you think will win this competition? Along the way, the 7 sacred pillars guarding Douluo inquired. Tang Chun will definitely win. Poseidon answered confidently, without hesitation. Meanwhile, in Wuhuan City, the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dawn was equally shocked to learn of the appearance of the Azura god's inheritor. She did not expect that even the Azura god would get involved. It seemed that the gods had already noticed the existence of the king's secret realm. The current situation clearly indicated that it was unfavorable for Luban. Bibi Dawn understood the reasons for the god's inheritance very well. It was all about competing for followers. If it weren't for Luban's help before, she would have been controlled by the god of Azura and turned into a walking corpse. After regaining consciousness, Bibi Dawn felt deep-seated hatred towards the gods. To be honest, she hoped Luban would win this time. However, the existence of the Azura god was truly terrifying, far beyond what the god of Azura could compare to. This time, Tang San obtained the Azura god inheritance, and his strength is undoubtedly incredibly formidable, far surpassing that of other divine inheritors. After learning the news, Bibi Dawn left the Pope's palace and quickly headed to Shrek Academy. Luban, this time I don't believe you can win. On the other hand, the angel god Qianren has a different opinion from Bibi Dawn. She believes that Luban is very likely to be defeated by Tang San this time. In order to witness this divine confrontation, Qianren hurriedly made her way to Shrek Academy. Chapter 171, Endless Shackles. Shrek Academy. On this day, the flow of people surged again. Major forces from the continent gathered because today was the day of the competition between the inheritor of the Azura god, Tang San, and Luban. All soul masters were filled with anticipation. The previous battles between god-level powerhouses were something they had never even heard of before. Even the conflicts among titled Douluos were rarely witnessed by soul masters on the continent. Now, with the emergence of the king's secret realm, inheritors of the gods had begun to appear one after another, challenging Luban. This opened everyone's eyes. At Shrek Academy, in Square, various powerful figures from different factions began to arrive one after another. Poseidon appeared again with his group of sea spirit masters. Soon, people from Spirit Hall, such as Bibi Dawn, Qianren and Xian Daolu arrived in succession. Look, the team from Haotian sect is here. Not long after, when a main force of Haotian sect arrived, the whole scene immediately erupted with excitement. Tang San, dressed in blood-red armor, strode forward, looking extraordinarily imposing. His aura was incredibly powerful, and everyone stepped aside to make way for him. Under the gaze of all, Tang San leaped into the sky, standing proudly, waiting for Luban to appear. On the other side, Luban had just come out of his residence, surrounded by a group of cheerful girls, chattering nonstop. Luban, do you have confidence in defeating Tang San this time? I heard that the Shura god is very powerful. Is that true? Luban, if you can't win, just admit defeat. Don't get hurt, Shui, Binger, Huowu, and others advised. They had received news and knew that the Shura god was formidable, much stronger than the angel god, the Rakshasa god, and the sea god. Moreover, Tang San had a fearsome reputation on the continent, and his strength was terrifying. In the eyes of the older generation, he was simply an invincible existence. This time, everyone was uncertain about the battle against him. Don't worry, stay steady. Luban smiled and nodded, signaling everyone not to be concerned. He was confident of victory against Tang San. Soon, surrounded by the girls and fans, Luban arrived at the Grand Plaza. He then unleashed his wind and thunder wings and flew into the sky. At this moment, the entire Shrek Academy erupted with deafening cheers and shouts. Supporters of Tang San and Luban began to shout in competition. It could be said that both sides were evenly matched. The ancestor will win. The Azura god will win. The Haotian sect will win. The soul masters supporting Tang San, including those from the Haotian sect and sea spirit masters, shouted passionately. Output-type battle soul masters are the best. Luban will win. Luban is awesome. The entire output-type battle soul masters stood by Luban's side. After all, Luban was the spokesperson for the king's secret realm, revered by output-type battle soul masters as a saint. The king's secret realm, Sky City. Below, Tang San and Luban stood facing each other from several miles apart. This distance is trivial for a god-level powerhouse. One step is all it takes to cross it. Junior, make your move. In the sky, Tang San stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. As a revered figure of the continent, he naturally couldn't strike at Luban right away. He still had to maintain the demeanor of a master. Please, after you, senior. Luban smiled indifferently, gesturing for Tang San to attack. If I strike first, I'm afraid the senior won't have a chance to make a move. Upon hearing this, Tang San frowned, surprised that this young man was so bold. He dared to speak arrogantly even in front of him. He really didn't know what the Azura god was capable of. Since that's the case, I'll teach him a lesson. Azura domain. Tang San snorted coldly. A chilling aura of killing intent spread quietly like icy waves, gradually permeating every inch of space. Then, a blood-red light suddenly tore through the sky, the light hot and sinister, like a meteor falling from the heavens or flames burning fiercely in hell. The radiance quickly expanded, resembling a blooming blood lotus, gradually forming a massive halo. Tang San stood at the center of the halo, clad in blood-colored armor, as if he were a war god born from darkness. With a roar of anger, the halo suddenly erupted, transforming into a blood-colored domain. This realm seems like an independent world, where space twists and tears, and the wind howls like a knife, with dust and stones flying everywhere. Within the realm, the air appears stained red with blood, permeated by a strong metallic smell, creating an intense sense of suffocation. Hiss! The audience below, witnessing the crimson scene in the sky, cannot help but feel a chill run down their spines, trembling uncontrollably. Even just the aftershocks fill them with a profound sense of fear, greatly diminishing their fighting spirit. If one were to be in the realm, their strength would definitely be greatly diminished. As the Shura realm was unleashed, Tang San's expression turned exceptionally cold, as if he were an ice mountain. He glanced at Luban to assess the situation. Within this divine-level realm, not only would strength be compressed by half, but the power of the soul would also be strongly affected. Indeed, Senior, your realm is extraordinary. Being in the Shura realm, Luban smiled slightly and praised. As expected of the God King inheritance, if it were any other deity, their combat power would be reduced by at least 50%. Moreover, they would be corroded and infected by the Shura battle intent, making it easy for them to become unstable and be controlled. However, this had no effect on him. At this moment, seeing Luban's calm demeanor, Tang San frowned in suspicion. He did not expect Luban to be unaffected by the power of Shura, which was truly strange. Hiss! Upon closer inspection, Tang San was greatly shocked. He discovered that a dark and eerie death energy surrounded Luban's body, which was quite bizarre, as it could even devour the power of Shura. In the divine realm, the law enforcement hall, the battle between Tang San and Luban was reflected on the light screen, and the deities watched it clearly. It could be said to be a live broadcast for everyone. This time, the 5 great gods united to assist the Fate God King in unleashing the power of fate and performing divination. Given the terrifying strength of Luban, the Fate God King no longer dared to perform divination on him, and instead shifted the target to Tang San. Due to the causal relationship between Tang San and Luban, the backlash suffered by the Fate God King would be greatly reduced. At this moment, seeing that Luban was unaffected by the Azura domain, the gods were all shocked. If they couldn't do it, how could a young man from the lower realm break the norm? What was that black power? So eerie. It could even devour Azura divine power. Hiss! What a terrifying devouring power. What exactly is this law? Azura divine power? That young man actually understood the Azura laws as well. My God, how is that possible? The gods all looked towards the Azura god, as the aura emanating from Luban was clearly Azura divine power. However, the Azura God King's Azura divine power was the strongest. Moreover, anyone who cultivated Azura divine power will be suppressed by the Azura God King. Yet now, Luban had actually reversed the situation and suppressed the inheritor of Azura, Tang San, which was indeed bizarre. That was not Azura divine power. The Azura god stared wide-eyed in shock upon seeing the death power radiating from Luban. That was clearly a higher-level law power than Azura power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to devour his Azura divine power. Azura divine power is, in fact, a kind of death power derived from the death law. Now, unexpectedly, someone had mastered the death law to a greater extent than he had. Chapter 172, Azura Annihilation Azura. Endless shackles. With the Azura domain losing its effect, Tang San was greatly alarmed, realizing he had previously underestimated Luban. He quickly unleashed his strongest control skill. After hearing the introductions from Tang San and others, Tang San had gained much understanding of Luban's methods. Against a long-range, high-output battle soul master like Luban, he must restrict him from the very beginning. With a low roar from Tang San, it was as if an invisible force surged through heaven and earth, and streams of black energy gathered from all directions, gradually forming huge chains. These chains flickered with a cold light, as if they came from the netherworld, exuding a chilling aura. Under Tang San's control, the chains moved like spiritual snakes, instantly binding Luban tightly. At this moment, Luban seemed to fall into endless darkness, and the entire sky battlefield was shrouded in a murderous atmosphere. Tang Chen's figure flickered in the darkness, his eyes flashing with a cold light, as if he were an Azura from hell, wielding the power over life and death. As the skill continued to be cast, the chains began to emit an even stronger black light, intertwining in the air to form bizarre patterns, like the mark of death, deeply imprinted in the enemy's heart. Although the endless shackles briefly controlled Luban, those with keen eyes could see clearly. The death power surrounded Luban, continuously devouring the Azura mark. Luban looked relaxed, as if nothing was wrong. The spectators below were astonished. Hiss, who would have thought that even Azura divine power couldn't suppress Luban? In the grand square, Bibi Dong raised her head, constantly paying attention to the situation of the aerial battle. She was well aware of the death power around Luban's body. Initially, even her Rakshasa divine power could be devoured, and she felt quite surprised. Unexpectedly, now, encountering Azura power, it could still be restrained, truly terrifying. As far as she knew, Azura divine power was the most terrifying death law power in the world, and her Rakshasa divine power, filled with evil laws, would be restrained upon encountering it. Dissolve. Not far away, Qianren Xue was equally surprised. As a divine inheritor, they were very familiar with the powers of various deities. The Azura god was the most powerful deity in the divine realm, and Azura divine power was the supreme application of the death law. It was quite bizarre, a law power that the gods were unwilling to face. It had always been an invincible existence. However, now Azura divine power had actually met its nemesis, which was truly unbelievable. In the past, it was something that was simply unimaginable. Azura realm. Tang San also noticed Luban's performance, so he no longer held back and quickly unleashed all his restriction skills to exert maximum control over Luban. Then he dealt his strongest blow. At this moment, Tang San seemed to transform into a true Azura deity, his power and majesty instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. He let out a low roar, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this power, creating waves of invisible ripples. Immediately afterward, Tang San suddenly spread his arms, and dazzling black light erupted from his palms. The black light spread outward like a tangible substance, quickly forming a gigantic black hole. Eerie and deep echoes emanated from the black hole, as if thousands of souls were wailing. Drawn by the black hole's gravitational pull, Luban was irresistibly pulled in. His figure disappeared at the edge of the black hole, as if swallowed into another world. After Luban was drawn into the black hole, Tang San closed his eyes, and his entire body surged with divine power. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to freeze, with only the black hole continuously expanding, gradually forming an independent small world. As the small world took shape, a terrifying aura emanated from within. It was a world constructed by the power of the Azura god, filled with the scent of death and destruction. Tang San opened his eyes, a cold and resolute light flickering within them. With a gentle wave of his hand, the scenes within the small world unfolded before everyone's eyes like a painting. They saw Luban being consumed by endless darkness and fear, which made everyone tense. These methods have little effect on me. Senior, you should switch to offensive tactics. In the Azura realm, Luban smiled calmly. His understanding of the laws of death now far exceeded that of Tang San, and the Azura realm that Tang San displayed had very limited restrictions on him. It should be known that he was now a level 130 God King. So how could he be restricted by a second-level deity? Although Tang San inherited the Azura legacy and became a deity, his cultivation was far inferior to the current Azura god. Naturally, Luban felt no pressure at all. Divine technique, Azura. Upon hearing this, Tang San frowned slightly, his expression showing a bit of discomfort. He launched a flurry of operations like a tiger, but to no avail against the young boy, which shocked him. He quickly used his offensive skills, hoping to end the battle swiftly. The longer it dragged on, the more unpredictable the situation might become. As the Azura divine technique was unleashed, Tang San's divine power rapidly formed 6 giant Azura sword around him. Then, they fused with the super artifact, the Azura demon sword, in his hand. Divine technique, annihilation. Holding the Azura demon sword, Tang San's gaze was cold and sharp, as if it could penetrate all illusions and reach deep into the enemy's soul. With a low shout, the Azura demon sword in his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling light. A light so dark and deep that it seemed to swallow all brightness. Surrounding the sword body, demonic energy swirled, forming strange runes that exuded a heart-pounding pressure. With the combination of the two powerful offensive divine techniques, Tang Chen's momentum surged dramatically. He raised the Azura demon sword high, the sword tip pointing directly at the sky, as if to tear the heavens and earth apart. In this moment, the entire sky battlefield seemed to be stunned by his imposing aura, and a chilling atmosphere filled the air. Then Tang Chun swung his sword fiercely, and the Shura demon sword, carrying a wave of black sword energy, instantly sliced through the sky, thrusting towards Luban. At this moment, the Shura demon sword resembled a giant black dragon, roaring with fury, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart. My God, is this the true divine skill? How terrifying! Goodness, it can even tear apart space. Is this the power of a deity? The Shura god is so powerful. Can Luban withstand this strike? Hiss! Faced with such an attack, Luban surprisingly showed no signs of tension. Luban isn't going to respond to this sky-shattering strike with a basic attack, is he? Yes. We know that output-type Battle Soul Masters have extremely strong attack power, but one still shouldn't be careless when facing a true deity. Look, Luban is making his move. Wow, Luban's aura is so overwhelming and impressive. Even when facing a true deity, he still just makes a casual strike. Come on, can you please take this seriously? This is a battle against the Shura god. As the Shura demon sword approached, Luban did not activate the archer domain. He simply raised his left hand with the dragon mouth gun, casually striking back with a basic attack, leaving the onlooking audience in shock. Chapter 173, Shura Bloodsword. Luban is now a level 130 God King expert with 12 soul rings. His basic attack casually strikes with over 10 million points of attack power. Coupled with the 1 million points of death power from the King's right hand bone, the Shura annihilation poses little threat in his eyes. Tap, 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 tap. Luban raised his left hand, and a soul power light sphere shot out, meeting the Shura demon sword that had unleashed two divine skills. Crack, crack, crack. The two clashed, directly causing the void to shatter, forming massive black holes. It took a long time to calm down. The onlookers below gasped collectively. Each of them felt a chill run down their spine. So terrifying. Just a glance, and it felt like their minds were about to be devoured. Hiss! He blocked it. Soon, as the aftermath dissipated, many people exclaimed in surprise. Luban's casual strike truly blocked Tang Chen's two powerful divine skills. Shocked. At this moment, seeing the Shura demon sword being deflected, Tang Chun wore a look of astonishment. His eyes widened, filled with shock. This is just too strong. A casual strike can actually block his two major attack skills. It's truly unbelievable. Luban stood in the realm of Shura, feeling very relaxed, without a hint of fatigue. In contrast, using this set of divine skills drained a tremendous amount of divine power and spirit, making his face slightly pale. Shura judgment. In this confrontation, Tang Chen realized that he had greatly underestimated Luban. His strength was even more terrifying than what Tang San had described. At that moment, he no longer acted arrogantly and began to unleash his most powerful attack. The Shura judgment skill possessed the ability of the judgment deity. It was an extremely formidable power of judgment, capable of judging all things in heaven and earth, as well as all races in the heavens. Holding the Shura demon sword, Tang Chan stood tall like a pine tree, a chilling aura emanating from him that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. He chanted incantations, each word seemingly containing boundless power. As the spell was completed, the Shura demon sword suddenly erupted with dazzling light, the brilliance resembling both scorching flames and icy cold, intertwined to emit a strange yet majestic aura. Within the light, a massive wheel of judgment slowly emerged, radiating a faint glow as if it could see through all the evils in the world. The wheel of judgment slowly rotated, and with each turn, it seemed to thunder with countless bolts of lightning, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Tang Chun suddenly pointed, and the wheel of judgment shot towards Luban like an arrow released from a bowstring. At this moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be shrouded by this force, an invisible pressure making everyone feel suffocated. The moment the wheel of judgment touched Luban, it erupted with dazzling light. Within that light, it seemed as if countless wronged souls were howling and accusing. Luban's figure became distorted and blurred in that brilliance. The judgment light transformed into 6 red beams, blooming like flowers from hell, wrapping Luban in the center. Instantly, blood-red lightning spread across Luban's body, these lights continuously invading his body, corroding his vitality. The power of judgment? Feeling the change in his body, Luban let out a light snort. No deity could judge him. not the angelic gods, nor the Azura gods at this moment. Luban activated the bone of his kingly right leg, and a powerful water attribute restorative force suddenly erupted, continuously restoring the vitality that had been corroded by the Azura's judgment. At this moment, Luban stood proudly, towering at the center of the judgment light. He was like a material thrown into a furnace, ready to be refined, and the judgment light resembled the fire of refinement. They were transforming Luban according to the Azura god's command. Of course, this transformation would inevitably lead to death for an ordinary deity. The Azura god's power of judgment, even in the divine realm, could not be avoided by any deity except for a few god kings. In the divine realm, the law enforcement temple, the gods were closely watching the battle situation. Seeing Luban casually destroy Tang Chen's two divine techniques, the gods were shocked. They did not expect Luban's strength to be so against the heavens. It should be noted that Tang Chen's strike was already capable of threatening first-level deities. Now, seeing Tang Chen unleash the Azura's judgment, the gods focused their attention on the light curtain. As time passed, when they saw that the judgment light was ineffective against Luban, the gods were greatly alarmed. Their eyes widened, all showing shock. How is this possible? Luban could actually be immune to the Azura's judgment. What is that restorative power within his body? It's two against the heavens, able to withstand even the power of judgment. Oh my God, what terrifying vitality. Is that the law of life? Where did this Luban come from? How could he master so many supreme laws? How could such a monstrous talent appear in the lower realms, not being rejected by the power of the great Tao? The gods watched the battle scene, continuously analyzing Luban's methods. Luban occasionally erupted with a kind of rule divine power, which was truly disheartening. Oh no, more accurately, it was too disheartening for the gods. It should be known that for deities, cultivating a single law of power is incredibly difficult. Supreme laws like life and death can only be comprehended by powerful god kings. And now, a mortal from the lower realm could continuously unleash various supreme laws, which was truly shocking. At this moment, the King of Life saw Luban's performance and was greatly astonished, but did not show it. The life laws that Luban exhibited were even purer than those she grasped. When facing the Azura god and dealing with the Azura's judgment, she found it very difficult. Unlike Luban, who seemed to suppress the power of judgment with just the life laws, which was indeed incredible and hard to understand. At Shrek Academy, in the Grand Square, the onlookers were stunned to see Luban in the judgment light and scathed. Tang Chen's divine techniques were becoming increasingly powerful, the scenes more and more grand. Yet Luban was not affected at all. Strong, truly too strong. Everyone only knew Luban was strong, but they had no way of knowing the specifics of his strength. Now, Luban's performance had once again elevated his status in the hearts of soul masters on the continent. Impossible. How could this be? Seeing his strongest attack having no effect on Luban, Tang Chen instantly doubted his life. He couldn't believe it. The usually dominant Tang Chen found his mind unstable at this moment. However, just as Tang Chen's mind was in a daze, a blood-colored divine light flashed in his mind, and immediately his aura surged explosively. His originally bright, red eyes now appeared even more intensely blood-colored, with the Azura god's divine power occupying his body. Tang Chen's soul power also greatly increased. Azura Bloodsword. Tang Chen looked at Luban, his expression becoming even colder and stranger. The killing intent around him was almost solidifying. Luban Musti. Tang Chen sentenced Luban to death in his heart. Gripping the super artifact Azura Demon Sword, Tang Chen unleashed his strongest strike. Chapter 174. The 8th trial of the King S9 trials begins. The divine technique Azura Bloodsword was unleashed like a shocking feast that shook the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Tang Chen's body merged with the Azura Demon Sword in his hand, becoming one with the sword, indistinguishable from each other. His figure and sword shadow intertwined, resembling a blood-colored giant dragon soaring and leaping across the battlefield, releasing a violent and fierce aura. As Tang Chen's mind moved, his soul simultaneously fused with the sword intent, forming an indescribable resonance. At this moment, every thought and every action of him seemed to resonate with the power of heaven and earth, causing the air around him to tremble. Immediately, the Azura bloodline within Tang Chen began to burn, a force that originated from the depths of his bloodline, wild and scorching. In the instant the bloodline ignited, his body appeared to be enveloped in a layer of blood-red flame, containing endless intent of slaughter and destruction. To unleash this divine skill, Tang Chen did not hesitate to consume his original power. His life force essence and spirit converged at this moment onto the Azura demon sword, forming a dazzling blood-colored sword light. The sword light was as sharp as substance, slicing through the air and creating fine cracks wherever it passed. Then, the Azura blood sword struck out, as if the entire sky battlefield was torn apart by this force. A massive blood-colored sword shadow tore through the sky, carrying the might to annihilate the heavens and earth as it surged towards Luban. Wherever the sword's shadow passed, everything seemed to be dyed blood red. Even the sky changed color. It's over. Sensing the change in Tang Chen's body, Luban's expression turned cold. In this state, Tang Chen's body would suffer great harm. It would definitely affect his cultivation foundation in the future. Under normal circumstances, no one would be foolish enough to do such a thing unless it was a life-and-death confrontation. Now, Tang Chan was clearly being controlled by the Azura divine fragment, and he was no longer himself. These so-called deities, for their own selfish interests, truly care nothing for the lives of the inheritors. Luban no longer held back, directly mobilizing his soul power, activating the archer's domain, doubling his attack power. He suddenly unleashed a soul power light sphere with over 20 million attack points, charging towards the Azura bloodsword. Boom! At this moment, the intense aftermath of the collision directly shattered the Azura realm. As the small world formed by the Azura god's power disappeared, the waves overflowed, causing the void to tremble. The space resembled glass, seemingly developing cracks. If Shrek Academy hadn't had many strong individuals working together to resist, the buildings would surely have been blown apart. With such a massive aftermath, not even a piece of rubble would remain. Soon, as the aftermath dissipated and calm returned, everyone saw Tang Chun plummeting straight to the ground from the sky. The Azura god's split body was destroyed by Luban, and Tang Chun fainted. This battle ended with Luban's victory, causing a stir throughout the venue. Ah, we won. Luban is too strong. Great Luban, please take my knee. Is this the height our output system battle soul masters can reach? So exciting. My goodness, he even defeated the inheritors of the gods. Luban is incredible. Woo, great Luban. How strong are you really? Majestic and handsome. Brother Luban, I want to have your children. Ah, Luban is mine. No one else can take him. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Luban descended from the sky. His proud and upright figure made the fans scream with excitement. To be able to defeat even deities. Luban's image in everyone's hearts was immensely elevated at this moment. He was simply stunning, incredibly cool. The atmosphere was so enthusiastic that Luban didn't dare to linger and flew straight back to his residence. At this moment, the sound of the system's notification rang in his mind. Ding, King S9 Trials 7th Trial. Defeat the Azura god's split body. Maintain the status of Output System Battle Soul Master. Task completed. Reward. 1 million year perfect spirit ring of divine level. Soul power level increased by 10 levels. All spirit rings under 1 million years will have their age increased by 200,000 years. Reward. 6 pieces of soul bones fused, evolved into the ultimate artifact. The King S set. In his room, Luban sat cross-legged and began to absorb the rewards. Now at level 130, he was just missing a spirit ring. With the rewards issued, Luban began to absorb the 1 million year perfect spirit ring. Based on previous experience, Luban found that absorbing a perfect spirit ring did not lead to a breakthrough in soul power. Previously, absorbing spirit beast rings always resulted in several levels of soul power increase. However, the perfect spirit ring did not have this effect. Even so, Luban was even more delighted, because the perfect spirit ring brought about more physical evolution. In addition to increasing attack power, Luban's overall attributes could be said to have received comprehensive enhancement. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, Luban could battle with first-level deities without falling behind. After completing the evolution of his divine body, Luban began to refine the vast divine power from the system rewards. The soul power level increased by 10 levels, requiring an immense amount of divine power. As the divine power was refined, Luban's divine body underwent earth-shattering changes. His skin no longer merely glowed faintly. It became as warm and smooth as jade, as if every inch contained endless vitality and vigor. His originally ordinary bones now resembled finely tempered steel, both tough and lightweight, as if they could support the heaviest forces in the world. Even more astonishingly, a new space seemed to have opened up within him. A world of inner space formed by concentrated divine power. In this world, divine power surged like a river, continuously nourishing his divine body. making his strength more profound and enduring. At the same time, his five senses were greatly enhanced. He could clearly hear the wind from miles away, see objects as small as dust, and smell every subtle scent in the air. His sense of touch became exceptionally sharp, capable of perceiving every flow of energy in the surrounding environment. His already profound and vast aura now became even more imposing and invincible. When he operated his divine power, the surrounding space seemed to tremble in response, a powerful sense of oppression making everyone feel their hearts race. It took a full week for Luban to refine all the divine power, successfully advancing to level 140, becoming a 2-star God King. With the level increase completed, Luban began to fuse the soul bones. With a low shout from Luban, the 6 soul bones began to tremble slightly, emitting crisp sounds as if responding to his call. Then, these soul bones seemed to come alive, releasing waves of powerful energy that resonated with Luban's body. They then began to fuse continuously. At this moment, Luban's body seemed to be enveloped by a layer of mysterious power. His aura grew stronger and stronger, resembling a king about to awaken. As the light dissipated, a complete set of kingly divine armor appeared on Luban. This divine armor was formed from the fusion of 6 soul bones, exuding a heart-pounding, oppressive force. Chapter 175. Inheritance of the Gods with the Divine Armor donned. Luban felt a sense of judgment over all things. Words became law. A single word determined life and death. If he were to battle Bibi Dong, Qian Renshua, and the others again, with just one word, he could suppress them. The feeling of being a god-level powerhouse has never been wrong. Luban understood that this situation was the result of his level increase and the evolution of the soul bones. He opened his personal information panel. Host, Luban, 2-star God King. Martial Soul. Divine level. Luban number 7 Martial Soul talent. Divine level Archer domain. Divine skill. Resistance aura. Divine skill. Invincible Shark Mouth Cannon. Divine skill. 3000 Thunderfalls. Qualification. Innate Sacred Body Tao. Innate Full Soul Power. Soul Power. 140, 100, Soul Rings. Red, 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 gold, 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 gold soul bones. Wind, Thunder Wings. Speed 100000. King S Divine Armor. Judgment 100000. Defense 100000. Divine 100000. Life 100000. Death 100000. Yang 100000. Water 100000. Soul Skills. Attack 90000. Attack 90000. Attack 90000. Fire Attack 90000. Wind Attack 100000. Thunder Attack 100000. 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 Destruction 100000. Items. Divine level Gamer Skin. Divine level Jungle Knife. Divine level Storage Bracelet. Sure enough, the information in the soul bones section underwent a significant change. The 6 soul bones fused into the King S Divine Armor. In addition to retaining the original various attribute bonuses, it also added a judgment power. No wonder there was a feeling that words became law, and I alone stand supreme. With Luban S' current 2-star God King strength, if he were to unleash judgment power, a single word could make a first-level deity unable to bear it. Just then, the system's notification sound rang in Luban's mind again. Ding! King S9 Trials, 7th Trial. Defeat the Azura God S Split Body. Maintain the status of Output System Battle Soul Master. Task completed. The 8th trial task is now open. Quell the Beast Tide Crisis. Defeat the Ice and Snow Emperors. Task details. The emergence of the King S Secret Realm has been known to the gods. To maintain the inheritance of the gods have descended their inheritance. After obtaining the inheritance, the Ice and Snow Emperors lead the Soul Beast Army to invade the mainland. Upon seeing the content of the 8th test, Luban was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that the opponent this time would actually be a soul beast. Goodness, it seems that soul beasts are also rising up. Damn, the gods are really using all means to deal with him. Humph. When the soldiers come, I will block them. When the water comes, I will cover it with earth. With his current strength, Luban is not worried at all. Let the storm come even more fiercely. In the divine realm, in the Hall of Justice, seeing the Azura God manifesting and unleashing the strongest attack, the Azura Bloodsword, yet still being easily defeated by Luban. The entire hall fell into a terrifying silence. The faces of the gods were filled with shock. Tang Chen's last attack. Even a level 1 deity would find it extremely difficult to handle, yet Luban defeated it so easily. My god, how terrifying! How could such a formidable figure appear in the lower realm? This is something they absolutely do not want to see. It is clearly the greatest threat to the divine realm. With such an extraordinary power, if Luban were to enter the divine realm, it would turn everything upside down. Humph, this time you should thank me. Without me, the faith of the gods would have been severed. The Rakshasa god raised her head proudly and said, previously, she was in a situation where the gods were hunting her down, but with the appearance of this anomaly, Luban, the situation has completely changed. The destruction of the Shura goddess inheritance in a small world would have been just that, but because of her, this heretic Luban was discovered. At this moment, the proud expression of the Rakshasa god seemed like she was taking credit. All right, let's put this matter to rest. The Shura god waved his hand, signaling the Rakshasa god to be quiet. He didn't want to pursue the matter of the Rakshasa god destroying the Shura goddess inheritance any further. The urgent task now is how to deal with Luban and the king's secret realm. As soon as the Shura goddess words fell, the gods began to discuss heatedly. Their true forms cannot enter the lower realm. Otherwise, they would have directly acted to eliminate the dangerous existence of Luban. After much discussion, the gods decided to bestow a legacy in the Douluo Continent, using the believers in the lower realm to deal with Luban. In the Douluo Continent, in the extreme northern region, the once cold and silent world suddenly underwent earth-shattering changes. The skies split open with a deep crack from which strange light poured down, like a beacon in the darkness, but carrying a chilling aura that made one's heart race. The ice and snow began to melt at a visibly rapid pace, revealing ancient ruins hidden beneath the ice layer. These ruins exude a dark aura, as if narrating a forgotten past. The creatures around begin to act unusually agitated, seemingly sensing the approach of that evil force, yet unable to escape this cursed land. As the fissure widens, a powerful wave of energy sweeps in, causing the entire far north to tremble. This surge of energy contains endless evil and greed, distorting the surrounding space and rendering the once clear scene blurry and eerie. At the center of the crack, a massive vortex gradually forms, devouring everything around it while continuously releasing even more powerful evil forces. Under the influence of this power, the originally cold and icy northern land begins to emit a strange green light, as if it has been eroded by some malevolent force. The entrance to the secret realm finally appears, resembling a portal to another world, radiating an enticing glow. Douluo Continent, Northwest Region, Tagore Desert, ancestral land of the Fire Clan. In the depths of the desert, where yellow sand rolls and heat waves surge, a soft and sacred light suddenly emerges. The light gradually spread, illuminating the surrounding sand dunes as if they were draped in a golden cloak. The wind in the desert seemed to soften, no longer stirring up clouds of yellow sand, but gently blowing, bringing a hint of coolness. As the light expanded, a massive halo appeared in the desert. At the center of the halo, an ancient and solemn altar slowly rose, emitting a faint golden glow. The altar was carved with intricate patterns and mysterious symbols, as if it contained some unfathomable power. The surrounding creatures seemed to sense the presence of this power, gathering around the altar. Some soul beasts in the desert even knelt on the ground, seemingly paying homage to this force. Under the influence of this power, the Tagore Desert itself underwent tremendous changes. The once parched desert began to sprout gentle streams, clear spring water flowing out from between the sand dunes, nourishing the arid land. The plants in the desert also began to grow wildly, with a once sparse oasis becoming lush and vibrant. The entire sky over the Tagore Desert became exceptionally bright due to the emergence of this power, as if a new world was being born in this desert. Chapter 176. Evil descends upon the northernmost land at the location of the Water Clan. On the outskirts of Tianshui City, Tianshui Lake, a body of water that was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly experienced earth-shattering changes. The surface of the lake, once shimmering with light, suddenly began to surge, as if something was violently churning beneath the surface. Following this, a dazzling beam of light shot up from the center of the lake, illuminating the entire sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. As the light spread, the lake began to boil, not from a scorching sun, but because of the mysterious power emanating from the lake's depths. This force is powerful yet gentle, causing the creatures in the lake to radiate with unprecedented vitality. The once silent fish begin to leap joyfully out of the water, as if celebrating this grand event. The flowers and grasses by the lake also become more vibrant, emitting a rich fragrance. The trees along the shore start to change as well, their branches and leaves becoming more lush, and even colorful patterns begin to grow on their trunks. These patterns seem to be a masterpiece of nature, reflecting the light in the lake and creating a beautiful painting. The clouds in the sky have also begun to gather. They are no longer floating aimlessly in the air, but have formed a huge vortex around Tianshui Lake. This vortex contains endless vitality, continuously injecting new energy into the lake, filling the entire body of water with vibrant life. The most striking feature is the mysterious altar at the center of the lake. Formed by, the altar is tall and solemn, radiating a soft and sacred light. Spirit Hall Headquarters, Spirit City. On this day, the mountains surrounding the Soul Master City, which were originally tranquil and deep, lush with trees, and filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, suddenly began to undergo a transformation. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, but these clouds were not ordinary. They were formed from dense power of fate. They surged in the air, releasing dazzling light that illuminated the entire mountainous area as bright as day. As the sky changed, the topography of the mountains also began to undergo violent shifts. The once stable mountain bodies started to tremble, as if some force was awakening deep underground. Then, cracks began to spread across the slopes, as if the earth was tearing its own skin. From these cracks, a strong aura of fate emanated, evoking an indescribable shock. At the center of the cracks, a massive beam of light shot up into the sky, piercing the clouds. The light column contains endless power of fate, distorting the surrounding space, making the entire mountainous area seem to be trapped in a strange dimension. Around the light column, a huge halo is formed, shimmering with various mysterious runes and patterns, as if telling the secrets of fate. The sudden anomalies erupting across the continent instantly triggered a wave of panic. Various forces began to explore. In Tiando City, at Shrek Academy, Luban stood by the window watching the clouds roll by, his mind spreading, clearly perceiving the changes across the continent. Has the inheritance of the gods descended? Luban smiled lightly, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile, his face showing disdain. Truly worthy of the inheritance of the gods, making such a big commotion. It seems that those deities in the divine realm truly cannot sit still. To deal with him, this scale is indeed substantial. Such a large-scale divine inheritance has caused earth-shattering changes across the continent. The concentration of soul power in the air is at least 100 times denser than before. Luban's eyes flickered with golden light as he gazed towards the far north. He was waiting for the arrival of the ice and snow emperors. In the far north, the sudden changes immediately caught the attention of the three great kings, the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and the Titan Snow Demon King, who all rushed to the center of the anomaly to investigate. When they saw a palace ruin suddenly emerge from the ground, they were shocked. At this moment, various soul beasts had already gathered around the ruins. They attempted to enter the ruins, but were all repelled by a protective shield surrounding the palace. Unable to enter, "You all stay outside. We will go in to check the situation." The Titan Snow Demon King looked around and said domineeringly. However, in front of the gathered soul beasts, he suddenly stepped towards the palace ruins. Boom! As a result, like the other soul beasts, he was directly bounced back, leaving the observing soul beasts stunned. They did not expect that even the Titan Snow Demon King, with a cultivation of 200,000, could not enter. "Let me try." Seeing the failure of the third brother, the Ice Emperor stepped forward. This time, she did not force her way in. After previous experiments with the spirit beasts, she discovered that the harder she tried, the greater the rebound force she experienced. The Ice Emperor raised her right hand and gently touched the protective shield, finding that her body was not repelled. "Sister Snow, I can go in," the Ice Emperor said excitedly to the Snow Empress, turning her head. She waved her hand to signal the Snow Empress to follow. Then, under the watchful eyes of the spirit beasts, the two Ice and Snow Emperors entered the ruins palace. Hiss! As soon as they entered the palace, a cold wind swept in, causing the Ice and Snow Emperors to shiver uncontrollably. The atmosphere here is exceptionally cold, and everywhere there is a strong sense of malevolence. As soon as one steps into this secret realm, a heavy sense of oppression comes rushing in. The air around seems to have solidified, so thick that it makes it hard to breathe. The ground beneath one's feet is no longer solid soil, but composed of a black substance that emits a faint glow, as if whispering some unknown secrets. Looking up, the sky is pitch black, devoid of stars and moonlight. Only endless darkness. In this darkness, occasional flickers of ghostly light appear, like the eyes of phantoms, watching every person who enters the secret realm. Moving forward, the Ice and Snow Emperors discover that many gigantic stone statues stand within the palace, their faces twisted in grotesque expressions, resembling demons that have crawled out of hell. The statues emit an aura of evil that sends chills down one's spine. Around the statues, strange plants grow, their branches twisted, flowers eerie, exuding a nauseating odor. As one ventures deeper into the palace, a massive altar is discovered. The altar is etched with intricate patterns and symbols that flicker with a sinister light, as if summoning some terrifying force. Surrounding the altar is a ring of black flames, from which bursts of eerie laughter and roaring sounds occasionally emerge, instilling fear. Throughout the entire secret realm, a suffocating aura of evil permeates the air. This aura not only affects the senses but also quietly erodes the human soul. The closer the Ice and Snow Empresses get to the altar, the greater their negative emotions become. Fear, greed, and anger ravage their hearts like wild beasts. One misstep, and they could fall into it, controlled by the evil power. The Ice and Snow Empresses use various skills to keep themselves alert. As they reach the front of the altar, a chilling voice echoes. Chapter 177. The Beast Tide Erupts. The inheritance of the evil God King is activated. By following one's true heart, one can obtain immense rewards and embark on the path to becoming a deity. The sound was incredibly deep, as if it came from the depths of hell. The divine legacy? Upon hearing the voice of the legacy, the Ice and Snow Emperors were instantly taken aback. With a hesitant expression, they exchanged glances and communicated with each other through their eyes. This sudden and magical inheritance seems truly strange. Moreover, upon hearing that it is the inheritance of the evil God King, the Ice and Snow Emperors find themselves in a dilemma. To be honest, if it were the inheritance of another deity, they would genuinely want to obtain it, but the name of the evil God King sounds very wrong. They do not want to become evil beings. As if understanding the thoughts of the Ice and Snow Emperors, the voice of inheritance echoed again from the altar. Remember, in the eyes of deities, there is no distinction between good and evil, only different paths of pursuit. All paths can lead to becoming a god. There is no distinction of high or low, noble or humble. Once you become a deity and possess infinite lifespan, you will find how ridiculous worldly rules are. The explanation of the inheritance voice is quite tempting, especially in the words, "There is a hint of the sound of the great way," which makes the Ice and Snow Emperors feel enlightened after hearing it. What do we need to pay to obtain the inheritance? The Snow Empress raised her head towards the altar and asked, "You do not need to pay anything, just follow your heart." Upon hearing the explanation of the inheritance voice, the Ice and Snow Emperors were astonished, not expecting the deity inheritance to be so simple. It was even more absurd than the challenges faced by humans in the King's secret realm. "Really? You're not deceiving us?" The Ice Emperor, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise. "Deities never engage in deception. Are you willing to accept the inheritance?" After repeated confirmations, the Ice and Snow Emperors ultimately agreed to accept the inheritance. Becoming a god has always been their dream, especially after the emergence of the King's secret realm. This thought has become increasingly urgent. The soul beast cannot enter the King's secret realm, and seeing the human race rapidly increase their power through the inheritance in the secret realm makes the Ice and Snow Emperors anxious. In the past, the extreme north was a forbidden area for humans. However, in recent years, with the emergence of the King's secret realm and a large number of output-type soul masters, the strength of human soul masters has progressed rapidly again. Often, forces invade the extreme north to provoke. If this continues, the extreme north will follow the path of the Stardow Forest and become a backyard for human soul masters, hunting soul beasts at any time. This is something they absolutely do not want to see. Nowadays, the only way to escape this crisis is to become a deity. We are willing to accept the inheritance. The Ice and Snow Emperors sit cross-legged in front of the altar. Two beams of dark light fall upon them. The inheritance begins, and the Ice and Snow Emperors empty their minds, following their true hearts. As the inheritance progresses, the aura emanating from their bodies grows increasingly cold. Evil. At this moment, scenes of humans hunting soul beasts are playing out in the minds of the Ice and Snow Emperors. These scenes are all real occurrences. Some took place in the Starry Forest, others in the extreme north and other regions of the continent. The human race has acted without righteousness, wantonly hunting soul beasts. It is time for a change. Take revenge. The evil God King will grant you endless power. With your people, launch an attack on humanity to avenge the soul beasts hunted by humans over the years. The more human soul masters you hunt, the stronger the power you will gain. This power can be used by yourselves or rewarded to your people. With the blessing of the evil God King, embark on your path of revenge. When you break through Heaven Do City, kill Luban, and destroy the King's secret realm, that will be the day you become the evil God King. The sound of inheritance rings out, and the ice and snow emperor's eyes emit a chilling glow, their faces filled with murderous intent. At this moment, they have only one thought in their hearts: to take revenge on humanity and seek justice for the soul beasts hunted by humans. In the outskirts of the extreme north, what was once a frozen wasteland, devoid of human presence for years, now sees numerous soul masters appearing from time to time. The extreme north is truly a great place. I didn't expect it to have so many rare soul beasts. Indeed, previously, it was almost impossible to find pure attack limit attribute soul beasts. But now they can be encountered in the extreme north regularly. For us lower-ranked offensive battle soul masters, the extreme north is indeed a blessed land. Alas, if it weren't for my poor skills in the King's secret realm, who would be willing to come to this desolate place to hunt soul beasts? Indeed, I really envy those skilled players in the King's secret realm. Once I obtain my 4th spirit ring, I will definitely go to Shrek Academy to study. On that day, just like usual, a large number of soul masters seeking extreme attribute output secretly entered the extreme north. However, shortly after entering, the ground suddenly shook. Countless ferocious soul beasts surged in like a flood breaking through a dam, leaving people stunned by the shocking scene. At the edge of the sky, a dark red light curtain rapidly spread, as if the heavens were torn apart, revealing another bloody world. As the light curtain expanded, the ground began to shake violently, as if countless giant beasts were galloping underground, their power capable of shaking the entire extreme north. Soon after, numerous soul beasts emerged from all directions, running, flying, or roaring, creating a grand and imposing spectacle. The soul beasts emitted intense fluctuations of soul power, their eyes flashing with wildness and ferocity, as if they were ready to tear apart any living being that dared to block their path. The air was thick with the scent of blood and soul power, making it almost impossible to breathe. The snow on the ground was shaken into the air, forming white storms. Amidst this chaos, the roars and low growls of the soul beasts echoed, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The sky seemed to be infected by this power, turning dark and oppressive. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled, as if cheering on the wave of beasts. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating this chaotic and spectacular scene. Oh my God, it's a beast tide! Seeing countless soul beasts rushing towards them, the human soul masters entering the extreme north were completely stunned. They were so frightened that they trembled all over, unable to help but scream. They ran as fast as they could, using every ounce of strength they had. If they slowed down even a little, they would be overwhelmed by the endless tide of beasts, meeting a gruesome end. Some were trampled into meat patties, some were swallowed whole, and others were killed by the shock waves. The various horrific scenes were chilling. The soul beasts in the extreme north have gone berserk. Ooh, someone save me, I don't want to die yet. Senior Golden Way Swallow, take me with you. I'll pay 1,000,000 gold soul coins. 5,000,000 gold soul coins, help. Why is this happening? Have these soul beasts gone crazy? There's no way to escape. I have to fight them. Woo run. Just now I saw a titled Douluo senior killed by a single punch. Chapter 178. Fire dance becomes the holy mother in the extreme north. The cold wind howled, and snowflakes danced. The beast tide erupted, and the deafening roars shattered the tranquility of this snowy land, as the soul beasts rampaged, creating a stunning scene. The soul masters who entered the extreme north were completely annihilated. Under the leadership of the 3 great kings, the soul beasts in the extreme north advanced southward, launching a fierce attack on the human soul masters. The massive bodies of the snowfield ice bears trampled the snow, leaving deep footprints with each step. They swung their enormous bare paws, attacking any soul master they encountered with ferocity, each strike accompanied by splashes of ice and snow and the shock of air. The extreme cold wind wolves raced across the snowy ground, moving in packs like white phantoms weaving through the storm. Their eyes sparkled with cunning light, sometimes surrounding and attacking, sometimes dispersing for surprise assaults. leaving human soul masters with nowhere to escape. The frost giant serpents swiftly moved, their icy breaths freezing everything around them. Their bodies were barely visible in the snow, resembling enormous ice dragons, instilling fear in those who beheld them. Although the snowfield spirit foxes were small in size, their speed was incredible, nimbly darting about, attacking and evading, dazzling the onlookers. The ice crystal magic lions let out earth-shattering roars, their voices echoing like thunder in the sky. Every attack from their sharp claws left deep marks on the ground, showcasing their immense power. The snowstorm wild eagles circled in the air, their wings like enormous sails soaring through the wind and snow. Their keen eyes relentlessly searched for human soul masters, and once spotted, they would dive down to launch deadly attacks. Along the way, glacier giant lizards occasionally burst forth from the ground to launch surprise attacks. Their tails were like massive iron rods capable of easily smashing through any obstacles. The extreme north ice spiders would lurk in shadows, silently approaching their prey before suddenly attacking. Their webs could quickly ensnare human soul masters, delivering fatal blows. As they advanced south, human cities continuously fell. A large number of soul masters were killed by the soul beasts of the extreme north. After slaying human soul masters, the soul beasts couldn't help but throw their heads back and roar with excitement. They discovered that the more human soul masters they killed, the faster their cultivation improved. Especially capturing output-type battle soul masters was like a feast for them. They attacked fiercely, targeting output-type battle soul masters. The Ice and Snow Emperors commanded the Soul Beast Army to launch a fierce assault on human cities. The Ice and Snow Emperors could sense the presence of output-type battle soul masters, constantly issuing orders to direct their subordinates in the hunt. After 3 days of encirclement, the Ice and Snow Emperors significantly increased in strength. The Snow Emperor, with 70,000 cultivation, bypassed the tribulation and directly gained 100,000 years of cultivation, becoming an 800,000-year soul beast. After obtaining the evil God King's inheritance, they discovered that the tribulations caused by soul beast growth had completely disappeared. This made the Ice and Snow Empresses extremely excited. It is known that soul beasts face a tribulation every 100,000 years, which is a trial from heaven. The higher their cultivation, the more severe the tribulation. Originally, the Snow Empress, facing a 700,000-year tribulation, would find it very difficult to overcome it by herself. The Ice Empress, facing a 400,000-year tribulation, was in the same situation, before obtaining the inheritance of the evil God King. They were both prepared for their downfall. Now, after obtaining the evil God King's inheritance, the tribulation no longer exists, and it is inevitable that both women feel excited. Their only goal now is to capture and kill human soul masters, especially those with offensive battle souls, to enhance their strength. Before attacking Heavendo City and encountering Luban, they must advance to the divine level to have a chance of victory. As they journeyed south from the extreme north, they subdued a large number of soul beasts to join their ranks, under the command of the Ice and Snow Empresses. This beast wave grew larger and soon swept across the entire continent. In the Tagar Desert, the ancestral land of the Fire Tribe, Huowu hurried back from Shrek Academy. She learned from her grandfather that a divine inheritance had appeared in the Tagar Desert, so she rushed back. The challenge of the King's secret realm could no longer satisfy her appetite. She wanted to become stronger. Only by doing so could she qualify to stand alongside Luban. Huowu's heart was filled with thoughts of Luban. She wanted to gain his recognition and become a woman worthy of him. The recent battles between the inheritors of the gods and Luban have had a huge impact on Huowu. She didn't expect Luban to be so powerful. She originally thought that by challenging the King's secret realm every day, she could quickly increase her strength and catch up with Luban, but later realized she was overestimating herself. The gap between her and Luban has only grown larger. This is something that Huowu cannot tolerate. She must defeat her rivals in strength and become the only woman who can stand by Luban's side, stepping on the likes of Shui, Binger, Hulaina, and Qianrenxue. At Shrek Academy, these people always compete with her for favor, and their strength and talent are not inferior to hers, which puts a lot of pressure on Huowu. She can still cope with talents like Shui, Binger from her generation, but facing a divine inheritor like Qianrenxue is a bit challenging for her. Therefore, when she heard that a divine inheritance appeared near the ancestral land, Huowu hurriedly went to investigate. When she arrived at the inheritance site, Huowu was stunned by the scene before her. In the depths of the Tagore Desert, there was an exceptionally spectacular, mysterious oasis. In the center of the oasis stood an ancient altar protected by a golden barrier. At this moment, the members of the Fire Clan were trying to enter the protective barrier, but unfortunately, they were all bounced back and could not get close. Even the clan leader, Huowudi, a peak 98th level Douluo, could not succeed. The elders of the Fire Clan discovered that the greater the force used, the greater the backlash suffered. However, using less force could not break through the protective barrier to enter the altar. For a time, they were in a dilemma with no solution. Let me give it a try. After a 90th level title doll elder failed again, Huowu stepped forward. Seeing Huowu appear, the members of the Fire Clan all cleared the way, their eyes wide open, all staring in unison. Huowu is the strongest genius of the Fire Clan. In recent years, with personal guidance from Luban, the King's Secret Realm Challenge has reached the starry level, earning a substantial amount of rewards. Now, I'm already a level 91 output type, War Soul Master. This strength is already comparable to that of the elders in the clan. Huowu walked lightly to the center of the oasis, next to the protective shield. Then, she raised her palm and gently touched the protective shield. Just as her palm made contact with the shield, a powerful suction force suddenly erupted, pulling Huowu straight in. The members of the Fire Clan were all wide-eyed, instantly dumbfounded. The elders had their mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. The clan leader, Huowudi, looked as if his eyes were about to pop out. Wow, it can be done like this. What the hell? The other members of the Fire Clan were so repelled. Yet Huowu went up and succeeded in one go. Moreover, it seemed like she was actively sucked in, judging by her stumble. Chapter 179, Water Binger Life Inheritance upon entering the Inheritance Secret Realm. The interior resembled a dreamlike pure land. As Huowu stepped inside, she felt a gentle and sacred aura rushing toward her, as if she were in a paradise isolated from the world. Unlike the scene seen outside, the secret realm had a different heaven within. Everywhere was lush and green, with strange flowers and exotic grasses growing abundantly, emanating a faint fragrance. In the sky, colorful, auspicious clouds floated slowly, reflecting the shimmering lake below, whose surface sparkled like it was embedded with countless gems. In the lake, a few agile fish could be seen swimming about, radiating a faint glow, appearing mysterious and sacred. Deep within the secret realm stood a towering temple. The walls of the temple were carved with intricate totems and mysterious runes, seemingly telling of ancient and powerful forces. In the center of the temple sat a giant statue with a kind and solemn expression, embodying the benevolent God King. Surrounding the statue was a soft glow that inspired awe. As Huowu entered the temple, she felt a pure and sacred aura. Any negative emotions, evil and filth, greed and selfishness in her heart vanished instantly. Looking up at the statue, Huowu felt the gentleness and compassion emanating from the deity. Inheritor, welcome to the secret realm of the benevolent God King. You possess a heart of compassion and kindness. After obtaining the inheritance, spread goodness and compassion. Upon seeing Huowu arrive, the statue of the benevolent God King suddenly radiated golden light, as if coming to life. A beam of inheritance light fell upon Huowu. She did not resist at all. Her obsession with becoming stronger existed. As long as she could become stronger, she would not care about anything else. The difference between humans and soul beasts lies in humanity's wisdom and compassion. Yet the human race on Douluo Continent has already fallen into madness, recklessly hunting soul beasts. Inheritor, spread your heart of compassion and let the soul beasts feel the presence of the kind God. The voice of inheritance echoed in Huowu's mind, telling her that as long as she spread kindness and showed compassion to the soul beasts, she would grow stronger. Outside, in the ancestral land of the Fire Clan, a beast tide erupted in the extreme north, sweeping south and instantly causing chaos across the continent. The Taggart Desert was no exception. A large number of soul beasts invaded, recklessly hunting human soul masters. Particularly, output-type battle soul masters became the prime targets of the soul beasts. The major families within the Taggart Desert suffered fierce attacks and sustained heavy losses. When Huowu emerged from the inheritance secret realm, the entire ancestral land of Huowu was in chaos. The experts of the Fire Clan were engaged in fierce battles with the soul beasts at the outskirts of the ancestral land. Miss, you finally came out. Upon seeing Huowu, the young members of the Fire Clan were all extremely excited. Huowu is a super powerhouse at the title Douluo level. With her presence, the strength of the Fire Clan has reached a new level. Now the Beast Tide crisis no longer poses a threat to them. Huowu nodded and walked towards the outskirts of the ancestral land. However, Huowu's subsequent actions surprised the members of the Fire Clan greatly. The clan elder, a peak Douluo at level 96, was gradually gaining the upper hand in a battle against the 10,000-year-soul beast, the Snowy Ice Bear. Just as he was about to unleash his ninth spirit skill for a fatal blow, Huowu intervened. Huowu, what are you doing? The clan elder frowned in confusion upon seeing his spirit skill being disrupted. If Huowu hadn't intervened, he would have certainly been able to slay the Snowy Ice Bear with that strike. Elder, the human race is covered in the blood of soul beasts. We cannot continue like this, Huowu said calmly, simultaneously channeling her soul power to help heal the injured soul beasts around her. The human race should coexist peacefully with soul beasts. Hearing Huowu's words, the members of the Fire Clan were stunned. They were all shocked, rubbing their ears, thinking they had misheard. They were in the midst of a life-and-death battle, yet Huowu spoke such nonsensical words and unexpectedly sided with the soul beasts. Xiaowu, with the beast tide erupting, if we do not take decisive measures, we will be the ones injured, the clan elder said, frowning in displeasure. He never expected Huowu to suddenly become so merciful, showing kindness to the enemy while being harsh on her own side, especially during such a critical moment of battle. Elder, let the clan's disciples pull back their defenses and hold the ancestral land. It is best to avoid fighting if possible, Huowu insisted stubbornly. You are making the clan elder very angry. In the midst of the battle, it was one thing for Huowu not to assist them, but she was even healing the injured soul beast from time to time. How can we still fight like this? In an instant, the Fire Clan's guard team, which had the upper hand, suddenly fell into a disadvantage and had no choice but to defend their position. Tianshui City, the Water Clan's stronghold. The huge changes occurring in the outer Tianshui Lake quickly caught the attention of the Water Clan's experts. They went to investigate and soon reached a conclusion. My God, the Tianshui Lake has actually revealed a divine inheritance. The Water Clan's prodigy, Shui Binger, received the news immediately and hurriedly left Shrek Academy to return. Divine inheritance? Thinking of divine inheritance, Shui Binger clenched her hands tightly, feeling extremely excited. She must obtain the divine inheritance and become a deity. Only then can she stand beside Luban. Recently, Luban had been engaged in fierce battles with Qianrenxue, which gave Shui Binger a tremendous sense of crisis. The women around Luban, like Huowu and Hulaina, were all very strong, on par with her. Moreover, they all showed great interest in Luban. At Shrek Academy, they competed with her everywhere, showing no signs of retreat. Shui Binger could see that not only she, but other talented goddesses for various clans all wanted to win over Luban, especially the angelic deity Qianrenxue, who, after being defeated by Luban, seemed to stick to him every day. She claimed to be seeking advice on matters related to the king's secret realm. But anyone with clear eyes could see that Qianrenxue clearly wanted to monopolize Luban. As an angelic deity, Shui Binger believed she was no match for her, which made her very anxious. Now, finally, the tides have turned, and the divine inheritance has appeared in Tianshui Lake. Once she becomes the inheritor, her strength will surely increase significantly, and she will be able to compete with Qianrenxue. She wants to take Luban away from her? No way. Luban can only belong to Shui Binger. Here's what's going on. Why can't I get close? Yes, that protective shield is so magical that even a titled Douluo can't break through it. My God, as expected of the divine inheritance. Even the aura spilling out from the periphery makes people want to bow down and worship. Sob, if only I could obtain the divine inheritance. Everyone is just daydreaming. If the divine inheritance were that easy to obtain, everyone would be a deity by now. Right? Anyone below the level of a 60-level Soul Emperor should just stay away. Oh no, I can't get in. This is infuriating. Didn't you see that even the elders can't enter? Let's not make a fuss. Indeed, we don't want to end up without obtaining the divine inheritance and lose our lives in the process. When Shui Binger returned, the Tianshui Lake was filled with members of the Water Clan. Chapter 180. The Holy Mother Shui Binger, everyone was doing their utmost to enter the divine inheritance. After trying for so long, not a single person had succeeded. Upon seeing Shui Binger return, the Water Clan members erupted in cheers. Shui Binger's prestige among the Water Clan had surpassed that of many elders. As the most powerful young prodigy of the Water Clan, no one doubted her. At under 20 years old, she had already advanced to title Douluo, a talent that left everyone in awe, with no thoughts of comparison. Binger, be careful. This protective shield is very magical. The more force you use, the greater the rebound force. Seeing Shui Binger walk towards the divine inheritance, the elders of the Water Clan followed her closely, constantly explaining. Shui Binger nodded and patiently listened to the explanations from the elders. Under the gaze of the crowd, Shui Binger approached the secret realm of the inheritance. She raised her right hand and reached out to touch the protective shield. The members of the Water Clan watched nervously. They had all tried this before. In the end, without exception, they were all knocked back. Could Shui Binger succeed? Everyone felt uncertain. If Shui Binger couldn't enter the divine inheritance, it would be troublesome. They certainly didn't want to see the divine inheritance fall into the hands of another force. Just as everyone was anxiously watching, they saw Shui Binger touch the protective shield of the secret realm and was immediately sucked inside. Hiss! She went in. Seeing Shui Binger disappear, the members of the Water Clan were stunned. Is it really that easy to get in? It's so unbelievable. Thinking back to how they tried to enter before and failed, everyone's expressions were quite comical, making it feel surreal, as if they were dreaming. The scenes inside the inheritance secret realm are completely different from what they saw outside. After Shui Binger entered, she was utterly stunned by the sight before her. Here is like a vibrant and fantastical world. As soon as you enter, a strong breath of life rushes towards you, as if you are in a green ocean full of vitality and energy. In this secret realm, towering ancient trees stand lush and green, with dense foliage creating thick shades. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light and shadow on the ground, adding a touch of mystery and dreaminess to this enchanting land. Among the woods, various exotic flowers and plants bloom in competition, displaying a riot of colors and exuding delightful fragrances. Some are strikingly beautiful, while others are fresh and elegant, each showcasing its unique charm. These flowers and plants are not just beautiful decorations. They're symbols of vitality in the secret realm, exuding a life force that captivates the heart and soul. Deep within the secret realm, a clear stream winds its way through, with the sound of water flowing like heavenly music. On both banks of the stream, lush greenery abounds, with wildflowers and grasses dotting the landscape, creating a beautiful picture. In the stream, various colorful fish swim about, darting and playing as if they are singing the joyous song of life. At the center of the secret realm stands a gigantic tree of life. Its branches and leaves are lush, its crown like clouds, and the trunk is covered in the marks of time. Standing before the tree of life, Shui Binger feels as if she is being watched. Just as she looks up and glances around, a sacred and solemn voice rings out. Welcome to the legacy of the God of Life. Do you wish to accept the inheritance? Startled at first, Shui Binger slowly calms down and nods, saying, I am willing. Then, a rich green divine light descends upon her. Life is precious. Protect life, cherish life, and you will gain boundless power. The soul beasts of Douluo Continent are oppressed by humans and hunted extensively. Help them protect them. Specific information about the legacy of the God of Life echoes in Shui Binger's mind. As long as she can protect the soul beasts, she will pass the test and gain immeasurable power. Tianshui Lake. Shortly after Shui Binger enters the inheritance secret realm, the warning bell of Tianshui City resounds loudly, echoing through the skies. The Shui family and the citizens of Tianshui City spring into urgent action. Oh my God! A large number of soul beasts are heading towards Tianshui City. My goodness, it's impossible. When did so many soul beasts appear on the continent? Countless and boundless. It is terrifying. It seems a great battle is inevitable. Charge! We must not let the beast tide cross Tianshui Lake. Otherwise, the elderly and children in Tianshui City will suffer. Boom! The ground trembles and dust flies. Shortly after the warning bell rings, the beast tide rolls in. A fierce battle erupts between the soul masters of Tianshui City and the beast tide by Tianshui Lake. Oh woo! The battle is nothing short of earth-shattering, with blood and rain. During the battle, the Shui family members discover that their output-type soul masters are the easiest targets for soul beast attacks. As soon as an output-type soul master appears, the soul beasts swarm in for a siege. It looks very strange. Output-type soul masters retreat. After noticing this anomaly, the elders of the Shui family decisively issue orders for the output-type soul masters to withdraw to the rear, trying to avoid engaging in battle if possible. Heavens! Why are there so many 10,000-year soul beasts? Seeing the Shui family elders battling against an ice giant snake, the soul masters behind them are stunned. Rare soul beasts like the ice giant snake, which only exist in textbooks, have suddenly appeared in more than 10. Its massive body, hundreds of meters long, looks extremely terrifying, creating a strong sense of oppression. Fortunately, Tianshui City has been a stronghold, and over the years, they have trained many output-type soul masters. In this battle, their long-range attack skills play a significant role, preventing the endless beast tide from breaking through the defense and keeping it at the outer edges of Tianshui Lake. Miss, you finally came out. After a day and night of battle, Shui Binger emerges from the inheritance secret realm. Upon seeing her, the young disciples of the Shui family erupt in cheers. Although Shui Binger is only at level 92, her martial soul is a top-grade ice phoenix, making her stronger than the peak Douluo elder at level 96. With her presence, the beast tide will surely be repelled quickly. Noticing the shouts and battle cries around her, Shui Binger lightly schemes across the lake surface, flying towards the battlefield at the edge of Tianshui Lake. Kill! At this moment, the two peak Douluo elders of the Shui family unleash their ninth soul skill, severely injuring an ice giant snake. Just as they are excited, thinking the battle is about to end, a massive green light descends upon the ice giant snake. The overwhelming life force suddenly erupts, and the injuries on the ice giant snake visibly heal at a rapid pace. Seeing this, the two elders of the Shui family are taken aback and turn to look, instantly dumbfounded upon seeing who cast the spell. Binger, what are you doing? Unexpectedly, at a critical moment, Shui Binger intervenes to help the ice giant snake. Not only the elders of the Shui family, but the soul masters of Tianshui City, who witness Shui Binger's actions, are equally astonished. What on earth is going on? They are in a life and death battle, yet Shui Binger is healing the injuries of the opposing soul beasts. Chapter 181. Hulaiina's Destiny Inheritance. Whether soul beasts or humans, life is precious. For countless years on the continent, humans have hunted too many soul beasts, which is why they rose in rebellion. Hatred cannot continue like this, Shui Binger says calmly, her expression filled with compassion. As she speaks, a radiant light emanates from her, giving her an extraordinarily sacred and solemn appearance. Upon hearing Shui Binger's sudden words, the soul masters of Tianshui City are instantly bewildered. The Shui family members stare wide-eyed, mouths agape, full of disbelief. They did not expect Shui Binger to say such things. Since coming out of the inheritance secret realm, Shui Binger has changed so much that everyone takes a moment to process it. But if we don't kill so many soul beasts, the millions of citizens in Tianshui City will be in danger, an elder of the Shui family hastily remarks. Shui Binger holds a position in the Shui family equivalent to that of the family head. If not for her young age and lack of management experience, the position would already belong to her. Her attitude is crucial. The elders do not want Shui Binger to be confused at this moment, putting Tianshui City in a dangerous situation. Don't worry, with me here, the beast tide won't breach Tianshui City. Everyone, retreat into Tianshui City for defense, and do not engage with the soul beasts anymore. Upon hearing Shui Binger's words, the elders of the Shui family suddenly look troubled. Continuing to fight in this situation is unnecessary. They're fighting in the front while Shui Binger is healing the soul beast in the back. This is utterly pointless. Thus, the elders of the Shui family quickly direct the soul masters of Tianshui City to withdraw back into Tianshui City, relying on the city for defense, no longer taking the initiative to attack. Outside the Spirit Hall, Wuming Mountain, the undulating mountains peek through the clouds and mist, resembling a beautiful ink painting. A dense forest surrounds the mountain peak, adding a touch of vitality and energy to this tranquil summit. The once quiet Wuming Mountain has become incredibly lively with the appearance of the inheritance secret realm. Soul masters from the Spirit Hall stand densely on the mountain peak, gazing excitedly at the enormous portal in the void, eager to enter but failing in their attempts. A golden protective shield envelopes the portal. Anyone who approaches is bounced back. After numerous attempts, none succeed. Everyone step aside, let me try. At that moment, a soft, feminine voice echoed. The surrounding soul masters turned their heads and quickly made way. It turned out that the elders of the Spirit Hall had arrived. Leading the group was Douluo Yuegwan, with Ghost Douluo Goemei beside him. Behind them followed the various offerings of the Spirit Hall. Yuegwan stepped forward to the entrance of the inheritance door, unleashing the aura of a peak 96th level Douluo, intending to force his way through the inheritance door with his imposing presence. Tap, tap, tap. Yuegwan approached the inheritance door with confident strides. Just as his body made contact with the inheritance door, a tremendous rebounding force emerged, directly sending Yuegwan flying back. The surrounding soul masters gasped in astonishment. As expected of the divine inheritance, even a peak Douluo seemed like a chick in its presence, easily dismissed. With Yu Xiaogan's failure, Ghost of Ofthe naturally dared not attempt it either. He did not want to embarrass himself in public. Let me try. At this critical moment, the second offering, Gold Crocodile, Douluo, stepped forward. He approached the inheritance door and directly unleashed his seventh soul skill, his martial soul true body. He transformed into a golden crocodile king and dove toward the inheritance door. Boom! The moment his body made contact with the inheritance door, a tremendous repelling force appeared, sending Gold Crocodile, Douluo, flying away and crashing down a nearby mountain. It was quite terrifying. Hiss! The stronger the power, the greater the repelling force. After several attempts, the Soul Masters understood the rules of the inheritance door. One by one, they sat in front of the door. The divine inheritance was right in front of them, yet they simply could not enter. The offerings of the Spirit Hall also wore expressions of regret. They had all witnessed the power of the gods and yearned for it. Unfortunately, they were not fated to obtain the divine inheritance. It seemed that what Pope Bibi Dong said was true. The divine inheritance was not something everyone could attain. Only those with fate could do so. Before coming, Bibi Dong had already informed them. On the other side, Shrek Academy. Upon learning that there was a divine inheritance appearing near Spirit City, Hulaina was extremely excited. She hurriedly left Shrek Academy to return. She was eager to become a god. Previously, she had been thrilled watching the battle between Luban, Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong, Tang San, Tang Chun, and other divine inheritors. At the same time, the pressure in her heart was immense. As the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, having reached a 93rd level title Douluo before the age of 20 due to her extraordinary talent, Hulaina was confident she could defeat Luban. However, recently, the continuous provocations from the divine inheritors had ignited a strong sense of crisis within her. She was confident in defeating talented young women from the 10 great families like Shui, Bing'er, and Huowu. But facing the angelic divine inheritor Qian Rinxue, she had no confidence at all. The power of the gods had transcended the limits of soul power, something mere mortals could hardly comprehend. She could hardly withstand the imposing aura radiating from Qian Rinxue, let alone fight her. Seeing that Qian Rinxue had been constantly clinging to Luban recently, Hulaina's vigilance immediately reached its peak. Qian Rinxue's intentions were known to all. She clearly wanted to meddle and compete with them for Luban. This is not possible. Even if Qian Rinxue is Bibi Dong's daughter, it won't work. In terms of feelings, she won't let go. Throughout the entire continent, only Luban is worthy of her. On the way back, Hulaina became increasingly anxious as she thought about it. She kept praying along the way, hoping to receive the divine inheritance. This gives her the qualification to compete with Qian Rinxue. Look, the Saintess is back. When Hulaina appeared in Wooming Mountain, it instantly caused a stir. Especially among the young talents of Spirit City, they were all screaming. As the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina is their idol and the dream lover they admire. Although Qian Rinxue's talent is slightly better than Hulaina's, unfortunately, she has rarely appeared in Spirit City, so everyone is not familiar with her. But Hulaina is different. As the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, she often handles affairs and interacts with various departments in the city. Everyone knows Hulaina, especially those young talents. They are extremely familiar with her. Having seen the elders, Hulaina stepped forward to greet them. Saintess, be careful, and we hope you succeed. The elders smiled and nodded. They informed Hulaina about the situation of the Gate of Inheritance. Hulaina has a cheerful personality and is much easier to get along with than her teacher, Bibi Dong. The elders and the worshippers appreciate her very much. After a brief understanding, Hulaina walked towards the Gate of Inheritance. On the surface, she appeared calm and composed. But inside, she was extremely nervous. Gaining the inheritance of the deity means too much to her. As Hulaina approached the Gate of Inheritance step by step, the surrounding soul masters held their breath. Chapter 182. The witch Hulaina, the closer she got to the Gate of Inheritance, the more at ease Hulaina felt. The previous anxiety and worries gradually dissipated. At this moment, Hulaina felt a mysterious force pulling her forward. A strange thought suddenly arose in her heart. She would succeed. She was sure of it. As she approached the Gate of Inheritance, Hulaina did not notice the divine light of destiny rippling out, enveloping her. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall, watching from behind, felt that Hulaina's entire aura had changed, but they did not understand the mystery behind it. Hulaina raised her arm, extending her right hand towards the Gate of Inheritance. Hiss! The surrounding soul masters were stunned. They saw Hulaina's body actually pass through the protective barrier, slowly disappearing from everyone's sight. It was quite straightforward and clean, without any rejection. The worshippers of the Spirit Hall stared at the disappearing figure of Hulaina, their eyes wide open, a trace of shock passing through their gazes. She succeeded. Hulaina really succeeded. They would have another inheritor of the deity in the spirit hall. Thinking of this, the worshippers felt both envious and extremely excited. Not to mention the soul masters watching from spirit hall. Even Hulaina herself was shocked. It felt like a dream. It was so magical. What kind of force is this that can foresee events before they happen? As Hulaina stepped into the gate of inheritance, she seemed to traverse endless time and space, arriving in a mysterious and unfathomable foreign realm. A faint glow surrounded her, seemingly containing some profound power, sometimes bright as day, sometimes dim as dusk. The air was filled with a strange fragrance, as if it could cleanse one's soul, bringing a sense of tranquility and harmony never felt before. At the center of the secret realm stood a majestic tower of fate. The tower rises into the clouds, seemingly able to penetrate the boundaries between heaven and earth. The tower emits a soft glow, with each layer engraved with intricate runes and patterns, constantly interpreting the mysteries of fate. Guided by her inner voice, Huilina soon arrives in front of the divine tower. Then, a sacred and majestic voice resounds. Heir, welcome to the secret realm of the god of fate's inheritance. With the recognition of the god of fate and the acquisition of divine power, you will step into the realm of the gods. As the voice of inheritance echoes, Huilina clasps her hands together and prays with a devout heart. She wishes to gain the divine inheritance. She wants to become stronger. As long as she can become stronger, she is willing to do anything. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. As time flows and fate cycles, soul beasts should not suffer so tragically. Heir, accept the inheritance and fulfill your mission. Shortly after Huilina enters the secret realm of inheritance, the beast-tide army from the extreme north reaches the area where the spirit city is located. A fierce battle erupts between the two sides. Faced with the endless and boundless beast-tide army, the soul masters of Spirit City are completely dumbfounded. They have never encountered a soul beast riot on such a scale. How bold they are to directly attack Spirit City. As soul beast cultivation increases, their intelligence is also slowly evolving. 10,000-year soul beasts are not inferior in intelligence to ordinary humans. Those 100,000-year soul beasts are exceptionally clever. They cannot be unaware of the existence of the Spirit Hall. Before the appearance of the King's secret realm, it was a holy land in the hearts of soul masters across the continent. Even now, there is no force on the continent that can surpass the Spirit Hall. Although the output-type battle soul masters have great power, they have yet to form a complete force. They simply regard the King's secret realm as a new holy land. Many people previously wanted to promote Luban to gather output-type battle soul masters to establish a new force, but Luban refused. How bold they are to dare attack Spirit City and wipe them out. Charge! We must not let our Spirit Hall's reputation weaken. So many soul beasts. This is a disaster. When the beast tide first appeared, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall were all filled with excitement. It had been a long time since they had seen so many soul beasts. Every soul beast is a treasure. Not only can they obtain soul rings, but if luck is good, they might even obtain soul bones, which would make them prosperous. Moreover, the physical bodies of soul beasts can be used to refine precious medicines to aid in cultivation. Over the years, soul beasts have become increasingly rare, especially those with high cultivation ages, making them incredibly difficult to find. It is not easy to find one that is suitable and compatible with one's martial soul. Now, with the outbreak of the beast tide, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall are filled with anxiety as they look at the endless army of soul beasts. They are engaged in fierce battles with the beast tide. However, as time goes on, everyone begins to feel something is wrong. The soul beasts they encounter are getting stronger and stronger. What started as a crushing victory slowly turns into a standoff. As time passes, the soul masters of the Spirit Hall are finding it increasingly difficult. It's too strange. Why are there suddenly so many 100,000-year soul beasts on the continent? The offerings of the Spirit Hall are frightened by the scale of this beast tide. In the past, 100,000-year soul beasts were extremely rare, but now they are everywhere. It is truly terrifying. If this continues, Spirit City will be in danger. The offerings and elders of the Spirit Hall are surrounded by a group of 100,000-year soul beasts, and both sides are locked in a stalemate. Look, the Saintess has appeared. 3 days after the outbreak of the beast tide, Hulaina emerged from the inheritance secret realm. Her aura is even more terrifying than before. With every move, she has already developed a divine charm. As soon as Hulaina appears, she causes a scream among the soul masters of Spirit City. Hulaina's strength is already formidable, and now that she has obtained the deity's inheritance, she must have advanced by leaps and bounds. Faced with the current beast tide, they feel reassured. The power of destiny can turn the tide. As soon as Hulaina steps out of the inheritance secret realm, she joins the battlefield, speaking with conviction and continuously using the power of destiny. Golden rays of light scatter and fall on the soul beasts. Then, various strange occurrences begin to happen. Some soul masters clearly lock onto the soul beast's fatal position. Yet after using their soul skills, they repeatedly miss and are evaded by the soul beasts. Those soul masters without locking skills experience even more absurd situations during battle. Not only do their soul skills fail to hit the soul beasts, but they also often suffer backlash. Some soul masters suddenly experience problems in their meridians while using their soul skills, leading to failures. Even worse, some end up tripping themselves. In contrast to the human soul master's frequent mishaps, the soul beasts on the other side seem to have unbelievable luck. Their skills often hit their targets, and those explosive skills directly achieve maximum critical hit rates after being used. The balance quickly breaks, and the spirit hall side gradually falls into a disadvantage. Saintus, what on earth are you doing? As the battlefield situation changes rapidly, Douluo quickly notices something unusual. It wasn't like this before. After Hulaina appeared, the strength of the soul beast army suddenly increased dramatically. Looking at the 7-color divine light entwined around them, it is clear that all of this is caused by Hulaina. Chapter 183. The army approaches the city. The god of destiny stands on the side of the soul beasts. Everyone should retreat quickly, Hulaina said nonchalantly, radiating golden light, as if she were a deity descending to the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaogan's mouth twitched. Good heavens! The god of destiny is standing with the soul beasts, and it's all because of Hulaina's meddling. Old ghost, go consult His Holiness the Pope. Hulaina's behavior is truly strange. Douluo cannot gauge it, and quickly sends Ghost Douluo to ask Bibi Dong how to handle it. If Hulaina continues like this, the losses for the Spirit Hall will be significant. In the Spirit Hall, at the Pope's Palace, after Ghost Douluo may return from the front lines, he directly met with Bibi Dong. He detailed the changes that occurred before and after Hulaina entered and exited the inheritance secret realm, allowing Bibi Dong to make a decision. I already know what you're talking about. Nana is my student. She will not betray the Spirit Hall, since she has received the deity's guidance. Then for this beast-tied response, everything will be decided by her. Hearing Bibi Dong's words, Gui Mei was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected this outcome. Bibi Dong actually let Hulaina take charge of the situation. After the news spread, all the soul masters on the front line were stunned. Saintus, do you know what you are doing? The second offering, Gold Crocodile Douluo, furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with anger. At such a critical moment, he never expected Hulaina to help the soul beasts deal with their own people, while Pope Bibi Dong stood on Hulaina's side. Everything seemed like a joke. Since the teacher asked me to support the situation, everyone acted according to my orders. Hulaina said, not caring about how the others thought. She continued to help the soul beasts according to her ideas. In an instant, the formation of the Spirit Hall collapsed. The soul masters retreated to the Spirit City, defending the city and no longer taking the initiative to attack. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo, along with several other offerings, went to the Douluo Hall to accuse Pope Bibi Dong and Saint Hulaina. However, after hearing their complaints, the Douluo Hall's master, Qian Rinxue, simply waved her hand. This matter indeed involved a lot, and everything could be left to Hulaina to handle. Once Qian Rinxue finished speaking, the offerings were instantly dumbfounded, shocked. It was known that the Elder Hall and the Pope Hall had never gotten along, and Qian Rinxue had never stood on Bibi Dong's side. Unexpectedly, after such an unprecedented event, Qian Rinxue actually went against her usual behavior and supported Bibi Dong. Thus, with the support of Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong, Hulaina completely took over the battlefield, commanding the soul masters of the Spirit Hall to defend the city and fully enter a defensive phase. The soul masters were extremely frustrated, no longer daring to use their full strength against the soul beasts. They were fighting in the front, while Hulaina was assisting the soul beast from behind. It was pointless. Everyone was not foolish. They all defended and no longer took the initiative to attack, avoiding futile efforts. At this moment, not only in the Spirit City, but the situation across the entire continent was similar. The beast tide erupted, and the major forces were being pushed back step by step, struggling to defend. If it were just dealing with the soul beasts, they wouldn't be so passive. There were so many human soul masters that they could have fought back. However, Once those inheritors who received divine legacies appeared, they all stood on the side of the soul beasts. This has led to the current dire situation. In Soto City, on the outer defense line, the human soul masters, who were originally evenly matched with the beast tide army, suddenly collapsed because the food god inheritor Oscar sided with the soul beasts. The situation was reversed with the diamond sausage. Oscar continuously unleashed soul skills, creating a large number of sausages to supply the soul beasts, greatly enhancing the strength of the beast tide army. With Oscar, a food-type soul master at the level of a titled Douluo, providing support from behind, how could the soul masters of Soto City possibly be a match? In Seven Treasure City, the 9-treasure glazed tile school summoned the 9-colored glazed tower, with full firepower for assistance. However, the targets of the assistants were not the soul masters of the 7-treasure glazed tile school outside Seven Treasure City, but rather the soul beast army on the opposite side. Ning Rongrong's actions left all the disciples of the sect dumbfounded, each rubbing their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape, and expressions of incredulity on their faces. What the hell is going on? Crazy, crazy. The little witch has gone mad. Rongrong, what are you doing? Ning Feng, he, the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, was shocked to see his daughter acting this way. After coming out of the inheritance secret realm, Ning Rongrong seemed like a different person. Her way of speaking and acting was completely different from before. Dad, the 9-color goddess, is standing with the soul beasts. The 7-treasure glazed tile school cannot go against the will of the gods. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ning Fengji and the others were instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? What is this? The deity is on the side of the soul beasts. How is that possible? Moreover, isn't Ning Rongrong herself the inheritor of the deity? Because Ning Rongrong stood with the soul beasts, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was under immense pressure. Master Ning Fengji quickly ordered all disciples of the school to enter a full defensive state and must not take the initiative to attack. Without understanding the whole situation, it was not wise to engage in a major battle. In the Star Luo Empire, the imperial capital, Star Luo City, as the beast tide army arrived, the Soul Master Legion of the Star Luo Empire began to fight against the beast army. Zhu Qing, what are you doing? Just as the titled Douluo of the Star Luo Empire managed to suppress the 10,000-year soul beasts in the beast tide army, Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai unexpectedly intervened to help the soul beasts. Whenever a soul beast was injured, the phantom Douluo Zhu Qing would use her powerful speed to bring them out of danger. The white tiger Douluo Dai Mubai even healed the injured soul beasts. The unusual behavior of these two people shocked the soul masters of the Star Luo Empire. The white tiger war god and the goddess speed chose to side with the soul beasts, leaving us with no choice. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing spoke in unison. They had just come out of the inheritance secret realm and were burdened with the task of inheritance. They had to stand with the soul beasts to complete the inheritance assessment and become deities. Alas, seeing Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing turn against them at a critical moment, the emperor of the Star Luo Empire shook his head and sighed. He ordered the troops to withdraw. All Soul Master legions were to defend Star Luo City and no longer take the initiative to attack. Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing were now considered the strongest Soul Masters of the Star Luo Empire. Without their support, continuing to fight against the beast tide would surely result in heavy losses. It would be a case of losing more than gaining. Are they here? At Shrek Academy, Luban stood by the window, sipping spirit tea and gazing out. He was well aware of the events happening on the continent recently. The beast tide erupted in the extreme north. The soul beast army surged forward, capturing vast territories of the human race, all of which he observed. However, he couldn't act until the ice and snow emperors became deities. The task of the 8th assessment was to defeat the god-level ice and snow emperors. He could not intervene until they achieved divinity. Therefore, while the outside world was in turmoil, Luban continued to wait patiently, anticipating the moment the ice and snow emperors would become deities and lead the soul beast army to the city. Chapter 184. Battle the ice and snow emperors again. As the beast tide approached, the weather was severely affected. The wind and snow roared, and the whole world seemed to be engulfed in a silver-white frenzy. The violent beast tide army surged like a torrent. The snow empress, clad in a glistening ice armor, had cold, piercing eyes like cold stars, wielding an ice sword that shimmered with a chilling light. With a gentle wave, countless ice crystals flew out, transforming into sharp ice blades that sliced through the air, emitting piercing shrieks. Behind her was a massive army of ice beasts. Their enormous bodies caused the ice and snow to crack beneath their feet, shaking the earth. The Ice Emperor beside her wore dark green battle armor, with flames burning fiercely in her eyes. The beast-tide army gathered at the foot of the Heaven-Do city, their roars, howls, and stomping sounds converging into a deafening noise as if they were going to tear the city apart. On the city walls, the defending soldiers looked serious, gripping their weapons tightly, their heartbeats synchronized with the rhythm of the war drums, preparing nervously yet orderly for battle. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be immersed in this shocking scene. The wind and snow grew even more violent, as if cheering for the impending great battle. The Ice and Snow Emperors walked forward with confidence, standing like deities at the forefront of the beast tide, their gazes piercing through the snow and wind, seemingly able to see everything. On the city walls, the defenders stood ready, clad in heavy armor and holding sharp weapons. Their gazes were resolute and determined. The war drums on the city walls beat loudly, shaking the earth, inspiring every defender and igniting their fighting spirit. Luban, come out for a battle. The Ice and Snow Emperors quickly locked onto the figure that had left a huge psychological shadow on them. Years ago, Luban's powerful performance in the extreme north was still fresh in their memories. The sense of oppression and helplessness was very clear in the hearts of the Ice and Snow Emperors. Luban could now be considered the strongest of the human race. As long as they could kill him, there would be no more opponents for the humans. They could take revenge for the soul beasts and let the soul beast dominate the entire continent. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Luban smiled faintly on the city wall. Then, under the gaze of countless eyes, he leaped into the sky. The battle between god-level powers would cause immense destruction. The impact on both sides would not be good on the ground. Luban looked at the Ice and Snow Emperors opposite him, both being 140 level 2-star gods. Their souls incredibly powerful. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, Luban could clearly sense the aura emanating from them. Truly, as expected from divine inheritance. It was indeed remarkable. During this time, the Ice and Snow Emperor's powers will reach the level of a first-tier deity. After becoming deities, the Ice Emperor's appearance becomes even more stern and sacred. Her long silver hair flows down to her waist like a waterfall, shimmering with the brilliance of cold stars. Her eyes are deep like an icy lake, radiating endless coldness and profundity. Beside her, the Snow Emperor is also dressed in an extraordinarily luxurious manner. She wears a long robe woven from countless ice crystals, shimmering with dazzling light, as if the entire world of ice and snow is integrated within it. The edges of the robe are adorned with exquisite ice flower patterns, each flower vividly lifelike, as if they could release a breath of coldness. In addition to the original icy aura, the Ice and Snow Emperors now exude an air of malevolence, making it quite uncomfortable to be near them. Truly, is the legacy of the evil god king. Luban is very aware of the current situation of the Ice and Snow Emperors. This is clearly a conspiracy devised by the gods against him. At this moment, the only option is to fight, to kill the evil god king and defeat the gods in order to restore peace to the continent. Eternal, frozen domain. Upon seeing Luban, the Ice Emperor took the first action. At this moment, a dark aura emanated from the Ice Emperor's eyes and in her mind. There was only the thought of avenging the soul beast and killing Luban. The domain skill was activated, causing the surrounding air to become solidified. Upgraded to a divine level skill, the restrictions of the eternal frozen domain greatly increased. Of course, this wouldn't have much effect on Luban, as the Ice and Snow Emperors were well aware. After all, they had witnessed the battle when the inheritors of the gods challenged Luban. This move was merely a test. The Ice Emperor's fury. After unleashing his domain skill, the Ice Emperor executed his strongest attack skill. He stood high in the sky, his silvery white hair waving in the wind, with a cold and determined light flashing in his eyes. Then, he slowly raised both hands, palms facing up, as if summoning the power of ice and snow from the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, a piercing cold wind surged through the world, and countless snowflakes began to fall gracefully. Under the control of the Ice Emperor, the snowflakes quickly crystallized into sharp ice armor, surrounding her and forming a dazzling ice crystal barrier. The Ice Emperor took a deep breath, then suddenly opened her mouth and let out a thunderous roar. The roar seemed to penetrate the soul, evoking a sense of endless cold and majesty. With the Ice Emperor's roar, the surrounding ice armor erupted in a dazzling light, quickly coalescing into a frost giant dragon, which then surged toward Luban with overwhelming force. Where the frost giant dragon passed, the air was sliced apart, emitting a sharp howling sound. The power of the Ice Emperor's fury lies not only in its destructive capability, but also in the shock and fear it instills. Even the beast-tide army outside the city of Tiando felt that irresistible chill and majesty, cowering on the ground without daring to resist. Oh my, how powerful! The human spirit masters inside Tiando City were equally shocked, feeling the immense pressure from the giant dragon's silhouette that twisted across the entire sky. If this skill were to fall into the hands of the Heaven-Do City, it could almost destroy the entire city. Luban, with the combined strength of 2 level 1 deities, can you still win? On the mountain peak outside Heaven-Do City, Bibi Dong stood proudly, gazing into the void and speaking. Luban, I want to see just how strong your power really is. Qian Rinxue also came to watch the battle, keeping a close eye on the aerial conflict. Is this the power of a level 1 deity? I believe it won't be long before I can reach such a realm. Shui Binger looked at the two sides battling in the sky, her eyes filled with longing. I, Huowu, should be the one standing beside Luban. I will definitely become a god king. Huowu was even more confident than Shui Binger. After receiving the inheritance of the kindness god king, she is now a level 2 deity, just one step away from a level 1 deity. Moreover, with her current potential, she is very confident in becoming a god king. May the god of fate bless me. Hulaina is the woman who deserves to stand beside Luban. Seeing the battle in the sky, Hulaina used her fate power to deduce the outcome. However, the fate divine power that was effective against other soul beasts and soul masters was now ineffective against Luban. She could not deduce his fate. Ofthe, Hulaina forcefully attempted to deduce, only to be backfired, spitting out blood, and her injuries were severe. No wonder he is the man she admires. Even the power of fate cannot be deduced against him. Chapter 185. The pride of the evolved Ice and Snow Emperors, the inheritors of the gods, gathered at this moment on the battlefield of Heaven-Do City. They were all closely watching this astonishing battle. Seeing the frost giant dragon attacking, Luban shook his head and smiled, showing no signs of nervousness. Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, you don't need to test me. Your little tricks can't do anything to me. So let's go all out. Top, 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 top. Luban's 7th spirit, the weapon spirit, activated, and the shooter domain opened, doubling his attack power. The 13 million damage from a normal attack instantly surged to nearly 30 million points. The soul power orb in his left hand was fired, like a shooting star, crashing towards the frost giant dragon. It was like a stone hitting an egg, utterly shattering it. The Ice Emperor's strongest strike was easily broken, and the frost giant dragon was shattered. Luban, don't be arrogant. Being underestimated by Luban, the Snow Emperor frowned and raised the super artifact, the Netherworld Demon Sword. Imperial Cold Sky, Snow, Dance, Shining Sun. She directly unleashed her god-level domain. The air molecules in the entire sky slowly solidified like snowflakes, under the control of the Snow Emperor. Within this domain, the Snow Emperor could be said to be able to dictate the law at will. If facing other opponents, just this set of domain skills could easily subdue them. It could attack, defend, and restrict. It was incredibly powerful. The Snow Emperor knew the opponent was Luban, and the impact of her domain skills on him was minimal. Imperial Sword, Ice Extreme, Peerless. Therefore, the Snow Emperor decisively unleashed her strongest attack, Divine Technique. Under the effect of the super artifact, Netherworld Demon Sword, the power of the Imperial Sword was terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, the entire world of ice and snow seemed to freeze. All sounds vanished, leaving only the Snow Empress's cold and determined gaze. She gently closed her eyes, as if communicating with the Netherworld Demon Sword in some mysterious way. The sword began to emit a faint black light, as if devouring all the surrounding brightness, releasing endless chill and majesty. Suddenly, the Snow Empress opened her eyes, flashing with a sharp light. She raised the Netherworld Demon Sword high and waved it toward the sky, instantly summoning a violent snowstorm. Countless snowflakes flew in the storm, condensing into sharp ice blades, as if to tear the entire world apart. Then, the Snow Empress murmured a spell, and the Netherworld Demon Sword erupted with dazzling light. A massive ice-blue sword light shot out from the sword's tip, soaring into the clouds. Wherever the sword light passed, the air froze into ice, producing piercing, cracking sounds. The power of the Imperial Sword. Unmatched ice reached its peak at this moment. The gigantic sword light, like a divine sword that opened the heavens, struck fiercely toward Luban. At the moment the sword light descended, the entire world trembled, as if it were about to collapse under this powerful force. Snow Maiden, little beauty, I told you to team up. Alone, you're no match for me. Seeing the Snow Empress unleash her heavenly strike, Luban showed no signs of tension. Still wearing a satisfied expression. Top, 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 top. The left-handed dragon mouth gun was slightly raised, and a soul power light sphere was fired. With nearly 30 million points of attack power, even a level 1 deity's full strike could not reach this level of attack. The same fiery meteor, the same intense collision. The outcome was no different. The soul power light sphere crashed toward the ice blue sword light like a meteor. Like ultimate fire falling into the ocean, the sky suddenly became hazy, with clouds swirling. The ice blue sword light seemed to evaporate and quickly vanished. The strongest divine skill was broken, while Luban remained as steady as a mountain. In contrast, the Snow Empress, holding the Netherworld demon sword, was shaken back repeatedly by the shockwave of the soul power light sphere, her internal organs suffering from the immense recoil. It was extremely uncomfortable. Come at me. You can't hit me. Upon hearing Luban's provocative words, the Snow Empress's face turned pale with anger, her eyes flickering with cold light. A killing intent surged through her body. Seeing the Snow Empress's gaze, the Ice Emperor quickly understood. Eternal Freezing Domain. He decisively unleashed his domain divine skill. As the Eternal Freezing Domain was activated, it quickly merged with the Snow Empress's domain skill, the Imperial Cold Sky, Snow Dance Radiant Sun, forming the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. This special skill of merging fields greatly enhances its power, making it incredibly strong. This is a fusion between snow and ice. During the merging process, unimaginable power will be unleashed, bringing extreme ice attribute damage. At this moment, the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor exchanged a glance and extended their palms to collide together. Instantly, the heavens and earth changed color, and the void trembled. The martial soul fusion technique of the Ice and Snow Emperors appeared once again. The pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors. Unlike last time, this is a divine skill fusion, its power exponentially stronger. As the Ice and Snow Emperors willed it, the surrounding ice and snow began to surge wildly, as if infused with life. The ice and snow coalesce in the air into countless tiny ice crystals, sparkling with a cold and dazzling light, as if the entire sky has been adorned with a brilliant sea of stars. The figures of the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor merge in the air, and their soul power reaches its peak at this moment. Their aura becomes immensely powerful, as if it could shake the very heavens and earth. Finally, the pride of the two Ice Emperors is officially formed. A gigantic ice crystal hand descends from the sky, emanating a cold and imposing aura from its palm. This gigantic hand seems to be formed from countless ice crystals, translucent and shimmering with a faint blue light. Its appearance changes the color of the entire sky, as if even the light has been swallowed by it. The palm of the giant hand reveals a black vortex, with a powerful absorbing force that spares even the light. Its might seems capable of devouring the very heavens and the earth. If this move were to happen in Heavendo City, the entire city could be instantly erased. It is incredibly terrifying. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. Oh, what's going on? Why can't I see anything in front of me? Woo, I can't see anything either. Oh my God, what is happening? Everyone, quickly close your eyes and don't look at that black hole vortex. What a powerful divine skill. It can not only devour light, but also souls. Wake up the people around you who are in a daze. Hurry, hurry, slow down with soul dimensionality. Even deities can't save them. An upgraded version of the pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors, a giant palm that obscures the sky, suddenly appeared. Below, the audience of soul masters, many of them were carelessly drawn into the black hole vortex in the palm, having their souls sucked away. Even the inheritors of the gods felt their souls leaving for a moment. They quickly urged everyone to pay attention. No one expected that a level 1 deity's martial soul fusion skill would be so terrifying. Fortunately, it was in the high sky. If it were any lower, Heavendo City would be in trouble. Indeed, Luban finally showed some emotion as he looked at the looming palm of the Buddha coming toward him. This strike has far surpassed the strength of a first-level deity, almost equivalent to a blow from a god king. Faced with this overwhelming strike, relying solely on the basic attack enhanced by the archer's domain clearly cannot break through. There is a threat, but not significant. Chapter 186. The ninth trial begins under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Luban raised his right hand. Invincible Shark Cannon. He unleashed a domain skill for the first time. A fiery red soul power energy orb suddenly erupted from the shark cannon in his right hand, heading towards the gigantic hand that obscured the sky. With this strike, there is another double attack power boost. Therefore, the invincible shark cannon, possessing nearly 60 million points of attack power, roars and charges towards the pride of the ice and snow emperors in an invincible manner. From a fist-sized burst at the moment of eruption, it geometrically expands as the distance increases. By the time the two collide, the invincible shark cannon appears to block out the sky, terrifying like a falling meteor. Its might is incredibly formidable. At this moment, the billions of spectators below were wide-eyed, staring unblinkingly at the invincible shark cannon, due to the mutual counteraction of their might. The pride of the ice and snow emperors, the black hole vortex in the palm of the ice giant, had lost its previous terrifying power. The crowd regained their vision. They saw that as soon as the invincible shark cannon made contact with the ice giant's palm, it was swallowed up. As the massive energy of the invincible shark cannon was devoured, the ice giant's palm instantly swelled up like a balloon. Boom! After a few breaths, a violent explosion echoed through the sky. An incredibly large mushroom cloud spread out in the high altitude, and the unparalleled force made the void tremble, with fierce winds howling. The aftershock blew for an hour before the energy slowly dissipated. Poof! The martial soul fusion skill was broken, and the ice and snow emperors were severely shaken, suffering a violent backlash. Unable to hold back, they spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned pale, their soul power seemingly exhausted, leaving them without the strength to fight again. Luban, I underestimated your strength. The outcome of the battle was crystal clear, and Bibi Dong looked at the lingering waves in the void, immensely shocked. She never expected the invincible shark cannon skill to be so incredible. If this move were to land on her, Bibi Dong knew very well that she would be unable to cope. Luban, what is the extent of your limits? Qian Rinxua gazed at the proud figure standing tall in the sky and murmured to herself. Luban repeatedly shattered her understanding, leaving her perplexed. He won. Luban won. At this moment, the cheers of the people in Heaven-Do City resounded through the skies. Heaven-Do City was saved, and the anxious hearts of the crowd settled down. Ding! The 8th task of the king has been completed. Reward: 1 god-level perfect soul ring of 1,000,000 years. Reward: soul power level increased by 10 levels. All soul rings with less than 1,000,000 yearsage will have their cultivation age increased by 200,000 years. Luban's martial soul has evolved to the God King level. The sound of the system's rewards echoed continuously in his mind. Luban had planned to absorb the soul ring and complete his advancement after returning. But sensing the huge energy fluctuations around him, Luban stopped. You finally came. Luban looked up at the void, a hint of coldness flickering in his eyes. The counterattack speed is indeed very fast, leaving no time for refinement. It seems that the final showdown is about to arrive. In the divine realm, at the law enforcement temple, the battle between Luban and the ice and snow emperors is clearly observed by the gods. After the battle, the once overly confident and boastful evil god king now finds himself in a very awkward situation. He did not expect Luban's strength to be so formidable. Even with the evil legacy obtained by the ice and snow emperors and the enhancement of super artifacts, they were defeated so decisively. Through the light screen, the gods could see that Luban had not even gone all out. Even so, he was able to easily defeat the 2 first-level deities working together, which is indeed exaggerated. It can be confirmed that Luban's strength has definitely reached the level of a god king. As for the specific level, the gods cannot reach a conclusion. After all, no one has been able to force Luban to use his full power. It is known that even among god kings, there are levels. For example, the life god king, the kindness god king, and the evil god king are all 1-star god kings. The fate god king is a 2-star god king. The Shura god is a 3-star god king. There is also a significant gap in combat power among god kings. As the strongest in the divine realm, the Shura god can easily overpower any 1-star god king. Of course, due to the peculiar nature of fate power, although the fate god king is classified as a 2-star god king, his strength can rival that of the Shura god. Are you ready? The Shura god turned to the evil god king and said calmly, the descent of the god's legacy is just the first step. If they cannot solve the problem, they have already thought of a second plan. That is for the gods to descend to the lower realm. However, due to the restrictions of the great Tao laws, it is impossible for deities to fully traverse the void and enter lower planes. At most, they can descend in spirit. Even so, it is extremely difficult, and common methods cannot achieve this. That is why the gods devised this plan for the outbreak of the beast tide. After so many days of intense fighting, the Douluo Continent can be said to be a river of blood, with corpses everywhere. At least hundreds of millions have died, and over 1,000,000 soul masters have perished. Taking advantage of these casualties, the evil god king initiated the blood sacrifice ritual. By tearing apart the barriers between the realms through blood sacrifice, He allowed the souls of the gods to descend. Start. The evil god, king, nodded, and the gods sat cross-legged, their souls wandering out of their bodies. On the Douluo Continent, the originally peaceful sky suddenly split open with huge cracks, golden light overflowing, and the entire world was illuminated with a dazzling golden glow. These gaps continued to widen, eventually transforming into golden passages. From these passages, the gods slowly descended. Their figures were majestic and solemn, radiating a dazzling divine light that made it difficult to look directly at them. With each step they took, the earth trembled with a roar, as if the entire world was quaking in anticipation of their arrival. As the gods descended, a powerful divine force descended from the heavens, sweeping across the entire land. This power is incredibly immense, as if it is about to swallow everything. Mountains and rivers seemed so insignificant in the face of this force, as if they could be destroyed at any moment. In this moment, all living beings feel the pressure of the gods' descent. Their souls are deeply shaken, as if bound by an invisible force, unable to move. They can only gaze up at the towering figures in the sky, their hearts filled with awe and fear. Where the gods descend, divine light swirls and auspicious energy rises. The surrounding air seems to be purified by this divine power, becoming fresh and pure. At this moment, all beings felt the smallness and fragility of life in the face of the majesty and power of the gods. The divine souls cannot be separated from their bodies for too long, and just as the gods descended to the mortal realm, the laws of the Douluo Continent were quietly in motion, giving birth to waves of chaotic energy, ready to erase any energy that did not belong to this world. The gods sensed this, and shortly after revealing themselves, hurriedly sought out the inheritors in various places to attach themselves to them. The inheritance of the gods seemed like a good thing, but unbeknownst to them, a mark had already been imprinted deep within the souls of the inheritors, making them susceptible to the influence of the gods. Now, as they sensed the impending crisis, these inheritors of the gods could not refuse. After all, their divine souls had not been baptized by the laws of the divine realm and were exceptionally weak compared to the gods of the higher realm. Naturally, they could not resist the attachment of the gods. Chapter 187. The divine souls attached themselves in an instant as the gods descended to the mortal realm. The sound of the system chimed incessantly in Luban's mind. The 9th trial of the King's 9 trials was activated, requiring the killing of the divine souls of the gods to form a new divine realm committee and settle in the divine realm. Upon seeing the 9th trial task activated, Luban's mouth trembled. Wow, that was fast. The rewards just issued hadn't even been refined and absorbed yet. And here came the 9th trial task. It was clearly different from before. It seemed that the current situation was not optimistic. Just as Luban was investigating the 9th trial task, chaos erupted below. The people of the continent were shocked by the huge changes brought about by the gods' descent. The cries of astonishment were deafening. Oh my God, what was that just now? Such a terrifying aura. Terrifying. What were those figures above in the sky and below on the ground? Only gods could possess such might. How could they not be afraid? Could it be that true gods have descended? How terrifying. First, the inheritance of the gods appeared, and then the true forms of the gods descended. What were they planning to do? The continent would surely not be peaceful from now on. From previous signs, it seemed that the gods did not favor output-type soul masters. Oh no, does this mean the gods have come to target the King's secret realm and our output-type soul masters? The appearance of the gods caused panic in the soul master community, especially among the output-type soul masters who felt extremely anxious. The inheritors of the gods had already been troubling them, and now, with the gods personally arriving, did they still have a way out? At this moment, all output-type soul masters rushed to Tiando City and Shrek Academy, seeking refuge. If there was a safest place for output-type soul masters on the continent, it would undoubtedly be there. Shrek Academy not only had many powerful experts, but also had the genius Luban, having defeated the inheritors of the gods. The only thing that could reassure everyone now was to stay by Luban's side. Tiando City was much quieter than other places on the continent. Although the descent of the gods made all soul masters uneasy, seeing the miraculous figure in the void, everyone felt inexplicably at ease. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to hold it up. As long as Luban was there, these output-type soul masters had a backbone. As long as Luban was immortal, hope would endure. Luban, you are the best. The soul masters shouted in their hearts, cheering for Luban and themselves. On the other side, seeing the appearance of the gods, all the inheritors felt a sense of unease. Many had just been freed from the control of the divine avatars in their minds by Luban. But now that feeling had suddenly returned. The martial soul fusion technique was broken, and the powerful attack power of the invincible shark cannon, which contained divine soul attributes, eliminated the evil thoughts left by the evil god king in the minds of the ice and snow emperors, seeing the entire continent thrown into turmoil. The ice and snow emperors were instantly dumbfounded. They had never expected such a situation to arise, although they disliked humans for constantly hunting soul beasts without reason. Even if they sought revenge, they would never have launched a full-scale beast tide across the entire continent like today, causing countless casualties. Most of the people here are ordinary civilians without soul power. The ice and snow empresses feel they have been used. The current situation is definitely not what they wanted to see. Once the soul beasts lose control, they're far more terrifying than humans. The ice and snow empresses look at Luban not far away, their eyes revealing a complex expression. There's both the generational hatred between humans and soul beasts, as well as a hint of gratitude. If it weren't for Luban's intervention, they would have sunk forever, dominated by malicious thoughts, becoming mere shells of themselves. There is still time to turn back now. However, at this moment, two waves of ghostly energy descend upon the ice and snow empresses, causing their bodies to lose control once again. Inheritor, you should feel honored to receive the legacy of my evil god king. Once you eliminate the heretic Luban, you will thank me when you reach the divine realm. After the evil god king's soul descends, it splits into two parts, one controlling the snow empress and the other controlling the ice empress. In the Spirit Hall camp, Hope BB Dong suddenly lets out a piercing scream, sending chills down the spines of the guarding Juth Douluo and Gue Douluo nearby. What they don't know is that at this moment, a fierce battle is taking place in BB Dong's mind. BB Dong's soul is clashing violently with the soul of the Rakshasa god. Inheritor, do not resist. You are me, and I am you. We are one. The Rakshasa god coldly states. She is extremely surprised, not expecting BB Dong's soul to be so powerful, just slightly weaker than her own. If it weren't for being in the divine realm and undergoing the baptism of divine laws, she might not have been able to defeat BB Dong. It seems that all of this should be credited to the king's secret realm. After eliminating Luban this time, she plans to thoroughly investigate the king's secret realm. No, go away. You are you, and I am me. I do not desire the legacy of the Rakshasa god. BB Dong hits her own head with her hands. Due to the collision of the souls, she experiences severe headaches, and her face contorts. It feels like her head is about to explode. BB Dong does not want to be controlled by the Rakshasa god's malicious thoughts. After the previous events, she has a strong aversion to the Rakshasa god. She does not want to become a person consumed by evil, and even if she cannot become a god, she has no regrets. Unfortunately, the myriad causes and effects have long been predetermined. The moment BB Dong accepted the Rakshasa god's legacy, her fate was sealed. Any power gained in this world comes at a price. Since she has rapidly advanced in strength through the Rakshasa god's legacy, she naturally has to bear the consequences of being backlashed by malicious thoughts. Especially during the fierce battle, BB Dong's inner malice cannot be suppressed and continues to surge. Once the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, she was so noble and glorious. She even met someone she loved. Unfortunately, all of this was shattered by her respected teacher, Chen Xuanji. She lost her beloved and bore a child for someone she resented. She regrets. She feels resentment. She is furious. Power. She wants power. She wants to become stronger. At all costs, she seeks revenge. She wants to destroy the Spirit Hall and obliterate the angel god's legacy that Chen Xuanji cares about the most. As the heart demon emerges, BB Dong's resistance weakens further, and soon she is controlled by the Rakshasa god soul. On the other side, Qian Rinchue's situation is not much better. She is also in the sea of consciousness, engaged in a soul battle with the angel god. Inheritor, you should not refuse the angel god's legacy. You and I are one. No, Qian Rinchue. Have my own choices. I do not need anyone to dictate my life, even if you are the angel god. Qian Rinchue covers her head with her hands, sweat rolling down her forehead. Her twisted expression reveals the immense pain she is enduring. But she is unwilling to give up. She knows that once her body is controlled, the angel god will act. She does not want to harm Luban, nor does she want to target her beloved for the sake of the angel god's legacy. Qian Rinchue continues to resist, fighting back. She absolutely will not give up until the last moment. Chapter 188. The Shrek 7 monsters become gods. Foolish. Without me, you would have been devoured by the Rakshasa god long ago. Seeing Qian Rinchue's attitude, the angel god's eyes flash with intense anger. She never imagined that one day she would be betrayed by her own inheritor. I know exactly what you are thinking. Don't you like Luban? Without the power of the angel god, you will never be able to stand by his side. As her inheritor, Qianrenxue has no secrets from the angel god. Due to the angel god's imprint, the angel god knows everything Qianrenxue thinks. To tell you the truth, that little girl from the Fire Clan, named Huo Wu, has already obtained the legacy of the Kindness God King. Her strength is formidable. Without my help, you will never defeat her and gain Luban's favor. Not only Huo Wu, but Shui Bing'er from the Water Clan has also obtained the legacy of the Life God King. You must understand the terrifying strength that comes from a God King level legacy is beyond your imagination. And that girl from your spirit hall, named Hu Laina, she has received the legacy of the Fate God King. Look at your rivals. It won't be long before their strength far surpasses yours. Without my help, you will never have the chance to turn the tide. In the end, Qianrenxue cannot escape the cycle of cause and effect and is successfully controlled by the angel god. This causal relationship was established the moment she accepted the angel god's inheritance. Even if Qianrenxue was unwilling, she could not resist. Moreover, the angel god had grasped Luban's weakness, naturally taking Qianrenxue down. As the angel god said, now Huo Wu, Shui Bing'er, and Hu Laina have all received the inheritance of the God King. They had no prior experience of being controlled and could not feel that kind of fear. Because of Luban, each of them was eager to become stronger quickly to overpower their rivals. They were unaware of the huge conspiracy behind it all. This situation also occurred with the Shrek 7 monsters. Except for Tang San, who struggled and resisted like Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong, the others were easily subdued. Dear inheritor, by obtaining the Moon God inheritance, your strength will soar. Characters like Tang San and Lu Ban will fall before you. Upon hearing the Moon God's words, Xiao Wu's small hands clenched excitedly, her face filled with enthusiasm. Defeating Lu Ban had always been her dream. Xiao Wu did not refuse the Moon God as possession. After the possession, she seemed to be enveloped in a layer of divine radiance. Her skin gradually became crystal clear, as if washed by moonlight, emitting a faint silver sheen. Each strand of hair seemed to have been combed by divine power, smooth and flowing, shimmering with a silver glow. As the possession of the divine soul deepened, Xiao Wu's eyes also changed. Her originally clear eyes became deep and mysterious, as if containing endless stars in the universe, making it hard to gaze directly at them. With the completion of the Moon God's soul possession, a faint silver mist began to envelop Xiao Wu's body. The mist seemed to be formed by the moonlight, enveloping her and adding a mysterious and solemn aura to her presence. Against the backdrop of this silver mist, Xiao Wu appeared to be a true goddess of the moon, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld her. Heir, receive my divine culinary inheritance, and from now on, you will surely be able to marry a wealthy and beautiful woman, living a life that everyone envies. Meanwhile, the spirit of the god of cuisine, Oscar, began to guide him gently. When it came to marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman and reaching the pinnacle of life, Oscar surprisingly felt a bit shy. At that moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of Ning Rongrong. Unfortunately, due to the rules of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, there was a significant gap between them. If he could become a deity, that barrier would naturally be broken. Come on, I'm ready, Oscar said excitedly, clenching his fists. As the divine spirit of the god of cuisine slowly attached itself to Oscar, his body seemed to undergo a transformative rebirth. Although Oscar's physique was already strong, at this moment, it felt as if he was being reshaped by a powerful divine force. His muscle lines became smoother and more powerful, as if each muscle contained endless strength. His skin also became tighter and more elastic, imbued with youth and vitality by the divine power. As the divine spirit continued to merge with him, Oscar's features underwent subtle changes. His facial features became more three-dimensional and deep, revealing a sense of calmness and wisdom. His eyes sparkled with bright light, as if they could perceive the essence of all things in the world. Even more astonishingly, a captivating fragrance began to emanate from Oscar's body. This aroma is unlike any earthly food. It is fresh and rich, as if it can cleanse the soul and intoxicate people within it. The fragrance spreads with his breath, permeating the surrounding air, making one involuntarily want to get closer to him and taste the deliciousness of his being. At this moment, Oscar's palm also becomes extraordinary, as if it contains a mysterious world within. When he gently spreads his palm, one can see strange patterns of light swirling in his palm, as if telling the secrets and wisdom of the food deity. As a successor, do not feel ashamed of your figure. Accept the phoenix inheritance and become a strong person. Beautiful women in the world will not be out of your reach. On the other side, Ma Hongjun is also possessed by the phoenix deity. A gentle, water-like, and alluring celestial voice rings in his mind. Hey, sister, if I obtain the phoenix inheritance, can you be my girlfriend? This statement from Ma Hongjun leaves the phoenix deity dumbfounded. This guy is indeed a lecher. During the possession by the gods, the phoenix deity becomes the only one who is vulnerable. Then, the phoenix deity's spirit slowly attaches to Ma Hongjun's body. Originally, Ma Hongjun's figure was as round as a ball, but at this moment, he becomes tall and upright, filled with a sense of power. Due to the baptism of the phoenix's power, his muscles are well-defined, each muscle seemingly containing a blazing flame, radiating intense heat. Even his skin becomes rosy and shiny, exuding new vitality. As the spirit possession deepens, Ma Hongjun's appearance undergoes an astonishing transformation. His face becomes more handsome, with an air of majesty and nobility. His eyes are deep and bright, as if they can see through all the illusions and realities of the world. Even more shocking is that a pair of brilliant phoenix wings has grown from Ma Hongjun's back. The wings are composed of countless fine feathers, each emitting a blazing light. As if formed by, with a gentle flap of the wings, a wave of heat is stirred up, allowing those around to feel the majesty and power of the phoenix god. Ultimately, when the divine soul of the phoenix god fully attaches to Ma Hongjun's body, it seems as though his body is enveloped in a layer of golden flames. The flames burned fiercely, emitting intense heat and light, making it hard to look directly at them. Against this backdrop, Ma Hongjun seemed to transform into a true phoenix deity, with every movement and glance radiating divine brilliance and majesty. Chapter 189. The Execution of Lu Ban. After Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai was possessed by the white tiger war god. Zhu Zhuqing was possessed by the god of speed. Ning Rongrong was possessed by the nine-color goddess, and the Shrek's 7 monsters all became deities. Once the souls of the gods were possessed, they descended upon Heaven Do City. The white tiger war, god Dai Mubai. The god of speed, Zhu Zhuqing. The phoenix god Ma Hongjun. The god of food, Oscar. The nine-color goddess Ning Rongrong. The moon goddess Xiao Wu. The sea god Tang San. The angel god Qianren Xue. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong. The Azura god Tang Chun. The kindness god King Huo Wu. The evil god King Bing Shui Erdi. The life god King Shui Binger. The fate god King Hulaina. As the gods descended, the sky above Heaven Do City suddenly stirred with winds and clouds, filled with auspicious colors. As the divine light gradually spread, a solemn and dignified aura enveloped the entire city. The beings looked up and saw familiar figures slowly descending from the void. Their arrival shook the entire Heaven Do City. The first to appear was the white tiger war god Dai Mubai, clad in silver white armor, his imposing figure like a mountain, each step accompanied by the might of thunder. His eyes shone brightly, as if able to see through all illusions, and that overwhelming aura made it hard to look directly at him. Next was the god of speed Zhu Zhuqing, her figure light as the wind, floating like an immortal. Her speed was so fast that it seemed she could traverse thousands of miles in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. Her gaze was as cold as ice, exuding an air of unassailable authority. Following closely was the phoenix god Ma Hongjun, radiating a scorching aura, as if capable of incinerating all evil. The god of food Oscar descended with a relaxed demeanor, his smile warm and friendly, giving a sense of intimacy. The nine-color goddess Ning Rongrong was dressed in a colorful gown, resembling a fairy descending to earth. Her beauty and nobility made others feel ashamed. Her appearance made the entire world pale in comparison. The moon goddess Xiao Wu hung quietly in the sky like a bright moon. Her demeanor was cool and proud, as if she were out of place in this world. However, wherever her gaze swept, it instilled awe in others. The angel god Qianren Xue wore a pure white gown, like snowflakes falling from the sky. Her face was gentle and holy, giving a feeling of tranquility and peace. The Rakshasa god Bibi Dong had a stern expression, her gaze revealing determination and persistence. Her arrival commanded respect from the entire Heaven Do City. The Azura god Tang Chun was the brightest presence among the gods. Clad in blood-red armor, wielding the Azura demon sword, exuding a powerful killing intent. The kindness god King Huo Wu and the evil god King Bing Shui Erdi represented light and dark, warmth and cold. Their appearance shocked the entire Heaven Do City. Their existence seemed to embody the justice and evil of the world, evoking deep respect. The life god king Shui Bing and the fate god king Huliena brought a touch of softness and warmth to the tense city. Shui Bing's demeanor was cool and elegant, as if her presence could bring the power of life to others, while Huliena exuded a mysterious air, her gaze deep as the sea, as if she could perceive the fate of all things in the world. As these deities descended, the sky above Heaven-Do City transformed into a mythical tapestry. Luban must be executed, the gods proclaimed in unison, causing an uproar across the continent, including Heaven-Do City. Oh my, so many divine inheritors are here to trouble Luban. Wow, how terrifying. Can Luban face so many gods? What should we do? If Luban is gone, can we output-type Battle Soul Masters survive? It's over. The output-type Battle Soul Masters are finished. Luban cannot be a match for so many gods. Why are the gods targeting us output-type Battle Soul Masters? Wah, they are all here to trouble Luban. Can Luban win this time? They are all disciples of Shrek Academy. Why must they turn against each other? The appearance of the gods pointed their spears directly at Luban, leaving the Soul Masters of the continent deeply worried. On the city tower, Master Flinder Lu Erlong and the teachers of Shrek Academy looked at this scene, all filled with concern. They never expected things would develop to this point. The gods actually united to deal with Luban. Both sides comprised the genius students of Shrek Academy, making this scene truly heartbreaking. At this moment, the most worried were the output-type Battle Soul Masters. They were all seen as heretics to be eliminated by the gods. After all, BB Dong had done this before. In the high sky above Heaven-Do City, Luban saw the arrival of the god possessors, still maintaining a calm and composed demeanor. The moment for the grand battle had finally arrived. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Absorb. The rewards had been distributed earlier, but there was no time to absorb them before the 9th exam task was issued. Now, facing the final battle, Luban had no spare time to absorb soul rings and refine soul power. He could only refine it on the spot, striving to increase his strength as much as possible before the grand battle began. Luban activated his martial soul, and Luban number 7 was possessed. Golden light flashed beneath his feet, dazzling the audience below to the point they could not open their eyes. Once the golden light stabilized, they saw 14 golden divine soul rings swirling around Luban's body, and everyone gasped in astonishment. One by one, they rubbed their eyes, jaws dropped, their faces filled with shock. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Luban completed the absorption of the last soul ring, and the 15th divine soul ring appeared. Level 150, 3-star God King. Luban stood quietly, his figure appearing solemn and mysterious in the glow of the setting sun. The crowd below held their breath, filled with excitement. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged wildly, like waves in a storm. A powerful suction force emanated from Luban, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into his body like iron filings attracted by a magnet. Illuminated by the soul rings, Luban's figure appeared even taller and grander, as if a deity had descended to the mortal realm. As the last divine soul ring fully manifested, a powerful aura erupted from Luban. That aura was strong and majestic, evoking involuntary awe in everyone. At the same time, a dazzling light appeared in the sky, as if the laws of the universe were cheering for this newly ascended 3-star God King. Oh my, what am I seeing? Is that a divine soul ring? And there are 15 of them. I have never witnessed such a breathtaking scene. Is this truly the height that humanity can achieve? So astonishing. What realm is this? I never thought someone could truly reach the 3-star God King level. Luban, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Impossible. How could someone in the lower realm break through the limits of the laws and achieve the 3-star God King? This is too terrifying. Luban must die. The King's secret realm. Luban achieving such an accomplishment must be related to the King's secret realm. Chapter 190. The Battle of the Gods. Luban publicly revealed his cultivation for the first time, and this appearance indeed shook the heavens. The soul masters of Heaven-Do City were all astonished, their eyes wide in shock. 15 divine soul rings? That was simply terrifying. The soul masters were still in disbelief, not understanding the ranking of deities, nor what a 3-star God King truly meant. But the gods understood it clearly, their hearts filled with fervor. In the divine realm, these secondary deities could not possibly advance to primary deities. Now, Luban had broken this inherent notion among the gods. Excitement and enthusiasm. Even gods have desires. No one wants to be anything less than a ruler. And the 3-star God King is the ruler of the divine realm. In the current situation, They must kill Luban to completely obtain the ownership of the king's secret realm and uncover all its mysteries. Kill. Seeing Luban reveal his 3-star God King cultivation, the Azura God Tang Chen's expression suddenly turned cold, issuing an attack order. In the divine realm, no one could challenge his authority. He was the sole ruler. With the Azura God's command, the battle of the gods erupted instantly. Faced with Luban's extraordinary strength, the gods launched a thunderous strike. The Shrek's 7 devils. First, the Shrek's 7 devils. The 7 deities immediately unleashed their divine skill fusion technique. Their strongest strike capable of posing a life-threatening danger to a god king. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, the Shrek's 7 devils stood at different positions, forming a peculiar formation. Tang San stood at the center of the formation. He was the soul of the team and the initiator of the 7 devils fusion technique. His gaze was firm and profound, as if he could see through all illusions. Dai Mubai stood in the east of the formation, poised like a fierce tiger, exuding a powerful dominance. Oscar was positioned in the west, Zhu Zhuqing in the south, and Ning Rongrong in the north. Ma Hongjun stood in the southeast, flames swirling around him as if he could incinerate all obstacles. Xiao Wu occupied the northwest, her figure flickering like a sprite. Once the 7 were in position, they began to chant incantations, their soul rings slowly lighting up. As the incantation was completed, all their divine power surged towards Tang San. Following this, a dazzling light shot up from among them, soaring into the sky. Within the light, Tang San's 10 soul rings became incredibly brilliant and radiant. At that moment, all the powers of the 7 monsters converged onto Tang San, released through his body. Tang San raised the sea god's trident high with his right hand and shouted, "Golden 13 tridents unite, the dusk of the sea god." Instantly, the air around him trembled violently, as if an invisible force was gathering. Following that, his 10 god-level soul rings began to tremble violently, each releasing a dazzling light. As brilliant and eye-catching as the sun, these divine soul rings each represent a soul skill of Tang San, and each contains the endless divine power of the Shrek 7 monsters. Now, Tang San detonates them all, unleashing an unprecedented force. Suddenly, a violent wave of energy surges through heaven and earth, and Tang San's figure is enveloped in a golden light. The light grows stronger, as if it is about to devour the entire world. Within this radiance, Tang San's sea god trident is suddenly swung out, and a golden trident shadow tears through the sky, charging towards Luban. The trident shadow stretches hundreds of meters, like a golden dragon soaring through the heavens and earth. As the trident shadow descends, 10 soul rings explode simultaneously, like 10 suns bursting in the air, releasing limitless energy. The energy wave surges like a tidal wave, engulfing Luban's small figure. The gods understand that this combination of divine skills is unlikely to kill the 3-star god king. So the moment the Shrek 7 monsters strike, the angel god, the Rakshasa god, and the 5 great gods hold nothing back. They simultaneously unleash their strongest attacks, striving to eliminate Luban in one blow. Solar Angel. With a clear shout from the angel god, the originally blue sky is now enveloped in dazzling golden light, shining like the rising sun, making it impossible to look directly at. Under the illumination of this golden light, the angel god slowly spreads the wings behind him, which stretch for tens of thousands of meters, each feather shimmering with a golden luster, as if made of pure gold. Suddenly, the angel god's holy angel sword is swung out, sending forth a golden sword aura that is 40 kilometers long, slicing through the sky like a bolt of golden lightning, directly striking at Luban. The solar angel unleashed by the angel god is several times more powerful than that previously displayed by Qianren Xue. Disaster curse of the underworld Rakshasa. At this moment, the Rakshasa god also unleashes her strongest attack. In her hand, she tightly grips the divine artifact, the Rakshasa demon scythe. The scythe emanates a strong curse power, with patterns on the blade that seem to contain ancient magic, each writhing like a living creature, releasing a chilling aura. The Rakshasa god takes a deep breath, closes her eyes tightly, as if gathering all her power. With a low shout, the Rakshasa demon scythe is swung out fiercely, carrying endless curse power, soaring into the sky. The purple-black scythe seems to tear through the boundaries of time and space, charging towards Luban with destructive force. Pride of the Ice and Snow Emperors. At the same time, the evil God King controls the Ice and Snow Emperors, unleashing their martial soul fusion technique. This giant hand is countless times larger than ever before, an endless black hand descending from the sky, as if the heavens were collapsing. If it weren't for the divine radiance emanating from the gods, the entire continent would surely be engulfed in darkness. Now the gods are battling fiercely in the sky, like suns illuminating all directions. The light of redemption. The kind-hearted god King Huo Wu takes action. With her hands pressed together and eyes closed in concentration, it seems she is communicating with the purest power of goodness in the world. When this power reaches its peak, a dazzling light descends from the sky, soaring into the clouds. The brilliance is so striking that it seems capable of illuminating the entire universe, bringing endless hope and light. Under this light's radiance, all darkness and evil are completely purified, and living beings illuminated by the light of redemption feel an unprecedented warmth and peace. Their souls are cleansed, sins are erased, and they regain purity and goodness. The greatest strength of the light of redemption lies in its ability to awaken the goodness and courage deep within living beings. Huo Wu unleashes her strongest divine skill, hoping to enlighten Luban and make him lose the desire to resist within his heart. This is a transformation law that is even more terrifying than the power of light. It has a strong restraining effect on the Azura realm, the killing god realm, and the evil realm. As the supreme law comprehended by the god king, under the illumination of the redemptive divine light, the opponent's fighting spirit will sharply decrease, and they will only be able to unleash 1/10 or 1/12 of their full strength. Chapter 191. Luban's ultimate killing move, Cycle of Life. At that moment, the life god king, Shui Binger, unleashed her strongest attack. With a low shout, the entire world changed color. A surge of immense life force erupted from her body, transforming into a brilliant light that shot straight into the sky. The radiance was dazzling, seemingly containing endless vitality and energy, making it impossible to look directly at. Under the influence of this power, everything around became vibrant. The grass and trees grew rapidly, flowers bloomed abundantly, and the air was filled with a fresh scent. Suddenly, the life god king formed seals with her hands, and a more powerful life force began to coalesce in her palms. That force surged forth like a raging torrent, soaring into the heavens. As the power continued to accumulate, her figure gradually became blurred, as if merging with that force. Then, the life god king suddenly waved her hand, and that powerful life force erupted instantaneously, transforming into a massive sphere of light rushing towards Luban. The sphere contained infinite life cycle power, as if capable of controlling the life and death, reincarnation and rebirth of beings. Not far away, the fate god king, Hulaina, was unwilling to fall behind. The river of time flows backward. The fate god king stood tall in the sky, and with a low shout, a powerful force of fate surged from her body, transforming into a dazzling light that shot straight into the clouds. The light contained endless mysteries and power, as if able to alter the trajectory of life as fate. Under the influence of this power, everything around seemed to freeze. Time appeared to come to a halt at that moment, and space distorted. The grass and trees stopped growing. The wind ceased blowing, and even the air seemed to become heavy. Suddenly, the fate god king formed seals with her hands, and an even more powerful force of fate began to coalesce in her palms. That force surged forth like a raging torrent, charging towards Luban. Finally, the three-star god king, Shura, made his move. He also unleashed his strongest strike. Shura Bloodsword. Tang San held the super artifact, the Shura Demon Sword, its blade as dark as ink, exuding a chilling and sharp aura. This sword seems to be one with the Azura god, together bearing the endless power of slaughter and destruction. With a low shout from the Azura god, the Azura power within him instantly surged and roared. This force swept through the entire world like a tempest, instilling a strong sense of oppression in all living beings around. The Shura god tightly gripped the Shura Demon Sword, its tip pointing to the sky as a blood-red sword aura began to coalesce around the blade. The sword aura existed as if it were a solid entity, exuding a strong aura of slaughter that sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, the Shura god swung the Shura Demon Sword violently, unleashing a massive blood-red sword aura that soared into the clouds. The sword aura resembled a giant blood-colored dragon, weaving through the heavens and the earth, ultimately charging directly at Luban, merging body and sword, spirit and will, and igniting his own Shura bloodline. The Shura god was willing to expend his original divine power to slay Luban. The gods moved, and the scene was extraordinarily grand. In the high skies surrounding Tindo City, figures stood tall and solemn under the glow of the rosy clouds. Blinding light occasionally streaked across the sky, accompanied by deafening roars echoing in the ears. At one moment, scorching flames fell from the sky, and at another, bolts of lightning darted through the clouds. For a time, rosy light and thunder intertwined, fire and ice danced together, creating an immensely shocking scene. All divine techniques ultimately targeted only one being, that is Luban, who stood high in the sky. Faced with the combined assault of the gods, Luban finally took things seriously. This time, he no longer used basic attacks against the enemy, deciding to unleash his strongest strike. It could be considered a final respect to the gods, akin to offering them a last tribute. 3,000 thunders fell. At this moment, Luban's archer domain fully activated, instantly enveloping the gods. Then, he transformed into Ho-E, shooting the sun, executing his most powerful area attack skill. This is the first time after the conclusion of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent that Luban has displayed his abilities in public. With the enhancement of the super god-level skin, the video game boy, Luban transforms into the appearance of a golden-clad descendant. He stands magnificently, with the heavens above and the earth beneath his feet. His figure is incredibly grand and imposing, causing the onlookers in Tindo City to gasp in awe. Everyone feels that Luban could destroy Tindo City with just one step, as the skill 3,000 Thunderfalls is activated. The sky over the Douluo Continent is instantly engulfed in dark clouds. More accurately, it is a thundercloud that covers the sky, as if a vast ocean of thunder is suspended above, boundless and endless. At this moment, Luban's body resembles a magnet, drawing down endless thunder power from the heavens. First arrow. As the divine skills of the gods descend, Luban holds the bow in his left hand and draws an arrow with his right, releasing the first thunder arrow. With the support of 15 god-level soul rings, his attack power is doubled within the archer's domain. A casual strike from Luban now boasts an attack power of 30 million points. After activating the 3,000 Thunderfalls skill, 9 waves of divine thunder will continuously rain down in the archer's domain, launching single-target or group attacks against enemies. The initial attack effect is 10% of the current level's attack power, while the second wave of divine thunder doubles this effect, and each subsequent wave continues to double the effect of the previous wave. The skill lasts for 9 minutes, with 1 wave of divine thunder attacking every minute. At this moment, as Luban invokes 3,000 Thunderfalls, he engages in a clash with the strongest divine skills of the gods. The first arrow, with only 10% of the attack power, equates to 3 million points of attack power, which is absolutely insufficient to withstand the combined fusion technique of the Shrek's 7 monsters. The first thunder arrow is instantly shattered by the sea god's dusk. The immense light of the sea god's trident directly strikes Luban. Hiss! Seeing this, the watching soul masters in Tindo City feel a chill run down their spines. With this war spear, even Heavendo City could be destroyed, let alone being hacked on the flesh. Upon seeing the Luban thunder arrow being broken, the gods showed expressions of surprise. With this strike, even if Luban doesn't die, he will at least be seriously injured. The second arrow. It was only amidst the flashing blades and swords that the gods realized Luban had withstood the sea god's dusk strike with his body and was completely unscathed. At this moment, Luban's kingly armor shone brilliantly, negating the immense power from the sea god's trident. The gods and the audience in Heavendo City were all astonished. They never expected Luban's defensive ability to be so formidable. It was truly unbelievable and hard to fathom. Oh my! Luban took such a thunderous blow with his body and didn't suffer a scratch. Hiss! Such strong defense. Is he really an output-type Battle Soul Master? So strong. I didn't expect an output-type Battle Soul Master to be so versatile. My goodness, is he even human? An output-type Battle Soul Master with invincible attack power is one thing, but invincible defense too? Who can compete with that? Ah, Luban is mighty, powerful, and handsome, defeating the gods. You are the best. Amazing, my Luban. Truly the leader of the extreme output flow. I can only call you the strongest. Luban, please accept my knee. The output-type Battle Soul Masters will always be proud of you. Chapter 192. The Sword of Judgment from the Three Realms, as we all know. The greatest advantage of output-type Battle Soul Masters is their formidable attack power and long attack range, while their biggest disadvantage is their weak defense. However, Luban's performance has completely shattered the understanding of the Soul Masters, leaving everyone shocked. Astonishing. Who would have thought that an output-type Battle Soul Master could be so versatile? At this moment, the Soul Masters in Heaven Do City were all exclaiming in amazement at Luban's performance. Standing alone against the gods, he showed no signs of weakness. Impressive. Master Flander, Lu Erlong, and the other teachers from Shrek Academy had flushed faces, all agreeing in immense excitement. With 3,000 thunders falling, they finally witnessed Luban's strongest killing move again. Seeing the heavens filled with thunder, Zhao Wujia was greatly alarmed, a sense of dominance arising within him. Good heavens! He had suffered greatly under this move back then. At that time, Luban's soul power level was far inferior to his. Who would have thought that just a few years later, Luban and the Shrek 7 monsters had grown to this extent? They, as teachers, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Luban shot out the second thunder arrow. The attack power doubled. It was 20% of the current base attack power. That is 6 million points of attack power. This time, the unparalleled angelic holy sword of the solar angel struck head-on. The second lightning arrow naturally could not completely withstand the endless sword light infused with solar power. And thus the residual force of the angelic holy sword once again slashed at Luban. At this moment, the super artifact, the king of artifacts, suddenly shone brightly, rendering all attacks below the level of a deity completely immune. The angel god is only a second-tier deity, and her full-strength strike only reaches the level of a first-tier deity, which naturally poses no threat to Luban. The third arrow, thunder from the sky, descended, and Luban shot out the third lightning arrow once again. The attack power doubled again, reaching 12 million points. This time, the strongest attack from the Rakshasa god struck. The curse of the underworld Rakshas's catastrophe. The divine weapon, the Rakshasa demon scythe, descended with boundless curse power. The third lightning arrow still couldn't completely stop the Rakshasa god's strongest attack. In the end, it was the king-level divine armor that bore it all. After all, it was a super divine artifact at the level of a god king, possessing the power of judgment, able to judge all things in the heavens and the earth. And how could it be shaken by the curses of a mere Rakshasa god? The fourth arrow. Then, Luban continued to draw the sun-shooting bow, summoning infinite divine thunder power, and shot out the fourth lightning arrow. The attack power doubled again, directly reaching the god king level, with an attack value of 24 million points. This arrow directly shattered the void, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. It violently collided with the overwhelming attack of the evil god king. The ice and snow emperor's pride, a gigantic hand that seemed to swallow the sky. The thunder dragon clashed hard against the black hand. Although it could not completely offset the evil god king's strike, it made the phantom black hand become a bit more illusory. In the end, the super artifact, the king's divine armor, absorbed the residual attack. After all, the evil god king is a god king, and his attack power far exceeds that of ordinary deities. The fifth arrow. Amidst the astonished gazes of thousands, the fifth thunder dragon arrow flew from Luban's hand. This time, facing the redemptive divine light of the kind god king. Fire dance. However, this attack is no longer a normal attack. The fifth lightning dragon is covered with strands of gray-white mixed chaotic energy. This is the judgment of the king's equipment. Judgment of all things. Judgment of the redemptive divine light. With this strike, the attack power is doubled again, reaching an astonishing 48 million points. It has already reached the level of a 3-star god king. Boom! This time, the Thunder Dragon's arrow was not completely extinguished, but rather fully countered by the light of redemption. Both sides were evenly matched with this strike. The sixth arrow, the 3,000 thunders fell without pause, and Luban shot out the sixth Thunder Dragon arrow. The attack power doubled again, reaching an astonishing 96 million attack points. The oncoming strike from the Life God King, infused with the power of reincarnation, was directly shattered by the Thunder Dragon, and fireworks filled the sky, creating an incredibly brilliant scene, as if celebrating a reversal of fortunes. Not good, defend. Seeing the Thunder Dragon arrow break through the life reincarnation, the Azura god Tang Chen's expression changed drastically. The other gods were equally shocked, filled with inexplicable fear. It was the first time they had witnessed such a terrifying divine skill. Each strike was stronger than the last. How is this possible? If this continues to shoot, it's truly hard to imagine what level it will reach. This strike has surpassed the strongest attack of the 3-star God King, directly targeting the level of the Great Tao Laws. 9 treasures divine light, unstable wind wave, angelic shield. All secondary gods and primary gods activated their strongest defensive divine techniques. They barely managed to withstand Luban's sixth thunder dragon arrow. When they saw another thunder dragon coming, the gods were immediately filled with panic. The seventh arrow. At this moment, Luban shot out the seventh thunder arrow. The attack power doubled again. That was nearly 200 million points of attack value. Any god below the God King would be obliterated by the residual waves. The Great Tao laws have been unleashed. They are maintaining the Douluo Continent's dimension. Otherwise, with this strike, the entire continent will be shattered. In this moment, the strongest attack of the Fate God King, the Time River Reversal, and the strongest divine technique of the Azura God, the Azura Bloodsword, were shattered like paper by the Thunder Dragon Arrow. The Guardian Light of Redemption, the Realm of Hell, Eternal Life, the Time and Space of Fate, the Endless Space of Azura. The five divine kings simultaneously unleashed their strongest protective divine techniques to withstand the apocalyptic attack of the seventh arrow from Luban. The souls of the gods trembled. This strike made them feel the arrival of death. They dare not hold back any longer, even feeling a sense of regret. If they had known Luban was this strong, they would never have dared to attack him. Unfortunately, everything was already in play. Both sides had reached a point of life and death. The eighth arrow. Seeing that the gods barely withstood the seventh attack, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Luban's mouth. Then, the eighth Thunder Dragon arrow roared as it charged forward. This time, he wants to see what the gods will use to resist. The attack power doubled again, and this time the attack value soared directly, reaching a shocking 400 million points. If it weren't for the protection of the Great Tao's laws, the Douluo Continent would have already been obliterated in the aftermath of this attack. At this moment, the void trembled, and the chains of the Great Tao's laws appeared. Luban and the gods were directly expelled from the Douluo dimension and entered the endless void. This is a mysterious space even more advanced than the divine realm. It is the source of the birth of this universe. Surrounding it is boundless chaotic energy. At this moment, the gods immediately feel that their bottlenecks have disappeared, and the deities below the God Kings, such as the Shrek's 7 monsters, the Angel God, and the Rakshasa God, have all evolved to the God King level. The gods are shocked. They never expected there to be such a heaven-defying space in the universe. It is truly incredible. The baptism of chaotic energy has suddenly elevated the understanding of the laws by the Evil God King, Life God King, Fate God King, and Goodness God King to a new level. The promotion to the God King level is no longer about the enhancement of divine power, but about the comprehension of the power of the laws. Now, the 5 great God Kings have all become 3-star God Kings. Chapter 193. The New Divine Realm Committee. It's all or nothing. The first war god of the divine realm, the Azura God, roars at the gods. Faced with Luban's world-destroying strike, they can only unleash their final life-saving skill, the Sword of Judgment of the 3 realms. At this moment, the 5 great God Kings' momentum has surged to its peak, centered around the Azura God, with the power of 5 united. The auras of the Goodness, Evil, Life, Fate, and Azura God Kings intertwine, like 5 different colored auroras dancing and weaving in the sky, dazzling and magnificent. As the thoughts of the 5 God Kings converge, an indescribable pressure surges from all directions, as if the entire universe is trembling in response. Then, a brilliant light descends from the sky, containing the essence of the powers of the 5 great God Kings, condensing into a resplendent divine sword. On the blade of this sword, kindness and evil intertwine. Life and destiny are entangled with each other, while the aura of slaughter from the Azura remains hidden within. When the divine sword fully takes shape, it merges with the Azura magic sword in the hand of the Azura God. The 5 divine kings simultaneously let out a low shout, and the divine sword cuts through the sky with the force of thunder, racing towards the 8th Thunder Dragon arrow. Wherever the sword light passes, the space seems to be torn apart, revealing a scene of chaotic void. In the chaotic space of the universe, the Thunder Dragon collides with the divine sword, like 2 small fish bumping into each other in the vast ocean, creating layers of ripples. If this were to leave the original space of the universe, the aftermath of this collision alone would be enough to destroy countless galaxies. The Sword of Judgment from the 3 realms is a fusion technique of the 5 God Kings, and it is also the most powerful attack method of the gods. As the great battle reached this point, all the trump cards of the gods had already been used. The 9th arrow. When Luban's voice echoed again, the faces of the gods turned pale, and chills ran down their spines. How is this possible? Luban can still make a move. Seeing the lightning dragon grow larger once again, The gods knew it was over. This attack was clearly stronger than the last one. Based on their previous combat experience, they knew that Luban's killer technique had an exponentially increasing attack power. This means that the power of the ninth arrow had already reached an attack value of 800 million. Death is coming. At this moment, the gods could no longer muster any will to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the world-destroying lightning dragon descended, swallowing them whole. To witness my strongest divine technique. You can die without regrets. In the vast and boundless chaotic space of the universe, Luban stood proudly, his figure tall and imposing. His purple-gold royal divine armor rustled in the chaotic airflow, exuding a brave and fearless aura, as if it could swallow mountains and rivers. Those once invincible gods now appeared as weak as ants in front of him. As Luban's words fell, this decisive battle finally came to an end. Heaven Do City, Luban and the gods fought, suddenly disappearing from sight, causing an uproar among the spectators below. One by one rubbed their eyes, mouths agape, their faces filled with disbelief. What the hell just happened? Where did they go? Wow, Luban's attack power is so fierce. At that moment, I felt like I was going to split apart. Oh no, me too. I thought I was going to die. How terrifying. What kind of divine technique is this? Even the void is trembling. Ah, I can't see the final battle. What a pity. Who will win? I really want to see the result. What's going on? Why did my soul power suddenly increase by 3 levels? My goodness. My cultivation speed has increased tenfold. Just as everyone was marveling, the rules of heaven and earth suddenly changed, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the Douluo Continent increased 100-fold. The soul power that had previously required arduous meditation to condense now involuntarily drilled into their bodies. All soul masters below the title Do level instantly increased in strength by 3 levels, and title Douluo soul power level also rose by 1 level. The bottlenecks encountered in the past during cultivation completely disappeared. The title Douluo felt the change in the rules of heaven and earth, each one displaying a shocked expression, unable to contain themselves for a long time. Divine Realm. Law Enforcement Divine Hall. Luban stood on the high platform, looking down at the gods. The primordial spirits of the gods were extinguished, and a new generation of the Divine Realm Committee was established. The gods acted out of self-interest and faced heavenly punishment. The old order of the Divine Realm was destroyed, and a new god must rise. I announced the establishment of the new Divine Realm Committee. As Luban's words fell, the hall erupted in cheers. Huo Wu, Shui Binga, Hulaina, Qian Rinxue, and the other women looked at Luban, filled with excitement. Although they had been possessed by the gods and suffered a great backlash during the battle, in the end, they were fortunate to be pulled into the original space of the universe by the Great Way, not only healing their injuries, but also achieving a miraculous breakthrough in their cultivation. Each one became a god king. Luban waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and began to confer titles to the gods. Dai Mubai as the White Tiger War God, Zhu Zhuqing as the God of Speed, Oscar as the God of Food, Ning Rongrong as the Nine-Color Goddess, Ma Hongjun as the Phoenix God, Xiao Wu as the Moon Goddess, Tang San as the Sea God, Qian Rinxue as the Angel God, Bibi Dong as the Demon God, Tang Chun as the Shura God, Huo Wu as the Kind God King, Shui Binger as the Life God King, Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, Evil God King, Hulaina as the Fate God King. Every time Luban announced a name, the Law Enforcement Divine Hall was immediately filled with golden lotuses, auspicious signs descended from the heavens, and rays of light illuminated the place, creating a magnificent atmosphere. It was as if he was the spokesperson of the Great Way. I am the God Emperor. As soon as Luban's words fell, all the gods bowed in salute. Hail, the God Emperor. In the Douluo Continent, over a decade has passed since the last battle of the gods, and Luban and the gods have not appeared again. Their legendary stories spread throughout the continent. Shrek Academy. On that day, the streets were deserted, and the crowds were immense. A proud figure stood on a high platform to bid farewell to everyone. Xiaogang, ere long, don't worry, once I reach the Divine Realm, I will search for the whereabouts of Luban and Tang San. Today is the day that Flender, the Dean of Shrek Academy, ascends to the Divine Realm. The rules of heaven and earth have changed, and the cultivation speed of soul masters on the continent has increased 100-fold. Flender was the first to reach level 100, and auspicious signs descended from the sky as he felt a strong repulsive force. A voice in the void guided him to ascend to the Divine Realm. Now, Master Yu Xiaogang, Lu Erlong, and other teachers have all reached level 99 becoming unparalleled Douluos. Take care, Flinder. Dean, take care. Safe travels, Dean Flinder. Amid the blessings of all the teachers and students, Flinder was taken away by the guiding divine light, slowly flying towards the sky. He soon disappeared from everyone's sight. In the divine realm, within the guiding divine light, Flinder's figure gradually emerged. Looking at the vast and boundless sky, a dazzling light suddenly streaked across the horizon. Like a meteor falling, leaving Flinder in shock. Is this the divine realm? It looks so magnificent. Everywhere there are dazzling lights. The entire divine realm is shimmering with golden brilliance. Above the sky, clouds are swirling. Below the ground, the divine tree sways. Just as Flinder was dumbfounded, a familiar voice echoed. A warm welcome to Dean Flinder for arriving at the divine realm. There appeared Luban along with the Shrek 7 monsters, appearing as if they had materialized out of thin air. Are you all right? I thought seeing a group of familiar figures. Flinder excitedly rubbed his eyes, his words carrying a hint of reproach. You little rascals, since you're fine, why didn't you let us know you were safe? Sorry, Dean Flinder, we worried you. Luban slightly bowed in apology. I forgot that time in the divine realm is different, and didn't he expect that after just setting things up in the divine realm? So many years have already passed in the Douluo Continent. If it weren't for sensing movement at the guiding platform today, we wouldn't have known. Ma Hongjun and the others also explained a bit. There was a hint of teasing in their words. Not bad, my Dean. I didn't expect you to become a god first. Then, under Flinder's roll of the eyes, Luban led the Shrek 7 monsters to split off a thread of their primordial spirit, tearing through space, heading straight for the Douluo Continent. Summary. The #1 shooter in the national server unexpectedly falls, reincarnates in the Douluo Continent, and shocks the entire continent with extreme output. Master Yu Xiaogang, Luban. Only a balanced approach can lead to longevity. Luban shook his head. No, I just want to maximize attack. Tang San. Not listening to the teacher, Luban. You're looking for a fight? Watch my Blue Silver Bind. Luban. Da. Tiki my invincible sharky molter kernel. Come and hit me. You can't touch me. Tang San fainted.